Wife, give me some money, I'm going to pick up girls. Su Yixue, the general director, was just holding a shareholders meeting when the door suddenly burst open and her husband, Yafan, walked in with a phrase that immediately stunned everyone present. Is that really the idiot husband Su has been married to for 3 years? Of course, he hasn't done anything for 3 years, just smokes, drinks, and chases women all day. No one understands how Su even puts up with him. The craziest thing is, Su practically worships him. Oh, is it that long-legged girl with the nice figure again? Su Yixue put down her documents, picked up her phone and smiled at Yafan. How much do you need? Will 100,000 be enough? If not, tell accounting to send more. That's enough. Thanks, wife. Love you. Yafan blew her a kiss after receiving the transfer and was about to leave. Wait, Su Yixue stopped him, got up, and handed him the keys to her Ferrari. Take mine. My husband's going to pick up girls. He shouldn't look cheap. Everyone was in shock. Such boldness from Su Yixue was simply unprecedented. No one had ever seen a wife not only support her husband's cheating, but also fund it. But Su Yixue was completely unfazed. Darling, come back early. It's our wedding anniversary. We should celebrate, right? Strong, cold, untouchable. That's how everyone knew Su Yixue. And now, gentle, soft, almost submissive, to her unemployed husband. It didn't fit in anyone's head. We'll see. If I finish early, I'll come back, said Yafan, waved at her and left the room. The secretary couldn't take it anymore and said, General Director, you really shouldn't spoil Yafan like this. He's useless, and this month alone he's already asked for money 7 or 8 times. Shut up. Su Yixue cut her off before she could finish. He's my husband, and I'll spoil him as I please. What business is it of yours? A cold look flashed in Su Yixue's eyes. As of now, you're fired. Go to accounting, settle your pay, and get out. The secretary was stunned. Just one word about Yafan, and she was fired? General Director, your assistant is still a senior manager. Firing her just like that might not be appropriate. Su Yixue just gave him a cold look. Do you want to be fired too? That sentence instantly silenced everyone. Anyone else have an opinion? Su Yixue glanced around the room. Everyone lowered their heads. No one dared to say a word. Let's continue the meeting. Discuss how we're going to cover the 300 million gap. I'm listening. She returned to her seat. 3 years of marriage. That bastard hadn't touched her once. The most intimate thing they'd had was a hug. Every time she showered and lay down in bed, Yafan would say, I'm only interested in money. Was he really only interested in money? Then why did he keep disappearing into clubs? Was she not sexy enough? Too conservative. He married her, and never even tried to touch her. Was she really that unattractive? Tonight, she'd take things into her own hands. She even ordered an outfit online, the kind men supposedly can't resist. Tonight, he would be hers. Yifan left the company, got into Su Yixue's red Ferrari, and drove to the elite nightclub Heaven on Earth. At the entrance, a chubby guy in overalls was already waiting for him. Young master, yay, haven't seen you in days. You're looking even more radiant. The sun dims in comparison. This sycophant was Wang Fugi, son of a rich family. After a few club nights, he became obsessed with Yafan's charisma and now stuck to him like a loyal lapdog. That's enough. Anything ready? Yifan interrupted him and headed inside. Everything's ready. I brought in every kind of girl. Even the janitor. All tastes covered. And if you're not into girls, I've got muscular guys on standby too. Get lost. Yifan kicked him in the rear. Inside the club's largest VIP suite, a row of scantily clad girls greeted Yifan with a bow. Welcome, young master Ye. Exposed cleavages, high slits up to their waists. The view made Yifan feel flushed. Damn. If it weren't for that cursed technique, he would've, but he held himself back. Everyone gets a bonus. Old Wang, give each of them 2,000, and don't forget to show them the photo. Whoever spots the girl from the picture gets a big reward. He pulled out his phone. On the screen, a fairy-like girl. 3 years. Yifan wasn't here for the women. He was looking for her, his missing junior sister from the sect. Someone said she'd been seen in the club scene of Yun City, and Yefan was searching every place one by one. Next batch. Leaving the club, Yefan stopped by a pharmacy, bought some herbs, and headed to a suburban villa. At the gate stood a young girl in a white camisole. When she saw Yefan, her face lit up. Brother Fan, I thought you weren't coming. She ran up, threw her arms around his neck, and practically hung on him. Her soft, ample chest pressed against him, and Yefan felt his body heat rise. All right, let's go check on your father first. The girl's name was Li Yao, daughter of the head of the Li family. one of the 4 wealthiest clans in Yun City. A few days ago, her father, Li Feng, had suddenly fallen into a coma. Doctors found nothing. Then Yafan appeared, used the 13 Ghost Valley needles, and Li Feng woke up on the spot. Today, Yafan came to finish the treatment and prescribe a strengthening herbal remedy. Dr. Ye, you're here. Please, come in. Li Feng was already up and personally welcomed him. Yafan checked his pulse. Your body's fine now. I've brought some tonic herbs. Brew them and finish the course, and there'll be no problem. Thank you, Dr. Ye. Thank you so much. Li Feng's son, Li Tao, quickly took the medicine. They chatted for a bit, and once Yafan made sure all was well, he prepared to leave. These days were crucial. He was close to a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. He had lied to Su Yixue for 3 years, claiming he didn't like women. The truth was, he couldn't touch any. Not yet. His cultivation was stuck at the 8th level. To break through to the 9th, he had to stay pure. One misstep, and not only would he lose all his progress, he could die from backlash. Even if 10 women threw themselves at him, he couldn't risk it. Li Feng exchanged a look with his son. Li Tao pulled out a bank card. Dr. Ye, you saved our father. Please accept this small token of gratitude. Yifan smiled faintly and pushed it back. I'm not interested in money. Everyone went silent. Their eyes shifted toward Li Yao. She blushed deeply, bit her lip and whispered, Brother Fan, if you want, I'm willing. Let's go. She gently tugged at his arm. Yifan blinked, confused. Go? Where? Li Yao pouted and stomped her foot. You're so bad. To a hotel, of course. Or homeworks too.
Hearing what Li Yao said, Yifan was left speechless. When he turned to look at the expressions of Li Feng, Li Tao, and the others, he immediately understood they had misunderstood him. They thought that because he showed no interest in money, he must be interested in people, and they were planning to give Li Yao to him? Nonsense! How could Yifan be such a person? If you want to offer, at least wait until I've broken through in my cultivation. Ahem! Director Li, I think you've misunderstood my intentions, Yifan coughed and continued. What I meant is that a healer has the heart of a parent. Saving the head of the Li family was simply a convenient act, it's just that I wish to become friends with the Li family. We have a long future ahead of us, right? Yifan placed special emphasis on the words a long future ahead, and while saying them, he deliberately glanced at Li Yao. As Yifan walked away, Li Yao's face showed deep disappointment. Humph, why sigh? Is there something wrong with me? I have the looks, I have the figure. Whatever other women can do, I can do too. And what they can't, I can also do. While speaking, Li Yao glanced at Yifan's lower abdomen, her lips moving slightly. She figured she could handle it, right? After a few people saw Yifan off, Li Feng quickly said to Li Tao, go check if we have any potential collaborations with the Su family. If we cannot approach from Yishao's side, then we go through the Su family. Divine Dr. Yi is a golden opportunity, we must hold on to him tightly. Li Tao nodded. No need to check. I already received a call from Su family's second uncle. He said the Su group is currently facing a shortfall of 300 million yuan, and he invited me to the Su family banquet tomorrow. Most likely, it's because of that. Su family's second uncle? Su Mingho? I've heard he's no good. Li Feng frowned. But since it's Yishao's wife's family, I think you should still go check things out tomorrow. That's my thought as well. I don't plan to talk with Su Mingho. If I'm going to negotiate, it will be directly with President Su Yixue. Li Tao sighed as he glanced at his younger sister entering her room. It's just our little sister, sigh. Li Feng was also a bit helpless. Too bad Divine Dr. Yi is already married. I just hope Xiao Yao doesn't fall too deep. Yifan returned home and completed 9 cycles of his dragon mastery technique. It was already 5 p.m. Right on time, Su Yixue called, Honey, are you done? Where are you? I'm home. Come pick me up. Yifan still remembered it was their 3rd wedding anniversary today, and Su Yixue had said they would celebrate together. Okay. Su Yixue drove home to pick up Yifan and brought him straight to the 8th floor of the Royal Hotel in Cloud City. Inside a private room, a candlelit dinner had already been prepared. During the meal, Su Yixue was particularly enthusiastic, pouring Yifan drink after drink. Yifan was not worried about handling the alcohol. Watching his wife's beautiful profile, he played along with her act and pretended to be tipsy. Wife, didn't you say you prepared a gift for me? Where is it? Yifan was very convincing, even his speech slurred a little. Seeing the time was just right, Su Yixue helped Yifan into the adjoining suite. The gift is in the next room. We'll know when we get there. She helped Yifan sit on the sofa and went into the dressing room. Wait here just a moment. I'll be right out. Rustling sounds came from the dressing room. When Suishua reappeared, Yifan's blood surged, and he momentarily forgot how to breathe. Fuck! Is this really the woman I know? Suishua had shed all her clothes and was now wearing a pink nurse outfit. The sheer fabric did nothing to hide her stunning figure. Curves in all the right places, a seductive silhouette. I'm your gift today, darling. Do you like it? Suishua swayed forward seductively, striking a provocative pose, then nestled affectionately into Yifan's arms. Honey, it's been 3 years. Today, I want to truly become your woman. Such a stunning beauty lying in your arms, inviting you with everything she has. What man could resist? Especially when she is your lawful wife. Wife, you're playing with fire. Yifan's breathing grew heavier as he grasped Suishua's soft, delicate hand. Her eyes half-lidded, Suishua whispered, "Come, let me feel how hot your fire really is." That sentence completely ignited Yifan's desire. Unable to hold back any longer, Yafan flipped Suishua onto the couch, his hands running greedily over her body. The newly worn outfit was instantly torn to shreds. Clothes flew in all directions, the room descended into chaos. The room's temperature surged rapidly, just as the two were about to fully entangle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air echoed. A throwing knife shot past Yifan's lower abdomen and embedded itself in the wall. If the blade had been 2 centimeters lower, Yafan could have been castrated on the spot. Young master, you must not fail now. You still shoulder an enormous responsibility. Conduct yourself wisely. A shadow flashed past the window, and a cold voice rang out from outside. Yafan looked down at Suishua. 2 small beans had struck her acupressure points, knocking her out. Manhwa, are you trying to get me killed? You almost castrated me, and at this moment, haven't you heard the saying, better to die beneath a peony, still a romantic ghost? Yafan cursed out the window. But despite his ranting, there was no response from outside. 3 years ago, after Yafan lost his martial abilities, his master assigned the sect's top assassin, Manhwa, to secretly protect him. Manhwa was ruthless and taciturn, but never hesitated when it was time to strike. Interrupted like this, Yafan finally calmed down. Remembering the consequences of breaking his vow, a cold sweat broke out. 23 years ago, when Yafan was just 1 year old, he was sent to the sect to train in martial arts. 3 years ago, as he prepared to return to his family, the sect suffered a devastating ambush. 2 of his martial mothers died in battle, his master was gravely injured, his second uncle was hacked into 8 pieces, and 3 junior sisters vanished without a trace. Yafan himself was severely wounded by a mysterious expert and lost all his powers, becoming a cripple. He and his master had to retreat from the sect's headquarters. To throw off their enemies, his master arranged for Yafan to marry into the Su family. Meanwhile, the Yi family in Cloud City was also attacked. His grandfather was gravely injured in battle, his parents went missing, and several uncles died in combat. The Yi family's power crumbled, and their status as the top clan in the empire was on the verge of collapse. Their enterprises were slowly dismantled by rivals. Though his grandfather held on stubbornly, their deterrence weakened by the day. When Yafan learned of this, he wanted to return immediately, but his master stopped him. The sect and the Yi family being attacked at the same time is no coincidence. Master Gufeng had sensed a conspiracy. Clearly, someone does not want you to return. So until you fully recover your powers, you must not take a single open step toward the Yi family. Since then, all resources, pills, everything, was given to Yafan. He was the hope of the sect's resurgence, the key to the Yi family's revival. If he broke his vows and died, that was one thing, but to let down the hopes of his sect, that would be unforgivable. Yafan was raised by his martial mothers, how could he rest without avenging them? His youngest martial sister was his dearest companion, full of genuine emotion, and she was still missing. How could he die? What right did he have to die? And the bastards who nearly annihilated the Yi family, how could Yafan ever let them go? 3 years hidden within the Su family, thankfully, there had been no further accidents. Thinking of this, Yafan sighed deeply, bent over, picked up Suishua, and gently laid her on the bed. He pulled up the covers and softly whispered, "Wife, don't worry. In just 3 days, only 3 more days, once I break through to the 9th level of dragon mastery, I'll let you truly become my woman." Looking at the woman who had always cared for and cherished him, Yafan's eyes filled with tenderness. He could not help but lower his head and kiss her neck, leaving a deep red hickey. After settling his wife Suishua, Yafan sat upright in the room and began to earnestly operate the dragon mastery technique. In an instant, a stream of light enveloped Yafan, circulating wildly through his meridians. A faintly discernible dragon shape had already begun to form. With his eyes closed, Yafan could clearly feel the immense power dormant deep within his dantian beginning to stir. Is it finally about to break through? He distinctly sensed the threshold of the 9th level of the dragon mastery technique. Just one final thread remained. Yafan cultivated through the night, completing more than a dozen full cycles of the technique, yet still failed to shatter the final barrier. In the end, he could only go to bed, wrapping his arms around his beautiful wife and falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Su Yixue awoke, her entire body felt weak and sore, as if she were about to fall apart. Seeing herself lying unclothed in Yifan's embrace, her face turned bright red. Was Yifan that fierce last night? Would she even be able to withstand it in the future? If it came to that, should she call her best friend Qing Ruolin for help? The moment this wicked thought surfaced, Su Yixue was startled. Pa! Su Yixue, it is one thing to pamper your husband, but how could you think something so outrageous? After moving a bit in bed, she quickly realized something was wrong. That bastard, he did not even touch me? Though she had no experience, she knew that even though she was naked, lying beside Yifan, apart from a few marks left on her neck, Yifan had not actually done anything to her. Honey, wake up. Why did you not, last night? I already did everything I could. I am your wife. What more do you want from me? Su Yixue shook Yifan awake, her voice quivering and her eyes welling with tears. Who was Su Yixue? The #1 beauty in Cloud City. An aloof CEO, pure as jade. To the public, she was a figure of decisive authority and commanding presence. But for Yifan, she had humbled herself, bought so many outfits, and seductively posed in front of him. This was her limit. Su Yixue was on the verge of breaking down. Oh, that. Yifan turned over, gently tidying Su Yixue's disheveled hair. I am not in the right condition these days. Hearing that, Su Yixue froze on the spot. Not in the right condition? Are men supposed to have their period too? Furious, she punched Yifan in the chest. You bastard, if you are going to make excuses, at least make a decent one. No. I calculated that these few days are cursed by misfortune, conflicting with my fate. It is not a good time to share a bed. Next time, when the time, place, and people are alright, I will not let you go. Put. Su Yixue could not help but laugh aloud. What ridiculous nonsense! Even making love required perfect timing and harmony? But seeing the kiss marks on her neck in the mirror, Su Yixue was already very happy. Last night, aside from the final step, they had kissed and touched each other. For the first time in 3 years, they had been this close. That was already very satisfying. Things should progress gradually. Yifan was her husband. Sooner or later, he would be hers. Where could he possibly run? Alright, I will listen to you. Let us get up quickly. Grandpa arranged a family banquet today. Grandma has been waiting eagerly for you to come home for a meal, Su Yixue said shyly while dressing, reminding Yifan. Although Yifan had married into the Su family, he was not like most sons-in-law. Except for second uncle Su Mingho and his family, the rest of the Su family treated Yifan like a treasured child. Center of attention was no exaggeration. Alright, Xiaofan is here. Come, sit next to Grandma. How have you been lately? Look at you, you have lost weight. Yixue must not be feeding you properly. As soon as Yifan and Su Yixue entered the main hall of the Su family estate, Grandma Songmei greeted them warmly and pulled Yifan to her side. Su Yixue pouted in mock jealousy. Grandma! Come on, look at how close you are to Yifan. I am your real granddaughter. Songmei laughed heartily. Noticing the healthy glow on Su Yixue's face, her eyes sparkled. Yixue, have you too? As someone with experience, she immediately saw something different about Su Yixue. Su Yixue blushed. Grandma! Yesterday was our 3rd anniversary. We had a little wine and stayed in a hotel. Good. Wonderful. Ha ha. Xiaofan, you need to work harder now. We are all waiting for great-grandchildren. Grandpa Su Guohua stroked his beard with a smile and teased Yifan. Yifan looked at Su Yixue. Do not worry. I will do my best. I will have Yixue give birth to a whole soccer team. Yifan loved this kind of warm family atmosphere. Though this was not his sect, he had lived here for 3 years and still felt the same warmth. I am not a sow, how can I give birth to that many? Su Yixue pouted adorably, but her eyes were filled with joy. Usually, Grandpa and Grandma barely said a word in the morning, but today they could not stop smiling after seeing Yifan and Su Yixue. Down below, second uncle Su Mingho and his son Su Don looked increasingly displeased. A live-in son-in-law acting all high and mighty? Just a freeloading dog, such a disgrace. What did you say? Though Su Don's voice was soft, Grandpa Su Guohua still caught a bit of it and his face instantly darkened. Su Don, no one will mistake you for a mute if you stay quiet. If you mumble again, get out. Su Don looked embarrassed, but mostly resentful. Before Yifan entered the Su family, Su Dong had been the apple of Grandpa and Grandma's eye. But since Yifan arrived, he was treated like an outsider. Why? Su Dong wanted to argue, but his father Su Mingho stopped him. Young Master Li Tao of the Li family is here to visit. At that moment, a booming voice rang out at the door. Li Tao, the eldest son of the Li family, one of Cloud City's 4 great clans, walked in carrying several large gift packages. This is our Su family's private banquet. Why is young Master Li here? Grandpa Su Guohua frowned, glancing around the room. Su Mingho immediately stood up. Dad, I invited young Master Li. Our Su family has been facing financial difficulties lately, and Li Tao is interested in investing. I thought this would be a good opportunity to talk. Whether it works out or not, it is still better than relying on some freeloading trash. Su Mingho walked briskly toward Li Tao, extending his hand enthusiastically. Young Master Li, please come in. Having invited a member of the prestigious Li family, Su Mingho felt as though he had accomplished something grand. He even straightened his back as he walked. Smack! Before Li Tao could take a step, a teacup smashed onto the floor in front of him. Young Master Li, this is a private family banquet. Please leave, Grandpa Su Guohua said coldly. The one who had spoken was none other than the head of the Su family, Su Guohua. Initially, the old man had no issue with Li Tao. But because Su Mingho had insulted Yifan, the old man immediately exploded with anger. Li Tao halted his steps and gave Su Mingho a cold smirk. He did not even bother to glance at the hand Su Mingho had extended. Who are you? Do I know you? What? Su Mingho's hand froze mid-air, and he stood there dumbfounded. Young Master Li, did I not call you yesterday? Yesterday during a shareholders meeting, while discussing the company's financial shortfall, Su Mingho had confidently claimed he had a solution. He had immediately contacted young Master Li, hoping to secure investment. Li Tao had consistently refused in the past, but unexpectedly agreed yesterday to come and take a look. Yet today, although Li Tao indeed showed up, he claimed not to know Su Mingho? Who am I? What on earth happened? Su Mingho felt as if question marks were exploding above his head. When Li Tao turned to look at Su Guohua and the others, his face instantly returned to a warm smile. Old master, you misunderstood. I came here today for young Master Yi's wife. Oh no, I came to see young Master Yi. I owe him an enormous debt of gratitude. As he spoke, Li Tao strode over to Yifan, stretched out both hands, and shook his firmly. Young Master Yi, we meet again. He even winked at Yifan. Yifan understood instantly Li Tao was deliberately giving him credit. Everyone present was stunned by Li Tao's actions. Su Mingho, Su Dong, even third uncle, grandfather, and grandmother were all shocked. Yifan was actually on such familiar terms with young Master Li of one of the 4 major clans? Li Tao had come specifically for Yifan? A sharp glint flashed through grandfather's eyes. Thinking of the power behind Yifan's sect, he immediately understood Yifan knowing Li Tao was not surprising at all. Over the years, the rapid development of the Su family owed much to the quiet support of Yifan's sect. Su Guohua had always believed that the wisest decision of his life was marrying Su Yixue to Yifan. Ah, so young Master Li is a friend of Xiaofan's? Please take a seat. Just now, I did not mean anything by it. I wanted to hit that disgraceful son, not you, so please do not take it personally. Su Guohua's expression shifted faster than flipping a page. Was this not blatant favoritism? His own acquaintance was about to be thrown out, while Yifan's acquaintance was invited to the seat of honor? Su Mingho wanted to leave right then and there, but more than that, he wanted to see what the hell Yifan was up to. No worries. Li Tao handed the gifts to the old man and then sat down beside Yifan. Old Master Su, I heard the Su group recently needs development capital. Our Li family is very eager to cooperate with the Su group. May I ask, how much funding is required? Very eager to cooperate? Bullshit. Su Mingho rolled his eyes. In the face of Su Group's imminent financial collapse, they had practically begged every bank and institution. After evaluating their situation, not a single one wanted to work with them. Some people even blacklisted Su Yixue's number. The Li family was not stupid. Why would they really want to work with the Su Group? The only explanation was that it was for Yifan's sake. The Li family wanted to bail them out because of him. What kind of power did Yifan possess to make the Li family bow their heads? While Li Tao questioned the old man, he was also watching Yifan. Amid Su Yixue's astonishment, Yifan turned and asked her, Wife, how much is our funding gap right now? Would 300 million yuan be enough? Li Tao added from the side, as long as Miss Su needs it, as long as young Master Yi says the word, 300 million, even 3 billion would be no issue. Before arriving, Li Feng had instructed Li Tao repeatedly, no matter the cost, they must cling tightly to Yifan's golden thigh. Li Feng was well aware of his own medical condition. Even international specialists were helpless, ordinary doctors had no chance of curing him. Yet Yifan had revived him with just acupuncture. Yifan undoubtedly came from that mysterious background. Being friends with Yifan could elevate the Li family to a new level. And those hidden enemies of the Li family would have to think twice before making a move. Ah! Su Yixue looked at Yifan in shock. She had tried to approach the Li family for cooperation before, but due to the Su family's status, she could not even secure a meeting with Li Tao or any of the decision-makers. Now, Li Tao came to her door, begging to invest? This Yifan was truly a treasure of a husband. We do not need that much, 300 million should be sufficient, Su Yixue said uncertainly. Very well. I will arrange for finance to transfer the funds immediately. As for the contract, we can finalize it tomorrow, Li Tao said, taking out his phone and giving instructions. 2 or 3 minutes later, Su Yixue received a call from the company's chief financial officer. President Su, we just received a transfer of 300 million yuan from the Li Group. They claim the investment terms have been discussed and finalized with you? It had already arrived? Su Yixue was even more stunned, no contract signed, and the money already transferred. This was highly irregular, too irregular. Yes. This money is not to be touched without my direct approval. Su Yixue hung up the phone, bowed slightly toward Li Tao, and said, Young Master Li, thank you for offering help in our time of need. Li Tao waved it off. Miss Su, you are too kind. Compared to what young Master Yi has done for my family, this is nothing. After chatting a bit more, he stood up to leave. Everyone, I still have work to attend to at the office. I shall not overstay. Once Li Tao left, the entire hall burst into excitement. Well done, Yi Fan. I always knew my grandson-in-law was exceptional. Old Master Su Guohua smiled at Yi Fan. No one truly knew Yi Fan's background, but Su Guohua had a good idea. He was also well aware that though Yi Fan currently kept a low profile, one day he would soar. Yixue, marrying Xiaofan, she is truly fortunate. Among the Su family core members, some thanked Yi Fan, others were stunned by Li Tao's boldness. Su Mingho and Su Dong stood off to the side, ignored and seething. That Yi Fan is intolerable. We must find a way to drive him out of the Su family. Otherwise, we father and son will never rise again. Dad, do you remember that Yun Fei Yang from the provincial capital? Su Yixue's university classmate? He came looking for her recently, maybe we should ask him for help? Su Dong's eyes lit up as he suddenly had an idea. Let us do that. After the family banquet, a girl Yi Fan had once flirted with suddenly called him, Young Master Yi, I recently changed jobs. That person you told me to watch for, I think I saw her at my new workplace. Want to come check? Ha? News of his junior sister? Yi Fan's expression turned serious. He got ready, took Su Yixue's Ferrari, and sped off to the Royal No. 1 Club in Cloud City. For nearly 3 years, Yi Fan had combed every venue in Cloud City like a searchlight. And Royal No. 1 was one of the few remaining places. Xiaofang, you have put on weight here. Yi Fan unrestrainedly grabbed the thigh of a hostess, making the beauty shriek and pout. Oh, young Master Yi, you are so naughty. Always taking advantage but never giving me any real business. Yi Fan chuckled, pulled several red bills from his pocket, and stuffed them into her v-neck. Who says I did not take care of you? You said you saw the girl from the photo, where is she now? Xiaofang quickly responded, last month, a girl named Chu Yan started working here. She looks a lot like the girl in your photo, but I am not sure. I secretly took a photo, want to see it? As she spoke, Xiaofang pulled out her phone and showed him the picture. Yi Fan froze the moment he glanced at it. His junior sister? The lead was real. She had truly come to Cloud City and was now in this kind of place? Although Yi Fan enjoyed going to clubs to rescue young women, he never wanted his little junior sister to appear in such a place. She had once been so pure, so innocent and kind. In a place like this, just the thought turned Yi Fan's face green with unease. Tell your boss, I want her to accompany me tonight. Yi Fan shoved a few more red bills into Xiaofang's hand. Xiaofang beamed with joy. No problem, young Master Yi. I'll have the boss make arrangements right away. As she led Yi Fan upstairs, she curiously asked, Young Master Yi, is the beauty in that photo your ex-girlfriend? You must be very attached to her, asking so many sisters to help you find her? Yi Fan's face turned cold. Woman, knowing too much is never a good thing. Upstairs on the second floor, Yi Fan sat in a private room, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Deep down, he hoped it really was his junior sister here, but at the same time, he wished it were not. Boss, there's a customer who specifically requested Chu Yan to accompany him. On the third floor of Royal Number 1, in the manager's office, a supervisor was reporting to a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. Oh? The woman behind the desk glanced up at the supervisor. Have I not told you? Miss Chu Yen has special arrangements here, she does not accompany customers. Do my words mean nothing to you? The supervisor looked troubled. Boss, I gave those instructions, but today the customer named her specifically. And this young Master Yi, he's one of the wealthiest figures in Cloud City. He's not someone we can afford to offend. The middle-aged woman hesitated. Then, from the side room of the office, a girl in a long white dress stepped out. Sister Yun, it's fine. I can at least go take a look. If the customer behaves himself, that's one thing. If he doesn't, you know what I'm capable of. This girl in white was none other than Chu Yen, the new hostess at Royal Number 1. Sister Yun frowned, then reluctantly nodded. All right then, just be careful. If anything happens, call us immediately. I'll assign 2 bodyguards to wait outside. Watching the supervisor lead Chu Yen away, Su Yan's eyes flickered with a complex expression. I wonder how much longer we can keep this up. Inside the imperial suite on the second floor, Yafan had just picked up his teacup when the door creaked open. Hello, handsome. I'm hostess 001, Chu Yen. The girl in the white dress stepped in, pure and flawless in appearance. Yifan felt like he had been struck by lightning. Clatter! The teacup slipped from Yifan's hand and shattered on the floor. Su-chan? Junior sister, it's really you. I've been searching for you for 3 years. Junior sister, Yifan, usually playful and cheeky, was now filled with tenderness. His eyes reddened, his voice uncharacteristically serious. It was indeed Chu Yen who had entered. Hearing Yifan call her name, her body froze instantly. If one looked closely, one could see her subtly trembling. But after a few seconds, she quickly regained her composure. Her eyes flashed with confusion. Handsome, who's Junior sister? You must be mistaken. What? Yifan, already close to Chu Yen, suddenly stiffened. Mistaken? How could I be? We lived together for 10 years, how could I not recognize you? You even have a red birthmark on your lower abdomen. If you don't believe me, lift your shirt and show me. As he spoke, Yifan reached to lift her clothes. But Chu Yen immediately backed away, hastily clutching her outfit. Please be respectful, sir. We only drink and play games here, do not get physical. And another thing. You've mistaken me for someone else. My name is Chu Yen, not Su-chan, she insisted, her tone a bit flustered, her eyes dodging his. Chu Yen? Little Chan, you are clearly Su-chan. That year, when we fell off the cliff gathering herbs in the mountains, you carried me on your back, your feet torn to the bone, you needed months to recover. Have you forgotten? And when I was sick, you snuck into my room at night to warm my bed. Yifan stared at the girl before him in utter confusion. It was clearly her, why was she pretending not to know him? Junior sister, is someone threatening you? If they are, just blink twice. As long as I'm in Cloud City, no one can hurt you. Yifan stepped forward and held her arm, trying to explain. But Chu Yen only shook her head and gently pulled her arm free. Sir, you're mistaken. I'm not feeling well. Please ask someone else to accompany you. As she pushed his hand away, her fingers tapped twice lightly on the back of Yifan's hand before she turned and fled the room. She ran down the hall to a lounge, locked the door, then finally collapsed. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Brother Fan, I'm so happy to see you again. They all said you were dead. I never thought you'd still be alive. Su-chan curled up in the corner, crying. But now I'm surrounded by eyes, how can I reveal myself to you? Back then, when the sect was attacked, Su-chan had not died, nor was she truly missing. Just as the assassins were about to strike, another group intervened and took Su-chan away. Apparently, the leader of the assassins and the people behind Su-chan knew each other, so she was left unharmed, just taken far away from Yifan. She had resigned herself to a muddled fate, but now, unexpectedly, she had met her senior brother again in Cloud City. In the private room, Yifan sat with a gloomy expression, deep in thought. What kind of trouble had his junior sister encountered? Earlier, when she left, she tapped twice on the back of his hand. What did it mean? He looked down and noticed a hotel key card on the floor. General Manager's office. Yifan's mind worked rapidly. Within moments, he understood her signal and smiled. So that's it? 2 o'clock in the morning, at the General Manager's office? Humph, that office better have a bed. After 3 years apart, junior sister must be longing for his embrace. What they missed before, they would make up for tonight. He would make sure she could never leave him again. Yifan left the club, glancing back one last time. Though they had not reunited, he now knew she was there. No matter what obstacles lay ahead, he could now plan how to overcome them. Back in the Royal Number 1 Club's manager office, Su Yun had previously sat in the boss's seat. But now, it was Chu Yen, the very same girl who had just met Yifan, who was seated in the executive chair. The room was filled with senior management. Spread the word, no one is to leak any information about Yifan visiting today. If anyone does, I will not forgive her. Chu Yan's voice was cold, even laced with menace, a far cry from her usual gentle demeanor. Yes. So the real boss of Royal Number 1 was not Su Yun, but Chu Yen? Once everyone had left, Su Yun locked the door and looked at Chu Yen with complex emotions. Xiao Chan, that man just now, was he your senior brother you always talked about? He's finally found you, hasn't he? Why did you not reunite with him? Su Chan shook her head and said, Sister Yun, you know my current situation better than anyone. I can barely protect myself, provoking Yifan at a time like this would be extremely unwise. Besides, if news that Yifan is still alive gets out, they will stop at nothing to hunt him down. That would endanger my senior brother. Su Yun let out a long sigh. Xiao Chan, I heard this young Master Yi has been throwing money around in all the clubs of Cloud City for years just to find you. That proves he truly cares about you. Can you really bear to watch him like this? Bear it? Su Chan's expression briefly went blank. In the 3 years they had been apart, was there a single night she did not think of Yifan? They were childhood sweethearts who grew up together, comrades who trusted each other with their lives in battle. How could Su Chan not miss Yifan? But what good was that? Back then, it was the Su family in the capital who saved her from that ambush. But after her grandfather became gravely ill, she was discarded once again, now cornered by her older brothers, driven to a point of life and death. If they discovered Yifan's identity, they would definitely hand that information over to the people who attacked them back then. How could they possibly spare her senior brother? She must not drag him down. Sister Yun, the martial arts experts sent by my eldest brother will arrive in Cloud City tomorrow. If we don't hand over what's left of the business, they won't hold back. Su Chan gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. Also, I'm heading to the provincial capital tonight. There are some important things in the safe in my room, stay there tonight. As the true owner of Royal Number 1 Club, Su Chan had her own private room there. Alright. Yifan had just gotten into the car when Su Ishue's call came through. Husband. Thank you so much. With the investment you secured from the Li family, our Su group can finally pull through this. You're my wife. What's with all the thanks? If you really want to thank me, learn some new moves later tonight. Yifan was quite pleased with his beautiful wife. After 3 years as a live-in son-in-law, Su Ishue had gone from being distant to truly cherishing Yifan. Otherwise, she would never have allowed him to use money to chase other women. Oh, you're so bad. But at night, you never touch me. So when will the stars finally align for us? In the Su group office, Su Ishue blushed furiously while asking, though her eyes were full of anticipation. In their 3 years together, Yifan always acted carefree, yet remained elusive. From the bits and pieces she had heard from her grandfather, Su Ishue knew Yifan was a hidden dragon, destined to rise. Now she was worried that once Yifan rose to greatness, he would abandon her. That was why she wanted to become his woman as soon as possible. Very soon. Truly, no more than 3 days. Yifan's heart was also stirred by Su Ishue's teasing. Yesterday, during cultivation, the energy in his body had nearly taken the form of a dragon. Okay. There's a business banquet tonight, will you come with me? A few flies have been pestering me. With you there, they won't dare get too bold. Sure. A cold gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. These past years, because he had lost all his martial strength, he had kept a low profile, ignoring the scumbags who pestered Su Ishue. He had gained a reputation as a worthless coward. But now it was time to tear that label off. After ending the call, Yifan started the car, planning to return home and continue his cultivation. Thinking of his junior sister possibly being under duress, and the old tragedies of his sect and family, Yifan felt a heavy pressure in his chest. Especially concerning the Yi family, he had heard that another powerful family had already openly declared war on them. His grandfather was aging, and his great-grandfather severely injured. If Yifan did not step up soon, they might not be able to hold on. Screech! Just as the car entered an abandoned demolition zone, a girl in a white dress suddenly stepped into the road and stopped his car. Mister, please, save me. She looked no older than 20, with a rosy complexion and a graceful figure partially revealed under her dress. Her ample chest and curvaceous hips were deadly weapons to any man. Terrified, she looked through the car window at Yifan. Behind her, 7 or 8 thugs armed with steel rods and machetes were rapidly closing in. Ha! Yifan glanced at the group. There was no martial aura, just ordinary street thugs. Though his strength had not returned to its peak, His dragon mastery technique was now at the 8th level, more than enough to deal with such riffraff. "Kid, best stay out of this, or you're next," barked the Scarface leader, waving his blade threateningly and reaching for the girl. Yifan frowned, stepped out of the car in a flash, and punched the man's machete with full force. Crack, crack. A surge of energy exploded from Yifan's fist, instantly shattering the weapon into shards that scattered across the ground. Holy shit! The sheer force of Yifan's move left the thugs wide-eyed in terror. Run! The gang tried to flee, but Yifan moved like a ghost, dashing between them with inhuman speed. Bang! 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 In just a few seconds, every last thug lay groaning on the ground. "Come, I'll take you somewhere safe," Yifan said, glancing at the scattered bodies with a hint of regret. His strength still had not fully returned. At his peak, he could have taken care of them all with a single punch. But what if the enemies who destroyed the Yi family and sect came knocking again? Okay, the girl obediently climbed into the car, gazing at Yifan with admiration. After leaving the demolition zone and entering a bustling business district, she turned to him and said, "Handsome, thank you for saving me. The person picking me up is almost here. Just let me off at the curb." The car stopped. Just before getting out, she removed a necklace from her neck. "Handsome, I have nothing to repay you with. This necklace was left to me by my mother. I want you to have it. Since you're a cultivator, it will surely be useful to you." "No need." Yifan hesitated, but before he could finish, the girl stuffed the necklace into his hand, leaned in, and kissed him on the lips. Smack! That was my first kiss. "My future husband, do your best, okay? I'll be waiting for you to marry me. You must become stronger quickly. This is all I can do to help you." "Ha?" Yifan sat stunned, savoring the lingering sweetness on his lips. What was happening? He had just saved a beauty, who then gave him a necklace and said she was waiting to marry him. Before he could react, she had already stepped out and vanished into the crowd. Yifan stared at the necklace in his hand, and his expression suddenly grew serious. "A 4th-grade vitality pill," he whispered, examining the pendant. It was the perfect elixir to aid his breakthrough. That stunning beauty had just said she was his future wife. Had she come specifically to deliver this pill? And even offered herself as a bonus? Although Yifan had countless doubts in his mind, he knew that now was not the time to investigate them. Without any hesitation, Yifan stepped on the gas and sped home. At the moment, the top priority was to restore his cultivation strength as quickly as possible. Only then would he have the confidence to rescue his junior sister or face those enemies from the past. After Yifan's vehicle disappeared, the girl in the long white dress stepped out from the crowd, gazing intently in the direction Yifan had left. She murmured, "Husband, you must not disappoint Wanner." Beside her, a girl in jeans asked, "Miss, are we really going to stake everything on him? Is he truly that formidable?" The girl nodded. "Of course. Do not forget, he is the first monstrous genius in 500 years of the Beiluo sect to cultivate the dragon mastery technique beyond the 7th layer. Once he breaks through the 9th layer, he will be a man standing at the very pinnacle of this world. At that point, everyone will have no choice but to kneel before him and tremble." The girl in jeans pouted. "Let's hope so. Miss, you gave him your only vitality pill. Steward Fu will scold you again when we return." But the girl in the white dress was unconcerned. "The husband I chose myself must be the hope for our family's revival. How about this? If I win our bet, you marry him along with me?" "Ugh. Miss, you are teasing me again." Junlong Tianxia, this was the residential complex where Yifan and Sui Shui lived. Upon arriving home, Yifan immediately locked the courtyard gate and the living room door, then headed straight to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. He sat cross-legged on the floor and held up the pendant. Inside the pendant, a milky white pill appeared in Yifan's palm. The pill was no larger than a fingertip, but the moment the pendant shattered, a rich fragrance filled the room. With just one whiff, Yifan felt his mind clear and refreshed. The ancient and profound energy radiating from it made Yifan visibly excited. A 4th-grade pill, an extremely rare treasure in the entire martial world, sought after but rarely found. For ordinary cultivators, a single pill like this was enough to break through to the Grandmaster level, and for Grandmasters seeking advancement to martial lords or martial saints, it was of tremendous help. That mysterious, beautiful girl had done Yifan an enormous favor today. Without hesitation, Yifan swallowed the pill immediately. As soon as it entered his mouth, it melted and transformed into a warm current that surged through Yifan's body. A massive force burst through his meridians, as though his entire body was about to explode. Yifan did not dare be careless. He rapidly activated the dragon mastery technique to absorb the vast energy the pill provided, concentrating and ascending step by step. Streams of glowing light began to circulate around Yifan, at first slowly, then faster and faster. Eventually, Yifan's entire body was enveloped in a sphere of sacred light. At this moment, centered around Yifan's room, the surrounding heavens and earth darkened in an instant. From a clear sunny day, violent winds rose suddenly. The sky above began to swirl with clouds, forming a massive vortex that looked like the prelude to doomsday. The terrifying pressure radiating from it paralyzed all living beings within a 3-kilometer radius. At the same time, in the Cloud City Marshal Surveillance Bureau, alarms blared in the control room. "Minister, something's wrong. A massive energy fluctuation just appeared in Cloud City." On the monitoring screen, the energy graph showed violent and chaotic spikes. Director Mo Jong of the Bureau rushed forward in shock, his expression grim. "Based on the readings, this is at least the breakthrough of a Grandmaster-level expert. When did such a powerhouse arrive in Cloud City?" The signal points to the western suburbs. "Let's go. We must investigate immediately. With a warrior of this level in our city, we have to be cautious and ideally, make allies. If we make an enemy out of someone like this, we are in deep trouble." In the path of cultivation, breaking through to internal force is a barrier that most never overcome. Those who succeed are 1 in 1,000. Advancing from internal force to control is even harder, and reaching Grandmaster is an enormous gulf. Across the entire Great Xia Empire, Grandmaster-level warriors were all prominent figures, names everyone knew. Offending such a person was never wise. Back in Yifan's villa, the speed of his internal circulation increased drastically. He could feel something long dormant in his dantian beginning to crack open. Crack, crack. By the time Yafan completed the 10th cycle of the Dragon Mastery technique, it felt as if a shell in his dantian had shattered. A mysterious, ancient power awakened within him like a ferocious beast, or perhaps a demonic entity from hell. Roar! A dragon's cry erupted from Yifan's body. The golden light surrounding him instantly coalesced into a 9-clawed golden dragon, circling around him 3 times before gently merging into his body. At the same time, all the bizarre phenomena around the villa ceased, the wind stopped, the sky cleared, and the intense energy condensed back into the room. As the golden dragon disappeared, everything returned to normal. Sunlight beamed down. The weather was peaceful and beautiful, as if nothing had happened. Inside the room, Yafan felt his entire being overflow with power. His martial energy was dozens of times stronger than before, and his perception had also increased tenfold. At that moment, Yafan could clearly sense the movement of an ant half a kilometer away, underground. Dragon Mastery Technique, 9th level, achieved. Before his injury, Yafan had reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. But now, he knew clearly, he had surpassed Grandmaster by several levels. He was definitely at the peak of Martial Lord. Whether he had reached Martial Saint, he could not yet confirm. But one thing was certain: if the enemies who destroyed his sect and family stood before him now, Yafan alone could annihilate them. Congratulations, young master. You have broken through the 9th level of the Dragon Mastery Technique. As Yafan rose to his feet, Hanzhuo appeared silently in the room. According to the sect master's orders, once the young master breaks through the 9th level, you are to decide when to activate the Heaven's Wrath plan and commence full-scale revenge. As he spoke, Hanzhuo respectfully handed Yafan a token. This token symbolized the highest authority in the Beiluo sect. Once it was in Yifan's hands, he knew his master had officially passed leadership of the sect to him. After the sect was ambushed, the master ordered all subordinate forces of the Beiluo sect to go into hiding and await the right moment. Heaven's Wrath plan activate immediately. Those who destroyed my sect must now pay the price. A cold light flashed in Yifan's eyes. Also, Hanzhuo, go investigate the current state of the Yi family. Now that his strength had fully returned and even surpassed his former peak, it was time to consider returning to the Yi family. As the sole male heir of the 3rd generation, Yafan could not allow the Yi family to fall into ruin. The number 1 family in Great Xia must rise again. Yes, sir. Hanzhuo vanished in a flash and immediately began transmitting commands to the Beiluo sect's hidden global forces. In an instant, the entire world was set ablaze. In Europa, within the Russell family, the family head Frank received the message on his phone and burst into tears of excitement. The young master has finally awakened? Wonderful! Fuck those bastards, fuck them all. On the battlefield in West Africa, a man built like a black bear, known internationally as the Whirlwind Slayer, looked eastward upon receiving the command. The Emperor lives after all. I now have someone worth following again. In a lavish estate in the United States, a stunning woman had just snapped a tycoon's neck. When she saw the command on her phone, the muscles in her face twitched. That damn bastard. You made me cry so many tears. When I get back, I'm going to pin you down and make you pay me back. God, I haven't had a man in so long. You heartless asshole, just wait. As she spoke, The seductive beauty licked her sultry lips with a wicked smile. Great Xia! Britain! Japan! With Yifan's command issued, the entire world erupted in chaos. That Heaven's Wrath plan was activated. Everyone now knew the Beiluo sect had not been destroyed. The monstrous genius of the sect from years ago had not perished, he had returned stronger than ever. This time, it was the enemies who would tremble in fear. In Cloud City, Yifan tidied his bedroom and drove straight toward the Yi family estate he had dreamed of day and night. Back when he was still training in the sect, his grandfather and great-grandfather would secretly climb the mountains to see him. Now, 3 years had passed, he had no idea how the two elders were doing. During his 3 years of hiding in Cloud City, Yifan had passed by the gate of the Yi family estate countless times. But because he had lost all his power, and under his master's strict warnings to avoid exposure, he had never stepped foot inside. Now, with his power fully restored and even surpassing his previous peak, he could finally return openly and honorably. However, to ensure the success of his larger plan, Yifan was not yet ready to reveal his true strength to his grandfather. When Yifan arrived at the estate, he saw several luxury cars parked at the gate. Judging by the license plates, they belonged to the Xian family, another of Great Xia's top 6 clans. The Xian and Yi families had always had a close relationship, but since the Yi family was attacked 3 years ago, the Xian family had gradually distanced themselves. Why were they here today? Yifan parked his car and said to the gate guards, "Please step aside. I am Yifan, the eldest grandson of the Yi family, I have returned." He expected the guards to be thrilled and rush to welcome him, but to his surprise, they remained calm and indifferent. "Kid, you've got arms and legs, why come here with this scam? You're the 13th person this month trying to impersonate the young master. Beat it before we get rough." "What?" Yifan froze. Others were pretending to be him? A moment later, he understood. He had left the family at the age of 1 for martial training and had not returned in over 20 years. Though his grandfather and great-grandfather had visited in secret, it had always been kept confidential. The guards naturally had no idea what he looked like. Though the Yi family had declined somewhat, it remained a colossal force in Great Xia. Entering it would guarantee a life of comfort and status, no wonder imposters had tried their luck. "I really am the eldest grandson of the Yi family." Yifan tried to prove his identity, but suddenly realized he had no idea how. "If you don't believe me, get my grandfather, we can do a DNA test." "You think the Yi family has time to humor your nonsense? Scram! Or we'll beat you bloody." As they spoke, several guards pulled out steel batons, clearly ready to use force. Yifan sighed helplessly. Was returning home supposed to be this hard? Just as he was weighing whether to force his way in, an elderly man with white hair emerged from inside the estate. "Stop! He truly is the young master, let him in immediately." "Young master, you've finally come home. The master and old master have missed you terribly. Come in, quickly, we were just discussing something very important about you." "Steward Zhong." The guards all bowed respectfully to the elderly man and allowed him to escort Yifan inside. As they walked toward the main hall, Steward Zhong explained that his name was Wang Zhong. He had served Yifan's grandfather for many years as the Yi family butler. In fact, 3 years ago, when Yifan married into the Su family, the Yi family had already confirmed his identity. But fearing the master's plans might be disrupted, they refrained from interfering. Still, they had kept close track of his actions. "Young master, your behavior these past years, the master knows everything. If he loses his temper, I hope you can understand." "Damn it. A proud son of the Yi family, spending every day in nightclubs and brothels, how could the old master not be furious?" Yifan looked a bit awkward. Before they reached the hall, they heard shouting from within. "Old Master Yi, it's not that our Xian family is being unreasonable. Years ago, there was indeed a marriage agreement between our two families. But now your grandson's fate is unclear. Are we supposed to let our Rainfi wait indefinitely? What if your grandson is already dead, should she remain a widow forever? No way. Today, we must break this engagement." The speaker was Xian Jinghua, second uncle of Xian Rainfi and current head of the Xian family. Years ago, when the Yi and Xian families were like brothers, their patriarchs arranged a marriage between their great-grandchildren. Now, with the Yi family and Yifan's sect both having been attacked, Yifan's fate unknown, the Xian family had come to annul the marriage. "Bullshit! Who says my grandson is dead? Damn it, he's just..." Old Master Yi Changfeng gritted his teeth in frustration. 3 years ago, Yifan had indeed been injured. But he had since spent his days in pleasure houses. If he were a woman, even he would not marry such a degenerate. Still, at this moment, Yi Changfeng could not afford to lose face. If the Xian family annulled the engagement and he simply accepted it, where would the Yi family's pride go? Moreover, with multiple major powers already attacking the Yi family, If the Xian family pulled out now, the pressure might become unbearable. Who knew how long the Yi family could hold out? Old Master Yi, we all know the Yi family was ambushed. For 3 years now, our Xian family has not kicked you while you were down. We've helped you both openly and secretly, you know this. I'm begging you, Rainfai cannot keep waiting. If your grandson is still alive, have him show himself. As head of the Xian family, Xian Jinghua knew how to argue from reason and emotion, leaving Yi Changfeng speechless. Yi Changfeng sighed deeply. He was well aware of the Xian family's support. Without them, the Yi family might be in an even worse state. Just as Yi Changfeng was about to speak, Yifan strode into the hall, glanced at Xian Jinghua and the others, and said, I am Yifan, 4th-generation direct heir of the Yi family. I have returned. You want to annul the engagement? Fine. I agree. But, Yifan paused. This marriage will not be annulled by you, it will be annulled by me. As he spoke, Yifan pointed straight at Xian Rainfai. Whoosh! Every eye turned toward Yifan. The entire hall fell into stunned silence. Dominant and majestic. Indeed, he embodies the demeanor I once possessed. This was the first thought that flashed through the mind of the Yi family patriarch, Yi Changfeng. However, he quickly grew concerned. Damn, the boy certainly knows how to show off, but how will he handle the aftermath? After all, the opposing party is the Xian family, a clan whose strength rivals that of the Yi family. It's you? Upon hearing Yifan's words, Xian Yufei was initially furious. As the esteemed daughter of the Xian family, countless suitors lined up for her hand in marriage. Yet, this ungrateful bastard from the Yi family dared to repudiate her first? If word got out, where would her dignity lie? But when Xian Yufei got a clear look at Yifan's face, her anger intensified. Is this not Yifan, the frequent patron of Yun City's clubs? Every time he visited, he would seek out a dozen girls. It was said that many of them could barely walk afterward. Is this Yifan truly that formidable? Yufei, you know him? Xian Jinghua, being the family head, managed to control his emotions despite his anger. He turned to Xian Yufei with a puzzled expression. Who in Yun City doesn't know him? For the past 3 years, young Master Yi has either been at a club or on his way to one. He practically treats the clubs of Yun City as his home. Xian Yufei, would rather die than marry such a man. Xian Yufei spoke with immense indignation, as if Yifan had wronged her in some way. Yifan rubbed his nose. He believed he was saving countless young women, a noble deed beneficial to humanity. Why did Xian Yufei harbor such resentment? You truly refuse to marry me? Do not regret it later. Let me tell you, I will become a man beyond your reach. Yifan gazed intently at Xian Yufei, his expression a mix of amusement and seriousness. Now that Yifan had broken through the 9th level of the dragon taming art, he stood at the pinnacle of the world. His words were no exaggeration. Xian Yufei was speechless. Before she could respond, another young man beside her hastily interjected, Regret my ass. Who do you think you are, you club-hopping trash? You are not worthy of Yufei. Slap. Before the young man could finish, Yifan stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Damn it, did I ask for your opinion? Keep yapping, and I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Yifan showed no mercy. From the moment he noticed the young man's gaze lingering inappropriately on Xian Yufei, he was incensed. Damn it! She is my fiancée. Even if I no longer want her, who are you to ogle her? I am from the Lin family. You dare to hit me? What gives you the right? The young man clutched his swollen face, shouting in protest. Because I am the eldest son of the Yi family. What now? You want to hit me? Do you dare? Yifan fully embodied the image of an arrogant young master, leaning his face close to the young man's. Go ahead, hit me. If you do not, you are a coward. The young man glanced at the seated Yi family patriarch, whose face was stern but inwardly amused. He muttered a few words but dared not act. This was the Yi family estate, and the patriarch was known for his protective nature. If he truly retaliated, even as the Lin family's eldest son, he might not leave unscathed. Enough, young Master Lin, please refrain from speaking further. Xian Jinghua intervened, turning to Yi Changfeng. Patriarch Yi, I have heard of this Yifan. Let's set aside the club issue for now. However, he is already married into the Su family. He is wed, yet he still wishes to marry Yufei. Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate? Martial arts masters do not concern themselves with such trivial rules. Did your grandfather not do the same? Patriarch Yi was well aware of Yifan's situation. Although Yifan married into the Su family, it was likely arranged by his master. Outsiders, especially prominent families like the Xians, would naturally have their opinions. However, as Patriarch Yi pointed out, Xianjingguo's grandfather also had multiple wives, leaving Xianjingguo with little room to argue. He had to shift the topic. Patriarch Yi, even so, how can we be certain this Yifan is truly a member of the Yi family? How can he prove it? Xianjingguo's question prompted young Master Lin to chime in. Exactly. Patriarch Yi, how can you be sure this man is truly from the Yi family? What if he is just some impostor? Yi Changfeng rolled his eyes. Did they think he could not recognize his own grandson? For over 2 decades, both he and the great-grandfather had secretly visited Yifan at his master's place. It had only been 3 years since their last meeting. How could they mistake someone else for him? Moreover, when Yifan's master arranged this matter, he had informed Patriarch Yi to cooperate. How could there be any confusion about Yifan's identity? Otherwise, given Patriarch Yi's temperament, would he have allowed Yifan to speak so freely here? Damn it! Do you not understand human language? I told you to shut up. Yifan, infuriated by young Master Lin's continued interruptions, stepped forward and kicked him to the ground, delivering several more kicks to his groin. Thud! Thud! The sound of something breaking was heard, and young Master Lin fainted from the pain. Xian Yufei could no longer bear to watch. She stepped forward to stop Yifan. Yifan, do not go too far. Let me tell you, no matter what you say today, I will never marry you. Give up. I never said I wanted to marry you. A forced melon quenches thirst, but I prefer sweet ones. Yifan looked at Xian Yufei with a mischievous smile. Her voluptuous figure was indeed exceptional, comparable to the young lady who had given him the pill earlier. I hope you do not regret this. Bring me the marriage contract. Yifan glanced around and spotted the marriage contract on a nearby table. He picked it up, wrote a large divorce character on it, signed his name, and tossed it to Xian Yufei. Take it. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Ha! Seeing Yifan's signature on the marriage contract, Xian Yufei was momentarily stunned. In her imagination, given the Yi family's current situation, Yifan should be clinging to her, begging her to marry him. Why did he agree so readily? Moreover, the way he looked at her seemed somewhat disdainful, as if she was not good enough for him. What was wrong with her? Was she not worthy of his attention? Especially seeing the divorce character, it was not particularly harmful but extremely humiliating. Xian Yufei felt like an unwanted toy. What? Still not leaving? If you do not, shall we head straight to the bridal chamber? Yifan looked at the dazed Xian Yufei, his gaze roving over her body, making her feel uneasy. Shameless. With that, Xian Yufei bowed slightly to Yi Changfeng. Grandfather Yi, I apologize. I will take my leave now. Having achieved their goal, Xianjun will also bid farewell and left. As they exited the Yi family estate and approached their car, Xian Yufei suddenly stopped and turned to Xianjingguo. Second uncle, are we truly doing the right thing? I feel like today's events did not go as I expected. That Yi Fan, I cannot quite see through him. Xianjingguo was no fool. From Yi Fan's earlier actions against young Master Lin, he had noticed some clues. Are you suggesting that Yi Fan is concealing his strength? That the events of the past did not affect him? Xian Yufei shook her head. I cannot say for certain, but when Yifan signed just now, I felt as if something was drifting away. Do not overthink it. Even if Yifan has returned and remains unaffected by past events, the Yi family is currently facing a crisis. It will be difficult for them to overcome this ordeal. With Grandmaster-level assassins targeting them, the Yi family's patriarch still recovering from serious injuries, and their descendants dwindling, who can withstand it? Let us hope they can persevere. Xian Jingguo glanced back at the Yi family estate before stepping into the car and departing swiftly. After everyone had left the Yi family estate, Old Master Yi Changfeng looked around, then quickly grabbed Yifan and hurried him toward the backyard. You little bastard, why did you come back at a time like this? Do you not know that a Grandmaster-level expert set his sights on the Yi family just yesterday and said he would wipe us all out within 2 days? Your return now is nothing short of a death sentence. Yi Changfeng grumbled, go see your great-grandfather, then I will arrange for a plane to get you out of the country. If you stay, our Yi family line will truly end. Leave the country? Why? Is great-grandfather not still here? He is a grandmaster too, why should we fear their provocation? The Yi family had become one of the 6 great clans of Daxia precisely because of Yi Qiankuan. Before turning 30, Yi Qiankuan had reached grandmaster level. He personally founded the Tianlong army and commanded 800,000 troops to guard the southwestern region of Daxia for 50 years. Since the Tianlong army's 9 divisions had been stationed there, no wars had erupted along the southwest border. Sigh. Do not mention it. A month ago, your great-grandfather was gravely injured by a mysterious expert and has yet to recover. Your elder sister is stationed at the frontier and cannot leave. The Yi family is in grave danger right now. Yifan's brow tightened at this. Had the enemies who attacked the Yi family years ago made their move again? Even great-grandfather, a grandmaster, was severely injured. These opponents were clearly formidable. By the way, your master arranged for you to stay with the Su family for 3 years. Why suddenly allow you to return now? Has your strength recovered? Grandfather Yi Changfeng looked at Yifan with hope. He was confident in his grandson. Yifan had reached grandmaster level before the age of 20. If not for the battle 3 years ago, when Yifan's foundation was shattered, he might now be a martial lord. No, Yifan replied simply. Let us go see great-grandfather first. Sigh, it is all fate. Those damned bastards are just waiting for the Yi family to fall, but they have no idea if we fall, they will not fare well either. As they walked toward the backyard, Yifan suddenly turned and asked, Grandfather, do you know who was trying to bring down the Yi family? Yi Changfeng shook his head. We have investigated for years with no solid evidence, but I am certain it must be connected to the Lin family. The Lin family was also one of the 6 great clans of Daxia. They commanded another elite unit, the Fierce Tiger Army, stationed in the southeast. However, their prestige and influence lagged behind the Yi families. Over the years, the Lin family had never stopped trying to surpass the Yi family as the top clan. We do not need proof. As long as we know the Lin family is involved, that is enough. Worst case, we just wipe them out. A ruthless gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. Others may not understand the power of the Beiluo sect, but he did. If not for that surprise attack by mysterious experts back then, no one could have shaken the Beiluo sect. Yi Changfeng was stunned. His eldest grandson seemed different. Well, he had always been arrogant, but after 3 years as a son-in-law in the Su family, he seemed even more arrogant. Had it all been pent up? My poor grandson. In the backyard, when Yifan saw great-grandfather Yi Qianquan's condition, he instinctively wanted to act, but knowing he could not reveal his strength yet, he held back forcibly. Do not worry, great-grandfather. I will find a doctor to cure you. If he could not do it himself, he would find someone powerful enough to do it for him. Ding dong. A message from Han Zhuo appeared on Yifan's phone. Young master, we found him. A grandmaster named Tian Kuei has vowed to slaughter the entire Yi family. He has no sect affiliation and often appears on Yunqing's black market. Looking at the message, Yifan smirked coldly. Tian Kuei, huh? You dare target my Yi family? Then let us start with you. Let us see just how powerful I am. Seeing Yifan's expression, Yi Changfeng became frantic, like an ant on a hot stove. Yifan, what are you planning? You are not going to leave? Leave? Why would I leave? Do not worry, grandfather. It is only one grandmaster, I can kill him with ease. Yifan accidentally blurted out his real thoughts. Now that he had broken through to the 9th level of the dragon taming technique, his strength exceeded even martial lords. At the moment, he could not think of anyone who could rival him. Maybe some of the ancient masters from the 4 sacred lands? Stop spouting nonsense, father. Yifan is young and reckless, do not indulge him. Yi Changfeng tried to dissuade them, but Yi Qianquan directly cut him off. What kind of man runs from a fight? So what if we die? Let us die with dignity. Look at Yifan, that is the spirit of the Yi family. Do not look at me lying here. If they dare come, even as a grandmaster, I will rip a chunk of their flesh off. Though bedridden, Yi Qianquan's overwhelming aura stirred even Yifan's spirit. This was the burning bloodline of a true Yi family man. Seeing he could not convince either the old or the young, Yi Changfeng sighed helplessly. Sigh, I have already requested reinforcements from the capital, and some of your great-grandfather's old comrades from the Tianlong army are on their way to Yunqing. Let us hope we can make it through this. Well then, grandfather, great-grandfather, get some rest. I have something to take care of. I will visit again later. Now that he knew Tian Kuei was the threat, the best move was to strike first and eliminate him before he could act. Leaving the Yi family estate, Yifan headed straight for Yunqing's black market using the location Han Zhuo provided. In the Lin family's compound, Lin Dong sat slouched in a chair, legs spread, with gauze wrapped around his crotch. Nearly all senior members of the Lin family were present, their expressions grim. Lin Dong, are you saying that bastard from the Yi family is not dead? He has returned? The speaker was Lin Hua, head of the Lin family and governor of Tainan province, a man of great power. Yes. Second uncle, I saw him with my own eyes. We all know that Yifan, he is the Su family's son-in-law and has lived in Yunqing for 3 years. And we had no idea. Lin Hua's expression darkened. So he has been playing us all along. 3 years, who would have thought that bastard from the Yi family was living right under our noses, and now he returns? But why now, of all times? Yes. The Yi family is on the verge of collapse. Yifan returning now is practically suicide. Everyone began speaking at once, voicing their thoughts. If he dared to return, he must have some hidden card. Let us not forget Beiluo sect was the top martial sect in its time, and Yifan was its greatest prodigy. We must not take him lightly. Lin Hua nodded. You are all right. Still, our top priority now is to get Lin Dong married to that girl from the Xian family. With their support, our Lin family can rise even higher. But, second uncle, that bastard Yifan destroyed my balls. Even if I marry the beautiful Xian Yufei, I will not be able to do anything. Lin Dong's eyes blazed with fury. That damned Yifan had ruined him. Lin Hua glanced at Lin Dong and said flatly, that is a minor problem. In a few days, have a doctor attach a poodle's toothpick to you. It will work just fine. The Yun City Black Market was located in the eastern suburbs of Yun City, in the basement of an abandoned factory. Because it was backed by a sect, even the authorities did not dare to easily interfere with this place. This place operated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so even at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the parking lot outside the black market was packed with luxury cars. Since he did not intend to reveal his strength too soon, Yifan had no plans to show his true face. After parking his car, Yifan casually manipulated his face in the mirror. Immediately, a different, handsome, and unfamiliar face appeared before him. Facial disguise, this was a classic technique in Yifan's sect. This damned appearance of mine, no matter how I mold it, there is only one word for it, handsome. Yi Jun Tian. At the registration counter, Yifan casually gave a name. As for the authentication of treasures, just one of the pills on his body was more than enough to gain access. After all, over the years, in order to help Yifan recover as quickly as possible, the sect had poured nearly all of its cultivation resources into him. Although grade 4 pills were difficult to obtain, Yifan still had several of them on him. These pills were still immensely attractive to martial artists below the level of martial lord. The underground black market was very spacious, roughly the size of a large football field. It was divided into many stalls and corridors. People entering the black market could set up their own booths or trade freely. The lighting, however, was dim, giving the place an air of mystery. Yifan glanced around. The densely packed crowd was not small, there were at least over 1,000 people. Under such dim lighting, it was extremely difficult to find Tian Kuei, even with the aid of his mystical eye. According to the information Hanzhou provided, Tian Kuei's most prominent characteristic was greed. In this black market, what Tian Kuei did most often was to lure out people who carried valuable items, then rob and kill them. Though this violated moral rules of the martial world, Tian Kuei was clever, he never caused trouble inside the market, and the sect backing the black market could do nothing about him. Everyone, take a look. I have top quality pills here, useful for cultivation, for breaking through, and for healing. The highest grade is grade 3. I only trade, I do not sell. Anyone with valuable items is welcome to trade with me. Yifan took out several pills and deliberately displayed them in front of the crowd. According to experience in the martial world, especially in a place like this black market, it was best not to flaunt one's wealth. But Yifan deliberately did so. He wanted to lure out the snake from its hole and draw out Tian Kuei. Grade 3 pills? These are good stuff. On the market, each one would cost at least tens of millions. Indeed, the fragrance is very strong. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. You really should not be flashing such good things like that. It may be fine inside the black market, but if you do not manage to sell them and walk out with them, you will be in trouble. People gathered around one after another, some were amazed, some offered friendly warnings. But Yifan just smiled faintly. Rob me? With my current strength, who would dare try? If anyone does, I will skin them alive. Several people wanted to trade cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, or herbs with Yifan, but none of them were the one Yifan was looking for, so he ignored them. He continued walking and shouting, and after covering about half the market, an elderly man in a traditional Tang-style outfit approached him with a smile. The old man made no effort to hide the greed in his eyes as he looked at the pills in Yifan's hand. He has arrived. Hanzhou had provided very detailed information, including a photo. The person before him was indeed Tian Kuei. Brother, are you planning to trade all these pills? Tian Kuei stepped closer and carefully examined the pills in Yifan's hand. They were indeed grade 3. Recently, Tian Kuei had felt bottlenecked in his cultivation. He had been stuck at the Grandmaster level for many years, unable to break through. With the aid of these grade 3 pills, he might be able to advance to martial lord. Yes. Elder brother, do you have any good treasures? If you do, I have many more pills. Look here. As he spoke, Yifan took out several more boxes of pills, large and small, displaying them all. Now, Yifan had over a dozen boxes of pills laid out before him. The sight of so many pills made Tian Kuei's eyes light up. What a sucker I ran into today. Several others around them watched Yifan with pity, wanting to say something, but Tian Kuei's sharp gaze swept over them, clearly warning them not to interfere. This one is mine. Anyone dares fight me for him, I will kill them. Excellent. I do have a lot of treasures at home, martial arts techniques, cultivation manuals, treasure maps, and rare herbs. How about coming with me to take a look? Tian Kuei looked at Yifan eagerly, afraid he might say no. Once we are at my home, pick whatever treasure you like, your brother here is generous. As he spoke, Tian Kuei affectionately draped his arm around Yifan's shoulder. To the onlookers, it would have seemed like they were long-lost brothers. Yifan sneered in his heart. This Tian Kuei could win an Oscar with his acting. No doubt he had killed and robbed so many times that he had the routine completely memorized. Really? Then shall we go now? Yifan pretended to be pleasantly surprised. But brother, you better not lie to me. I am also a martial artist, not weak. If you deceive me, I will not be polite. Yifan intentionally restrained his aura to the middle stage of control. Such strength in the mundane world was quite impressive. But to a grandmaster like Tian Kuei, it was insignificant and easily manageable. Of course. Let us go quickly. We need to finish our deal. I have other matters to handle tonight. Tian Kuei was in a hurry. He had promised a certain big shot, who had already urged him several times. Tonight, he had to act against the Yi family. Yifan could easily guess that the matter Tian Kuei spoke of was indeed the planned attack on the Yi family. Humph, so you want to harm the Yi family? Then I shall send you on your way first. As Yifan and Tian Kuei walked toward the exit together, murmurs of pity spread through the crowd. What a shame, such a nice young man, about to get taken advantage of again. That old bastard has already pulled off 7 or 8 of these this month, but no one dares stop him. After all, he is a grandmaster. A disgrace to martial artists. Yifan followed Tian Kuei out of the black market. At Tian Kuei's enthusiastic invitation, Yifan did not take his own car. Instead, he got into Tian Kuei's vehicle, and they quickly sped away from the market. However, the direction Tian Kuei was driving was not toward the city center, but out of Yun City altogether. Tian Kuei drove fast. Within 10 minutes, they had gone over a dozen kilometers. He finally parked beside a mountain forest. One side of the forest was barren land, the other side was a sheer cliff. Brother, we are here? This does not look much like a home. Yifan got out of the car, pretending to be puzzled, though he had already guessed Tian Kuei's intentions. Home? Ha! Young man, this is your grave. What do you think? The feng shui here is excellent, mountains and water. Hand over the goods obediently, and I will give you a swift death. Tian Kuei looked calmly at Yifan. The fox's tail had finally been revealed. Cemetery, brother? You must be mistaken. Were we not supposed to conduct a trade? Did you not say you had many treasures to exchange with me? I have so many pills here, we could easily work together profitably. A cold smile curled on Yifan's lips. He showed no signs of fear, not in the slightest. However, Tian Kuei failed to notice this. At this moment, his eyes were fixed solely on the pills in Yifan's hands. Trade? You are dreaming. Young man, you are too naive. I, Tian Kuei, have never had the habit of trading with others. If I see something I want, I take it with my fists. As he spoke, Tian Kuei stepped toward Yifan. Boy, do not even think of fighting back. I have already tested you. Your strength is merely at the control stage. I could kill you with a single slap. Hand over your things, and if you have any last words, say them now. Not that I would do anything for you even if you said them. What a vile old bastard, utterly despicable. But I would like to try. Yifan's face turned cold, and he fixed a gloomy stare on Tian Kuei. Try? Try your sister. Stop wasting my time. Tian Kuei, now less than 2 meters away from Yifan, grew impatient. He reached out to slap Yifan's shoulder, intending to knock him out, loot his valuables, and then toss him off the cliff. This was Tian Kuei's usual routine. Boom! A fierce force surged from Tian Kuei's palm, filled with killing intent, and struck Yifan's shoulder. There was no denying it, the strength of a grandmaster-level martial artist was truly terrifying. The powerful energy radiated outward, violently shaking the surroundings, toppling a large section of nearby trees. But after the strike, the expected result did not happen. Yifan remained standing exactly where he was. He had not moved an inch. His breathing had not even changed. Did you not eat? Is that all the strength you have? Yifan stared at Tian Kuei with a half-smile, his eyes full of mockery. What the fuck? Tian Kuei was filled with confusion. What was going on? Was that palm strike of his fake? Why did this guy not react at all? Die. Unwilling to believe it, Tian Kuei threw another punch, aiming directly at Yifan's chest. Boom! Boom! This time, Tian Kuei used his full strength. The punch tore through the air, letting out a sharp howl. A full-powered strike from a grandmaster was enough to destroy an entire building. The kid in front of him looked no older than 20. Even if he were strong, there was no way he had reached the grandmaster level. No way one punch would not kill him. But the truth was, after Tian Kuei launched his punch, he watched in disbelief as it stopped 3 inches in front of Yifan's chest. Around Yifan's body, a visible aura of energy appeared, like a wall, completely blocking the strike. No matter how hard Tian Kuei pushed his internal force, he could not advance a single inch. True Qi shield? You have cultivated a true Qi shield. This is impossible. Now, Tian Kuei finally realized something was very wrong. Yifan was no control stage martial artist. It was said that only those at the peak of martial lord, or even martial saint level, could form such a powerful protective energy shield. But Yifan was clearly only in his early 20s. How could he possess such formidable strength? Humph. Not impossible, you just have never seen it before. Yifan looked at Tian Kuei coldly. Now it is my turn. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, Yifan slapped Tian Kuei on the head. Thud! Yifan controlled his strength perfectly. His palm struck Tian Kuei's head without splitting it open, but the force penetrated his entire body like a pile driver, ramming Tian Kuei halfway into the dirt. Crack! Crack! Yifan struck again. 2 punches shattered Tian Kuei's dantian, broke his arms, broke his legs. Tian Kuei collapsed, paralyzed on the ground, staring at Yifan in horror. Please, master, spare my life. I was wrong. I failed to recognize a mighty figure when I saw one. Please, I beg you, spare the life of this wretched dog. Tian Kuei's voice trembled as he spoke. From Yifan's actions, Tian Kuei now understood Yifan's strength was not just a little above his. It completely crushed him. How laughable that he had strutted around in front of Yifan, showing off and posturing. Was he not just asking for death? Yifan ignored him. He picked up a nearby stone, squatted down next to Tian Kuei, and looked at him coldly. I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I will give you a quick death. If they do not, I will knock out 1 tooth for each wrong answer. Ha! Master, why? I can give you money, I can give you treasures. Even if I tried to rob you, you could just spare me. Shut up. Am I the one asking questions, or are you? Crack! Without any hesitation, Yifan knocked out one of Tian Kuei's front teeth. Tian Kuei gritted his teeth in pain, realizing Yifan was utterly ruthless. Speak, who sent you to destroy the Yi family? Yifan had come here today to eliminate threats to the Yi family, and Tian Kuei was the key lead. Ah, you are a helper hired by the Yi family? Who exactly are you? Tian Kuei stopped halfway, suddenly realizing he had made another mistake. He should not be asking questions. Crack! Sure enough, Yifan knocked out another tooth. Are you going to speak on your own, or shall I continue knocking out teeth? If that does not make you talk, I can consider jamming toothpicks into your fingers, or using tiger benches, oil lamps. I have at least 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. Hearing this, Tian Kuei knew Yifan was not bluffing. I will talk. I will talk. It was a big shot from the provincial capital. He ordered me to do it. But we only spoke by phone. I never met him in person. From what I heard, he was commissioned by the Lin family. Humph, the Lin family again? Now Yifan seriously suspected that during the attack on the Yi family years ago, the Lin family had been directly involved. Yifan asked several more questions, but Tian Kuei had little useful information. Master, I have told you everything I know. I will give you all my wealth and treasures. Please, spare my life. Tian Kuei squirmed on the ground, groveling pitifully. Yifan's lips curled. First, transfer your money to me. Let me see if it is worth the price of your life. Yifan gave him his bank account number, then took Tian Kuei's phone and used facial recognition to authorize the transfer. He found that this man had several billion yuan in cash. In addition, Tian Kuei had diamonds, cultivation techniques, pills stored in safes. Tian Kuei obediently handed over everything, safe combinations, his villa's keys, and the security codes. He looked at Yifan with anticipation. Master, is that enough? That will do. Now die. Yifan sneered coldly and stomped on Tian Kuei's neck. Crack! Tian Kuei's neck snapped. He died on the spot, off to meet the king of hell. A piece of scum like that, how could Yifan possibly let him live? However, considering how many treasures Tian Kuei had hidden in his villa, Yifan knew he would have to make time to retrieve them. After tidying up the scene, Yifan drove Tian Kuei's car and quickly returned to the city. It was almost time for people to get off work, and tonight he still had to attend a banquet with his wife. He needed to get back in time to pick her up. At the black market parking lot, a few of the older men who had previously seen Yifan there stared at him in disbelief as he stepped out of Tian Kuei's car, as if they had seen a ghost. "Young man, you're still alive? Where is Tian Kuei?" Yifan replied calmly, "That old bastard tried to steal my pills. I killed him with a single punch." "Killed him?" The surrounding men exchanged astonished glances, their expressions filled with incredulity. They were well aware of Tian Kuei's strength, he was a grandmaster-level expert. Yet, this young man claimed to have killed him with one punch? Moreover, the young man before them showed no signs of injury. Did this mean his strength far surpassed Tian Kuei's? "Brother, my name is Zhang Tao. May I ask your name?" Several men quickly gathered around, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Yifan. Yifan's actions had rid them of a menace. More importantly, if they could align themselves with someone of his caliber, they would gain a powerful ally. "Yi Jun Tian," Yifan responded coldly, then got into another car and dialed Wang Fugui's number. "There's a car here in the black market parking lot. Come and drive it away, and handle the aftermath." After ending the call, Yifan drove towards the Su Corporation. Meanwhile, outside the Su Corporation building, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood at the entrance, holding a bouquet of flowers and beaming with anticipation, seemingly waiting for someone. This man was none other than Yun Feiyang from the provincial capital, a former university classmate of Su Yixue. He had been pursuing her for 4 or 5 years and continued to harass her even after she got married. Upon seeing Su Yixue exit the office building, Yun Feiyang hurriedly approached, smiling as he presented the flowers to her. "Yixue, you're finally off work. I've been waiting here for quite a while. These are for you. Do you like them?" Su Yixue frowned. "Yun Feiyang, what are you doing here? I've told you many times not to bring me these things. I'm already married and have a husband. I'm not interested in you." Su Yixue had always rejected Yun Feiyang decisively and directly. However, for some reason, Yun Feiyang clung to her like a leech, refusing to let go. "Ha! I know. You're married to that useless live-in son-in-law, right? I've heard that since marrying you, he idles around every day, doesn't work, and frequents clubs. You're with such trash? Yixue, you're degrading yourself." Yun Feiyang looked at Su Yixue with a pained expression and continued, "What's wrong with being with me? The Yun family is a powerful clan dominating the southwest, and my feelings for you are genuine, Yixue. My husband is my own concern. Yun Feiyang, if you keep speaking ill of him, don't blame me for being impolite." Su Yixue bypassed Yun Feiyang, looking into the distance, waiting for Yifan to pick her up. Yun Feiyang blocked Su Yixue's path, a hint of menace in his eyes. "Yixue, think about it? You know that your Su Corporation's jewelry business relies on raw materials supplied by my Yun family. If we join forces, the Su family can surely thrive." As he spoke, Yun Feiyang forcibly shoved the bouquet into Su Yixue's hands, his words clearly carrying a veiled threat. "Think about it, my ass." Suddenly, a large hand reached out, snatched the bouquet from Yun Feiyang's hands, and slammed it onto the ground. "Damn it! I'm not even dead yet, and you're already trying to steal my wife. Are you looking for death?" Hearing this familiar voice, Su Yixue's anxious heart instantly relaxed. "Husband, you're here." Su Yixue smiled as she walked up to Yifan, affectionately holding his arm. "This guy has been pestering me for a long time. He's so annoying." "So, you're that trash live-in son-in-law, Yifan? A kept man with no backbone. What's there to be proud of?" Yun Feiyang looked Yifan up and down, begrudgingly admitting that Yifan was indeed more handsome than him. Slap! Yifan didn't hold back. He raised his hand and slapped Yun Feiyang hard across the face. "Calling me trash? Is that how you show respect? If your parents didn't teach you manners, then I'll teach you how to behave." "Ah, damn, ouch." Yun Feiyang uttered a series of exclamations, stars dancing before his eyes from the slap. He spun around several times before barely regaining his balance, one side of his face swelling up instantly. "You dare hit me? Do you know who I am?" As the eldest son of the Yun family, Yun Feiyang had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. No one had ever dared to speak harshly to him, let alone hit him. "Damn it! I don't care who you are. If you dare to steal my wife, I'll beat you every time I see you." Yifan had never been one to keep a low profile. He had only laid low for 3 years because his sect was attacked. Now that his strength had returned and he had rejoined his family, backed by the Beluo sect and the Yi family, the top family in the country, why should he keep a low profile? Life and death are trivial. If you refuse to accept it, then fight. You're vulgar." Yun Feiyang clutched his swollen face, glaring at Yifan with resentment. "How can trash like you be worthy of Yixue? You don't even have a job. Did you see my imported BMW over there? It cost $1 million. Even if you worked as a security guard your whole life, you wouldn't earn that much. And the watch I'm wearing is worth $3 million. Have you ever seen one? Unable to confront Yifan physically, Yun Feiyang tried to belittle him financially. Suishue, standing beside Yifan, smiled faintly, inwardly sighing at Yun Feiyang's foolishness. Yifan was not just anyone, he was the eldest son of the Li family, one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng. Li Tao had personally come to curry favor with Yifan, offering to invest $3 billion in the Su Corporation. Although Suishue wasn't fully aware of Yifan's background, she knew he was no ordinary man. Husband, if you like luxury cars, I'll take you to buy one tomorrow, okay? Suishue fully embraced the role of the doting wife, ready to fulfill any of her husband's desires. Yun Feiyang's face turned ashen. She ignored him but showered affection on this pretty boy. What was so special about Yifan? Boom! Before Yifan could respond, a black Hummer in the distance suddenly accelerated and crashed directly into Yun Feiyang's BMW. The modified Hummer, as sturdy as a tank, instantly crushed Yun Feiyang's BMW, deforming the entire vehicle. Idiot! If your car can still run now, I'll write my surname backward. Wang Fugue arrogantly jumped out of the car and quickly walked over to Yifan. Big brother, I've long been annoyed by this idiot. Well done. Yifan couldn't help but give Wang Fugue a thumbs up. Ah, my car, damn it. Upon seeing his newly purchased car nearly totaled, Yun Feiyang wailed in anguish, rushing over to his vehicle and caressing its damaged surface. You bunch of bandits. Observing Yifan and Wang Fugue, Yun Feiyang immediately realized they were accomplices. My car cost several million. Unless you provide an explanation today, do not expect to leave here. Yun Feiyang shouted coldly at Wang Fugue and Yifan. He then gestured towards a black business vehicle behind him, from which 6 bodyguards in black suits swiftly disembarked and surrounded Yifan and Suishue. Either compensate me, or, Ishue, have dinner with me tonight. Then I will not demand compensation for the car. Slap. What caliber do you think you are? Wanting to dine with my sister-in-law? Keep dreaming. Before Yifan could react, Wang Fugue stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Yun Feiyang, sending him flying. He then proceeded to kick Yun Feiyang repeatedly. The other bodyguards attempted to intervene, but despite Wang Fugue's corpulent appearance, his movements were exceptionally agile. With a few swift punches, he incapacitated the bodyguards, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Yifan's eyes gleamed with interest. Fatty, you know martial arts? Why did I not know this before? Wang Fugue grinned mischievously. Big brother, I did not expect it either. Turns out, your grandfather and mine were old friends. I cannot believe you are the mysterious young master of the Yi family. Had I known earlier, I would have come to flatter you sooner. Yifan sighed at Wang Fugue's ingratiating demeanor. Enough, I need to accompany Ishue to a banquet tonight. Handle things here. Understood. As Yifan and Suishue departed, Wang Fugue's arrogant voice echoed behind them. Do you know who my big brother is? The young master of the Yi family, the foremost family in Daxia. You dare provoke him? I will cripple you. Do not forget, this is Yun City. In the car, Suishue glanced at Wang Fugue's figure in the rearview mirror, expressing concern. Husband, is this really okay? The Yun family holds significant influence in the southwest. If they seek revenge, what then? Revenge? With Yifan's current power, would he fear retaliation from a mere Yun family? Not to mention the strength of the Beiluo sect, even the Yi family alone, despite its current decline, is not to be trifled with by the Yun family. Do not worry. Wife, if the sky falls, your husband will hold it up. Everything will be fine. Yifan smiled calmly. Let us go home and change clothes, then attend the banquet. You have protected me for 3 years. From today onwards, it is my turn to protect you. Yifan gazed affectionately at Suishue. He truly cherished his wife. During his 3 years as a live-in son-in-law, Suishue never once showed him disdain, always treating him with love and care. Outside the Su Group building, Yun Feiyang had been thoroughly beaten by Wang Fugue, his face swollen like a pig's head, and his groin had suffered several kicks. Watching Yifan and Wang Fugue leave, Yun Feiyang muttered darkly, "You two bastards, just you wait." Thinking of Suishue, Yun Feiyang's eyes burned with desire. Damn it! Suishue, you filthy bitch. If it were not for your mother's backing, I would not lower myself to beg you. Once I get you into bed, I will make sure you regret it. After a brief hesitation, Yun Feiyang dialed a number. Hello? Young Master Lin, are you attending tonight's business banquet? I heard there will be many beautiful women. What? You were beaten? By whom? Yifan again, damn. That bastard is also attending the banquet with Su Yixue. Tonight is your event. We cannot let him have his way. Two disgraced individuals connected over the phone, venting their frustrations. On the other end was none other than Lin Dong, who had been humiliated by Yifan at the Yi family. Yifan is merely relying on the Yi family. But tonight, the Yi family will be finished. If he dares to attend the banquet, I will ensure he does not leave unscathed. This business banquet was organized by the Lin family of Yun City, aiming to unite business magnates from the southwest to foster a favorable business environment. In reality, it was merely a networking event for mutual flattery among the elite. At 7 in the evening, Yifan and Su Yixue arrived punctually at the Lin family's banquet hall. Upon entering, they encountered Lin Dong, Jun Feiyang, and several other young masters waiting at the entrance. Ha ha! Is this not the young master of the Yi family? With the Yi family nearly wiped out, are you here to reunite before heading to the afterlife together? The speaker was Lin Dong, who had been emasculated by Yifan at the Yi family. Now, even seeing Xian Yufei did not stir any feelings in him. Recalling his second uncle's plan to use a teddy bear's toothpick for reconstruction, Lin Dong felt utterly disgusted. Damn it! Once reconstructed, would his child be fathered by him or by the dog? Yifan glanced at Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang, both with swollen faces, and smirked. What? Not satisfied with your previous beatings? Do you think 2 boils together make more than 2 boils? To me, 2 boils together just make a bigger boil. A slight fluctuation of martial energy from Yifan caused Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang to shudder involuntarily, stepping back 2 paces. Now aware of Yifan's identity as the young master of the Yi family, Yun Feiyang realized the situation was more complicated than anticipated. Forget it, young Master Lin, let us endure for now, we have plans later. Yun Feiyang advised Lin Dong, who then suppressed his anger and stepped aside for Yifan to enter. He then took 2 glasses of champagne from a nearby waiter and handed one to Yifan. Taking a deep breath and forcing a smile, Lin Dong said, Young Master Yi, I was impulsive at the Yi family, leading to some misunderstandings. This glass of wine is my apology. Will you accept it? Yifan took the glass, glanced at it, and sneered internally. These pieces of trash think they can play tricks on me? Born with demonic eyes, Yifan could perceive things others could not. The champagne Lin Dong offered was highly suspicious. Yifan discerned that at least 5 people had spat thick phlegm into it. Having lost face at the Yi family, Lin Dong sought to regain it through this despicable act. Yifan glanced at Lin Dong, formulating a plan. At that moment, a graceful figure swiftly approached, exclaiming, Yifan, do not drink that wine. Looking up, Yifan was stunned to see Xian Yufei, the woman who had broken off their engagement. Dressed in a black evening gown, her fair shoulders glistening under the lights, her slender figure and noble demeanor made her the center of attention. This girl had broken off their engagement, yet now she was warning him. What could this mean? The reason Xian Yufei warned Yifan was naturally because she had noticed something suspicious earlier. Before Yifan arrived, Xian Yufei saw Lin Dong, Jun Feiyang, and several other rich young men huddled together furtively, spitting into a glass one after another. At that time, she did not understand what Lin Dong intended to do. But when she saw Lin Dong offer that drink to Yifan, she suddenly understood. Lin Dong wanted revenge. He was going to humiliate Yifan by making him drink a glass full of their spit. Not particularly harmful, but extremely insulting. Xian Yufei herself could not explain why, but upon seeing Lin Dong try to entrap Yifan, she instinctively stepped forward to stop him. Logically, since Yifan had annulled their engagement, she should hate him. Yet she found she could not hate him at all. Instead, she was strangely curious about Yifan. She even began to regret going along with her second uncle to break off the engagement. Yufei, what are you doing? Lin Dong asked in a panicked and confused tone when Xian Yufei suddenly stepped in. According to arrangements between the Xian and Lin families, tonight's business banquet was also intended to mark the engagement between the 2 families. That meant from tonight onward, Xian Yufei was to become Lin Dong's fiancée. Even if she discovered something was wrong, she was expected to side with him. What I do is none of your concern, Xian Yufei replied coldly. She had never liked Lin Dong. The only reason she had agreed to break off the engagement with Yifan was because she was tired of having her fate dictated by others. In the world of powerful families, Xian Yufei knew she had no say over her own marriage. That was why she had reluctantly agreed to attend the banquet under family pressure. But the moment she saw Yifan again, her heart began to stir. Anyway, this drink must not be consumed. As she spoke, Xian Yufei reached out to take the glass from Yifan's hand, intending to pour it out. However, Yifan held the glass tightly and did not let go. Instead, he looked at her with amused interest. My former fiancé, it seems you are not so bad after all. Yifan glanced her up and down. If you had not been in such a hurry to end our engagement, maybe the fruit would have turned out quite sweet. He winked at her and leaned in to whisper in her ear, I appreciate the gesture. Do not worry, I know what I am doing. His breath tickled her ear, sending a wave of heat through her body and turning her cheeks crimson. He knew? While Xian Yufei was still confused, Yifan had already begun to act. He stepped forward with the glass, wrapped an arm around Lin Dong's neck, and said, Young Master Lin, you are truly generous. Even after I shattered your balls, you are still so understanding and willing to make peace. For such magnanimity, we must toast. Each word stabbed at Lin Dong's humiliation, but hearing the last sentence made him genuinely happy. As long as Yifan drank that champagne, most of his resentment would be satisfied. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Dong eagerly clinked glasses with Yifan, watching him with great anticipation. The moment Yifan drank it, Lin Dong planned to reveal the truth and humiliate him thoroughly. But unexpectedly, just as Lin Dong opened his mouth, Yifan suddenly raised the glass and poured it into Lin Dong's open mouth instead. Caught off guard, Lin Dong instinctively swallowed the champagne, aided by Yifan gently patting his chest to help it all go down. Young Master Lin, bottoms up. Now our grudges are settled. Yifan said while lifting Lin Dong's own glass and draining it himself, deliberately turning it upside down to show it was empty. Fuck. 2 seconds later, Lin Dong finally realized what had happened. That bastard Yifan had made him drink the very champagne filled with spit from himself, Yun Feiyang, and the others. No wonder he had tasted something spicy, garlicky, and even like chives. Yun Feiyang had said he ate hot pot for lunch. Black. Lin Dong felt like he was going to explode. You, fuck your ancestors. He ran off to the restroom, retching violently. He vomited so hard it was as if he was expelling things from 3 days ago. Eventually, the vomit turned black and stringy, something that should have exited from a different hole altogether. He felt utterly disgusting and wished he could turn his stomach inside out and scrub it clean with a pressure hose. Yifan, you bastard, this is not over. Only now did Lin Dong realize Yifan had known about the trap all along. Everything had been an act leading up to the perfect moment to humiliate him in return. Back in the banquet hall, watching Lin Dong flee in disgrace, a faint smile appeared on Xian Yufei's lips. Yifan, you are wicked. So you knew all along, and still made me worry, she pouted, sounding like a girlfriend sulking before her boyfriend. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. Was this Xian Yufei falling in love with him, after their engagement had already been annulled? Damn it. I really need to start controlling this charm of mine. Especially with his actual wife, Sui Shue, standing right next to him. Yifan glanced sideways at Sui Shue, dressed in a long purple gown. She exuded elegance, noble aura, and had a tall, slender figure. Both women were stunning, easily the most eye-catching presence at the entire event. It was hard to say who was more beautiful. Hello, I am Sui Shue, Yifan's wife. Sui Shue spoke first, gracefully extending her hand toward Xian Yufei. Hearing her introduction, Xian Yufei felt a sudden stab in her heart. Yifan's wife? If she had not been so impulsive, she would have been his wife instead. Hello, I am Xian Yufei, Yifan's longtime fiancé, betrothed by our families. She obviously did not want to appear weak and only spoke half the truth. She was indeed the agreed fiancé from the Xian and Yi families, but the engagement had been broken off earlier that very afternoon. Miss Xian, Yifan tried to explain, not wanting Sui Shue to misunderstand. But Xian Yufei did not give him a chance. Miss Su, later I would like to ask Yifan for a dance. You would not mind, would you? Fuck. Yifan could feel the tension in the air thickening with gunpowder. Was this war about to start? Of course, I do not mind. A man, occasionally trying a different flavor is fine by me. After all, it is not my husband who suffers the loss. Sui Shue's face still carried a smile, but the challenge in her words was by no means weaker than that of her rival. Yifan inwardly cursed, thinking, wife, you are supposed to reject her. That Xian Yufei, despite having annulled their engagement, was now suddenly inviting him to dance. Clearly, she had her eye on his good looks. Miss Su really knows how to joke. But I understand the concept of who came first. I will see you later then. As she spoke, Xian Yufei threw a flirtatious glance at Yifan before elegantly turning and walking away. Who came first? Yifan naturally understood the implication in her words. It was a reminder to Sui Shue that, technically, it was Xian Yufei who was with Yifan first. It was only because she and Yifan did not work out that Sui Shue had the chance. Yifan, now a man standing at the pinnacle of the world, suddenly found himself more troubled dealing with 2 women than facing a martial arts grandmaster. How could that be his style? Looks like next time these girls act out in front of him, a spanking is in order. wife, that Xian Yufei was a match arranged by my family. But since I was away for many years, the engagement was called off, Yifan tried to explain. But Sui Shue raised her head and kissed him on the lips. Husband, you do not need to explain anything to me. You are the only one in my heart. I can accept everything about you. Think about it, even your visits to clubs and flirting with women, I can tolerate that. What is one more woman to me? As she spoke, Sui Shue twisted charmingly in his arms. Husband, how about we make the most of the time, place, and opportunity tonight? Seeing Sui Shue's shy demeanor, Yifan, remembering he had fully broken through his dragon taming technique, realized tonight was indeed the perfect time for such harmony. Alright, I calculated, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. By the way, I saw a new position yesterday. Maybe you should try it out. Yifan wrapped his arm around Sui Shue's slender waist, his eyes ablaze with passion, making Sui Shue blush deeply. Husband, you are terrible. Seeing his wife like that, Yifan sighed helplessly. Junior sister, I still love you. But faced with such affection, how could I refuse? Yifan could not remember which master said it, but the phrase stuck with him. A treasure is a treasure, a baby is a baby, a sweetheart is a sweetheart, and a darling is a darling. True emotions in life should never be betrayed. Honored guests, thank you all for attending the banquet hosted by my Lin family. Your presence is a sign of great respect for us. Tonight, our only goal is to enjoy food, drink, and merriment. We even have a surprise event planned later. Please look forward to it. The banquet officially began. On stage was Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family. This middle-aged man was smooth and diplomatic. His words made everyone feel greatly valued. But while others listened, Yifan stared at Lin Hua and silently wondered, how should I kill him? According to information from Tian Kuei and his grandfather, it was clear the Lin family was deeply involved in the attack on the Yi family years ago. That being the case, there was no need for evidence to strike against the Lin family. If I know you made a move, that is reason enough to wipe you out. Please enjoy a casual dance. So they said. But as soon as the lights dimmed, a spotlight shone directly onto one person, Lin Dong. Lin Dong had been vomiting in the restroom for half an hour. His face was pale, and especially after Yifan had dealt with his groin the previous day, his crotch was now heavily bandaged and visibly swollen. But Lin Dong knew this evening was crucial for both the Lin and Xian families. Let me introduce everyone, this is Lin Dong, an elite of our third generation. Though young, he already manages 2 publicly listed companies and achieved over 10 billion yuan in profits last year. Lin Hua was clearly using this moment to build Lin Dong's reputation. It was evident that Lin Dong was being positioned to one day lead the entire Lin family. Dear Miss Xian Yufei, may I invite you for a dance? Lin Dong asked gracefully, addressing Xian Yufei, who was seated nearby. This beautiful lady is Miss Xian Yufei, daughter of the Xian family, famous even on the national beauty rankings. I am sure everyone knows her. She and Lin Dong have known each other for years, childhood friends one could say. Let us all wish them well. As Lin Hua spoke, another spotlight shone on another table. There sat several senior members of the Xian family, including the family head Xian Jinghua. Seeing the spotlight, Xian Jinghua even waved to the crowd. This gesture carried significant meaning. Not only did Lin Hua introduce Lin Dong and highlight his relationship with Xian Yufei, but the Xian family elders were also present and did not object. Did this not mean the Xian family was agreeing to a marriage alliance with the Lin family? If these 2 elite families united, it would shake the power structure of the entire nation. The Yi family, once the top family in the country, had likely already lost its position after the attack 3 years ago. Xian Yufei sat on her chair, her expression changing rapidly in response to Lin Dong's invitation. She remained silent. Lin Dong grew anxious. Miss Xian, would you honor me? Everything had been carefully rehearsed for this evening. Their dance was the symbolic beginning, setting the stage for their engagement. And yet, Xian Yufei hesitated. Lin Dong glanced toward Yifan's direction. Damn it, could it be that Xian Yufei was still hung up on him? I do not wish to. To everyone's shock, Xian Yufei openly rejected Lin Dong and walked straight to Yifan. I already have a date, Yifan, the heir of the Yi family. She walked up to Yifan, grabbed his hand without hesitation, and pulled him to his feet. The entire hall was stunned. What was happening? Everyone understood how these high society events were arranged. When things were announced like this, the deal was usually already set. Everyone had assumed a marriage alliance between the Lin and Xian families was a done deal. Yet Xian Yufei not only rejected Lin Dong's invitation, but publicly chose another man? What did this mean? A slap in the face, naked and brutal. Swish! Everyone's eyes turned to Xian Yufei, while also glancing at Lin Hua and Lin Dong. They were all curious how would Lin Dong and Lin Hua handle this situation. Lin Hua's expression darkened immediately. Holding the microphone, he tried several times to speak but could not find the right words. How could he explain this? The engagement ceremony between the two young people had already been arranged for tonight, and now the girl had run off with another man, none other than the heir of the Yi family, their mortal enemies. Xian Yufei, what the hell are you doing? Did we not agree on this? Why are you suddenly with this piece of trash? With him, Lin Dong stormed over to where Yifan and Xian Yufei stood. Instinctively, he wanted to curse Yifan, but remembering his ruthless tactics, he quickly swallowed the rest of his words. Who said I agreed to anything? It has always been your Lin family speaking. Did I, Xian Yufei, ever give my consent? Even my second uncle never fully agreed to your family's plan, did he? Humph. Xian Yufei clutched Yifan's arm and continued coldly, besides, Yifan and I had an engagement long before this. Please step aside, and do not block our dance. Yifan smiled faintly. Initially, he had no intention of responding to Xian Yufei's invitation, but anything that could irritate the Lin family was of interest to him. Yufei is absolutely right. Even if I did not want her as my wife, that still does not give you the right to grovel at her feet. Get lost. Without any hesitation, Yifan kicked Lin Dong, sending him flying. Yifan's voice was not loud, but the hall had fallen silent by now. Nearly everyone heard him clearly. What? The Xian and Yi families were already engaged? Of course. But I heard the Yi family heir had been away training in martial arts all these years. Could this Yifan be that very heir? Seems highly likely. The attack on the Yi family back then caused great damage. Now with the heir's return, it looks like they are planning a comeback. But I also heard Yifan has already married into the Su family. Now with Xian Yufei in the mix too, things are getting interesting. Everyone was murmuring, and the atmosphere turned strange. Lin Hua looked around, trying to gauge attitudes. Meanwhile, Xian Jingguo watched the confrontation between Yifan and Lin Dong with intrigue. In fact, when the engagement was annulled earlier that day and he learned the Yi heir had been hiding in Yun City, Xian Jingguo knew something was off. The Yi family, after suffering such a devastating attack 3 years ago, should have already lost its status as the top family. And yet, they held on. Now, just as a grandmaster tried to strike against them again, Yifan made a high-profile return. Yifan must be hiding something powerful. During his earlier conversation with Xian Yufei, they had already begun wondering if annulling the engagement had been the right move. Family head, news from the Yi family has arrived. According to sources from the black market, the grandmaster who was about to attack the Yi family was killed by a young man named Ji Juntian. What? A grandmaster killed? Xian Jingguo's eyebrows twitched. Everyone in Yun City knew who the grandmasters were. To kill one quietly required strength that exceeded that of any grandmaster. A young man had killed Tian Kuei and his surname was Yi? Xian Jingguo's gaze toward Yifan became more complex. If this young man truly is from the Yi family, then they may indeed rise like a dragon. Did our Xian family make a mistake? Hopefully, not a fatal one. Having received this news, Xian Jingguo blatantly ignored the looks cast his way by Lin Hua. His message was clear, he had no intention of stopping Xian Yufei. Let the Lin family bear this disgrace on their own. Ha ha. Young people have their own thoughts, it is perfectly natural. Now, everyone, get up and dance. Our surprise activity is still ahead, so please stay tuned. Lin Hua laughed stiffly while casting glances toward Xian Jingguo. The Lin Xian engagement had been the result of discussion between the two families' elders. It could not possibly be cancelled just because of a dance, right? On the dance floor, Yifan held Xian Yufei's slim waist and began moving in time with the music. Ex-wife, what are you doing? Was tonight not a pre-arranged event? Why the sudden change of heart? You no longer plan to marry that dumbass? Yifan looked at her with a half-smile. Xian Yufei's expression dimmed. Her gaze at Yifan was filled with confusion. Yifan, do you think I am fickle? I never liked Lin Dong. I just did not want to be forced into marriage with someone I had never met. But after seeing you, I realized. Realized what? That I am too handsome? That you fell in love instantly and now want to offer yourself up, even at the risk of offending the Lin family? Yifan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Daughters from great families were not only beautiful, they were also exceptionally intelligent. Xian Yufei's decision had clearly been carefully calculated. Moreover, the Xian elders had not tried to stop her. That said it all. It showed that the Xian family was not fully committed to the Lin alliance. This fact made Yifan feel a bit more favorable toward Xian Yufei. You shameless jerk. Xian Yufei scolded, twisting slightly in Yifan's arms. As she looked at him again, she realized Yifan truly was very handsome. His naturally charming eyes seemed to carry a hook that could steal one's soul. Was she truly falling for him? This thought startled her. How could that be? She had gone to him to break the engagement, and he had even written a formal dismissal letter. There was no relationship left between them, and there never should be. As the two danced, Manhwa angrily approached Xin Jinhua among the guests. Brother Xin, what is going on here? We had an agreement. Why did that girl suddenly change her mind? This is a slap in the face to my Lin family. Outwardly, it was Xian Yufei's decision, but it implicitly represented the Xian family's stance. As the head of a powerful clan, Xian Jinhua was not to be underestimated. He deflected smoothly, family head Lin, perhaps there is something you do not know. The Grandmaster who was going to massacre the Yi family tonight, he has been killed. What? Lin Hua's reaction was intense. The Grandmaster was killed? Why did no one inform me? After exchanging quick farewells, Lin Hua left the hall in haste and called someone backstage. Once he confirmed the details, his brow furrowed tightly. Yi Jun Tian? Where did this bastard come from? The Yi family had narrowly escaped again. This was becoming a real problem. Shen Jinhua, you sly old fox. Humph. Since you came here today, it will not be so easy to back out now. In the grand hall, Yifan was dancing with Xian Yufei. When he saw Suishua sitting alone with a disappointed expression on her face, a twinge of guilt rose in his heart, but letting go of Xian Yufei at this moment seemed inappropriate. Thinking of this, Yifan turned to Xian Yufei and said, Miss Xian, I just had an idea, how about a trio dance? Ha! Before Xian Yufei could react, Yifan, still holding her, flashed over to Suishua. Dear wife, may I invite you to join us in a dance? Suishua was taken aback at first, but when she saw the sincere look in Yifan's eyes, she did not hesitate and nodded decisively. Alright. Suishua's love for Yifan was truly indulgent. She even willingly funded his flirtations with other women, so what was a little dancing? Thus, everyone witnessed a scene that dazzled the entire hall. At the center of the vast dance floor, Yifan embraced the two most radiant beauties in the room, one on each side, as the music began to play. At times, it resembled celestial maidens scattering flowers, at others, a blooming spring of 100 flowers, or even the brilliance of fleeting time. Dazzling was not even sufficient to describe it. Every gaze was drawn to Yifan, Suishua, and Xian Yufei. Others who had been dancing simply stepped aside, giving up the entire floor to Yifan and his two partners. No matter how elegant the other dancers were, in comparison to Yifan's trio, they were completely overshadowed. Everyone was entranced by this magical atmosphere. It felt as if the three of them were destined to be together, flawless and natural. Outside the crowd, a familiar figure hurried into the hall. It was Suishua's cousin, Su Dong. Spotting Yun Feiyang and Lin Dong, he rushed over. Young Master Yun, I finally found you. So, did you win over my cousin? Yun Feiyang, his face bruised and swollen, was already fuming at the situation. Hearing Su Dong's question, he kicked him in the rear. Are you fucking blind? Su Dong looked at the scene on the dance floor and saw Yifan not only holding Suishua but also Yun City's most beautiful woman, Xian Yufei. He blurted out in shock, holy shit, that's insane. Hearing this, Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang both glared at Su Dong with such fury that he shrank his neck and offered a sheepish grin. Lift off. As the music neared its end, Yifan shouted softly, then suddenly lifted both Suishua and Xian Yufei high into the air, one in each arm. With arms extended and standing on one foot in the pose of a golden rooster standing alone, Yifan balanced both women, holding them by their ankles. Their bodies remained as steady as Mount Tai, suspended above him. It was like a pair of phoenixes spreading their wings, or heavenly maidens descending from the clouds. The trio formed a breathtaking tableau, perfectly timed with the final beat of the music. Bravo! Incredible! It was like a dream. Beautiful, what a perfect couple, or should I say, a perfect trio. The entire room erupted in cheers and applause that nearly turned their hands red. Standing outside the crowd, Lin Dong smashed his wine glass to the floor in fury. Fuck! Why does that bastard Yifan not just drop dead? Damn it! Today was supposed to be his big night. Yet Yifan had stolen the spotlight, danced with both Suishua and Xian Yufei, and mesmerized the entire room. Taking advantage of the attention, Yifan, still holding the two stunning women, swept a glance over the entire hall. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yifan, the only heir of the fourth generation of the Yi family, the #1 family in Daxia. I have returned. I have a bad temper, so if anyone here has wronged my family in the past, it is best you come forward and apologize now. Otherwise, when I come for you, I will flatten your homes with a bulldozer. Dominant. Powerful. Yifan's words left the crowd momentarily stunned. The Yi family? Which Yi family? Holy shit, it was that Yi family. The top family in Daxia. The mysterious heir of the fourth generation, was he not supposed to have died in the attack 3 years ago? Now he returns in such grand fashion? No wonder this man had such presence, he was the Yi family's heir. From this moment on, everyone in the hall remembered Yifan's name. Meanwhile, the two beauties standing on Yifan's arms felt as though their hearts might burst from their chests. That bastard, pulling off such an extravagant romantic gesture, how was a woman supposed to resist? They exchanged a glance but quickly pretended nothing had happened. When Yifan set them down, Su Yixue threw herself into his arms. "Husband, you are amazing. I love you so much." Beside them, Xian Yufei clung to Yifan's other arm. "Humph, he used to be my husband, too." Yifan smiled calmly. "Miss Xian, enough. Did you not storm in this morning to break off the engagement? We have nothing to do with each other anymore." I changed my mind, is that not allowed? Women are fickle, do you not know that?" Xian Yufei pouted, her tone pitiful. Yifan ignored her and instead walked back to his seat, arm in arm with Su Yixue. Watching him leave, a mischievous smile played on Xian Yufei's lips. "Humph, you think you can just walk away after flirting with me? I am not letting you go in this lifetime." This shift in Xian Yufei's attitude guaranteed that the Lin family's carefully planned event was about to become a colossal joke. Yet Lin Hua and Lin Dong still clung to hope, thinking that when push came to shove, Xian Yufei would not disregard the face of both the Lin and Xian families. They still intended to push forward with the engagement. Lin Hua and Xian Jinggui exchanged a glance. Once the room had calmed down, Lin Hua took up the microphone again. "Miss Xian, your dance was truly beautiful. Thank you, young Master Yi, for your performance. Tonight, there is another great event for Miss Xian. Our two families have decided to hold an engagement ceremony between Lin Dong and Miss Xian Yufei. What do you all think?" "Ha?" Many were momentarily confused. Was this real? Yes. A few of Lin family's devoted sycophants quickly cheered to stir the crowd, but most of the guests hesitated. Had Xian Yufei not just refused to dance with Lin Dong? And the Lin family still wanted to push an engagement? Were they out of their minds? Lin Hua ignored the awkwardness and forcefully pushed the process forward. As long as he was not embarrassed, the embarrassment would be someone else's problem. Lin Dong stepped up to the stage, but Xian Yufei remained seated, showing no intention of moving. "Yufei, what is wrong?" asked her second uncle, Xian Jinggui, who was sitting beside her. Of course, he understood her intentions, but at this moment, he could not make his own position too obvious. Although the Yi family had not yet perished, no one could guarantee they would not run into trouble later. Besides, the Lin family had the backing of mysterious forces. The Xian family was caught in the middle and could not afford to offend either side. "Second uncle, I do not want to marry," Xian Yufei said solemnly, revealing her true feelings. "If you do not want to marry, then follow your heart," Xian Jinggui replied, casting a glance in Yifan's direction. "In this situation, neither you nor I can change the outcome." His words made it clear. The Xian family could not break the deadlock. If anyone on the scene could openly oppose the Lin family, it would only be Yifan. "I understand. Thank you, second uncle." A faint smile appeared on Xian Yufei's face as she briskly walked over to Yifan. Yifan had just popped a piece of mango into his mouth when he saw Xian Yufei approaching again, causing a bit of a headache. "Wife, this banquet is pointless. Shall we go home?" To Yifan, whether Xian Yufei married Lin Dong was irrelevant. In a couple of days, when the forces from Beiluo Sherman arrived, Yifan planned to flatten the Lin family entirely. But the way Xian Yufei looked at Yifan was full of affection. Clearly, she had come to ask for his help. "Yifan, I do not want to get married, you." Before she could finish, Yifan interrupted her. "Forget it if you want me to help. I am afraid you will actually fall in love with me." He expected that rejecting her like this would make her back off, but to his surprise, Xian Yufei did not retreat in the slightest. "So what if I fall in love with you? It is my choice. Sister Yixue, would you mind if Yifan had another wife?" As she spoke, Xian Yufei turned pleading eyes toward Su Yixue. Su Yixue could also clearly see the situation. The Lin family was trying to force an engagement between Xian Yufei and Lin Dong, but Xian Yufei was unwilling and helpless. It seemed her husband Yifan was the only one who could break the deadlock. Though Su Yixue wanted Yifan to help, she respected his wishes more. "Miss Xian, I listen to my husband. If he agrees, not just one wife, even 10 wives would not bother me. I could even take care of them during their postpartum recovery." Ahem. Yifan could only silently curse in his heart. His treasure of a wife was simply too wild. Not only had she given him money to go pick up girls, but she was also this open-minded? It seemed he was indeed blessed. Seeing Xian Yufei staring at him hopefully, Yifan was still deciding how to handle the situation when Lin Dong, already impatient on the stage, saw Xian Yufei heading again toward Yifan and could no longer contain himself. He strode over, glaring at Yifan with resentment. Yifan, I will let go of everything else, but today is my engagement day. If you interfere, the Lin family will never forgive you. Yifan rolled his eyes, thinking, your Lin family participated in the attack on the Yi family. If you do not come for me, I will come for you. You are joking, young Master Lin. Today is your big day, I should toast you with a special drink, perhaps something with a sour and spicy hot pot flavor. What do you think? Most people did not catch Yifan's meaning, but Lin Dong understood. Yifan was mocking him for having swallowed phlegm earlier. Gaig, the mention of that incident made Lin Dong nauseous again, almost throwing up on the spot. Yifan, do not push too far. Do not think the Lin family fears you. We did not before, and we certainly do not now. If you provoke me, I will. Lin Dong did not finish his sentence. He was smart enough to know that confronting Yifan now was not wise, so he turned to Xian Jinghua for support. Second uncle, I personally came to invite Yufei. Could you speak up and ask her to come up and complete the ceremony? Lin Dong was trying to leverage power, using the Lin family's authority to pressure Xian Jinghua, and then using Xian Jinghua to pressure Xian Yufei, hoping public scrutiny would force her to comply. But Lin Dong did not realize that Xian Jinghua had already made his stance clear and would not be manipulated. Young Master Lin, this is a matter for the younger generation. I will not meddle. They say you are an expert at winning over women. If you cannot even handle Yufei, as the saying goes, if you cannot sweep a single room, how can you sweep the world? How could the Lin family's future business be entrusted to you? How did chasing girls turn into a comment on corporate management? Lin Dong's face turned pale. That old fox Xian Jinghua was roasting him alive. If he could not secure Xian Yufei today, he would be seen as useless. All because of Yifan. If not for Yifan, would Xian Yufei not already be his? He considered sending bodyguards to kick Yifan out, but before he could act, Xian Jinghua spoke again. However, I do have a suggestion. Quarreling is fine, even making a scene, but getting physical in front of so many people? That would be disgraceful. Lin Dong was speechless. Was this old man deliberately targeting him? But he did not notice that when Xian Jinghua said this, his eyes were fixed on Yifan. Yifan had originally not intended to interfere in Xian Yufei's issue, but seeing Lin Dong's arrogant face, he decided not to let him off easily. Physically beating Lin Dong would be too easy. Clearly, there was a better solution. When he saw the large chandelier above, a new idea sprang into his mind. The Xian family could not directly stop the engagement, and Xian Yufei's refusal alone was not enough. But if Lin Dong were suddenly knocked out by a falling chandelier, how could an engagement ceremony proceed? And if Lin Dong was hit by the chandelier, it had nothing to do with Yifan. Perfect. But Lin Dong, unaware of his looming fate, turned back to Xian Yufei. Yufei, all these guests are watching. If something embarrassing happens today, it would not just damage the Lin family's reputation. Xian Yufei looked longingly at Yifan, who was now gazing up at the chandelier as if in a trance, paying no attention to her. Sigh. That damned man, did I hurt him too deeply? Why did I ever break off the engagement? She looked around helplessly. Though she was the daughter of the Xian family, no one could help her now. She resigned herself to fate and was about to follow Lin Dong to the stage. But she knew the moment she took that step, her future would be sealed. She wanted to resist, but what could she do? Yifan, if you would just say one word, I would devote myself to you completely. But you just keep staring at that chandelier. Is it really more attractive than me? Xian Yufei suddenly felt a surge of unexplainable anger. How could this Yifan be so heartless? After all, she had once been his fiancée. Seeing her in trouble now, how could he remain so indifferent? If he would not take the initiative, then she would. A flash of resolve passed through Xian Yufei's eyes. The Lin family cared so much about appearances? Then she would simply refuse to cooperate. They wanted an engagement ceremony? Fine. If she marched over to Yifan and gave him a hard kiss, would the Lin family still have the audacity to continue the ceremony? And if they did, well then, tonight she would strip naked and climb into Yifan's bed. If even this level of humiliation could be tolerated, then she would truly admit defeat to the Lin family. Just as Xian Yufei took her first step forward, Yifan, who had not moved until now, suddenly spoke. Watch out. In the next moment, Yifan sprang into action. With one arm around Sui Shui and the other around Xian Yufei, he dashed 2 meters to the side with lightning speed. Just as Lin Dong thought Xian Yufei had given in, he suddenly saw Yifan whisk her away again. Yifan, what the fuck is wrong with you? This was supposed to be his wife, already promised. Why did Yifan insist on stealing other people's women? How was he any different from that bastard Chow Chow? Lin Dong was still cursing when it felt as though his head had been hit by a freight train. Bang! A loud, dull crash echoed through the hall as a massive chandelier, nearly 2 meters in diameter, came crashing down directly on Lin Dong's head. His skull split open on impact, blood pouring down his face. He swayed for a few seconds, seemingly in shock. Ugh, my head is spinning. I see so many little stars. Lin Dong mumbled weakly, then collapsed to the floor. Silence. The entire hall fell into a dead hush. One could have heard a pin drop. What were the odds? Just as Lin Dong was about to lead Xian Yufei onto the stage, a chandelier fell from above and knocked him unconscious. Everyone instinctively looked up. Some sharp-eyed guests immediately noticed something was off. The chandelier had fallen vertically from at least 1 meter away from where Lin Dong had been standing. Under normal circumstances, it should not have hit him at all. Moreover, this was the Lin family's hall. Everything should have been inspected thoroughly, again and again. How could such a low-level mistake occur? Loose screws? Impossible. And how had Yifan predicted the chandelier would fall and managed to save both Xian Yufei and Sui Shui at the exact right moment? Something was not right. Clearly not right. Now, the more astute guests began looking at Yifan with expressions of shock and awe. They were certain this had to be Yifan's doing. But where was the evidence? Moreover, from the looks of things, the Xin family ought to thank Yifan. If not for him, it would not have been just Lin Dong who was injured. Just imagine if that stunning beauty Xian Yufei had been hit, she might have been permanently disfigured. What the guests understood, so too did Lin Hua and the Lin family elders. They knew Yifan must be behind this, but again, there was no evidence. Xian Jinghua gave Yifan a satisfied look. He stood and said to Lin Hua, Patriarch Lin, since Lin Dong is now unconscious, I suggest we cancel the engagement ceremony. What are you all standing around for? Go save him. He then waved his hand, ordering the Lin family's security guards to act. Smiling, Xian Jinghua walked through the crowd to Yifan and Xian Yufei. Yufei, the banquet is basically over. Let us go home. Ah, okay. Xian Yufei had completely forgotten she was still in Yifan's arms. For some reason, being held by him had brought her a sense of peace she had never felt before. Once, that embrace had belonged entirely to her. And now, she had pushed it away with her own hands. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream to her. She had been ready to act, and then the chandelier had fallen. Was there really such a coincidence in the world? Xian Yufei was no fool. It only took a moment's thought to realize Yifan had intervened, just with far greater subtlety. Yifan, thank you, Xian Yufei said softly, reluctantly stepping out of his embrace. She wrinkled her nose at him and added, Yifan, I was wrong before, but I am telling you now, I will not give up. I will win you back. This girl, so bold? His official wife was still standing beside him, yet she openly declared her intention to steal someone else's husband? But Xian Yufei quickly added, do not worry, Sister Ishue. I will not steal him completely, I will leave you half. Cough cough. Why not just chop me in two with a blade? You get one half, and she gets the other? The Lin family's guards rushed up to carry away the unconscious Lin Dong. With the main party comatose, the engagement ceremony was naturally cancelled. As for whether there would be another chance in the future, well, only a fool would think the Lin family had any hope left. Yifan had done very little today, yet he was unquestionably the biggest winner. Xian Yufei was thrilled, and Yifan was in good spirits, but Lin Hua, head of the Lin family, was close to a breakdown. A mere brat from the Yi family had made fools of them all? Seeing that Yifan had not yet left, Lin Hua hesitated for a moment, then decided to confront him. If necessary, he would make eliminating Yifan the Lin family's top priority. Yifan, you were raised on the streets, your parents died early, and you are nothing but a feral bastard. What you did at today's banquet, I am not pleased. Such arrogance, you had better watch your back. Lin Hua opened with venom, deliberately provoking Yifan to act. If Yifan so much as lifted a finger, he would have an excuse to retaliate. Lin Hua was confident that even if he could not kill Yifan on the spot, he could at least cripple him. Slap. Yifan did not hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, he slapped Lin Hua across the face. Why does your mouth stink so badly? What, did you eat shit in the restroom or suck on my 7-day-old socks? Lin Hua saw stars as his head spun from the blow, utterly stunned. Yifan had slapped him? He had come only to test the waters, yet before he even knew what happened, Yifan had landed a slap without him reacting at all? Had his years of training been for nothing? Yifan's slap spun Lin Hua in circles, shocking every guest present. Domineering. Majestic. This young man was the embodiment of youthful fire. And if youth was not fiery, was it even youth? Yifan then noticed Lin Hua's wife approaching, cradling a small poodle. With a flick of internal force, Yifan struck the dog's pressure point. You bastard! Yifan, how dare you strike an elder? Did your parents not teach you to respect your elders? Do you think your Yi family is still what it was 3 years ago? Oof. I am warning you, behave, or you will be joining your dead parents soon. The threat could not have been more obvious, but it confirmed one thing for Yifan: the Lin family had definitely been involved in the attack on the Yi family 3 years ago. Woof woof. As everyone looked to Yifan, waiting for his response, the little poodle in Lin Hua's wife's arms suddenly went berserk, leaping like an arrow at Lin Hua and biting down on his lips. Damn! I told you, your mouth reeks of shit. Even your own dog can smell it. Yifan's deliberately exaggerated shout once again drew everyone's attention. Even the guests who had reached the door were attracted by Yifan's words and turned their heads to look in his direction. When they saw the dog that Lin Hua himself had raised leaping up to bite Lin Hua's mouth, they were all deeply curious and shocked. A pet attacking its owner was already an unusual occurrence, but to aim directly for the mouth? Could it really be, as Yifan suggested, that Lin Hua had eaten shit? That seemed unlikely. Beast, you are courting death. Lin Hua, being skilled in martial arts, reacted in rage after being bitten by the poodle. He immediately grabbed the dog and, with a squeeze, killed it on the spot and slammed it onto the ground. Though Lin Hua reacted swiftly, the dog had already torn a 1-inch gash on his lip, tearing off a chunk of flesh. It made him look like he had a cleft lip. The injury itself was minor for someone like Lin Hua, but the humiliation was enormous. Bitten by a dog, especially after Yifan had claimed the dog ate excrement, Lin Hua himself began to feel as if that taste was truly in his mouth. Damn it! That wretched bastard! As Lin Hua glared at Yifan, Yifan was looking mournfully at the poodle's corpse on the ground. Sigh. Patriarch Lin, you were born of the same root. Why must you turn so cruelly against your own? Killing it like this, does your conscience not trouble you? Before Lin Hua could speak, his wife added fuel to the fire. Ah, my son! How could you die like this? Lin Hua, you bastard, how could you do that to my son? You are his father too. Put. This comical scene made some of the guests burst into laughter. Forgive us for laughing at such a moment. It is true that some pet owners affectionately call their dogs sons or cats daughters in private, which is no issue. But in a situation like this, to call the poodle her son and Lin Hua its father, it was all just too perfectly timed. Everyone's minds could not help but recall Yifan's earlier words, born of the same root. Why turn so cruelly against one another? That line was now echoing endlessly in Lin Hua's head. That damned Yifan, if he did not punish him today, he would never live it down. Killing intent radiated from Lin Hua as he took step after step toward Yifan, ready to strike. But suddenly, Xian Jingwa stepped in front of him. Old Lin, let it go. Let it go. These are just young people's squabbles. You, as the patriarch of the Lin family, should not stoop to arguing with someone of the younger generation. If word of this gets out, it would not sound good. As he spoke, Xian Jingwa placed a hand on Lin Hua's arm, and a wave of internal energy pulsed from it. Though it looked like he was mediating, everyone could see clearly Xian Jingwa was clearly taking sides. He was protecting Yifan. Of course, Yifan's current strength no longer needed any protection. If Lin Hua dared to strike Yifan, Yifan would beat him so badly he would literally shit himself. Yifan, just you wait. With Xian Jingwei intervening, and so many guests present, Lin Hua had no choice but to restrain himself. The Yi family had not yet fallen. If he truly did anything to Yifan in front of so many people, those two old monsters of the Yi family might really come for him with blades drawn. The banquet could not go on. Yifan and Suishua left the Lin family estate, and as they did, Yifan gave the Lin mansion behind him a cold glance. Damn it! He would need 100 bulldozers to completely level this wretched place. Yifan, thank you, Xian Yufei said her goodbyes to Yifan, staring into his eyes once more. Yifan, as I said before, I will not give up. Starting tomorrow, I will do everything I can to win you back. Yifan scratched his nose. Miss Xian, I know I am handsome, but as the saying goes, a fine horse does not turn back to graze old pasture. Why put yourself through this? He glanced at Xian Jingwa. As the patriarch of the Xian family, Xian Jingwa's attitude today had already made things very clear. The Xian family was not determined to side with the Lin family. In that case, why cause such a stir with the broken engagement? After Xian Yufei left, Yifan drove off with Su Ishue. But instead of returning to their home in Junlan Tianxia, they headed elsewhere. Honey, where are we going? Su Ishue asked. She had already been stunned by too much today, learning Yifan was the heir of the most powerful family in Daxia, and that he had an engagement with the Xian family. More critically, Yifan had openly confronted the Lin family. What if they sought revenge? To the Yi family, "We have been married for 3 years, sooner or later, the ugly daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws. It is time I take you to meet my grandfather and great-grandfather," Yifan said while driving. "Pa, who are you calling ugly? But seriously, why did you not say anything earlier? I did not prepare any gifts. It is so late already, should we go another day?" Suishua blushed but also felt secretly pleased. After all, when a man takes a woman to meet his family, it means he truly considers her the most important person in his life. "I already prepared the gifts. They are in the trunk. Just grab them when we arrive." Oh, hearing that Yifan had everything planned out, Suishua felt more at ease. Back at the Lin family mansion, after the guests had all left, Lin Hua began roaring like a madman in the courtyard. He unleashed all his martial power, smashing the pavilion and decorative items around him to pieces, destroying the once elegant courtyard. "Yifan, you little bastard, I will not let you off." The Lin family had suffered a massive humiliation today. What was supposed to be Lin Dong dancing with Xian Yufei became Yifan's solo performance. The engagement ceremony turned into a joke. That chandelier, how could it just fall like that? "You there! Have you found out why the chandelier fell? Who tampered with it?" Lin Hua shouted furiously at the guards. "Patriarch, we inspected the broken section of the chandelier carefully. It appears it was cut with a sharp tool before it fell." Upon hearing the report, Lin Hua's brow furrowed tightly. Cut by a sharp tool? He was certain this was no accident. If Yifan had done this, it meant his strength had reached an unimaginably terrifying level. To cut something using condensed inner force, such a technique would require at least the level of a grandmaster. And tonight, the grandmaster who had gone to eliminate the Yi family had been killed. A bold speculation flashed through Lin Hua's mind: could that unlucky bastard Tian Kuei have been killed by Yifan? But the black market had clearly stated that Tian Kuei was killed by someone named Yi Jun Tian. What was the connection between Yi Jun Tian and Yifan? As Lin Hua was still pondering, Lin Dong, his head bandaged like a mummy, was helped into the courtyard by guards. "Uncle, you must avenge me. It was all Yifan's doing." He had intended to cry and complain, but upon seeing Lin Hua's split lip, he froze. "Uncle, your mouth. What happened?" He had passed out earlier and had not seen the dog attack. "That little bastard Yifan. I do not know what method he used, but he made the poodle bite me." Thinking about being publicly slapped by Yifan only made Lin Hua more furious. Despite being a martial expert, he had not even detected Yifan's move. Clearly, the Lin family's current strength was insufficient to deal with Yifan. "Uncle, we must call on the Blood Garment sect. Yifan's return at this time will seriously impact our plans. If he ruins our future strategies, the consequences will be disastrous." Lin Dong trembled with rage, stomping the ground. "If Yifan does not die, I will never rest in peace." Lin Hua nodded. "It seems the Blood Garment sect must be summoned. I will contact them immediately. Yifan must die within 3 days." Yi family ancestral residence. Although it was already late at night, the compound was brightly lit. From the outer courtyard inward, the area was lined with bodyguards. As Yifan stepped out of the car and saw the scene before him, he was briefly startled, but quickly understood. After all, his grandfather had mentioned during the day that a grandmaster-level expert was coming to massacre the Yi family. "Disperse," Yifan said calmly as he approached the main gate with Suishua, addressing the loyal steward Zhongbo and the guards at the entrance. "Young master, you have returned? The master instructed us not to disperse. That grandmaster-level expert is coming to wipe out the Yi family tonight. We must maintain our defenses." Zhongbo emerged from the crowd, scrutinizing Yifan and the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. Today, virtually all of the Yi family's forces had been mobilized. "Do you not know yet? That so-called grandmaster-level expert was reportedly killed in the Cloud City black market," Yifan said calmly. Since it was Yifan who personally eliminated Tian Kuei, the accuracy of this news was unquestionable. "Killed?" Zhongbo was still puzzled when several guards rushed over to report the same. Instantly, Zhongbo became excited. The grandmaster-level expert was really killed? What a coincidence! This is excellent news. Wonderful. The entire Yi family breathed a collective sigh of relief. In the Grand Hall, the Yi family patriarch Yi Changfeng sighed, "If we have the chance, we must express our deep gratitude to this Yi Jun Tian. No, I must personally go to the black market tomorrow to thank him. To kill a grandmaster-level expert, that strength must be beyond grandmaster, perhaps even at the martial lord level. In the mundane world, martial lords are already extraordinarily powerful beings. Grandfather, perhaps it is better not to." That person may have his own affairs and might not be constantly present in the black market. Yifan offered a half-hearted suggestion, feeling a bit guilty. If his grandfather actually went searching for Yi Juntian, would he not have to go play the role himself? And if, in a moment of enthusiasm, his grandfather insisted on a sworn brotherhood, what would Yifan do? Call his own grandfather Big Brother? That would be absurd. That will not do. He helped our Yi family with such a tremendous favor. If we do not express our gratitude, it would be unjustifiable. Yi Changfeng remained firm. I will find a way to locate that Mr. Yi. Seeing his grandfather so resolute, Yifan had no choice but to resign himself. It seemed he would have to play that part after all. However, his grandfather's insistence also gave Yifan an idea. Right now, the Yi family did not yet have a direct justification to act against the Lin family. But Yi Juntian could. Damn it! Just thinking about Lin Hua's disgusting face made Yifan seethe with anger. Once Hanjua completed the investigation, Yifan would waste no time flattening the Lin family. After the Yi family was nearly attacked again by a Grandmaster-level expert, all the major families in Cloud City stayed away, except one. That was the Wang family of Cloud City. The patriarch himself, Wang Fugui's grandfather, came personally to stand guard with the Yi family. Old Wang, things seem to have settled down. Why do you not head back? Yi Changfeng rose and courteously offered to see Patriarch Wang off. Patriarch Wang looked Yifan up and down, nodding with satisfaction. Old Yi, look at your grandson, broad forehead, radiant face. He is clearly destined for greatness. His future achievements will certainly surpass yours. I must make sure my grandson spends more time with him. Yi Changfeng rolled his eyes at Yifan. Spend more time with this rascal? Every day at clubs with cheap women, what kind of role model is that? After seeing Patriarch Wang off, Yi Changfeng finally turned to Su Yixue, who was standing beside Yifan. This must be my granddaughter-in-law, Miss Yixue? He examined Su Yixue from head to toe. Dressed in an elegant gown, Su Yixue looked refined and graceful, truly a stunning beauty. Sigh, such a wonderful young woman, a fine cabbage devoured by a pig. The first part of the elder's comment was normal, but the second half left Su Yixue stunned. Ha? Grandfather, is that any way to talk about your own grandson? Yifan protested. Complimenting the girl was one thing, why insult your own grandson? If I am a pig, then what are you? Pig grandpa? Ha! Yifan burst out laughing, leaving Yi Changfeng momentarily speechless. You brat! Just wait until I give you a beating. Su Yixue looked at the playful banter between grandfather and grandson, half amused, half exasperated. So this was how the top noble family in Daxia interacted? Quite different from what she had imagined. While the two were jesting, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses strode briskly from the rear courtyard. Grandfather, I heard the Grandmaster-level expert was suddenly killed? That is wonderful news. Although his words were cheerful, his eyes carried a trace of hidden malice. Especially when he saw the warm interaction between Yi Changfeng and Yifan, his gaze turned visibly sinister. As he appeared, Yi Changfeng stopped chasing after Yifan and turned to introduce him to Yifan and Su Yixue. Yifan, Yixue, let me introduce you. This is your elder brother, Yi Xiu. I adopted him when he was 3. He is currently helping manage matters at the Lin Corporation. After a brief pause, he continued, Yifan, you must work hard. In the future, the Yi family hopes to entrust everything to you, but if you continue to be this undisciplined, then we will have no choice but to hand things over to Yi Xiu. Upon hearing this, a flash of malice flickered in Yi Xiu's eyes. Grandfather, please do not say that. I am only helping Yifan manage the Yi family affairs. No matter the time, the Yi family belongs to him. I am very clear about my position, I would never overstep. It is good you think that way. Do not worry, you will not be treated unfairly. Yi Changfeng looked at Yi Xiu with satisfaction. But although Yi Xiu said those words aloud, he was seething with resentment inside. The old bastard, he still only had Yifan in his heart. At this stage, Yifan had proven himself to be utterly useless, yet the old man still wanted to pass the Yi family on to him? Then what had Yi Xiu been slaving away for all these years? Hello, big brother? Yifan stepped forward with a smile, extending his hand to Yi Xiu. You have worked hard for the Yi family all these years. But let me be frank, if you are truly acting in the Yi family's best interests, I am grateful. But if you are acting as a traitor, do not blame me for being ruthless. Though he had spent the past 3 years as a live-in son-in-law of the Su family, Yifan had never stopped investigating the attack on the Yi family. With the Yi family being protected by an army of 800,000 Tianlong troops, such a covert attack could only have succeeded with inside help. Yifan had long wondered who had the access and precision to provide internal intelligence. But when he saw Yi Xiu, the answer became instantly clear. If his instincts were correct, Yi Xiu was the mole. This man, for all his decent appearance, was nothing but a traitor in disguise. As he spoke, Yifan unleashed a murderous aura without restraint. Yi Xiu instantly felt as though he had plunged into an icy cavern, shivering all over as confusion filled his eyes. Something was wrong. The intelligence gathered earlier in the day claimed Yifan was a useless bum who spent his days clubbing. How could he possess such terrifying power? Ahem, little brother, you must be joking. If not for grandfather taking me in back then, I would have starved on the streets. How could I possibly betray the Yi family? Yi Xiu forced a laugh, but inside, he was panicking. Could Yifan have discovered something? Impossible. Good, then continue helping manage the Yi family, so I can focus on chasing women. Yifan withdrew all his killing intent and said to Yi Xiu with a wicked charm, Big brother, I heard a new Bawang club opened in Yuncheng. The girls there are very young. Why do I not treat you to some fun tomorrow? Ah, that might not be appropriate, better not, Yi Xiu replied, glancing at Suishue. He genuinely could not understand what Yifan was thinking. His wife was standing right next to him, and he was openly talking about picking up girls. Was that really okay? The crucial point was that Suishue, just like the rumors, seemed to completely ignore Yifan's behavior. How did Yifan manage that? No need to be so polite with your younger brother. Tomorrow at 12 noon, I will be waiting for you. Yifan spoke casually, but there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. Yifan did it on purpose. Now that the direct heir of the Yi family had returned in high profile, it signaled that the Yi family had not fallen. There was still hope. The young master of the Yi family was not killed in the incident 3 years ago. Now that Yifan had returned, many people certainly did not want him to live. Yifan deliberately revealed his whereabouts to test Yi Xiu. If Yi Xiu were one of those people, an internal traitor, he would surely inform them, and they would surely act. Yifan looked at Yi Xiu pretending to be honest, and sneered inwardly. This guy was really good at pretending. But if Yifan decided to get rid of Yi Xiu, he would need a new team to take over the Yi group quickly. After all, both grandfather and great-grandfather were old now, and Yifan himself had no interest in managing the family business. Everyone chatted casually. Just as they were considering having a late-night snack, Suishue suddenly received a call from the company. What? Our supply chain was suddenly cut off? Understood, I will head to the company immediately. After hanging up, Suishue looked worried as she addressed Yi Changfeng and Yifan, grandfather, husband, there is an urgent issue at the company. I need to go handle it. Sorry, I will head out first. Yifan asked with concern, do you need my help? Suishue shook her head. No need, I can handle it myself. Spend more time with grandfather. Yifan indeed still had some things to discuss with grandfather that he had not had the chance to bring up. This was the perfect moment. Alright then, be careful on the road. Suishue left, and Yi Xiu also tactfully took his leave. With only Yi Changfeng and Yifan left in the room, Yifan became unusually serious. Grandfather, what do you know about the attack on the Yi family that night? Yi Changfeng shook his head. It happened so suddenly. Your second and third uncles died in battle, your parents disappeared, and even Beluo Sherman was attacked. Rumors said you died. At that time, apart from me and your great-grandfather, all the men in the Yi family were killed. Then it rained heavily, and all clues were washed away. I have been investigating over the years, but have found almost nothing useful. Talking about the past, Yi Changfeng became sentimental. He looked at Yifan with emotion. Our Yi family has declined. All our hopes rest on you. I will not scold you anymore. If chasing girls helps you give birth to more heirs for the Yi family, that works too. Yifan was speechless. What was that supposed to mean? So grandfather no longer had hopes in him and was telling him to become a breeding machine, to put all hope in the next generation? Yifan really wanted to tell his grandfather that he was already invincible. But he knew that staying hidden was the best tactic for now. If he revealed his strength too early, the enemies who attacked the Yi family might be too afraid to show themselves. But one thing is certain, the Lin family was involved, and I suspect the Dragon Lord might have had a part in it too. The 80,000 Tianlong troops on the southwest border are all tagged as Yi family forces. That is enough to make a lot of people lose sleep. If your strength can recover and the Yi banner remains upright, who would dare to look down on the Yi family? Hearing grandfather's analysis, Yifan formed a clearer picture in his mind. Do not worry, under my protection, the Yi family will not fall. After saying goodbye to his grandfather, Yifan stepped outside, only to see dozens of black Audi sedans parked neatly on the road beside the Yi family estate. A middle-aged man in a shirt knelt down respectfully upon seeing Yifan. Subordinately who greets the instructor. It is so wonderful that you are alive. Forgive me for only just hearing the news. Yifan looked at Li Hu. It is not your fault. I deliberately concealed my identity. You have done well these years. Li Hu, one of the 4 underground godfathers of Yunqing, started from nothing 8 years ago and gradually built up his own power in business. In the city's underworld, his influence was substantial. What people did not know was that, back when Li Hu was in a foreign mercenary battalion, Yifan was his instructor. So when Li Hu heard of Yifan's return to Yunqing, he came immediately to show his loyalty. Instructor, you flatter me. Everything I have was given to me by you. If you ever need anything, I am ready at your command. Yifan waved his hand casually. All right. If I need anything, I will let you know. Let your men stand down for now. Although Yifan had Hanzhuo and the Beiluo Sherman forces, some tasks could not be handled by them alone. Having Li Hu's support might prove useful. After this delay at the Yi family, Yifan returned to his villa at Junlan Tianxia nearly an hour later. As he entered, he heard running water from the bathroom. Sui Shui already back and taking a shower? Yifan's strength had now broken through to the 9th level of the dragon subjugation technique, which meant he could finally be with a woman. He and Sui Shui had already agreed to be intimate tonight. This girl really was understanding. Darling, I am coming, Yifan said as he walked toward the bathroom, stripping off his clothes on the way. What was wrong with a romantic couple's bath? As he entered, he saw a graceful figure standing in the misty shower. That delicate body, although familiar, was more alluring than ever. With tenderness, Yifan approached, embraced the figure from behind, and kissed her lips. The woman let out a soft moan, her body stiffening slightly, but she did not resist Yifan's caresses. However, Yifan felt something odd. Why did she feel different from last night? More tender, more inexperienced? Just as things were heating up in the bathroom, a familiar voice called out from outside. Honey, I am home. Ha! Yifan instantly froze. That voice, it was Sui Shui. Then who was in his arms right now? He hurriedly pushed the woman away, only to be met with a mischievous smile. Ha! Brother-in-law, now I am yours too. Su Qingru? Sui Shui's younger sister, born of the same mother? Though 3 or 4 years apart, the sisters looked nearly identical. Had he just kissed his sister-in-law? Damn it! And she had not resisted at all? Although Yifan usually acted carefree and unruly, he was momentarily stunned at this. What did his sister-in-law mean by this? This is our little secret, brother-in-law. Su Qingru gave Yifan a wicked smile, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and quickly left the bathroom, heading toward the 2nd-floor bedroom. At that moment, Yifan suddenly heard arguing outside and quickly put on his clothes and stepped out. Outside the door, Yun Feiyang was once again blocking Sui Shui. Ishui, I am sorry that your company has suddenly had its supply cut. But you know, that is business. I cannot go against my family for an outsider. How about this, agree to be my girlfriend, and I will immediately call and have the supply resumed. To win Sui Shui over, Yun Feiyang had pulled out all the stops. Knowing that the Su family specialized in jewelry and relied heavily on raw jadeite, and that the primary supplier was the Yun family, Yun Feiyang used his family's power to terminate supply to the Su group, hoping to use this as leverage to make Sui Shui his woman. Yun Feiyang, you are shameless. This only makes me look down on you even more. You are using such despicable tactics to force me into submission. Sui Shui stomped her foot in anger, but felt powerless. In Daxia, most of the jadeite supply came from Myanmar, and the Yin family happened to be the general agent in Daxia for General Songpa, Myanmar's largest supplier. As long as the Su family wanted to stay in the jewelry business, they could not bypass the Yin family. Shameless? Perhaps a little, but that is fine. As long as the tactic works, I do not care about shamelessness or not. Yun Feiyang smiled faintly. Ishui, you have 1 day to decide. After that, if you still refuse, the Yun family will not only cut off supply but also blacklist the Su group throughout Tiannan province. Think carefully, can you bear that? Yun Feiyang looked completely confident. On the other hand, if you agree to be my girlfriend, the Yun family will fully support the Su group to become the jewelry dominator of Tiannan province and even the entire southwest. So, what will it be, Ishui? You should know very clearly. Stop following that trashy fan. All he knows is picking up girls. Why would you suffer for him? As he spoke, Yun Feiyang reached out, trying to wrap his arm around Sui Shui's waist. But just as his hand extended, it was caught in an iron grip. Seems the warning I gave during the day was not enough? Naturally, the one who appeared was Yifan. Grabbing Yun Feiyang's arm without hesitation, Yifan released a burst of internal energy and broke his wrist on the spot. Crack! With a sharp snap, excruciating pain shot through Yun Feiyang's arm. Ah! Fuck! My hand! That afternoon, Yifan had already slapped Yun Feiyang, almost to the point of being unrecognizable even to his parents. And now, Yifan had outright broken his wrist? How dare he? Yifan, are you fucking crazy? You dare lay a hand on me? Do you know who you are messing with? Do you dare provoke the Yun family? Yun Feiyang clutched his arm and retreated, yelling at Yifan, "Guards, beat him to death." Yifan smiled faintly. The Yun family? I am the only direct heir of the Yi family, Daxia's #1 family. Your shitty Yun family is nothing to me. Go ahead, try and touch a hair on my head. Seeing several bodyguards rush forward, Yifan laughed coldly. Did they really think the Yi family's status was a joke? Though the Yi family had declined, Yifan's grandfather and great-grandfather still held considerable influence in Daxia. Now that Yifan had returned openly, the family saw new hope. Many who had kept their distance were bound to change their stance again. Because for aristocratic families, strength was crucial, but so was cultivating the next generation. Without successors, even the most powerful family would eventually collapse. This was why many had distanced themselves from the Yi family after the incident 3 years ago, when news spread that Yifan had died. The Yun family's bodyguards immediately froze and looked toward Yun Feiyang. Then Yun Feiyang remembered, at the Lin family banquet, Yifan had already declared his identity as the Yi family's heir. Since the Yi family had not fallen yet, he really dared not act rashly. Yifan, is violence the only thing you know? What happened between me and the Su family is business. Even if you kill me, it changes nothing. Humph, you think the Yi family is still what it used to be? Though angry, Yun Feiyang dared not give further orders to attack. Yifan, you are too greedy. You already have Xian Yufei. Why fight me over Su Yixue? Before Yifan could respond, Su Yixue spoke first. Is that your concern? My husband has charisma. Miss Xian willingly follows him. What business is that of yours? Su Yixue's devotion to Yifan was truly unconditional. Looking at her, Yifan felt a bit awkward remembering what had just happened in the bathroom with Su Qingru. Staring at Yun Feiyang's expression, Yifan sneered, "You call it business? Fine, then let us handle it with business means. Is it not because General Songpa gave your family the agency that you dare act arrogant? I will make one phone call, and your Yun family will lose that agency immediately." As he spoke, Yifan pulled out his phone. Upon hearing this, Yun Feiyang burst out laughing. One phone call? Yifan, you are delusional. The Yi family is barely surviving, and you think General Songpa will respond to you? Go ahead, call him. If you get him to revoke our agency, I will call you daddy. The Yun family had worked with General Songpa for years. His father had a strong relationship with the general, and they had given up significant profits to maintain the partnership. No one else in Daxia could offer as much benefit to General Songpa. Yun Feiyang was certain the general would not abandon them for a declining family. Meanwhile, Yifan called General Songpa directly. Your Majesty, you have finally revealed yourself. I am so glad to hear you are safe. When I heard you were in trouble, I cried a whole bucket of tears. On the other end, General Songpa expressed his joy at hearing from Yifan. Enough, I am calling to inform you my wife is the president of Su Jewelry in Yuncheng. She wants your Daxia agency. Any problems? Oh, by the way, some idiot from the Yun family is trying to use the agency as leverage to steal my wife. You handle it. What? The Yun family dared try to steal the Empress? Understood. I will terminate all cooperation with them immediately. I will fly to Yunqing tonight and personally deliver the new contract to Miss Su in the morning. General Songpa spoke with absolute reverence. Back then, he had nearly died. Yifan had saved him and taught him martial arts, helping him rise to power in Myanmar. Without Yifan, there would be no General Songpa. Within a minute of Yifan hanging up, Yun Feiyang's phone rang. It was his father, Yun Badian. General Songpa has suddenly terminated all cooperation with us, saying you offended someone you should not have. What? Yun Feiyang was completely stunned and looked at Yifan in disbelief. Was not the Yi family finished? How could Yifan still command General Songpa and truly end Yun family's contract? Yifan grinned, his eyes full of wicked amusement. Go on, say it, call me daddy. You? Yun Feiyang looked at Yifan in shock, recalling everything that had happened at the Lin family banquet. Yifan had dared to deal with Lin Dong, and in front of so many people, had even beaten Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family. Such arrogance, did Yifan really have some hidden strength or trump card? But according to his own investigation, had Yifan not just spent the last 3 years picking up women in Yun City clubs? It was true that Yifan used to be a monstrously talented disciple of the Beiluo Sherman sect, but when the sect was attacked back then, it was said that Yifan's cultivation foundation had been destroyed, and even one of his kidneys had been removed. So how was Yifan now completely fine? Regardless, Su Yixue had a special constitution. He must have her. Yifan. Just you wait. You will not be able to enjoy this for long. Hoof. Yun Feian let out a cold snort and fled the Junlan Tianxia villa compound in disgrace. Watching Yun Feian flee in panic, Yifan coldly declared, Yun Feian, 3 strikes and you are out. This is your final warning. If you dare harass my wife again, I will personally use a bulldozer to flatten your Yun family. I mean it. A flash of ruthless intensity appeared in Yifan's eyes. He had already announced Su Yixue as his wife, yet there were still scum trying to stir trouble. If he did not make an example out of someone, it would never end. Honey, did you just contact General Sonpa? Is he really planning to transfer Myanmar's jadeite agency rights to our Su group? Su Yixue asked Yifan in disbelief. Within just one day, Su Yixue had realized her husband seemed completely different. He had given her far too many surprises. He was the direct heir of Daxia's #1 family. Su Yixue had never imagined that the man she thought only knew how to flirt actually had such a powerful background. The Su group was only a third-rate family business in Yun City. Compared to the Yi family, she was clearly marrying far above her station. Of course, starting tomorrow, the jadeite agency rights for Myanmar and Daxia will belong to the Su group, Yifan said, wrapping his arm around Su Yixue as they headed inside the villa. Su Yixue looked at Yifan's profile and made up her mind. Tonight, she would do everything she could to serve her husband well. Big sister, brother-in-law, you are back? As the two entered the house, Su Qingru, dressed in light pajamas, smiled and bent over slightly to greet them. The moment she bent down, the cleavage before her was clearly visible to Yifan. Recalling their intimate encounter in the bathroom earlier, Yifan was momentarily stunned. Qingru, why are you here? Su Yixue asked in surprise when she saw her younger sister appear in the room. Did your school have the day off? Su Qingru had just turned 18 and was still in university. It was Thursday, she should have been in class. I just missed my sister and brother-in-law. Su Qingru said sweetly, deliberately emphasizing the words brother-in-law. In truth, ever since Yifan entered the Su family, Su Qingru had taken a particular interest in him. Back then, when she was still in high school, she often clung to Yifan, asking him to go shopping, travel, or eat with her. Now Yifan realized this little sister-in-law had planned everything. She had clearly been lusting after him for a long time. What a mistake! He had underestimated her. Tomorrow there is an event at school and no classes in the morning, so I came over early. Su Qingru held Su Yixue's arm and added, Sister, as agreed, I am sleeping with you tonight. You cannot send me away. What? Both Yifan and Su Yixue were stunned by this declaration. They had planned to consummate their relationship tonight. But with Su Qingru suddenly deciding to share the bed, how could their plans continue? Qingru, you are a grown woman now. Is it appropriate to still sleep with your sister? Be good, grown-ups sleep alone. Your sister is my wife. If you sleep with her, where am I supposed to sleep? Yifan protested with righteous indignation. But Su Qingru just stuck out her tongue and said, Tee, brother-in-law, if you are afraid, you can join us both. PFF. Qingru, what nonsense are you talking? He is your brother-in-law. How could you? Su Yixue hurriedly tapped Su Qingru's head twice, unaware that something unspeakable had already happened between the two earlier. Su Yixue looked at Yifan apologetically. Later I will prepare a bed for you downstairs. Su Qingru was just teasing, of course. After everyone had freshened up, they sat on the sofa eating fruit. Su Qingru leaned on Su Yixue's arm and said, Sister, I actually came back today because I wanted to borrow brother-in-law for a little bit. No. Before Su Yixue could reply, Yifan interrupted loudly. This little vixen clearly had bad intentions. If she borrowed him for an hour, how would he even explain what might happen? Would he be a beast? Or worse than a beast, borrow your brother-in-law? For what? Su Yixue asked curiously. Tomorrow afternoon, our school has a dance. The teacher is making me attend, but I need a dance partner. I wanted to ask brother-in-law to go with me. Su Qingru looked dreamily at Yifan, her eyes nearly brimming with desire. Ha? You want him to be your dance partner? Your brother-in-law is pretty good at dancing. Su Yixue could not help but remember the scene earlier at the Lin family banquet, when she and Xian Yufei danced with Yifan. It had left everyone amazed. Honey, if you are free tomorrow, why not go with Qingru? Su Yixue suggested. In truth, she had her own motives. If Yifan could dance with Xian Yufei, why not with her own sister? Keep it in the family. Even if Yifan took advantage of someone, better her own sister than some random man. Well, Su Yixue had spoken, how could Yifan refuse his loving wife? Pretty please, brother-in-law. Say yes. Su Qingru clung to Yifan's arm and shook it hard. Her loose robe nearly slipped off her shoulders, exposing her entirely, yet she showed no sign of embarrassment. She looked at him with eager anticipation. Fine, I will go, all right? Yifan let out a long sigh. The two Su sisters had always treated him well. Back when Su Qingru was in high school, she used to bring him a banana whenever she had one. Like Suishue, she had never looked down on him or called him useless. At midnight, after Suishue and Su Qingru were asleep, Yifan got up, dressed quietly, and left Junlan Tianxia to head for the Royal No. 1 clubhouse. This time, Yifan was not going there to flirt, but to keep an appointment. Earlier, when Yifan tracked down Xu Yan, she had not admitted to being his junior marshal's sister, but she had tapped his hand twice and left a keycard for the general manager's office. Had they not agreed to meet at 2 in the morning? At that moment, in the general manager's office at Royal No. 1, Su-yun had already undressed and was lying in bed in a sheer nightgown. The Royal Club had essentially ceased operations. Apart from the security booth at the entrance, the building was completely dark, and the main door was locked. Normally, one would need to call the security guard to gain entry. But a building of this height was no obstacle for Yifan. He found an empty spot at the rear of the building, pushed off the ground with his ankle, and after a few agile leaps, reached the window ledge of the 8th floor general manager's office. Upon flipping into the room, Yifan immediately noticed someone lying in the bed. He smiled faintly to himself. My little junior sister is trying to add a little spice, is she? Yifan quietly approached the bedside, wrapped his arms around the person lying there, and boldly began exploring with his hands. He leaned in to kiss the beautiful woman's lips. Little junior sister, pretending not to recognize me during the day, let us see tonight if I do not turn raw rice into cooked rice. Yifan was absolutely convinced this was his junior martial sister Su-chan. After all, who else would leave him a hotel keycard and ask him to come at 2 a.m.? The woman on the bed let out a soft moan and responded faintly to his kiss. But the moment Yifan heard her voice, his entire body tensed in alarm. This was not his junior sister's voice. He immediately jumped back from the bed in shock. Had he really mistaken someone for her again? Who are you? What are you trying to do? The woman on the bed had sensed something was wrong, rolled over, and switched on the bedside lamp. Lying there was none other than Su-yun, the public-facing owner of Royal No. 1. Her nightgown had been pulled halfway down by Yifan, exposing her cleavage completely. Seeing a man suddenly appear in her room, and feeling his saliva still on her lips, Su-yun instantly realized what had happened. Pervert! Someone help! Su-yun shrieked and tried to shield herself with the blanket, retreating cautiously. Miss, please do not scream, I did not do it on purpose. Yifan tried to explain. He had come to meet his junior sister. How could he have known she was not the one in the bed? Seeing Su-yun was about to scream again, Yifan rushed over and pressed her down on the bed. My junior sister gave me the room key, I had no idea you would be here. As he spoke, Yifan held up the general manager's office keycard for her to see. Su-yun calmed down, took a closer look at Yifan, and immediately recognized him. He was the one Su-chan had mentioned earlier that day. He had even come looking for her in person. But Su-yun could not understand why had Su-chan given Yifan the room key if she had no intention of staying. Why had she left Su-yun here instead? Now her first kiss had been stolen by Yifan. Damn it! Ugh! Su-yun nodded to indicate she would not scream. Yifan sighed in relief and was about to let her go, when his expression suddenly changed. Someone is coming, do not make a sound. As he spoke, Yifan turned off the light and stared intently at the door. At such a late hour, someone was coming to the general manager's office? Not just one person, 5 in total. 2 of them were martial artists with internal strength. In the darkness, Su-yun lay beneath Yifan, flushed red as she felt the weight and presence of his body. She whispered, "You are hurting me." She tried to shift away from his legs, and Yifan finally realized his position was not appropriate. More importantly, the natural reaction of a man to such close proximity with a beautiful woman had already occurred. Yifan quickly rolled off her and hid in a corner of the room, suppressing his breath entirely. Click! The door suddenly opened, and several men rushed in. Young Master Zhao, shall we kill her directly? One of them drew a glistening dagger and motioned at the bed. Would this not be too risky? What if we kill the bitch and the higher-ups investigate? Afraid of what? The young master gave explicit orders, she must die. We must also retrieve that item from her. The old man surely gave it to her. The leader, young Master Zhou, was clearly impatient. Do it quickly. The longer we delay, the more complications we invite. If we do not finish her tonight, we will waste time explaining tomorrow. Yes, sir. The man with the dagger quickly approached Su-yun on the bed. Lying there, Su-yun was filled with terror. She could not believe those above her were this desperate to the point of barging in to murder someone in the office. What to do? Su-yun knew that Yifan, her junior sister's senior, likely had martial skills. But could one man really handle all these attackers? Swish! Just as the assassin raised the dagger, Su-yun was about to scream. Yifan launched from the corner, seized the assassin's wrist, and with a surge of energy, shattered the dagger and broke the man's arm. You are courting death. With a cold grunt, Yifan swung the man like a club and slammed him into the floor. The room lights came on. Yifan and Su-yun stood up. Su-yun stared in shock and fury at the leader. Zhou Tao, you have gone too far. Your minor family dares to kill me? Are you not afraid of what the main family will do to you? Seeing that it was Su-yun rather than Su-chan under the covers, Zhou Tao was mildly surprised. Afraid? That depends on who holds power in the family now. The old man is in a coma, is it not the young master who calls the shots now? That bitch was not here? Lucky her, but you think you can hide forever? Zhou Tao was not stupid. The moment Yifan took down his guard in one move, he knew Yifan was formidable. This place was no longer safe. Let us go, he signaled his men, but turned back to Su-yun and said, Su-yun, you have some looks. Be smart, if you get into my bed willingly, maybe I can plead for your life with the young master. Su-yun's chest heaved with anger at his arrogance. But in the middle of the night, what could a woman do? Just as Zhou Tao was about to leave, Yifan's cold voice rang out, Stop, did I say you could go? As he spoke, Yifan appeared in front of Zhou Tao and stared him down like a venomous snake. What do you want? Kid, I will let you off for ruining my plans just now. You had better stay out of this. The Zhou family in the provincial capital is not someone you can afford to provoke. Zhou Tao could not explain it, but he was afraid of Yifan's gaze and instinctively wanted to avoid it. What do I want? I want to kill you. In the next instant, Yifan grabbed a dagger from a bodyguard nearby and, without hesitation, stabbed it straight into Zhou Tao's heart. Everyone, including Su-yun and Zhou Tao's men, was stunned. Holy shit, that's savage? He killed someone just like that? Zhou Tao stared in disbelief at the dagger embedded in his chest, feeling the vitality draining rapidly from his body. His gaze toward Yifan was filled with grievance and sorrow. How dare you, kill me, who are you really? This was not how the script was supposed to go. Normally in this kind of plot, the two sides should exchange heated words, issue threats, and at most beat each other up. The killing was supposed to come in the next round, but now, the man was already dead. How was the story supposed to progress? I am Yifan, the legitimate eldest young master of the Yi family, senior brother of Su-chan. Yifan kicked Zhou Tao's body to the floor and said coldly, Since you came to kill my junior sister, I had no choice but to send you off first. You are Yifan? How could that be? According to the intelligence Zhou Tao had received, Yifan had indeed returned, but he had been frequenting clubs and had supposedly been drained of all strength by women. How could he possibly possess such formidable power? But whether Zhou Tao believed it or not, the fact remained, Yifan had just killed him with his own hands. The other assassins Zhou Tao had brought tried to escape the scene, but Yifan's figure vanished and reappeared as a blur. Moments later, every single one of them lay lifeless on the floor. Su-yun stood nearby, dumbfounded by Yifan's actions. You killed all of them? Su-yun had heard Su-chan mention Yifan before and knew that this senior brother was no ordinary man. But Su-chan had also said that during a previous battle, Yifan's foundation had been destroyed and one of his kidneys removed. How was he now showing such terrifying strength? They deserved to die. Yifan glanced coldly at the corpses of Zhou Tao and the others, then turned a penetrating gaze toward Su-yun. And who are you? Where is my junior sister? Why were you in that room? Earlier, Zhou Tao and his men had interrupted his thoughts. Now Yifan had the chance to reflect. Based on the keycard his junior sister had given him, and the tap she had left on the back of his hand, had she not asked to meet him at 2 a.m.? So why was it Su-yun in that office instead? Why was I here? This is my office. I am the owner of Royal Number 1. Why should I not be here? Su-yun responded with a hint of frustration, snapping back to reality. That cannot be right. Did my junior sister not ask me to meet her tonight? Did I misunderstand? Yifan frowned slightly. But based on appearance and aura, the woman he saw earlier that day was undoubtedly his junior sister. Miss Su. Since you are here, then tell me clearly, who exactly is that Chu-yen girl at your club? Yifan fixed his eyes on Su-yun, trying to read something from her expression. Su-yun, knowing what Su-chan intended, was determined not to reveal their connection. She spoke naturally and calmly. Now that I think about it, did you not ask to have Chu-yen accompany you earlier today? Apologies, you might be disappointed, young Master Yi. Xu Yan is just an ordinary girl. She grew up with her grandmother. She came here to work so she could earn money for her grandmother's medical treatment. Hearing Su Yan's explanation, Yifan suddenly felt a void in his chest. Could he really have mistaken her? But he was so sure it was his junior sister. Could she have some deeper reason? It seemed that once the masters of Beiluo Sherman arrived, he would have to conduct a thorough investigation of Royal Number 1. If it turned out that Chu Yan really was his junior sister, Yifan would not hesitate to eliminate anyone threatening her. Since it was not her, there was no point in staying. Yifan turned to leave, but Su Yun reached out and stopped him. What, you plan to eat and run? Thinking of how Yifan had molested her on the bed earlier, Su Yun blushed. Although she managed such an establishment, Su Yun had always maintained her self-respect. She was still a virgin. Now, her first kiss had been stolen by Yifan, and he had even touched her. Yifan paused mid-step, turned around, and looked at Su Yun with a wicked grin. What now? Does Miss Su want me to take responsibility? If that is what you want, I am not opposed, but we would need to deepen our relationship for that. Yifan's gaze lingered freely over Su Yun's body. To be fair, Su Yun's figure was voluptuous, her curves well-defined. The elasticity he had felt earlier confirmed she was top tier. If she was willing, Yifan certainly would not object. Under Yifan's seductive stare, Su Yun's body went weak. What do you want? I warn you, do not try anything reckless. Her feelings were complicated. Yifan was incredibly handsome, sharp brows, starry eyes, a tall, athletic build, and a chiseled face full of masculine charm. Even his kissing technique had stirred her deeply. No woman could remain unaffected by such a man. But she also knew Yifan was the man Su Chan secretly loved. What would it mean if she got involved? I was going to ask, if Chu Yan is not your junior sister, would you be willing to help us? Su Yan suddenly blurted, catching Yifan by surprise. If you help us keep Royal Number 1 safe, I will let you do whatever you want. What? She was not the junior sister? And she was offering herself? Yifan tilted his head and looked at Su Yun. This Miss Su was definitely an intriguing one. His mind raced. Something critical was still missing. Too many pieces of information were not connecting. But one thing Yifan was certain of, there were problems with Royal Number 1, and Chu Yan definitely had secrets. Even though he had not seen his junior sister tonight, his instincts told him that Chu Yan was indeed her. Since it involved his junior sister's establishment, Yifan naturally would not stand idly by. Oh, that is quite the offer. Tell me then, what exactly is the trouble Royal Number 1 is facing? Yifan stopped and looked seriously at Su Yun. It is still the Zhou family. The main family headquarters in the capital sent the Zhou family to forcibly seize Royal Number 1 from us. They also want to steal a family heirloom from Chu Yan. Tomorrow, their representatives are coming to negotiate. I want to ask you to be present to keep them in check. So that was it? No problem. Tell me the time and place. I will be there. Yifan smiled faintly. A minor Zhou family? Yifan had just killed their young master. What did he care about their representatives? As Su Yun watched Yifan leave, she suddenly felt an unusual sense of peace, though she could not explain why. Was it because he had kissed her just now? Or touched her? While her mind was still grappling with these chaotic thoughts, her phone suddenly rang. It was Su Chan calling. Sister Yun. There was nothing unusual at the office tonight, was there? No, nothing happened. Su Yun replied, surprisingly with a hint of guilt, like a schoolgirl caught red-handed. It felt thrilling, yet indescribably complex. That is good to hear. The documents in the office are very important. I will return first thing in the morning, for the negotiation with the Zhou family. On the other end, Su Chan sounded exhausted, but also seemed slightly relieved. A thought suddenly popped into Su Yun's mind. Perhaps Su Chan had indeed arranged to meet Yifan, but backed out at the last moment. One might call it backing out, but not entirely. She had stationed Su Yun in the office, allowing Yifan to take advantage of her. What was that supposed to mean? But Su Yun did not dwell further on it and instead reported to Su Chan, Little Chan, there is something I need to tell you. Young Master Yi came to the office earlier. Ah! Su Chan gasped on the phone, her heart nearly jumping out of her chest. So her senior brother had figured it out after all. Has he left now? Su Yun nodded. Yes, young Master Yi has left. I did not reveal your identity. However, tomorrow, Yifan has already killed the Zhou family's eldest son Zhou Tao, and I have invited Yifan to support us during the negotiation with the Zhou family. He killed someone from the Zhou family. How could senior brother dare do that? He has not even fully recovered yet, sigh. Su Chan sounded anxious. She knew Yifan's situation well. His core cultivation had been destroyed, his kidney removed, and his heart severely injured. Though he was still a martial artist, Yifan's current strength was only sufficient against petty thugs. If his identity were exposed, he would be targeted by much more dangerous enemies. Here is the plan. I will not attend tomorrow's negotiation. Handle it entirely on my behalf. Su Chen feared that if she saw Yifan again, she would not be able to hold back. If she exposed herself in front of him, then Yifan's identity would also be revealed, prompting countless enemies to make their move. What Su Chen did not know, however, was that Yifan had already revealed himself as the legitimate heir of the Yi family at the Lin family banquet. The only thing he had kept hidden was his true strength. Yifan had spent 3 years in Yun City, mingling in clubs. When people discovered that he was the Yi family heir, they still believed him to be nothing more than a good-for-nothing playboy. Only a select few knew the truth, that Yifan was no longer the same person. He was a man standing at the pinnacle of the world. Moreover, Yifan still had another identity he could use, Yi Juntian, a prodigious genius. If necessary, Yifan could present himself as Master Yi to resolve problems. For example, in tomorrow's negotiation at Royal No. 1, Yifan did not plan to appear as himself. Instead, he intended to show up with the face of Yi Juntian, posing as Yifan's friend. At midnight, as Yifan returned to the Junlan Tianxia villa, from the Yi family estate, a shadowy figure sneaked out, hailed a car on the main road, and headed toward the Lin family estate. Master Lin, what is going on? Was that bastard Yifan not already dead? Why has he returned all of a sudden? Yi Xiu asked bitterly in Lin Hua's study. You are asking me? How would I know? Lin Hua's mouth was wrapped in bandages, making him look somewhat comical. Besides, that bastard ruined the Lin family's engagement ceremony with the Xian family and had the audacity to slap me in front of everyone. Outrageous! Yi Xiu had already heard about what happened at the Lin family banquet. The Lin family had suffered a major embarrassment. Yi Fan must die. I just spoke with Yi Changfeng. The old man made it very clear, no matter how hard I try, the Yi family will still be handed over to Yi Fan. If he does not die, I will never control the Yi family, and we will never obtain that item. Yi Xiu's face darkened with resentment. Shut up, Lin Hua snapped. Some things you can know, but you must not speak of them. If you ruin our boss's plans, neither of us will survive the fallout. Yi Xiu realized he had overstepped. Master Lin, we have an opportunity. Yi Fan invited me to Bawang Clubhouse tomorrow. I agreed. Once he is there, have someone deal with him, kill him before he causes any more trouble. Lin Hua nodded. It is indeed a good opportunity. The men from the Blood Garment Gate will arrive early tomorrow. I will make arrangements. Once you secure the room, let me know. Lin Hua slammed his fist on the table. Last night, after hearing that the master assassin who had attacked the Yi family was killed, he had a bad feeling. That master died far too conveniently right when Yi Fan returned? Right when the Lin family was supposed to marry into the Xian family? Lin Hua had paid a steep price to convince the Xian family to break off their engagement with the Yi family and ally with the Lin family. Yi Fan's interference had completely ruined that plan. Humph. Whether or not Yi Juntian, the one who killed the Grandmaster, was Yi Fan, once the Blood Garment Gate made their move tomorrow, Yi Fan would be finished, dead or alive. The Blood Garment Gate was an assassin organization that had emerged over the past decade. Its members were elite killers, and the organization was known for its unwavering loyalty to employers. Once a task was accepted, it would not stop until the target was dead, even if it meant chasing them to the ends of the earth. But neither Lin Hua nor Yi Xiu realized they were stepping into a trap Yi Fan had carefully laid. Yi Fan's return was like a stone cast into a still lake, creating ripple after ripple, and the waves of chaos Yi Fan stirred had not stopped for even a moment. Take the Zhou family, for instance. The delegation sent to negotiate with Su Yun and Su Chan included Zhou Tao, the Zhou family's heir, but the main leader was actually the Zhou family steward, Ling Tian. It is so late already. Why has young Master Zhou still not returned? At the Zhou delegation's lodging, Ling Tian stood by the window, looking out at the city lights, frowning as he spoke to his assistant. Steward Ling, the information we received says young Master Zhou went to the club. He must have taken a liking to one of the girls there and decided to stay overnight. He is not reliable anyway, this negotiation depends on you. The assistant flattered him, but Ling Tian remained indifferent. Shut your mouth. Young Master Zhou is the future heir of the Zhou family. If anyone dares disrespect him, I will not tolerate it. What Ling Tian did not know was that Zhou Tao had already met the King of Hell. Although Sui Xue had already learned last night that General Songpa would personally come to sign the exclusive general agency contract with the Su Corporation, She was still extremely excited when she received a call from General Songpa himself early the next morning. Honey, General Songpa said he has arrived in Yunqing and wants to come to the villa to sign the contract. But I think it's not very appropriate to do it at home, so I arranged for us to meet at the company. Let's go quickly, okay? Yifan was still dozing off but was suddenly embraced and picked up by Sui Shui. She kissed him 3 times in a row, and Yifan took full advantage of it. Even the clothes he had already put on became disheveled. Only then did Yifan get up, and together with Sui Shui, he drove to the Su Corporation headquarters. In the Su Corporation's office, General Songpa sat on the sofa, constantly glancing towards the doorway. He kept muttering to the adjutant beside him, "Sigh. I should have waited for the emperor personally at the villa. This is far too impolite, far too disrespectful to the emperor." Before the adjutant could speak, Yun Badian and Yun Feiyang, who were standing respectfully beside Songpa, said courteously, "General Songpa, are you truly unwilling to reconsider cooperating with the Yun family? Our family has the most complete sales channels in Daxia. Or, we can offer even more favorable terms. As long as you are willing to continue working with us. The Yun family is willing to take only 10% of the profit." After receiving word in the provincial capital yesterday that General Songpa intended to terminate the partnership, Yun Badian had rushed overnight to find out Songpa's schedule. He had also come to Su Corporation in Yunqing to make one last attempt. 10% profit? That actually makes sense. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Thank goodness I realized it. I was asking for 30% before. How greedy was that? General Songpa continued along this line, and Yun Boshan's eyes lit up at his words. General Songpa, does this mean you agree? Yun Badian asked, full of hidden pain. The previous deal with Songpa granted them 30% profit, and now they were offering only 10. That would mean losses of hundreds of billions per year. But even with just 10%, continuing the partnership with Songpa would bring tremendous benefits. Worst case, they could squeeze the distributors a bit more. Agree? Agree to what? Why are you still here? I was talking about my partnership with the Su Corporation. I only want 10% profit from them. What does that have to do with you? General Songpa frowned and looked at Yun Badian. I have made it very clear. Our cooperation has already ended, and the contract had less than a month remaining anyway. What? Just a 1 billion penalty fee. I will have someone wire it to you right now. What? Yun Badian could hardly believe what he was hearing. General Songpa only wanted 10% profit from the Su Corporation? Previously, he had taken 70% from the Yun family. Why would he accept such a small margin now? How humiliating was this? Still not leaving? Kuntai, throw them all out. If the emperor sees them later, he'll be annoyed. General Songpa barked at his subordinates, clearly irritated by Yun Badian and Yun Feiyang. General Songpa, the two tried to plead, but in their hearts they were not willing to give up. Father! It must have been Yifan. After his call yesterday, General Songpa decided to cut us off, Yun Feiyang muttered to Yun Badian. Shut up! Do you need to say it? Yun Badian almost slapped him. Wasn't it obvious? Did he have to point it out? All because of Yun Feiyang, who just had to provoke Sui Shui. Even if the Yi family had fallen, the Yin family should have thought twice before provoking them. Who would have guessed that Sui Shui's husband Yifan was the eldest son of the Yi family? Young Master Yi, you are here. Please. This way, please. Yun Badian and Yun Feiyang were still brooding, but General Songpa had already jumped up and rushed to the door to greet them. It turned out Yifan and Sui Shui had just stepped into the meeting room. With the utmost respect, Songpa personally pulled out a chair for Yifan. Young Master Yi, is this seat comfortable? Or would you like a shoulder massage? As he spoke, Songpa actually rolled up his sleeves and began to massage Yifan's shoulders respectfully. This scene left Yun Badian, Yun Feiyang, and the others utterly dumbfounded. What? Who was General Songpa? He was the most powerful warlord in Myanmar, commanding tens of thousands of troops, known for being bloodthirsty and ruthless, a man who would execute people without hesitation. And now, in front of Yifan, he was behaving like a wagging dog. Were their eyes deceiving them? Yifan may have been the eldest son of the Yi family, but he had spent the past 3 years idling in Yunqing's clubs. Since when did he have influence over Myanmar? But none of Songpa's subordinates were surprised. They all knew how important Yifan had once been to Songpa. To serve Yifan, Songpa would not only willingly obey. If Yifan wanted to sleep with Songpa's wife, the man would personally wash her clean and deliver her to him. Your technique has improved, Yifan replied indifferently. His gaze then turned to Yun Feiyang and Yun Badian. Oh, isn't this the young master of the Yun family? What, you forgot to call me dad yesterday and came today to make up for it? Yifan stared at Yun Feiyang coldly, a mocking glint in his eyes. Kuntai, do it now. Just throw them out. Why be polite? Songpa, seeing Yifan's mood, panicked and barked orders to his men, terrified of displeasing him. Kuntai immediately grabbed Yun Feiyang and Yun Badian by the limbs and hurled them violently into the hallway. Ah! Their bodies slammed onto the concrete, and screams of agony echoed through the corridor. Yifan, you just wait, this is not over. You think you can bypass the Yun family to do jade business in Dasha? No way! Yun Feiyang shouted as he rolled and crawled toward the building's exit. Songpa frowned and asked Yifan, Your Majesty, shall I eliminate the entire Yun family? Yifan lightly waved his hand. No need, this is Dasha. If you act, there will be trouble. I have warned them if they dare to harass my wife again, I will flatten the entire Yun family. He paused, then turned to Songpa and Su Yixue. Start preparing the contract. Hearing this, Songpa immediately had someone bring the contract and personally handed it to Su Yixue. Miss Su, this is how I see it. It is a great honor for our Jade Group to work with the Su Corporation. So, regarding profit, we only ask for 10%. Would that be acceptable to you? As he spoke, Songpa watched Yifan's facial expression carefully, full of apprehension. What? 10%? Su Yixue exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Songpa's offer. Seeing her reaction, Songpa was startled. Miss Su, is 10% too much? Then, even 0.5% would be fine. No, to serve the emperor, how could I even think about profit? I deserve to die. As he spoke, Songpa slapped himself hard across the face. General Songpa, please stop. You have misunderstood, that is not what I meant. Su Yixue glanced at Yifan, who sat calmly beside her sipping tea. In her heart, she was filled with immense admiration for her extraordinary husband. Of course, Su Yixue knew that General Songpa was showing such deference to her solely because of Yifan. She was fully aware that even the Yun family in the provincial capital, while collaborating with General Songpa, had to yield 70% of the profits. Compared to the Yun family, the Su group was far smaller in both scale and influence. Yet, General Songpa had just given away 60% of the profits to her. This was not a business deal, it was practically a gift from the god of wealth. What I meant was, you are giving us too large a share. We feel quite embarrassed to accept it, Su Yixue hastily clarified. Only then did General Songpa appear somewhat relieved. He turned to Yifan and asked, Young Master Yi, do you find this arrangement reasonable? Yifan curled his lips into a slight smile. Songpa, I know your intentions are good, but in business, the goal is mutual prosperity. Let us do it this way, you should not suffer too much either. A 50-50 split is fine. Within a year, I guarantee your profits will triple compared to your deal with the Yun family. Though Yifan spoke with ease, his tone was filled with unshakable confidence. Previously, due to his martial arts not being restored, Yifan had to stay in the shadows and could only help the Su family discreetly. Now that he had not only regained his strength but surpassed his peak, the Su group would undoubtedly rise along with him. In Yifan's mind, once the Yi family returned to its peak as the #1 clan, the Su group could rightfully be second. Thank you, Emperor. General Songpa breathed a silent sigh of relief and respectfully bowed to Yifan. Yifan nodded. You can discuss the contract details among yourselves. I am off to meet some women, he said to Su Yixue and then drove off from the Su group. Today, Yifan had made an appointment with Yi Xiu to visit the Overlord Club. If Yifan did not go, how could Yi Xiu have the opportunity to make a move? At the entrance of the Overlord Club, Yifan arrived just as Yi Xiu, wearing a cap and sunglasses, showed up. Big brother, we are just here to relax with some women. Why are you dressed like you are on some secret mission? Yifan looked at Yi Xiu with a hint of disdain. Yi Xiu gave an awkward smile. Brother Fan, better to be cautious. Unlike you, I often attend business functions. If someone sees me at this kind of place, it would not look good. Truthfully, Yi Xiu wanted to be there very much, but he was too concerned with his reputation and feared damaging his image in front of the Yi family elder. So, he always kept up appearances. Poser. Yifan sneered inside. At the front desk, he deliberately spoke loudly, This is my big brother, Yi Xiu. Be sure to assign him 2 beautiful girls tonight. His words attracted a lot of attention, making Yi Xiu incredibly uncomfortable. After checking in, the two went to their separate rooms. When Yi Xiu saw Yifan ordering 10 girls, he was nearly driven mad with envy. You bastard, 10 at once, you trying to kill yourself? Humph, tonight would be his last celebration. Once in his room, Yi Xiu immediately called, Patriarch Lin, we have arrived at the Overlord Club. Yifan is in room 308. Let them proceed. On the other end, Patriarch Lin Hua replied, Good. But Yi Xiu, destroy your SIM card right away. Do not let anyone know we contacted each other. Better safe than sorry. Ever since the master-level assassin was killed, Manhwa had become increasingly cautious. At the Overlord Club, Yafan lay on a circular couch while 10 girls served him grapes and peeled bananas. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Suddenly, a fierce killing intent surged from outside the room. Yafan smiled. So, they have finally come? Ladies, go to sleep for now. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy sealed their pressure points, rendering all 10 unconscious. If they witnessed or overheard what was about to happen, there would only be one outcome: death. Click. The door opened, and a man in a baseball cap stepped inside. In his hand, a shining dagger glinted under the light. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Black Dragon, an assassin from the Bloodrobe Gate. Kid, someone wants you dead. Do not blame me. With a snarl, he lunged at Yafan, aiming the dagger directly at his heart. He made no unnecessary movements. Judging by the martial aura around him, his cultivation had reached the control level, a top-tier expert in the mundane world. This man, Black Dragon, was ranked 13th among the Bloodrobe Gate's assassins. His strikes were lethal and swift, known for leaving no loose ends. However, when the dagger was just 3 inches from Yafan's chest, it stopped abruptly. Had it hit bone? Black Dragon tried pushing further, but the blade would not budge. Looking down, he was shocked to find Yafan casually holding the dagger between 2 fingers. Yafan stared calmly at him. Speak, who ordered the hit on me? If you tell me, I might spare your life. Yafan had come to the Overlord Club precisely to lure them in. With his current strength, few in the world could threaten him. Black Dragon was sharp. Seeing Yafan block his attack so easily, he realized he had encountered a powerful adversary. Without hesitation, he kicked off the floor and attempted to flee. He was fast, but Yafan was faster. Before he could escape, Yafan struck with a crushing punch. Boom! Black Dragon was slammed to the ground. A large portion of his chest collapsed inward, blood oozed from his mouth, and he looked at Yafan in disbelief. You were hiding your strength? Bloodrobe Gate always investigated their targets thoroughly. They knew Yafan was the eldest son of the Yi family, but also believed he had lost his cultivation years ago, with his heart and kidneys removed. They thought he was just a pampered playboy hiding in Yun City. Everything pointed to him being a cripple. But now, Black Dragon saw it had all been a lie. I will give you one last chance. Who sent you to kill me? Yafan stepped on his face, towering over him. No comment. Crack. Before he could finish the sentence, Yafan crushed his neck with a stump. If he refused to reveal the employer, there was no reason to let him live. It was enough to know the assassin came from the Bloodrobe Gate. So what if it was the Bloodrobe Gate? Yafan would find time to slaughter them all, one less threat to the world. Smirking wickedly, Yafan stared at Black Dragon's corpse. He had another plan in mind. After flipping the corpse over and studying his face, Yafan pinched and massaged his own facial muscles. Moments later, his appearance had completely changed. At that moment, Yafan looked identical to Black Dragon, not just similar, but an exact replica. Donning the cap, even Black Dragon's parents would not recognize the difference. Yafan quickly searched Black Dragon's body. Aside from a simple contact mobile phone, he found only a small vial containing some powder. Yafan brought it to his nose and sniffed. Corpse-dissolving powder? Just a moment ago, Yafan had been wondering how to deal with Black Dragon's corpse. With this powder, it was perfect. He gently poured a bit of the powder onto Black Dragon's body. The next moment, under the corrosive effect of the substance, Black Dragon's body instantly dissolved into a pool of fluid. Yafan used a mop to tidy up the room briefly. He then donned the baseball cap and climbed out of the window, heading toward Yi Xiu's adjacent room. Inside the neighboring room, Yi Xiu resembled a crazed beast, relentlessly tormenting the 2 girls accompanying him. He had fastened dog chains around their necks, whipping them from behind, forcing them to bark like dogs while crawling on the floor. It was as if he were venting years of pent-up frustration. The girls' bodies were covered in whip marks. Sir, please, we beg you, do not do this anymore. These 2 girls had originally believed they had landed a wealthy client and only needed to serve him well to earn a generous tip. They had never expected Yi Xiu to be so perverse and into such grotesque behavior. Do not stop. Keep crawling. I paid for this. Yi Xiu screamed hysterically, brandishing the whip again when a strong hand suddenly clutched his wrist tightly. You two, get out. The one who entered was none other than Yafan, now in Black Dragon's guise. The 2 girls, hearing Yafan's voice, seemed to be granted a reprieve and scrambled out of the room in a panic. When Yi Xiu saw Black Dragon, his rage seemed to dissipate instantly. Brother Black Dragon, is Yafan dead now? Yes. Yafan responded non-committally. I am a little curious. You are Yifan's elder brother, why do you insist on killing him? Upon hearing that Yifan was dead, Yishio seemed to breathe easier. Elder brother? What a joke. I have toiled for the Yi family for years. When have they ever treated me as a true member of the family? Especially that old bastard. After all my efforts, he still intended to hand the family over to that useless fool Yifan. If Yifan does not die, how can I ever control the Yi family? I see. But if you wanted control, were there not other ways? Why resort to murder? I heard Yifan married into the Su family and is not even interested in running the Yi family. Could you not have shown a bit of restraint? Yifan continued coaxing him. Yi Xiu shook his head. If Yifan had not returned, or if he was still that worthless waste, perhaps he could have lived. But he returned and ruined the engagement between the Lin and Xian families at the banquet. Therefore, he had to die. As long as Yifan lives, some people will never sleep soundly. So this assassination of Yifan was the Lin family's idea? Yifan frowned, trying to dig deeper. 3 years ago, during the attack on the Yi family, which clans were involved? The Lin family, the Zhou family of Yun City. Back then, we should have wiped them all out. If we had killed the 2 old men of the Yi family, none of this would be happening now. Mid-sentence, Yi Xiu abruptly stopped and eyed Yifan warily. Black Dragon. You are just a killer from the Bloodrobe Gate. Why are you asking so many questions? Yi Xiu realized he had said too much. Some secrets were meant to be buried forever. Yifan understood that Yi Xiu knew more, but as Black Dragon, he could get nothing further. He rubbed his face, revealing his true identity. Yi Xiu, you truly are my good brother, huh? Grandfather took you in, and this is how you repay him. You are not Black Dragon. Black Dragon is. Yi Xiu stared at Yifan, utterly stunned. You have regained your strength? You tricked us? He immediately understood if Yifan could impersonate Black Dragon, then Black Dragon must already be dead. Yifan gave a cold smile. You used to be smart. If you had loyally supported the Yi family, I might have handed the clan over to you someday. With the Northern Dipper sect backing him, and many other matters demanding his attention, the Yi family was just the starting point for Yifan. He truly did not plan to invest much in managing it. Realizing that Black Dragon was dead, Yi Xiu was panicked for a few seconds but quickly composed himself. Humph, you want me to act like a dog, wagging my tail before the Yi family? I cannot do that. As he spoke, he moved stealthily toward the window, looking for a chance to escape. Yifan's expression turned cold. Brother, for your years of service to the Yi family, I will give you one chance. Testify that the Lin family attacked the Yi family, and I will spare your life. When he had said something similar to Black Dragon earlier, it was likely a bluff. But with Yi Xiu, he was sincere, he truly considered sparing him. After all, Yi Xiu had been raised by their grandfather. Even a dog kept for many years might inspire some sentiment. Sparing me? Ha! Yifan, you had better worry about yourself. Even if your strength is restored, so what? 3 years ago, they dared to strike the Yi family. 3 years later, your clan will not escape either. Mid-sentence, Yi Xiu suddenly drew a desert eagle and pulled the trigger. Die! Bang! The bullet flew toward Yifan as Yi Xiu flipped and darted for the window. He knew that if Yifan's strength had returned, the bullet posed little threat at such close range. The shot was merely a diversion to buy time for his escape. But Yi Xiu had underestimated Yifan. With a slight sidestep, Yifan easily dodged the bullet. In a flash, he caught up, seized Yi Xiu by the neck from behind, and lifted him like a rag doll. I gave you a chance, and you wasted it. Did you really think you could get away? Yifan had exposed his strength to Yi Xiu last night. He never planned to let Yi Xiu walk free. Yi Xiu tried to channel his inner energy to strike back, but Yifan simply slapped him. With one blow, Yi Xiu's cultivation was completely crippled, and he was thrown to the ground like a dead dog. Since you took part in the attack on the Yi family 3 years ago, I will make you wish you were dead. Yifan stared coldly at him, then dialed Li Hu's number. Come here. I need you to imprison someone. Tonight, we have a performance to stage. Yifan had no intention of killing Yi Xiu immediately. Instead, he planned to hand him over to Li Hu. Perhaps more useful information could be extracted. At the same time, he would intentionally leak word that Yi Xiu was alive, and even reveal his location. Yifan wanted to see, once the Lin and Zhou families knew Yi Xiu still lived, would they come to rescue him or to silence him? After Li Hu personally brought his men and took the unconscious Yi Xiu away, Yifan quietly returned to his room through the window. Yifan's actions were clear, he was trying his best not to expose himself. Moments later, when Yifan came out of his room, in the private suite, the 10 girls he had brought in were all lying disheveled and sprawled across the sofas or the floor, still completely unconscious. After Yifan left, a few staff members entered and were immediately stunned by the scene. Holy shit! The young master of the Yi family is that fierce? Not only did he handle 10 girls, but he knocked them all out cold? Damn, I'm thoroughly impressed. Even a donkey couldn't keep up with that. If I ever get the chance, I'm definitely learning from young Master Yi. Heilong disappeared. Yi Xiu went missing. But Yi Fan came out of the Bawang Club completely unharmed. The news quickly reached Lin Hua. Still no contact with Yi Xiu? And Heilong as well? That's right, a subordinate reported from the Lin family's estate. Our people clearly saw Yi Fan leave the Bawang Club, but they didn't see Yi Xiu come out. Lin Hua, panicked, collapsed into a chair. It's over. Heilong is most likely dead. Contact the Shuai sect immediately. Tell them to keep trying. Yi Fan must be killed as soon as possible. Lin Hua was truly scared. At the Lin family banquet, Yi Fan had suddenly slapped him. Back then, Lin Hua had only suspected that Yi Fan's strength had returned. But now, with Heilong having made a move and Yi Fan still alive, it could only mean that Yi Fan's strength was at least above Heilong's. Lin Hua rubbed his forehead, still in shock, when another report came in. Patriarch, just received the latest news. Yi Xiu is not dead. He was captured by Yi Fan and is being held for interrogation. Apparently, Yi Fan wants to investigate the attack on the Yi family years ago. What? Lin Hua groaned again. Yi Xiu was indeed a crucial mole in the old assault on the Yi family. Even though Yi Xiu didn't know much about the larger plan, he knew for sure that the Lin family had been involved. If Yi Xiu survived and testified, the Yi family would definitely retaliate with full force. Even though higher-ups were still planning action against the Yi family, before they were destroyed, they were fully capable of annihilating the Lin family first. Hurry! Mobilize all our forces and find out where Yi Xiu is being held. We must rescue him before he talks. And if we can't get him out, make sure he never gets the chance to talk. As Lin Hua gave this order, he drew his hand across his throat. Beside him, Lin Dong nodded. Second uncle, let me handle this. My men just reported that Yi Xiu was taken away by Li Hu. We should know the detention location soon. I guarantee he won't be able to talk. Good. Leaving the Bawang Club, Yi Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart. After 3 years, there were finally some leads about the attack on the Yi family. But the situation was more complex than he had imagined. Yi Fan had thought only the Lin family was involved, but now it appeared that the Zhou family was involved as well. And based on Yi Xiu's words, there were clearly others too. Any force capable of simultaneously striking both the Yi family and the Beiluo sect was no ordinary power. But who exactly was it? Why did they want to destroy both the Yi family and the Beiluo sect? Back in his car, Yi Fan checked a message on his phone. 1 p.m., 8th floor private suite, Yun City Grand Hotel. This message was from Su Yun. Last night, Su Yun had asked Yi Fan to show up and intimidate someone. Judging by the time, it was about right. Yi Fan quickly drove towards the Yun City Grand Hotel. The reason he had killed Zhou Tao the night before was because Zhou Tao tried to kill his junior sister. Yi Fan had not expected that the Zhou family was one of the forces behind the attack on the Yi family. That meant Zhou Tao deserved to die. In the private suite on the 8th floor of the Yun City Grand Hotel, Su Yun sat on one side of the sofa, facing an elderly man in a gray robe, the Zhou family's steward, Ling Tian. Su Yun, you know the situation. Our Zhou family never wanted to oppose you. But the young master of the Su family has given a death order. He will not spare any of you, Ling Tian said with false kindness. So do not make this difficult. Sign the papers. Transfer all your Yun City assets to the young master. I'll give you 1 day to flee the city. Su Yun looked anxiously at Ling Tian. She did not know martial arts, but she knew how strong Ling Tian was. Rumor had it he was already half a step into the Grandmaster realm. The Zhou family sending Ling Tian meant they were determined to seize the last bit of assets in Su Chan's hands, assets left to her by her mother. If these were taken, Su Chan would have no path to survival. Ling Tian, this is an internal matter of the Su family. I advise you to stay out of it. No matter the conflict between the young master and Su Chan, they are siblings. Are you sure this will end well for you? Su Yun kept glancing at the door. Had Yi Fan not promised to come help? Why was he still not here? Siblings? Su Yun, are you joking? They are only half-siblings. You know how much the young master hates Su Chan. He wants her dead. He's even announced a 5 million reward to anyone who kills her. Tell me, how much longer do you think Su Chan can survive? Ling Tian looked at her wickedly. Since Su Chan gave you full authority, are you going to sign or not? As he spoke, Ling Tian pushed the contract toward Su Yun. This is outright robbery. I will not sign it. Su Yun was furious when she saw the price listed 250 yuan. She could not understand why the young master was hell-bent on eliminating them. Su Yun, you're choosing punishment over cooperation. Men, help Miss Su sign the contract. Ling Tian barked, and several strong men stepped forward, grabbing Su Yun and attempting to force her to sign. The Zhou family never intended to negotiate. This was all for show. Su Yun tried to protest, but she was powerless against them. You people are courting death. A cold voice suddenly rang from the door. A young man stepped into the room, without hesitation, and delivered 2 punches to the chests of the men restraining Su Yun. Bang! Bang! The 2 men were sent flying, crashing into the wall and embedding into it like framed pictures. Blood spilled from their mouths as they slid down. It was none other than Yafan, though now, he looked like Jun Tian from the black market. As he helped Su Yun up, she looked at him, puzzled. Who are you? Yafan smiled faintly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jun Tian, a friend of Yafan. He asked me to come and help today. As he spoke, he gazed brazenly at Ling Tian. A half-step grandmaster, acting arrogant here? You are Jun Tian? Ling Tian's face turned wary. The name had spread across Yun City since Jun Tian had killed Grandmaster-level Tian Kuei. More importantly, Ling Tian knew Tian Kuei's assault on the Yi family was orchestrated by the Zhou and Lin families. While they were still investigating Jun Tian's identity, he was already standing in front of Ling Tian. Good, since you know who I am, this will be easy. Yifan's voice turned menacing. I am protecting Su Yun and Royal Number 1. You kneel and crawl out of here like a dog. You, outrageous. Ling Tian's expression darkened. Boy, they say you killed Tian Kuei, but this is not a time of lone warriors. No matter how strong you are, do you think you can defeat 10? 100? You think I came to Yun City unprepared? Clap clap. Ling Tian clapped his hands. Clatter. In the next moment, countless strong men stormed in, armed with enhanced crossbows, all aiming directly at Yafan. Boy, ever felt what it's like to be pierced by 1,000 arrows? Move 1 inch, and I guarantee you will not walk out of here alive. Ling Tian said smugly. These upgraded crossbows had been modified by an expert. While ineffective against true martial lords, they could still be deadly to grandmasters who had not yet mastered chi armor. 1 or 2 arrows could be dodged, even 4 or 5, but 100? Ling Tian was gambling, like Yan Xuanying betting your gun has no bullets. He was betting that despite Yifan's monstrous talent, there was no way he had reached the martial lord level at such a young age. Now you have 2 choices. Ling Tian stepped forward and slapped Yafan lightly on the cheek. First, continue siding with Su Yun. In that case, I will immediately give the order for you all to be pierced by 1,000 arrows. Then, Royal Number 1 will still be ours. The second option, young man, you are terrifyingly powerful at such a young age. Why not join us? I will personally recommend you to those above. You will receive a position that is more than satisfactory and access to abundant cultivation resources to advance your training even further. How about it? Yafan raised his eyebrows. From Ling Tian's words, he caught a key phrase. Above? That meant the Zhou family was subordinate to someone higher. Oh, Steward Ling, when you say above, are you referring to the Su family in the capital? Ling Tian sneered coldly. The Su family? Ha! They are powerful, yes, but they are not qualified to command top-tier aristocratic families like ours or the Lin family. The ones I am talking about are 100 times more powerful than them. What do you say, young Master Yi? Think it over? Seeing Yafan seemingly interested, excitement flickered in Ling Tian's eyes. If he could win over such a monstrous genius, those above would certainly reward him richly. With enough elixirs and martial techniques, he could very likely break through the bottleneck to Grandmaster. Yifan's expression turned icy. There's nothing to consider. Only children make choices. Oh, then what does young Master Yi mean? Ling Tian spoke cautiously, retreating behind the group of archers. I mean, I am going to kill every single one of you. A murderous aura surged violently from Yafan, radiating outward like a storm. Attack! Kill him! Sensing Yifan's movement, Ling Tian immediately shouted at all the archers beside him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Countless crossbow bolts were fired at a distance of less than 10 meters. Yafan remained calm. Break! With a thunderous roar, he struck out with a punch so powerful that it tore through the air, producing a chilling wail. As the enhanced bolts neared Yafan and Su Yun, despair flickered in Su Yun's eyes. Be careful! She had not expected Ling Tian to have laid so many traps in advance, stationing so many archers. If she had known, she would not have asked Yafan for help. Now, even his friend would suffer because of her. But the next moment, Just 2 meters in front of Yifan and Su Yun, a visible barrier of air appeared, its internal force fluctuating wildly, and it forcibly blocked all the incoming bolts. Due to the tremendous resistance, the arrow tails vibrated violently, losing momentum. After a full 3 seconds, all of them finally came to a complete stop. The scene was surreal. Dozens of arrows pointed directly at Yifan and Su Yun, suspended midair as if held by an invisible hand. They did not advance, nor did they fall. Qi armor. My god, you actually mastered Qi armor. Your strength has surpassed the martial lord level. How is this possible? Impossible. Ling Tian stared at the air barrier before Yifan, eyes wide with disbelief, completely forgetting that he should be fleeing. In martial arts, to cultivate Qi armor one must at least break through to martial lord. At that stage, one enters a completely new realm of mastery over power and energy. Standard crossbows were utterly ineffective against martial lords. Even bullets, from a distance, could not harm them. Humph. You think it's impossible only because you've never seen it before. With a cold snort, Yifan surged with energy. The suspended bolts instantly reversed direction and shot back toward the archers. Thud, thud. Without exception, the archers were either killed instantly or severely injured. In just a few seconds, all the once aggressive archers lay on the floor. Only Yifan, Su Yun, and Ling Tian were still standing. Su Yun covered her mouth in shock, staring at Yifan. Could this friend of Yifan, Yi Jun Tian, really be this powerful? Not only did he take down so many opponents by himself, it seemed he had not even used his full strength. Ling Tian's legs trembled violently. If Yi Jun Tian had merely been above the Grandmaster level, Ling Tian believed he still had a fighting chance. But now, seeing Yifan's martial lord strength, Ling Tian could not even entertain thoughts of escaping. Escape? He had not even reached the Grandmaster level. There was no way he could escape from a martial lord. Master, I was wrong. Thud. Without hesitation, Ling Tian dropped to his knees before Yifan. A wise man does not court disaster. Ling Tian was cunning. No matter what, surviving this was better than dying here like a fool. Ha! So, are you still going to sign the royal number 1 contract? Yifan sat down on the sofa and glanced at Ling Tian indifferently. This man clearly knew some things, time to question him properly. No, I will not. Absolutely not. Ling Tian frantically waved his hands. I failed to recognize a great man when I saw one. Miss Su, I apologize. I was wrong. As he apologized, he repeatedly bowed his head. Damn it! That contract? Let whoever wants it sign it. I am not risking my neck for this nonsense. I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I may consider sparing your life. Yifan stared intensely at Ling Tian. He had not gotten all the information he needed from Yi Xiu, now he wanted more from Ling Tian. Master, ask away. I will tell you everything I know. Ling Tian seemed hopeful again. Could he really survive this? But he did not know that in Yifan's heart, their death sentence had already been passed. 3 years ago, they had dared to encircle and wipe out the Yi family. All of Yifan's uncles and elders died in battle, nearly wiping out the entire family. How could Yifan ever forgive such enemies? 3 years ago, besides the Zhou and Lin families, who else was involved in the attack on the Yi family? Yifan's first question nearly made Ling Tian jump out of his skin. Ha? Master. Why would you suddenly ask that? Ling Tian looked at Yifan with confusion. Yifan currently looked like Yi Jun Tian. Ling Tian was puzzled. How could a mere friend of Yifan be so interested in the Yi family's affairs? Especially when matters involving the Yi family, past and present, were taboo. The higher-ups had explicitly ordered everyone to stop talking about the Yi family. Moreover, Ling Tian did not know much himself. Am I the one asking you, or are you the one questioning me? Yifan grew impatient. He stepped forward and grabbed Ling Tian by the throat. A surge of energy coursed through Ling Tian's meridians, attacking his internal organs and sealing his vital acupoints. Ling Tian immediately felt his body becoming uncontrollable. His half-step grandmaster strength was like an ant before Yifan. He feared that with a mere flick of Yifan's finger, he would die on the spot. Was martial lord strength truly this terrifying? Spare me, master. I will talk. The attack 3 years ago, our Zhou family, along with the Lin family, we all received the order suddenly. The one who contacted us was someone from the royal family. All of us wore masks. Aside from the Lin family, I do not know who else was involved. Ling Tian was truly terrified and confessed everything he knew to Yifan. Although it did not seem to be especially valuable information on the surface, there was one thing Yifan could now be sure of. The royal family had also made a move against the Yi family. After all, the Yi family commanded 800,000 soldiers of the Tianlong army, who recognized only the Yi family's banner. The royal family did not trust the Yi family. At that time, Yifan was training at the Beiluo sect. If he returned, possessing both strength and the support of Beiluo, the combination of the Yi family and Beiluo would take their power to a whole new level. Therefore, the royal family had acted. Besides the royal family, who are the people above you mentioned? Yifan, having pieced together information from both Yi Xiu and Ling Tian, had reason to believe the royal family was not the ultimate force behind everything. Master, I really do not know much about them. They are extremely mysterious, appearing and disappearing without a trace. And it is said they cannot be killed. We call them divine envoys. Our families simply carry out their orders. Divine envoys? Cannot be killed? Ha! Yifan certainly did not believe in gods or spirits. But these so-called divine envoys had clearly come very close to the truth. Why were they so frenzied in destroying the Yi family? What was their goal? From Ling Tian's words, it sounded like the Lin family, Zhou family, and others involved in the attack 3 years ago were planning to strike the Yi family again. In that case, Yifan's next move was clear: he would destroy them first before they could act. Master, I have told you everything I know. Could you please spare my life? Ling Tian looked at Yifan with a fawning expression, desperately hoping for mercy. Crawl out like a dog. Yifan's voice was cold. Ling Tian, relieved beyond belief, crawled quickly on all fours toward the door. Just as he was about to reach it, energy surged around Yifan's ankle, and a bolt fired, piercing Ling Tian's heart and pinning him to the ground. Ling Tian turned his head with difficulty, disbelief in his eyes. You, Master, did you not say you would spare me? Why, did I say that? When did I ever say it? Yifan replied with a cold smile, causing Ling Tian to vomit blood in fury and die on the spot. Su Yun was still in a daze. Yifan patted her on the shoulder and said, "All right, everything is settled. Can you handle the rest of the situation?" "Ah, yes, I can manage." Su Yun snapped out of it and replied, "Thank you, Master." A year ago, Su Yun had fled assassins with Su Chan from the capital to Yun City. Though she seemed gentle on the outside, the fact that she managed to maintain royal number 1 proved she had some means. Although Yifan currently appeared as Yi Jun Tian, Su Yun felt a familiar aura about this handsome man whenever she got close to him. Yifan paid her no mind and strode out of the Yun City Grand Hotel. After what happened today, Yifan was convinced that the girl Chu Yen was definitely his junior sister. In truth, it no longer mattered whether she acknowledged it or not, because the people behind her were also tied to the attacks on Beiluo's sect and the Yi family. Whether for the sake of his junior sister or for the Yi family, Yifan would kill every last one of them. Perhaps, when nothing else held her back, she would finally be willing to meet him openly. Yifan drove away from Royal Number 1, and by coincidence, passed by the Yi Group headquarters. He suddenly thought of something. Now that Yi Xiu had been captured, there was a serious issue. Who would manage the massive Yi Group? Should I ask Jack and the others to help manage it? But they had their own affairs and were not even native citizens of Daxia. Yifan was uneasy about it. But where would he find someone more suitable? Yifan grabbed a bite to eat somewhere. By the time he finished, it was already afternoon. He had promised Su Qingru that he would go to school and dance with her. Judging by the time, it was about right. Yifan suddenly realized that ever since returning as the eldest young master of the Yi family, he had become much busier than before. He started to miss the days when he used to hang out in clubs all the time. Yifan drove towards Yun City University. With Chief Steward Ling Tian dead, the Zhou family in the provincial capital received the news immediately. What? That little bitch Su Yun and Su Chan actually got someone to kill Steward Ling Tian? He was on the verge of breaking through to Grandmaster. At the Zhou family estate, the patriarch Zhou Ming looked stunned upon hearing the report, nearly leaping out of his chair. In the Zhou family, Ling Tian was second only to the old patriarch in power. Soon, the Zhou family would have 2 Grandmaster-level experts that would cement their position as the number 1 family in the southwest. But now, at this critical moment, Ling Tian had been killed? According to, why is it that damned harbinger of doom again? Zhou Ming frowned deeply at his subordinate's report. The name Yi Jun Tian had already entered their radar. In Yun City, it was he who had killed the Grandmaster Tian Kuei, who had been preparing to strike the Yi family. And now, the Zhou family's chief steward Ling Tian was also dead at Yi Jun Tian's hands? Was this just a coincidence? Patriarch, we cannot reach the young master either. Could it be? Zhou Ming's heart dropped. In fact, the night before, he had already felt a strange unease, as if something terrible had happened. Now, with his subordinate's reminder, that ominous feeling grew stronger. It was likely that his son, Zhou Tao, was already dead. But Zhou Ming still refused to believe it. Stop spouting damn nonsense. Send men immediately. I want him found dead or alive. After barking the order, Zhou Ming paced anxiously around the room. In the end, he decided to report the matter to the Su family in the capital. Although he would surely be punished, the current situation was beyond what the Zhou family could handle alone. Young master, something has happened in Yun City. Our Zhou family steward was killed by that little bitch Su Yun and Su Chan. My son also failed to complete your task. Please punish me as you see fit. Zhou Ming suppressed his rage and respectfully reported via phone. At that moment, in the capital, Su Hao of the Su family listened calmly. Oh, that little sister of mine still has tricks up her sleeve? He had no concern for the deaths in the Zhou family. I understand the situation. You did not retrieve what I wanted. It seems I cannot count on you. Do not interfere with matters in Yun City any longer. Coordinate with the Gu cult. I will assign others to handle Yun City. If necessary, I will go myself. After hanging up, a smirk appeared on Su Hao's lips. Gazing out the window at falling leaves, he said coldly, Grandfather, you want to hand that item to Su Chan? I will never let that happen. Humph. I will let you live just long enough after I get the item. I will make sure you die in peace. Someone. Summon young Master Chun from the Holy Land. There is an important matter to discuss. Perhaps I will be going to Yun City myself. Su Hao murmured, Yi Jun Tian, is it? You carry the Yi name too. I would very much like to see what you are capable of. You dared to ruin my plans. If grandmasters could not handle you, let us see how you fare against a martial lord from the Holy Land. Yun City. Yafan arrived by car at Yun City University and parked in the lot. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful young woman rushing toward the parking lot while carrying a child. After placing the little girl into a car, she hastily started the vehicle. But in her panic, she crashed directly into a flower bed. The front of the car was smashed, smoke was rising from the hood, and it was completely unable to start. On the verge of tears, the woman opened the car door, picked up the little girl again, and ran over to Yafan, who had just gotten out of his own car. Desperately, she pleaded, Hello, please, can you help me? My daughter suddenly has a high fever and lost consciousness, she's even foaming at the mouth. Could you take us to the hospital? She was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. Miss, do not worry. Let me take a look at the child first. I am also a doctor, I can help. Yafan comforted her as he reached out to check the girl's pulse. In an instant, he understood the condition. Quick, place the child in the car. I will perform acupuncture. The woman, completely panicked and out of her depth, could only follow Yifan's instructions. Her name was Chiu Wan, a lecturer at Yun City University, raising her daughter alone. Because she had to teach and could not bring the child to class, she had to leave her daughter at home and monitor her through a camera. After finishing class, she discovered that her daughter had fainted in the dorm room. That was why she had rushed over in such a panic. Chiu Wan gently placed the little girl on the seat. Yafan quickly took out silver needles from his coat and began inserting them into several key acupoints on the child's body. Tai 8 needles. This was a secret technique from the Beiluo sect, capable of both taking lives and saving them. As he administered the needles, Yafan also channeled his internal energy through the needle tips into the little girl's body. Within a few dozen seconds, the girl's convulsions ceased, color returned to her pale face, and the foaming at her mouth stopped. Cough, cough. 2 minutes later, the little girl let out a soft cough and slowly opened her eyes. Looking up at the woman, she asked sweetly, Mommy, why am I here? The soft voice of the 3-year-old girl instantly broke Chiu Wan's composure. She clutched the child tightly in her arms. Cece, you scared Mommy so much. I thought I had lost you. Her symptoms moments earlier had been terrifying: convulsions, foaming at the mouth, high fever, and unconsciousness. If not handled properly, she could have died. Do not worry. Cece had a high fever caused by a cold, which led to convulsions and some complications. I used acupuncture to relieve it, Yafan explained. What he did not say was that the girl's condition was far more serious than he made it sound. There were signs of food poisoning, and more importantly, she seemed to have a congenital disease. Had Yafan not encountered her just in time and happened to know the Tai 8 needles, it was unlikely even a hospital could have saved her. Thank you so much. I do not know what I would have done without you today. Chiu Wan was so shaken she could barely stand. Part of it was from running, the rest from the intense fear. Yafan smiled gently. No need to thank me. It was nothing. Where do you live? I will take you back and give the child some massage therapy and a prescription to stabilize her. Ah, thank you so much. I live in the faculty dormitory near the university. I feel terrible for troubling you like this. Xiaowan wanted to refuse, but she was exhausted, and the idea of further help for Cece made her accept. As Yifan carried Cece and walked with Xiaowan to her dorm, they exchanged names. Yifan learned that Xiaowan taught business management and had previously worked at a major company. Sister Wan, did you say you were once a vice president at Alibaba Group? Yifan looked surprised. Why did you quit and become a lecturer? Was this not exactly the kind of talent he was looking for? That's right. I was lucky to have a mentor who brought me into the industry and helped me rise quickly. Unfortunately, I later met a bastard. I got pregnant. By the time I returned, the position was gone. I tried other companies, but once they found out I had a child, they all rejected me. I had no choice but to teach. Yifan listened quietly. From her eyes, he could see that Xiaowan had not truly given up on her ambition. Sister Wan, what if I invited you to manage my company? Would you consider it? Yifan asked seriously. Xiaowan paused and gave Yifan a skeptical look. You? Clearly, she had her doubts. Yifan looked no more than 20-something. It was already impressive that he possessed medical skills, and now he claimed to own a corporation? Plus, he was handsome? Life really was unfair. What? You do not believe me? Yifan looked at her. I really do have a company. My general manager fell ill yesterday. I have been stressing over finding the right person. Sister Wan, I would even allow you to bring your child to work. The rest of the conditions are negotiable. Seeing Yifan's earnest expression, Xiaowan felt he was not lying. Especially the offer to let her bring her daughter, she was genuinely moved. Cece was still too young to attend kindergarten until September. These next few months, Xiaowan could not just leave her alone at home. I will think about it. After what happened today, Xiaowan clearly did not want to leave Cece home alone again. But she was still hesitant, partly because of Yifan's age, and partly because she had been away from the industry so long that she was unsure she could keep up. Yifan did not push. But from their conversation, he could tell that Xiaowan was capable and dependable. She was exactly the kind of talent he needed. He would win her over eventually. Back at the faculty dorms, Yifan saw that it was a simple one-bedroom apartment. It was not large, but it was clean and bright, with some green plants on the balcony. At a glance, Yifan was even more convinced that Sister Wan was the one he needed. He laid Cece on the bed, gave her a full body massage, and used his energy to nurture her meridians. As long as nothing unexpected happened, she would be fine. After the massage, Cece fell asleep on the bed. Yifan and Xiaowan quietly exited the bedroom and gently closed the door. Do you have paper and a pen? Yifan asked. He had to accompany Su Qingru to a dance, and had no time to buy medicine, so he would write the prescription for Xiaowan to fill. Yes. Xiaowan quickly found paper and pen on the desk and bent down across the coffee table to hand them to Yifan. She was wearing a blue dress. Although the neckline was modest, her bending posture revealed her cleavage in full view. It was very fair, very full, and exuded a soft, gentle allure, with a faint fragrance that drifted to Yifan's nose. There was the scent of soap and a woman's unique natural scent. Following Yifan's gaze, Xiaowan realized what had happened. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she let out a soft, chiding sound as she quickly covered her chest and turned around in a fluster. Yifan, you must be thirsty, right? I will pour you some water. Thirsty? Yifan was momentarily stunned. I am not thirsty, you just think I am. With a swift motion, Yifan picked up the pen and quickly wrote a prescription on the paper: aconitum root, 12 grams, realgar, 8 grams. As Yifan finished writing the prescription, Xiaowan brought over a glass of water and handed it to him. Although she had adjusted her clothing earlier, her figure was so voluptuous that even a slight lean forward caused her neckline to reveal itself again. Xiaowan blushed deeply once more. But then she thought this man had just saved her daughter's life. Letting him sneak a few glances, was it really that big of a deal? Thinking this, she still looked shy, but made no move to cover her exposed chest. This subtle combination of bashfulness and implicit invitation gave the entire room a delicate, suggestive atmosphere. If this continued any longer, something might actually happen. The unique allure of a mature woman, it was truly lethal. Knock, knock, knock. Just at that moment, there was a sudden knocking at the door. Hearing the urgent rapping, Xiaowan's face turned pale in an instant. She looked nervously at Yifan and hesitated several times before finally speaking. Yifan, I am sorry, but could you hide for a moment? Hide? Yifan was dumbfounded. I did not do anything. Why should I hide? I know this is awkward. But it is my ex-husband at the door. Even though we are divorced, he keeps coming around to ask for money. If he sees you here, he might get violent. Xiao Wan's face was full of anguish and desperation. Seeing such a cheerful, life-loving woman being tormented by life like this filled Yifan with a surge of inexplicable heartache. Sister Wan, do not worry. I am here. Do not be afraid. He pulled Xiao Wan into his arms and gently patted her back. For a brief moment, Xiao Wan was dazed. She felt the warmth and strength of Yifan's embrace, and his clean, captivating scent. Her long-dormant heart stirred once more. But she quickly came to her senses. What am I thinking? Yifan was so much younger, she was at least 6 or 7 years older. He might even be a student at Yun City University. Still a young puppy, how could she entertain such inappropriate thoughts? While Xiao Wan was momentarily distracted, Yifan had already walked to the door and reached out to open it. No! Xiao Wan tried to stop him, but it was too late. The door had already been flung open. The moment it opened, a tattooed man, reeking of alcohol, nearly stumbled inside. Upon seeing Yifan, the man froze for a second before roaring, well, Xiao Wan, you shameless slut. So this is why you didn't open the door. You're keeping a pretty boy in your house. Pretending to be pure, how disgusting. Without any reason, the man began verbally attacking Xiao Wan. Slap. Yifan did not bother with words. He raised his hand and smacked the man across the face, causing him to stagger and slam his head against the wall with a loud thump, leaving a huge bump. Fuck, you hit me? You little bastard, you dare hit me? The man clenched his fists, seemingly ready to fight, but upon seeing the deadly glint in Yifan's eyes, he hesitated and redirected his anger toward Xiao Wan. You filthy woman. And you say I'm the one cheating? You are no better. Your daughter is still at home and you can't even wait until nighttime? Xiao Wan turned pale and rushed to Yifan's side, trying to explain, it is not what you think, Zhao Hong. Let me explain, we are not. But Yifan interrupted her directly. Not what? He guessed right. Sister Wan and I are dating now. You two are divorced. What right do you have to interfere in her private life? Ah. Once again pulled into Yifan's embrace, Xiao Wan felt her entire body go hot and weak. She could barely stand. There was something magical about Yifan's embrace. Even though he had only hugged her twice, she was already falling for it completely. Zhao Hong reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He jumped up from the floor and shouted, What? Xiao Wan, you dared to date someone without my permission? You need my approval to have a boyfriend. He looked like a child whose favorite toy had been taken. Glancing around, he grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it toward Yifan. You little shit. You dare steal my woman? I'll kill you. Careful. Don't. Xiao Wan was terrified, but seeing Yifan about to be attacked, she instinctively tried to shield him. For years, although they had been divorced, Zhao Hong would show up drunk, demand money, and beat her. She had grown afraid of him. There is nothing to worry about, Yifan said calmly. Holding Xiao Wan, he stepped aside 2 feet, then lashed out with a sweeping kick to Zhao Hong's stomach. Bang! Zhao Hong had no time to react. He was sent flying, slammed into the doorframe, and collapsed to the floor. He tried several times to get up but failed. Yifan walked over and stepped on his face, speaking coldly, This is your first and only warning. From today forward, Sister Wan is my woman. If you ever harass her again, I will break both your legs. Yifan's show of strength was more than enough to terrify Zhao Hong. But watching Xiao Wan being taken away from him, Zhao Hong refused to accept it. Kid, you better watch yourself. Do you know who I roll with? My boss is Brother Tiger. You mess with me, and Brother Tiger will make sure you never see the sunrise. Brother Tiger? Li Hu? Yifan chuckled. Is that so? Why don't you give Li Hu a call and ask if he dares lay a finger on me? Oh, right. My name is Yifan. Do not say I did not give you a chance. Go on, make the call. Yifan pulled Zhao Hong's phone from his pocket and handed it back, gesturing for him to dial. This move left Zhao Hong completely dumbfounded. I do not dare. Zhao Hong was terrified. From Yifan's eyes, he could sense a murderous intent, the kind only someone who had truly killed would have. If he enraged this man, he might really die. Not calling? Then I will beat you. Yifan's ankle surged with energy, making Zhao Hong feel like his skull was about to crack. I will call. I will call. Zhao Hong trembled as he dialed the number. Brother Tiger, it is Xiao Zhao. Zhao Hong. I ran into a tough guy today. He said his name is Yifan, and he said you wouldn't dare touch a single hair on his head. You fucking idiot. Who did you say? Yifan, a young man? You moron. Don't you dare say I know you. Go pick a coffin and pray for your miserable life. After confirming it was indeed Yifan, Brother Tiger immediately hung up. But the message was crystal clear. Zhao Hong had messed with someone he should never have crossed. Hearing the dial tone, Zhao Hong was utterly panicked. He dropped to his knees and begged Yifan, Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I swear I will never bother Chio-wan again. Treat me like a fart and let me go. Zhao Hong was not stupid. From Brother Tiger's tone, it was crystal clear to him if Brother Tiger saw Yifan, he would probably have to kneel. And here he was, stupidly provoking Yifan. Was he tired of living? Let you go? That depends. I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, maybe I will. Yifan looked at Zhao Hong with a sinister smile. Can Sister Wan now date whomever she pleases? Yes, yes. I will never interfere again. Good. Then what if I say I am going to sleep with Sister Wan right now? Do you have any objections? Yifan's blow was not just physical, it was psychological. Put. Zhao Hong felt as if a dagger had been thrust into his chest. And no objections. God damn it. Even if I did, what the hell could I say? Hearing Yifan's words, Xiuwan's face turned crimson with embarrassment again. Standing nearby, Xiuwan felt an odd sense of satisfaction watching Zhao Hong in this state. At the same time, there was a trace of disdain in her heart. Weren't you supposed to be so tough? All he ever did was hit women. Faced with someone stronger, he instantly crumbled. Yifan glanced at Xiuwan, then at the bedroom door where Cece was still asleep. Although he really wanted to destroy this piece of trash, for Cece's sake, Yifan decided to let him go this once. With a heavy sigh, he said, "This time, I am sparing you for the sake of Sister Wan and Cece. But if there's a next time, prepare to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." Yifan released Zhao Hong and clapped his hands. Zhao Hong felt as if he had just been granted a royal pardon. He scrambled to flee, practically crawling on hands and knees. Yifan's terrifying aura suffocated him. That gaze, it felt like it pierced straight through his soul. But just as Zhao Hong reached the door, Yifan grabbed him by the shoulder. Wait. At the same time, Yifan pulled out a pill and shoved it into Zhao Hong's mouth, patting his back so he swallowed it on the spot. Ah, what did you give me? Zhao Hong looked at Yifan in terror. His instincts screamed that it was not something good. Nothing much. Just a little poison. If you dare harass Sister Wan or her daughter again, you will die the moment it activates. Yifan had made the decision on the spot. A man like Zhao Hong could not be taken lightly, he needed a safeguard. So Yifan gave him a so-called poison as a deterrent. In reality, it was just a detox pill. At most, it would cause a few days of diarrhea. But Yifan knew that people like Zhao Hong were extremely selfish. They would rather believe a lie than take the risk. Master, Zhao Hong was nearly in tears. His last hope was gone. He had still been dreaming of coming back to pester Chil-wan, but now, with Yifan's poison in his body, how could he dare? What? Planning to stay for dinner? I have plenty of this poison. Want another dose? Yifan saw Zhao Hong hesitating and pulled out a handful of pills. Zhao Hong shivered in fright and nearly tumbled down the stairs as he fled. With Zhao Hong gone, Xiuwan finally felt the tight knot in her chest begin to loosen. When she looked at Yifan again, her eyes carried a complex mixture of emotions, gratitude, admiration, and a sense of peace. Even though she was strong for her daughter's sake, what woman does not need love and protection? Xiuwan also wanted a man's arms to bring her peace, but she had been unlucky in love. Her ex-husband had taken advantage of her while she was drunk, slept with her just once, and she got pregnant. With no other option, they married. And in the end, it left her heart broken. Yifan, thank you. Xiuwan looked at him sincerely, full of gratitude. If Yifan had not been there today, she would probably have been beaten again. The small salary she just received might have been taken by Zhao Hong to money she had saved to buy clothes for her daughter. Yifan waved his hand. No need for thanks. Sister Wan, it is getting late. I have something else to do, so I will head out. Think seriously about what I proposed earlier. I will be waiting for your answer. As he prepared to leave, Yifan reminded her, Sister Wan, do not forget to pick up the medicine for Cece. That will stabilize her condition, she will be fine afterward. After Yifan left, Xiuwan closed the door and leaned against it, her expression blank. Should she really go work at Yifan's company? What kind of person was Yifan, really? He was such a skilled doctor, and he seemed to have strong ties with Yun City's underground figure, Brother Tiger. Mommy! A sweet voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Cece had opened the bedroom door and stepped out timidly, looked around, then asked, Mommy, that bad man will not come bully us anymore, right? He should not, Xiuwan said, slightly unsure. She had seen Yifan beat Zhao Hong herself. He even fed him poison and got the support of Brother Tiger. Zhao Hong probably would not dare act out again. Cece, you were awake earlier? Xiuwan suddenly realized, had Cece seen everything? As an educated woman, Xiuwan had never spoken ill of Zhao Hong in front of Cece, even though he was scum. She had tried to preserve the image of daddy. Yes. I saw the big brother protect you. He was so cool and handsome. Cece smiled sweetly and continued innocently, Mommy, I do not want that bad guy to be my daddy anymore. Can we make the big brother my daddy instead? Ah. Hearing those words, Xiuwan's heart skipped a beat. Cece, do not talk nonsense. Mommy just met that big brother today, how could we? Xiuwan felt as if her secret thoughts had been exposed and hurried to explain. But halfway through, she stopped herself. Yifan was so young, skilled in medicine, with his own company, and she was already a used woman. How could she be worthy of him? Would he even look at her? Forget it. Cece, let me ask you a question. If Mommy goes to work at that big brother's company, would you be okay with that? Xiuwan squatted down, held Cece in her arms, and asked seriously. Yes. Of course. Cece clapped happily, her face full of longing. Then I can see Big Brother every day, would she? Xiuwan sighed and looked out the window. Deep down, it seemed she had already made a decision. It is not because I want to go. It is because Cece agreed. Yes, that is all it is. Cece. Mommy is taking you downstairs to buy something delicious. But you must promise Mommy, after we go to see Dean Hua to get the medicine, you have to take it obediently, okay? Xiuwan tidied up briefly and prepared to take Cece to the medical school to get some traditional Chinese medicine from Dean Hua. Previously, Dean Hua had mentioned when he saw Cece that her health had issues, and advised Xiuwan to bring her in for a checkup as soon as possible. However, on one hand, Xiuwan had no time. More importantly, she had no money. But there was one thing Xiuwan was sure of, Dean Hua's medical skills were undeniably superb. Today, Yifan saved Cece's life. Xiuwan also wanted to bring her in to have Dean Hua check if there were any aftereffects. Okay, Mommy. Yun City University Medical Department, a national medical center in collaboration with Yun City Hospital. Hua Ximiao, the dean here, also held the position of dean at Yun City Hospital. His medical expertise was renowned across the Southwest, even throughout all of Daxia. People respectfully called him the medicine king of the Southwest. When Xiuwan handed the prescription to Hua Ximiao, he only took one glance before frowning sharply. Realgar, aconitum. This is absurd. These are highly toxic substances, how can they be used in medicine? Xiuwan was puzzled. Did Yifan deceive me? But she had seen with her own eyes how Yifan pulled her daughter back from the brink of death. Cece, come here and let Grandpa check you. Hua Ximiao was already familiar with Xiuwan and Cece's situation and had been keeping an eye on them. Seeing them arrive, he wanted to take Cece's pulse and examine her condition. But as soon as he took Cece's wrist and felt her pulse for a few seconds, astonishment appeared on his face. Ha! This is unusual. Cece's congenital blood deficiency seems to have improved. There's a sign of recovery? And her internal meridians seem to have been nourished by a master. Xiuwan, who treated Cece. Hua Ximiao looked at Xiuwan seriously. Judging from Cece's pulse, it was clear she had been helped by someone highly skilled. No one else. Just today, Cece fainted, and a young man, I do not know if he was a student, performed acupuncture on her, then gave me this prescription and asked me to get the medicine to stabilize her condition. Xiuwan explained the whole situation. Hua Ximiao's eyes immediately lit up. That prescription was written by the young man who treated Cece? He took the prescription again, no longer dismissive, and carefully read it from start to finish, his mind racing. After finishing it, Hua Ximiao slapped his thigh. Brilliant! Why didn't I think of this? Though these individual herbs are indeed poisonous, combined in precise proportions, they become an ideal tonic. Masterful, absolutely masterful. He held the prescription up and began pacing excitedly, laughing out loud from time to time. Then, lifting Cece's shirt to observe her back, his face grew even more frenzied. Tai 8 needles. That's the technique of Tai 8 needles? Ha! In this lifetime, I never thought I would witness a legendary technique from the divine farmer's medical canon in the modern world. My life was not in vain. While ecstatic, he turned to Xiuwan with glowing eyes. Did that young man say his name? Xiuwan nodded. He said his name is Yifan, and that he owns a company. He invited me to work there in a management role. Yifan? Could it be that guy? As a figure of prominence in Yun City, Hua Ximiao naturally had heard of Yifan. 3 years ago, Yifan was only the live-in son-in-law of the Su family, known for chasing women. Later, he made a high-profile return and disrupted the marriage alliance between the Xian and Lin families at the Lin family banquet. Despite their efforts to suppress the news, word still spread throughout Yun City and the entire Southwest. Do you have his number? Hua Ximiao was eager to discuss medical techniques with Yifan but suddenly stopped. Never mind. I will go find him myself. The Yi family's patriarch, Yi Qianquan, had been seriously injured. Hua Ximiao had originally been invited to treat him. Now, he wondered, if Yifan has such medical skill, why invite me at all? After calming down, Hua Ximiao personally prepared the medicine according to the prescription and carefully stored the original formula. Miss Qiu, I will hold on to this prescription for now. Once I see Yifan, I will get his explicit consent before making use of it. Oh, okay. Xiu Wan was a bit puzzled. It's just a prescription. Why is Dean Hua treating it like a national treasure? But what she did not know was that Yifan's formula was not just a prescription. It had opened a whole new door for Hua Ximiao revolutionary ideas about herb compatibility. Yifan left Xiu Wan's place, unaware that his single prescription had caused such a stir and even solved a major problem for him. He had wanted to hide his true strength for the time being, so it was inconvenient to personally treat his great-grandfather. Now that Hua Ximiao would be going to see Yifan anyway, Yifan could use him as a proxy to treat his great-grandfather. In the logistics class 4, Yifan found Su Qingru. She was looking around anxiously, but when she saw him appear at the classroom door, her worried expression brightened. Brother-in-law, you finally came. I thought you weren't going to show. She ran out cheerfully, affectionately took his arm, and said with a playful smirk, Brother-in-law, how was it? Did it feel good yesterday? Want to try again? As she spoke, Su Qingru pressed her body closer, practically nestling into Yifan's arms. Thinking about the awkward incident in the bathroom yesterday, Yifan was speechless. You still dare mention it. Yesterday, you knew I mistook you for someone else. Why didn't you say anything? You even did that on purpose. Yifan tried to pull his arm away, but Su Qingru clung tightly. Brother-in-law, just pretend to be my boyfriend for now. That annoying guy is coming to harass me again. She glanced toward the classroom entrance. A young man in sportswear was approaching quickly. When he saw Su Qingru holding Yifan's arm so intimately, his brows furrowed and he stepped forward. Extending his hand to Yifan, he said, Hello, I am Qingrou's boyfriend, Zhonghua. This seems inappropriate. Please let her go. This Zhonghua seemed very confident, acting high and mighty from the start. Yifan snorted coldly through his nose. You are her boyfriend? Why didn't I know that? We even slept together last night. What does that make me, then? When it came to acting, if Yifan claimed second place, no one would dare claim first. The moment he said they slept together last night, the crowd around them erupted in shock. Yifan opened with a bombshell. Even Su Qingru was slightly overwhelmed, her face flushed with embarrassment. She knew her brother-in-law was no ordinary man, but she had not expected Yifan to be so wildly audacious. Zhonghua, this is my boyfriend. Please stop bothering me. I do not like you, and I never have. Not in the past, not now, and never in the future. Su Qingru finally vented her frustration, and immediately felt relieved. Zhonghua, known as one of the most handsome students at Yun City University, was good-looking and came from a wealthy family. But for some reason, among so many girls, Zhonghua insisted on pursuing Su Qingru, endlessly pestering her to the point of exhaustion. She had even heard that Zhonghua planned to propose to her at the music gala that evening. That was why she brought her brother-in-law as backup. Qingru, how could you do this? Since when did you have a boyfriend? Why did I not know? And how did you end up sleeping together? What about me? What am I supposed to do? Zhonghua clenched the ring box in his pocket, trying to suppress his emotional breakdown. At that moment, his heart was shattering like glass, and the sound of it cracking could almost be heard. He had pursued Su Qingru for 3 years, tried everything, and never even held her hand, yet now a man like Yifan appeared out of nowhere and had already slept with her. Zhonghua felt like he had been slapped with the brightest green cuckold's hat imaginable. What I do with my girlfriend is none of your fucking business. Should I have invited you to watch and cheer us on? Yifan sneered. If you have nothing else to say, get lost. A smart dog does not block the road. You just wait. Humiliated, Zhonghua stomped the ground furiously, threw out a vicious threat, and quickly stormed off. Find out everything about that man in 5 minutes. After leaving the crowd, Zhonghua barked at one of his lackeys. Barely 2 minutes later, one of them returned. Young Master Zhong, we found him. That guy is Yifan. He is not Su Qingrou's boyfriend, he is her brother-in-law. He spends all day fooling around in clubs. He's just a gigolo who lives off women. Upon hearing this, Zhonghua's mood improved instantly. I knew it. Su Qingru is always under my watch. How could she get a boyfriend without me knowing? Besides, with me around, who at Yun City University dares touch Su Qingru? A gigolo brother-in-law, huh? Humph. Tonight at the gala, I will humiliate you so badly you will never forget it. Zhonghua looked sinisterly in Yifan and Su Qingrou's direction. With a flick of his wrist, a venomous insect and a poisonous spider appeared in his palm. Su Qingru, tonight I will make you kneel and beg me to save your brother-in-law's life. Everyone knew Zhonghua as the piano prince of Yun City University, a student of the nationally renowned piano master Li Yun. But what no one knew was that Zhonghua also practiced a dark art, Niaojiang Gu magic. Zhonghua had another master, a hidden expert who had trained him in Gu techniques for years. Compared to his piano skills, Zhonghua was even more proud of his mastery of Gu. Manipulating poison to harm others was second nature to him. Over the years, he had executed numerous missions with his master, all of which ended in flawless success. The image of Yifan's arm resting near Su Qingru's chest enraged Zhonghua to the point of murderous desire. The Yun City University Music Gala was themed as a prelude to the school's anniversary celebration. By 6 p.m., the auditorium was already packed. The official program was set to begin at 7 p.m., but the stage was already filled with instruments, piano, drums, violins, and more. The organizers had left the hour before the event opened for free performances, allowing students to showcase their talents. When Yafan and Su Qingru entered the auditorium, Zhonghua and his gang followed shortly after. "Young Master Zhong, why not act now? Let's throw that bastard out," his lackeys urged. Having already investigated Yifan, they learned he was just a live-in son-in-law of the Su family, which made them bolder. Of course, their sources were not nearly high-level enough to uncover Yifan's true identity as the heir of the Yi family. Zhonghua glanced at the piano on stage and smirked. "No rush. If I do not utterly destroy him today, I will change my surname." With that, he headed toward the stage. Zhonghua was undeniably attractive, and known as the piano prince on campus. His appearance immediately drew cheers from the students. He took the microphone from the host and cleared his throat. "Hello, everyone. I am Zhonghua. While we still have time for open performances, I would like to invite one of our fellow students to join me. He has been trying to steal Su Qingru from me, but I wonder, does he even know how many keys a piano has?" At that moment, a spotlight from the ceiling, controlled by Zhonghua's lackeys, beamed down directly onto Yifan and Su Qingru. "A leech living off women should stop pretending to be anything more than a joke. Do you dare accept my challenge? Let's see who plays the piano better." Swish! Everyone in the auditorium turned to look at Su Qingru and Yifan. As one of the most beautiful girls at Yun City University, Su Qingru was incredibly popular. Speculation about her love life had always been a hot topic. Everyone knew Zhonghua had been courting her, but now she was sitting so intimately close to another man. Clearly, Zhonghua was publicly challenging Su Qingru's companion. That bastard Zhonghua, Su Qingru immediately saw through his scheme. He wanted to publicly humiliate Yifan. Brother-in-law, just ignore him. But Yifan had never been one to keep a low profile. He came today specifically to support Su Qingru. If he backed down now, it would not just be his face that was lost, Su Qingru's dignity would be dragged down too. "Challenge? Ha! Zhonghua, someone like you is not even qualified to challenge me." Yifan spoke calmly. Though he did not use a microphone, his voice rang out across the auditorium, clearly heard by all. "But to shut you up once and for all, I will accept. You can choose any instrument on the stage." "Exactly. A chihuahua barking at a tiger, where did you get the courage? From Leon the Brave?" Just as Yifan finished speaking, a familiar voice called out from the audience, "Our Yifan here is someone even international piano masters idolize. Zhonghua, I suggest you avoid making a fool of yourself." Wang Fugue? Yifan followed the direction of the voice and saw that it was none other than Wang Fugue speaking. This guy had coincidentally said all the things Yifan found inconvenient to say himself. Yifan quietly gave Wang Fugue a thumbs up, to which Wang Fugue responded with an okay gesture. "Humph, Yifan, stop pretending. If you can play a complete piano piece today, I will kneel and call you father on the spot." Zhonghua, determined to save face, went all in. "But if your piano performance is worse than mine, then stay away from Qingru. She is not someone you are qualified to touch." "Fine. You go first. Otherwise, you might not get another chance." Humph. Zhonghua did not bother arguing further. He sat down at the piano and his 10 fingers began to dance swiftly. He played a Mozart serenade, adding several flourishes and variations of his own. The melody was graceful and emotionally resonant. All the students in the hall nodded in admiration, impressed by Zhonghua's superb technique. At the side of the stage, piano master Li Yun was seated with several friends. After listening to Zhonghua's performance, his companions turned to him with envious expressions. "Old Li, you have taken in a promising student. At last, you have someone to carry on your legacy." "Yes. Zhonghua's artistry is the best I have seen in recent years. Given time, his accomplishments on the piano will definitely surpass yours, Oli. Pleased with their praise, Li Yun smiled modestly. Not at all. He still has room to grow, although. He paused, suddenly recalling a performance he had witnessed 3 years ago at the Palace Banquet in Britain. A look of longing flashed in his eyes. When it comes to true talent, I once saw a young man whose skill was absolutely otherworldly. His rendition of 9 Chapters of Destiny did not even sound like it belonged to this world. As one of the top pianists in Daxia, for Li Yun to heap such praise upon a performance and its performer spoke volumes. Moreover, several of his companions had heard the viral online recording of 9 Chapters of Destiny. The melody was elegant, but more importantly, the rhythmic variation was so complex that even seasoned masters struggled to reproduce it from sheet music. In fact, countless videos had emerged online, showing that when 9 Chapters of Destiny was played, animals, birds, beasts would appear to calm down, as if enchanted by the music. Yes, that melody was heavenly. If I could hear it once more, I would die without regret. As they conversed, Zhonghua finished his piece, drawing out a long, melodic note that brought the atmosphere to its climax. The audience erupted in cheers. Zhonghua, I love you. Though it was not yet the official performance, the excitement in the hall was electric. Zhonghua, pleased with himself, bowed arrogantly and took the microphone. Yifan, it is your turn now. Brother-in-law, can you really do it? Su Qingru asked nervously, seeing that Yifan seemed serious about performing. Having known him for 3 years, Su Qingru found Yifan humorous and decent, but she had never seen him play the piano. What kind of man would I be if I said I could not? Yifan smiled gently at her. With a subtle push of his foot, he glided effortlessly from the audience to the stage. Yifan was silently using the Lingbo microstep technique of the Northfall clan. As the spotlight followed him, the students saw his movements as smooth as flowing water. With his hands behind his back, he floated onto the stage like a celestial being. It looked as if there were invisible tracks under his feet. At first, the students were confused, but quickly they reacted. Holy shit, did you see how Yifan got up there? No. It looked like some kind of teleportation. His movements were like moonwalking. I agree. And not just any moonwalk, it was masterful. His body seemed still, yet he moved dozens of meters. Amazing. This gala is getting more exciting by the minute. When Yifan took the stage and stood there, it was as if a warm sun had risen in the middle of winter. The entire hall fell silent under his aura, even though it had just been roaring with excitement moments earlier. Everyone, I have not played in 3 years. My fingers are a bit rusty, so I will just perform 9 Chapters of Destiny. At those words, the entire hall exploded with noise. What the hell? You are telling us your hands are rusty, and you are going to play that? The live recording of 9 Chapters of Destiny had been circulating online for 3 years and was still the most viewed piano piece, with billions of plays. But everyone knew that although the music was beautiful and spiritually resonant, its difficulty was astronomical. No one had ever managed to replicate it. Many had tried, but none could achieve the finger speed or emotional depth. Their attempts not only failed to resemble the original, they sounded downright awful. Imitation after imitation, yet never surpassed. You? Playing 9 Chapters of Destiny? That is the biggest load of bullshit I have ever heard. Zhonghua scoffed. Though he had initially been nervous that Yifan might be hiding his true skill, this claim put him at ease. Zhonghua had tried to replicate the piece many times, but never succeeded. The speed of finger movement required was just too much. Even with years of martial training, his hands could not keep up. Yifan gave a devilish smile as he sat at the piano. He casually played a few notes to test the keys. His fair fingers danced over the keys, and the event's photographers zoomed in, projecting his handsome profile and graceful posture onto the hall's large screens. His mesmerizing eyes made the whole audience pause. Girls, I think I just fell in love again. Me too. Yifan is even better looking than Zhonghua. His eyes are deeper, more seductive. Forget it. He is clearly Su Qingru's guy. Can't you see she's about to melt just watching him? All eyes turned to Su Qingru, whose gaze was fixed on Yifan. As he pressed the keys with practiced confidence, her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Handsome. Her brother-in-law was just too handsome. And she had a strong feeling that his piano skills were extraordinary. Yifan's arrogant confidence disappointed Li Yun and his companions at first. They were preparing to leave. But the moment Yifan sat down, Li Yun froze. From the side profile, he suddenly recognized a familiar silhouette, one that matched a memory from 3 years ago. Could it be him? Is it really him? Li Yun was stunned, his steps halted in place. 3 years ago, before his fame, Li Yun had attended a royal banquet in Britain. Seated in a corner, he had only partially seen the pianist performing 9 Chapters of Destiny. Ding dong! Yifan's fingers finally moved. A cascade of notes instantly rang out through the hall. It was as if water trickled down from the mountaintop, flowing gently along mountain streams, passing over rivers and valleys, surging toward the sea. It was like stormy waves, mighty and rolling. It was like divine thunder from the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds of the world. It was like moonlight through a forest, scattering mottled shadows on the ground. Sometimes majestic, sometimes gentle, the notes and melodies seemed to portray the flourishing vitality of all living beings. In the eyes of everyone present, it was as if they were witnessing an ideal world where nature and humanity were in perfect harmony. Such ethereal, soul-cleansing music penetrated to the core, leaving everyone in the hall dumbfounded. Some students who were about to go to the restroom froze mid-step, their feet suspended in the air. Some were drinking water with their heads tilted back, letting it run down their necks and soak their clothes, completely unaware. More miraculously, as Yifan's fingers continued to play, a flock of magpies flew in through the windows, gracefully dancing to the rhythm in front of the stage, followed by butterflies and fireflies. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Li Yun stood stunned as he watched the scene before him, his eyes burning with fervor. It's him. It really is him. So the true composer of 9 chapters of destiny lives in our great Xia? A blessing for great Xia indeed. The ancients said that music reflects the fate of a nation. The transformation of a country's musical character could, in some ways, indicate its rise or fall. When a country's music was filled with depravity, its collapse was never far behind. But now, Yifan's 9 chapters of destiny was celestial music on earth. It was the pinnacle of human musical achievement, without rival. The entire hall fell silent. The melody drifted beyond the performance hall, and throughout Yun City University, it was as if all could faintly hear a call from the very force of life itself. Everyone felt a surge of strength and clarity within their hearts. More birds gathered above the hall, circling overhead. The air above Yun City began to shift subtly, forming a vortex centered around Yun City University. At the Martial Affairs Bureau in Yun City, Mo Zhong and his colleagues noticed unusual energy fluctuations on their monitors again. Minister, another disturbance in the west side of the city. Should we investigate? Mo Zhong waved his hand. No need. Last time we found nothing. I believe that expert does not wish to be disturbed. If fate allows, we shall meet. In Panglai of the Eastern Sea, a Taoist holding a whisk sensed something and murmured toward the direction of Great Xia. Celestial music has emerged. The human emperor is destined to rise. Perhaps there is still hope for all life. On an island in the South Sea, a middle-aged nun wearing a coif also chanted Amatba. With celestial music appearing, Yilan, it is time for you to return to Great Xia. You have an unfinished karmic fate that must be resolved. Go now. Unwittingly, Yifan's performance of 9 chapters of destiny had already stirred heaven and earth, causing great tremors across many realms. In Yun City University's performance hall, Yifan was immersed in his piano playing. Back when he had been invited to perform impromptu by the princess in Britain, he had never imagined that his composition would become an eternal classic. At that time, Yifan felt as though he had entered a mystical state where he could sense everything, all living beings, each breath of life. His understanding of martial arts accelerated exponentially, thousands or even tens of thousands of times. And now, as he played once more, that sensation returned. While playing, Yifan also seized the moment to contemplate the martial arts barriers that had long constrained him. He reflected on the questions that had troubled him for the past 3 years. Previously, even after recovering his power, many puzzles still eluded him. But now, in an instant, he understood them. His mind suddenly cleared, and everything became enlightened. Yifan was secretly astonished. Could a single piece of music hold such immense power? Could it allow one's perception and understanding in all areas to leap forward? Though it remained unconfirmed, Yifan knew with certainty that after tonight, his strength had advanced again. His current power was clearly beyond the martial venerable level. Whether he had surpassed martial saint was unknown. There was no opponent who could match him to test it. Unless a master from one of the 4 sacred lands challenged him, there would be no way to verify it. Ding! The final note of 9 chapters of destiny felt like a single grain of dust landing upon the boundless earth, symbolizing the end of life, the final curtain. And yet, it also resembled a seed falling into the soil, heralding the birth of new life. The birds circling the stage dispersed, but in the ears of everyone present, that magical, soul-penetrating melody still echoed. Genius. Monster. Not of this world. These were the thoughts that simultaneously surfaced in everyone's hearts. Even Zhonghua, standing at the edge of the stage, inwardly bowed in defeat. He knew he was truly not Yifan's equal in piano performance. But in such a situation, how could he concede? After all, if he admitted defeat, he would have to call Yifan dad on the spot. I've finished. Zhonghua, what do you think? Yifan rose from the piano and looked at Zhonghua with calm indifference. Crushing Zhonghua was a given. But what Yifan did not realize was that his performance had not merely crushed Zhonghua, it had obliterated him across dimensions, leaving him utterly shattered in both spirit and skill. Humph. Yifan, what skill do you have? You just copied someone else's music. Bravo. Amazing. Yifan, you are the best. I want to bear your children. I just realized, compared to Yifan, Zhonghua's music is nothing but rape for the ears. Before Yifan could respond, the crowd had already erupted. The brief pause just now was merely because they were still lost in the image Yifan's melody had conjured. The electrified atmosphere in the hall lasted for 5 full minutes. Many students tried to rush up for photos with Yifan. If not for security staff maintaining order, several people might have been trampled. You saw what happened. No need to keep up the act. Stop bothering Su Qingru. Whether I'm her boyfriend or her brother-in-law, you never had a chance, Yifan said with a shrug, giving Zhonghua one last warning. He was just a young man trying to steal someone else's girlfriend. A warning was enough. Yifan did not intend to stoop to his level, but Zhonghua refused to give up. Humph. Yifan, I'm not convinced. That was just opportunism. If you really have the skill, make my teacher submit too, and I'll let it go. Before Zhonghua could even finish, Li Yun and a group of top national piano masters were already rushing toward the stage in a near frenzy. Teacher, you're just in time. Why don't you play a piece? You'll definitely do better than him. Zhonghua tried to grab Li Yun, thinking he was here to back him up. But Li Yun flung Zhonghua's hand aside, rushed toward Yifan, and extended both hands from afar, gripping Yifan's hands tightly. Master, finally, I get to see you again. I saw your performance 3 years ago at the British Royal Banquet, it was divine. I never imagined I would witness you play again. Young Master Yi, your presence is a blessing to all of Great Xia. Ha! Seeing his extended hand grasping nothing but air, Zhonghua stood frozen in place. Especially when he saw Li Yun humbly and enthusiastically shaking hands with Yifan, his heart was filled with both shock and anger. Before Yifan appeared, Li Yun had treated Zhonghua like a cherished treasure, pampering and doting on him. And now, on a public stage before so many people, he was completely ignoring Zhonghua? Teacher? What are you doing? Could it be that you have mistaken him for someone else? Zhonghua hurried forward, trying to remind Li Yun. Zhonghua had heard from Li Yun that 3 years ago, at a royal banquet in Britain, his teacher had met a divine pianist who played 9 chapters of Destiny. Could that man really be Yifan, standing right in front of them? How could such a coincidence be possible? Shut up. Do you even understand what it means for Mr. Yifan to produce that celestial music? This is a blessing for Great Xia. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yifan. These people, Li Yun among them, were experts in music and, in some aspects, had glimpsed the workings of fate. From Yifan's musical talent alone, one could see he was destined for greatness. Moreover, back at that royal banquet in Britain, Yifan had been personally accompanied by the princess. Could someone with such a status possibly be ordinary? Unfortunately, this foolish disciple of his actually thought Yifan was just some ordinary live-in son-in-law. Even if he were a son-in-law, did he think any of Great Xia's son-in-laws were simple? Every single one was a master of unique skills. What? Apologize. Teacher, why? Zhonghua could not believe what he was hearing. Not only had his teacher ignored him, now he was asking him to publicly apologize to Yifan? If he really did that, how could he ever show his face again? How could he continue to pursue Su Qingru? It is because you insulted Mr. Yifan in front of everyone. Li Yun scolded sharply, then whispered in Zhonghua's ear, Zhonghua, I am trying to save you. Otherwise, you will regret it. Li Yun was genuinely thinking of Zhonghua's best interests. Perhaps if he apologized, Yifan would laugh it off and let it go. But what Li Yun did not know was that Zhonghua was not as simple as he appeared. Besides being the piano prince, Zhonghua had a powerful Gu master as a secret mentor. That master had promised him a commanding position over the entire Tiannan region upon graduation. He was destined to be a big deal, so why should he apologize to some useless gigolo? Teacher, I will not apologize. Li Yun was furious and said coldly, Zhonghua, did I not hear you make a bet with Mr. Yifan earlier? You said if he could play a full piece, you would call him dad. Not only did he perform a full piece, his was 100 times better than yours. So what now? Apologize or call him dad. Call him dad. When Zhonghua and Yifan made that bet, they had been using a microphone. Everyone, thousands of students, had heard it clearly. They were the best witnesses. Now the crowd started heckling together. Zhonghua was completely stunned. glaring resentfully at Li Yun. Was his teacher really going to humiliate him like this in front of everyone? He then turned his eyes toward Yifan, hoping Yifan would show mercy. Yifan had initially been ready to let it go. But seeing Zhonghua's hateful face, how could he be lenient? Yifan took the microphone from the host, smiled, and said, "Since you are classmates with Qingru, I will let you off easy. No need to kneel. Just call me Dad, and we'll call it done." This, with so many students watching, being forced to call Yifan Dad publicly made Zhonghua want to crawl into a hole. How was he supposed to continue at Yun City University? How could he ever pursue Su Qingru again? It was all Yifan's fault. This bastard ruined everything. Just wait, Yifan, later I'll send centipedes to bite you to death. What are you waiting for? Li Yun was increasingly disappointed with his student. Lately, Zhonghua had been spending less time practicing and more time on unnecessary business ventures. Now he was showing cowardice in public. Dad! Under the pressure of his teacher and the entire student body, Zhonghua finally shouted toward Yifan, "I." Before Yifan could even respond, thousands of male students shouted in unison, followed by a wave of thunderous laughter. No one took it too seriously, it was just a joke, a moment of fun. Ah, youth! But to Zhonghua, it felt like death. He was in agony, glared at Yifan with hatred, and quickly stormed off stage. Yifan signed an autograph for Li Yun and the others, then stepped off the stage as well. "Brother-in-law, you were amazing. Why did I never know you could play piano?" Su Qingru looked at Yifan with worship in her eyes, snuggling even closer to him. There are many things you don't know about me. I can play a lot of instruments, like the flute. I'll teach you when there's time." As he spoke, Yifan leaned to the side, trying to dodge Su Qingru's wave attack. Noticing his movement, Su Qingru pouted and teased, "Oh come on, brother-in-law. Why are you dodging? It's not like you didn't touch me last night. Hoof, don't even try to deny it." Yifan twitched at the corner of his mouth. This little brat, she had definitely done it on purpose last night. Now she wanted to use it against him? Impossible. If she disobeyed in the future, she would get spanked. Once not enough? Twice then. In Yifan's world, it was always women who obeyed him, he never spoiled them. Still, tonight he had come to attend the banquet with Su Qingru, so he could not be bothered to argue with her. The banquet officially began. Thanks to Yifan's earth-shattering performance, although the other acts had been excellently prepared, none could compare. Everything afterwards seemed dull by comparison. When it was Zhonghua's turn, he claimed to be unwell and did not show up. The only other highlight was Yifan and Su Qingru's stage performance. Originally, Su Qingru had planned a beautiful traditional-style dance. Yifan brought a prop sword and joined in with a sword dance. Together they presented a performance full of heroic romance, poetic elegance, and the spirit of legendary lovers, without the tragedy but filled with passion and valor. It ignited the atmosphere once again. For most students, this banquet was warm, exhilarating, and unforgettable. Su Qingru was overjoyed. She had finally shaken off that annoying pest Zhonghua, and her brother-in-law had performed so brilliantly it made her glow with pride. But just as the concert ended and the two drove out of campus, several black vans blocked their path. A group of 7 or 8 strong men carrying steel rods stepped forward toward their car. "You're Yifan, right? Get out. Our young master Zhong wants to see you." Yifan never sought trouble, but trouble always seemed to find him. "What do you want?" Su Qingru instantly became furious when she realized this was one of Zhonghua's dirty tricks, but at the same time, her face was full of worry as she turned to Yifan, saying, "Brother-in-law, do not get out of the car. Zhonghua definitely will not let you go. I am calling the police right now." As she spoke, Su Qingru reached for her phone. But the moment she pulled out her phone, a strong man snatched it from her hands. "I am sorry, Miss Su. We have no intention of targeting you. Please do not interfere." Su Qingru's face turned red with anger. She tried to take her phone back, but had no chance. Just as she was about to call for help, Yifan reached out and stopped her. He turned to the bodyguards and said, "I will go with you, but let her leave first." The bodyguards hesitated. But remembering Zhonghua's orders specifically to bring Yifan and not to harm Su Qingru, they nodded. "Fine. As long as you come with us, she can leave." "Brother-in-law, I am not leaving. I will go with you. Zhonghua will not let you off easily." "I will go with you to protect you," Su Qingru stubbornly insisted on staying. But Yifan stopped her again. "Do you not trust your brother-in-law? If you come with me, you will only be a burden. Be good, go home now." In truth, if Zhonghua had not come looking for Yifan, Yifan would have gone to him anyway. Because earlier, when they were close in the auditorium, Yifan had detected the scent of poisonous goo on Zhonghua. The Gu cult once wreaked havoc across the land until the empire united its forces to suppress them and drive the remnants back into the deep mountains of Niaojiang. It had been decreed that no Gu practitioner may leave Niaojiang without imperial permission. Yet Zhonghua bore the scent of poison Gu. Was the Gu cult trying to rise again? But brother-in-law, though Su Qingru had seen Yifan take down Yun Feiyang and his men the night before, she was still worried. Relax. I will be back soon. Go now. Yifan got out of the car, watched Su Qingru drive off into the distance, then followed the bodyguards into a dark alley. Just as he was about to enter the alley, an old man rushed out from the campus gates. It was none other than Hua Ximiao, the dean of the medical school. Hua Ximiao had also been at the performance hall earlier and, upon seeing Yifan leave, had followed. He had not expected to witness Yifan being abducted. Outrageous! Yifan was a monstrous talent who had mastered the mystical 8 needles of Tai. From the prescription he had once seen, Hua Ximiao was sure Yifan had inherited the unparalleled legacy of the Shinong medical canon. Yifan was the future of Great Xia's medical field, an irreplaceable treasure. How could he be allowed to fall into the hands of these scoundrels? Without hesitation, Hua Ximiao quickly followed and dialed a number. Shuayan, your grandfather is in trouble. A group of thugs are trying to kidnap and kill someone. Bring help immediately. It is alley number 3 next to Yun City University. Grandpa, please be careful. Do not put yourself in danger, a sweet female voice pleaded from the other end, trying to stop him. But Hua Ximiao hung up. At that moment, in the Yun City Patrol Bureau headquarters, Hua Shuayan urgently assembled her team. Hurry! Notify the Special Operations Unit. Come with me. A murder is about to happen. We must act quickly. Wailing sirens erupted as over a dozen police vehicles raced out of headquarters. Just 10 meters down the road, Su Qingru suddenly stopped the car, still worried. No! I cannot just leave. What if something happens to brother-in-law? I would regret it for the rest of my life. I need help, but who? As a student, Su Qingru had a very simple life. She had no one else she could turn to. While she panicked, she noticed Yifan's phone had been left behind. She quickly picked it up and looked for the contact he called the most, Wang Fugue. She knew him as one of Yifan's close companions at the club, also a second-generation rich kid from Yun City. He had even spoken up for Yifan earlier that night. Yes, him. She dialed Wang Fugue immediately. His voice rang out, Heh, Yifan? What a great time to call. Did you find another stunning beauty? Wang Fugue, this is Su Qingru. Something bad happened. My brother-in-law was taken by Zhonghua's men. Can you help rescue him? Su Qingru cut him off and quickly explained the situation. What? Yifan got taken? Where? I am on my way. Fuck. Brothers, stop everything. We are going to rescue him now, Wang Fugue shouted to his crew while continuing to question Su Qingru. Previously, his grandfather Wang Zhong had been against him hanging around with Yifan all the time. But after finding out that Yifan was the eldest young master of the Yi family, he had ordered Wang Fugue to stick with Yifan closely, to learn from him and protect him. After all, the public still saw Yifan as a playboy haunting nightclubs, a man with no skills and no martial prowess. He is in alley number 3 beside Yun City University. You must hurry. Got it. We are on our way now. At that moment, Wang Fugue and his crew were hanging out in a KTV opposite Yun City University. Hearing Su Qingru's call, he wasted no time. Everyone, my big brother has been kidnapped. If you have any guts, come save him with me. From today on, you are my sworn brothers. Yifan must not be harmed. His grandfather had strictly ordered him to stay by Yifan's side. If anything happened to Yifan, his grandfather would surely skin him alive. Let's go. More than 10 of Wang Fugue's friends grabbed beer bottles and chairs from the table, kicked open the door, and rushed toward alley number 3. Zhang Xiao, your family's construction site is nearby, right? Get your workers to bring the bulldozer. If anyone dares touch my big brother, I will flatten them today. Meanwhile, just after Su Qingru ended the call with Wang Fugue, another call came through on Yifan's phone. Young Master Yi, the task you assigned has been arranged. It was Li Hu, one of the 4 godfathers of Yun City. You are a friend of Yifan too? Can you help save him? He was taken by Zhonghua's men. Su Qingru quickly explained the situation again. Without hesitation, Li Hu replied, What? Miss Su, do not worry. I am heading there now. Notify all brothers in Yun City. Assemble immediately at alley number 3 beside Yun City University. We are going to rescue young Master Yi. With that order, Li Hu's entire network sprang into action. With Hua Shuayan from the patrol bureau, Wang Fugue and his crew, and Li Hu's gang, everyone moved at once. All of Yun City seemed to erupt into chaos. Even outsiders who did not know the full story were stunned by the sight of Li Hu's people mobilizing en masse. Everyone was baffled. What big event is about to go down in Yun City? Even Yifan himself had not expected that a simple meeting with Zhonghua would set off such a massive chain reaction. In alley number 3, Yifan walked several dozen meters forward with a few bodyguards. The lights became increasingly dim. Although the alley was about 7 or 8 meters wide, it was a dead end. At the far end of the alley, Zhonghua sat on a chair with a middle-aged man. When they saw Yifan being escorted in, a smug smile appeared on Zhonghua's lips. Yifan, aren't you so fucking awesome? Come on, show me your awesomeness now. Fuck. You dared to steal my girlfriend and even made me call you daddy in front of everyone. Fucking kneel down. The bodyguards around Yifan rushed up to grab his shoulders, trying to force him to the ground. However, despite using all their strength, the 4 bodyguards could not move Yifan an inch. He stood steady as a mountain, staring intensely at Zhonghua. Young Master Zhong, all Su Qingru did was use me as an excuse to reject being your girlfriend. Was that really enough for you to put on this whole show? Not enough? Fuck. If it weren't for you, I would have gotten Su Qingru today. Zhonghua became even angrier seeing Yifan's calm demeanor. You even played 9 chapters of Destiny to embarrass me. Humph. So you're good at playing the piano, huh? I'll chop off your fingers today and see how you play again. You're not even qualified to fight me. Although Zhonghua's family had some money and was somewhat influential in Yunchen, they did not operate on a high enough level. Their investigation into Yifan only revealed that he was a live-in son-in-law of the Su family. The fact that Yifan was the eldest son of the Yi family was beyond their reach. That was why Zhonghua dared to act so arrogantly, thinking that with the backing of the Gu cult, Yifan was nothing and easy to handle. Seeing that his men still hadn't gotten Yifan to kneel after all this time, Zhonghua stood up in frustration and shouted, "You bunch of idiots! Are you deaf? I told you to get him on his knees. Haven't you eaten?" The 4 bodyguards around Yifan looked helpless and terrified. Young Master Zhong, we used all our strength, but... The lead bodyguard's face turned red as he gasped for air. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart. All 4 of them were over 200 pounds of muscle, and yet they could not force Yifan down. That meant Yifan was not someone to mess with. Useless. Can't even do something this simple. Why not just use steel rods to smash him? Is he your fucking dad? Zhonghua cursed at the bodyguards. The middle-aged man beside Zhonghua's eyelid twitched. He reminded Zhonghua, "Young Master Zhong, why not act now? Just kill him and be done with it before anything unexpected happens." Kill him just like that? That would be letting him off too easy. This bastard made me lose face in front of so many people. I'm going to make him wish he were dead. A vicious glint flashed in Zhonghua's eyes. Thinking of the psychological damage Yifan had caused him, he wanted to devour Yifan alive. Seeing his useless subordinates, Zhonghua could not wait any longer. He snatched a warblade from a bodyguard and dragged it as he walked toward Yifan. Yifan's eyes turned cold. From Zhonghua and the middle-aged man's conversation, Yifan had clearly understood. Zhonghua did not bring him here just because of Su Qingru, it seemed he truly intended to kill him. The bodyguards around Yifan raised their steel rods and warblades, preparing to strike. Just as Yifan's killing intent surged and he was considering fighting back, the roar of an engine echoed through the alley. At the same time, a girl's voice rang out, "Brother-in-law, do not be afraid. I came to save you." A blue BMW SUV roared in from the alley's entrance. It was none other than Su Qingru. This little girl had not left? She came back to save him? Yifan turned to look at the approaching car, a trace of tenderness flickering in his eyes. This sister-in-law of his was truly something. Yifan understood that for a girl to rush headlong into danger, knowing full well what awaited her, took enormous courage. Could she really have fallen for him? Thinking of the stunning touch from last night, a strange emotion stirred in Yifan's heart. Should he just let this blessing stay in the family? While these thoughts flashed through his mind, Su Qingru floored the accelerator and charged toward him. Several bodyguards who were too slow to dodge were sent flying by the car. Zhonghua and the bodyguards near Yifan panicked and jumped to the side. "Su Qingru, are you fucking insane?" Zhonghua screamed in rage when he saw her getting out of the car. But Su Qingru ignored him completely. She ran into Yifan's arms and hugged him tightly. "Brother-in-law, are you okay? I couldn't let you go. Brother-in-law, I like you." Her body trembled in his arms. From mustering the courage to come rescue him to finally seeing him safe and sound, she felt a flood of peace, reluctance, and overwhelming emotion. In that moment, Su Qingru's feelings exploded completely. Years of repressed love burst forth like a dam breaking. She held Yifan tightly and tilted her head up, kissing him on the lips. They say true love is revealed in adversity. Now Su Qingru fully understood her heart. Morals, rules, none of it mattered anymore. She wanted to treat this moment like the last day of her life and be with the one she loved. Seeing the tears on her cheeks, Yifan sighed. He knew that last night might have been a mistake, a moment of weakness, but now, it was undeniable. Her feelings were real. Such a powerful emotion was rare and too precious to reject. And so, he did not avoid her kiss. Instead, he returned it with tender affection. Let others call him scum if they must. In that moment, even the air seemed to freeze. A thick sweetness filled the space. If not for the bodyguards still holding war blades and steel rods, one might think they had just walked into the set of a romance movie. Watching this dog food scene, Zhonghua's eyes turned red with rage, on the verge of tears. Ah, you bunch of fucking idiots. Were you raised on shit? Still just standing there? Are you going to wait until they have a kid? Ah, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Zhonghua felt like his heart was being pierced by needles, so agonized he could tear open his chest and scrub his heart with a steel brush. Earlier at the academic building, when Yifan claimed he had spent the night with Su Qingru, Zhonghua dismissed it as a bluff. But now, with the two embracing and kissing in public, this was a blatant provocation, rubbing salt into his wounds, stabbing him straight in the heart. Quick! Get up there and stop them. Prompted by Zhonghua, the bodyguards finally reacted and charged at Yifan and Su Qingru with sabers in hand. Still unsatisfied with their speed, Zhonghua kicked one of them in the backside. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man beside him received a call. What? Zhou Tao might also have been killed by Yifan? I see. He will not die easily, then. This man was none other than Zhou Hong, Zhou Tao's second uncle and the younger brother of Zhou Ming, head of the Zhou family. He had come to Yun City partly to investigate Zhou Tao's disappearance and partly to assist Zhonghua in killing Yifan. Just now, Zhou Hong received news that Zhou Tao might have also fallen at Yifan's hands. He could no longer sit still. Young Master Zhong, do not kill Yifan immediately. I need to ask him a few things first. If Zhou Tao truly died at Yifan's hands, then Yifan's strength was clearly far beyond what people assumed. This had to be handled cautiously. The details had to be investigated thoroughly. Yifan, still holding Su Qingru, effortlessly maneuvered to evade the incoming strikes from the bodyguards. From a distance, it looked as if the two were simply dancing, but Zhou Hong soon noticed something odd. Young Master Zhong, something is not right. Yifan is not just lucky. I suspect he knows martial arts and is toying with us. Have everyone attack him together and subdue him quickly. Before Zhonghua could respond, a powerful voice echoed from the alley entrance. Zhonghua, how dare you? Broad daylight, and you attempt kidnapping? Do you even respect the law? The voice came from Dean Hua Ximiao of the Medical Academy, who had rushed over. Seeing Hua Ximiao, Zhonghua frowned. As the king of medicine in the southwest, Hua Ximiao carried immense influence not just locally, but across the entire nation. Zhonghua might dare kill Yifan, thinking him just a lowly son-in-law, but he would not dare touch Hua Ximiao. Offending him would invite wrath not only from Hua's family but also from the elite who owed Hua life-saving favors. If Zhonghua knew Yifan's true identity, even with the Gu sect backing him, he would not have dared to act. After his stern rebuke, Hua Ximiao caught sight of Yifan in the middle of the alley, still holding and kissing Su Qingru. The scene was romantic and full of affection. This did not look like a kidnapping at all. Was Zhonghua hosting a dance party for Yifan and Su Qingru? Dean Hua. You are highly respected, and I would never offend you. But I advise you to stay out of today's matter. Zhonghua was polite, but firm. Men, escort Dean Hua home. Two bodyguards approached, trying to carry Hua Ximiao away. I am the dean of Yun City People's Hospital. Even the grand elders in the capital seek my care. I dare you to touch me, Hua thundered. The bodyguards froze, uncertain, and looked toward Zhonghua. Though they had never met Hua Ximiao, his name alone was enough to make them hesitate. The connections and power behind him were too terrifying. What are you afraid of? I did not tell you to hurt him, just escort him home. Zhonghua barked. Do it. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. With that reassurance, the bodyguards resumed their task, grabbing Hua Ximiao by both arms and dragging him out of the alley. Despite being in good health, Hua Ximiao was just an ordinary man, no match for two strong bodyguards. He was quickly overpowered. You cannot do this, Zhonghua. You still have time to turn back. Hua Ximiao yelled. Protect my big brother. Charge, came a sudden shout. The bodyguards dragging Hua Ximiao had barely taken 2 steps when another group rushed into the alley, led by Wang Fugue. Behind them, 2 bulldozers roared into the alley, their engines growling. Seeing this, the bodyguards panicked and dropped Hua Ximiao, diving out of the way. What the hell was going on today? First Su Qingru rammed them with a car. Now bulldozers? Or tanks next? Zhonghua was losing his mind. All this for Yifan? Is it not enough? I only wanted to kill Yifan. Why the hell are all of you getting involved? Who else? Anyone else wants to die with him? His eyes were bloodshot with rage. First Su Qingru interrupted, then Hua Ximiao, now Wang Fugue brought reinforcements. Was the whole city going to interfere? Count me in. Zhonghua, if you dare touch even a hair on Yifan's head, I will bury your entire family. Another booming voice rang out as Li Hu entered with a massive crowd. Li Hu's men outnumbered Zhonghua's at least 5-1. More continued pouring into the alley. Zhonghua's bodyguards panicked, shrinking their formation and retreating closer to him. Yifan! Sir! Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and Hua Ximiao all rushed to Yifan's side, now facing off against Zhonghua in the dead-end alley. Yifan sighed as he looked around. Thank you all. He glanced at Su Qingru in his arms. These people must have come because of her. In truth, no matter how many Zhonghua brought, Yifan could have handled it alone. But her efforts were appreciated. Humph. Li Hu, you are siding with Yifan too? Fine. Now that everyone is here, you can all die together. At least you will have company on your way to hell. Zhonghua showed no fear, even as he was clearly outnumbered. You think having more people means you will win? Let me show you what I am really capable of. As he spoke, Zhonghua made a strange sound with his mouth. The next moment, from beneath his black robe, countless black insects crawled up his arm. They looked like a swarm of bees clustering around a hive, enough to make anyone with a fear of bugs feel faint. Bloodthirsty goo worms. Yifan immediately recognized it as one of the 10 forbidden goo of the goo sect, the bloodthirsty goo. In the past, this type of goo had been jointly banned by the Grand Xia Empire and the goo sect. Yet now, Zhonghua could actually control one of the 10 forbidden goo, the bloodthirsty goo? Yifan's expression grew serious. It appeared the goo sect really was reviving, and the problem was far more severe than anticipated. Zhonghua waved his arm, and the swarm of black insects rushed toward a wandering stray dog. Kai, kai! An unnerving sound that made one's scalp crawl echoed. Within moments, the dog vanished before everyone's eyes, leaving only scattered fur and a thick scent of blood lingering in the air. Gasp! Li Hu, Wang Fugue, Hua Ximiao, and others watching this scene all drew in sharp breaths. Big brother, you and sister-in-law get out of here first, I will cover the rear. Without hesitation, Wang Fugue stepped forward, beer bottle in hand, blocking in front of Yifan and motioning for him and Su Qingru to leave. Li Hu and a few of his trusted brothers also stepped up, shielding Yifan. Instructor, please go. We will hold them off. These goo insects were terrifyingly strange, able to devour a dog in seconds. If they latched onto a human, survival would be impossible. Count this old man in too. Hua Ximiao stepped forward. Young Lord Yi, make sure to carry on the legacy of Grand Xia's medicine. Seeing these people step forward in the face of death to protect him, Yifan was quietly moved. He was reminded of the attack on his sect 3 years ago, how his senior brothers, uncles, and elders used their own bodies to shield his escape. That was how he had survived all these years. Those detestable ambushers, Yifan swore they would pay in blood. Ha ha! You want to run? No one's leaving today. You all preach brotherhood and loyalty, right? Then walk the path to death together. What I say, not even Jesus can undo. Zhonghua laughed arrogantly, sending the deadly goo swarm toward Yifan and the others, only to halt them 3 feet away. Zhonghua, playing the victor, smirked at Yifan. Yifan, here is your last chance. Kneel and apologize. Call me father. I will let your friends go. How about it? Instructor, forget about us, just go. Even if you kneel, he will not spare you. Li Hu shouted anxiously before Yifan could reply. Su Qingru clung to Yifan's chest and whispered softly, brother-in-law, as long as I am with you, I do not fear death. Yifan smiled faintly and said to her and the others, why so glum? Who said we are going to die? No one's dying today. Relax. He turned to face Zhonghua. Zhonghua, how unfilial of you. Since ancient times, has any son asked his father to kneel? Have you forgotten? Back at the auditorium, you called me dad yourself. What you are doing now is patricide. This one line from Yifan made Zhonghua explode. Yifan, you are looking for death. Zhonghua's biggest sore spot was his pride. Being forced to call Yifan dad in front of everyone was the ultimate humiliation. With a command, the swarm of goo insects surged at Yifan. Zhonghua's face twisted with a savage grin. Go to hell, Yifan. Once you are dead, I will be sure to love your wife, Suishua, ha. The atmosphere turned grim. Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and Hua Ximiao stared at the swarm intensely. Wang Fugue even tore off his shirt, ready to fight them off. Come on, you little bastards, come at your grandpa Wang. It is useless. Ha, the bloodthirsty goo is one of the 10 forbidden goo, none of you can stop it. Zhonghua laughed maniacally. But halfway through, his laughter halted. He suddenly realized the swarm of goo had stopped less than a foot from Yafan. Not only that, they were trembling in fear, as if encountering some unspeakable terror. The next second, all the goo insects collapsed to the ground, writhing and prostrating as if in worship. From Yifan's hand, a golden beetle appeared, its wings flickering, emitting high-pitched chirps. Instantly, the swarm reversed direction, flying madly away. Several of Zhonghua's bodyguards who failed to dodge were devoured instantly, leaving only bones. The insects continued to sweep through the rest of Zhonghua's men. Within seconds, they were all gone. Only Zhonghua and Zhou Hong remained. Why, young Master Zhong, what is going on? Were your goo not supposed to be powerful? Why are they out of control? Zhou Hong paled, shaken to the core. How the hell would I know? Zhonghua stammered, retreating while staring at the golden beetle in Yifan's hand. His eyes widened in horror. The Goo Emperor? You, how do you have the Goo Emperor? His master had told him of a sacred relic within the Goo sect, the myriad Goo cauldron, the source and ancestor of all Goo. Its greatest power came from harboring the Goo Emperor. Whoever obtained the myriad Goo cauldron could control the Goo Emperor and thereby command all Goo. No matter how vicious the Goo, they would submit to the Goo Emperor's will. If Yifan had the Goo Emperor, then he must have the myriad Goo cauldron too. Even the current Goo sect leader, having exhausted all his resources, failed to obtain it, his position unrecognized because the cauldron only passed to true leaders. If Zhonghua could acquire it, he could control the entire Goo sect. Greed surfaced in Zhonghua's eyes, completely unaware Yifan had already sentenced him to death. Whoosh! Zhonghua, I did not intend to kill you. But you practice the 10 most wicked Goo arts and seek to murder with forbidden Goo. You cannot be spared. Yifan commanded the bloodthirsty Goo to attack. No, do not. Young Lord Yi, mercy. I will kneel. Without hesitation, Zhonghua dropped to his knees. Young Lord Yi, I was wrong. I judged you with dog's eyes. I will never fight you for Su Qingru again. I swear I will stay far away. If you are still angry, take my eyes, dig them out if you want. Zhonghua knelt, kowtowing repeatedly to Yifan. Honor? Dignity? Can that save your life? At this point, Zhonghua no longer cared about anything. It was not my idea to kill you. It was the Zhou family, they ordered me to do it. I was just following orders. Zhonghua pushed all the blame onto Zhou Hong beside him. If that is so, then why did you act the way you did? Yifan sneered coldly. He could clearly see that Zhonghua was nothing but a pawn. The one who truly knew some of the inside story must be Zhou Hong standing next to him. Before Zhonghua could finish speaking, Yifan waved his hand, and the venomous goo worms swarmed over him. Kai Kai. In the blink of an eye, Zhonghua's flesh and blood were devoured completely by the goo worms, leaving only a pile of bones. From within his hair and clothing, a small translucent object fell out, seemingly untouched by the worms. Yifan curiously picked it up. It resembled a Buddha relic, yet was not quite the same. Holding it in his hand, he could faintly feel an ancient energy pulsing within, and even a subtle resonance with himself. But now was clearly not the time to examine it. Yifan quickly stowed it away. Zhonghua was dead. The alleyway, which had just been so chaotic, instantly fell into eerie silence. Li Hu, Wang Fugui, Hua Ximiao, and the others who had been bracing themselves for death were all stunned by what they had just witnessed. Wang Fugui and the others had all thought they were doomed after witnessing Zhonghua's terrifying powers. Yet in an unexpected twist, Yifan had survived a desperate situation and, by summoning the Goo Emperor, turned the tables completely, annihilating Zhonghua and all his men. Big Brother is incredible. I said it all along, my big brother is mighty and unstoppable. Handsome beyond compare, flowers bloom when he walks by, cars crash just to see him, even the king of hell is reluctant to take him. How could someone like that just die so easily? Wang Fugui, having come to his senses, spared no effort in showering him with exaggerated praise. Wang Fugui had been told everything about Yifan by his grandfather. He now understood that Yifan was no ordinary man, he was once a prodigious genius of the Northern Falling sect. While his martial skills had not yet returned, his other abilities remained intact. Even just this goo control technique alone meant that killing Yifan was not going to be easy. A true genius. Hua Ximiao exclaimed with admiration. Medicine and goo have always been intertwined, and Yifan actually knew the mysterious goo techniques of the Goo sect. This was truly astounding. If only his granddaughter. After dealing with Zhonghua, Yifan directed the goo swarm to surround Zhou Hong. He looked at him coolly and said, "You are from the Zhou family? I killed Zhou Tao. Do you have anything to say?" Zhou Hong knew some martial arts, but with all of Zhonghua's men now dead, and Yafan flanked by so many allies, Zhou Hong did not even have the courage to resist. So it was you. No, I mean, good kill. Zhou Tao deserved to die. Young Lord Yi, spare my life. It was all Zhonghua's idea to kill you. I had nothing to do with it. I was just here to watch. Even at this point, Zhou Hong still refused to speak the truth. Yifan sneered and sent the gu forward. In an instant, they tore off one of Zhou Hong's legs. I will give you one last chance, who ordered my death? It was the Su family, the eldest son of the Su family in the capital, Su Hao. You protected royal number 1, and Su Hao sent us to kill you. If the Gu sect could not do it, they planned to call on people from the Holy Lands to finish the job. Please, I swear, I had nothing to do with it. Zhou Hong rolled on the ground in pain, wailing in agony. Yifan snorted coldly. So, the Su family from the capital had come looking for him? Very well. For the sake of his junior martial sister, Yifan had long planned to wipe the Su family from the face of the earth. Crunch! The remaining Gu surged forward and devoured Zhou Hong in an instant. The Zhou family had been one of the main attackers during the assault on the Yi family. How could Yifan possibly let them live? The entire scene had been thoroughly cleaned by the venomous Gu. Aside from the lingering stench of blood in 2 chairs that Zhonghua and Zhou Hong had been sitting in, there was nothing left in the alley. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it was real. So this is the power of the Gu sect? A swarm of insects could kill without a trace. Woo woo woo. Just as the scene had been cleared, the sound of urgent sirens rang out at the alley's entrance. Hua Shuiyan rushed in with a team of special police. No one move. Who is responsible for this kidnapping? Hua Shuiyan led the charge, dressed in uniform. But her well-developed figure threatened to burst from her shirt. Her fair skin, slim waist, everything was strikingly alluring. It was a deadly combination for any man. Yifan's eyes naturally fell on Hua Shuiyan, trailing down her chest like a dagger. Pervert! What are you staring at? I asked a question. Who is behind this kidnapping? Is there no law left under heaven? Before Yifan could speak, Hua Ximiao stepped forward. Shuiyan, you are here. Just now, young Lord Yu was kidnapped, but the culprits have already been driven off by us. Him? He was the one kidnapped? He looks more like the kidnapper himself. Hua Shuiyan frowned as she looked Yifan up and down. No matter how she looked at him, he did not seem like a decent man. Although he was handsome, there was a wicked charm about him. His eyes were anything but honest, and kept drifting toward her chest. Look again and I will gouge your eyeballs out. From Hua Ximiao's expression and actions, Yifan guessed this beauty must have been the help he had sent for. Miss, it is not my fault your beauty jumped into my eyes. If you are upset, why not just cut off your charming assets up front? You, Hua Shuiyan was momentarily speechless, stamping her foot in frustration. Shuiyan, do not be rude. This is young Lord Yi, a divine physician of our time. His medical skills defy heaven. Apologize at once. Hua Ximiao's face darkened as he scolded his granddaughter, leaving her stunned. Apologize? Grandpa, did he threaten you? If he did, just blink. I brought so many people, we are not afraid of him, Hua Shuiyan said seriously, turning to Hua Ximiao. Hua Ximiao rolled his eyes. With his methods, if he releases those bugs, even 10 times your number would just become their next meal. Threaten, my ass. Hua Ximiao knocked his granddaughter on the head. You, take your people and leave. Your mother's illness can only be cured by young Lord Yi. In this world, he is the only one with the ability to heal her. Hua Shuiyan's expression turned serious. Her grandfather did not seem to be joking. Her mother had been bedridden for years. Even her grandfather could not heal her. Could this man, who often lounged around in clubs, really be the cure? Withdraw. Though she still had doubts about Yifan's skills, Hua Shuiyan did not press further. She gave the order, and her team quickly exited the scene. After she left, Hua Ximiao bowed respectfully to Yifan. Young Lord Yi, I apologize on behalf of my granddaughter for her offense. He paused, then looked deeply at Yifan. I never expected. Young Lord Yi, you have hidden your strength so well. Yifan smiled calmly. Dean Hua, I suppose you also thought I was just a debauched wastrel who loitered around clubs? After all, when Yifan married into the Su family, he was either in a club or on his way to one. That was the public impression of him, a complete playboy. I did indeed misunderstand before. Today I actually came to consult young Lord Yi about that prescription you gave. As he spoke, Hua Ximiao took out the prescription Yifan had written for Wan. This prescription is ingenious, but there are 3 ingredients in particular whose combination I simply cannot fathom. Might young Lord Yi enlighten me? Originally, Hua Ximiao had come to save him. Even earlier, when danger struck, he did not leave and was among the first to step forward. Yifan had a good impression of him. Dean Hua, I have no problem discussing medical techniques with you. I can even give you this prescription and teach you some medical skills. But I have one condition. Ah, really? Hua Ximiao was stunned. Whatever your condition is, just say the word. If it is within my power, I will do it without hesitation. Given Yifan's extraordinary abilities, being able to learn from him would be a blessing. Not just one, even 100 conditions, Hua Ximiao would agree to them all. It is simple. Keep my martial arts and gu techniques secret, and go treat my great-grandfather in my stead. Heal him as quickly as possible. That is it? Hua Ximiao had expected some unreasonable demand, yet this was all? Yifan nodded. That is all. As you must know, 3 years ago the Yi family was attacked. Although my strength has now returned, I must remain hidden. I will only act when all my enemies have revealed themselves. As for those who have seen my true abilities, they can no longer speak. As he said this, Yifan glanced at Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and the others around him. The murderous aura emanating from Li Hu and his men made everyone feel stifled. You all too keep your mouths shut. Hua Ximiao was no fool. He instantly understood what Yifan meant. I understand. I will keep everything confidential. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, so the Yi family had produced a dragon after all. Those who kicked them when they were down were about to pay the price. The key to this prescription lies in the dosage, and in the principles of mutual reinforcement and counteraction. Without hesitation, Yifan explained the core logic behind the formula. He also taught Hua Ximiao 3 of the 8 Tai needles on the spot. These 3 needles are enough to treat my great-grandfather. If your talent is sufficient, I will teach you the rest later. Master, please accept my bow. Recognizing the skill as part of the secret Shinon classic, the Tai 8 needles, Hua Ximiao knelt and bowed, ignoring Yifan's protests. Though Yifan was young, he truly deserved this gesture. Yifan did not stop Hua Ximiao. In front of others, still call me young Lord Yi, he said, accepting him as a disciple. After all, having someone like Hua Ximiao as his follower would make many things easier. Nearby, Wang Fugue, Su Qingru, and Wang's brothers were all stunned to see Hua Ximiao kneeling to Yifan in full view. What, were their eyes deceiving them? The director of Yun City People's Hospital, the famed medicine king of the Southwest, actually knelt and took Yifan as his master? But thinking of Yifan's terrifying powers just now, everything suddenly made sense. After thanking Yifan profusely, Hua Ximiao left. Li Hu finally seized a chance to approach Yifan quietly and say, Young Lord Yi, our men just reported that several suspicious people are lurking near the place where we are holding Ishio. It looks like someone is planning to make a move. Yifan smiled faintly. So they could not wait to act already? It seemed Ishio really was hiding something valuable. Withdraw all your men from the perimeter. Make the trap wider. We are going over there immediately. If the area was too heavily guarded, the enemy would not act. What Yifan needed now was to cast a wide net and wait for the fish to swim in, then catch them all in one go. Understood. After they left, just 2 alleyways away, a young man in black retracted his binoculars, picked up his radio, and reported, Minister, you will not believe the incredible show I just witnessed. I believe I have identified the source of the energy fluctuation. It is Yifan, the eldest son of the Yi family. He has been hiding very well. This youth was a member of the Jinwu division. While on patrol, he happened to witness the showdown between Yifan and Zhonghua. Zhang Yang, this is a top-level secret. Remember, no one but you and I must ever know what you saw today. Otherwise, you and your family will be wiped out. Why yes, Minister. Back at the headquarters of the Jinwu division in Yun City, Minister Mo Zhong ended the call, his eyes gleaming strangely. Yifan, eldest son of the Yi family? Impressive. I knew the Yi family could not fall so easily. It looks like I will have to pay a personal visit tomorrow. At the Zhong family villa. In the private room of Zhonghua's mother, a masked man was passionately engaged with a woman, none other than Zhonghua's mother, Xiefang. On the floor, a man lay curled up and snoring like a dead pig, Zhonghua's supposed father. The masked man was actually Zhonghua's Gu master, named Long Zhong, the third elder of the Gu sect, who had been operating in Yun City for years. Along, this is still not good. That deadbeat is lying right next to us and you are still doing this. Ah, what is the problem? That bastard is not even the father of the child. If not for needing his cover to stay hidden, he would have been dead long ago. Humph, how many times did you give it to him last month? Just thinking about it disgusts me. Oh please. I had no choice. We are still legally married. If I refused, he might have gotten suspicious. Ooh, be gentler. So Zhonghua's so-called father was never really his father, just a pitiful, cuckolded stand-in. After about a frenzied passion, just as the two lay down to rest, Long Zhong suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. No! Something has happened to Zhonghua. Spurt! He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhonghua died without ever knowing he was not the son of Zhong Yiming, but the illegitimate child of his mother and her Gu master, Long Zhong. Long Zhong had invested so much in training Zhonghua in Gu techniques because he was his son. Moreover, to accelerate Zhonghua's growth, Long Zhong had created a copy of his own life-bound Gu and implanted it in him. This way, if anything happened, he could sense it immediately. Just now, Long Zhong felt that his clone life-bound Gu had been destroyed. Something happened? What do you mean? The woman's voice trembled with fear. Zhonghua is dead. Someone killed him. Long Zhong's expression turned grim. He grieved for his son, but more importantly, the fragment of the undying bone he had implanted in Zhonghua was now lost. That item was more precious than life itself. It had been discovered that the undying bone could generate endless martial energy, drastically enhancing cultivation speed. Rumor had it the bone even had the power to grant immortality. It was priceless. Who was it? Who killed Zhonghua? Long Zhong quickly got dressed, muttered to Yafan, and disappeared from the room. I am going out. That item on Zhonghua had been stolen at great cost. He could live without a son or a woman, but not without the undying bone. Long Zhong would stop at nothing to track down Zhonghua's killer and take back the undying bone. In a warehouse on the western outskirts of Yun City, this was the location where Li Hu had detained Yi Xiu. Previously, this area served as a hub for logistics companies, but following urban redevelopment, most of those companies had relocated. Only some warehouses remained in use, and although a few businesses were still operating there, it was mostly deserted at night. However, tonight, under the cover of darkness, over a dozen vehicles quietly parked around the warehouse. A group of burly men in black t-shirts stepped out of the cars. Leading them was none other than Lin Dong. Ah Yang, are you sure this is the place? Lin Dong turned and asked a young man beside him. This young man was Lin Yang, the biological son of Lin Dong's second uncle, Lin Hua. Although Lin Yang was already 20 years old, he had some mental issues and seemed to have the intellect of a child around 10 years old. This was also one of the reasons Lin Hua had designated Lin Dong as the family heir. Lin Hua had no choice. Although he would have preferred to choose his own son, Lin Yang's intellectual disability made him unfit to manage the Lin group. Yes, he just told me. Lin Yang said, pointing to a man nearby who looked like a teen leader. Big brother, this place is great for hide and seek. Can you play with me later? Lin Dong was speechless. He thought, I came here to kill someone, not to play goddamn hide and seek. If I had known, I would never have brought this idiot along. Are you sure the information is correct? This place is in the middle of nowhere. Would Li Hu really detain Yi Xiu here? Rest assured, young Master Lin. Our men personally saw Yi Xiu appear here earlier today. He is definitely inside. It is warehouse number 8. If we break the door open, we will know immediately, said the bodyguard captain beside Lin Yang with confidence. For this operation, Lin Dong had mobilized over 100 elite bodyguards from the Lin family, in case anything went wrong. Clang! As Lin Dong and his men smashed open the warehouse door, the lights came on, and 3 thugs who were playing cards immediately jumped up. What are you doing? These 3 were subordinates that Li Hu had arranged to guard the place. Sit down and behave. The 3 had just stood up when Lin Dong's men forcibly pressed them back into their seats. Bang! Bang! In the next instant, the 3 were knocked unconscious. Once the lights were fully on, Lin Dong quickly spotted Yi Xiu tied up in the corner. At that moment, Yi Xiu had already been tortured beyond recognition, his face covered in blood, and his clothes in tatters. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Yi Xiu's eyes lit up. Young Master Lin, you finally came. If you had come any later, I would have been tortured to death. Lin Dong smirked and shone the flashlight in his hand on Yi Xiu. He had no interest in Yi Xiu's suffering. What he cared about was how much Yi Xiu had revealed about the events from years ago. How much did you reveal about the secrets from back then? Lin Dong stepped forward, not rushing to untie Yi Xiu but instead stared intently at him and asked. I did not say anything. Young Master Lin, you must believe me, I really said nothing. Otherwise, they would not have kept me tied up like this. Yi Xiu replied, looking agitated. Please untie me quickly and take me away. That bastard Yafan has already been here. I am scared. Yi Xiu knew very well how terrifying Yafan's methods were. Even the Black Dragon had been taken down by Yafan, who could also change his appearance. He even began to suspect whether the person in front of him was actually Yafan in disguise, attempting to trick him into letting his guard down. Hearing that Yafan had been there earlier, Lin Dong could not help but shiver. God damn it. If you are scared, I am even more terrified. That bastard Yifan was the one who crushed my manhood with a single kick and cracked my skull. He was the reason the Lin family was humiliated. All of it was Yifan's doing. But now, the Lin family did not dare move against Yifan directly. They could only pin their hopes on the blood-robed sect to act swiftly. Since you did not say anything, I can rest easy. Lin Dong smiled sinisterly and drew a combat knife from a nearby bodyguard. In an instant, he pressed the blade to Yi Xiu's neck. The cold glint of the blade instantly shocked Yi Xiu. Young Master Lin? What are you doing? I really did not say anything. Why do you want to kill me? I already coordinated with your second uncle. I am supposed to take control of the Yi family and serve the Lin family. Humph, why kill you? Because some secrets are safest when only the dead know them. Yi Xiu, you know too much, and you have already been exposed to Yifan. I am sorry, but you must die. Without any hesitation, Lin Dong raised the blade to slit Yi Xiu's throat. No, please do not. Young Master Lin, this is not fair. You cannot use me and then discard me. Regardless of Yi Xiu's desperate pleas, Lin Dong showed no mercy. Yi Xiu could already feel the blade piercing the skin of his neck. Despair overwhelmed him. Years ago, in his ambition to control the Yi family, he had conspired with the Lin and Zhou families, acting as an inside agent and leaking all of the Yi family's strategic deployments to them. That betrayal had led to the near extermination of the Yi family. If only he had not been so blinded by greed, if he had informed the old master in time about the attack, perhaps the Yi family would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. If things had gone differently, maybe he could have gained control of the Yi family legitimately. Yi Xiu was full of regret, but there is no medicine for regret in this world. Thud! Just as Lin Dong's blade was about to slice through Yi Xiu's throat, a pebble suddenly flew in and struck Lin Dong's arm, piercing through it and shattering the bone. The combat knife clattered to the floor, and Lin Dong's arm immediately went limp. Ah, fuck. Who the hell dared to attack me? Lin Dong screamed, clutching his bleeding arm, though his heart already suspected the culprit. Yi Fan. It had to be Yi Fan. Late at night, and Yifan was still lurking nearby. This could only mean one thing. Yifan had been waiting for him here on purpose. Capturing Yi Xiu and deliberately leaking the location was all part of a trap, to lure out anyone who would come to save or kill Yi Xiu. Anyone who took that bait must have had a role in the attack on the Yi family years ago. That Yifan could lay such a trap was something Lin Dong had anticipated, which is why he had brought over 100 bodyguards with him. If this were just about capturing or killing Yi Xiu, there would be no need for such a grand operation. As the predetermined successor of the Lin family, Lin Dong was not stupid, he just had the bad luck of running into Yifan. Young Master Lin, so late at night, we meet again. Yifan walked down calmly from behind a door on the second floor, smiling. Lin Dong observed carefully. Yifan appeared to be alone. He could not help but feel relieved. Yifan was still as arrogant as ever, thinking he alone could defeat the army of bodyguards Lin Dong had brought. Soon, he would be the one begging on his knees. Yifan glanced at Lin Dong and then turned to Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu, now you see it, do you not? You were still trying to defend the Lin family, stubborn to the end, but they just tried to kill you. Are you really willing to accept this? Is it worth it? Are you really content to be tortured alone, while those who were once your allies betray you, attempt to silence you, and dump all the blame on you? Every word from Yifan pierced into Yi Xiu's ears. Having just survived a brush with death, Yi Xiu's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Earlier, Li Hu had used various cruel methods to torture Yi Xiu for an entire day, and Yi Xiu had still managed to hold on, because he firmly believed the Lin family would go to any lengths to find him and save him. Yi Xiu held many secrets regarding the attack on the Yi family years ago, and if those secrets were leaked to Yifan, it would become irrefutable evidence justifying Yifan's retaliation against the Lin family. I am not willing. Yi Xiu's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you will all die a horrible death. You forced me into this. I was loyal to you, and you betrayed me and tried to kill me. Do not blame me now. Yifan, as long as you kill Lin Dong, I will tell you everything. Yi Xiu now appeared nearly insane. Compared to Yifan, he now hated Lin Dong even more. Lin Dong, meanwhile, had regained his composure. Kill me? Ha! Yi Xiu, you must be dreaming. I came here fully prepared. I brought over 100 bodyguards. Even if Yifan were a god, he could not take on this many. Even if he could fight, he would collapse from exhaustion. As he spoke, and after confirming there was no one else upstairs, Lin Dong grew even more arrogant. Only Yifan was here, no others. This was a perfect opportunity to kill him. Yifan, get on your knees and apologize to me. Beg for mercy. Maybe, for the sake of Xian Yufei, I will let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead tonight. With a wave of Lin Dong's hand, all the bodyguards behind him drew their weapons, combat knives and steel batons, and began to close in on Yifan. Yifan, however, showed not a trace of concern. His current strength far exceeded that of a martial lord. This group of thugs? Even if their number doubled or quintupled, Yifan would not care. What difference is there between one group of ants and 5? They are still just ants. It does not take much effort for a person to crush 1 ant or 100. Young Master Lin, my legs are a bit stiff, I cannot kneel. Why do you not show me how? Yifan said with a faint smirk. Oh, I forgot. I shattered your balls last time. Kneeling probably hurts a lot now, does it not? Better forget it. Yifan, you son of a bitch. I will fucking kill you and your ancestors. Lin Dong exploded. The mention of his testicles enraged him to the core. A man's pride had been utterly destroyed by Yifan. That was the end of any happiness for the rest of his life. What are you all standing around for? Kill him. I do not care what it takes, kill him. Whoever stabs him once, I will give 10 million. Lin Dong had gone completely mad, shouting orders wildly. Make sure you do not kill him right away. Leave him barely alive, I want to play him to death. Lin Dong's face twisted with fury. The Yi family is so arrogant, is it not? Well, tonight 2 Yi family members will fall into my hands. I will end your family's future. What they failed to do 3 years ago, I will finish today. Alright, whoever castrates Yifan, I will give 100 million. Bastard, since you made me less than a man, I will make sure you suffer the same pain. But to Lin Dong's shock, despite his orders, all his subordinates stood frozen. None of them moved. Are you deaf? I said move, damn it. Are you all useless? Lin Dong was about to explode with rage. These were elite bodyguards trained by the Lin family. He was the designated successor, why were they not listening? Yifan glanced coldly at Lin Dong, then jerked his chin slightly toward Lin Dong's rear. Young Master Lin, why not take a look behind you? Lin Dong was confused. Behind him? What was behind him? Turning around out of curiosity, Lin Dong instantly gasped in horror. His heart sank. This Tiger Lord. Standing behind him was Li Hu, Yun City's underground overlord, with a dense formation of elite fighters. Their strength was clearly far above that of Lin Dong's men. Each of them held a steel crossbow and a dagger pointed directly at the hearts of Lin Dong's bodyguards. Not a single Lin family guard dared to move. Lin Dong was stunned. He had brought over 100 men and had arranged dozens more to keep watch outside. Why had there been no warning? Where the hell is everyone? Are you all pigs? How did Li Hu and so many men get in without a single alert? Lin Dong, did you really think I, Li Hu, was some soft-hearted fool? Since I dared to imprison Yishio here, did you think I would not take precautions? Li Hu waved his hand, and another group of his men dragged in Lin Dong's guards from outside, his entire perimeter force. Lin Dong was utterly defeated. Now he understood Yifan had laid a trap, waiting to see who would jump into it. Young Master Yi, I was wrong, please let me go. I just wanted to be your dog, to help you clean house. Truly. Thud. Lin Dong did not care about his dignity. He fell to his knees before Yifan. Yishio watched from the side, speechless. Yifan, do not believe a word he says. It was Lin Dong. He was the one who contacted me. The Lin family directly participated in the attack on the Yi family, and I know they were searching for something hidden by the Yi family. But even now, they still have not found it. Yishio, realizing there was no escape, decided to go all in and bring Lin Dong down with him. Lin Dong was so furious he nearly exploded. Yishio, I will kill you. That secret item was the central reason for the attack on the Yi family, and now Yishio had exposed it. And this did not involve just the Lin family, the forces behind it were vast and complex. If word got out that the Lin family had leaked the secret, they would be doomed. Enraged, Lin Dong jumped up and rushed over, grabbing Yishio's throat with one hand. Yishio, I will strangle you to death. Tu's secret was exposed in front of Yifan. How could the people behind the Lin family possibly let the Lin family off the hook? Yishio's hands and feet were tied with ropes, his throat was being strangled, and his face instantly turned bright red. Yifan gave a faint smile. A surge of energy burst from his hand, breaking the ropes binding Yishio's hands and feet. Yishio was finally free. He immediately fought back, punching Lin Dong squarely on the cheek, sending Lin Dong staggering and naturally loosening his grip. Lin Dong, I have long been sick of the sight of you. Who do you think you are? A worthless piece of trash who idles around all day. What right do you have to stand as my equal? Pa! Yishio, recalling how Lin Dong had just tried to kill him, grew even angrier. He rushed forward and delivered several savage kicks to Lin Dong's groin. Lin Dong's groin had already been injured before. Just now, Yafan had broken his arm, leaving him with only one usable hand. How could he possibly be a match for Yi Xiu? Yi Xiu. Just you wait. As long as I make it out of here alive today, I will make sure you wish you were dead. You are nothing but a dog of the Lin family, and you dare bark at me. I will fight you to the death. At this moment, Lin Dong had completely disregarded Yafan and charged at Yi Xiu, grappling with him. He used both his hands and feet, grabbed Yi Xiu's hair, and even bit off a piece of flesh from Yi Xiu's body. Yi Xiu grimaced in pain. Lin Dong, you forced me into this. A ruthless glint flashed across Yi Xiu's face. He picked up Lin Dong's fallen battle blade from the ground and drove it straight through Lin Dong's chest. Thud, thud. One strike after another, Lin Dong's chest was soon riddled with holes, blood gushing out in streams. Lin Dong's hand, which had been clutching Yi Xiu's hair, gradually loosened. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Yi Xiu. You actually dared to kill me. Lin Yang, run, go back and tell second uncle to avenge me. Seeing the holes in his chest, Lin Dong knew he could not survive. His only thought was to send word back through his dim-witted younger brother. But Lin Yang, witnessing the scene before him, had no intention of running. Instead, he picked up a battle blade. Big brother, I will help you. Thud. Seeing Lin Yang charge at him, Yi Xiu did not hesitate at all and swung the blade, killing Lin Yang as well. No. Lin Dong had not expected this at all. Before Yafan even acted, Yi Xiu had already killed both him and his brother Lin Yang. This was the end of the Lin family's lineage. At this point, Yi Xiu came to his senses from his earlier madness. He hastily threw down the battle blade and looked at Lin Dong in terror. Young Master Lin, no. I did not mean to. Yi Xiu knew that the Lin family and the Yi family were both among the 6 great clans, each with considerable power. More importantly, if Yi Xiu wanted to fully control the Yi family, he absolutely needed the Lin family's support. And now, he had killed the Lin family's only 2 young masters, Lin Dong and Lin Yang. If the Lin family found out, how could he have any chance of survival? What was more, he was still in Yafan's hands. Even if Yafan did not kill him, the Lin family would not let him live. Clap, clap, clap. Yafan calmly watched the two fight like mad dogs. After seeing Lin Dong and Lin Yang twitch a few times and go completely still, he finally stepped forward. Yi Xiu, you do have some backbone after all. Killing Lin Dong counts as a contribution to the Yi family. Yafan looked at Yi Xiu with a half-smile, while Yi Xiu's face was filled with bitterness, almost on the verge of tears. Yafan. Halfway through his words, Yi Xiu fell silent. Yi Xiu was not stupid. He understood that in today's situation, whether he was in Yafan's hands or Lin Dong's, there was no way he would live. Although he hated Yafan, compared to Lin Dong who wanted to kill him to silence him, he would at least ensure they did not get their way, even if it cost him his life. I will speak. I will tell you everything I know. Just give me a quick death. Scenes of the old master of the Yi family saving him from a group of human traffickers flashed through Yi Xiu's mind. At that time, Yi Xiu had felt only gratitude. His desires were simple then, just to be free, to have food to eat, and not starve. Later, the old master sent him to school and entrusted him with the Yi family's business. Yi Xiu had become the Yi family's representative, second only to one, above thousands. He enjoyed wealth and honor, but his greed grew. In the end, he betrayed the Yi family and brought about its tragedy. The people who attacked the Yi family back then, what I know is that the Lin family was involved, the Zhou family, and members of the royal family. But I never saw the face of the royal family's man. Besides them, the Zhao family also had people involved. Is there paper and pen? Yi Xiu staggered in front of Yafan, his face showing not despair but a kind of relief. After Li Hu and the others brought over paper and pen, Yi Xiu thought carefully and wrote down a list. These are the names of those I know who attacked the Yi family. I also have video evidence to confirm this. Of course, you can investigate it yourself. After handing the paper to Yafan, Yi Xiu continued, the Lin family attacked the Yi family looking for something. It was said to be something that could change a family's fate, connected to a great secret. I only overheard fragments, something called the undying bone. Lin Dong may not have known, only the head of the Lin family, Lin Hua, knows. Having said all he knew, Yi Xiu let out a long sigh. Yafan looked at him and said blandly, had you known this earlier, why did you do what you did? Speak. Do you have any last wishes? If I am in the mood, I might help you. None. Yi Xiu shook his head, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right. In the southern suburbs of Yunqing, at number 38, I kept a girl. I always wanted to have her, but she refused no matter what, so I secretly had her imprisoned. If you have time, go free her. Still keeping a girl imprisoned? Yi Fan's lips curved slightly. He had thought Yi Xiu had lost interest in women. Very well. Hearing Yifan's reply, Yi Xiu picked up the battle blade from the ground and plunged it into his own heart. Yi Xiu knew he had no way out, so he might as well end it himself. Did you record everything just now? Yifan turned to Li Hu. It was Yi Xiu who killed Lin Dong and Lin Yang, and Yi Xiu who took his own life. Li Hu nodded. It is all recorded. Yifan had originally planned to use Yi Xiu as bait to lure out a big fish. In the end, Lin Dong had walked into the trap himself. Still, it was not bad. Killing Lin Dong and getting Yi Xiu's list made this operation quite a success. Especially when he saw the Zhao family's name on the list, Yifan's face turned dark. Humph, so the Zhao family was part of the plan back then? I have already given you a chance. When I come for you, it will be your death. As Yifan muttered, there was a faint creak from the roof. Who is there? Yifan's expression hardened. Someone was eavesdropping on the roof? One had to know that Yifan's strength had now already surpassed the martial sovereign level. His opponent had really hidden deeply. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, Yifan pushed off the ground with his ankle, his body continuing to leap towards the second floor. Using the steel frame of the wall for leverage, his entire body directly pierced through the warehouse roof, charging onto the rooftop. Such an agile and monstrous movement technique left Li Hu and his group of subordinates utterly stunned. Did you all see that clearly this time? The instructor's strength is unfathomable, far beyond what you can even hope to look up to. Clean up the scene thoroughly. Li Hu could not resist showing off a bit in front of his subordinates. As for the opponent Yifan was pursuing, Li Hu did not interfere at all. Because Li Hu was very clear that a master of that level was completely beyond anything he could hope to touch. After charging onto the rooftop, Yifan unleashed his powerful sense in the dark night, and soon detected a hunched figure quickly fleeing into the distance. Whoosh! A piece of sheet metal in Yifan's hand whistled as it shot towards the escaping figure. Thud! After a crisp sound, Yifan clearly heard a muffled grunt. That piece of sheet metal had definitely injured the intruder. Yifan had sensed clearly just now that the opponent's strength was actually not very high, at most at the Grandmaster level, not yet at Martial Sovereign level. But the opponent's movement technique had some peculiar traits, and he was good at concealing his aura, which was why Yifan had not noticed the spice trail at first. Yifan's steps did not pause as he swiftly leapt across the rooftop, chasing after the fleeing figure. But when Yifan reached the end of the warehouse, he discovered that apart from a pool of blood, there were no other traces left. You ran quite fast. Yifan snorted coldly and muttered to himself, however, I have already planted a scent tracking goo on that piece of sheet metal. As long as you appear within 3 kilometers of me, I will definitely be able to find you. It would be best if you were not an enemy. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. Li Hu would handle the aftermath at the warehouse, so naturally Yifan did not need to worry. He drove towards number 38 in the southern suburbs of Yuncheng. Now that Yi Xiu was already dead, there was no reason to continue delaying that girl. Number 38 in the southern suburbs of Yuncheng was a quiet and isolated courtyard. As Yifan approached, 3 bodyguards in black tried to stop him. Yifan said coldly, "Get lost. I am Yifan. Yi Xiu is already dead. Do you still want to risk your lives for him?" Seeing their hesitation, Yifan waved the previously recorded video in front of them. The bodyguards' expressions immediately changed drastically. "Young Master Yi, farewell, we were never here today." Having said that, the men fled as if their backsides were on fire. Yifan's lips twitched slightly. He pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard. No sooner had he stepped inside than a teacup came flying at him. "Yi Xiu, I have already said, even if it were with a dog, I would never be your woman. Get lost." This little lady was rather fiery. A surge of energy flowed through Yifan's hand, and he easily caught the flying teacup. "I came to inform you that you are free now. From this moment on, you no longer have to suffer Yi Xiu's torment. You can go live the life you want." Yifan stepped into the living room and glanced around, spotting a young woman in khaki shorts, glaring angrily at the doorway. Seeing that the newcomer was not Yi Xiu but Yifan, the girl was clearly taken aback. "You are not Yi Xiu? Where is Yi Xiu?" "Dead." Yifan had no reservations in front of the girl and spoke plainly. "I have also dealt with the men outside. I just came to tell you that you are free from now on." According to what Yi Xiu had said, she had been the campus belle when she was in university. From that time, Yi Xiu had set his sights on her. With the power of the Yi family behind him, Yi Xiu easily drove away all her suitors and began, in effect, to keep her captive. "Dead?" The girl looked out the door in disbelief, and indeed could not see the bodyguards. She knew that previously those bodyguards had been around her 24 hours a day. Even if she only went out to buy something, they would follow her everywhere. The expression on the girl's face finally relaxed. 5 years, it had been 5 years since university. Was she truly free at last? But in the next instant, the girl's expression tensed again. No! This must be one of Yi Xiu's tricks, trying to deceive me. Humph. Is it not just that Yi Xiu wants to have me? I just refuse to let him succeed. Yifan could not be bothered to explain further. He turned and prepared to leave. Seeing him about to leave the hall, the girl suddenly called out, "Wait." Yifan turned around in confusion, only for the girl to throw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her red lips to his. "Young lady, what are you doing?" Yifan only felt the astonishing suppleness of the girl for a moment before immediately pulling back. Although Yifan did like beautiful women, he was not one to take advantage of just anyone. But the girl would not let up. What do you think a girl throwing herself into a man's arms means? What else would a man and woman do together? Is it not that Yi Xiu wanted to have me? I will just give my first time to another man. Do not worry, I am still pure. Come on. Before Yifan could reply, the girl had already hooked her arms around his neck and was leading him towards the bedroom. Rip! Inside the room, the girl removed all her clothing, revealing a stunning figure, curvaceous in all the right places, truly a rare beauty. Yifan had originally planned to spend the previous night being intimate with Su Yixue, only to be interrupted by her younger sister. Now, faced with such a gorgeous woman's unrestrained allure, a fire ignited within Yifan. "Young lady, you are playing with fire." If I am not afraid, what are you afraid of? Come on. I just want to put a green hat on Yi Xiu. As she spoke, the girl pushed Yifan onto the bed. She had no idea that Yi Xiu was truly already dead. Feeling the softness in his arms, Yifan no longer restrained himself and tore away his clothes in one motion. In an instant, the room was filled with a heady atmosphere, accompanied by sounds not fit for children. An ice jade body? When Yifan and Zhang Yueran reached the final step of intimacy, he suddenly discovered that Zhang Yueran actually possessed the legendary rare physique, the ice jade body. Yifan's heart shook violently, while at the same time he felt overwhelming joy. This was the very physique that Yifan and his master had sought so bitterly. Because the ice jade body could perfectly neutralize the fire poison accumulating within Yifan's body and save his life. The Northern Gate dragon taming art was almost the most defiant cultivation method imaginable. Paired with Yifan's 9-yang dragon vein, it could defy the heavens and change destiny. But the dragon taming art also had a fatal flaw. As his cultivation increased, the side effects of the 9-yang dragon vein would gradually intensify, forming 9 raging fire poisons within Yifan's body. If these poisons were not suppressed, they would eventually burn Yifan alive. Even Yifan's master, a genius, had only found one strange antidote: to find girls with 9 kinds of special physiques in the world to help Yifan neutralize the poison and turn it to his own use. Yifan had never imagined that the very physique he had been desperately searching for would be encountered here. This was a woman bestowed upon him by the heavens. If he did not accept her, he would be letting himself down. The moonlight outside the window seemed too shy to witness the scene before it and quietly hid behind the clouds. It was not until more than an hour later that Yifan and the young woman lay lazily on the bed, with a spot of bright red clearly visible on the sheets. On Zhang Yueran's neck, a blue and strange pattern appeared. This was the mark of the ice jade body. At this moment, Yifan could clearly feel that one of the fire poisons within his body had already disappeared. Faintly visible on Yifan's chest, in the Taiji 8 trigrams pattern, one of the 9 dragon marks had lit up, signifying that one poison had been neutralized. "My name is Yifan. From today onward, you are my woman. If you want me to take responsibility, you can call me anytime." As Yifan spoke, he picked up the girl's phone and dialed his own number. Although Yifan could like different women, once someone became his woman, he treated them well. "Oh, my name is Zhang Yueran." Zhang Yueran twisted slightly in Yifan's embrace and suddenly seemed to remember something. "Ah, you said your name is Yifan? You are Yi Xiu's younger brother?" Yi Xiu had always regarded Yifan as his greatest enemy, so naturally he often mentioned him in front of Zhang Yueran. Moreover, Yifan's name in Yunqing was widely known. Always hanging around clubs, if he was not in a club, he was on his way to one. "Yes. What, do you regret it now? I reminded you earlier." Yifan stood up and straightened his clothes, preparing to leave. Tomorrow, he had to buy a house, not for himself, but for Qiu Wan. Tonight, with Yi Xiu's death, the Yi group urgently needed someone to help manage things, and Qiu Wan was the best candidate. To bring Qiu Wan into the Yi group, the first issue to resolve was her residence. Yifan planned to buy the house for Qiu Wan first and then inform her. Regret? Why would I regret it? Zhang Yueran not only showed no sign of regret, but even looked rather excited. Then what we just did, does that count as a sister-in-law secretly having an affair with her little brother-in-law? How thrilling! Although Yifan was experienced, hearing Zhang Yueran's words left him speechless. Ha ha! Wonderful! Humph, was it not Yi Xiu who wanted to have me? I gave my body to his little brother instead, just to spite him. Come, little brother-in-law, let us take a selfie. I want to drive him mad. As she spoke, Zhang Yueran did not care at all that her body was exposed before Yifan. She wrapped her arms around his neck, took 2 photos, and then finally let Yifan leave. After Yifan left, Zhang Yueran immediately sent those intimate photos to Yi Xiu's phone. Yi Xiu, now I belong to your little brother. You will never have me. Give it up. Having done all this, Zhang Yueran suddenly felt a little hungry and wanted to get up to eat something. But as soon as she moved, she realized that her whole body felt as if it were falling apart. This Yifan, his stamina was just too strong. After leaving the courtyard, Yifan called Li Hu. Zhang Yueran is now my woman. Tell the brothers to take good care of her. Also, look into Zhang Yueran's background for me. Zhang Yueran had been imprisoned by Yi Xiu for so long and was suddenly free. Yifan was still worried that something might happen to her. Since she had become his woman, Yifan naturally had to make arrangements to protect her. Yes, instructor. When Yifan returned home, his sister-in-law Su Qingru and his wife Su Yixue were both still awake, obviously waiting for him in the living room. Brother-in-law, you are finally back? How did things go? Li Hu had contacted Yifan precisely because there were matters to handle. Although she knew Yifan was not ordinary, she still worried. As she spoke, Su Qingru leapt into Yifan's arms. Seeing this, Su Yixue, who had been about to hug Yifan, had no choice but to stop awkwardly. Yifan's lips curved slightly. With his left hand, he pulled Su Qingru into his left embrace, and with his right, he drew Su Yixue into his right arm. If you want to hug me, just hug me. I am your husband. What is there to be embarrassed about? Oh. Although Su Yixue had already been intimate with Yifan, at this moment, with Su Qingru also present, she still felt quite shy. While enjoying Yifan's embrace, she quietly observed Su Qingru's expression. Seeing Su Qingru's calm, even delighted look, Su Yixue was a little surprised. Were young girls nowadays all so composed? Both sisters were in Yifan's arms, and Su Qingru did not seem to mind at all? Naturally, Su Yixue did not know that last night, Su Qingru and Yifan had already been intimate. And tonight, when Su Qingru had risked her life to save Yifan, their bond had deepened further. Because Su Qingru was here, Yifan could only sleep alone that night. But thinking of Zhang Yueran's once-in-a-thousand-years ice jade body, his heart was filled with wonder. Was this fate? Yifan had always worried about how to resolve the issue of the Nine-Yang dragon vein, and in the end, the girl Yi Xiu had kept captive turned out to be Yifan's savior. After all the evil Yi Xiu had done, perhaps this was the one good deed he had unknowingly performed. In Yunqing, at the Zhao family's main residence, the Zhao family's ancestor, Zhao Changfeng, covered in blood, staggered into the hall, startling Zhao Tianlong, the family head, who had not yet gone to bed. Ancestor, what happened to you? Zhao Changfeng weakly sat down in a chair, tore the sheet metal from his shoulder, snorted coldly, and used his clothes to roughly bandage the wound. Only then did he speak. Quick! Summon all core members of the Zhao family for a meeting. I have an important announcement. Ah? Yes. Seeing the ancestor in such a state, Zhao Tianlong knew something serious had happened and immediately began summoning all Zhao family members. Those who could come did so at once, those who could not joined via phone. 20 minutes later, all Zhao family members had gathered. The ancestor Zhao Changfeng composed himself and spoke gravely. What I am about to announce is this: from this moment on, our Zhao family will surrender to the Yi family. Tomorrow, I will personally lead a delegation to the Yi family to apologize. Ah, ancestor, why have you suddenly decided this? Did we not once join forces against the Yi family? That is right. The Yi family is clearly on the verge of collapse. Yifan was attacked and has been a useless man for 3 years. What waves can he stir up now? Everyone was in an uproar, unable to comprehend the ancestor's decision. Silence. You have all been deceived by Yifan. I fear that Yifan's strength has already surpassed the martial sovereign level. A few days ago, a grandmaster who attacked the Yi family was suddenly killed, and the Zhou family's grandmaster steward also died in Yuncheng. I suspect Yifan killed them both. Tonight, I went to gather information. Now I am seriously injured, and it was Yifan who attacked me. Hiss. At first, people had doubted the ancestor's words, but Zhao Chongfeng's final sentence made everyone present draw in a sharp breath. Everyone knew the ancestor's strength. He was a peak grandmaster, the pillar of the Zhao family. If even he could not stand against Yifan, just how terrifying was Yifan's strength? Moreover, they had heard that the Zhou family steward and the Zhou family head's son had both died in Yuncheng. Was all of this Yifan's doing? The Yi family had truly produced a dragon. Very well. Since that is the case, it is decided. Tomorrow, I and the ancestor will take Linglong and personally go to the Yi family to apologize, hoping to gain their forgiveness. As the Zhao family head, Zhao Tianlong made the final decision. But why do I have to go along to apologize? The beauty speaking was none other than Zhao Linglong, the Zhao family's cherished daughter of the third generation. Though she appeared petite, she was remarkably well endowed, a true Lolita with a voluptuous figure. Linglong, do not be woeful. This matter concerns the Zhao family's survival. Sigh, we made a terrible mistake back then. We cannot make another one now. No matter what unreasonable demands the Yi family makes, we must comply, and you are not to act out. Or it will be the day our Zhao family is exterminated. From now on, every member of the Zhao family must show utmost respect when meeting anyone from the Yi family. Endure whatever beatings or scoldings come your way. Understood? Understood. Seeing the ancestor covered in blood, summoning everyone so urgently, the Zhao family's core members all realized how grave the situation was. Sigh. Let us hope it is not too late. A storm is coming to Yuncheng. At the Lin family residence, Lin Hua had not slept at all last night. His own son, Lin Yang, and his heir apparent, Lin Dong, had both gone out the night before in search of Yi Xiu's whereabouts and had not returned the entire night. Disappearing along with them were the bodyguards Lin Dong had taken over 100 men, who had vanished without a trace in Yuncheng. A bunch of useless trash. Still no news? Enraged, Lin Hua swept everything off the tea table onto the floor. Among the Lin family's third generation, Lin Dong and Lin Yang were the only direct bloodline descendants. If anything had happened to them, it would mean the Lin family's future was effectively cut off. Master, it is still the same news. Young Master Lin said he was going out to look for Yi Xiu's trail, and second young master insisted on following. After they left with the family's bodyguards, there has been no word at all. The subordinate reported gloomily from the side. In truth, he was cursing inwardly. In his eyes, Lin Dong was no different from the old Yifan, always loitering in nightclubs. Disappearing with so many people most likely meant he was hiding out in some club. This business of going after Yi Xiu was just an excuse to go out and openly chase women. In fact, Lin Hua had considered this possibility. But when he thought about how Yi Xiu had been captured by Yifan, and how Lin Dong and Lin Yang had gone to find Yi Xiu, Lin Hua's heart gradually sank. If this had been a trap set by Yifan, waiting for Lin Dong and Lin Yang to walk right in, given Lin Dong's and Lin Yang's intelligence, how could they be a match for that damned Yifan? The more Lin Hua thought about it, the more anxious he became. If he had known this would happen, he would never have agreed yesterday to let Lin Dong go searching for Yi Xiu. Master, someone is here to visit. Lin Hua was still fuming when a bodyguard's trembling voice came from the doorway. I am not seeing anyone. Even if the emperor himself comes today, I will not see him. Lin Hua was in no mood for visitors. It is Yifan, and he is already inside. The bodyguard's voice was helpless. It was not that they did not want to stop Yifan. He and Wang Fugui had knocked out the 7 or 8 guards at the gate with just a few punches and strolled right in. Master Lin, what is this? Why so angry so early in the morning? Looking at your mouth, I suppose you should not be eating hot pot these days. Yifan and Wang Fugui stepped inside. Yifan stared at Lin Hua with a wicked smile, deliberately pointing at his mouth. Yesterday, in front of so many people, Lin Hua had been bitten on the mouth by the poodle his wife kept. Everyone had seen it. At the time, Yifan had joked that Lin Hua had eaten shit, which had nearly driven Lin Hua mad. Lin Hua felt as if he might explode as Yifan touched upon his sore spot once again. Big brother, maybe it is not the hot pot. Did he not already eat shit? I heard experts say human waste can cause excess internal heat. Maybe he found the taste good and helped himself to a few more bites last night. That makes sense. Fugui, I see you are getting smarter. That is naturally because I am inspired by your brilliance, big brother. Get lost. The two bantered, completely disregarding Lin Hua's feelings. God damn it. Was once not enough? Now you are pushing me into the toilet to eat it again? Am I insane? Yifan, what exactly do you want? If you keep fooling around like this, do not blame me for being rude. Lin Hua suppressed his fury and forced himself to speak calmly. This Yifan was too brazen. Showing up at his house in broad daylight, what was he trying to do? Was he trying to wipe out the Lin family? Ha! Master Lin, no need to get upset. I just came to ask about your 2 sons. I have not seen them for a day, and I miss them. I wanted to drink with them, but they are not answering their phones, so I came to ask. Drink? You bastard, I do not believe a word. You want to drink with Lin Dong? Drink my ass. Lin Dong and Lin Yang had gone out last night to find Yi Xiu and then disappeared. And now Yifan showed up at the Lin family, asking to drink with them? How could that be a coincidence? He was doing this on purpose. Lin Hua was almost certain that Lin Dong and Lin Yang had fallen into Yifan's hands. Yifan had come now just to gloat. Yifan, you have gone too far. You had better come clean. What have you done with Lin Dong and Lin Yang? Otherwise, do not even think about walking out of here today. Lin Hua's expression darkened. At once, the sound of bodyguards' boots echoed throughout the Lin family compound as they surrounded the reception hall. Yifan remained perfectly calm. Master Lin, that is not fair. Your people go missing and you accuse me of kidnapping them? That is like saying if your wife suddenly got pregnant, you would blame the neighbor. That is nonsense. Why not tell me what Lin Dong and Lin Yang were doing last night? Maybe I can help you figure it out? Lin Hua could not admit that Lin Dong and Lin Yang had gone to look for Yi Xiu. If he admitted that, would it not be the same as admitting that the Lin family had colluded with Yi Xiu to attack the Yi family back then? On one hand, his sons and heir were missing. On the other hand, even though he knew Yifan was behind it, he had no reason or evidence to accuse him. And he absolutely could not reveal Lin Dong's and Lin Yang's real purpose, at least not in words. The Lin family was like a dumb man swallowing bitter medicine, they could not even complain. The bitterness in his heart was overwhelming. Yifan, Lin Dong and Lin Yang are asleep. They do not want to drink with you. Now, get out immediately. Lin Hua felt as if he might explode. Drink? I suggest Master Lin go check on them. If by chance they drank themselves to death, the Lin family might be left without heirs. Wang Fugue was indeed a perfect sidekick, delivering the finishing blow that nearly made Lin Hua combust on the spot. Get out! Yifan smiled faintly and left the Lin family compound with Wang Fugue. With Yifan's strength, if not for the Lin family's ancestral patriarch, he could have easily wiped out the Lin family. But before understanding that patriarch's true power, Yifan would not act rashly. These great families had endured for generations because they had deep foundations. Besides, the Lin family had once joined forces with many others to attack the Yi family and nearly destroyed it. How could Yifan let them off so easily? He would destroy them slowly, cutting them to the heart. Yifan, we have guests at the Yi family. They say they have come to apologize and have asked to see you. Can you come back for a bit? Just as Yifan left the Lin family compound, his grandfather Yi Changfeng called. Apologize? Who? Yifan was puzzled. Could it be that his show of force at the Lin family banquet had truly worked, and some foolish family had come to admit their mistake? The hidden aristocratic clan of Yunqing, the Zhao family's patriarch, their head Zhao Tianlong, and their youngest daughter Zhao Linglong. Damn it, outrageous, simply too arrogant. After Yifan and Wang Fugue left the Lin family estate, Lin Hua could no longer hold back. He grabbed a chair from the room and smashed the television, the coffee table, and the newly installed chandelier in the hall to pieces. Bastard, son of a bitch, little animal, how did I let you escape back then? Fuck, I should have killed you back then and left no trouble behind. When Lin Hua was exhausted from smashing things, he slumped to the ground. For Yifan to come to the Lin family at the very moment Lin Dong and Lin Yang were missing, claiming he wanted to drink with them, who would believe that drinking was really his purpose? It was blatant flaunting, showing off. Lin Hua was almost completely certain that Lin Dong and Lin Yang were already dead at Yifan's hands. But what enraged Lin Hua the most was that even though he knew this was the truth, he had no evidence, and he did not dare admit it publicly. He could not give the Yi family any excuse to act. Lin Hua knew that the Yi family was now just waiting for a legitimate reason to declare full-scale war on the Lin family. Before this, Lin Hua had even encouraged the Xian family to break off their engagement with the Yi family, and then join forces with the Lin family to deal with the Yi family. But not only had the engagement ceremony between the Lin family and the Xian family been ruined by Yifan, the Xian family seemed to have drawn closer to the Yi family. Now, with Lin Dong almost certainly dead, the Lin family had no candidate left to marry into the Xian family anyway. It was all because of Yifan. Right now, Lin Hua did not want Yifan to live another second. Someone bring me the phone. I will contact the Blood Garment Gate myself and have them immediately move against Yifan. Lin Hua grabbed the phone and called, his face filled with fury as he explained the situation to the Blood Garment Gate. But on the other end of the line, a crisp young woman's voice responded coldly, "Our Blood Garment Gate does not need anyone to tell us how to do our work. Master Lin, just wait patiently. You had best stop pestering me, or one day I might just wipe out your Lin family while I am at it." The girl's words left Lin Hua speechless. As a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, The Blood Garment Gate was recognized as the most powerful assassin organization in Dacia. They had dealings with major clans, nobles, and even hidden superfamilies. The Blood Garment Gate also held dark secrets about many powerful clans. If they wanted to exterminate the Lin family now, the Lin family probably could not withstand it. After hanging up the call with the Blood Garment Gate, Manhwa slapped himself hard. Damn it, everyone is bullying me now, huh? Just wait, you all wait. The next time the Divine Envoy comes, I will beg for the gift of a superpower, and then you will all regret today's actions. In the depths of the mountains in the southwest. In a courtyard, a delicate and beautiful young woman lazily stretched and asked her assistant, "What is the situation in Yuncheng?" "Master, we received word that Black Dragon is dead, and so far, no body has been found. No one knows how he died." The assistant replied respectfully, "Master, that Yafan seems extraordinary." The young woman snorted coldly and said indifferently, "If he could be killed so easily, he would not be Yafan. Forget Black Dragon, even 10 of you together could not defeat Yafan." "Ah?" the assistant exclaimed in surprise. "You knew Black Dragon could not match him, and still you sent him? And, from the way you speak, it sounds like you know Yafan well?" The young woman gazed out at the greenery through the window, her large eyes sparkling as she thought silently, more than just well. She knew him all too well. Since the age of 8, she had followed the damned man, serving him day and night, dressing him, feeding him, and even warming his bed in winter. And that bastard Yafan used to pull her braids, play pranks on her, secretly tie her shoelaces together so she would trip, and when they grew older, he would snap the strap of her bra or flick her. The outside world only knew that the master of the Blood Garment Gate was a stunning young woman. They did not know that 3 years ago, the master, Shu Yue, had been Yifan's personal maid in the Northern Gate sect. She had lived and slept under the same roof with him for 10 years. Until 3 years ago, when disaster struck the Northern Gate sect and it disbanded. Yafan and his master fled, and Shu Yue took the opportunity to escape from Yifan's clutches. "Bastard! You had better not die too soon. I have not even started settling scores with you. Send my order. Have Shinko, Iron Bull, and Xianning go together to carry out the mission to assassinate Yafan." Shu Yue's lips curved into a wicked smile as she issued the command. "Yes, master, but those 3 are all Grandmaster-level assassins. Do you think they have a chance of success this time? They will still be sending their heads to him." "Ah! Master, you," the assistant's pupils widened in shock, as if wanting to say more, but Shu Yue shot her a fierce glare. "Some things, it is enough to understand in your heart." After leaving the courtyard, the assistant instantly understood the master's plan. Shinko, Iron Bull, Xianning, and even Black Dragon had all been loyal to the Elders' Council. The master was using a borrowed knife to kill. When Yafan and Wang Fugui returned to the Yi family estate, Zhao Changfeng, Zhao Tianlong, and Zhao Linglong had already been waiting in the hall. Seeing Yafan, Zhao Changfeng, and Zhao Tianlong led the Zhao family representatives to rise at once and bow respectfully. "Greetings, young Master Yi." Wang Fugui, as soon as he entered the hall, acted as if he were at home. He found a seat, grabbed a few grapes from a fruit platter, and popped them into his mouth, not forgetting to say to the Yi family elder, "Old Yi, your grapes are pretty good." Yi Changfeng was speechless at Wang Fugui. Had this man been corrupted by spending too much time with his grandson? He did not seem to know the meaning of the word caution anymore. Yafan looked the Zhao family members up and down, his gaze finally settling on Zhao Changfeng, especially noting the bandage on his shoulder. His doubts were immediately cleared. "So it was you." Yafan smiled slightly and sat down beside Zhao Changfeng, giving his great-grandfather Yi Qiankuan a look to signal them to stay calm. Although the Zhao family was not one of the 6 great clans, it was still a hidden super-clan. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, they were on the same level as the Lin family. For them to come in such grand fashion today to apologize had put the Yi family on high alert, their nerves taut. They feared a ruse. After all, the Yi family's situation was complicated now. A war with the Lin family could break out at any moment, and the slightest disturbance could be the final straw. If the Zhao family's surrender was genuine, that was one thing. But if it was a false surrender? Zhao Changfeng made no attempt to hide the truth. Nothing escapes young Master Ye's eyes. "Yes, it was me last night. I beg young Master Ye's forgiveness for my recklessness." As he spoke, Zhao Changfeng respectfully bowed to Yafan. "Back when the Yi family was attacked, it is true that the Zhao family was involved, but I swear on my life, no one from the Zhao family laid a hand on the Yi family. Our sole involvement, under pressure from the royal family, was to provide 32 vehicles to help the royals transport a group of experts. On behalf of the Zhao family, I admit our fault to young Master Yi and humbly beg for a chance." Zhao Changfeng spoke honestly of what had happened back then and looked sincerely at Yafan. Seeing that Yifan remained unmoved, Zhao Changfeng took another astonishing step. Thud. In the next moment, Zhao Changfeng knelt directly before Yifan. I beg young Master Yi to give the Zhao family a chance. We are willing to pay any price, to accept any condition young Master Yi sets. Zhao Changfeng's action left everyone present stunned. Ancestor, Zhao Tianlong tried to speak to stop him, but with just a glance from Zhao Changfeng, Zhao Tianlong immediately fell silent. Thud. Thud. Not only Zhao Changfeng, but also Zhao Tianlong and the other Zhao family juniors who had come along, all except Zhao Linglong, knelt down before Yifan. One by one, they lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong, not daring to even breathe loudly. One must understand, Zhao Changfeng was not kneeling to the Yi family, but to Yifan. In the eyes of Yi Qianquan and the Yi family elder, after Yifan barely escaped with his life 3 years ago, he had lost all his martial power and become a complete cripple, spending his days in clubs, a good-for-nothing playboy forgotten by everyone. And now Zhao Changfeng was kneeling to Yifan? On what grounds? Ancestor Zhao, why not get up and talk? Yi Changfeng stepped forward, trying to persuade Zhao Tianlong and the others. But Zhao Changfeng and the others did not move at all. Their eyes were sincere as they looked at Yifan. Young Master Yi, this is the complete accounting of the Zhao group. Please look it over. The meaning behind Zhao Changfeng's words was clear. To preserve the Zhao family, he was willing to offer up all the Zhao group's assets. Yi Changfeng and Yi Qianquan were both puzzled. Could Yifan have hidden some trump card that made the Zhao family submit so willingly? As everyone turned their eyes toward Yifan looked playfully at Zhao Linglong. Everyone in your Zhao family is kneeling. Why are you not kneeling? Zhao Linglong glared at Yifan angrily. Why should I? I have done nothing wrong. Besides, when the Zhao family provided those vehicles back then, it was not of our own will. It was by royal command. Who dared disobey? If anyone should kneel, let them kneel. I will not kneel. Linglong, do not be disrespectful. Zhao Tianlong immediately scolded her. Kneel quickly. Do you want to doom the Zhao family? A murderous aura radiated from Zhao Changfeng as he cast a cold gaze at Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong was not afraid of her father Zhao Tianlong, but she did fear the Zhao family's ancestor. Just as she began to waver internally, Yifan spoke. It seems your Zhao family's sincerity is still lacking. If you want me to spare the Zhao family, I have one condition. Ah? Yifan's sudden shift delighted Zhao Changfeng and the others, and they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Please speak, young Master Yi. Whatever the condition, the Zhao family will agree. Zhao Changfeng had witnessed Yifan's methods at the warehouse last night and seen his strength. From observing just a little, he had deduced much. The assault led by the Lin family 3 years ago had nearly destroyed the Yi family, and their attack on the Northern Gate sect had not achieved its goal either. Yifan had survived and grown stronger. That meant the Yi family's rise was inevitable. And the retribution from the Yi family and Northern Gate sect after all these years of enduring would surely be terrifying. To gain Yifan's forgiveness and spare the Zhao family from destruction, anything was worth it. Yifan's gaze fell wickedly upon Zhao Linglong. He said calmly, I am short of a personal mate at my side. Let Zhao Linglong follow me. If after 1 year she serves me to my satisfaction, I will not pursue the Zhao family's past crimes. What? No. When Zhao Linglong heard that Yifan wanted her as a maid, she immediately objected, her face full of resistance. But Zhao Changfeng and Zhao Tianlong were overjoyed and agreed at once. No problem. From now on, Linglong will serve young Master Yi as you wish. I will make sure she serves you well. Especially Zhao Tianlong, far from feeling any sorrow at hearing this, he was even somewhat excited. Zhao Tianlong knew that Yifan would one day become a mighty dragon, a truly formidable figure. To be at Yifan's side, even as a maid, would bring untold benefits in the future. Such an opportunity was something others could only dream of, yet it had now fallen upon Zhao Linglong. For the Zhao family, this was not punishment, it was a reward. Father, how can you? I do not agree. How can you do this to me? I am leaving. Zhao Linglong stamped her foot angrily and tried to leave the Yi family compound. Zhao Linglong, this is not for you to decide. If you dare act out again, I will kill your parents on the spot to atone before young Master Yi. Before Zhao Tianlong could speak, Zhao Changfeng's murderous voice roared, freezing Zhao Linglong where she stood. Zhao Changfeng truly would do it. You? Zhao Linglong realized that there was nothing she could do to change this. Her decision was now tied to the fate of the entire Zhao family. If she refused, she would drown in the scorn of her clan. May I ask if young Master Yi is here? As the standoff continued, a middle-aged man's voice rang out at the door. A burly, bald-headed man strode into the hall. Minister Mo Zhong? What brings you suddenly to the Yi family? Yi Changfeng's brow rose in surprise at the sight of the visitor, casting a questioning glance at Yifan. Since the Yi family had been attacked 3 years ago, the attitude of the Jinwu Bureau toward them had been delicate. Once friendly, the Jinwu Bureau had kept its distance from the Yi family for 3 years until now. The man was none other than Mo Zhong, head of the Yunqing branch of the Jinwu Bureau. When Yifan had been cultivating, the Jinwu Bureau had several times detected energy fluctuations. They had not known the source until last night, when their patrol witnessed Yifan's abilities firsthand. So Mo Zhong had come early in the morning to pay his respects. Elder Yi, I heard that young Master Yi had returned, so I came to visit. Mo Zhong noticed the kneeling Zhao family members and was startled. What is happening here? Mo Zhong's unexpected arrival surprised the Zhao family as well. But Zhao Changfeng and Mo Zhong exchanged a glance and instantly understood each other's intentions. Both had come early to build goodwill with Yifan, having sensed his hidden strength. Zhao Linglong, are you willing to be my maid? Yifan looked at Zhao Linglong with interest, a faint smile on his lips. Zhao Linglong longed to lash out at Yifan, but one look at her ancestor's murderous glare made her back down immediately. I am willing. Then come stand by my side, Yifan said with a wicked smile that filled Zhao Linglong's heart with loathing. Scoundrel. Hoof. Just staring at my chest, as I thought. Everyone, rise. Let it be settled for now. With Yifan's words, Zhao Tianlong and the others stood, knowing the Zhao family was safe for the moment. Mo Zhong stepped forward and offered a gift box to Yifan. Young Master Yi, this is a small token from our Jinwu Bureau. Congratulations on your triumphant return. Please accept it. Yifan took the box and sensed the aura within a 4th grade elixir. He gave Mo Zhong a questioning look. Mo Zhong nodded, his gaze sincere. Young Master Yi, I only wish to be your friend. Yifan was slightly moved. Mo Zhong from the Jinwu Bureau truly was showing genuine intent. A 4th grade elixir was a rare treasure on the martial path. Last time, it had been a 4th grade pill given by that mysterious young woman that helped Yifan break through to the 9th level of the dragon taming art so swiftly. Such superb pills, at the peak of the Northern Gate sect, there had only been 3 or so. Very well. I will accept the gift. Yifan put the box away, and Mo Zhong quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The task assigned by his superiors had not failed. Before anyone could sit down, a guard's panicked shout came from outside the door. Something is wrong. A large group of Yun family guards is at our gate trying to break it down. Yifan frowned. Had the Yun family lost their minds? All he had done was help Suishue secure the jadeite distribution rights from General Sangpa, and the Yun family dared to come to the Yi family to vent their anger? Did these idiots truly not understand the Yi family's foundations? Even though the Yi family had been attacked back then, people seemed to forget that the Yi family still commanded 800,000 Tianlong troops at the southwestern border. That was precisely why no one dared to act rashly against the Yi family now. Outrageous. Is there no law anymore? Young Master Yi, leave this to me. I will handle it swiftly. Young Master Yi, the Zhao family will take care of this at once. Mo Zhong and Zhao Changfeng both bowed to Yifan almost simultaneously, then rushed toward the door without hesitation. Such a rare chance to prove themselves, they would not let it slip by. At that moment, outside the Yi family compound, Yun Feiyang and a group of burly men were blocking the main gate. At his side was a familiar face, Su Yishua's cousin, Su Dong. Looking at the Yi estate, Su Dong seemed worried. Young Master Yun, is it really appropriate for you to bring people here and make a move against the Yi family? The Yi family may have declined, but they are not to be trifled with. Su Dong had originally wanted to play matchmaker, hoping Yun Feiyang would take Su Yishua away. That way, Su Dong and his father, Su Mingho, would have a chance to take control of the Su family. But as soon as Yifan stepped in, Yun Feiyang had been defeated, beaten to a pulp. What is there to fear? The Lin family's master said it himself, the Yi family is done for. The Blood Garment Gate and even the legendary Sacred Land are about to act against the Yi family. And now the Yi family has only that trash Yifan left. What waves can he stir up? Tell me, in all of Yunqing, who would dare step forward to help the Yi family? Yun Feiyang was not wrong. If this had been a week ago, that would indeed have been the Yi family's situation. The Yi family had been severely weakened 3 years ago. A few days ago, the Yi family's old patriarch had been gravely injured by a mysterious master. A grandmaster had even threatened to bathe the Yi family in blood. The Yi family was on the verge of destruction. Even the Xian family had considered breaking off their engagement. At that time, no one dared associate too closely with the Yi family. But that was 3 days ago. Since the grandmaster had been slain, the situation had reversed. Let's go. I am not really planning to do anything to the Yi family today. I just want to teach Yifan a harsh lesson. Let him see what happens when he offends me. Young Master Yun Feiyang called to Su Dong. preparing to have his men charge in. But before they could move, Zhao Changfeng, Zhao Tianlong, and Mo Zhong from the Jinwu Bureau burst out, drawing their battle blades. Several of Yun Feiyan's guards at the front were knocked flying by punches from Mo Zhong and Zhao Changfeng. Scum! The Jinwu Bureau is here on serious business with young Master Yi. Who dares act up? Men, kill them! At Mo Zhong's shout, uniformed officers rushed out from behind the garden walls of the Yi family compound, brandishing their battle blades and striking fiercely at Yun Feiyan's men. The Jinwu Bureau was a vital martial institution of Daxia, responsible for handling matters beyond the ability of ordinary police. Its members were martial experts, not something Yun Feiyan's hired thugs could resist. In less than 10 seconds, more than half of Yun Feiyan's men were down. At the side, Zhao Changfeng grew anxious. Minister Mo Zhong, slow down, leave me a few heads. Without waiting for a reply, Zhao Changfeng, ignoring his own injuries, charged into the fray and felled over a dozen of Yun Feiyan's men with his fists. Not far away, Yun Feiyan had just placed one leg out of the car. Seeing what was happening, he instantly pulled his leg back in fright. Fuck! What is going on? How unlucky can I be? The Jinwu Bureau is here? Why? What business do they have with the Yi family? Yun Feiyan frowned, thinking for a few seconds, then suddenly had a flash of insight. Of course, the Jinwu Bureau must have come to take over the Yi family. That must be it. Yun Feiyan could not help but applaud his own cleverness. How smart I am. The Yi family really was finished. Relieved, Yun Feiyan prepared to get out and explain things to Mo Zhong. Thud! Suddenly, a battle blade shot over and pierced his car door, the blade grazing Yun Feiyan's cheek and leaving a cut. Anyone who dares take another step will end up like that car. With Mo Zhong's command, the situation was under control. Yun Feiyan was scared out of his wits. Oh my god! Why are they all so violent? Go! Get out of here, drive, get us out of here now. Yun Feiyan did not dare linger for even a moment. He urged the driver to speed away from the scene. Damn it! If I cannot deal with Yafan directly, I will go after Suishua's company instead. After they had left the Yi estate, Yun Feiyan grumbled resentfully. You stole our jade business? I will smash all your counters. And I will kidnap Suishua, make her mine, let's see what Yafan can do about that. With that, Yun Feiyan immediately made a call. Bao, gather as many men as you can. And contact our business partners, tell them to go to Su Group and demand payment. Inside the Yi Estate Hall, with Zhao Tianlong and Mo Zhong gone, only Yifan, Yi Qiankuan, Yi Changfeng, and a few others remained. Yi Changfeng, unable to contain himself, grabbed Yifan's arm. Xiaofan, what is going on? Are you hiding something from us? Why would that old Zhao dog come apologize? And the Jinwu Bureau, after all these years, why would they suddenly visit you? Yifan gave a wicked smile. Ha! Maybe they were drawn by my charisma? As for the Zhao family, I said at the Lin family banquet, did I not? I, Yifan, have returned, and the Yi family still has hope. Those who harmed us will come crawling to apologize, or I will bulldoze their homes. Looks like I scared them. Cough. Wang Fugue, leisurely eating grapes nearby, nearly choked on his own spit at Yifan's words. I do not believe you for a second. Had he not seen Yifan's abilities with his own eyes, Wang Fugue would have been fooled too. When Yifan punished Yi Xiu yesterday, Wang Fugue had been there. Though he had not seen Yifan strike, that swift leap through the roof, what kind of cripple could do that? And seeing Zhao Changfeng's injuries today, Wang Fugue had already guessed what happened. Yifan must have frightened Zhao Changfeng yesterday. Otherwise, how could a clan like the Zhao family surrender so easily? Pa! Cut the nonsense, you little shit. Are you trying to fool even your own grandfather? And that friend of yours, what is really going on with Yi Juntian? You had better explain. Yi Qiankuan sat at the head, watching Yifan with great interest. With his greater strength, Yi Qiankuan could sense something unusual in Yifan's aura. He knew Yifan was not as simple as he appeared, but even so, he still could not see through him. Yifan looked at his grandfather, his lips twitching slightly. He thought to himself, it is not that I want to deceive you, Grandpa. It is the enemies of the Yi family I need to deceive. The Lin family, the Zhou family, the Zhao family, and the royal family had shown themselves, but behind them were still more. Yifan had to wait for them all to surface, then he would make them pay. Changfeng, is young Master Yi here? I came especially to visit him. I have some questions to ask, and I came to check on the old master's health. Before Yifan could speak, a familiar voice came from the door. It was none other than Hua Ximiao, the medicine king of the southwest. Hearing Hua Ximiao's voice, Yi Changfeng froze in shock. Another one here to see Yifan? What had Yifan done to win over even Hua Ximiao? Yi Changfeng and Hua Ximiao had been old friends for many years. When Yi Changfeng saw Hua Ximiao enter, he hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Old Hua, you. But to Yi Changfeng's frustration, Hua Ximiao completely ignored him, pushed him aside, and said, "Let us talk later." Immediately, Hua Ximiao strode quickly to stand before Yifan, respectfully bowed, and said, "Young Master Yi, I reflected on the few questions you asked me yesterday all night long and gained so much insight. But there is still one small question I have, regarding the medicinal catalyst." Seeing Hua Ximiao so respectfully consulting Yifan, Yi Changfeng stood in the hall, feeling completely bewildered. What was going on? Was this still his useless grandson? In just 2 days, that good-for-nothing grandson who had spent his days hanging around clubs was now being treated with such respect by Hua Ximiao, visited personally by Mo Zhong, and even had the Zhao family's patriarch come to apologize? Grandpa Yi, you had better get used to this sort of thing. Wang Fugue patted Yi Changfeng's shoulder solemnly. You have only seen the tip of the iceberg when it comes to my big brother's greatness. One day, if a princess comes to carry his shoes, do not be surprised. A princess carrying shoes? For a moment, Yi Changfeng felt dazed. Was this the same brilliant grandson he had known 3 years ago? After thinking for a few seconds, Yi Changfeng suddenly realized, just now, Wang Fugue had dared pat him on the shoulder. You little brat. He had been corrupted by Yifan. But seeing how close Wang Fugue and Yifan were, Yi Changfeng still felt gratified. After all, back in the day, his own friendship with Wang Fugue's grandfather had been just like this. Young Master Yi, we have captured all the troublemakers outside. These are the 2 ringleaders. Zhao Changfeng and Mo Zhong each dragged a man into the hall and tossed them to the floor. Young Master Yi, please spare us. It was Yun Feiyang sent us to teach young Master Yi a lesson. We beg for mercy. The 2 men, having already witnessed the might of Zhao Changfeng and Mo Zhong, fell to their knees before Yifan in terror and confessed everything without waiting for Yifan to ask. Yifan snorted coldly through his nose. Yun Feiyang again? That bastard really is like a lingering ghost. Back at the Su group, Yifan had already said that if Yun Feiyang dared trouble him or Su Yixue again, he would level the Yun family estate with bulldozers. Now, it was time to keep that promise. Fugue, arrange for 100 bulldozers in the provincial capital. I may need them at any moment. Yifan gave Wang Fugue the order. Xiaofan, what do you want so many bulldozers for? Yi Changfeng looked at Yifan with puzzlement. Yifan did not answer his grandfather but asked in return, Grandpa, our Yi family's power should still be sufficient, right? If I stir up big trouble, can you handle it? That one question immediately fired up Yi Changfeng's spirit. Nonsense. Even though the Yi family has declined, we are no target for just any dog or cat. Grandson, go ahead and make trouble. Even if you tear the sky, your grandfather will hold it up for you. Good. Yifan nodded. That wicked smile of his suddenly made Yi Changfeng feel uneasy. What was this boy up to? Yifan quickly headed toward the door, intending to slip away. At the door, he said to Mo Zhong and Zhao Changfeng, you may all leave now. Seeing that Zhao Linglong seemed ready to leave with him, Yifan smiled wickedly. Miss Linglong, no need to go. Do not forget, from now on, you are my personal maid, 24 hours a day. Come with me. Zhao Linglong pouted, still unaccustomed to her new role, looking thoroughly miserable. Can I at least go home to fetch some clean clothes? No need. Linglong, do not worry. I will have someone bring all your clothes over directly. Zhao Tianlong added the perfect blow, leaving Zhao Linglong nearly beside herself with frustration. Father. Zhao Linglong began to wonder whether Zhao Tianlong was really her biological father. Was he so eager to give her away? Yifan drove off from the Yi family estate with Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong sat stiffly in the car. Where are we going? To buy a car. Do you not already have a car? Why buy another? And why bring me along? Zhao Linglong grumbled. From today, her life was about to change. Poor her beautiful dresses, they would probably have to stay in the closet from now on. From what she had heard, Yifan was a notorious playboy, shameless to boot. How could she dare wear skirts around him? Yifan's mouth twitched, but he ignored her. Of course, he was buying a car for Chiu Wan. And as for bringing Zhao Linglong along, it was for her to foot the bill. Was the Zhao family not eager to show their sincerity? Buying a few cars, a few houses, with their money, surely they would have no objection? As Yifan drove past number 38 in the southern suburbs, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure arguing with a sleazy-looking middle-aged man lying on the ground. Beside them was an overturned electric scooter. The familiar figure was none other than Jiang Yuan, who had become Yifan's woman the night before. Miss, you hit me today. Without 50,000 yuan, do not think about leaving. And look, you were not wearing a helmet. When the traffic police come, you will be at fault. Come on, pay up. But, Sir, I was riding properly just now. You ran out and threw yourself in front of my scooter. Why should I pay you? Zhang Yueran, having been kept under lock and key by Yishio, rarely went out and had no idea how to deal with this sort of thing. After speaking, her face turned bright red. Listen to you, so unreasonable. Everyone here saw you riding while looking at your phone. That is how you hit me. And since you want to argue, the price just went up to 100,000. Otherwise, I will call the police and have you thrown in jail. As the sleazy man spoke, he looked to nearby bystanders for support. There were 4 or 5 men and women watching. Hearing the man's words, they all nodded in agreement. Yes, miss. We know you did not mean it, so just pay and let it go. There are no cameras here. Just pay up and be done with it. Oh, my back. My waist. I have been crippled. As the man moaned on the ground, the onlookers pointed and whispered. Zhang Yueran grew anxious. You are all trying to scam me. I do not have that kind of money. These people were clearly in it together. How could they possibly help her? Zhang Yueran had been kept by Yishio for so long that she had no money of her own. Now she was so anxious that she broke out in a sweat. How much do you want? I will pay. As Zhang Yueran fretted, a familiar voice sounded beside her, and a strong hand wrapped around her slim waist. She turned and saw Yafan. It is you? Zhang Yueran's face lit up. Remembering the intimacy of the previous night, she felt both happy and shy. Yes. Do not worry. With me here, you will be fine. Yafan patted her back, then looked at the man on the ground. Yafan had seen plenty of scams like this before and had many ways to handle them. The man on the ground had been about to lower his demand. He could see Zhang Yueran truly had little money. But when he spotted Yafan pull up in a black BMW 7 Series, his eyes lit up. A fat sheep. 500,000. Today, I want 500,000, or no one leaves here. Hearing how the man had upped his demand yet again, Zhang Yueran grew desperate. How can you be like this? It was 50,000 just now, then 100,000, and now 500,000. You are outrageous. Outrageous? I suddenly feel my head hurts, my spine too. Why not go to the hospital and have all the tests done? The sleazy man lay on the ground, sure he had Zhang Yueran trapped, but Yafan spoke calmly. 500,000? Too little. For such injuries, at least 2 million would be appropriate. What? Yifan's words stunned the man on the ground, the onlookers, and even Zhao Linglong, who had just stepped out of the car. Was Yafan crazy? They were asking for 500,000, and he offered 2 million? Handsome guy, you are offering too much. There is no need for that much. If you think 50,000 is too much, you can just give 30,000. The man lying on the ground, seeing how calm Yafan remained, began to feel an ominous sense of dread and voluntarily lowered the price. His instinct told him that this Yafan was not someone to mess with. Yafan calmly moved the scooter out of the road, then spoke coolly, no. It must be 2 million. I remember last month, in neighboring Jiangning City, a fatal accident resulted in 1.6 million in compensation. The state's maximum compensation limit is 2 million. Let us go with the maximum. As he spoke, Yafan got into his car, started the engine, and pressed the accelerator, driving the car toward the man lying on the ground. Get ready. Think carefully about what pose you want to die in so that it looks better. Fuck. At that moment, the crowd of onlookers finally understood why Yafan insisted on paying 2 million. It turned out he was planning to actually kill the guy. Oh my god. Seeing Yifan's car about to hit him, the man on the ground was so terrified he shot up from the pavement and sprinted away. Yifan's mouth curled in a smile as he pressed the accelerator again, shouting after him, run faster. Come on, quick, or I will hit you. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Yafan revved the engine so loud it roared like thunder, terrifying the man so much his soul nearly left his body. He had only wanted to make some easy money, not to risk his life. If he really died here, what would be the point? Forget 2 million, even for 20 million, he would not want that. Unfortunately for him, ahead was a narrow underground passage, a one-way lane, with nowhere for him to dodge. With Yifan's car roaring after him, the man had no choice but to run for his life. Brother, I was wrong. I do not even want 30,000 anymore. Please, stop chasing me. Yafan had driven only about 200 meters, and the man was already soaked in sweat, his legs trembling with exhaustion. As he stumbled forward, he pleaded desperately over his shoulder. How could that do? We agreed on 2 million. Come on, keep it up. Just 50 centimeters more and I will hit you. And let me warn you, I am not so good with the brake. If I hit you and do not kill you the first time, I will hit you again. The tires will roll right over your face, and then you will really suffer. Yafan stepped on the gas lightly, nudging the man's rear with the car's bumper. Ah! The man shrieked in terror and gritted his teeth, forcing himself to run faster. After another 100 meters or so, the man simply could not continue. Brother, I was really wrong. I cannot go on. Not only will I not take 30,000, I will give you 30,000, no, 50,000. Please, brother, let me go. I was truly wrong. His eyes red, snot, tears, and sweat streaming down his face, the man felt like he was about to die. He gave up and collapsed in front of Yafan's car, falling to his knees and banging his head on the ground repeatedly. He even pulled out 5 bundles of banknotes from his pocket. Screech! Yafan stopped the car 30 centimeters from the man, got out, took the money from his hands, and sneered. If you had known this earlier, would you have done what you did? You have hands and feet, why choose to do something so heartless? I was wrong. I really was wrong. The man felt like his soul had been scared out of him. After all his years at this game, this was the first time he had failed so badly, almost losing his life. Enough! Do not say I robbed you. Since you are so sincere, I will sell you my girlfriend's scooter for 50,000. Without waiting for the man to argue, Yafan dragged him back toward the scene of the scam. What? 50,000 for an electric scooter? 50,000 for a battered old scooter? Had he gone mad? The man had memorized Yifan's license plate and had been planning to report him for robbery and frame him. But now that Yafan said the 50,000 was payment for the scooter, he was dumbfounded. What? You have a problem? Look at that scooter, cool in winter, hot in summer, great for feeding mosquitoes, and collects dust for free on dry days. Such amazing features. In my opinion, 50,000 is too little. Want to add some more? Yifan's logic was utter nonsense, but the man knew perfectly well that this was a blatant threat. If he refused, Yafan might really stuff him into the car and be done with him. No need. 50,000 is fine. I am very happy with that pink scooter. It is the car of my dreams. Back at the scene, the man rushed to get on the pink scooter and tried to flee as fast as he could. Who knew if Yafan would blackmail him for even more if he stayed? Seeing how that man had been put in his place, Zhang Yuan felt much better. But when she saw him trying to ride off on her scooter, she shouted, What are you doing? Stealing my scooter? The man answered bitterly, Miss, I already paid 50,000 for your scooter. I gave the money to your boyfriend. 50,000 for her scooter? Zhang Yuan looked at Yafan in astonishment. She had bought that scooter secondhand for just 500, and now it had sold for 50,000? Beside her, Yafan pulled out his phone and recorded the man's statement clearly. Make a victory sign. You confirm you bought this scooter willingly? Damn it! The man was utterly unwilling, but he did not dare defy Yafan. Yes, I truly bought the scooter willingly. I will not take it back. Victory sign. Only after Yafan nodded did the man flee as if his ass were on fire. Yafan, thank you. Watching that man leave, Zhang Yuan finally felt relieved. Even though she had lost the scooter, the problem had been solved. Yafan stuffed the bundles of cash into her arms. Take it. Ha? This is for me? Zhang Yuan stared in surprise at the money. Who else would it be for? It was your scooter that was sold, the money is yours. Yafan gave her a wicked smile, then slipped his arm around her slim waist again and helped her into the back seat. He said to Zhao Linglong, You drive. We are going to the Mercedes dealership. Even after what had happened the night before, being held like this still made Zhang Yuan's heart pound. Yafan, let me down. Why are you taking me to the dealership? I have a job interview. Of course I am taking you to buy a car. I just sold your scooter, I have to replace it, do I not? Looking at the beauty in his arms, Yafan felt great joy. Zhang Yuan was his treasure, the one who helped him neutralize one of the fire poisons of the 9 Yang dragon veins, his woman and his savior. A man must treat his woman well, otherwise how could he win her heart and charm even more women? But, did you not just give me the money from selling the scooter? Zhang Yuan was having trouble keeping up with Yifan's train of thought. You are mistaken. That money was given to you by that man, not by me. So I still have to buy you a replacement. Oh, Zhang Yuan felt like her head was about to overheat. Something about Yifan's logic felt off, but for the moment, she could not figure out exactly what it was. By the way, you said you were going for an interview? What job are you applying for? Yafan suddenly remembered her mentioning the interview and quickly asked. Now that Yi Xiu was dead, the Yi group would certainly undergo a thorough purge. Yafan had already decided that the general manager position would go to Qiu Wan from Yunqing University. But as for other key positions, many were still vacant. For example, the group's chief financial officer, Yang Tao, according to Hanjua's investigation, had been planted by the Lin family and Yi Xiu as a pawn inside the Yi group. Such an important role had to be filled by someone trustworthy. I am going to interview for a financial assistant position. I majored in finance at university, and I even interned at a company for half a year. It was all because of that Yi Xiu. He imprisoned me and ruined so many years of my life. Now I have decided to step out boldly, to live independently. Let us see what he can do about it." As she spoke, Jiang Yueran glanced back over her shoulder twice. What puzzled her was that in the past, whenever she left the compound, someone would always follow her. But today, she had been out for quite a while, and there had been no sign of anyone. Yesterday, she had sent those intimate photos with Yafan to Yi Xiu, and there had been no response. What was going on? She had handed him a green hat, and Yi Xiu had no reaction at all? Of course, Jiang Yueran did not know that Yi Xiu would never be able to respond again. "Oh no! Let me off at the next bus stop, or I will be late for my interview." Seeing the time on her phone, Jiang Yueran started to panic. Yifan's grin widened so much it was about to spill off his face. What a coincidence! He happened to need someone to manage finances, and she just happened to be in finance? It really was as if someone had delivered him a pillow when he wanted to nap. No need for the interview. Come help your man. Become the Yi Group's chief financial officer. Annual salary 2 million, bonus extra. Yifan grabbed her and held her close. His hands were not exactly polite, making Jiang Yueran let out a soft moan. "You are terrible, there are people up ahead." Zhao Linglong, driving in front, was gritting her teeth so hard she nearly broke them. She cursed inwardly, "Enough already, do you two even remember there is someone else here?" She was nearly drowning in the dog food. "Stop it. I really need to go to my interview." This was Jiang Yueran's first job interview. She took it seriously. Yifan let go of her and said with a straight face, "I am not joking, the Yi Group's CFO just resigned. I have no better candidate. You are my woman, you are the one I trust most. Whatever you do not know, you can learn quickly. That is settled." Jiang Yueran was speechless. Was Yifan always this domineering? No matter what she said after that, Yifan would not let her go to the interview. At the Mercedes dealership, before Jiang Yueran could protest, Yifan bought her a GLS. Seeing the price over 1.4 million, Jiang Yueran hesitated. "Yifan, maybe we should forget it. I do not need such an expensive car." That beautiful sapphire blue, of course she liked it. She could not pretend otherwise. But Yifan was treating her far too well. Just for last night's intimacy, he was giving her a million-yuan car without blinking? Compared to Yi Xiu, who had imprisoned her and been a total miser, Yifan was treating her like a treasure. What Jiang Yueran did not know was that this was only the beginning. Soon Yifan would give her a house too. Why not? "You are my woman, how can you be shabby? Come on, sign." Yifan grabbed her hand, ready to sign together on the contract. With the salespeople watching, Jiang Yueran blushed. I will do it myself." "Scumbag," Zhao Linglong muttered under her breath, full of disdain for Yifan's behavior. When the contract was done, the salesperson smiled and said, "Sir, the total price is 1.468 million. Please come this way to swipe your card." But Yifan sat there without moving. "Let her swipe the card." He pointed at Zhao Linglong. The salesperson was dumbfounded, and so was Jiang Yueran. But the most stunned was Zhao Linglong. "Yifan, do not go too far. You are chasing women, why should I pay?" Jiang Yueran was also embarrassed. "Yifan, this is not right." Yifan told her, "Do not worry. It is fine. The Zhao family owes me. She will pay." Then he looked at Zhao Linglong and said, "Why? You are my personal maid, your father and great-grandfather promised this. Why do you think? If you upset me, you know what will happen." The Zhao family had helped attack the Yi family. Did they think they could be forgiven without paying any price? Zhao Linglong realized Yifan had her trapped. For the sake of her family, she had no choice but to give in. "I have no money. Do whatever you want." She wanted to see what Yifan planned next. But before she could think more, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over and respectfully handed her a black card. "Miss, the old master sent this. He said that since you are with young Master Yi, you should serve him well. This card has no spending limit. Use it. If it is not enough, the Zhao family will provide more." Holding that black card, Zhao Linglong nearly exploded. Was her family this shameless? All for Yifan? If not for her fear of the old ancestor, she really would have quit on the spot. Humph. Furious, she stomped her foot and went with the salesperson to swipe the card. But just then, Yifan slapped his forehead and said, "I just remembered, I want one more, in shining black. Make sure to charge it together." Zhao Linglong rolled her eyes in frustration. This guy really was spending without a care since it was not his money. The two cars together cost nearly 3 million. By the time Zhao Linglong returned from the cashier, her face was black as thunder. And then Yifan took them across the street to the sales office opposite the Yi Group and bought 2 fully furnished luxury apartments, ready for immediate move-in. Another 10 million gone. Zhao Linglong was so angry she felt like jumping off a building, but there was nothing she could do. One apartment was for Zhang Yuan, the other was for Qiu Wan. All right, Zhao Linglong, you do not need to follow me anymore. Drive and help Yuan move. Remember to treat my woman well, or I will deal with you when I get back. With that, Yifan drove toward Yunqing University. He planned to give Qiu Wan a surprise. Yunqing University, School of Economics and Management. In the director's office, Director Liang Daon was sitting behind his desk with his legs crossed, his greedy gaze fixed on Qiu Wan's chest. Teacher Qiu, recently the students have been reporting that your teaching has not been up to standard. You are often seen looking at your phone during class. This really puts me in a difficult position. Liang Daong had a lecherous look that made Qiu Wan extremely uncomfortable. She reached up to adjust her neckline. I am sorry, Director Liang. I did not mean to. You know, my daughter has been sick frequently lately. I am just worried about her. Qiu Wan despised Liang Daong's behavior, but he was her superior. Her salary and bonuses required his signature for approval. I sympathize with your situation. But the school has its rules too. Given your performance, I really cannot sign off on your 3,000 yuan bonus this month. Liang Daong tugged at his collar and gave Qiu Wan a wicked smile. Teacher Qiu, fetch me a glass of water. I suddenly feel thirsty. All right. Although Qiu Wan loathed having to humor him, she relied on that money for herself and her daughter. With no choice, she got up to pour him water. From behind his desk, Liang Daong stared at her curvy figure as she poured the water, nearly drooling. If only I could have a woman like that in my arms and fuck her hard, how wonderful that would be. When Qiu Wan handed him the glass, leaning down for a moment, the view of her cleavage made Liang Daong's eyes go wide. A stunner. An absolute stunner. No way. He had to have this woman. Just as Qiu Wan straightened up, Liang Daong suddenly grabbed her hand. Teacher Qiu, be my woman. If you agree, I can double your bonus, your salary, just a word from me. And I will give you 20,000 yuan in spending money. You and your daughter will never have to struggle again. Is that not good? As he spoke, he tried to pull her into his arms. Qiu Wan was startled and quickly pulled her hand free. Director Liang, please do not do this. I am not that kind of woman. She tried to control her emotions. After all, she still needed this job. Yesterday she had impulsively considered accepting Yifan's offer, but after thinking it over, she had not dared take that step. But her restraint only emboldened Liang Daong, who thought he still had a chance. Qiu Wan, I really like you. Is 20,000 not enough? How about 30,000? 30 not enough? Then 50,000? His eyes were filled with lust, and he no longer cared about appearances. He stepped out from behind his desk, arms wide, ready to seize her. Qiu Wan frowned and rushed toward the door. Director Liang, if you do not stop, I will call for help. To her shock, the door had already been locked by Liang Daong. He leapt at her like a beast, his breathing heavy. Go ahead and yell. It is useless. Everyone is resting at noon, and I already told them not to disturb me. Come on, my Qiu Wan, let us make the most of our time. The couch will be so exciting. He grabbed her arm, threw her onto the sofa, and began unbuckling his belt. Every time Qiu Wan tried to get up, he pushed her back down. Somebody, help! Tears of helplessness streamed down her face. What sin had she committed in a past life to deserve this punishment? Why did the heavens torment her so? Forced into marriage by her ex-husband, bearing a child, living miserably, finally divorcing, yet her ex-husband kept harassing her. Yesterday, Yifan had helped her deal with that, and now today, she was about to be preyed upon by this old bastard. Qiu Wan, do not worry. Be good to me just this once, and I promise I will treat you like a queen afterward. Come, my little darling. Liang Daong had stripped off most of his clothes, pinning her arms down, his filthy mouth moving toward her neck. Qiu Wan shut her eyes in despair, resigned to her fate. At that moment, Yifan had learned from classmates that Qiu Wan had been called to the office by Director Liang Daong, so he came to check. Outside the door, he saw a crowd gathered, peering inside with pity. Sigh. That fat pig Liang is bullying Teacher Qiu again. So pitiful. Yeah. That bastard is disgusting. Has any female teacher escaped his hands? Not just teachers, rumor has it several female students have been victimized too. Some tried to complain, but nothing ever came of it. I heard the principal is his relative. This beast should not be a teacher. Why has heaven not struck him down? Yifan's brow furrowed. Teacher Qiu is in there? Yes. Liang Daong called her in at this hour. Nothing good could come of it. The students recognized Yifan. Hey, isn't that Yifan from Destiny 9 Chapters? Yifan nodded without replying and stepped forward to knock. A student quickly grabbed his wrist. Yifan, what are you doing? Do you want to get yourself killed? Yifan was puzzled. Of course I am going to save Teacher Chiu. Are we supposed to just stand by and watch that bastard assault her? Sigh, Yifan, I advise you not to. We cannot go up against Liang Daong. He has connections in the education department, and I hear he knows people in the underworld too. Ruining his fun, he will destroy you. Expulsion would be the least of your worries. Yeah. We are just trying to help you. Liang Daong even knows martial arts, you might get beaten up. But inside, Yifan could already hear Chiu Wan's desperate cries for help. He snorted coldly. Thanks for your concern. But today, I will not stand aside. With that, he gathered his energy and kicked the door. Bang! The door burst open. Just as Liang Daong thought he was about to get his prize, he felt an iron grip seize his neck, stopping him cold. Who the fuck did I not say, do not disturb me at noon? Bang! Before he could finish cursing, his body was lifted and smashed to the ground, skidding all the way to the doorway. Bones cracked loudly as he hit the floor. Ah, my ass, my back, oh god. The onlookers froze, staring at Liang Daong, blood at his lips, utterly wretched. They silently cheered, good hit. But then they gazed at Yifan with awe. So Yifan was this skilled at fighting? But worry followed. In this world, being strong was not enough. With Liang Daong's backing, what could Yifan do to protect Teacher Chiu in the long run? Chiu Wan had closed her eyes in hopeless resignation, but now she felt her arms released and heard Liang Daong's cries. Opening her eyes in confusion, she saw Yifan standing before her. In that moment, Yifan seemed like a god come to earth, so tall, so mighty. Like a beam of light, he had entered her life, illuminating her dark world. Yifan! She rose from the sofa and clutched him tightly, sobbing into his chest. Thank you so much, Yifan. If not for you, If not for Yifan, today she really would have been ruined. Yifan held Chiu Wan's fragile body in his arms, feeling her sorrow and injustice, and his heart ached for her. A woman, raising a child on her own, truly not easy at all. It seemed he would have to think of a way to help. Anyway, since Grandpa and Great-Grandpa were idling at home, maybe he could bring Cece back for them to help look after? But, if they found out, would they beat him to death? Better to think about that later. It's all right now. Sister Wan, it's all right. With me here, nothing will happen. Yifan gently helped tidy up Chiu Wan's disheveled clothing and skirt hem. He did not manage to hurt you, did he? Feeling his fingers brush against her trembling skin, Chiu Wan hurriedly explained, No, he did not even touch my clothes. She seemed anxious, flustered as she spoke to Yifan. In truth, Chiu Wan did not even know herself why she was so eager to explain. Was she afraid Yifan would think she was not clean? But she already had a child. How could a handsome, wealthy young man like Yifan possibly care for someone like her? She was just fooling herself. That's good. Yifan and Chiu Wan embraced, so full of emotion that they completely ignored Liang Daong lying on the ground. Liang Daong struggled several times, enduring the sharp pain, and finally managed to get up, his face dark and twisted as he glared at them. Humph, Chiu Wan, you filthy whore. And here I thought you were so pure, now you're seducing your own student? You are just as rotten as they come. Smack! Before he could finish, Yifan slapped him hard across the face. Your mouth is filthy. Liang Daong felt like his head had been hit by a train. Stars danced before his eyes, and he staggered, nearly falling again. Grabbing a chair to steady himself, he snarled at Yifan. Which college are you from? What class? You dare hit me? Watch out, I can get you expelled with a single word. Such was the way of these bureaucratic types. Faced with trouble, they thought only of how to suppress others, not how to solve the problem. At this moment, Liang Daong had not even realized how serious the situation was. Sister Wan, do you want revenge? Yifan returned to Chiu Wan's side, looking at her intently. But Chiu Wan hesitated. Although Yifan had saved her just now, if she fought back and attacked Liang Daong, she would be finished at the school. Sister Wan, do not worry. I came today to formally invite you to work at my company. You were not happy here anyway, and with trash like him around, why stay? Yifan looked at her sincerely and handed her a Mercedes GLS key. This is the car I prepared for you. It's parked downstairs. He pointed out the window at the shiny new GLS, its black paint gleaming in the sunlight. Chiu Wan was stunned. Is that for me? Of course. Here's the vehicle registration. Check that the information is correct. As the heir of the Yi family, it was easy for Yifan to get someone's details. Last night, he had asked Wang Fugue to investigate Chiu Wan. When buying the car, he had registered it in her name. Xiaowan held the registration, seeing her own name, too shocked to speak. Yifan, this gift is too much. I have not even agreed to work at your company yet. You will agree. There's more surprises coming. Xiaowan looked deeply at him, and that mysterious feeling she had for him grew stronger. Not because of the car, but because Yifan's presence brought her peace. All right, Xiaowan said, and turned to Liang Daong. Suddenly, she kicked him square in the groin. Crack, crack. The sound was clear, his balls shattered. Ah! Liang Daong nearly passed out from the pain, his body curling up like a shrimp. You dogs! Just you wait. My brother is the president of Yunqing University. I will make sure you pay for this. I have already called him. He will be here soon. Yifan smiled calmly. Did the university president really dare shield scum like this? If so, Yifan would have no qualms about helping Yunqing University clean up its act. The students at the door had not left yet. Hearing Liang Daong's threat, they grew anxious and warned Yifan again. Yifan, you had better run, or it will be too late. These students, sheltered as they were, meant well. In their eyes, the president and Liang Daong's connections were terrifying. If they showed up, Yifan would surely suffer. They did not know that Yifan was far more formidable than they could imagine. The direct heir of the Yi family, one of the 6 great clans of Daxia, sole heir of Beiluo Sherman. Though silent for 3 years, now that Yifan had broken through the 9th level of the dragon taming art, he was virtually invincible. And the immense power backing him, that was his confidence. Run? No rush. His matter is not settled yet. Why would I leave? Clatter. As he spoke, footsteps thundered at the office door. The president of Yunqing University, Zhao Dekang, barged in with guards and several deans. A student dared attack a teacher? Outrageous. The students went pale. Yifan was done for. Sigh. The world would lose another fighter for justice. Hearing the commotion outside, Xiaowan grew worried. Yifan, maybe you should go. This could be trouble. Xiaowan had seen enough of the world to know Yifan was not ordinary. His incredible medical skills had even earned Director Hua's respect. But could he withstand the president's fury? If he suffered because of her, she would never forgive herself. Leave? You think you can leave now? Dream on. No one's going anywhere. Not until this is resolved. Liang Daong, nearly collapsing, forced himself to the door, blocking their way. Yifan smiled. Do not worry. It will be fine. Who was Yifan? The direct heir of the Yi family, with 800,000 dragon army troops at his back. Even if the sky fell, Grandpa would hold it up. Not that he even needed Grandpa. Yifan could handle this himself. Young Master Yi, it's you? The first to enter was an old acquaintance, Hua Ximiao. Seeing Yifan, Xiaowan, and Liang Daong, he said quickly, President, this must be a misunderstanding. Hua Ximiao had already taken Yifan as his master. On university grounds, no matter what happened, he would protect Yifan at all costs. Misunderstanding? My ass. My ribs are broken in 7 places, my arm is smashed, and my balls. Oh God, President, you must help me. Do not let these two get away with this. After Liang Daong finished crying to the president, Zhao Dekang, he saw the dozens of security guards Zhao had brought and instantly felt emboldened. He glared viciously at Yifan and Xiaowan and shouted, You two were so arrogant just now, huh? Just you wait. I will definitely have you expelled, and I will send you to jail. And once you're locked up, I will fuck her to death. Humph. A petty man emboldened. Seeing the look on Liang Daong's face, Hua Ximiao, standing nearby, was speechless. Was this guy serious? Did he really think he could send Yifan to jail? What a fucking joke. The room quieted, and everyone turned their gaze to Zhao Dekang, waiting to see how he would handle the situation. Yifan said nothing, calmly waiting for Zhao Dechang's stance. Brother, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and have them arrested. There is no misunderstanding here, Liang Daong urged. Seeing that Zhao Dekang had not acted yet, Zhao Dekang gave Liang Daong a look of pity, then spoke. You're right. There is no misunderstanding. Smack. Without any hesitation, Zhao Dekang slapped Liang Daong across the face. The blow sent Liang Daong's head spinning, his eyes seeing stars. His body spun around several times on the spot before he slammed headfirst into the wall, a large bump swelling on his head. Ah! Liang Daong was dumbfounded. Brother, why did you hit me? Did you hit the wrong person? What the hell was happening? Why was he always the one getting hurt? It was bad enough to be hit by Yifan and Xiaowan, but now his so-called biggest supporter, Zhao Dekang, had hit him too? Shut the fuck up. Who the hell is your brother? Are we that close? Zhao Dekang glared coldly at him. Do not think I do not know what filth you've been up to these years. My wife's father just happened to come from the same village as your father, and you run around calling me your brother, flaunting it like a tiger's skin to do evil. I have let it slide for so long, and you still do not know to restrain yourself. Now you dare provoke young Master Yi? You are courting death. Guards! Take Liang Dayon to the police station. Xiao Zhang, go to my office and bring all the evidence of Liang Dayon's crimes to the police as well. Yes, sir. Zhao Dechan's secretary and several guards stepped forward, grabbing Liang Dayon like a dead pig and dragging him out. Only after this did Zhao Dekang bow deeply to Yifan and Qiu Wan. Young Master Yi, Teacher Qiu Wan, I am sorry. Zhao Dechan's swift and decisive action left everyone present stunned. Especially the deans who had come with him, they all exchanged looks. Before arriving, had the president not said they must punish the attacker? Why, upon seeing the scene, had his attitude flipped completely, and now he was having Liang Daong arrested? Yifan looked at Zhao Dekang with a faint smile. President Zhao, do you not owe me an explanation? Zhao Dechan's servile attitude seemed out of place. Zhao Dekang stepped closer and lowered his voice. Young Master Yi, I am a man of the Zhao family. The patriarch instructed me, when facing young Master Yi, no matter right or wrong, I must obey unconditionally. Please forgive us for the trouble this matter has caused you and Teacher Qiu Wan. His sincerity left the onlookers bewildered. Yi Fan's lips twitched. That Zhao family patriarch really knew how to handle things. The way he dealt with this, Yi Fan could find no fault. All right, let it be. Yi Fan was about to mention Qiu Wan's resignation when suddenly Liang Daong broke free from the guards. President, please save me. I swear I did nothing wrong. You have to save me. Expel him. He clung to Zhao Dechan's leg, begging for mercy. Zhao Dekang stepped aside coldly, looking at him with pity. If only he had not offended young Master Yi, perhaps he could have survived a little longer. But now, action had to come early. Liang Daong was dragged away mercilessly. The evidence Zhao Dekang had gathered would be enough to keep him behind bars for the rest of his life. Hua Ximiao and the students who had been so worried for Yifan all breathed sighs of relief. Their eyes now brimmed with admiration for him. None of them had imagined Yifan wielded such power to make the president change his tune so instantly. Those who had thought about competing with Yifan, like Zhonghua, had no chance at all. Speaking of Zhonghua, they suddenly realized he had not been to school for 2 days. Could it be that Yifan had shattered his pride? Disperse now. Zhao Dekang waved off the deans and students. Yifan also said, President Zhao, Teacher Qiu Wan wishes to resign. Can you take care of the paperwork? No problem. Zhao Dekang did not even ask why. He agreed on the spot. Yifan helped Qiu Wan pack up her things, then asked a colleague to look after the napping Cici for a while. He led Qiu Wan to the car. Sister Wan, let me take you somewhere. Her face flushed. All right. Watching him drive, Qiu Wan felt a bit shy. She began to guess at his intentions. Yesterday, he saved her daughter, drove away her ex-husband. Today he gave her an expensive car and offered a job with a 3 million salary. Why? She could not think of any reason beyond her looks. What else did she have to deserve his care? After much inner debate, she made up her mind. If he brought her to a hotel, she would say yes. After all, she did like him. We are here. Her thoughts were interrupted as the car stopped at the entrance of the upscale Fugue Rinjia complex opposite Yi Group. Here? But this is not a hotel, she said, glancing around in surprise. It was a new complex, top-notch facilities. She had often dreamed of living here. But it was a residential area, not a hotel. What was Yifan doing? Hotel? Yifan was puzzled for a moment, then realized what she was thinking. He gave her body a once-over. With that figure, if she was willing, he would not refuse. But Yifan wanted not just her body, he wanted her heart. Come upstairs and see, he said with a grin. All right. His gaze made her feel hot all over. Yifan took her up to Unit 1 on the 18th floor of Building 3. The door opened to reveal a bright, luxurious living room, a balcony with a yoga area, and a panoramic river view. Well, Sister Wan, do you like it? He handed her the property deed. Her name was on it. Yifan, is this really for me? She blushed deeply, overwhelmed. All these years she had borne everything alone. Suddenly a man cared for her, cherished her, it felt like a dream. Am I dreaming? Qiu Wan excitedly ran to the balcony, touched the fitness equipment, then walked through all 3 bedrooms. She found that even the bedding and sheets had been fully prepared. Of course, all of this had been arranged in advance by Yifan through Wang Fugue. Thank you, Yifan. Returning to the living room, Qiu Wan looked at Yifan with misty eyes, threw her arms around his neck, and pushed him down onto the sofa. Her sensual red lips moved toward his mouth for a kiss. There is nothing more dangerous than a 30-year-old mature woman playing coy. Right now, Xiao was like a fully ripened peach, just a light squeeze and it would drip juice. Held in one's arms, she felt soft and boneless. The incredible sensation on his lips almost made Yifan lose control. For a long moment, as Xiao clothes had slipped halfway off, Yifan suddenly grabbed her hand. "Wait, Sister Wan." Xiao lifted her head from his chest, her eyes seductive as she looked at him. "What is it? Do you despise me?" Yifan shook his head. "Of course not. How could I despise someone as sensual, gentle, intelligent, and talented as you?" Xiao gaze showed a trace of disappointment. She struggled out of Yifan's embrace, but the look she gave him was filled with another kind of emotion. This man actually resisted the opportunity instead of taking advantage? That made her heart warm even more for him. Just now, although Xiao had prepared herself to give her body to Yifan, what she felt most was gratitude for him saving Cece, driving away her ex-husband, and rescuing her today. Yifan's refusal unexpectedly sparked in her a sense of conquest. Although she knew that a man as outstanding, young, and handsome as Yifan would never truly be hers, she still longed to conquer him. She tidied her disheveled hair, gave him a charming glance full of provocation, and said, "Then, is it because you are not up to it?" That seductive smile made Yifan's heart tremble. This Sister Wan truly was a stunning woman. Every expression, every gesture, stirred a man's passion. Ha! How can a man admit to that? "Sister Wan, do you really want to test me? There will be plenty of chances in the future." Yifan continued, "I just feel that doing this now would be disrespectful to you. And if you did it just out of gratitude, it would mean nothing to me." "Oh?" Xiao raised an eyebrow and looked at him intently. "Then what do you want?" Seeing the moment was right, Yifan stood up and laughed. "Let's leave it for now. There will be time for other things. Get ready, I will take you to see the company." Xiao was stunned. This little rascal suddenly changed the subject? But watching his handsome back, she bit her lip lightly and her eyes sparkled. She had already decided, this young man, she was beginning to fall for him. One day, she would make him hers. At this moment, her feelings for Yifan had undergone a huge transformation, from gratitude, to being touched, to half-hearted acceptance, and now to being deeply captivated. Such a man, even if not forever, even if only for a fleeting moment, that was what love should look like. All right. She straightened her slightly disordered clothes, pinned up her hair again, and emerged once more as a cool, confident, and sexy professional woman, a stark contrast to the seductive woman she had just been. Yifan marveled inwardly. Indeed, she was a top-tier woman, able to shift her aura so easily. Yi Group headquarters was right across from the Fugue Rinjia complex. Yifan had bought the apartment here precisely to make it convenient for Qiuwan and Jiang Yueran to commute. Today, the headquarters was unusually lively. With Yi Xiu, the general manager, missing for 2 days, financial director Yang Tao and deputy general manager Jiang He had proposed convening a board meeting to select a new general manager to lead the company. In the large conference room, hundreds of shareholders and board members sat as Jiang He spoke. "Everyone, with general manager Yi Xiu missing for 2 days now, it is untenable for the group to have no leader. We propose selecting a new acting general manager today to continue guiding our work. If general manager Yi Xiu returns, we can resume following his leadership." Both Jiang He and Yang Tao knew Yi Xiu would not return because both had been promoted by Yi Xiu and Lin family's machinations. They were Lin family's planted agents, ready to deal a fatal blow at the right moment. Having heard from Lin Hua that Yi Xiu was almost certainly dead, today's meeting had a clear purpose: seizing power. Seizing control of Yi Group was critical to the Lin family in their life and death struggle with the Yi family, a key piece of the economic battle. Jiang He finished speaking. "Why is old Master Yi not here? And now that young Master Yifan has returned, should he not preside over such an important meeting if Yi Xiu is missing?" "Exactly. Such matters should not proceed without old Master Yi." "Indeed. Young Master Yifan is the rightful heir." Though Yi Xiu had led Yi Group for years, the company had been built by old Master Yi Changfeng, and many senior members stood firmly with the Yi family. These dissenting voices made up about half of those present. The rest were undecided. If this continued, Jiang He and Yang Tao's plan would fail. "Everyone, quiet please. You all know old Master's health has been poor since the incident 3 years ago. He rarely involves himself in company affairs. When Yi Xiu called board meetings, the old Master did not attend either," Jiang He said, quieting the room. "As for Yifan, you have all heard the rumors. For 3 years, he has done nothing but frequent clubs and chase women, a useless heir. Can you really entrust the group to him? Do you want to see old Master's lifelong work ruined in his hands?" Jiang He's argument cleverly deflected concern about the old master while undermining Yifan. In Yun City, word of Yifan's debauchery was well known. After the family's near destruction 3 years ago, Yifan became known as a good-for-nothing. Yang Tao added, I propose that Mr. Jiang He be appointed acting general manager, with full authority over the company's operations, reporting solely to Old Master Yi. Agreed. We have all seen Mr. Jiang He's achievements these past 5 years. Yes. Even General Manager Yi Xiao was grooming Mr. Jiang He as his successor. Their allies chimed in. This was a well-planned coup to take Yi Group quietly, without any Yi family core members present. If Yifan did not come, by tomorrow Yi Group would no longer bear the Yi name. Since everyone's opinion is so strong, let us all vote together. Yang Tao promptly stood up and called everyone to start voting. Those who support Mr. Jiang He as the acting general manager, please raise your hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tao was the first to raise his hand. Then, Jiang He's and Yang Tao's loyal supporters, including Su Chao and others, also raised their hands in approval one after another. Amid the atmosphere at the scene, even some of those who had been neutral before also raised their hands. Because the patriarch of the Yi family was old, and the serious injury he suffered 3 years ago had kept him from managing the Yi Group's affairs in recent years, and as for Yifan, given the way he was, no one saw any hope. Although many people knew that Jiang He and Yang Tao were not acting out of pure intentions, as long as the group could continue to operate normally and make money, that was enough. A few minutes later, among the hundreds of board members present, those in favor barely exceeded half. After counting the votes, Yang Tao's face was full of excitement. The total number of participants today is 215. The number of votes supporting Jiang He is 108. Therefore, I declare that Mr. Jiang He. Just as Yang Tao was about to announce Jiang He's appointment, a few elders who were still loyal to the Yi family let out helpless sighs. Given the current situation of the Yi family, with Yang Tao and Jiang He and others controlling the Yi group, this had already become the general trend. Once today's meeting made its decision and the appointment was confirmed, the days ahead would likely be even more difficult for the direct supporters of the Yi family. Meanwhile, Jiang He's loyal supporters were already prepared to cheer. Although the Yi group had suffered a heavy blow 3 years ago, it still had a trillion-level scale. Even just a small piece of it would be enough for these supporters to profit handsomely. Bang! Just as Yang Tao was about to announce, the door was suddenly kicked open violently. Yifan strode into the conference room with Chiu Wan, his gaze sharp as he swept over everyone present, his eyes finally landing on Jiang He and Yang Tao. The Yi group is holding a board meeting, and you actually avoided the core members of the Yi family. Have you forgotten what family name the Yi group bears? Whoosh! Yifan's sudden appearance surprised everyone present, especially Jiang He, Yang Tao, and Su Chao. In order to ensure today's meeting went smoothly, they had made special arrangements. Today, no one was allowed to enter the Yi group, only to leave. Martial arts experts borrowed from the Lin family were stationed at the main entrance to prevent the patriarch, the grand elder, or Yifan, the core members of the Yi family, from breaking in. Moreover, 8 bodyguards had been stationed outside the meeting room door for added security. And yet Yifan had managed to break in so easily? Young Master Yi, what brings you to the company? We are in the middle of discussing important matters. I suggest you leave for now. We can handle the company's affairs. It would be best if you did not interfere. Yang Tao tried to put on the air of a senior and persuade Yifan to leave. After all, in their eyes, after being struck down, Yifan was nothing more than trash who spent his days loitering around clubs. What means could he possibly have? They thought dealing with Yifan would be a piece of cake. But the intelligence they had gotten from the Lin family was incomplete. Manhwa had never told them the truth about Yifan. At this moment, Yifan was no longer a worthless playboy hanging around clubs, but a decisive and brilliant prodigy. Shut up. Answer my question. Does the group bear the surname Yi, or is it Yang, or Jiang? Yifan ignored Yang Tao's words and stared at him, his body radiating a murderous aura that filled the entire hall. The room's temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. Although it was still the height of summer, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and they could not help but shiver. It was as if they no longer recognized Yifan. This young Master Yi was nothing like the rumors. His sharp gaze was like a blade, he really looked like he could kill. The personnel director, Huang Yuan, who supported the Yi family, could not help but feel a spark of hope. Could it be that the young master had been hiding his abilities all along? If so, then the Yi group truly had hope. Yang Tao, Jiang Yi, Su Chao, and the others met Yifan's gaze for a few seconds, but ultimately they were intimidated by the murderous look in Yifan's eyes. Young Master Yi must be joking. Of course the Yi group bears the surname Yi. We are merely helping to manage the Yi group. Humph. As long as I am alive, the group bears the surname Yi. If anyone dares to place themselves above the Yi family, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Yafan glared coldly at young Tao and then announced, this vote is void. The selection of the general manager is not something for you to decide. Boom! Yifan's words caused an uproar in the room. Yafan directly declared the vote invalid? The meaning was obvious, he did not intend to let Zhang He take the position. But would Zhang He, Yang Tao, and the others, who had schemed for so long, agree to that? Was the conflict about to break out? People hurriedly lowered their hands, afraid of drawing Yifan's attention. Although Yafan had only spoken a few words, everyone could tell that this Yafan was not to be trifled with. Young Master Yi, what do you mean by this? You may be the eldest grandson of the Yi family, but is it really appropriate for you to interfere so forcefully in our board vote? Yang Tao's face darkened as he saw many people lower their hands. Beside him, Zhang He, who had been pretending to stay calm, could not sit still any longer. Young Master Yi, we respect that you are the eldest grandson of the Yi family, but you have never participated in the management of the company, you hold no position, and you do not even have any shares. May I ask, what right do you have to stand here and dictate to our board? This was a declaration of war. Zhang Yi, after all, was more cunning than Yang Tao, and went straight for Yifan's weakness. Indeed, you are a Yi family descendant, but you hold no position and have no right to participate in the board. So stop running your mouth. At the same time, Zhang Yi's words were meant as a signal, this useless young master is easy for me to handle. Yifan frowned, but before he could speak, someone else did. Young Master Yi is the patriarch's only grandson. All the patriarch's shares belong to him. He is the sole heir to the Yi group. How does he not have the right? That is right. If young Master Yi does not have the right to sit here, then who does? Several elders led by Huang Yuan stood up in support of Yifan. Zhang He smiled faintly and signaled to Su Chao. Su Chao immediately stood up and said, Minister Huang, your words contain the answer. That is in the future, in the future. Right now, has the patriarch transferred his shares to Yifan? If not, then Yifan has no right to be here. As Su Chao finished speaking, Zhang Yi's face darkened. He barked toward the door, someone. Escort young Master Yi out so he can rest. We will continue our discussion on the acting general manager. Zhang Yi's intent was clear. He would not rest until he secured the position of acting general manager today. Huang Yuan and the others were anxious. Were Yang Tao and his people so arrogant that even Yifan's personal appearance could not intimidate them? This was open rebellion. But in fact, this was exactly what Yifan wanted to see. If they did not make a move, Yifan would have no excuse to deal with them. Although Yifan had already made backup plans with Hanzhuo and Wang Fugui, if he acted first against Yang Tao, Zhang He, and the others, it might cause. General Manager Jiang, I originally wanted to give you all a dignified way out. Must you force things to the point where we tear each other's faces off? Yifan sat in a chair, completely indifferent to the bodyguards rushing at him, his intense gaze fixed on Zhang He, Yang Tao, and the others. Being stared at like that by Yifan made Zhang He's heart jolt involuntarily. Damn it! Why did this Yifan feel so difficult to deal with? But things had already come this far, and Zhang He knew that if he failed to secure the position of acting general manager today, his own end would be miserable. So he clenched his teeth and said, Young Master Yi, forgive us, but we are doing this for the good of the Yi group. Young Master Yi, please. Before Zhang He could finish speaking, a loud voice came from the doorway of the conference room. You bastards! This is what you call doing what is good for the Yi group. My Yi group, and the Yi family cannot even call the shots anymore? Is it even the Yi group then? Why not call it the Zhang group instead? A thin, elderly man strode in, his face glowing with vigor. It was none other than Yi Changfeng, who had rushed over. Yi Changfeng was the founder of the Yi group. Within the group, he was like its soul, akin to the military spirit of an army. His prestige in the Yi group was extremely high. Master Yi, so your health is fine after all, that is wonderful. Greetings, Master Yi. With Yi Changfeng's arrival, more than half the people in the conference hall stood up, respectfully welcoming him. Zhang He, Yang Tao, Su Chao, and the others, however, were completely stunned. What on earth was going on today? Were those bodyguards they stationed outside raised on shit? How did they not only let Yifan slip in, but even let the patriarch storm inside? In front of Yi Changfeng, Zhang He and the others did not dare act out. Master Yi, we truly are doing this for the good of the Yi group. With just a few words, young Master Yi is trying to overturn the decision of our board. He does not even hold any shares. He truly has no right. No shares, you say? Bring me a pen and the documents. Yi Changfeng barked at his assistant. Then, taking a share transfer agreement, Yi Changfeng swiftly signed his name on it. He held the document high. I have already transferred all 45% of my shares to my grandson, Yafan. From this moment on, he shall exercise all powers of the chairman on my behalf. Now, does he have the right? Yi Changfeng waved the document in front of everyone, then turned, furious, to glare at Jiang He and Yang Tao. For 3 years, Yi Changfeng had let Yi Xiu manage the group, and he had rarely intervened. But that did not mean he was unaware of what was happening within the group. Long ago, someone had told Yi Changfeng that Jiang He, Yang Tao, and others had murky, tangled relations with the Lin family. Yi Changfeng had long wanted to deal with them, but age had sapped his energy, and he had been enduring. Today, upon hearing from Yafan that it was time to clean up the Yi group, Yi Changfeng had rushed over. This, Jiang He, Yang Tao, and the others were dumbfounded. They had never expected Yi Changfeng to act so decisively, transferring tens of billions worth of shares to Yafan on the spot, catching them completely off guard. The situation was gradually slipping out of their control. With grandfather and grandson united, Jiang He, Yang Tao, and the others were struggling to keep up. General Manager Jiang, think of something. Otherwise, we are finished today. Yang Tao urged anxiously beside Jiang He. Jiang He knew it too. With the shares in Yifan's hands, everything was now legitimate. Given Yifan's ruthlessness so far, he was likely even fiercer than Yi Xiu. They absolutely could not let Yafan gain control of the shares. Master Yi, perhaps you have forgotten? According to company bylaws, even if you wish to transfer your shares, you must first inform the board, and then there must be at least a 3-day public notice period. Only if no one in the group objects during that period will the transfer be valid, and during the notice period, the shares you wish to transfer are managed by the board. Am I wrong, everyone? Jiang He's words instantly caused an uproar in the room. People began whispering among themselves. Because according to the company bylaws, that rule did exist. Especially for such a massive transfer of shares by the patriarch, public notice was indeed required. Yi Changfeng's face turned ashen with rage. Jiang He, you pack of ungrateful wolves. You intend to go against me? Jiang He rose and gave Yi Changfeng a slight bow. We would not dare. Master Yi, since you intend to hand over your power, from now on during the notice period, you no longer have the right to interfere in company matters. Please leave as well. You. Yi Changfeng trembled with fury, but was powerless. Jiang He's loyal followers all gave him a thumbs up. Jiang He was brilliant. By exploiting the company bylaws, he had turned the situation against the patriarch. The result was that during the notice period, the board would manage the patriarch's shares, and the patriarch would lose his veto power. And Yafan, the recipient of the transfer, without formal control of the shares for 3 days, would have no authority to intervene in the company's management. Those 3 days of power vacuum would be enough for Jiang He, Yang Tao, and the others to do plenty. 3 days later, even if Yafan took over, it would already be too late. Please. Jiang He, full of pride, gestured to the bodyguards, ready to have Yafan and Yi Changfeng removed. Yi Changfeng stamped his feet in fury, his temper flaring. Someone, I do not believe. Yi Changfeng had been a soldier. Though he was now at home, his security chief, Leng Feng, was still a martial arts master. The patriarch was ready to resort to force today, but Yafan reached out to stop him. Grandfather, leave this to me. I will handle it. With that, Yafan turned to Jiang He again. General Manager Jiang, I will ask you one last time. Do you insist on tearing all ties with my Yi family? Yafan had thoroughly investigated Jiang He's background. He had originally intended to let them leave with dignity, but they insisted on seizing the Yi group, chilling his heart. Feeling he had secured victory, Jiang He no longer concealed his ferocious expression. What, young Master Yi, are you unhappy? Do you think you can stir up any trouble? A discarded family, a worthless young master who loiters in clubs, what can you possibly do? Yafan sneered. Is that so? It is true that I enjoy women, but that does not mean I am trash. Bring them in. Yafan barked towards the doorway. Wang Fugue entered with a middle-aged couple and an elderly man with graying hair. The moment these three appeared, Jiang He's face changed dramatically. You? Yafan, you. Who let them in? Get them out of here, now. Jiang He shouted furiously at the security guards. But Wang Fugue slapped 2 approaching guards, sending them flying. The remaining guards, full of fear, dared not make a move. Yang Tao, standing beside Jiang He, was somewhat confused. General Manager Jiang, they are just 3 old peasants. How could they possibly affect the overall situation? What are you afraid of? What we need to do now is to get the patriarch of the Yi family and Yafan out of here so we can proceed with the election. But Jiang He was restless and agitated, his heart in turmoil. Seeing the security guards frozen in place, he jumped up in frustration. "Are you all deaf? I told you to throw them out. Did you not hear me?" Seeing that the guards still did not move, Jung Hee even dragged his chair over, intending to drive out the couple and the elderly man himself. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What was happening? Why had the previously arrogant Jung Hee suddenly become so panicked upon seeing that couple and the elderly man? His domineering air had instantly diminished by more than half. Yifan smiled faintly and stepped in front of Jung Hee, blocking his path. He looked at Jung Hee with a half smile. "General Manager Jiang, why are you so worked up? They have plenty to say to everyone here. Do you not see what they are holding? I even helped them find the surveillance footage from back then. I never thought you were hiding so deep, General Manager Jiang." The reason Jiang He became so nervous upon seeing this couple was because Jiang He had killed someone 5 years ago. The victim was the daughter of that couple and the son of the elderly man with graying hair. The reason was simple. At the time, Jiang He had taken a fancy to the couple's daughter. At a barbecue stall, he tried to forcibly take her away. The girl's boyfriend resisted, and Jiang He smashed a liquor bottle over his head, killing him on the spot. Later, he dragged the girl to a hotel, assaulted her, and staged the scene to look like she had jumped to her death. Back then, Jiang He had used his connections and influence to suppress the incident forcibly. He never imagined Yifan would dig up this matter. Jiang He knew that once this matter was exposed, he would spend the rest of his life in prison sewing uniforms. "Yifan, what are you trying to do?" Jiang He growled at Yifan, his face twisted in fury. If looks could kill, Yifan would have died 1,000 deaths. Yifan smiled calmly. "What I want to do, does General Manager Jiang really not know?" His tone remained steady and unhurried, but Jiang He was like an ant on a hot pan. "Yifan, will you only be satisfied when I am utterly ruined?" Jiang He's energy seemed drained. He truly wished he could strangle Yifan, but with so many people present, and with Yifan's friend Wang Fugue skilled in martial arts, and the guards outside seemingly dealt with already, there was nothing he could do. Jiang He knew all his plans had likely failed. If he did not yield, he would not survive this ordeal. "Ha! Whether you are ruined or not depends on your performance, General Manager Jiang." Yifan stared at him coldly. Though he said no more, the sheer pressure of his gaze made it hard for Jiang He to breathe. "You? Of course Jiang He knew what Yifan wanted. Today's entire struggle had been over control of the Yi group. On the surface, it was a fight between Jiang He, Yang Tao, Su Chao, and Yifan. In reality, it was the Lin group pulling the strings against Yifan. Jiang He did crave power, eager for the general manager position and the many promises the Lin family had made him. But none of that mattered if he did not survive to enjoy it. The murder case back then, though buried with all his might, had always been a ticking time bomb as long as the victim's parents lived. And now, the bomb had arrived. A little evidence submitted, and Jiang He would be finished. Jiang He had no choice. He stared at Yifan deeply. "Yifan, you are ruthless. You have defeated me, but you will not defeat us all." With that, Jiang He turned to Yang Tao and the others, then announced loudly, "From today, I resign as deputy general manager and will no longer participate in the acting general manager election." Boom! Jiang He's words were like a bomb thrown into the hall, causing an uproar. "General Manager Jiang, you are resigning? Are you insane?" Yang Tao almost leapt from his seat, thinking he had heard wrong. Jiang He, Yang Tao, and Su Chao were the Lin family's iron triangle inside the Yi group. Now with Jiang He resigning, the iron triangle had lost its most crucial corner. What was left to play for? Jiang He leaned close to Yang Tao. "You think I want this? Yifan has my weakness in hand. If I do not retreat, all of you will be dragged down with me. The rest is up to you. Make sure Yifan does not make a comeback. That kid is terrifying. He is nothing like the rumors say." Yi Changfeng stood in the hall, glancing at Yifan, then at Jiang He, his brows sometimes furrowing, sometimes relaxing. Although he did not know exactly what had happened, he realized that Yifan had clearly planned this long in advance. It seemed that everything was within Yifan's control. This kid had made him worry for nothing. Yi Changfeng could not help but think of how the Zhao family elder and the people from the martial authority had come to apologize. This kid must be hiding something from him. But Yi Changfeng no longer planned to ask, so long as it was a good thing. "On behalf of the Yi group, I accept your resignation." Yifan turned to Cho Wan. "Sister Wan, bring the resignation letter and the other document I prepared." Yifan took out the resignation letter, had Jiang He sign it, then handed him a share transfer contract. "General Manager Jiang, while we are at it, transfer me that 7% of shares you hold." "You, do not push too far." Jiang He was about to explode. Yifan not only forced him out but also wanted his shares? The key was, those shares were not all Jiang He's own and many were held in trust for the Lin Group. If he transferred them all to Yifan, the Lin Group would skin him alive. Even just 7% of shares were worth hundreds of billions in assets. General Manager Jiang, what matters more, money or your life? I think you know the answer. Look at the number on my screen. As Yifan spoke, he raised his phone in front of Jiang He, the screen displaying 110. I will give you 3 seconds. If my finger slips, I will press it. 3. Yifan had taken complete control. I will sign. Jiang He gave in before Yifan even reached 2. I will sign. Though signing meant he would suffer under the Lin Group, he had to get through this crisis first. Once the share transfer was done, Yifan warmly draped his arm around Jiang He's shoulders. Come, General Manager Jiang, let me see you out. Being dragged along like that filled Jiang He with an intense sense of foreboding. Sure enough, as soon as they exited the conference room, Jiang He saw several uniformed officers waiting with handcuffs. You set me up. Jiang He was about to roar in rage, but Yifan slapped the back of his neck, knocking him out cold. Officer Hua, my thanks. Yifan handed him over to the officers. Leading them was none other than Hua Ximiao's granddaughter, Hua Shuiyan. Humph. You owe me a favor. Hua Shuiyan glanced at the limp, defeated Jiang He and sighed inwardly. Anyone who went against Yifan was truly cursed. Yifan responded with a calm very well and returned to the conference hall. At that moment, the hall was utterly silent. All eyes were fixed on Yifan, waiting for his next move. Yifan walked up to the podium, his gaze steady and composed. From this moment, Zhou Wan will fully exercise control over the Yi Group on my behalf and report only to me. Does anyone have any objections? Yifan's sharp gaze swept across the crowd. Having just dealt with Jiang He, who dared test him now? Even though Yang Tao and Su Chao were filled with resentment, neither dared to stick their necks out at this moment. I support young Master Ye's decision. Huang Yuan was the first to speak, and soon, all the loyal supporters of the Yi family voiced their approval, followed by the neutral members. After all, whether or not Jiang He had resigned, the position of general manager would not fall to them, so it made no difference who took the post. The final vote showed that, apart from Yang Tao, Su Chao, and their die-hard followers, about 70% of the over 200 people present agreed with Yifan's resolution. With Zhou Wan's position secured, Yifan turned his gaze toward Yang Tao again. That look sent a chill through Yang Tao's heart, and an ominous feeling arose. But Yang Tao went over all his past actions in his mind and felt he had left no dirt behind. Even if there were questionable matters, he had handled them cleanly. In addition, I have one last matter. I have decided to dismiss Mr. Yang Tao. Zhang Yueran will take over his position. Yifan beckoned toward the doorway, and Zhang Yueran, a bit shy, walked into the hall. Once again, an uproar swept through the crowd. Yang Tao was the first to stand in protest. Young Master Yi, what is the meaning of this? On what grounds do you dismiss me? Yifan said coolly, do I need a reason to dismiss you? If you insist, the reason is that you and Jiang He tried to seize control of the Yi Group. That is reason enough. I refuse to accept this. Young Master Yi, this is a personal vendetta. Yang Tao was shrewd and tried to win sympathy. Driving out a senior executive like me will chill everyone's hearts. Yifan's lips curled slightly. You will accept it. As he spoke, Yifan took out his phone and played a video before Yang Tao. General Manager Yang, take a good look. Is that not you? General Manager Yang, about that 80 million yuan last time, could you advance the payment a few days? Here is 2 million for you to enjoy some tea. General Manager Yang, for that batch of payments from last year's deal, could you help us adjust the records a bit? There are 3 million on this card as a token of our respect. Yifan played several clips in succession. Though the angles were not standard, Yang Tao's face was clear, and the conversations could be heard distinctly. General Manager Yang, tell me, for commercial bribery of this scale, how many years would one serve behind bars? As Yifan put his phone away, Yang Tao was already drenched in sweat from panic. Now Yang Tao finally understood why Jiang He had been so agitated earlier, ultimately yielding unconditionally to Yifan. It was obvious that Yifan also held fatal evidence against Jiang He. Young Master Yi, I yield. I yield. Now, looking at Yifan's expression, Yang Tao was filled with fear and dread. Who the fuck ever said Yifan was just a worthless playboy? Yifan could uncover such hidden secrets, and Jiang He and Yang Tao had still dared plot to seize the Yi Group? What a joke! Having yielded, Yang Tao watched in despair as Yifan's gaze shifted wickedly to Su Chao. Minister Su, what do you think of my decision to dismiss General Manager Yang? Do you support it or oppose it? Yifan gave him no other options, only support or oppose. Yifan was forcing Su Chao into a corner. If he supported it, he would be seen as betraying his allies. If he opposed it. But Su Chao was no fool. From Jiang Yi's and Yang Tao's reactions, he realized that Yifan must have leverage over them. As head of procurement, Su Chao had plenty of skeletons in his own closet. Taking kickbacks was routine. Yifan could crush him easily. After a few seconds of thought, Su Chao rose and respectfully bowed to Yifan. I support young Master Ye's decision. General Manager Yang should indeed be dismissed. Better the friend die than oneself. Su Chao knew full well that the tide had turned. No matter what, he had to protect himself first. But to Yang Tao, this was a heartless betrayal. Yang Tao's face darkened at Su Chao's response. Su Chao had sold him out at this critical moment. Yet Yang Tao had no choice but to submit. Still, he tried to salvage the situation. Young Master Yi, I accept my dismissal. But even if you are dismissing me, surely you should not appoint such a young girl as financial director? The group handles trillions in assets. This is irresponsible. Why not appoint Deputy Director Tang Chang? Tang Chang was someone Yang Tao had promoted, with ties to the Lin family. If Tang became financial director, Yang Tao's faction would retain some hope of a comeback. But Yang Tao had overlooked Zhang Yueran's relationship with Yifan. Yifan stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Zhang Yueran's waist. There is no need for your recommendation. Yueran is my woman. Does anyone need more reason for her to handle the company's finances? Anyone who dares hinder her work will end up like Zhang Yi. The same goes for Sister Wan. Have I made myself clear? Yifan added this last remark, leaving many present uneasy. Sister Wan too? What did that mean? That she was also his woman? Or that she too must be supported? At this point, it no longer mattered what Qiu Wan's exact relationship with Yifan was. With Jiang Yi gone and Yang Tao dismissed, the positions of general manager and financial director were back under Yifan's control. The personnel division was already in the hands of Huang Yuan and the Yi family's loyal elders. As for the mid-level managers and small fry, there was plenty of time to deal with them later. Only one key post remained, Su Chao's procurement division. Yifan's smile hinted that action had already begun. Within 3 days, Su Chao would surely resign of his own accord. As for those small cliques who colluded with Yishio, Jiang Yi, and Yang Tao, for now I will not hold you accountable. You have a chance to reform. But if you dare act lawlessly in the future, do not blame me for showing no mercy. After Yang Tao signed his resignation and left the hall, Yifan signaled to Wang Fugue to insert a USB drive into the computer and play footage of Jiang Yi's murder. I am sure everyone was curious why I treated Jiang Yi and Yang Tao as I did. Watch for yourselves. As the footage of Jiang Yi's and Yang Tao's crimes played, the shareholders sighed, finally understanding the truth. Despicable. Yes, so cruel. To let him off so lightly is outrageous. That Yang Tao too, the company paid him such a high salary, and still he was so greedy. While everyone expressed their indignation, many felt that mere dismissal was too light a punishment. I leave the company in your hands, Yifan said sincerely to Zhang Yueran and Qiu Wan. If any problem arises that you cannot solve, come to me at once. Zhang Yueran, having shared intimacy with Yifan, was fine, but Qiu Wan blushed deeply. Do not worry, I will do my utmost. Watching Yifan's decisive methods, Yi Changfeng felt great relief. This grandson had not let him down. Yet he had one question. After Yifan finished his instructions, Yi Changfeng pulled him aside. Xiaofan, tell me honestly, where is Yi Xiu gone? Although Yi Xiu was only adopted by Yi Changfeng, at that time Yifan was not by his side, and Yi Changfeng had poured considerable effort into raising Yi Xiu. Originally, Yifan intended to tell Yi Changfeng the truth, but seeing the look in Yi Changfeng's eyes, he could not bear to do so. Oh, Big Brother said he feels his strength is insufficient, so he wants to go abroad for further study for a while. That is why he temporarily left the company in my hands. Yifan casually fabricated a reason, simply to ease Yi Changfeng's mind. It would not be long before Yifan went to war against the Lin family in full force, and by then all truths would come to light, including Yi Xiu's true identity. Is that so? Yi Changfeng's brow twitched slightly. In truth, as shrewd as he was, Yi Changfeng had already guessed most of it. But since Yifan did not expose it, Yi Changfeng would not either. Yifan's sweeping purge of the Yi group made it clear there had been collusion between Yi Xiu and the Lin family. Yifan did not act without cause. Since he made his move, there had to be good reason. Yet the thought that the Yi Xiu he had raised for 18 years was a treacherous ingrate still left Yi Changfeng heartsick. Yifan, I am hungry. Take me to eat. Nearby, Zhao Linglong, who had arrived with Zhang Yueran, looked at Yifan with a face full of grievance. This damned Yifan, he had been off enjoying himself while she had to help Zhang Yueran move things. It was simply too hateful. All right. Let us eat together. Old Wang, come along. Yifan called to Wang Fugue. He had intended to invite his grandfather, but Yi Changfeng tactfully declined. You young people go. I will head home first. The business at the group had reached a close, and a weight was lifted from Yi Changfeng's heart. What remained was to wait until Yifan matured a bit more, so he could hand over the entire Tianlong army to him. Once Yifan had full control of the Tianlong army, and after he produced a few more descendants, anyone thinking of touching the Yi family would have to think twice. As Yifan, Zhao Linglong, and Wang Fugue left through the group's main gate, in an alley near the Yi group, a middle-aged man in a black shirt and sunglasses glared at Yifan with hatred. You bastard! I finally found you! You killed my son and stole my treasure. Today is the day you die. That man was none other than Long Zhong. Zhonghua's master and illegitimate father, the third elder of the Gu cult. Ever since Zhonghua's life-linked Gu died last night, Long Zhong had been investigating who killed Zhonghua. This morning, Long Zhong finally discovered that it was Yifan who killed Zhonghua and took that priceless item from him. Long Zhong had followed Yifan all the way here and was waiting for the chance to kill him and reclaim the treasure. What? Our plan, so carefully devised, has failed? What the hell was Jiang Yi doing? In the Lin family estate, Lin Hua jumped up in fury when he heard his subordinates report about the Yi group. The Lin family's attempt to ally with the Xian family through marriage had been ruined by Yifan. Lin Dong and Lin Yang had perished. Lin Hua had pinned all his hopes on seizing control of the Yi group. Over the years, the Lin family had drawn many mid and high-level managers in the Yi group to their side. Had Yi Xiu remained in place, they could have completely controlled the Yi group within a month. But with Yi Xiu captured, Lin Hua's first move was to have Jiang Yi take power, even exposing all the Lin family's hidden agents within the Yi group. Yet even so, Jiang Yi had failed. What about Yang Tao? As long as we control the financial director, we still have a chance to turn things around. Lin Hua asked, unwilling to give up. Patriarch, we just received word. Yang Tao was directly dismissed by Yifan, and Jiang Yi's entire shareholding has been transferred to Yifan. One bad piece of news after another nearly drove Lin Hua mad. Damn it! Why do you not just die, Yifan? The shares in Jiang Yi's hands, worth over 100 billion, were bought by the Lin family with hard cash. Are you heaven sent to destroy us? And where the hell are the Blood Garment Gate people? Lin Hua wanted to call the Blood Garment Gate's leader to hurry them up, but remembering the leader's threats last time, he lost his nerve. The Blood Garment Gate said their people have already set out. They will arrive in Yun City very soon. Lin Hua combed his fury slightly and commanded, have Yang Tao and Su Chao come see me at once. Useless fools, we must strike back, or we will be completely humiliated. Third brother, did the Wall Street god of stocks you contacted, Lafitte, agree to help us deal with the Yi family? Lin Hua was beside himself with rage. With internal control of the Yi family now impossible, they could only attack through the stock market. The Lin family planned to hire Lafitte to act. Big brother, Master Lafitte agreed. He will fly out tomorrow and reach Yun City by the day after at the latest. Good. When that happens, it will be the end of the Yi family. And contact the Zhao family. With the Xin family's position unclear, we need more allies. Yes, big brother. In the Yi group's underground parking garage, Su Chao was preparing to drive out to see Lin Hua when he got Lin Hua's call and replied at once, I am on my way. After hanging up, Su Chao got into his car. Before he could start it, he felt something damp dripping onto his cheek. Thinking it was water, he wiped it, but it kept dripping. Su Chao started the car, wiped his face again, and when he looked at his hand, he froze. Blood? Why is there blood in my car? His heart lurched. He looked up and let out a shriek. Above his head, on the car roof, a dagger had pinned a bloody dog's head, its hide flayed, its eyes hollowed out, blood dripping from the sockets. In the flickering light of the garage, the skinned, bloody dog's head looked like a demon from hell, its empty sockets staring at him. Su Chao screamed, scrambled out, but was so terrified his legs gave out, and he could only crawl. After several meters, he ran into Yang Tao, who had just emerged from the elevator. Yang Tao was stunned at the sight. General Manager Su, what are you doing? Cooling off on the floor? Though Yang Tao knew Su Chao had betrayed him to save himself, hearing it still stung. Help me, Su Chao reached out. When Yang Tao saw the blood on Su Chao's hand, his face darkened and he helped him up. What happened, General Manager Su? Now that Jiang He and Yang Tao were out, Su Chao was their only hope. Yang Tao did not want anything to happen to him. A bloody dog's head, in my car, God, it was terrifying. Seeing a familiar face calmed Su Chao, and he recounted what had happened. A bloody dog's head? Someone must be playing a prank. Come, let us see. Yang Tao helped him back. The car was still running, the door open. Yang Tao looked inside and was puzzled. There is nothing. Everything looks normal. No dog's head. Were you scaring yourself? No. I saw it clearly, the dog's head hanging right above me. How could it be gone? Su Chao approached, opened the door, and stared, dumbfounded. Where is it? It was just there. How could it? This is impossible. He searched, but there was no sign of the dog's head. No holes in the roof where a dagger might have been. Could it have been his imagination? But there had been blood on his hand. Yang Tao nodded. Yes, I saw it too. But looking at Su Chao's hands again, they were perfectly clean. Shit. This time, both were shaken. In broad daylight, have we seen a ghost? No, it is not like that. Su Chao's expression was dazed. He had clearly seen it just now. How could it suddenly have disappeared? Oh, whoa. In the underground parking garage, a strange, eerie whimper suddenly echoed. Su Chao and Yang Tao could not hold it in any longer. Screaming in terror, they scrambled and crawled as they fled toward the elevator. God help me. That was terrifying. What the hell is going on? When they emerged on the ground floor and saw the sunlight again, they felt as if they had been reborn. Here is what I will do. I am not going to see the Lin Patriarch today. I am going to the hospital's psychiatric department to check if something is wrong with me. Please help me inform the Lin Patriarch. Su Chao was truly shaken. The situation just now was far too bizarre. He had considered that this might be one of Yifan's tricks, but even if Yifan was behind it, how could he have cleaned up the dog's head and blood from the car so thoroughly in such a short time? And what about the blood on his own hands that vanished? Su Chao decided not to go to the hospital just yet and went home to rest instead. He hailed a cab, arrived home, opened the door, changed his shoes, and finally let out a breath of relief. Bang! From above the doorway, a dog's head fell down, landing squarely on Su Chao's face and splattering him with blood. When Su Chao saw what it was, he fell straight to the floor, sitting heavily in shock. His voice was hoarse with fear. It was another dog's head. And if it were just any dog's head, that would be one thing. But Su Chao saw clearly, this was exactly the same dog's head as in the Yi Group's parking garage. It was identical. He had come straight home from the company without any delays. How could he now see the same dog's head at home? Could the dog's head walk on its own? Ghost. Finally, Su Chao's mind completely collapsed. Foam frothed from his mouth, his head tilted, and he fainted dead away, a yellow puddle spreading from his groin. Poor Su Chao had pissed himself in fright. As he lost consciousness, his final thought was, have I offended some great master? But no matter how he thought, recently the only one he had crossed was Yifan. What kind of means does Yifan have? Can he make a dog's head fly? Damn you, Yifan. You brought me to a place like this to eat? In a rundown alley on the outskirts of Yun City, Yifan parked the car, then led Zhao Linglong and Wang Fugui toward a small roast chicken shop. Zhao Linglong spoke with disgust. Miss Xiao, the chicken here is delicious. The lady boss is especially good at preparing chicken. She plucks the feathers so cleanly. As Wang Fugui praised the place, something about his words made Yifan feel awkward. Without giving Zhao Linglong a chance to object, Yifan grabbed a table at the shop's entrance. Boss, 5 roast chickens. There are only 3 of us. Why 5? Although Zhao Linglong was complaining about eating at a roadside stall, she was already drawn in by the aroma inside. But when she heard they were ordering 5 chickens, she was annoyed again. Can you not even do that math? My boss and I will each have 2. And you are a girl, finishing one would be impressive. Wang Fugui explained kindly. Zhao Linglong rolled her eyes. Humph, who are you looking down on? I can finish all 5 myself. Yifan and Wang Fugui assumed she was just venting and paid her no mind. The chickens soon arrived, and they began eating. At first, Zhao Linglong cautiously tried a small piece, but she found the crispy, tender meat surprisingly sweet and fragrant, melting in her mouth, its aroma lingering. Though she had dined at countless Michelin restaurants, she had never eaten chicken this delicious. As she ate, she licked her fingers, the very image of a foodie. Yifan shook his head, picking up a piece of chicken with vegetables and eating slowly. Clatter! Suddenly, there came a rush of chaotic footsteps from the alley entrance. A group of tattooed thugs, wielding steel rods, surged toward the roast chicken shop, headed directly for Yifan and Wang Fugui. HM? Are they after me? Yifan frowned. Were there still fools in Yun City who did not know better? Did they really think he was just some playboy who loitered in clubs? Whose people could this be? As Yifan pondered, the thugs had already surrounded them. Stop eating and stand up, a thug with yellow hair shouted fiercely, waving his steel rod at Yifan and Wang Fugui. The shop owner, seeing trouble, hurried over with a smile. Brother Leopard, my shop just opened today. How about this? Everything is on the house for you and your men today. The owner was a square-faced man who looked honest but handled matters wisely. He had defused trouble from small-time thugs before, but these thugs were under orders to target Yifan. They would not be so easily dismissed. Get lost, stay out of this, or we will deal with you too. Yellow Hair kicked the owner in the stomach, sending him sprawling. Yifan and Wang Fugue stood, cold light flashing in their eyes. Though they liked to rescue beauties, they respected hard-working people and despised bullies. These vermin, no matter how many, Wang Fugue alone could have handled them easily. What caught Yifan's attention was a man behind the crowd, wearing a hat. Though he tried to conceal his presence, Yifan sensed something strange about him. By now, curious onlookers had gathered nearby. Seeing Yifan and his companions surrounded, people sighed. Poor guy and gal, they are doomed. That is Leopard, the fiercest thug in these streets. I have heard of him too. They say he is so vicious he even hacks at himself when he goes berserk. Someone call the police. Maybe they can stop this. Seeing Zhao Linglong still gnawing on a chicken leg, Yellow Hair was enraged. Fuck! Did you not hear me tell you to stand up? Are you deaf? He smacked the chicken leg from her hand. It fell at his feet. Yellow Hair sneered, stepping on it, his gaze leering. Well, a beauty. Lucky me tonight. But Zhao Linglong, happily eating, was furious at having her chicken knocked away. Did your parents never teach you to respect food? Go to hell. She swung her fist at Yellow Hair's chest. Yellow Hair smirked, not dodging at all. Feisty, huh? I like that. What the fuck? He had thought, what harm could a girl's punch do? But in that instant of carelessness, her fist slammed into his chest, and he flew 7 or 8 meters, crashing into a flower bed and collapsing. Crunch! Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Hiss! Everyone watching drew sharp breaths at Zhao Linglong's strength. Even Yifan was stunned. He had checked her before, she had no martial arts energy. Was she born with monstrous strength? Humph! You are lucky I was not full. One punch did not kill you this time. Her words almost made Yellow Hair cough blood as he staggered to his feet. You nearly killed me with one punch, and you say you were not even full? What kind of people are these? Seeing his men still standing there in a daze, Yellow Hair was furious. He roared at them, you bunch of idiots. What the fuck are you standing there for? Did you not see I got hit? Get over here, grab that bitch alive. Tonight I am going to fuck her hard and show her what I am made of. Ah, yes, boss. Finally snapping out of it, the gang of thugs all swung their fists and charged at Zhao Linglong. Wang Fugue beside Yifan moved, ready to step in and help. But Yifan grabbed his arm. Wait and see. Yifan wanted to know what Zhao Linglong's true abilities were. Had she been hiding her strength in front of him on purpose, or was she really born with supernatural strength? If she truly had natural divine strength, had he not stumbled upon a rare treasure? His master had once said that such natural strength could only come from a mysterious bloodline family. If Zhao Linglong carried that bloodline, her future potential would be limitless. Bang, bang, bang. Faced with the thugs charging toward her, Zhao Linglong showed not the slightest fear. Instead of dodging, she took the initiative and charged into their midst. One punch for each thug. Those burly men, each weighing close to 90 kilograms, were like rag dolls before Zhao Linglong. In just a few blows, she sent them all flying. When she was done, Zhao Linglong did not forget to mock them. With trash like you, how do you even have the nerve to be thugs? You cannot even beat a girl. The beaten thugs groaned on the ground, speechless. With a girl like you, who would count that as normal? You were basically a human bulldozer. All the thugs were down. Only the man in the shirt and sunglasses remained. Zhao Linglong looked at him in annoyance. So, are you going to find a brick and knock yourself out, or should I do the honors? That man was none other than Long Zhong. Zhong was true biological father and the third elder of the Gu cult. Long Zhong scoffed at her words. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you should not talk nonsense. He had meant to say more, but Zhao Linglong wasted no time. Without any fancy moves, she struck straight at his face. Bang! Although Long Zhong dodged her first punch, the second came immediately after, slamming into his chest without suspense. Crack! Pain shot through his chest. Before he could recover, her third punch smashed into him. Bang! 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 Long Zhong, a mighty figure, the third elder of the Gu cult, his strength at martial control level, a half step into grandmaster territory, was being pummeled senseless by a young girl. Not only was he unable to fight back, but he stumbled and fell. Zhao Linglong grabbed his ankle, swung him like a club, and slammed him against the ground again and again. Boom! Boom! Long Zhong's body kept hitting the ground, the stone pavement cracking beneath him. His face, head, shoulders, all smashed repeatedly into the earth. He felt like every bone was about to shatter. Fuck, though his body radiated martial energy, it was no match for this brutal assault. At last, During a pause as Zhao Linglong caught her breath, Long Zhong broke free, staggered up against a flower bed, gasped for air, and waved his arm. A swarm of dark insects gathered on it as he glared at Zhao Linglong. "You bitch! You actually dared beat me like this? Die!" Those were no ordinary insects, they were the bloodthirst goo, one of the 10 forbidden goo. And they were even fiercer than the ones Zhonghua had raised. Long Zhong's true mission today had been to go after Yifan. But before he could even touch him, he was nearly killed by Yifan's maid. Zhao Linglong, fearless as a cub before a tiger, paid no heed to Long Zhong's move. She curled her lip in disdain. "So you resort to magic tricks when you cannot win? Watch me send you to hell." With a shout, she prepared to charge again. Yifan moved in a flash, stopping her. "It is dangerous. You are no match for him. Leave this to me." "Dangerous?" Zhao Linglong frowned. They were just some bugs, where was the danger? As she stewed, Long Zhong had already acted. "Yifan, you dare kill Zhonghua and take what is not yours? Today you die." He flung his arm, and the swarm of goo flew at Yifan. Yifan smiled faintly, sent out a burst of energy, and stopped the insects 2 meters away before they fell to the ground. But just then, a stray cat happened by and stumbled into the swarm. Sizzle! Before everyone's wide eyes, the cat was devoured in an instant, leaving only bones, and seconds later, even the bones were gone. Behind Yifan, Zhao Linglong's face went pale with fright. Only now did she understand why Yifan had said it was dangerous. If those insects had landed on her, what would have become of her? Could Yifan handle them? As she worried, Wang Fugue stepped forward. "Do not worry, for the boss, this is nothing." The horrifying scene made the bystanders back away by over 10 meters. Gasps filled the air. "Terrifying. What are those things? I saw it on TV once, that is the goo cult's poison goo. They can devour a cow clean in moments. Those young people are doomed." "Yes. That girl was fierce, but that man is on another level." Long Zhong was confident in his goo, especially after seeing them devour the cat. The fear on the crowd's faces made him certain Yifan would be afraid too. "Yifan, hand over what is not yours, and I will spare your companions." The goo swarmed above him. "You might block them for now, but sooner or later you will slip. And then you will all die." He flaunted his advantage, unaware that Yifan carried the 10,000 goo cauldron with the goo king itself inside. Controlling these goo would be a breeze. "Oh, you mean this?" Yifan pulled out the bone he had taken from Zhonghua's body. He had not had time to study it yet. Seeing it, Long Zhong's eyes lit up. "Yes. That is it. Hurry, give it to me. Give it to me and I might even spare your life." He stepped forward, eager to snatch it. Yifan dodged lightly. "Why do you not tell me what it is first? Tell me, and I will give it to you." In truth, what was unfolding between the two sides at this moment was a battle of wills. Both Long Zhong and Yifan understood that even if Yifan handed over the item, Long Zhong would never let him go. Long Zhong was skilled in goo techniques and was the man behind Zhonghua. He would have learned that Zhonghua had been killed by Yifan. His purpose in coming today was clear, to take revenge and seize the item. No matter what, he would do everything in his power to kill Yifan. Long Zhong simply wanted to reclaim the item at the smallest cost. After pondering for a moment, he thought to himself that it would not matter if he told Yifan. After all, once he had the item, he would kill Yifan anyway. The dead tell no tales. This piece is called the Undying Bone. It is of vital importance to me. Hand it over, now. Undying Bone? So this was the Undying Bone? Yifan's heart gave a sudden jolt upon hearing those 3 words. Because Yifan had already learned of the Undying Bone's existence from Yi Xiu's own mouth. The Lin family, united with so many other clans to attack the Yi family, had as one of their key goals to seize the Undying Bone. That alone showed how important the Undying Bone was. And now Zhonghua had held a piece of it. This indicated that there must be more than one Undying Bone. "Thank you. I finally understand a few things." Feeling more certain, Yifan calmly put the Undying Bone away, deciding that he would study it thoroughly when he had the chance that night. When Long Zhong saw that Yifan had put the Undying Bone away instead of handing it over, his expression changed instantly. "Yifan, you are playing with me?" Although Long Zhong had known that Yifan would not give it up so easily, when it truly happened, fury filled him. "Yes, I am playing with you. What can you do about it?" Yifan looked at Long Zhong with mocking amusement. If Yifan could kill Zhonghua, he could just as easily kill Long Zhong. Any member of the Goo cult who left Miao territory deserved death. "You are seeking death." Long Zhong roared and uttered a command word, summoning the swarm of poison goo, sending them hurtling toward Yifan. But to Long Zhong's shock, once the goo rose into the air, they refused to obey. They spun around wildly and turned back upon him. "No, what is happening? Stop!" Long Zhong frantically changed his commands, trying to stop them, but it was useless. In terror, Long Zhong glanced at Yifan, and his eyes fell on the golden Gu King in Yifan's hand. At once he understood everything. Yifan, you. Yifan held the Gu King, that meant he had the 10,000 Gu Cauldron. Now Long Zhong understood how Zhonghua had met his end. With the 10,000 Gu Cauldron, Yifan could command all Gu through the Gu King. How could Zhonghua have stood a chance? But understanding came too late. The Gu swarmed over Long Zhong, devouring him clean in moments. As he died, the Gu all dropped from the air, dead on the spot. These poison Gu had been raised by Long Zhong, he was their host. With his death, they could not survive. Hiss! A living man gone in an instant. The onlookers all sucked in cold breaths. To see insects devour a person, it was unheard of. What shocked them most was that the Gu had been under Long Zhong's control to kill Yifan, yet he had been killed instead. The crowd looked at Yifan with new respect. So this young man was truly powerful. Boss, may I borrow your fire? Though the Gu were dead, Yifan, not wanting to cause unnecessary panic, borrowed a gas cylinder from the roast chicken shop and burned the corpses to ash. Once the matter was settled, the thugs groaning on the ground looked utterly miserable, their bodies trembling. Big brother, we were wrong. We will never dare again. Yellow Hair knelt before Yifan, knocking his head on the ground. It was that man, he gave us 50,000 yuan to come make a scene. We were wrong. Please spare us. Yifan's mouth twitched. He knew these thugs were nothing but small fry. Get lost. If I ever see you causing trouble again, your fate will be the same as his. His scolding was like a pardon. They fled, scrambling away in terror. Let us eat. Boss, heat up the chicken for us. Yifan said casually, and the crowd dispersed after some murmuring. But beyond the crowd, a nun led a stunningly beautiful young nun quietly away. Yilin, did you see? That is your future husband. You must experience and grasp this fate well, the old nun said gently to the girl beside her. The young nun's face flushed red with embarrassment. Master, we are ordained. How can I have a husband? And besides, that Yifan, apart from being handsome, a little dashing, and good at fighting, he is just average. Though she protested, her eyes kept glancing back at Yifan. The old nun shook her head. Ah, you. Something terrible has happened. In the Gu cult headquarters main hall, a middle-aged man rushed in, holding a broken wooden tablet. Master, the third elder, his longevity tablet has shattered. He knelt, lifting the pieces high. At his words, the cult master, Zhuang Bai, who had just finished a call, turned pale. What? Long Zhong's tablet shattered? How is that possible? In the Gu cult, a longevity tablet was linked to a Gu master's life. The cult had a shrine where the senior members' tablets were kept, to monitor their status. The shrine's guardian had just found Long Zhong's tablet shattered, and reported at once. Zhuang Bai leapt down from his seat and took the pieces. The tablet was broken, lifeless. Long Zhong was almost certainly dead. And Long Zhong had been the core leader of the cult's plans to expand beyond the southwest. His death would deal that plan a heavy blow. Master, news from Yun City. The third elder was killed by his own Gu during his attack on Yifan, an aide reported, holding a tablet computer. Yifan? That returning heir of the Yi family? He killed Zhonghua yesterday, and now this? A ruthless glint flashed in Zhuang Bai's eyes. Zhuang Bai did not believe a veteran Gu master like Long Zhong could die by his own Gu. This had to be Yifan's doing. Yifan had once been a monstrous genius of the Northern Fallen sect. The previous cult master had traced his last steps there. Could it be the 10,000 Gu cauldron was with Yifan? Excellent! Zhuang Bai's energy surged. He crushed the tablet to dust and spoke coldly. Summon Master Taijin, I have urgent matters to discuss. Yifan, we failed to kill you then. This time, you will not escape. And summon Saintess Shao Wanqing to join the meeting. Yes. The entrance of the roast chicken shop returned to its usual liveliness and peace. After the thugs left, it was as if nothing had ever happened there. Zhao Linglong stared at the two glistening roast chickens in front of Yifan and Wang Fugui, unable to stop herself from swallowing hard. Yifan, can I have one more? Yifan had long noticed Zhao Linglong's greedy look. The corner of his mouth curled into a mischievous smile as he said, Who was it just now that swore she would rather starve to death than eat at a place like this? How quickly you have changed your tune. Zhao Linglong could not help but recall that scene of the classmate Wang making arrogant vows, and her cheeks flushed red. Oh, how was I supposed to know at the time? I do not care, I want to eat more. Pouting as she spoke, Zhao Linglong snatched the roast chicken in front of Yifan and started stuffing it into her mouth. Afraid Yifan might snatch it back, she licked it all over. Now you definitely will not want it back, right? Seeing this, Yifan felt a warm tenderness. This little girl, when she was not throwing a fit, was actually quite adorable. Boss, bring 2 more roast chickens. Yifan looked at Zhao Linglong with a wicked glint in his eye. If you eat my roast chicken, you must pay the price. From now on, you will wash my stinky socks clean, and my underwear too by hand. Although Yifan did not say it outright, it was very clear what he meant by underwear. There was something a bit wicked about it. Imagining such a pretty little lady using her delicate hands to wash his underwear was quite satisfying. Zhao Linglong originally wanted to protest, but remembering how her great-grandfather and father had placed her at Yifan's side as a maid, she knew there were things she could not avoid no matter what. So she said nothing. However, Yifan had underestimated Zhao Linglong's appetite. Nearly an hour later, Yifan and Wang Fugue had long stopped eating, but Zhao Linglong's small mouth was still working. Before her, the pile of chicken bones had grown into a small mountain. She had eaten 10 roast chickens. Yifan widened his eyes and gave Zhao Linglong a once-over. At just 1.6 meters tall, she looked petite and delicate. Aside from a slightly fuller chest, her figure was not the least bit bulky, yet she had managed to put away 10 roast chickens? Why are you two staring at me like that? You are making it hard for me to eat. Zhao Linglong grumbled, turning her back on Yifan and Wang Fugue to continue her battle. Big brother, this girl can really eat. Wang Fugue could not help but marvel. Maybe the best things really do come in small packages? It was not until Zhao Linglong had eaten 13 roast chickens that she let out a satisfied burp. Finally full. Now we can leave. Yifan was about to drive back to ask his grandfather about the undying bone when suddenly Su Yixue called. Husband, something has happened at the company. I do not know what is going on, but all our distributors have suddenly gathered at the Su Group headquarters, demanding immediate payment for their goods and to terminate our contracts. But our company simply does not have that much money on hand. What? Someone was targeting the Su Group? Yifan immediately thought of Yun Feiyang, that bastard who had dared to send a group of guards to the Yi family that morning. It seemed the time had come to make an example. His plan for revenge would begin with flattening the Yun family. Do not worry, dear. I will come to the company right away. Leave the money to me. I will handle it. As the direct heir of the Yi family, the amount Su Group needed was nothing to Yifan, mere pocket change. But Yifan had no intention of using his own money. His gaze turned toward Zhao Linglong. Why are you looking at me like that? Let me tell you, the bank card my father gave you, that is for your personal use, not for you to squander like this. Zhao Linglong grew furious at the thought of Yifan using Zhao family money to buy cars and chase women. Old Wang, take Linglong to the bank and bring 100 million yuan in cash. We will meet at Su Group. Without waiting for Zhao Linglong to argue, Yifan started the car and sped off towards Su Group. He is infuriating. Does he think my money grows on trees? Zhao Linglong stomped her foot in anger as she watched Yifan's figure disappear. At this rate, Yifan would soon bankrupt the entire Zhao family. Although she was deeply unwilling, thinking of her great-grandfather's and father's arrangements and how even her great-grandfather had been subdued by Yifan, she dared not defy him. After all, the Zhao family's survival rested on her alone. If she failed to serve him well, and Yifan grew angry and lashed out at the Zhao family, it would be her fault. Let's go. Zhao Linglong called out to Wang Fugue and stepped onto the road. Where are we going? Wang Fugue, knowing full well, deliberately teased her. Ugh, you are doing this on purpose. Of course, to get the money. Zhao Linglong pouted. I really do not know what is wrong with his head. Why so much cash? Why not just do a transfer? Behind her, Wang Fugue smirked inwardly. How could you understand the boss's thinking? If you want to show off, only cash makes the statement loud and clear. At Su Group headquarters, the conference hall was in chaos, with nearly 100 people arguing loudly. President Su, we have heard that Su Group is out of money and on the verge of bankruptcy. It is not that we do not trust you, but please pay us for last month's goods first. Yes, President Su, it is only tens of thousands for each of us, but we are small businesses. Please do not make it hard for us. Su Yixue, protected by her assistant, was surrounded by the crowd and felt like her head would explode from the noise. Originally, the 300 million yuan investment from the Li family would have eased the company's cash flow. But because General Songpa had unexpectedly granted Su Group exclusive jade rights, thanks to Yifan's influence, Su Yixue had to put up at least 100 million yuan as a deposit. This had made funds tight again. All of you have been longtime partners of Su Group. Do you really have so little trust in us? When have we ever defaulted? Just give us 1 month. Once our payments come in, I will repay you with interest. How about that? She could only try to buy time. In fact, the company's situation was very positive. Some well-informed suppliers, knowing Su Group had the jade rights, were already coming forward to cooperate. And some banks that had refused loans were now calling to apologize and offer credit at any time. In reality, getting money was not difficult. But why had so many distributors suddenly come demanding payments? Su Yixue was caught off guard. President Su, forget a month, today. Who knows what will happen in a month? If you do not pay today, I will stay right here and file to have this place seized by the court. The one who spoke again, taking the lead, was a man with a mustache named Huang Bo. He was one of Su Group's top 3 distributors and had made the most money from Su Group. In the past, his relationship with Su Group had always been very good, but this time he was actually the one leading the trouble. With Huang Bo taking the lead, the distributors at the scene became even more agitated. That's right. President Su, when Su Group's finances were stable before, we could accept a 1-month delay, but now we are all worried. President Su, you must pay us today. Brothers, what are we still talking to this woman for? I say, let's just start taking valuable things from the company as collateral. Yes, brothers, take what you can, and what you cannot take, smash it. It was clear that there were troublemakers in the crowd. Some people with ulterior motives were deliberately stirring things up. Their goal was no longer to demand payment, but to create chaos. You ungrateful bastards. Although Su Yixue was usually decisive and capable, she was still just a woman. Faced with these thuggish actions, she felt overwhelmed. The situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. At that moment, an elderly man in a long gown stepped forward from the crowd, striking his cane against the bodies of several of the ringleaders. All of you, stop this at once. Quiet down. This old man was named Dong Fei. He was the vice president of the Yun City Jewelry Association and also one of Su Group's most important distributors. Dong Fei was known to be a kind and decent man, with considerable influence in his circle. With Dong Fei stepping forward and striking out with his cane, the agitated distributors did not dare go too far. They backed away a few steps, giving him some space. What are you all doing? It's just a month's payment. Why are you all so eager and anxious to collect debts? Dong Fei pointed at the faces of the merchants behind him and scolded, have you forgotten how much money you have made over the years thanks to Su Group? When you were making money, Su Group was like your benefactor. Now that they are facing a bit of financial difficulty, you come here to stab them in the back? Is that how you behave as human beings? Dong Fei's words had an immediate effect. Many of the distributors turned red with shame. Elder Dong, you are being too harsh. We just suddenly received news that Su Group is about to go bankrupt and run away. If we do not get our money today, we could lose millions. Yes, we also received messages saying Su Group is going bankrupt. Many distributors in the crowd spoke up. In truth, they had no particular grievance against Su Group and were not in such a rush for their money. But today, they all received a mysterious message exposing Su Group's supposed situation, and along with the urging of others, they came. A few sharp-faced, monkey-like men in the crowd sensed the shift and exchanged glances. One of their leaders immediately spoke up in rebuttal. Elder Dong, it's easy for you to talk. You're already successful and established. Losing a bit of money means nothing to you. But we have to eat. Our whole families rely on our income. If we lose it all, who will feed us? That's right. No matter what is said, we must get our money today. We must get our money. Dong Fei's intervention had only a temporary effect. The crowd's tension eased slightly, but did not dissipate. So many people had gathered here, and with Su Group's prior financial issues, confidence in the company was low. Seeing the situation slipping beyond control, Dong Fei stepped forward and quietly said to Su Yixue, girl, maybe you should pay them a bit first? Otherwise, today will be hard to settle. It's obvious someone is trying to bring us down. Do not worry about me. The 10 million yuan Su Group owes me can wait until you recover. Su Yixue gave Dong Fei a grateful look. Thank you, Elder Dong. But even so, we only have a few million in cash on hand. That's nowhere near enough. Sigh, but my husband should be here soon. He will have a solution. As she spoke, she glanced at the door. When her grandfather arranged this marriage, Su Yixue had not thought much of it. But she never imagined Yafan would turn out to be the heir of the #1 family in Daxia. She had already seen Yafan's abilities more than once. With Yafan there, she was sure everything would be resolved. But seeing these distributors acting like such ungrateful traitors chilled her heart. At that moment, at the doorway, Su Yixue's cousin Su Dong watched the situation with a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. He quietly left the conference room and called a number from the bathroom. Brother-in-law, your plan is brilliant. Striking at the root, Su Yixue can barely hold on now. The person he called was not Yafan, but Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyan sneered on the other end of the line. I might not be able to deal with Yifan, but I can damn well destroy Su Group. You think you can snatch food from the Yun family's mouth so easily? Not a chance. After a pause, Yun Feiyan continued, I will have them stir things up even more. Su Dong, be ready. Once Su Ishue falls, you must seize control of Su Group as fast as possible. Do you understand? Got it. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will follow your lead. Inside the Su Group conference room, several distributors suddenly received a text. After glancing at their phones, they nodded subtly and began to stir things up again. Everyone. It looks like President Su really has no money today. Let's stop wasting time. Take action. If we do not do something, she will never give in. That's right. Take what you can, first come, first served. Under the influence of a few bad actors, the crowd grew agitated again. This time, even Dong Fei could not calm them. He could only urge Su Ishue girl, maybe you should hide somewhere. If this crowd gets out of hand, you could be hurt. Just as he finished speaking, a chair came flying across the room, nearly hitting Su Ishue. Behind it, more distributors were dragging chairs and stools, charging towards Su Ishue as if they meant to tear her apart. This was no longer the behavior of distributors, they looked like a gang of thugs. Of course Su Ishue was frightened. She looked toward the door with hope in her eyes. Husband, when will you get here? Stop right there. Let me see one of you try to move another finger. Just as the mob was within a meter of Su Ishue, a loud voice rang out at the door. At the same time, a table flew forward with tremendous force, slamming down in front of Su Ishue and driving the crowd back several meters. A few who could not dodge in time had their arms struck, bleeding from the impact. Wife, I am here. Yifan appeared at Su Ishue's side, gently pulling her into his embrace. It's all right now. With me here, nothing will happen. Yifan's sudden arrival brought the chaos to a momentary halt, but soon, the crowd grew even more frenzied. So what if Yifan is here? If there's no money, what use is he? Everyone, act now. This is just another stalling tactic. Those few instigators kept stirring up trouble, unaware that Yifan had already marked them. Boom! Boom! Yifan's figure moved like lightning as he charged into the crowd. In just a few seconds, he seized the few troublemakers stirring up chaos and violently slammed them against one side of the conference room, toppling tables and chairs in all directions. Finally, it is a bit quieter. Yifan calmly clapped the dust from his hands and swept a sharp gaze over the crowd. Anyone else want to try something? Those ringleaders who had been stirring up trouble had long been die-hard loyalists of the Yun family. They had come today specifically to create havoc, which was why they had been so aggressive from the start. With these core agitators taken down, the remaining distributors, including Huang Bo, immediately became much more subdued. President Su, is this how your company wins people over with reason? We came today to get paid, not to fight. If this is how you treat us, there is no way we can continue this discussion. Huang Bo eyed Yifan warily. This Yifan appeared harmless enough, but once he acted, he was absolutely ferocious. Those tables and burly men, weighing hundreds of kilograms, had seemed like toys in Yifan's hands. Everyone grew cautious, afraid to anger him further. There is nothing left to discuss. Yifan sneered coldly. Is it not money you want? Fine. Today I will settle your payments in full. Listen carefully, anyone who insists on immediate payment, go stand over there. If you are willing to wait, stand on this side. Although the Yun family was fanning the flames behind the scenes, this was the perfect opportunity to root out the ungrateful traitors once and for all. As soon as Yifan finished speaking, Dong Fei was the first to stand with Yifan and Su Ishue. Several distributors with close ties to Dong Fei followed suit. On the other side, Huang Bo gave Yifan and Su Ishue a disdainful look and stepped forward. I want to see just how you plan to settle this today. Humph. Led by Huang Bo, nearly half of the distributors moved to his side, including several whom Su Ishue had once considered trusted allies. This kind of palace coup-like betrayal opened Su Ishue's eyes to the true nature of those around her. Very well. All you want is money. Since you clearly have no intention of continuing cooperation with Su Group, let us take this chance to sign the termination agreements too. Yifan nodded at Su Ishue, who immediately had her assistant bring over a large stack of termination agreements. Seeing Yifan and Su Ishue so calm and composed, many of the distributors with Huang Bo began to panic. Huang Bo, why do they look completely unafraid? They seemed so confident. Did you not say they definitely had no money? Yes, Huang Bo, this was supposed to pressure Su Group into giving us a 30% cut of the profits. How did it end up like this? Exactly. We only wanted payment. We never planned to cut ties with Su Group. Without them, What are we supposed to do for a living? Listening to his allies, Huang Bo felt panic rising inside. All his information had come from Yun Feiyang, and he had followed Yun Feiyang's plan without question. Yun Feiyang had sworn that Su Group had no funds and promised that within the hour, Sui Shue would be dealt with, and Su Group would become a vassal of the Yun family. That was why Huang Bo had dared to go so far. But now, there was no turning back. The arrow was knocked, it had to be loosed. Relax. They are just putting on a show. They could not possibly have the money. Just sign. Let us see how long they can keep up this act. Huang Bo convinced himself to trust Yun Feiyang's plan. Sign. At this point, Huang Bo's group had committed. It was too late to change sides. Besides, most of them had already accepted favors from the Yun family. There was no way out. Once everyone had signed and the assistant and Wang Fugue had stamped the documents, making them official, Yifan snapped his fingers toward the door. Bring in the 100 million yuan. What? Yifan's words puzzled the crowd. Bring in the money? After all, even with half the distributors choosing not to collect today, the remaining claims still amounted to tens of millions, nearly 100 million yuan. Was Yifan seriously going to pay in cash? As soon as he spoke, the conference room doors swung open. Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong each pushed in massive carts piled high with stacks of red banknotes. Gasp! The sight left everyone in the room breathless. Cash? Real cash? 100 million yuan in cash? Although everyone present was a seasoned businessperson, with millions or even billions passing through their hands, seeing 100 million yuan stack like twin mountains of cash, weighing 2 to 3 metric tons, was overwhelming and suffocating. Even though Sui Shue thought Yifan's move was a bit arrogant, she could not deny how satisfying it felt. You wanted money? Fine, let us use it to slap you in the face. Seeing Yifan really bring out 100 million in cash, Dong Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He had not misjudged, Su Group would thrive once more. The distributors who had stood with Dong Fei felt deeply grateful for their choice. Any other decision would have cost them dearly. But on the other side, Huang Bo's group was in complete disarray. What is this, Huang Bo? Did you not say they had no money? Then what is this? Yes, I staked my entire career on this move. Now our contracts are terminated. What am I supposed to do? Huang Bo, are you trying to ruin us? Say something. What is going on? Huang Bo's face was ashen. He was so frustrated he wanted to tear his hair out. How the hell should I know what is going on? Fuck. He realized that Yun Feiyang's information must have been wrong. Yun Feiyang had been outplayed by Yifan and Sui Shue, and they had been misled in turn. As Sui Shue's assistant, Wang Fugue, and Zhao Linglong began counting the cash and calculating the amounts owed to each distributor, Huang Bo took a deep breath and forced himself forward. President Su, I was just joking earlier. Let us forget about today's payments. Please, be generous and give us a chance to make amends. Judge us by how we behave from now on. Though Huang Bo knew bowing his head was humiliating, dignity meant nothing compared to real money. After all, being a Su Group distributor meant 50% profit margins and a guaranteed market. Yes, President Su. I spoke out of turn just now. I am sorry. Exactly. President Su, we truly apologize. We were led astray by those bastards. Please give us another chance. I deserve to be slapped. One by one, the others followed Huang Bo's lead. Some even started slapping themselves. Their companions ground their teeth in anger. Damn it! If you want to apologize, fine, but what is with the slapping? Now what are we supposed to do? If we do not slap ourselves too, does that make us look insincere? Damn it! And so, the rest of them who still hoped for a second chance stood there and raised their hands against their own faces. Smack! 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 The conference room echoed with the rhythm of slapping. Just 10 minutes ago, these distributors had been endlessly arrogant, shouting about tearing Su Group apart and sending Sui Shue to the police station. Yet 10 minutes later, they had turned into cowards, groveling like dogs, wagging their tails at Sui Shue. Huang Bo hesitated. Seeing everyone else slapping their own faces, he had no choice but to bow before money. He smacked his own face hard. President Su, I am sorry. I deserve to die. I was wrong. Such a ridiculous sight left Sui Shue feeling both amazed and a little dismayed. But as for what should be done next, she was unsure. She turned to look at Yifan. Yifan gave a slight nod, then said coolly to Huang Bo and the others, President Huang, what is this? Do you have a tendency for self-abuse, or are you trying to swat mosquitoes? But there are no mosquitoes in the conference room. Sui Shue chose not to speak, leaving the decision entirely to Yifan. Everyone's heart sank. Today's scheme had clearly failed. Damn it! Did that mean the self-slapping was all for nothing? Young Master Yi, we would like to continue working with Su Group, for the sake of the partnership we once had, could we? Huang Bo trailed off, unable to finish even his own sentence. Partnership? Was that what they called trying to tear Su Group apart and send Su Yixue to the police station? Huang Bo, do you have any shame? Just now I stepped out to reason with you, to ask you to give it a day or two. How did you respond? Before Yifan could speak, Dong Fei could not help but scold him. You are not trying to work with Su Group. What you want is to keep milking Su Group for profit, is that not right? Su Yixue quietly filled Yifan in on how Dong Fei had helped earlier. Yifan instantly understood. When Dong Fei finished speaking, Yifan gave Huang Bo and the others a mocking look. We gave you a chance. You squandered it. Do not blame us. Take your money and leave. Even a dog knows to wag its tail at its master. But you are nothing but ungrateful wolves. Then Yifan turned and bowed respectfully to Dong Fei. Old Master Dong, thank you for stepping in at a critical moment to help Yixue. Therefore, I now declare that the market share once held by Huang Bo will be entirely transferred to you. He paused, then said, and I have another major announcement. General Songpa of Myanmar has cancelled his agency agreement with the Yun family in the provincial capital. As of yesterday, Su Group is the exclusive agent for General Songpa in Daxia. Do not look so surprised, General Songpa is an old friend of mine. Is it not natural for him to sign with my wife's company? Yifan's words were like a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned. Dong Fei and the distributors who had backed Su Group could hardly believe Su Group had such a hidden trump card, such airtight secrecy. To hold the exclusive agency for General Songpa's jadeite rough stones in Daxia, what did that mean? It meant Su Jewelry Group had leapt into the ranks of Daxia's top jewelry families. It meant jewelers not just in Yun City, but throughout Tiannan province, and even all of Daxia, would come courting Su Group. After all, only with jadeite rough stones could one produce jadeite. With this agency, Su Group would soon spread its distribution network nationwide. But the news was so explosive that everyone turned to Su Yixue for confirmation. Su Yixue nodded. What my husband said is true. General Songpa came to sign the contract yesterday. The reason our funds have been tight is because we paid him 100 million yuan as a deposit. The first shipment of raw stones, 20 shipping containers, will arrive in 1 week. Wow! With Su Yixue's confirmation, the room erupted in excitement. Several distributors near Dong Fei cheered and hugged one another in celebration. Damn, they had bet right. Su Group had become the national exclusive agent. Following Su Group now meant not just getting scraps, it meant soaring to new heights. Soon Su Group would be setting up networks across the country. The current distributors would naturally rise with them. County-level agents might end up managing entire cities or even provinces. Well done. Excellent. Yixue, I did not misjudge you. Even Dong Fei, advanced in age, could not contain his excitement. But on the other side, Huang Bo and his crowd were dumbfounded. Some even collapsed to the floor. I was a fool. Truly, such a fool. What a golden opportunity for riches. Continuing with Su Group could have meant tenfold or hundredfold returns. That opportunity had been in their hands, and they had thrown it away. To block a man's road to fortune is like killing his parents. And it was all because they had listened to Huang Bo. Huang Bo, I am going to kill you. Ah, bastard. Huang Bo, you ruined me. The distributors went wild, lunging at Huang Bo, pulling his hair, tearing his clothes, beating and kicking him without mercy. With Su Group holding this exclusive agency, and given their betrayal, Su Group could have them blacklisted industry-wide with a single word. It was a death blow. Yifan had not lifted a finger against them. He had merely announced two facts, and they had turned on each other like madmen. Once things had gone far enough, Yifan signaled the security guards to break it up and had the assistants hand over their payments. He did not want blood spilled at Su Group, but it was tough for these distributors. With hundreds of kilograms of cash for payments in the millions, they could hardly carry it out, yet now it was theirs to deal with. Su Group's internal crisis was finally resolved. Just as Su Yixue breathed a sigh of relief, she received a call and her expression changed dramatically. What? The flagship counter in the city center was smashed? The flagship store, Su Group's pride in Yun City, smashed in broad daylight in a shopping mall? I will go deal with it immediately. Before she could hang up, more calls came. President Su, store number 4 was just wrecked. Store number 2 as well. In just a few minutes, dozens of calls came in. Nearly every Su Group store in Yun City had been attacked. Husband, Su Yixue looked at Yifan, her eyes full of helplessness. Yifan pulled her into his arms, his gaze like ice. From what had happened earlier, and now these attacks, he knew it was Yun Feiyan behind it all. Do not worry. I will handle it. Yifan's voice was cold as steel. He turned to Wang Fugui. Old Wang, are those 100 bulldozers ready? I want them tonight. The Yun family had been warned before. If they would not learn, they would be flattened. They are ready. I will order them to gather at the Yun family estate immediately. Wang Fugui knew Yifan well and began making calls at once. Hearing the endless calls reporting attacks, Sui Shue could no longer sit still. Husband, I need to go check on the main store. What about here? Yifan understood her unspoken concern. This was his wife's company, of course he should help. Go, leave this to me. Be careful. For safety, he also called Li Hu. My wife is heading out on business. Send a few of the brothers to watch over her. Yifan intended only to protect her. He had not expected Yun Feiyan would really dare move against her. Such a huge upheaval had just taken place at Su Group, and Su Dong, who had been eagerly waiting to celebrate, was instantly dumbfounded. Why is this Yifan so damn troublesome? Su Dong quietly reported everything to Yun Feiyan. Upon receiving the news, Yun Feiyan was furious. Humph, it is that bastard Yifan again, ruining my plans time and time again. Fine. Then today I will definitely rape your wife and see if you still dare to act so cocky. Yun Feiyan's first wave of his plan was to incite the Su Group's distributors to create internal chaos. The second wave was to have the stores smashed. For this operation, Yun Feiyan had spent a large sum to hire Zhang Matzi, one of the 4 godfathers of Yun City. Zhang Matzi was someone who could go toe-to-toe with Li Hu, and he also hoped to use the Yun family's influence to rise to a higher position. So the two struck a deal with ease. And the third wave was to kidnap Sui Shue and then rape her. In truth, one had to admit, Yun Feiyang's schemes were not without intelligence. If it had been someone else, faced with such a series of coordinated attacks, they might have been left dazed and forced to act according to Yun Feiyang's script. Brother-in-law, Sui Shue has already left the company. Are you ready on your end? Su Dong called to report the moment Sui Shue left. But what Su Dong did not know was that the sound of his call, made secretly from the bathroom, was overheard by Wang Fugui, who had just come out. Connecting the dots about Su Dong's collusion with Yun Feiyan, Wang Fugui immediately sensed something terrible and hurried toward the conference room. This was no ordinary situation, his sister-in-law was surely in danger. Meanwhile, Yun Feiyan, in a suite at Yun City Grand Hotel, was dressed in a bathrobe. 3 cameras had already been set up in the room. Relax. The room is ready, the drug is ready, the cameras are ready too. Ha ha. I will even send you a little film of your sister so you can admire her fine figure. Ha? Of course. Ha ha. That bitch, acting all prim and proper, it is all fake. In the conference room, Yifan was overseeing the reluctant distributors as they settled their payments. Most of the distributors, including Huang Bo, had already finished their settlements. The sheer weight of the cash made it impossible to carry away in one go, so they had no choice but to call for help. Big brother, sister-in-law might be in danger. Just now I heard Su Dong calling Yun Feiyan, asking if he was ready. Maybe you should go after her? Leave this place to me, I can handle it. Wang Fugui urged anxiously. Before Yifan could respond, Li Hu called. Young Master Yi. Something is off. My men following President Su noticed she was being tailed by others too. Looks like Zhang Matzi's people, and I just got word, those who smashed President Su's stores today were also Zhang Matzi's men. I am gathering my men and heading there now. Li Hu's warning confirmed the danger. That bastard Zhang Matzi actually dares lay a hand on Su Group. Mobilize our people. Tonight we will wipe him out. A ruthless glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. The heir of the Yi family had returned, clearly not high profile enough yet. It was time to make an example. In the provincial capital, it would be the Yun family. In Yun City, it would start with Zhang Matzi. Understood. Thank you, young Master Yi. Li Hu could barely hide his glee. He and Zhang Matzi had been rivals for years, evenly matched and unable to best each other. But if anyone could crush Zhang Matzi, it was Yifan. His strength was astounding, and behind him stood the Yi family and the hidden Beiluo sect. Destroying Zhang Matzi would be as easy as drinking water. Yifan hung up and spoke firmly to Wang Fugui. This is in your hands now. Wang Fugui was skilled enough to keep these distributors in check. Yifan got up to leave. Zhao Linglong quickly followed. She had been ordered to stay by Yifan's side at all times. Hearing Yifan was going to a rescue, she could not stay behind. Though she knew no martial arts, she believed her brute strength could be of use. Yifan did not object. As they rushed out, he called Sui Shue. Wife, where are you now? I am on my way to the main store downtown, but the traffic is so heavy. There are several vans ahead and behind us driving slowly and swerving around. It is so annoying. Sui Shue sounded puzzled. What is it, husband? Is something wrong? She had no idea those vans were not random. They were Zhang Mozi's men, deliberately boxing her in. Time was tight. Yafan started the car and ordered, "Ishue, have the driver slow down and head toward a crowded area. Share your location with me, you are being followed. Do not be afraid. I am on my way." What? Su Ishue's eyes widened. In broad daylight, someone dared attempt a kidnapping? Thinking back on the distributor's earlier behavior and those suspicious vans, she quickly realized it was all Yun Feiyang's doing. She glanced around and saw the traffic was not heavy at all. The supposed jam was created by those vans. "Xiaowang, slow down and stop near that square." She opened location sharing and told the driver to stop near the square. There would be armed police and crowds. But she never expected what happened next. Instead of slowing down, Xiaowang hit the gas, turning into an alley. "President Su, I am sorry. They offered too much. Yun Xiao said they will not harm your life. Take care." And with that, Xiaowang leapt from the vehicle and vanished into the alley. What? Su Ishue was stunned. Her most trusted driver had betrayed her? Without hesitation, she jumped from the vehicle, trying to save herself and wait for Yifan. But the van stopped at the alley's entrance. A group of men in black approached, murderous intent in their eyes. "Miss Su, stop struggling. Come with us. Young Master Yun has prepared the room for you." Do you people have no respect for the law? In broad daylight, you dare to kidnap me? Su Ishue's heart burned with anxiety as she stared at the burly men closing in on her. She knew all too well what fate awaited her if she fell into Yun Feiyang's hands. Yun Feiyang had coveted her for a long time. If he defiled her, when even Yifan had not yet touched her, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Su Ishue swung her handbag at them, trying to fend them off. But as a frail woman before these burly men, she was nothing more than a lamb on the chopping block. The law? In Yun City, Brother Mozi is the law. The leader of the group sneered as he snatched Su Ishue's handbag and reached for her wrist. But just as his hand was about to touch her wrist, thud! A heavy sound rang out. A lean, swift figure burst from behind the thug. In a flash of steel, his blade severed the thug's arm cleanly. "The wife of my instructor? You dare lay hands on her? You're dead men." The man was none other than Li Hu, godfather of Yun City's underworld. He was not alone. Several of his fiercest men had come with him, along with those who had already been secretly following Su Ishue in another van. "Miss Su, stay behind us. Do not worry, young Master Yi is already on his way. He should be here in no more than 5 minutes." Li Hu said as he and his men formed a protective ring around Su Ishue. "Ah!" The thug who had lost his arm howled in pain. When he saw who had attacked, he roared, "Li Hu, are you fucking insane? You dare meddle in Brother Mozi's business? Tired of living, are you? When Brother Mozi gets here, you'll be finished." Everyone knew the long-standing enmity between Zhang Mozi and Li Hu. A showdown was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Humph. If Zhang Mozi dares show his face today, it will be his death day. Li Hu had long been hesitant to act against Zhang Mozi, knowing Zhang had gathered many martial arts experts. But now that Yifan had given the order to wipe out Zhang, Li Hu was filled with confidence. "Is that so? Li Hu, I am right here. I want to see how you will kill me today." Zhang Mozi's mocking voice echoed as footsteps rang out at the alley's entrance. His men blocked the exit, blades in hand. Zhang Mozi himself led them. His pockmarked face and scar gave him a vicious, terrifying appearance. Li Hu's face darkened as he took in the scene. Not only had Zhang Mozi come personally, but he had brought his top 8 lieutenants and several martial arts masters. Clearly, this was not just about capturing Su Ishue, they had come for him too. Though uneasy, Li Hu did not flinch. Yifan had promised to arrive in under 5 minutes. If he could hold out, Zhang Mozi would be done for. "Li Hu, you are not as dumb as you look. I hadn't planned to come personally, but when I heard you showed up, how could I pass up such a golden opportunity? What better place to bury you?" Zhang Mozi laughed. "I never meant to kill you so soon, but the chance is right here. I would be a fool not to take it. And do not bother looking around, the men you called for help won't make it, at least not before I kill you. Brothers, kill them all. Leave no one alive except Su Ishue." Zhang Mozi gave the order without hesitation, determined to leave no witnesses. "Boss, what do we do now?" Li Hu's men were growing anxious. No one had expected Zhang Mozi to come so swiftly or in such force. "You leave me be. Your only task is to protect Miss Su at all costs." "Yes, sir." Clang! Bang! The two sides clashed in the narrow alley. The confined space meant that although Zhang Mozi had numbers on his side, no more than 10 could engage at once. Li Hu's fighters, his strongest, held their own at first, repelling the first 2 waves. But as the third and fourth waves hit, their defense began to crumble. Several of Li Hu's men were already wounded, forcing them to tighten their protective circle around Su Yixue and retreat deeper into the alley. Your turn, Zhang Matzi said to the martial arts masters by his side. These were Yun Feiyan's elite, here to ensure Su Yixue's capture. Martial arts masters cutting through street thugs was like wolves in a flock of sheep. Li Hu's men fell rapidly. The masters ignored them, focusing on Su Yixue. Li Hu, bleeding and staggering, planted himself before her, his blade raised in defiance. Touch her, and I swear you will die with no grave to call your own. The masters ignored him. 2 punches sent Li Hu reeling, blood spraying from his mouth. He had some martial skill, but nothing compared to trained masters. That he stayed on his feet at all was remarkable. Spurt! Li Hu coughed blood, using his last strength to cry. Miss Su, run! Young Master Yi will be here any second. He glanced at his watch, 4 minutes 40 seconds. Just 20 more seconds, and Yifan would arrive. 20 seconds to save her. 20 seconds to save himself. Still trying to run? Yun Xiao ordered us to strip you and deliver you to his suite. Time for us to enjoy ourselves first. The masters grabbed Su Yixue's arms, leering as they tried to tear at her clothes. Bastards! You want to die? Li Hu lunged, slashing one master with his blade, and bit into the other's arm, drawing blood. You son of a bitch, the master howled. Want to die? I'll help you. He drew his blade and plunged it toward Li Hu's heart. At a critical moment, a battle blade suddenly flew through the air, severing the martial arts expert's arm clean off. At the same time, the roar of an engine echoed from outside the alley. A motorcycle shot into the air, skimming along the alley wall parallel to the ground, speeding towards Li Hu and Su Yixue. The rider was none other than Yifan. As he drew near to Su Yixue, Yifan leapt from the motorcycle, seized it with both hands, and swung it like a massive weapon, smashing it towards the 2 martial arts experts beside her. Boom! Boom! Although these 2 martial artists were at the peak of the internal force realm, they were nothing in the face of Yifan's might. They could not last even a second before being sent flying, their bones shattering mid-air, spraying mouthfuls of blood before crashing to the ground. After a few convulsions, they fell completely still. My wife, it is over now, Yifan said, pulling Su Yixue into his embrace, gently patting her back. Su Yixue's anxious heart finally eased. She knew Yifan's strength well. As long as he was there, these thugs were no threat at all. Seeing Yifan arrive, Li Hu also relaxed, his taut nerves giving way. His body swayed as he nearly collapsed to the ground, but Yifan swiftly stepped forward to catch him, sealing a few acupoints on Li Hu's shoulder to stop the bleeding. Are you all right? Yifan could tell that Li Hu's energy was utterly drained, like a lamp running out of oil. As he supported Li Hu, Yifan channeled a stream of internal energy into him, helping to replenish his strength. With this energy entering him, Li Hu immediately felt somewhat revived. Overjoyed, he quickly replied, Instructor, I am fine. Luckily, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have brought shame upon myself before you. Yifan nodded. You did well today, but your strength is too weak. Take this, and after you return, train hard. Your cultivation must at least break through to the realm of mastery. Otherwise, as a leader, you are far too feeble. As he spoke, Yifan tossed a 3rd-grade elixir to Li Hu. Although even 4th-grade elixirs were difficult for Yifan to acquire, the Northern Falling Sect had many 3rd-grade ones. These were precious, but of little use to Yifan now. To Li Hu, however, a 3rd-grade elixir was a priceless treasure. Despite their considerable influence and wealth in Cloud City, people like Li Hu had no way to access elixirs like this, no matter how much money they had. Holding the vial in his hand, even before opening the lid, Li Hu could smell the rich aroma and sense the powerful energy within. His voice trembled with excitement. Thank you, instructor. Thank you. I will dedicate myself to you with all my heart from this day on. This was a 3rd-grade elixir, a treasure countless masters dreamed of, and Yifan had simply given it to him. With its power, Li Hu could easily break through to the mastery realm, and if fortune favored him, he might even become a grandmaster. Li Hu's injured men on the ground all looked at him with envy. Yifan, smiling faintly, did not hold back. He took out a pack of 1st-grade elixirs and tossed it to them. Here are some 1st-grade elixirs. You have worked hard protecting my wife today. Take these and use them. Under Li Hu's guidance, you too should be able to advance as martial artists. Thank you, young Master Yi. In that moment, everyone felt that their efforts today had been worth it. An elixir that could let you step into the martial arts world, the path ahead would surely be much smoother. Yifan's sudden appearance and swift action happened in the blink of an eye. Zhang Matzi and the others had not even had time to react. By the time they did, Yifan had already rescued Su Yixue and saved Li Hu from certain death. Zhang Matzi had been worried that Yifan brought an army. But seeing Yifan alone, he calmed down at once. So this is the so-called good-for-nothing young master of the Yi family? There are many who want you dead these days. The Lin family patriarch even said he would pay 100 million for your head. As he spoke, greed flickered in Zhang Matzi's eyes as he stared at Yifan. Yifan, you walked right into this. When you are in the underworld, do not blame us. Kill them. Leave no one alive. Zhang Matzi's gaze turned ruthless as he gave the order. Li Hu, do you think joining Yifan will save you? The Yi family will soon fall. Today is the day you all die. As Zhang Matzi shouted, he brandished his battle blade, intending to attack Yifan. Yifan stared coldly at Zhang Matzi, his body radiating killing intent. Without hesitation, he stomped on the ground, grabbed the motorcycle, and charged into the crowd. Bang! 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 Yifan, who had surpassed the martial sovereign level, saw these thugs as mere ants. He swept through them, swinging the motorcycle like a whirlwind, cutting a path through the mob. In less than a minute, over 100 of Zhang Matzi's men were down, including his so-called 8 elite guards and martial experts, all crushed like paper before Yifan. Are you even human? Zhang Matzi lay on the ground, his legs and arms broken. He stared at the scene in utter shock. Who the fuck said the Yi family's young master was useless? This bastard was like a demon god. Boom! To Zhang Matzi's despair, their business car at the alley's entrance was smashed apart by a single punch from a beautiful woman, then kicked away. It was Zhao Linglong. After clearing the way, she led Li Hu's reinforcements into the fray. It was clear that Zhang Matzi's blocking force had been wiped out. Besides Yifan, even a girl on his side was this fierce? Seeing this, Zhang Matzi knew he had lost. Zhang Matzi, never thought you would see this day, did you? Li Hu pressed his boot against Zhang Matzi's chest, looking down at him with mocking eyes. Zhang Matzi knew he would not survive. It was Yun Feiyang who sent me to capture Su Yixue. He is in the Supreme Suite on the 8th floor of the Cloud City Grand Hotel. Also, Lin Hua, the Lin family patriarch, told me to seize a chance to kill Yifan. Yang Tao and Su Chao from the group are their men too. I have told you everything. Give me a quick death. Li Hu looked to Yifan for instruction. When Yifan nodded, Li Hu swung his blade and killed Zhang Matzi on the spot. Thus ended the life of a tyrant who once ruled his territory. Naturally, Li Hu took over Zhang Matzi's domain entirely. After today's battle, Li Hu was destined to become Cloud City's greatest underworld leader. But that is another story. When Yifan and Li Hu stormed the Cloud City Grand Hotel, they were too late. Yun Feiyang had already fled, though he left behind cameras and potions. Pack all of this. I am heading to the provincial capital. I will use it all on Yun Feiyang. Yifan ordered grimly, then called Wang Fuguei. Have those 100 bulldozers assemble at the Yun family estate. We are going to the provincial capital now. Understood, everything is ready. We will take a helicopter and be there in less than 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, at the Yun family estate gates, Yifan, Wang Fuguei, and Zhao Linglong disembarked from the helicopter. Outside the estate, 100 bulldozers surrounded it, engines roaring, waiting for Yifan's command. Young Master Yi, everything is ready. Just give the word, the bulldozer captain reported respectfully. Under the night sky, the Yun family saw the estate surrounded and rushed to the gate. What is this about? Is there no law anymore? Do they want to level our Yun family? Who the fuck has the guts? Yun Baidian, initially confused, recognized Yifan and Wang Fuguei and understood. He had already heard Yun Feiyang's plea for help 10 minutes earlier. Young Master Yi, I am sorry. Please, spare our Yun family this once. Yun Baidian had learned how formidable Yifan was. Even General Songpa treated him with respect. How could the Yun family stand against him? Yifan glared coldly at him. Spare you? I warned you last time, if you dared trouble my wife again, I would flatten your Yun family. Did you think I was joking? You tried to seize my wife, bribed channels to blockade Su Group, smashed their counters, and even tried to violate my wife. You think I, Yifan, am so easy to bully? Yifan shouted, then ordered, do it. Level the Yun family. Just as Yifan was about to give the order, Yun Baidian was so regretful he wanted to slap himself in the face. Had he known Yifan was this powerful, he would never have allowed his overbearing son to go to Cloud City, would never have let Yun Feiyang provoke Su Yixue and thus offend Yifan. Even after Yifan, through General Songpa, had already warned the Yun family, he should not have indulged Yun Feiyang further in targeting the Su Group while trying to salvage the cooperation opportunity with General Songpa. As for the force backing Su Yixue's mother, it was said to be truly formidable, capable of standing against the 4 great Holy Lands. But Yin Feiyang had tried to take a shortcut by seducing Sui Xue to gain her mother's support. How could things ever be that easy? Sui Xue and Yifan had always been deeply in love. Sui Xue would even let Yifan go out and flirt with other women if he wished, and behind Yifan stood the mighty Yi family. How could a mere Yun family ever hope to compete? Young Master Yi, I beg you. Yun Badian fell to his knees, crawling a few steps towards Yifan. Seeing the Yun family members still standing motionless, Yun Badian shouted at them, "What are you all standing around for? Kneel and beg young Master Yi." Yun Badian looked at Yifan with a face full of pleading. "Young Master Yi, it was all the fault of my foolish son Yin Feiyang. I will take full responsibility for everything. You can take my life if you wish, but please spare the Yun family." For a brief moment, Yifan hesitated. But before Yifan could speak, someone from the Yun family jumped out. "Second uncle, why are you kneeling to this bastard? So what if he brought bulldozers? Our Yun family is not afraid of anyone. Besides, our cousin has already returned to the provincial capital to fetch reinforcements from young Master Kong. When they arrive, we will see who ends up crying. Everyone, do not be afraid. Grab your weapons. If anyone dares to touch a hair on our heads, we will kill them. When has our Yun family ever been afraid? That is right. What are we afraid of? They only have 3 people. We have 30 bodyguards. We can easily defeat them." "Exactly. They have come to our doorstep. We must make them pay the price." That Yifan fellow should crawl over and apologize to the Yun family right now, and maybe we will spare him. The one who spoke was Yun Biao, Yun Boshan's nephew, as fierce as his name suggested. Spurred on by him, the Yun family members began to clamor, some even pulling out blades and weapons, preparing for a fight. "Shut up! If you do not want to die, get down on your knees." Yun Badian was beside himself with panic. They really did not understand how powerful Yifan was. His family was the leader of the 6 great clans of Daxia. Everyone thought the Yi family was weakened after the attack 3 years ago, but in truth, Yifan had been biding his time, growing stronger. The power structure of Daxia was about to change. "So this is how your Yun family admits its fault?" Yifan's gaze was icy as he looked at Yun Badian. The Yun family would be destroyed today. Before Yun Badian could speak, a dozen vans pulled up at the gate. Yun Feiyang, leading a group of black-clad bodyguards with blades drawn, charged out. Seeing his father kneeling before Yifan, he roared, "Yifan, do you want to die? Young Master Kong, this is the man. Kill him, and I will double whatever reward I promised you." Yun Feiyang beckoned to a young master in sunglasses, preparing to attack Yifan. In Cloud City, Yifan's territory, Yun Feiyang dared not act rashly. But back in the provincial capital, he thought he was safe. He had invited young Master Kong of a powerful family to bring their elite blackguards to kill Yifan. Just as young Master Kong was about to speak, Zhao Linglong beside Yifan sprang into action, dashing towards the business car he had arrived in. Boom! With a savage punch, Zhao Linglong sent the 1-ton vehicle flying over 10 meters away. When my young Master Yi is handling something, this is what happens to anyone who dares interfere. Zhao Linglong's voice was sweet, but her words carried such force that no one dared take her lightly. "I am Zhao Linglong, the only precious daughter of the Zhao family. Anyone who defies young Master Yi is declaring war on my Zhao family. You are welcome to try." This time, without waiting for Yifan's command, Zhao Linglong had taken the initiative. Her attitude towards Yifan had begun to change as she realized he was not as the rumors claimed. Though the Zhao family kept a low profile, few in the southwest did not know their name. The might of a hidden aristocratic clan was no joke. Young Master Kong swallowed his words. The Yun family had provoked the wrong people this time. The Zhao family supported Yifan, who would dare act recklessly now. Wait. Yifan? The Yi family? Kong Fei suddenly connected the dots. This Yifan was from the Yi family, Daxia's most powerful clan, the very young Master Yi who had stirred up the Xin and Lin families' engagement banquet? Fuck! Yun Feiyang, you are going to get me killed. Understanding at last, especially seeing Yun Badian still kneeling, Kong Fei panicked. "Young Master Yi, I am sorry. I was tricked by that bastard. I did not know it was you." Kong Fei bowed deeply several times, calling for his men to retreat 100 meters at once. "Young Master Kong, but you promised me." Yun Feiyang was desperate. With Kong Fei gone, he had lost his greatest support. What could the Yun family do now? "Young Master Yi, Yun Feiyang looked at Yifan in terror, his legs giving out beneath him. I was wrong." Yun Feiyang had orchestrated 3 attacks in Cloud City, disrupted the Su group, smashed their counters, planned to kidnap Sui Shui and force himself on her, and all had been thwarted by Yifan with ease. Now, Back in the provincial capital, even the reinforcements he summoned had fled in fear. He was utterly hopeless. Now you know you were wrong? Where was this realization before? Yifan stared coldly at him. I gave you chances. When you first harassed my wife, I let it go. When you came to our villa, I merely taught you a lesson. Even after General Songpa's contract, I warned you again. Did you really think I am so easy to bully? No. I just wanted to send you to hell. Die. Yun Feiyang, still kneeling, suddenly drew a desert eagle and aimed it at Yifan's chest, pulling the trigger. Ha! Yifan, let us see you dodge a bullet. Even now, Yun Feiyang sought to kill Yifan. Yun Badian shut his eyes in despair. No. Click. Before Yun Feiyang could fire, Yifan swept his hand across the gun, disassembling it in an instant. The pieces clattered to the ground. Bang! Yifan kicked Yun Feiyang in the chest. His internal force shattered Yun Feiyang's organs. Blood streamed from his orifices. Though his life force was destroyed, he would not die immediately. Yun Feiyang had booked a hotel room, dreaming of defiling Yifan's woman. Yifan would see him off properly. Old Wang, are the attack dogs and drugs ready? Wang Fugue nodded. The container is right there, prepared for him. Let him enjoy his last wild night. As Wang Fugue dragged Yun Feiyang away, Yifan waved his hand. The 100 bulldozers roared to life. Together they advanced, and the Grand Yun family estate collapsed under their blades. Amid clouds of dust and crashing timber, a family's fall was witnessed. Not far away, Kong Fei trembled in fear, his gaze at Yifan filled with awe. What dominance! This young master Yi truly dared to flatten it. On the surface, it was the estate being razed, but in truth, it was the annihilation of the Yun family. Yun Feiyang's cousin, still oblivious to the danger, rushed forward, attempting to block the bulldozers, thinking they would stop because someone was in the way. But the result was that he was crushed beneath the machine without even managing a scream. This scene left everyone utterly shocked. Those Yun family disciples who had planned to join Yun Biao in blocking the bulldozers now panicked, scrambling to escape from between the machines. My jade bracelet, what a pity, and my safe. The Yun family members were still lamenting the treasures and wealth they had stored in the house. But what they did not realize was that from this moment on, the once prestigious Yun family of the provincial capital was finished. Yun Badian collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering, "Ancestors of the Yun family. I have failed you. I have failed you." On the other side, loud noises erupted from the nearby container, followed by Yun Feiyang's anguished howls. No, please no. I cannot take it anymore, let me out. What happens when you force down those potions meant for women on Yun Feiyang and lock him in with a pack of attack dogs? The image is too gruesome to imagine. The sight of 100 bulldozers gathered at the gates of the Yun family estate drew attention from many other prominent families in the provincial capital. The Kong family, the Liao family, the Yin family, the Zhou family. Each sent representatives to quietly observe the scene. When they saw Yifan truly flattening the Yun family estate, they were stunned, reporting back to their families and uploading videos online. The Yun family destroyed by a mysterious master. What is it like when 100 bulldozers flatten an estate? The Yun family of the provincial capital is finished. Various short videos began to spread across the internet, sparking a frenzy. In the provincial capital, all the great families became tense. What? Yifan has come to the provincial capital? That harbinger of disaster, what is he here for? Pass the word, if anyone in the family sees him, keep far away. Good heavens, that Yifan is not to be messed with. He dares to wipe out even the Yun family? Who says the Yi family has declined? Someone, track Yifan's movements. I need a way to accidentally run into him. This man is destined for greatness. Yifan's brazen actions were like a stone thrown into the calm lake of the provincial capital, sending ripples far and wide. All Yun family assets and stocks immediately plummeted. Standing at the gate of the demolished Yun estate, Yifan suddenly thought of someone. Xian Yufei. She had once been chosen as his fiancée, and his grandfather had said that over the years the Xian family had secretly supported the Yi family. Even though the engagement was dissolved, they had not sided with the Lin family in the end. Yifan decided to send the Xian family a gift. Ex-wife? Just as Yifan was about to call Xian Yufei, her call came through first. Yifan, you must be careful. Try not to go out unnecessarily. I heard the Lin family has hired experts from the Blood Robe sect, 3 of them at once, and the Goose sect has reportedly sent assassins too. They are all after you. Please stay safe. If you need help, I can lend you my best fighters. Blood Robe sect? Humph. If they did not come for him, he would have gone to find them. Besides, though it appeared Yifan only had Wang Fugui and Zhao Linglong with him, in the shadows there was also Han Shui guarding him. Hanzhua was a master of grandmaster level or higher, skilled in stealth and assassination, with combat power equal to a martial sovereign. With such a bodyguard, ordinary assassins could not even get close to Yifan. And Yifan's own strength now left him unafraid of such trash. All right. I understand. I was just about to call you, ex-wife, to thank you for warning me. I have decided to give you a gift. Pausing briefly, Yifan continued, I have flattened the Yun family estate. All their stock prices are plunging right now. If you wish, you could buy them up and take over their industries. What? Xian Yufei was stunned for several seconds. Yifan had really flattened the Yun family? But thinking of Yifan's terrifying means, she quickly accepted it. Yes, Yifan was capable of such a thing. Thank you. Xian Yufei said tenderly. Are you still in the provincial capital? When will you return? I would like to invite you to dinner. The affection in her voice was like water. How could Yifan not understand her intent? A dinner? This girl clearly wanted more than just food. We will see. Since he had come to the provincial capital, besides dealing with the Yun family, Yifan still had to settle accounts with the Zhou family. The Zhou family had been one of the direct accomplices in the attack on the Yi family years ago, unlike the Zhao family, who had stayed neutral. They were also involved in the affairs of Royal No. 1 and his junior sister's business. Yifan would not let them off. In the Zhou estate, Zhou Ming, the patriarch, watched the video of the Yun family's destruction, his face dark. Humph, that Yifan is too arrogant, daring to act so wantonly in the provincial capital. Does no one intend to stop him? Because of Royal No. 1's business, the Zhou family had clashed with Yifan twice already. Zhou Tao had tried to assassinate Su Chan and ran into Yifan by chance. He was killed. The Zhou family steward had tried to negotiate with Su Yun to seize Royal No. 1 but was killed when Yifan posed as Yi Jun Tian. Though Zhou Ming lacked direct evidence, he was certain that Yifan was behind the deaths of his son and steward. Patriarch, do you think Yifan has come to the provincial capital to target us next? A nervous assistant asked. He is a madman. He dared flatten the Yun family. If he finds out we took part in the attack on the Yi family back then. Shut up, Zhou Ming was rattled. Ever since Yifan's return and Zhou Tao's death, he had not slept well. Back then, they were told the Yi family would be destroyed. Yifan had his kidneys ripped out and was supposed to be a cripple. But now, how did he look crippled? What was Lin Hua doing? Had he not hired the Blood Robe sect to kill Yifan? Zhou Ming's contact in the capital, Su Hao, had promised to bring masters from the Holy Lands to ambush Yifan. But nothing had happened yet. Zhou Ming could only pin his hopes on the Lin family. He immediately called Lin Hua. Patriarch Lin, what is going on? Did you not hire the Blood Robe sect? How is Yifan still running wild in the provincial capital? On the other end, Lin Hua, who had also seen the video of the Yun family's destruction, was filled with unease. The Yun family had only provoked Yifan's wife Su group, and Yifan had flattened their estate. The Lin family had been one of the main attackers of the Yi family back then. Given Yifan's temperament, would he not grind the Lin family to dust? If Yifan was allowed to continue like this, the Lin family would be next. The second wave of Blood Robe sect assassins will arrive in Cloud City tonight. Yifan will not survive past tomorrow night. Besides, our Lin family will launch an all-out attack on the Yi family. With the operation led by Lafayette from America, the Yi family is doomed. Lin Hua sounded especially confident this time. For apart from the Lin family and their allies who wanted the Yi family destroyed, even the imperial family of Daxia no longer wished for the Yi family to remain so powerful. Good. Zhou Ming finally let out a quiet sigh of relief after hearing Lin Hua's words. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming turned to his assistant and asked, how is the matter with that little slut Su Yun from Royal No. 1 coming along? We seized their club last month, and now they are dreaming of taking it back? The assistant quickly replied, Patriarch, rest assured, I have already arranged for people to keep an eye on her at all times. We are just waiting for your command, and we can act whenever you say the word. Zhou Ming snorted coldly and nodded. Humph, that little slut even dared to collude with Yifan, leading to the death of my own brother and son, and now she has the audacity to come to the provincial capital. If I do not kill her, I will die with regret. The assistant added with a wicked grin, Patriarch, what a pity it would be to just kill her outright. You have seen Su Yun yourself, she is stunning. Before killing her, you could at least enjoy her. It would also serve as a warning to that bitch from the Su family. You are right. Where is that slut Su Yun now? I want to see her begging beneath me. She is at the Huadu Grand Hotel. Patriarch, please, allow me to lead the way. Huadu Grand Hotel, room 901. Su Yun had just finished bathing and was lying on the bed in a sheer nightdress, her fair feet bare, swinging her legs while watching videos. The Yin family estate in the provincial capital flattened by a mysterious master? Such a sensational video immediately drew Su Yun's attention. When she played it a second time, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the footage. Yafan? He is here in the provincial capital too. So it was him who flattened the Yun family? My god. Su Yun sat up on the bed, the fabric slipping from one shoulder, exposing her fair collarbone, though she did not notice. She was aware of how the Yun family had been suppressing the Su group recently. And now, Yafan had actually used bulldozers to flatten the Yun family estate. Was this not a case of a hero getting angry for the sake of a beauty? Su Yun could not help but feel a twinge of envy for Su Yixue. What a fortunate woman to have such a good husband. But at the same time, Su Yun felt injustice for Su Chan. Yifan was originally Su Chan's senior brother, their relationship going back to childhood. Yifan was right there before her, yet Su Chan dared not acknowledge him. That night, Su Chan's cowardice had led to Su Yun being taken advantage of by Yifan. Thinking of what Yifan had done to her that night, Su Yun's heart began to race. Humph, that scoundrel. He took advantage of me and now wants to act as if nothing happened? After some thought, Su Yun decided to call Yifan and invite him out for a late-night snack. This was not for herself, no, it was for Su Chan. Yes, that was it. Since Su Chan would not take the initiative, Su Yun would do it for her and help win Yifan over. Seeing that the Yun family estate had been leveled, a cold smile appeared on Yifan's lips. He signaled subtly into the darkness. Hidden there was Manhwa. Yifan understood well that to cut the weeds, one must remove the roots. Since the Yun family wanted him dead, Yifan would show no mercy. To be kind to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself. Not one of the Yun family's core members would be left alive. But Yifan did not need to act personally. As the top assassin of the Northern Falling sect, Manhwa had 100 ways to eliminate them. Car accidents? Suicides? Poisoning? None of these required Yifan to lift a finger. Just as Yifan was about to turn and leave, Su Yun's call came through. A devilish smile appeared on his face as he answered. What is it? Is Sister Yun ready to fulfill her promise? Yifan deliberately teased her. That night, Su Yun had begged Yifan to help intimidate Zhou Ming's envoys at the negotiation. The price she offered, she would give herself to Yifan if he agreed to assist Royal Number 1. On the other end of the call, Su Yun's face flushed red. Ah, you are so bad. But if I dare offer, do you dare come? I happen to be in the provincial capital too. After a moment's shyness, Su Yun quickly regained her composure. After all, she was the public face of the club. Though she kept herself clean, she was a mature woman who knew how to handle herself. You are in the provincial capital too? Yifan was surprised. Are you here on business? Yes. That junior sister you think of as Chu Yen came to handle some matters here and ran into trouble. I came to help. Su Yun replied. Chu Yen again? Yifan smiled faintly. By now, thanks to the Yi family's connections and the revived Northern Falling Sect's resources, he had learned the truth, that Chu Yen was none other than Su Chan, the girl brought back from the sect years ago. But since Su Yun did not speak of it, Yifan chose not to expose it. Very well. Where are you? I will come find you. Since his junior sister was in trouble, how could Yifan stand by? Before Su Yun could even invite him, he was already set to go. Room 901, Huadu Grand Hotel. I will wait for you. When she hung up, her voice was deliberately soft and alluring. At the hotel, upon hearing that Yifan would come see her, Su Yun quickly freshened up, reapplied her makeup, and changed into a low-cut white t-shirt, her appearance enchanting and full of allure. Humph, I do not believe that with all my charm, I cannot win a bit of your heart back. I will fight for Xiao Chan. Little did she know that in Yifan's heart, Su Chan already held an important place. What Su Yun was doing would only sacrifice herself in vain. Once ready, Su Yun went downstairs to wait for Yifan at the entrance. After all, even if something were to happen later, they should at least eat first. Creak! Just as Su Yun stepped outside the hotel, several business vehicles stopped in front of her. Zhou Ming and his men got out, surrounding her. Zhou Ming? What do you want? Su Yun's eyes showed a flicker of fear. She had come to the provincial capital to help Su Chan recover the property that the Zhou family had seized. But before she and Su Chan could act, Zhou Ming had found her. And judging from his expression, he clearly had bad intentions today. Humph, what do I want? Su Yun, do you really not know what you did to my son in Cloud City? Or my brother? Or my steward? Do not tell me it had nothing to do with you. Zhou Ming's gaze swept over her, and when he saw her slender waist, his eyes lit up. A rare beauty indeed. Zhou Ming, do not talk nonsense. Where is your proof that I killed your son? And what do the deaths of Ling Tian and the others have to do with me? Su Yun knew full well it had been Yifan's doing, but Yifan had covered his tracks perfectly. There was no way Zhou Ming could have evidence. Proof? Zhou Ming, need proof? If I say you did it, that is enough. You and that slut Su Chan will not escape. Seize her. And she dares dream of taking back what we took? Never. You dare. Su Yun, who did not know martial arts, saw several bodyguards approaching. She swung her handbag in an attempt to drive them away, but it was useless. 2 bodyguards grabbed her arms and tried to drag her away by force. By now, a crowd had gathered at the hotel entrance. Though the onlookers pitted Su Yun, not a single one dared to intervene. Even the security guards of the Huadu Grand Hotel acted as if they had seen nothing, turning their heads to the side. Sigh. That is the Zhou family. Who would dare provoke them? Exactly. I heard the Zhou family has the backing of the Su family from the capital. In the future, they will certainly dominate this region. Even the patrol division would have to show them respect. Despicable. The Zhou family is all the same. I heard that Zhou Tao and Zhou Ming, father and son, forced the same girl to spend the night with them 2 nights in a row. My God, birds of a feather indeed, ha! Just as Su Yun was about to be dragged into the hotel by Zhou Ming's men, a BMW stopped at the entrance. Su Chan and an assistant rushed out of the car. What are you trying to do? Su Chan shouted as she charged forward, landing a punch that sent the 2 bodyguards beside Su Yun flying. Su Chan had once studied martial arts alongside Yifan at the Northern Falling Sect. Although she lacked Yifan's talent and strength, she had still reached the peak of mastery, half a step into the Grandmaster realm. Dealing with Zhou Ming's bodyguards was easy for her. Several more martial artists beside Zhou Ming tried to step in, but before they could reach Su Yun, Su Chan had already knocked them to the ground. Zhou Ming, you have grown bolder and bolder. Do not forget your place. The Zhou family is nothing more than a vassal of the Su family. Do you think you can ignore me? Let me remind you, my grandfather is still alive. Years ago, the Su family had paid a great price to rescue Su Chan from the Northern Falling Sect during the attack. That was because, at the time, her grandfather controlled the entire family. It had always been his intention that Su Chan would one day inherit the Su family. When he was still in good health, he personally assigned all the southwestern assets to Su Chan, including several clubs in Cloud City, major hotels in the provincial capital, and hidden casinos. Later, for reasons unknown, her grandfather fell gravely ill and unconscious. Power shifted to Su Hao with the support of the elders. Su Hao marginalized and even tried to eliminate Su Chan, forcing her not only out of the family core but out of the provincial capital's businesses as well. In the end, she could only survive in Cloud City. Ha! Su Chan, so you finally show yourself. Zhou Ming was not flustered at all. In fact, there was a glint of delight in his eyes. It is true that I should be loyal to the Su family, but unfortunately, it is young Master Su Hao who now holds power. And your grandfather, as long as young Master Su Hao wishes, he could die at any time. Do you understand? You? Zhou Ming's words made Su Chan's chest heave in anger. And beneath his words, she heard a deeper truth: grandfather's illness. Su Hao's doing. Damn him. How could he? Zhou Ming sneered. Only now do you realize it? Too late. Young Master Su Hao's exact order was to kill you both on sight. So, forgive me, seize them. He barked at his bodyguards. But Su Chan was unfazed. Humph. Zhou Ming, without any true experts sent by Su Hao, you think you can kill me with this rabble? Dream on. Within the Zhou family, only the old patriarch or perhaps their steward Ling Tian could make Su Chan wary. But just a few days ago, Su Yun had said that Ling Tian had been killed by Yi Jun Tian. The Zhou family was already severely weakened. This was why Su Chan had dared to come and reclaim the lost businesses. Having operated for so many years in the southwest and Tiannan provinces, Su Chan, as a direct descendant of the Su family, still had some loyal followers. Her assistant Yao Tong, who had come from the capital with her, was one of the most trusted, second only to Su Yun. Is that so? Su Chan, you are overconfident. Zhou Ming smiled faintly and signaled Yao Tong with his eyes. In the next instant, to Su Chan's shock, Yao Tong struck. ZZZZT. The stun baton in Yao Tong's hand jabbed into Su Chan's waist. The powerful electric shock made her body convulse violently. She turned to him, eyes wide in disbelief. Yao Tong, you. She had never imagined that her most trusted aide would betray her at the crucial moment. I am sorry, Mississippi. They offered too much. Young Master Su Hao promised that if I delivered you, he would marry me. And honestly, miss, there is no future following you. Yao Tong withdrew the baton, showing no remorse. Su Chan closed her eyes in despair. Such a fool. She actually believed Su Hao would marry her. Did Yao Tong not know what kind of person Su Hao was? Well done. Miss Yao, you do not mind if I enjoy myself with them in the hotel before we finish them off, do you? Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Chan captured, his gaze towards the two women full of wicked intent. Two beauties at once, what bliss that would be. Hurry up. The longer we wait, the more risk there is. Yao Tong frowned. Although she had agreed to Zhou Ming's plan, seeing Su Chan's face made her uneasy. Actually, let us kill Su Chan first. Just in case. That works too. Zhou Ming was stunned for a moment but then understood. His pupils widened. This Yao Tong was no stranger to such ruthless schemes. Fine. Zhou Ming glared fiercely at Su Chan and asked Yao Tong, you or me? Yao Tong hesitated, then handed him the blade. You should do it, Patriarch Zhou. Zhou Ming nodded and, without hesitation, raised the blade and drove it toward Su Chan's heart. Zhou Ming, may you die a terrible death. When my senior brother finds out, he will not spare you. Paralyzed by the electric shock, Su Chan had no strength left. She could only watch the blade coming at her, powerless to resist. No! Su Yan tried to break free to help, but the bodyguards held her tight. Just as Su Chan closed her eyes in despair, a cold voice rang out, touch a single hair on her head, and you die. The next instant, Zhou Ming found that the hand holding the blade could not move forward at all. It was as if an iron clamp had locked onto his wrist. Who the fuck dares interfere in Zhou family business? He started to bark, but halfway through the words, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That voice just now, Zhou Ming knew it too well. Although Zhou Ming had never met Yafan face to face, his subordinates had reported every detail about Yafan, including recordings of his voice. Zhou Ming could not be more familiar with it. Was this damned harbinger of disaster not supposed to still be at the Yun family's estate? Zhou Ming had deliberately chosen this window of time, certain that Yafan would not be here, which was why he rushed to act. And in the end, Yafan still appeared at the scene. Fuck! Was Yafan born to be the Zhou family's nemesis? Crack! A violent surge of force erupted from Yifan's hand, instantly crushing Zhou Ming's wrist. The shockwave shattered the blade Zhou Ming held, the fragments clattering to the ground. Humph! And when your Zhou family attacked my Yi family back then, did you ever imagine this day would come? Yifan let out a cold snort, then kicked Zhou Ming's chest with a strike infused with fierce energy. As Zhou Ming's body flew backward, a sharp crack of breaking ribs echoed from his chest. Ah! Zhou Ming let out a pig-like screech, spewing blood from his mouth. His chest felt like it had collapsed inward, a visible dent forming where his ribs were all shattered. Each breath felt like his lungs had been pierced. Yifan, you. From Yifan's words, Zhou Ming realized Yifan had uncovered the truth behind the attack on the Yi family. The Lin family and Zhou family had both been exposed. That explained why Yifan had so brutally killed Zhou Tao and the Zhou family's steward Ling Tian. Linking everything together, Zhou Ming understood at last. Otherwise, if it were only over the royal number 1 affair, Yifan would not have gone so far as to kill Ling Tian and Zhou Tao. For a grudge as deep as wiping out one's clan, if Zhou Ming were in Yifan's place, he too would leave no enemy alive. Junior sister, you have suffered. Bang! Bang! Yifan punched the two bodyguards beside Su Chan, sending them flying. He reached out and pulled Su Chan into his embrace, channeling energy into her body to help her quickly recover her strength. Senior brother. Su Chan already knew of Yifan's actions in Cloud City and the provincial capital. All signs now pointed to the fact that her senior brother had regained his strength. And if he had already uncovered so much about the enemies who attacked the Yi family, then her identity was no longer a secret. There was no point hiding it any longer. Forgive me for not daring to acknowledge you before. I was afraid to drag you down. Su Chan's voice began to tremble with tears. Back then, they all said you were dead. Master was dead too. All these years, I could not find any trace of you. Sob. For 3 years, over 1,000 days and nights, Su Chan had longed for Yifan, for every memory they shared. She had tried more than once to find news of him, but with the chaos within the Su family, and later with her own survival on the line, she had no strength left to search for Yifan. Until that day, when they reunited in Cloud City. At that time, she had feared only that she would bring him harm. But now, Yifan had returned with unparalleled strength, already settling accounts with the Zhou family. Even if she stayed hidden, those people would soon notice him anyway. 3 years of suppressed emotion erupted before him in that moment. Yifan gently kissed her forehead, letting her lean against him, letting her pour out all her longing, grievances, and fears of the past 3 years. Though Yifan often appeared carefree, in his heart, his junior sister had always held a special place. His feelings for her were sincere. Yao Tong, seeing Yifan appear and so effortlessly subdue Zhou Ming and the bodyguards, instantly realized that killing Su Chan today would be nearly impossible. She, once Su Chan's most trusted subordinate, had betrayed her at the critical moment. If she fell into Su Chan's or Yifan's hands now, she knew well what fate awaited her. Seizing the chance, as Yifan and Su Chan shared their moment, Yao Tong tried to slip away. But as soon as she lifted her foot, Yifan spotted her. Whoosh! A surge of force swirled at Yifan's ankle, and fragments of the shattered blade on the ground shot out like bullets, piercing Yao Tong and riddling her like a sieve. She collapsed to the ground, gravely wounded. But Yao Tong did not die immediately. She sank helplessly to the floor. Woman, I hate traitors most. Did you think about the consequences when you chose betrayal just now? Yifan slapped her shoulder, sealing her blood vessels, and stared at her coldly. Yao Tong glared at Yifan with hatred. In mere moments, she had fallen from heaven to hell all because of the man before her. Humph. Do what you want, kill me if you are going to. Xiao Chan, I will let you handle this. If you cannot bring yourself to do it, I will. Yifan released Su Chan from his embrace and glanced at Yao Tong. Su Chan nodded, a flash of cold resolve in her eyes. Very well. I know what to do. I hate betrayal most of all. Yifan turned and effortlessly took down the remaining bodyguards around Su Yun. Once he confirmed Su Yun was safe, he crouched before Zhou Ming. Patriarch Zhou, speak. When my Yi family was attacked back then, besides the Lin family, your Zhou family, and the royal family, who else was involved? Hearing this, Zhou Ming's eyes filled with terror. Yifan had uncovered so much of the truth? Even the royal family's role, such a deep secret, Yifan knew? But then, Zhou Ming burst out laughing. Yifan, you want to know? I will not tell you. You cannot escape. Even if I die today, the Yi family will still fall. Kill me. Yifan gave a faint smile and stomped hard on Zhou Ming's shattered wrist. So what if it is the divine envoys? Just because you could not kill them does not mean I cannot. He paused, then took out the piece of undying bone from Zhonghua and held it up before Zhou Ming. Is this not what you attacked my Yi family for? Heh, I should thank you for reminding me. Seeing that Yifan not only knew about the divine envoys but also that the attack was over the undying bone, Zhou Ming's face turned pale, his pupils constricting. You, how do you know so much? Was it Ling Tian? Did Ling Tian tell you that the undying bone can be consumed and refined to awaken a body's latent powers? Halfway through, Zhou Ming snapped out of it, clamping his hand over his mouth, staring at Yifan in regret. In his slip, he had revealed the bone's greatest secret. Yifan's smile grew colder. So that was it? The bone's true purpose was not merely to bring fortune or strengthen the bloodline, it could be refined to awaken special abilities, like gaining powers in a game. Patriarch Zhou, you are truly generous. Should I thank you, or hate you? Yifan stood up and looked down at him, sneering. Furious, Zhou Ming slapped himself. Fuck! I deserve to die, running my damn mouth. Thud! Yifan's ankle showed no mercy as a surge of violent energy shot forth, blasting through Zhou Ming's meridians and shattering his internal organs. You can take him away now. Yifan gestured calmly to Zhou Ming's bodyguards, signaling them to come forward and support him. The bodyguards, who were on the verge of pissing themselves with fear, thought Yifan must be joking. Young Master Yi, we dare not. Fuck! Who the fuck would dare? The ferocity Yifan had just displayed was no joke. To approach him now would be walking straight into death. I will give you 3 seconds more. Otherwise, you will end up just like him. Yifan's murderous aura exploded again, making the bodyguards jump in fright. They hurried forward, helping Zhou Ming to his feet and quickly heading toward their vehicle. Zhou Ming frowned, staring at Yifan in disbelief. He was just letting him go? That did not match Yifan's character at all. Yifan, you actually dare let me go? You are finished, just you wait. I swear you will not survive past tomorrow. Yifan smiled darkly. You are overthinking. I left you breathing so you can go back and tell everyone who manages Zhou family assets to behave. All Zhou family property is now under Yi family's control. Humph. Zhou Ming scoffed at his words, motioned to his men, and they sped off in their car. In the vehicle, Zhou Ming flexed a bit. His chest no longer hurt, and though his arm had been crushed, he felt no pain at all. He felt great, like a wild horse set free. Zhou Ming felt he had regained his freedom. Daring to let me go? That fool does not even know that young Master Su has already brought Holy Land experts, and the Blood Robe sect has reached Cloud City. Yifan, do you really think you can live through tomorrow? A sinister grin appeared at Zhou Ming's lips. Forget going home, I am heading to the best club in Huadu to wash away the bad luck. Thud, thud. But as soon as he spoke, his body convulsed violently, and in the next moment, he spewed out several mouthfuls of black blood, the light fading from his eyes. Patriarch? Mr. Zhou, are you all right? The bodyguards panicked. He had seemed fine just now, how had this happened so suddenly? Zhou Ming felt utterly drained, his body collapsing limply onto the seat. Tell the Zhou family everything, our assets. Yifan. Before he could finish, his body gave one last shudder, and he died. What? He was dead before he could even finish his sentence? With Zhou Ming gone, the Zhou family had no true leader left. Zhou Tao was dead, his brother Zhou Hong was missing, and their grandmaster steward Ling Tian had gone to Cloud City and never returned. Now only the old patriarch remained, and he was in seclusion. What now? Did anyone catch what the boss was trying to say before he died? One bodyguard asked, bewildered. I do not know. But judging by his look, I think he meant that everyone should follow Yifan's orders and not resist needlessly. After all, no one in the Zhou family can match Yifan now. Right. That must have been what he meant. Let's record a video and pass on the boss's wishes to the group. Minutes later, all the Zhou family business group saw a strange sight. Zhou Ming, covered in blood, lay in the car, and his bodyguards and assistant uploaded a video clearly stating, the boss's final wish is for everyone to cooperate with young Master Yi as the Yi family takes over Zhou family assets. Do not resist. The group chats exploded. Everyone thought the decision was absurd. But Zhou Ming was dead, and with him the Zhou family's collapse was complete. If that was his last wish, they had no choice but to comply. Those in the know understood what this meant. The Zhou Yi feud was over. The Zhou family had lost completely. 3 years ago, the Yi family had been devastated. Now, they were on the rise. Outside Huadu Grand Hotel, after Zhou Ming left, only Yifan, Su Chan, and Su Yun remained. Yifan called Wang Fugue. Old one, once you finish at the Yun family, keep the bulldozers ready. Go level the Zhou family estate too. Yifan wanted to make a statement. The Yun family failed to harm him, so they targeted the Su group. The Zhou family, lapdogs of the Su family from the capital, dared lay hands on his beloved junior sister. So this time, Yifan would make an example of them all. Any who dared harm those closest to him would be shown no mercy. Understood. Wang Fugue was excited. Everyone, turn around, we're heading to the Zhou estate. That was the thrill of following Yifan. Even Zhao Linglong was excited. Young Master Wang, will we have more of these missions? This is so much more fun than learning embroidery at home. Wang Fugue thought seriously and nodded. As many as there were who attacked the Yi family 3 years ago, that is how many missions we will have. At the hotel entrance, Yifan called Shou Wan. Wan Jia, not asleep yet? Sorry, tonight we'll be busy. The Yun family's assets go to Xian Yufei, but the Zhou family, we will take over. Get people ready. If you need help, have Jiang Yueran come supervise. Understood. Shou Wan had seen Yifan's decisiveness and had no doubts. She did not care why Yifan was acting against the Zhou family, she simply carried out his orders. With plan set, Yifan looked at Su Chan's delicate face and Su Yun's sultry confidence. We have all worked hard, let's get something to eat. After 3 years apart, Yifan had so much to say to his junior sister, and after their intimate encounter, he felt a special connection to Su Yun. As they were about to leave, young Master Kong Fei appeared at the door, bowing respectfully. Young Master Yi, may I ask a favor? I promise it will not go unrewarded. Please accept this small token of gratitude. He handed over an open wooden box. Inside was a translucent bone fragment. Yifan was stunned. Undying bone? Your Kong family has one too? Was this not supposed to be priceless? So many forces attacked the Yi family for this, now they were everywhere? Young Master Yi, this is a treasure that has been passed down through our Kong family for generations. Our ancestor knew how precious it was, but the bodies of us Kong family members are not suited to absorb the undying bone. If it is useful to young Master Yi, please, I implore you to accept it. After a brief pause, Kong Fei continued, the key point is, our Kong family has already been marked by the Assassin Alliance for elimination. Midnight tonight is the final deadline. If this bone stays with me, it will just end up benefiting someone else. Kong Fei was clever. He did not outright ask for help, but by laying out the Kong family's situation so clearly, his intentions were plain. Yifan's lips curled slightly. He sensed the ancient energy radiating from the undying bone and nodded faintly. Fine. Since you are so sincere, I will be at your Kong family estate before midnight. Your Kong family, I will protect it. The Assassin Alliance, of course Yifan had heard of them. As the sole heir of the Northern Falling Sect, Yifan even had some complicated, unspoken ties with their leader, Angel, from years ago. Hearing Yifan's words, Kong Fei's face lit up with joy, and the heavy burden in his heart was finally lifted. Wonderful! Thank you, young Master Yi. Young Master Yi, please, since it is still early tonight, allow me to take you out for a meal. Kong Fei knew how to conduct himself, but just as he stepped forward, a thought struck him. Young Master Yi, I must remind you of something. Though Zhou Ming and his men are dead, the Zhou family still has an elder patriarch, a master above grandmaster level. I fear the men you sent may not be enough. Kong Fei left the rest unsaid, but his concern was clear. A master of that level was no easy opponent. Kong Fei's warning was meant to help Yifan avoid unnecessary losses. Yifan's heart sank. He quickly called Wang Fuguei. Old Wang, what level is your strength at now? Still a little short of grandmaster. Why? Do not attack the Zhou estate yet. Surround it, but wait for me to arrive. Yifan valued this brother. But damn, this guy's cultivation was too slow. It seemed he would need to give Wang Fuguei some elixirs to help him break through. Understood. Outside the Zhou estate, once again, 100 bulldozers gathered. Word had spread half an hour ago that the Yun family had been flattened. The Zhou family members were so terrified they fled in all directions. But from the estate emerged an old man in a gray robe, calm and unhurried. Why the panic? Where is Zhou Ming? Tell him to get out here. What nonsense is he up to? What has he done to the Zhou family? This was Zhou Chang, the elder patriarch of the Zhou family. Years ago, his strength had already reached the peak of grandmaster, and he had long sought to break through to martial sovereign, but without success. Seeing the bulldozers, Zhou Chang snorted coldly. I do not care who sent you. Leave in 3 seconds or I will start killing. As he spoke, murderous energy surged from him, blasting out in all directions. The nearest bulldozer was overturned by the force, and its driver leapt out in panic. But after just 2 steps, the man was swept off his feet by Zhou Chang's energy. In a flash, Zhou Chang appeared before him, lifting his leg to stomp down hard on the man's chest. You dare cause trouble at the Zhou estate? Die. Wang Fuguei, watching nearby, wanted to rush to the driver's aid, but he could feel the vast gap between himself and Zhou Chang. If he charged in, it would just mean his death. Now he understood why Yifan had told him not to act yet. So the Zhou family still had this elder patriarch. I am causing trouble at your Zhou estate. What are you going to do about it? A powerful voice rang out behind them. Yifan appeared in a flash. An even stronger surge of energy swept over, catching Zhou Chang's descending leg mid-stomp, stopping it cold. Ha! Zhou Chang was shocked. At the peak of Grandmaster, he should have few equals in Tiannan province. He pressed down harder, channeling all his strength, his martial energy rippling visibly in the air. But as Yifan approached, he raised his hand casually, holding Zhou Chang's leg in place with overwhelming force. You? Zhou Chang could now see Yifan's face clearly. The fabled young master of the Yi family, said to have had his kidneys cut out, his dantian destroyed, and his heart pierced 3 years ago, supposedly long dead. Now, here he stood. Humph. Yifan snorted coldly. His energy intensified, forming an invisible hand that gripped Zhou Chang's leg and snapped it. Crack. Boom. Their energies clashed in a deafening explosion. Zhou Chang cried out in pain and collapsed. The stronger man was plain to see. Bastard, how did you not die 3 years ago? Zhou Chang cursed. But Yifan did not hesitate. He kicked a stone at Zhou Chang's chest with precision. The once mighty Grandmaster Zhou Chang had no time to react. The stone struck true, killing him instantly. You? With Zhou Chang dead, the Zhou family lost its last pillar. Yifan turned to Wang Fuguei. Begin. Kong Fei, who had come along, was stunned. His pupils dilated in shock. He felt cold just thinking of how he had once planned to side with Yun Fei Yang against Yifan. Thank God he had changed his mind in time. Otherwise, the Kong family would have been the next Yun family. The sight of 100 bulldozers was spectacular. Almost all of Huadu knew, tonight, the Yun family was gone, and now the Zhou family too. As Wang Fuguei led the leveling of the Zhou estate, Zhou Wan seized the moment to strike at the Zhou family's assets. The Yi family, though quiet for 3 years, still had terrifying resources. Taking down the crumbling Zhou family empire was effortless. With the Zhou family's fall, the capital Su family heard immediately. What? The Zhou family was destroyed by Yifan? Fuck, that bastard is out of control. And what about the Zhou family's elder? What the hell was he doing? In the capital, Su Hao hurled his wine glass to the ground. I was counting on that idiot Zhou Ming to kill Su Chan, and now he got himself killed instead. Master Su, the Zhou family's elder, was also killed by Yifan in a single move. What? Killed in a single strike? Are you fucking kidding me? Su Hao shot up from his chair in shock. Zhou Cheng's strength was at least at the peak of Grandmaster level. How could Yifan possibly kill him in one move? Su Hao's face was full of confusion. After all, 3 years ago, he had seen with his own eyes, through surveillance footage, what had happened to Yifan. His kidneys and heart had been removed, his cultivation foundation destroyed. The fact that Yifan had survived at all was already a miracle. That he could regain his strength was beyond reason. And now to kill the Zhou family's patriarch in one move? This was getting more and more absurd. Su Hao had originally been impatient, ready to go to the southwest himself and personally deal with Yifan. But in that moment, he dismissed the idea. It was better to wait for young Master Chun from the Holy Land to act with him. That Chun of the Holy Land was a monstrous martial sovereign-level genius. With him striking, surely Yifan could be handled. In a short time, the news that 2 major clans in Huadu had been wiped out spread like wildfire. All of Huadu was in an uproar. All of Tiannan province was in an uproar. The entire southwest was in an uproar. In Cloud City, at the Yi family estate, the old patriarch Yi Qiankuan and Yi Changfeng listened to their subordinates' report. Both men sighed. Father, do you think Yifan is being too high profile? Flattening 2 major families just like that. His methods are too extreme. The old patriarch Yi Qiankuan's mouth twitched, and he glared at Yi Changfeng. High profile? Fuck that. If you had the guts, would you dare do the same? What's there to fear? If trouble comes, the Yi family will bear it. He paused and continued. Besides, by the looks of it now, we may not need to bear anything for Yifan. In fact, it is the Yi family that needs him to revitalize us. 3 years ago, after the Yi family was attacked, they were left severely weakened. Nearly everyone could trample them. Back then, the Yi family's holdings were far larger than now, but they were steadily devoured by small clans until only a fraction remained. Yifan had endured for 3 years. Now was the time for revenge. Yi Changfeng nodded. True. I never expected that boy to hide his strength for 3 years, and when he finally acted, to shake the world. But, with Yifan making such a high-profile return, will the imperial family? He did not finish, but Yi Qiankuan knew what he was worrying about. Humph. The Dragon Lord Tang Zheng? That little bastard. I let the matter from 3 years ago slide, but if he dares act again this time, then we will destroy him. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the capital, Dragon Lord Tang Zheng frowned as he listened to his subordinate's report. 3 years. A game set to ensure Yifan's death, and he had lived. Not only that, he had hidden in Cloud City and now caused such a storm. Dragon Lord, Yifan has started investigating what happened back then. Flattening the Zhou family was a clear sign. If this continues, he will eventually reach the imperial family. What shall we do? A robed assistant beside Tang Zheng spoke nervously. Should we silence everyone who knows of the imperial family's involvement? Tang Zheng sneered faintly. What use would that be? You think the Yi family's old patriarch does not already know the imperial family's hand was behind it? They have not acted because we are all holding back or waiting for the right opportunity. Yifan's return is that opportunity. So the key problem is Yifan. Send the imperial assassins. Kill him quickly. If we let him keep growing, he will eventually threaten the imperial family. What made the Yi family truly terrifying was their military legacy. 3 generations in service, the 800,000-strong Tianlong army, loyal only to the Yi family's banner. The imperial family had tried infiltrating the Tianlong army for years with little success. That was why, during the assault on the Yi family, they slaughtered the 2nd and 3rd generations but left Yi Changfeng and Yi Qiankuan alive to stabilize the situation. We do not need to rush. Others want Yifan dead more than we do. Tang Zheng smiled slightly. The northern falling sect was attacked. Those who did it took Yifan's kidneys and heart, destroyed his foundation. Who do you think he hates more? So, let the bullets fly for a while. Besides, the Su family of the capital and the Holy Land are leading the charge. We can use that to gauge Yifan's true strength. Right. If Yifan is not even afraid of the Holy Land, then we will have no choice but to sacrifice Princess Mingyu. At that point, if we want to survive, we will have to admit fault and beg forgiveness. What? You mean an alliance by marriage? In Huadu, at the Kong family estate. After dinner, arranged by Kong Fei, Yifan, Su Yun, and Su Chan were given a private courtyard. After washing up, Su Yun tactfully went upstairs, leaving only Su Chan and Yifan together in the sitting room. Finally, they had a moment alone. Little junior sister. Seeing Su Chan's thin face in the lamplight, Yifan's heart ached. He stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. At last, Su Chan no longer had to hold back for the sake of appearances. She clung tightly to him. Senior brother, how have you been all these years? Your heart, your kidneys, were they not? She had seen it herself, his kidneys and heart removed, his cultivation foundation destroyed. I am fine. During these 3 years with the Su family, my wife Yishui's family treated me very well. Yifan spoke gently. After my heart and kidneys were taken, Master transplanted the ancient demon's heart sealed by the sect into me. As for my kidneys, he gave me Qilin kidneys. They are 1,000 times stronger than before. Demon's heart, Qilin kidneys. Such words might sound fantastical in the ordinary world, but Su Chan knew, as the former #1 cultivation sect, the Northern Falling sect hid many secrets. It was no surprise they had such things. With a demon's heart and Shilin kidneys, it was no wonder Yifan's strength had recovered and perhaps even surpassed what it once was. But then Su Chan thought of something Yifan had just said. Wife, Sui Shui. Yes, 3 years apart, and her senior brother had married. He was someone else's husband now. What was she doing? Her heart felt like it was being pierced by needles. She pulled away, pained. What is it? Sensing the change in her expression, Yifan asked quickly. Junior sister, should we not be happy to be together again? Senior brother, I am happy, but you are someone else's husband now. I cannot. Though she had long loved him, though they had pledged themselves to each other in all but the final step, too much had happened over these 3 years. She could not cross that line in her heart. It is late, senior brother. Rest. I will go to bed. She held back her tears, forced a smile, and quickly went upstairs. Junior sister, seeing the sudden change in Su Chan's expression, Yifan could more or less guess the reason. But now, Yifan himself felt caught in a difficult position. His junior sister was indeed the one thing he could never bear to hurt. Yet after 3 years of Sui Shue's boundless devotion, how could Yifan turn his back on her? Ring ring. As Yifan was wrestling with these thoughts, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his expression grew serious. It was a call from his master, Gufeng. In the 3 years since the Northern Falling sect had been attacked, his master had never once contacted him of his own accord. For him to suddenly reach out now, something important must have happened. Master. Yifan greeted him respectfully over the phone. Back then, during the sect's attack, if not for his master and the other elders fighting to the death to help Yifan escape, he would have long been dead. That master was spoken from the depths of Yifan's heart. These past 3 years have been hard on you. Fortunately, your dragon command technique has finally broken through the 9th layer. Your strength should be fully restored now, yes? His master's voice over the phone sounded relieved. What do you intend to do? So far I have found that the Lin family and the Zhou family were involved in the attack on the Yi family, and even the imperial family meddled in it. Yifan replied, then continued, I have already destroyed the Zhou family. The Lin family is next, and the imperial family must give the Yi family an explanation. And I have also found out about the so-called divine envoys behind them. Master, have you heard of them? Gufeng answered with satisfaction, I have uncovered the same. The attack on the Northern Falling sect was indeed led from the shadows by these divine envoys, along with certain ancient martial families. But so far, I have made little further progress. Yifan let out a long sigh, and suddenly thought of something. Master. According to what I have discovered, they attacked the Yi family for the undying bone. It is said this bone can be consumed and absorbed to awaken certain human traits. I happen to have acquired 2 pieces. Before he could finish, Gufeng interrupted him. What? You have the undying bone? 2 pieces? Fuck. On the other end of the line, even Gufeng could not help but curse. Quick! Do you remember the 9-fold golden body technique your second uncle taught you? Find a safe place immediately and use it to refine and absorb the power of the undying bone. You must act fast. You know what they say, one who carries jade invites his own ruin. The undying bone is something every force on this planet would stop at nothing to obtain. You must absorb it as soon as possible. As for everything else, I will explain to you later. Hearing how urgently his master urged him, Yifan understood at once that the undying bone was no ordinary treasure. After hanging up, without hesitation, Yifan shut the courtyard gates, entered his room, and took out both pieces of the undying bone, the one from Kong Fei and the one taken from Zhonghua. He placed them before him, closed his eyes, and began to silently circulate the 9-fold golden body technique. Yifan's martial energy had already reached its peak. As he activated the technique, a layer of visible golden light rippled around him, enveloping his body like a saint descending to earth. This technique was originally a defensive art. But as Yifan channeled it, the golden light became more intense, wrapping itself around one of the pieces of undying bone, which then floated gently into his hands. Before long, the translucent bone began to melt like ice, turning into a pool of liquid in his palms, radiating powerful energy waves and a rich, intoxicating fragrance. Boom! The instant the undying bone fully melted, the immense energy fused with Yifan's own, erupting outward from his room in a powerful shockwave. The force of that energy and its awe-inspiring might stirred heaven and earth. The skies above Huadu darkened, winds roared, clouds swirled in a visible vortex above the Kong estate, and the very stars seemed to bow toward Yifan's chamber. Birds, beasts, butterflies, moths, all manner of creatures began to gather above the Kong estate as if drawn by some divine summons. 100 beasts paying homage? What is happening? In the southwest headquarters of the Martial Command Bureau, Deputy Director Han Mo stared out his office window in astonishment. His pupils dilated. 100 beasts bowing, celestial music resounding. These are signs of the human sovereign's return. After 1,000 years, could the human sovereign be born anew? After a moment's thought, Han Mo recalled reports from Cloud City. There too, not long ago, had been such a phenomenon, linked to a martial genius named Yafan. And now Yafan had come to Huadu, and once again such upheaval appeared above the Kong estate. Could Yafan be the chosen one of destiny? Report Yifan's movements in Huadu at once. Deputy Director, young Master Yi flattened the Yun family, then the Zhou family. Afterward, he was invited to the Kong estate by young Master Kong. He is resting there now. The subordinate, having finished reporting, looked out the window and realized the truth. Deputy Director, does that mean Yifan is the source of today's great energy surge? The human sovereign you spoke of, is Yifan? All information about today's events is top secret. Anyone who leaks anything, execute them without mercy. Understood? The rebirth of a human sovereign affected not just a nation's fate, but the rise and fall of all humanity. On the surface, the world seemed at peace. But beneath that peace, hidden forces stirred. The great empires withheld the truth from the public only to maintain order. Yes, sir. Han Mo paused briefly, then called the Director General. Old Zhang, there is something urgent. I need to return to the capital and report in person, or you bring the Heaven's secret device to Huadu. The sooner the better. At the Kong estate, the ninefold golden body technique in Yifan's body continued to circulate wildly, as the liquid from the melted undying bone fused more and more deeply with his essence. When the fusion was complete, the liquid was drawn fully into his body, spreading through his meridians and bones. Instantly, the celestial signs vanished. The vortex of clouds dispersed, the creatures fled, and peace returned as if nothing had happened. Only Yifan knew his body had been utterly transformed. His physique had ascended to a new realm. No longer merely mortal flesh, it now rivaled a divine body. His defenses, his healing, both far beyond ordinary comprehension. And he could sense it, his demon's heart had drawn power from the undying bone, and long-dormant forces within it were awakening, so too with his Qilin kidneys. But most critical of all, from the undying bone of the Kong family, Yifan had awakened a supreme ability: teleportation. Young Master Yi, are you all right? Outside the courtyard, Kong Fei had sensed something unusual and hurried over to ask. Tonight at midnight was the Assassin Alliance's deadline to wipe out the Kong family. No one in the Kong household had slept, and Kong Fei had staked everything on Yifan. Naturally, he could not afford for anything to happen to him. What could possibly happen to me? From within the room, Yifan answered calmly. At the same time, he focused his mind, activated the incantation for the teleportation ability, and in the blink of an eye, his body appeared outside the courtyard gate right behind Kong Fei. Yifan lightly patted Kong Fei on the back, startling him so badly that he jumped. What the fuck, young Master Yi, you? Weren't you just inside the room? How the hell did you suddenly appear behind me? You nearly scared me to death. As Kong Fei spoke, his voice was trembling. Yifan's sudden appearance had truly frightened him. While Kong Fei was shocked, his heart was filled with both confusion and delight. The stronger Yifan's power, the safer the Kong family would be tonight. Yifan did not answer Kong Fei's question but instead turned to look toward the main gate. Come on, they are here. And so is an old acquaintance of mine. The old acquaintance Yifan referred to was naturally Angel, the leader of the Assassin Alliance. Years ago, in Europa, things between Angel and Yifan had been intense and unforgettable. Yifan had disappeared for 3 years. One could imagine how much resentment Angel might hold. Kong Fei's expression changed instantly. He knew exactly who Yifan meant. The Assassin Alliance had arrived. At the main gate of the Kong family estate, 4 burly men and a blonde girl in a white dress stepped out of their vehicle. The leader, a man with a thick beard, grumbled, I really do not get what the Elders' Council is thinking. It is just a minor Kong family. Why the hell send us top-ranked assassins for this? These 4 burly men looked simple and honest, but in action they were anything but. They were among the top 10 assassins in the entire alliance. A slightly leaner man next to him shot him a glare. Mike, enough out of you. You know perfectly well why the Elders' Council sent us. Mike the bearded man sneered inwardly, but said nothing more. They all knew why they were really here. It was not just about the Kong family. This was part of the power struggle between the Elders' Council and Angel. The Council insisted Angel take action personally to stain her hands with blood. Because once Angel shed blood, she could never claim the Holy Grail that had been passed down for 1,000 years in the Alliance. nor could she seize supreme power. The elders would always control her. As for Mike and the others, John, Jason, their main mission was to ensure Angel acted, and to seize the Kong family's undying bone. The undying bone was too powerful. That was why the council had dispatched 4 top-ranked assassins. Angel listened coldly to their chatter, but inwardly she had decided she would not strike tonight. Boom! Mike strode up to the gate, raised his massive fist, and smashed the door to pieces. He stormed into the courtyard, roaring, "Kong Genrun! Hand over your family's treasure, and I will give you a dignified death." In the courtyard, the entire Kong family, led by Patriarch Kong Genrun, had gathered with weapons. Hearing Mike shout, their faces filled with fury. But what could they do? Their strongest warriors had not even reached Grandmaster level. The 4 before them were all beyond Grandmaster. Under such overwhelming pressure, they could not even lift their arms to fight. Mike, Jason, and John entered the yard, their gazes sweeping over everyone and finally settling on Kong Genrun. "Hand it over now, and spare yourself some pain," Mike said. Kong Genrun already knew the treasure of his family had been exposed. It was indeed priceless, but the Kong family was too weak to protect it. That was why he had given it to his son Kong Fei, to find a way. Now it all depended on whether Yafan could stand against these 4 masters. Kong Genrun's breath came in ragged gasps as the oppressive force drove him back against the wall. "Is this what you are after?" Suddenly, a powerful male voice rang out. Yafan stepped into the courtyard, raising the undying bone given by the Kong family. At the sound of his voice, Angel, who had been watching indifferently, trembled all over. She whipped her head toward him. "It is you. You are still alive? That heartless bastard, how many tears had he cost her these past 3 years? He lived, and yet he had never come to find her?" Yafan nodded. "I still have fertile fields to plow. How could I die so easily?" Mike scowled, glaring at Yafan. "Who the hell are you? Stay out of Kong family business, and hand that over now, or you will not even know how you died." Beside him, John snorted and swung his massive fist at a stone lion in the yard. Boom! The lion, over 3 meters tall, shattered into rubble. John's display of strength made Kong Fei uneasy. "Young Master Yi, can you handle this?" Although Kong Fei had witnessed Yifan's power before, these were 4 assassin grandmasters. If Yafan lost, the Kong family was doomed. Yafan simply smiled and did not answer. Instead, he walked slowly toward Angel. "Long time no see, my old lover." "Ha!" Gasp! Yifan's words instantly sent shockwaves through the crowd. The entire Kong family froze as if plunged into ice. The leader of the Assassin Alliance, Yifan's old lover? Had they invited a fox into the henhouse? The Kong family could not withstand even the Assassin Alliance. If Yafan was part of it, they had no hope at all. "Humph, you heartless bastard. You still remember me? I will forgive you if you kill these 4 within 5 minutes. Angel pointed at Mike and the others. Kong Fei and Kong Genrun stared in bewilderment. What the hell was going on now? Were they turning on each other? 5 minutes? You underestimate your man. 30 seconds will be more than enough. Yafan smiled faintly. When he turned to face Mike and the others again, a piercing gleam flashed through his eyes, making their bodies tremble involuntarily. That look was terrifying, like it pierced through to their souls, stabbing into their very thoughts. "Are you going to twist off your own heads, or do you want me to grind you into dust?" Yafan glanced at them indifferently. Though all 4 were Grandmaster-level experts, in Yifan's eyes, they were nothing but trash. Mike and the others were battle-hardened assassins. Though momentarily shaken by Yifan's gaze, they quickly recovered. Especially after scanning Yifan's aura and sensing that he seemed not even to have reached Grandmaster level, they felt reassured. "Humph. Boy, arrogance comes at a price. A weakling like you, not even at Grandmaster level, dares act tough before us? Are you looking to die?" Mike sneered. "Get on your knees now and hand over the item. For the sake of your connection to our leader, we might spare your life." Beside him, John's expression was cold as he stared at Yafan. Since Yafan claimed to be Angel's old flame, tonight they could use this as leverage to force Angel's hand. "Mike, make sure you go easy on him. Do not kill him outright, I have other plans for him." Jason chuckled darkly. "So this is Angel's taste? What trash. If I had known, I could have satisfied her needs too, ha." His gaze toward Angel was full of lewd intent. Angel, with her golden hair and slender figure, was a renowned beauty not just within the Assassin Alliance, but across the martial world of Europa. She ranked high on global beauty lists. Countless men dreamed of betting Angel. Angel crossed her arms and watched like a spectator, lips curled in amusement. Yafan not even a Grandmaster? What a joke. 3 years ago, he had already surpassed Grandmaster. When the Northern Falling Sect was attacked, Yifan's plight was known across the martial world. His core was shattered, heart and kidneys stolen, certain death. Yet here he was, alive, with a martial aura that even Angel, at Grandmaster Pinnacle, could not fully read. What did that mean? It meant Yafan had long surpassed his former peak. Perhaps even martial lords would not be his match now. Mike barked again, but Yafan did not kneel. Mike's aura surged as he lunged forward, dagger flashing toward Yifan's chest. Kong Fei, Kong Jianrun, and the others held their breath, eyes fixed on Yafan. Yafan had shown overwhelming might before, slaying the Zhou patriarch in a single blow, but now he faced 4 grandmasters. How would he fare? As Mike's dagger closed to within inches, Yafan stood still, making no move to dodge. Dodge, damn it! Kong Fei screamed inwardly. Standing there was suicide. Mike's lips curled in a victorious grin. But then Yafan moved. A violent wave of martial energy burst from his hand, forming an invisible barrier that blocked Mike's attack completely. The same force shackled Mike midair as if suspended by invisible chains. Only Mike knew the shock, terror, and disbelief he felt. Fuck! He realized none of his strikes worked, and his body was beyond his control. He could neither advance nor retreat. That crushing force bore down on him like a mountain, threatening to grind him to dust. John and Jason saw something was wrong at last. True Qi? Yafan has cultivated true Qi? Shit. He's at least at martial lord level. We've been duped. John cried out, rallying his comrades. All together, now. A martial lord's might was terrifying. If Yafan could strike freely, none of them would escape alive. An angel stood ready to finish them if they faltered. Boom! Before John could act, Mike's body exploded under Yifan's crushing power, dead on the spot. John and Jason froze mid-charge, unsure whether to advance. That brief hesitation was fatal. Yafan vanished, reappearing like a phantom before them. His fingers flicked at their throats. John, why does my neck feel cold? Mine too. Did I imagine it? Something flashed by, felt like an ant bite. The 3 remaining assassins paused, puzzled. They reached for their necks. Ah! Blood, so much blood. Jason cried first, staring at his crimson-covered hand. He touched his neck again and realized Yafan had sliced it clean through. John and the last assassin saw the same on themselves. Despair filled their eyes as they collapsed, life ebbing away. Dead. For grandmasters, slain in the blink of an eye. It had taken no more than 10 seconds. Kong Fei and Kong Jianrun exchanged stunned looks, unable to believe it. Only when their guards checked pulses and confirmed the deaths did they gasp. Yifan's strength was terrifying. A martial lord might defeat 4 grandmasters, but to slay them simultaneously? That was no easy feat. Yafan brushed off his hands and approached Angel with a smile. Well, all done in 10 seconds. Though shocked, Angel pouted and said, "Oomph, just don't show off like that elsewhere." Her playful tone and graceful form were utterly captivating. In other places, 10 seconds? When Kong Fei and the others heard this, they froze for a few seconds before instantly understanding what Angel meant. Damn! So Angel and Yafan had a history, and it must have been a deep one, probably down to -20 centimeters already. Come on. Little girl, do not slander me. When have I ever lasted less than an hour? How about we test it out right now? Yafan said, pulling Angel into his arms and giving her a firm slap on the butt twice. Ah, the familiar feel, the familiar strength, just as she remembered. Angel could not help but let out a shy cry. Though Angel was foreign and more open than local girls, after all, there were so many people present. She quickly realized where she was, struggled out of Yifan's embrace, and glanced at the Kong family members around. They are all your friends? That one sentence made Kong Fei and the others' hearts leap into their throats. This was the leader of the Assassin Alliance. Yafan might not fear her, but even if the entire Kong family combined forces, they could not match a single finger of hers. Yes. I will protect the Kong family. You can call off the Assassin Alliance's kill order. Yafan spoke lightly, but Kong Jianrun was so moved he was on the verge of tears. Yifan's simple words meant a guarantee of safety for the Kong family in the future. An Assassin Alliance kill order was practically a death sentence. Angel nodded. Actually, I was against the mission to assassinate the Kong family. It was the Elder Council that forced it through. Now that you have taken care of their 4 elite warriors, the Elder Council is severely weakened. Master and I should be able to take control of the Assassin Alliance completely. After a pause, Angel added, you should call Master sometime. She often lies awake at night thinking of you. What? Angel's words left Kong Fei and the others so shocked their eyes almost popped out. What the hell? Yafan had even taken down Angel's master? How ferocious was this man? Yafan coughed to mask his embarrassment. We can talk about that later. How about we find somewhere to catch up in private? After 3 years apart, Yifan truly missed this little vixen. Seeing the look in his eyes, Angel knew exactly what he was thinking. Darling, it is that time of the month, she said apologetically, hugging him and planting a kiss on his lips. Now that I know you are alive, I can come find you anytime. And when I do, I will cling to you so tightly you will not be able to get out of bed. Humph. As she wriggled in his arms, her fragrance enveloped him. Yifan was speechless. She was definitely doing it on purpose. All right. You have helped me eliminate the Elder Council's 4 elite fighters. The Assassin Alliance is sure to go through major upheaval. I need to go back now. Angel stepped out of his embrace, her expression serious. And darling, if you need anything, call me. I will do whatever it takes to help. 3 years ago, Yifan and the Northern Falling Sect were attacked together. Now that Yifan had regained his strength, he would not let those enemies go unpunished. Good, Xiaochan, you see? Yifan really is very desirable. If you hesitate, someone will snatch him away. After Angel left, in the garden behind the Kong residence, Su Yun and Su Chan looked in the direction she had gone, their feelings complicated. They had seen the intimacy between Yifan and Angel clearly. Of course, Su Chan had long known about Angel. Yifan had not only been involved with Angel but also with the Crown Princess of Japan, a princess of Britain. Wherever Yifan went, he captivated women. Sigh. Sister Yun, of course I know that. It is just 3 years have passed, and so much has changed. Besides, even though the obstacles in the southwest are cleared and I have regained my industries here, in the capital, Suha still controls the Su family, and Grandpa is still in his hands. How can I think about anything else? She paused, then looked at Su Yun earnestly. Sister Yun, when I am not around, you have to watch him for me. Do not let him cheat on me, humph. Yifan was too handsome. Even if he had no intention, other women would throw themselves at him. Ah! Su Yun panicked at the thought of that night when Yifan had nearly gone all the way with her. Watching him? She might end up getting involved herself. All right. What the Kong family thought would be their doom ended up resolved easily by Yifan in just a few moves. The entire family was elated. Kong Fei and Kong Jianrun were nearly ready to kneel. Yi Xiao, thank you so much today. Without you, our Kong family would have been doomed. Yes, Yi Xiao, thank you sincerely. If I were a woman, I would offer myself to you. Kong Fei joked, more certain than ever of his wise decision not to help Yun Fei Young and instead offer the undying bone to Yifan, buying this favor. No need to thank me. Your family has paid its price. At least you will not be enemies of mine in the future. The next morning, Yifan was woken by a call from Qiu Wan. Yi Xiao, I have handled the Zhou family's assets, but there is something odd. It looks like someone is secretly attacking Yi Group's stock, trying to seize control. What should we do? Yifan's eyes narrowed. So Lin family really could not hold back. Was this their first move, attacking Yi Group financially? Do not worry, Wanjie. I will handle it. You focus on your work. Just as he hung up, his phone rang again. It was Rossald, head of Europe's top financial consortium. Emperor, that bastard Lafitte is helping the Lin family attack your stocks. When do we begin? Rossald sounded not the least bit afraid. Instead, he was eager. In global finance, 2 stock gods reigned, Lafitte from the US and Rossald from Europe. They had long vied for number 1. Rossald had lost to Lafitte a few times, but this was his chance. Humph. Lafitte? Does he not know whose family he is targeting? I will call and make him explain himself. No, Emperor. Rossald interrupted. Let me have this chance. I have been itching for a fair fight. I have already mobilized 3 trillion in funds. We will not lose. So be it? All right then. Yifan nodded, which counted as agreeing to Ross ELD's request. At that very moment, in the Lin family estate, the obese Lafitte could not help but sneeze. Lin Hua, standing respectfully beside him, quickly said, Mr. Lafitte, are you unaccustomed to the climate here? Have you caught a cold? Shall I call your private doctor for you? Lafitte was the genius trader whom Lin Hua had spared no expense to bring over from the beautiful country, using all of the Lin family's connections. The goal was to achieve a decisive victory and completely crush the Yi Group. No need. I suppose I am merely being thought of by some old acquaintances. A mysterious smile appeared on Lafitte's face, while in his heart he silently said, Emperor, rest assured, in this operation, I will definitely deliver a satisfactory gift to you. Master Lin, for this operation, how much capital have you prepared? Although Lafitte had already begun minor maneuvers, once the real operation started, it would undoubtedly burn through enormous sums of money. Around 500 billion. Not enough. To take down the Yi Group, at least 800 billion is required. Find a way to raise another 300 billion, or else I cannot guarantee victory. Yafan flatly rejected the proposal without hesitation. Manhwa nodded. Alright. The Lin family still has a few avenues to raise funds. 300 billion should be achievable. In truth, 500 billion in cash was already the Lin Group's limit. But as long as it was to deal with Yafan, even if it meant leveraging connections to raise another 300 billion, Manhwa was naturally willing. From his father-in-law's side, 300 billion could still be borrowed. However, once this 300 billion was thrown into the fray, this operation would stake not only the Lin family but also his father-in-law's entire clan. If they failed, the Lin family would likely have no chance of recovery. The Yi family and the Lin family were on the brink of war. After leaving the Kong family, Yafan called over Zhao Linglong and Wang Fugui, intending to rush back to Yuncheng. The vehicle left the urban area of Huadu. Just as they were about to enter the highway, Yafan suddenly saw a familiar figure in an alley being beaten unconscious by several burly men and shoved into a van. Hua Shuiyan? Yafan recognized this young woman. She was the captain of the Yuncheng uniformed personnel. Was she not working in Yuncheng? How did she suddenly appear in Huadu? Stop the car, I am going to save someone. Since he had seen it, Yafan naturally could not ignore it. After all, Hua Simio had already become Yifan's apprentice. That made Hua Shuiyan the granddaughter of Yifan's apprentice. Besides, Hua Shuiyan had also provided some help when Yafan was dealing with the Yi group. In the alley, after the burly men stuffed Hua Shuiyan into the van, they started the vehicle, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a figure blocked the path of the van. It was none other than Yafan. Idiot, are you crazy? Do you want to die? Get out of the way or I will floor the accelerator and run you over. The driver stuck his head out and shouted at Yafan. A cold glint appeared on Yifan's face as he shouted at the burly men, "Let the person in the car go, and I will spare your lives." Ha! Yifan's words stunned the 4 or 5 burly men in the vehicle. Boss, is this guy an accomplice of that woman? What should we do? They had been focused on capturing Hua Shuiyan and had not considered that she might have an accomplice. In the vehicle, a scar-faced man's expression darkened. Do not bother with him, just run him over. Got it. The driver responded, slammed down on the gas pedal, and the engine roared as the van shot towards Yafan. Die. The van had barely accelerated 3 meters when Yafan moved, not to dodge, but to charge directly at the van. In an instant, he swung his fist at the front of the van. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The van immediately stopped in place. The front end was blown apart, leaving a huge hole, and thick smoke began pouring out. A speeding van had been stopped by Yifan's punch. Everyone in the van was caught off guard. Their heads slammed into the seatbacks and the steering wheel, splitting their heads and spilling blood. They ignored their own injuries, staring in utter disbelief at Yafan, who stood in front of the van with his hands behind his back. Was this even human? One punch had stopped a vehicle. Yafan was definitely a martial arts master, and one beyond the grandmaster level. But in Huadu, grandmasters were all notable figures. No one had ever heard of one this young. Kid, this is 7th master's business. You had better stay out of it, or else. The driver stumbled out of the vehicle, still trying to act tough before Yafan. But Yafan was not interested in wasting words. To him, it did not matter who the so-called 7th master or 8th master was. Anyone who dared defy his will would be eliminated. Smack! Yafan casually slapped him, sending the driver flying 7 or 8 meters. The man convulsed on the ground twice before passing out. Do not move. As Yafan turned around, the remaining 4 burly men inside the vehicle pointed Desert Eagle pistols at him, their voices cold. Kid, no one has ever dared interfere with 7th master's business. Now, kneel down and call us grandfathers 3 times, and we will spare your dog life. Damn it, did you not hear? Kneel down. A thinner thug took 2 steps forward and swung the butt of his gun at Yifan's head. Yafan frowned, dodged his head, allowed the gun but to strike his shoulder, and then coldly stared at the man. It seems you really have no idea how close to death you are. Initially, Yafan had not planned to bother with this trash, intending only to knock them out and hand them over to Hua Shuiyan. But now this bunch dared to act so arrogantly before him, even striking him with a gun butt? How could Yafan tolerate this? Ha! Idiot, you are a death's door and still boasting? Damn it, even if you had the greatest skills, what of it? Could your martial arts be faster than a bullet? Come on then, try me. The thug who had swung the gun but provocatively aimed his gun at Yifan's head. But as he moved, Yafan struck. His inner energy exploded from his hand, grabbing the thug's pistol and crushing it on the spot. The steel gun instantly turned to fragments, which fell from Yifan's fingertips like scraps. His inner energy kept surging, shattering the thug's arm, then his shoulder, his ribs, and finally his internal organs. Splurt! Before the thug even realized what had happened, he felt as if his body had been hollowed out. Blood gushed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, his body shriveling like a skin sack, twitching feebly. How did you? This fool died without ever knowing how Yafan had done it. Faster than a bullet. Before he could react, he was on his way to meet the king of hell. Fuck! Brothers, open fire, kill him. Their comrade had been killed so easily, and in such a strange and terrifying manner. The remaining 3 burly men, under the command of their leader, quickly pulled the triggers, intent on shooting Yafan dead. Whoosh! Their movements were quick, but Yafan had already activated his teleportation ability. The instant they fired, Yafan had already teleported behind them. Bang! Bang! With 2 light punches, Yafan easily knocked down 2 of the burly men, leaving only their leader standing there in shock, staring at Yafan with a dumbfounded expression. Splurt! The burly leader immediately fell to his knees before Yafan. Master, please spare me. We were blind and failed to recognize a true master. Please forgive us. From the situation just now, the burly leader could tell that Yafan's strength was simply monstrous. They could neither defeat Yafan nor kill him. Now, if he wanted to survive, the only option was to beg for mercy. Boom! Without any hesitation, Yafan smashed his fist down on the burly man's shoulder. The powerful internal energy sent half of the man's body crashing half a foot into the cement ground. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones shattering rang out clearly from the scar-faced man's body. Blood began seeping from all 7 orifices of his face, and his body trembled violently. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead from the pain, but he did not dare utter a single sound. Please forgive me, master. Yafan's lips twitched slightly. His punch had already severed the man's lifeline. The only reason he had left him alive was to have him lead the way. Take me to see 7th Master. Ah, all right. A flash of doubt appeared in the scar-faced man's eyes, followed by a hint of secret joy. How brainless could this fool be? When others heard the name of 7th Master, they wished only to flee as far as possible. Yet this man actually wanted to deliver himself right to 7th Master's door. Yafan cast a faint glance at the scar-faced man, got into the vehicle, and carried Hua Shuiyan down from it. A wave of internal energy flowed through Hua Shuiyan's body, and she instantly regained consciousness. You bastards, let me go. I will shoot you all dead. The first thing Hua Shuiyan did upon awakening was to reach toward her waist, intending to draw her gun on Yafan. Yafan's lips curled slightly, and he quickly pressed down on Hua Shuiyan. Do not move. It is me. Ha? It is you? Only now did Hua Shuiyan see clearly that it was Yafan in front of her. Turning to look at the burly men lying on the ground, a trace of joy appeared in her eyes. But when Hua Shuiyan saw the scar-faced man, she instantly jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Damn bastards! Not only do you commit crimes yourselves, but you even collude with those dogs from the east to run wild in our great Xia. You deserve to be executed 100 times over. Ha! Hearing Hua Shuiyan's words, Yafan frowned. They are colluding with the Japanese to act recklessly in Xia? What exactly is going on? Yafan had never had a good impression of the Japanese since childhood. Back then, those Japanese dogs slaughtered millions of people in Xia and plundered countless resources. After being crushed, they had behaved for many years, but in recent years, their martial artists had begun to secretly infiltrate Xia, seemingly plotting something, and their activities were growing more frequent. These damned bastards have recently been abducting children in Xia and secretly transporting them to Japan. It is said they are conducting some kind of experiments. I had just discovered this lead when they knocked me out. Furious, Hua Shuiyan could not resist stepping forward and kicking the scar-faced man between the legs. Boom! Upon hearing that these scum were abducting children for experiments, Yafan's entire being radiated murderous intent. A century ago, the tiny garbage nation of Japan had run wild within Xia's borders. Now, when Xia was at the height of its power, these vermin dared to act up again? And worse, the scar-faced man and the 7th Master behind him were helping them harm Xia's citizens. Truly despicable. You deserve to die. Yafan kicked the scar-faced man, his internal energy surging through the man's meridians and blood vessels, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. Master, please spare me. I was just following orders. It was not my idea. After venting his fury, Yafan waved to Wang Fugue outside the alley and explained the situation. Go to the place where 7th Master is located. According to Hua Shuiyan, 7th Master wielded great power in the provincial capital, with connections to many high-ranking officials. His influence surpassed even the 4 great clans. Hua Shuiyan had to sneak around just to investigate him. Since Yafan had now encountered such scum, he would naturally not let them off. In a private room at the Longmon Club in Huadu, Seventh Master, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sat opposite a middle-aged man with a mustache. Mr. Murano, try this year's new tea and see how it tastes. The mustached man was Murano Koji, vice president of the Black Robe Society of Japan. All operations in the southern province were under his charge. Murano lifted the teacup, took a sip, and spoke with some concern. Seventh Master, I heard that the Xia police have been investigating you recently, especially a female officer named Hua Shuiyan in the southwest. They say she has already tracked you down. Is there going to be a problem? Seventh Master smiled calmly. There will be no problem at all. If nothing unexpected happens, that woman Hua Shuiyan will soon be brought here. I hear she is quite the beauty. If Mr. Murano is interested, before we dispose of her, I can send her to warm your bed. Ah, really? That would be wonderful. I am truly looking forward to it. Come, Seventh Master, let us drink to our successful cooperation. If this shipment reaches Japan smoothly, our president will surely reward you handsomely. As the two men laughed wickedly and raised their glasses in celebration, chaos suddenly erupted in the lobby on the first floor of the Longdong Club. Boom! With a thunderous crash, a blue BMW smashed through the glass doors and burst into the lobby. Yifan, Wang Fugue, and Zhao Linglong stepped out of the car. Yifan swept a cold gaze over the crowd and said, "Tell Seventh Master to get out here." On the way, Yifan and Hua Shuiyan had explained to Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong what Seventh Master had done. Both were now filled with rage. How dare you cause trouble at Longdong? Do you know whose territory this is? In the lobby, a group of Seventh Master's subordinates, unaware of death staring them in the face, stepped forward to attack Yifan and his companions. It was the perfect chance for the furious Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong to unleash their wrath. Boom! Boom! The two of them, like human bulldozers, in an instant knocked down dozens of bodyguards on the first floor, leaving none but the gravely injured. Human traffickers, especially those who abducted children, were the most despicable and heinous of criminals. Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong showed no mercy. On the second floor, as Seventh Master prepared to celebrate, his expression darkened upon seeing the situation downstairs. Particularly when he saw that Hua Shuiyan had come along, he angrily smashed his wineglass on the table. "What are you all doing? A bunch of useless fools." As he spoke, Seventh Master pulled out his phone and quickly dialed. "Director Zhang, there is trouble at Longdong. Get here immediately. The sooner the better." Today, Longdong was in serious trouble. If not handled properly, this place was doomed. Especially since there was still a group of children locked up in the basement. That absolutely could not be exposed. "Mr. Murano, it seems I will need to borrow the expert you brought with you this time." Seventh Master was himself a martial artist. From Yifan, Zhao Linglong, and the others, he had sensed the fluctuations of martial energy. Although Seventh Master had martial arts experts under his command, he did not wish to expose his own strength so readily. "Of course. Right now, we are like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. I too hope you can resolve this matter as quickly as possible." Murano paused for a moment, then continued, "Seventh Master, shall we go down together and take a look?" Seventh Master nodded. "Very well. I want to see who dares cause trouble on my territory in Huadu." Seventh Master's power had expanded rapidly of late, and his mindset had grown increasingly arrogant. He no longer regarded anyone with respect. He had long wanted to move against the four great clans to assert his dominance. And now, someone had actually dared to smash through the gates of Longdong Club. Everyone in Huadu knew that Longdong Club was the face of Seventh Master's power in the city. If this incident was not handled properly, Seventh Master's prestige in Huadu would be completely ruined. Murano gave a signal, and soon a middle-aged man in a long robe approached him, a sword on his back. "Mr. Murano." "Hi." It was the typical posture of those Japanese dogs, bowing low, almost to the point of sticking his head between his legs. Murano nodded and said flatly, "Muto, there are several Xia martial artists causing trouble downstairs. When the time comes, I will need you to act and intimidate them." Murano lifted his head with a hint of pride. Muto was one of his prized fighters, whose strength had already reached the level of Grandmaster. The reason Murano had brought out his expert this time was to show off his power before Seventh Master, to let him know that the Black Robe Society of Japan was not to be underestimated. Seventh Master, Murano, and a group of martial experts swiftly descended the stairs together. "What are you causing trouble for? Do you not know what kind of place Longdong Club is? Making trouble here, you are showing no respect for me, Seventh Master." Beside Seventh Master, a man wearing glasses with a middle-parted hairstyle shouted at Yifan and his companions in a thick Sichuan accent. "Today, if you do not give me an explanation, no one will be leaving here." This man, holding a cup of milk tea and looking thoroughly arrogant with two large buck teeth, was said to be 7th Master's adopted son, named Chen Guofu. I am Hua Shuiyan, captain of the Sky Patrol Division in Yunqing, under orders to investigate a human trafficking case. I hope you will cooperate with the investigation. Hua Shuiyan stepped forward, showing her credentials, and rebuked Chen Guofu and 7th Master without arrogance or servility. The scene fell silent. Everyone looked at Hua Shuiyan as if they were seeing a rare creature. In all the years Longdong Club had been operating, no one had ever dared to investigate it. And now, a mere captain from Yunqing's Sky Patrol Division dared come and investigate Longdong Club? Did she have a death wish? Did she not know that some people in some places were untouchable? All eyes turned to Chen Guofu and 7th Master. As Hua Shuiyan presented her credentials, the muscles on Chen Guofu's face twitched twice. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes, and he raised his hand, ready to order the bodyguards to act. Chen Guofu was too inexperienced. The best solution he could think of was to silence Hua Shuiyan before she could speak further. After all, when Hua Shuiyan had first tracked clues to Longdong Club, it was under 7th Master's orders that his men tried to capture her. Just as Chen Guofu was about to speak, 7th Master reached out and stopped him. The situation had changed, and they could no longer deal with Hua Shuiyan as they had before. Officer, since you are a captain in Yunqing, it seems that Huadu is not within your jurisdiction, is it? And you want us to cooperate with your investigation? Do you have a search warrant? Or any official documents or approvals? 7th Master looked calmly at Hua Shuiyan. His face was composed, but in his mind, he had torn her to pieces countless times. 7th Master had naturally had Hua Shuiyan investigated. She was the granddaughter of Hua Xiniao, the medicine king of the Southwest. Although Hua Xiniao was just a doctor, his connections in the Southwest and throughout Xia were astonishing. That was why, when Hua Shuiyan had investigated Longdong Club, 7th Master had hesitated to act. Only when she got too close to the truth did he have no choice but to make a move. He had not expected Yafan to stumble upon it. Hua Shuiyan was momentarily speechless. In terms of procedures, she indeed had no authority to investigate in Huadu. Even if she wanted to, she would need the approval of the local Sky Patrol Division. But in such a serious and urgent case of human trafficking, how could she wait for official approval? If she waited for all the paperwork, Longdong Club would have already moved the trafficked victims. By then, even if they tore the place apart, it would be meaningless. Since you have no official paperwork, then please leave. Also, you have damaged the entrance of our club. You will need to pay for all losses at full price. I will be reporting this to your superiors. 7th Master sneered. A little girl, trying to play games with me? Seeing the arrogant look on 7th Master's face infuriated Yifan, and even more so Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue glanced at Yifan. Receiving Yifan's permission, Wang Fugue pushed off the ground with his ankle and lunged forward, slapping 7th Master hard across the face. Pay? Pay your fucking ass, scum. Smack! A crisp, dull sound echoed. 7th Master took a solid slap to the face. His vision swam with stars, and he staggered. A clear imprint of 5 fingers quickly swelled up on his face. Hiss! Everyone present involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. 7th Master had been hit? The man who ruled Huadu had been slapped? 7th Master's power was such that even the governor of the southern province would treat him with courtesy. And yet this group dared slap him in the face? Were they courting death? Outrageous! Seize them all! Chen Guofu, shocked, shouted at the bodyguards, intending to have them act. But 7th Master, enduring the burning pain on his face, stopped Chen Guofu again. Shut up! Can you not use your brain for once? 7th Master had already contacted Zhang Yang, the chief director of the Sky Patrol headquarters of the southern province. If Zhang Yang could handle this, Longdong Club would not need to act directly and leave behind evidence. Zhang Yang was the superior of Hua Shuiyan's superior. To crush Hua Shuiyan would be effortless. After stripping her of her position, they could eliminate her and her companions in secret. But, 7th Master, Before Chen Guofu could finish, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the entrance. A group of uniformed personnel rushed in, led by a fat middle-aged man. Director Zhang has arrived. What is going on here? Who is causing trouble? You even injured so many people? The man in front was none other than Zhang Yang, chief director of the southern province's Sky Patrol headquarters. But from the moment he spoke, Yifan could tell this director Zhang was corrupt. It was them. Not only did they drive their car into and destroy our main entrance, but they also injured so many of our people. Director Zhang, quickly, arrest them all. When Chen Guofu saw Zhang Yang arrive, his eyes lit up with excitement. and he hurriedly called out to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang cast a calm glance at Chen Guofu and said, "Mr. Chen, we have our procedures for handling cases. If they truly committed a crime, of course we will not let them go unpunished." Clearly, Zhang Yang was somewhat displeased with Chen Guofu. Zhang Yang could submit to 7th Master, but he did not acknowledge Chen Guofu. A mere dog at 7th Master's side wanted to command him? Zhang Yang was, after all, the director of the provincial headquarters. He would not allow himself to be directed by Chen Guofu. Having said this, Zhang Yang turned to look at Yifan and the others. "Were you the ones who beat these people?" "It was us." Wang Fugue was the first to admit it. "And they deserved it." "And was it you who broke down the entrance?" "Yes." Since Yifan remained silent, Wang Fugue continued to speak up and take responsibility. Yifan watched Zhang Yang with a calm expression. He wanted to see just what tricks Zhang Yang would try to play. "This is lawlessness. I now declare that you forcibly entered private property, damaged goods, and intentionally injured others. The circumstances are extremely egregious. Men, arrest them at once for investigation. If they dare resist, and warnings fail, you may shoot them on the spot." Click, click. As Zhang Yang gave the order, the officers who had come with him all drew their firearms, loaded them, and aimed their barrels directly at Yifan, Wang Fugue, and the others. Seeing this, 7th Master and Murano exchanged glances and smiled with satisfaction. Murano could not help but marvel inwardly. 7th Master's reach in Xia was truly remarkable. He could even mobilize the provincial director of the Sky Patrol. That kind of power was terrifying. "Director Zhang, is this how you handle cases? Why do you not ask why we hit them? Longdong Club is involved in human trafficking, and you just turn a blind eye and refuse to investigate?" Zhao Linglong could no longer hold back and complained angrily at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang sneered. "Humph, do you have evidence? If not, do not slander others at will. Whether Longdong Club has done anything wrong, I will investigate slowly in due course. For now, we will deal with you first. What are you waiting for? Move in." As Zhang Yang barked his order, he secretly exchanged a glance with 7th Master. It was clear that Longdong Club had been exposed. Zhang Yang's meaning was plain. He was urging 7th Master to hurry up and move the children being held. Only then could Zhang Yang put on a proper show of investigation. Otherwise, if they really got caught in the act, if the children were truly found in Longdong, then neither 7th Master nor Zhang Yang would be able to escape accountability. Wait! Just as Zhang Yang's men were about to act, Hua Shuiyan stepped forward, holding her credentials up in front of them. "Look carefully. I am also with the Sky Patrol. I am here under orders to investigate. The way you act without distinguishing right from wrong, colluding together, I have serious reason to suspect you are in league with these criminals." "Ha!" Hua Shuiyan's words startled Zhang Yang, who turned to glance at 7th Master. 7th Master had not said a word about there being a Sky Patrol officer present when he called. If there was a Sky Patrol officer here, the situation was much more troublesome. Zhang Yang could trust his own loyal subordinates not to leak anything, but if it was not one of his own, he could not guarantee silence. Zhang Yang frowned, took Hua Shuiyan's credentials, and after seeing that she was merely a captain from Yunqing, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Nonsense! You, a mere captain from Yunqing, came to Huadu for what? Is this your jurisdiction? I hereby inform you that you are suspended from duty effective immediately." As he spoke, Zhang Yang pulled out his phone and dialed the chief of the Yunqing branch. "Sun Hong, how do you manage your people? One of yours, Hua Shuiyan, came to Huadu to investigate a case. What, do you think I am not managing this province well enough? Or do you not want your job anymore? Have her withdraw at once, or I will see you removed on the spot." Before Zhang Yang even finished the call, Hua Shuiyan's phone rang. As expected, it was Sun Hong, the chief of the Yunqing branch. "Shuiyan, I told you before, that case is not something you can handle. Come back at once. If you keep causing trouble, I will not be able to protect you." Sun Hong was not a bad man, but as someone within the system, he knew how tangled these relationships were. The Longdong Club's backers in the provincial capital, with 7th Master involved in child abduction cases, it was not that Sun Hong did not want to investigate, but that he simply could not. "But, Chief, say no more. As of now, I am verbally notifying you that you are suspended from duty for 1 month." Hearing the dial tone after the call ended, Hua Shuiyan's brows furrowed tightly. "Damn it! Are we supposed to let these bastards go free?" She knew full well that 7th Master and Longdong Club were the real culprits, but she could not arrest them. Even the Sky Patrol in Huadu stood on 7th Master's side. A wave of powerlessness swept over Hua Shuiyan. Yifan's lips curved slightly. He knew it was time for him to step in. "Director Zhang, do you truly intend to collude with these scum? I will give you one last chance. Order the arrest of 7th Master and his people right now, and I will spare your life. Yifan's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. Every gaze turned to Yifan. The moment 7th Master saw Yifan's face, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Where had he seen this young man before? And it seemed he was not someone to be trifled with. But who exactly was he? For the moment, 7th Master could not recall. Outrageous! Who do you think you are to speak to me this way? Are there no laws left? Arrest him at once. Zhang Yang was infuriated by Yifan's challenge. Here, Zhang Yang was the highest-ranking official. To have some nobody challenge him was deeply offensive. Two of Zhang Yang's men darted forward, intending to cuff Yifan. Humph! Yifan snorted coldly. With 2 casual punches, he sent Zhang Yang's men flying and said calmly, "Zhang Yang, I gave you your chance. If you are useless, do not blame me for being merciless. I guarantee that from this moment, you will not walk out of here unharmed." Just you? Zhang Yang was not surprised that his men were sent flying. Nor did he take Yifan's threats seriously. This was 7th Master's territory. With so many loyal men on his side, what could Yifan possibly do? Young Master Yi is the sole legitimate heir of the Yi family, the #1 family in Xia, the sole successor of the Tianlong army, the sole young master of the Northfall sect. Tell me, is young Master Yi qualified? Before Yifan could speak, Wang Fuguwei stepped forward, standing at Yifan's side, and coldly declared his identity. And with the full support of my Wang family, I refuse to believe we cannot take you down today. Yes. And with the support of my Zhao family of the southwest, you scum must die. Hiss. As Wang Fuguwei finished his introduction, everyone present could not help but draw a sharp breath. 7th Master finally remembered. It is him? My God. Yesterday, in a fit of rage, Yifan had wiped out both the Yun family and the Zhou family. His high-profile actions were meant as a warning to others. As the overlord of Huadu, 7th Master had naturally heard the news. Never had he imagined that Yifan would come looking for him. And now Zhang Yang was also stunned. The eldest son of the Yi family? The first family in Xia? Though the Yi family had suffered an attack 3 years ago, with Yifan's return, it had begun to rise again. He had just offended such a powerful figure? Zhang Yang could not help but turn to 7th Master, seeking guidance on what to do next. 7th Master's mind raced. Yifan had indeed recently displayed considerable strength. It was said that the Zhou family's patriarch and steward had both died at Yifan's hands. But 7th Master also knew that dealing with the Yi family's power was no simple matter. On the surface, there were the Zhou family, the Lin family, even the royal family, and behind them, even more mysterious forces. According to reliable information 7th Master had received, the Lin family had already gone to full-scale war with the Yi family. 3 years ago, the Yi family had nearly been wiped out. This time, could they escape destruction again? Most crucially, the secrets behind Longgong Club absolutely could not be exposed. If they came to light, it would not only ruin 7th Master, but his boss behind the scenes would inevitably be implicated. When that happened, 7th Master would find life worse than death. Therefore, Yifan must die. Having thought through all the stakes, 7th Master gave Zhang Yang a look and made a throat-slitting gesture. Seeing this signal, Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned. Was 7th Master really being this ruthless? Was he planning to have Yifan killed on the spot? But then, thinking of the forces backing 7th Master, perhaps they really could match the Yi family. I do not care who you are. Today I am enforcing the law impartially. Anyone who dares to interfere will be killed without mercy. As Zhang Yang spoke, he loaded his pistol, aimed it at Yifan, and prepared to act personally. Yifan, are you going to resist arrest? As long as Yifan resisted, Zhang Yang would have a reason to shoot. But Zhang Yang was just an ordinary man who knew a bit of martial arts. He had no idea how terrifying true martial experts were. A warrior above the martial venerable level was already faster than a bullet. On the battlefield, they could sense a bullet's path and evade it entirely. How could Zhang Yang's pistol threaten Yifan? Yifan laughed softly. Ha, are we comparing power and status now? Very well. I want to see, in Xia, whose power is greater than my Yi family's. Only then did the crowd remember, although the Yi family had declined, it was still one of the 6 great clans of Xia. Whether in the military or the court, it still had the power to influence the entire nation's affairs. Who dares lay a finger on young Master Yi? Let anyone who tries give it a try. As Yifan's voice fell, a middle-aged man with glasses, flanked by 2 secretaries, walked in through the door. Though he looked scholarly and gentle, his presence carried the natural authority of a ruler. Governor Pine Yu, why are you here? Zhang Yang instinctively lowered his pistol, his eyes flashing with fear and astonishment. It was none other than Peng Yu, governor of the southern province and a loyal supporter of the Yi family's faction. Having learned that Yifan had come to Huadu the previous day, Peng Yu had hoped to meet the young master. But since Yifan had no time then, they had not met. Today, when Yifan planned to move against 7th Master, he had called Peng Yu, intending to let him share in the credit. Why should I not come? I received word that Longdong is involved in human trafficking. I now order you to seal off Longdong Club and thoroughly investigate the trafficking case. Do you have a problem with that? Peng Yu exchanged a glance with Yifan and delivered a clear warning to Zhang Yang. Just moments ago, Zhang Yang had claimed he would investigate Longdong later. Now, with Peng Yu present, a direct order had been given. Zhang Yang was instantly deflated. He knew full well what went on in Longdong Club. Peng Yu's sudden appearance, standing with Yifan, caught 7th Master off guard. If Peng Yu had not come, 7th Master might have gone all in, using his and Murano's forces to kill Yifan and Hua Shuiyan on the spot. But now Peng Yu was here, the governor of the southern province, a regional overlord of Xia. If he killed Peng Yu too, there would be no explaining it to Xia. Neither 7th Master nor those behind him dared to challenge the entire nation. Yet now, if he did nothing, he was finished. Governor Peng, let us not be hasty. Could there be a misunderstanding between us? 7th Master immediately forced a smile and stepped forward, hoping to smooth things over. Let us treat this as a misunderstanding today. We will pretend nothing happened. I truly did not recognize young Master Yi at first. This was 7th Master's way of admitting defeat. With Peng Yu involved, neither Zhang Yang nor 7th Master dared move against Yifan now. 7th Master just hoped Peng Yu would give a little ground so the matter could be quietly resolved. Get lost. Peng Yu's stance was firm. Whatever attitude his young master took, so would he. Lu Qi, are we close? I have tolerated you long enough. Today, with me here, let us see what tricks you can still play. Peng Yu gave 7th Master no face at all. His meaning was clear, the investigation of Longdong would proceed. 7th Master's face darkened. Peng Yu, do you really want to break with me? Peng Yu did not reply but turned to Zhang Yang. What are you waiting for? Are you an official of Xia, or Lu Qi's lackey? Do you believe I will not strip you of your position right now? Zhang Yang looked pained, at a loss for what to do. He was just a lowly director, caught in the middle. Seeing the situation, even Zhang Yang's men began to waver. Sensing the shift in momentum, they started to move against Longdong for real. Let me see who dares. 7th Master suddenly barked. His face darkened further as he ordered, seal all exits. Spread the word, Yifan assaulted the governor here, and Governor Peng was gravely injured and died from his wounds. Yifan was ultimately killed by us. Understand? 7th Master's command left the room in stunned silence. Especially Zhang Yang, his view of 7th Master changed entirely. The meaning was crystal clear, he planned to kill Peng Yu and Yifan both. It was ruthless. It was madness. To murder a national official of Xia, no one dared bear that guilt. 7th Master understood this well. But with a silver pistol already cocked behind his back, he knew no one else had the courage, so he would act himself. Lu Qi, what are you doing? Under the bright sky, do you intend to rebel? Peng Yu's pupils dilated as he realized what was happening. His mouth fell open in shock. A provincial governor could not even deter Lu Qi? This Lu Qi was truly brazen. What am I doing? Peng Yu, since you refuse a toast and insist on drinking a forfeit, do not blame me. A ruthless glint flashed in 7th Master's eyes. He raised the gun and pulled the trigger at Peng Yu. Yifan attempted to assassinate Governor Peng. Protect the governor. 7th Master had not climbed to his current position through brute force alone. He had a brain. Having made his decision, 7th Master did not hesitate for even a moment. He acted immediately, intending to kill Peng Yu on the spot and then slowly deal with Yifan and the others. In the end, as long as everyone was dead, all blame could be pinned entirely on Yifan and his companions. Just as 7th Master had shouted, they could claim that Peng Yu had been killed by Yifan, and that 7th Master, Zhang Yang, and the others were the heroes who had tried to save him, ultimately killing Yifan as well. With Yifan and Peng Yu both dead, no one would be able to challenge their version of the events. 7th Master's plan was meticulous, but what he underestimated was Yifan's strength. The instant 7th Master pulled the trigger, Yifan moved. He grabbed Peng Yu and, in a flash, dodged a meter to the side, narrowly avoiding 7th Master's bullet. 7th Master, if I do not kill you today, I would be failing heaven and earth. Yifan placed Peng Yu to the side, his sharp gaze locked on the 7th Master. This 7th Master was a ruthless figure. He absolutely could not be allowed to live, or he would bring endless trouble. That Yifan had managed to rescue Pingyu while avoiding a bullet left 7th Master stunned. To dodge a bullet was one thing, but to save someone else from a bullet as well, just how terrifying had Yifan's strength become? Humph. I would like to see how you plan to kill me today. A dark look crossed 7th Master's face. What are you all standing there for? Attack together. Kill them, or we are all finished. Clatter. In an instant, all of 7th Master's men trained their guns on Yifan, Zhao Linglong, Wang Fugui, and the others. But just as they were about to fire, the barricaded door was smashed open again by an armored vehicle. Commander Xinchang of the Southwest is here. Who dares act recklessly? Screech. The barrel of the vehicle's cannon swiveled, locking onto 7th Master. Behind the armored vehicle, more soldiers in camouflage surged in, sealing off the hall completely. Every one of them held heavy weapons, their barrels trained on 7th Master and his men. The overwhelming pressure left no one daring to make a move. Young Master Yi, we are here. Xinchang clasped his fist in respect toward Yifan. Awaiting your command, shall we open fire? Yifan smiled coldly, his gaze icy as he looked at 7th Master and Zhang Yang. So, do you still wish to kill me now? Xinchang had brought only the elite, and their numbers were several times greater than those of 7th Master's men. It was a crushing superiority. Zhang Yang was on the verge of tears. It had been one thing when Pingyu arrived, but now even the Southwest commander had come. That was a man who commanded an army of 100,000. With this many soldiers surrounding them, what could they possibly do? Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I was misled by them. I will report everything. There are over 100 children being held in their basement. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang fell to his knees with a thud and revealed Longgon's darkest secret. Bastard! Courting death. 7th Master's face turned ashen. He swung his gun, fired, and killed Zhang Yang on the spot. Bang! Zhang Yang fell to the ground without even a chance to cry out. Humph! As 7th Master fired, Yifan moved. In a flash, he was at 7th Master's side. A surge of internal energy shattered 7th Master's arm, and a kick to the chest sent him sprawling. Whoosh! 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 Seeing Yifan strike, Murano and 3 Grandmaster-level experts attacked as well. Bastard! Die! Murano roared, 2 curved blades appearing in his hands, slashing toward Yifan's neck without hesitation. Murano and 7th Master were like 2 sides of the same coin. A Japanese martial expert in Xia should have reported his presence. According to treaties between Xia and Japan, if a Japanese martial expert appeared in Xia without authorization, it was considered an invasion and they were to be killed on sight. If 7th Master fell today, Murano would not escape either. His only hope was to kill Yifan. But to their attacks, Yifan did not even spare a glance. Just yesterday at the Kong family, Yifan had proven that Grandmaster-level experts were like paper before him. Bang! 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 Yifan darted among the Grandmasters, slapping out 3 strikes in succession. The air itself shrieked under the force of his internal energy, rippling visibly with shockwaves. 7th Master's 2 Grandmasters, along with Murano's man, were struck before they could react. They vomited blood violently and crashed to the floor, twitching before falling still. Seeing this, 7th Master shut his eyes in despair. Now he understood why the great clans feared Yifan. Yifan's rise was not a dying gasp, but the result of his terrifying strength. 3 years ago, even after losing his heart, his bones damaged, and his kidneys stolen, Yifan had already been the youngest Grandmaster. Now, his power had recovered and grown far beyond the Grandmaster level, at least at the Martial Venerable level. In the mortal world, a family with 1 Martial Venerable could dominate all of Xia. Murano's blades appeared to strike Yifan, but hit only his afterimage. By the time Murano realized, his companions lay dead like dogs. Murano's eyes widened in horror, his blade hand trembling. Yifan, you. So young, so terrifyingly strong. Yifan had every right to be arrogant. Seeing Yifan's moves, Murano knew that no one here could stop him. If Murano had fled earlier, perhaps he would have had a chance. But now, it was far too late. Crack! As Murano froze, Yifan appeared before him, grabbed his blade, and shattered it with a surge of energy. Fragments rained to the floor. Japanese dog. You must pay for running wild in Xia. Yifan snorted coldly. His internal energy erupted, shattering Murano's limbs and ribs. Grabbing him like a stick, Yifan slammed him into the ground. Boom! Boom! The marble floor cracked open into a pit. Murano's body was a bloody ruin, clinging to its final breath before Yifan stopped. Yifan threw Murano aside and was just about to walk towards 7th Master when Chengguofu suddenly made his move. Feigning a phone call, he held his phone and started walking toward the door. Hello? What? Your sow gave birth? Alright, I will come over right away. This Chen Guofu, who had been so arrogant and overbearing under the protection of others, now that he saw 7th Master, Zhang Yang, Murano, and the others fall, was actually thinking of slipping away? Yifan let out a cold laugh, picked up a chair and hurled it. The chair brushed past Chen Guofu's chest and smashed to the ground in front of him. The chair leg embedded itself into the concrete floor. Did I give you permission to leave? Young Master Yi, I was wrong, please do not kill me. Chen Guofu's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he wet his pants in terror, collapsing to his knees before Yifan with a thud. Yifan sneered. Lead us to the underground vault where the children are being held, and I will spare your life. This, Chen Guofu hesitated, glancing at 7th Master. Chen Guofu knew about the vault where the children were kept, but he also knew that it was 7th Master's lifeblood. If that was exposed, it would be irrefutable evidence, and 7th Master would be utterly finished. Moreover, the trafficking of children to Japan involved not only money, but also a colossal secret connected to a mysterious noble family in the capital. If the secret was exposed, Chen Guofu knew his own life would be forfeit as well. But he also knew that if he did not lead Yifan and the others now, he would not escape either. Seeing Yifan's sharp gaze turn on him, Chen Guofu gritted his teeth, climbed to his feet, and led the way. Come, scum! Chen Guofu, you dog, how dare you! 7th Master tried to rise and curse him, but Yifan kicked him unconscious on the spot. Under Chen Guofu's guidance, they navigated the complex corridors of Longgong Club, descended to a secret underground chamber, and after passing several coded locks, finally reached the 3rd basement level. Using 7th Master's eye for the retinal scanner, they opened the vault door. What they saw made Wang Fugui, Zhao Linglong, Yifan, Pengyu, Xin Chang, and the others gasp in horror. The vast basement was dark and damp. Over 100 children had been tossed on the floor, covered in filth and urine, crying and crawling aimlessly. Some, starved beyond endurance, were grasping at the excrement. Damn it! Bastards! Seeing this, Yifan's fury flared again, and he kicked 7th Master hard. Chen Guofu was not spared. Wang Fugui, Zhao Linglong, and Xin Chang immediately pinned him to the ground and gave him a savage beating. Even the scholarly-looking Pengyu dragged over a chair and smashed it on Chen Guofu. The rest is up to you. 7th Master and his accomplices must be severely punished, no leniency. Yifan looked at Pengyu, Xin Chang, Hua Shuiyan, and the others. With 7th Master, Murano, and their core experts taken down, the cleanup was naturally in Pengyu and Xin Chang's hands. Understood. Pengyu and Xin Chang responded in unison, their gaze falling on Hua Shuiyan. They both knew that this entire operation had involved Yifan because of Hua Shuiyan. And they also realized that with 7th Master eliminated and this major case solved, Hua Shuiyan's promotion was inevitable. Watching Yifan's figure as he strode out, Pengyu made up his mind. Since Hua Shuiyan was Yifan's person, he would give her his full support. The Yi family had already gone to war with the Lin family. Yifan, Wang Fugui, and Zhao Linglong did not linger. They immediately flew back to Yuncheng. Meanwhile, after the night's dramatic events, Huadu was rocked by yet another earth-shattering news story. Pengyu and Xinchang jointly held a press conference, announcing that under Hua Shuiyan's leadership, they had cracked the massive human trafficking and smuggling case involving Lu Qi of Huadu, with ties to Japan's Black Robe Society, and Zhang Yang, the director of the provincial headquarters. Comrade Hua Shuiyan played a key role in this operation. Given Zhang Yang's betrayal and death on the scene, I now appoint Comrade Hua Shuiyan as commander of the cleanup operation. All forces in the southern province are at her disposal. Those within the system understood exactly what this appointment meant. With Zhang Yang dead, his position was vacant. By normal standards, Hua Shuiyan, merely a captain in Yuncheng, was far below the rank needed to lead such an operation. She had no right to direct the cleanup of 7th Master's remnants. But with Pengyu and Xin Chang backing her, the message was clear: they were elevating Hua Shuiyan. Barring surprises, after this operation, Hua Shuiyan would soon take Zhang Yang's position. Cracking the trafficking ring was a huge achievement. Mopping up the remnants would be another. With honors piling up, her promotion was inevitable. In Yuncheng, Chief Sun Hong, reading the news on his phone, spewed a mouthful of tea. Hua Shuiyan? Just half an hour ago, pressured by Zhang Yang, he had been about to suspend her. And now, she was standing alongside Governor Pengyu? Unable to believe it, Sun Hong turned on the television and saw the rolling broadcast, confirming it was real. He sighed inwardly. Such is fate. Hua Shuiyan is so close to young Master Yi. I wonder who will have the last laugh between the Yi family and the Lin family. In a villa in the capital, an old man also watched the news. Father, with Lu Qi exposed, our cooperation with the Japanese will surely suffer, a young man beside him muttered, worried. What was Lu Qi thinking, provoking Yifan? The old man's face twitched. There will be some fallout, but as long as it does not affect our grand plan, it will not matter. Clean up all traces of contact with Lu Qi, make sure they do not trace it to us. And arrange a meeting with the Black Robe Society's president, Sora Kamishita. Yes. In the royal palace of the capital, Dragon Lord Tang Zheng also saw the report. Seeing so many children rescued, his face was filled with emotion. At last. This cancer has finally been cut out. Humph, that Yi boy finally did something worthy. Pass my order, have all officials in the southern province fully cooperate with the investigation. A look of resolve crossed Tang Zheng's face as he issued the command. Dragon Lord, are you certain? Governor Peng Yu is Yi Chongfeng's student. Do I need to repeat myself? I feared the forces behind Lu Qi and dared not act. But Yifan did it, and for that alone, I will support him this time. Yifan, together with Wang Fugui and Zhao Linglong, arrived directly at the Yi Group in Yuncheng. At that moment, in the massive conference hall on the top floor of Yi Group, a large crowd of people of various appearances had already gathered. There were people from Xia, individuals dressed in the style of Britannia, those from the beautiful country, some with blonde hair, others with yellow hair. After Yifan ordered Han Zhuo to announce that Heavenly Slaughter Vengeance Plan, nearly all the core forces of the Northfall sect hidden around the world had assembled at Yi Group. Greetings, Emperor. As Yifan entered the conference hall, nearly 1,000 people spoke in unison, bowing respectfully to him. Among them were the whirlwind war god who had dominated battlefields, the senior sister of the Northfall sect, Xing Roland, who carried out missions in the beautiful country, and Ross Eld, head of the Ross family. Everyone. It has been 3 years, and you are as magnificent as ever. Long live the Emperor's wisdom and might. Yes. Seeing the Emperor restored brings me such joy. Looking at the loyal forces of the Northfall sect, recalling 3 years of endurance, and especially the tragic slaughter 3 years ago, Yifan felt a surge of sorrow and anger. The attack on the Northfall sect had been premeditated. Most of the sect's forces had been sent out on other missions, leaving their stronghold vulnerable. The enemy's sudden strike led to devastating losses. Everyone, I have gathered you here today to announce that the Northfall sect was never destroyed. I, Yifan, have risen again. Our master did not die. For these 3 years, we have only been gathering our strength. From now on, we shall have our vengeance. We will rebuild the Northfall sect and make it stronger than before. And the enemies who made us bleed, I will make them tremble and crawl before us. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. We pledge our lives in loyalty to the Emperor. 3 years of hiding had filled the Northfall sect members with rage. Young master, just tell us what to do. Give the order, and we will charge forward without fear of death. Yes, young master. Those bastards who dug out your heart and kidneys, that was the ultimate insult. I lose sleep every night thinking about it. Young master, just tell us who attacked. I will lead the charge and destroy their lairs. Yifan raised a hand to calm them. The enemies who attacked the Northfall sect and the Yi family headquarters in Yuncheng, we have identified the Guwu Jin family and the Zheng family. As for others, we have no clues yet. I have already destroyed the Zhou family for attacking the Yi family. Next is the Lin family. He paused briefly, then continued. And based on my investigations so far, the royal family of Xiao was also involved in the attack that nearly exterminated my Yi family. What? Yifan's words set off an uproar in the hall. The royal family are fucking traitors. The Yi family defended the borders for so many years, and they joined outsiders against us? We must not spare them. We might as well destroy the royal family and let the Yi family take their place. Young master, give the order. The loyalty of the Northfall sect's core members was beyond question. If Yifan commanded it, they truly would act against the royal family. With over 1 million followers worldwide, even if they could not overthrow the royal family, they could plunge Xia into chaos. Though Yifan hated the royal family, he did not wish to see Xia fall into disorder. In silence, everyone. Our vengeance will not be mere slaughter. We will utterly destroy our enemies through their economy, connections, and martial strength. This will be a vast and lengthy process. For example, in dealing with the Lin family, Ross Eld will lead a financial assault to collapse their economy. Only then will we break their connections, and finally their martial power. So, we will divide into groups. Senior sister, you will lead a team to rebuild our Northfall sect at Kunlun. Try to restore it within 2 months. Understood. Chang Roland cast Yifan a longing glance. She had wanted to scold him after their reunion, but seeing so many depending on Yifan, she had to set aside her feelings. Han Yue, you will restore and expand our intelligence system. I want all governors under Lin family control investigated within 24 hours. After that, spare no effort in finding the true culprits of that year. Do you understand? Understood, young master. Han Yue, once Yifan's personal maid, had led the intelligence network that had been devastated in the attack. Assassination Team 3 Whirlwind War God will lead you. Harass the Jin and Zhang family's outer forces. Test their strength, but do not engage them directly. Yes. Yifan gave further orders. The Northfall sect's heavenly slaughter vengeance plan was fully activated. Everyone found renewed purpose and set about rebuilding the sect and seeking bloody revenge. When all had left, only Ross ELD and a group of tycoons from Europa remained. Is everything ready? When the market opens at 1, it will be decisive. Are you confident? Yifan asked Ross ELD and the others. Yifan had spared Lin Hua's life so that he could watch his empire crumble before his eyes. No problem at all, Emperor. Please rest assured. Yifan nodded. Seeing time was short, he told Ross ELD, prepare yourselves. I will bring someone to meet you. Xiu Wan, now general manager of Yi Group, needed to know Yifan's contacts. Yifan had rescued her from that lecherous supervisor, given her a job, a car, a home. Of course she was moved, why else would she have embraced him that night? Especially since Yifan had held himself back at that critical moment, this made her admire him even more. Though busy learning her new role, she often thought of him, wishing she had met him sooner. Xiu Wan, who had borne a child, felt a bit unworthy of the handsome, powerful Yifan. Just as she finished a stack of files and sipped her tea in a daze, there came a knock at the door. Come in. She replied out of habit, and when she saw it was Yifan, she stood up with joy. Yifan, what brings you here? She took a few quick steps toward him, opened her arms as if to hug him, then hesitated, unsure if she should. Yifan smiled and pulled her into his arms, his hand wickedly caressing her hips. Wanjia, just a few days apart, and you have gotten thinner. Ah, her heart fluttered at his teasing, and she scolded softly, you are so bad. Let go or someone will see. Although Xiuwan playfully scolded him, her body showed no sign of resistance. In her heart, Xiuwan did not reject Yifan's closeness. Ha! That day when you pushed me down, Wanjia, were you not afraid someone might see? Yifan teased, looking at her with a mischievous smile. Xiuwan blushed and buried her face in Yifan's chest, too embarrassed to look up. Oh, stop it. How can you bring that up? That day, Xiuwan's actions had come from gratitude. Yifan had bought her a car, bought her a house, saved her daughter, driven away her ex-husband, and resolved such a massive problem. She did not know what Yifan truly wanted from her, and in that emotional moment, she had acted on impulse. But now, her feelings toward Yifan were no longer purely gratitude. Xiuwan nestled against Yifan's chest, mentally prepared for him to take things further. If Yifan wanted her here in the office, she was ready to give herself to him. After all, by entrusting her with such a massive company, Yifan was showing her great trust. And who was worthy of that trust? Naturally, one who became his woman. But just as Xiuwan thought Yifan would proceed, he let her go and gently smoothed her disheveled hair. Wanjia, tidy up a bit. I am taking you to meet a few people. Ah, Xiuwan had not yet recovered from his sudden change in mood. Moments ago, they had been so intimate, and now he wanted to introduce her to people? All right. Although a bit disappointed, she quickly composed herself, freshened up, and followed Yifan to the top floor of Yi Group. When the conference room doors opened, Xiuwan was stunned speechless by what she saw. Young Master Yi, is that Ross ELD? And over there, Thomas and Edmund. With her background in finance and experience as an executive at major corporations, Xiuwan naturally recognized these international financial titans. Until now, she had only heard of them or seen them from afar, never had she dreamed of standing face to face with them. Yet here they were, right before her eyes. Everyone, let me introduce, this is Xiuwan, my Wanjia, the controller of Yi Group. Get to know her well. As Yifan introduced her, he did not remove his arm from around her slender waist. Ross ELD, Thomas, and the other sly old foxes saw this intimate gesture clearly. That Yifan entrusted Xiuwan with Yi Group and personally introduced her made it obvious her relationship with Yifan was no ordinary one. Ross ELD stepped forward eagerly and extended his hand. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Chiu. I look forward to your guidance in our work together. He took out a business card and offered it with both hands. Miss Chiu, here is my card. Please feel free to call me anytime. It will be my honor to serve you and young Master Yi. We as well. Thomas, Edmund, and the others hurried over, each shaking her hand and presenting their cards with humble smiles. Xiuwan was dazed with shock. These were the legendary titans of the financial world. Normally, they ruled their domains like emperors. If she met them elsewhere, they would never have spared her so much as a glance. Yet now, they were so courteous, even eager to please. It was all thanks to Yifan. The heir of Xia's foremost family truly wielded astonishing power. Recently, Xiao Wan had heard rumors about Yifan's feats at the club, but after spending time with him, she realized he was nothing like the rumors said. I am honored to meet all of you. In the world of finance, I am but a student. I hope you will look after me in the future. After exchanging pleasantries, Yifan checked the time. When it was right, he motioned for Xiao Wan to leave and told Ross ELD, prepare yourselves. It is time. As he walked Xiao Wan out, Yifan reminded her, our Yi family is going to war with the Lin family. Be ready to take over their assets completely. Has there been any major change in the company the past couple of days? Xiao Wan shook her head. Everything is stable. The only change is that Su Chao from the procurement department resigned this morning, saying he was mentally unwell. Oh, Yifan smirked. Su Chao's resignation did not surprise him in the least. Anyone who kept finding bleeding dog heads in their car, on their door, in their bedroom, and in their bathroom would crack sooner or later. Su Chao's departure meant the Yi Group had finally purged all of Lin family's infiltrators from its top ranks. Just as Yifan saw Xiao Wan off, his phone rang. It was Xin Yufei. Ex-wife, what is it now? This little minx, even after divorcing him, clung to him as if they were still married. I am downstairs at Yi Group. Come get me. My second uncle sent me with 3 trillion yuan in support. If it is not enough, we can transfer another 3 trillion. My second uncle said, as long as you need it, consider it my dowry. Yi Fan was speechless. The Xian family had made their stance very clear. The Yi family's true enemies were not just the Lin family, but also the royal family, the divine emissary behind them, and the colossal ancient martial clans. The Xian family, as one of the 6 great clans of Xia, was a crucial ally. Ha! Now you want to marry me? Let me tell you, marrying me will not be so easy after all. It was you who wanted to break off the engagement. I know. That is why I will work hard to win you back. After this is over, I am treating you to dinner, no refusals. The final battle between the Yi family and the Lin family had begun. It started with the financial war. The Lin family had hired Lafitte. In Lin Group's operations center, Lafitte and his team were ready. Patriarch Lin, has the extra 3 trillion arrived? It has. Good. Let us begin. Raise the price of all 43 Yi Group stocks by 20%. Buy everything on the market, we will take it all. Stock wars were simple, drive prices up or short the market. Lafitte's plan was direct, buy up Yi Group shares, then dump them en masse, crashing their value, pushing them toward bankruptcy. Then they could buy controlled dirt cheap and profit enormously. The strategy seemed sound. Lin Hua, with his years of business experience, understood the game. This came down to wealth. Lin family's side had to see if they could buy enough shares to shake Yi Group. Yi family's side had to see if they could absorb the dumped stock and keep the price from collapsing. Clatter! As Lafitte gave the order, dozens of traders began snapping up Yi Group stock at high prices. It has begun. At Yi Group's top floor trading center, Ross ELD and his team saw it at once. Humph. Old fox, your tricks are clumsy. You think you can short us? Not a chance. Ross ELD smiled. Against an ordinary company, Lafitte's tactic might have worked. But Ross ELD had brought 3 trillion in reserves, enough to withstand even a royal assault. You want to buy? We will buy too. Push the price 20% higher than Lin's position. But do not buy too much, just enough to drive up the price. Yes, sir. This is a showdown between the world's 2 top financial teams, and it is also a life and death battle between the Lin family and the Yi family. Those in the know naturally understand that this financial war is bound to be an earth-shattering clash. Meanwhile, in the stock market, investors unaware of the inside story began to notice some extremely abnormal activity. What is going on? Why did the stocks related to the Yi Group suddenly surge by 20%? No, wait. They are up 40% now. Fuck, this is way too abnormal. All eyes were drawn to the stocks under the Yi Group's umbrella. If it were just 1 or 2 stocks, it would be understandable. But the key point is that all 43 stocks under the Yi Group were surging. Some shrewd individuals immediately deduced the general situation. Someone is targeting the Yi family. They are trying to short Yi's stocks and crush the Yi family completely. That must be it. How about it, if you have the guts, let us follow the trend and buy a few shares. If nothing unexpected happens, Yi's stocks should continue to soar in the short term. We can sell just in time before they dump theirs. Fuck. Within the imperial court of Daxia, the Dragon Lord Tang Zheng also received reports from his subordinates. Dragon Lord, the Lin family and the Yi family have officially gone to war. So it has finally begun? Sigh, Tang Zheng let out a long, helpless sigh. Ever since Rothschild entered Daxia, Tang Zheng had received word of this. The century-old war between the Lin and Yi families had been inevitable. But with Rothschild and all those financial giants of Europa siding with the Yi family, the outcome had in fact been sealed from the very beginning. The Lin family could not possibly be a match for the Yi family. Dragon Lord, should we intervene? No matter which side wins this time, it will be unfavorable to the royal family. Tang Zhang's aide reminded him. How could Tang Zhang not understand this reasoning? It was just that the power the Yi family had assembled was too formidable. Even if the royal family stepped in, they might not be able to match the Yi family. This time, the Yi family had not only gathered their own strength, the Xian family had also sided with them, as had the reclusive Zhao family. The Zhao family's patriarch had personally come to apologize and offered Zhao Linglong to serve by Yifan's side as a maid. What on earth was going on? Just a few days ago, all intelligence indicated that the eldest son of the Yi family had disappeared years ago and was most likely dead. Later, although they found out Yifan was still alive, he had been nothing more than a hanger-on at various clubs. How had the situation changed so dramatically in just a few days? Forget it. Let us not intervene. On the one hand, our interference would be of little significance. On the other, we must at least leave ourselves a way out. Otherwise, we will have no room left for negotiation with the Yi family later. Tang Zhang sighed again in frustration. In fact, ever since Tang Zhang inherited the position of Dragon Lord, it had been decades of hardship. As martial arts flourished, the strength of powerful families gradually grew, and the influence of the royal family waned. In many matters, they had to struggle to survive between these great clans. 3 years ago, the royal family had joined forces with a mysterious power to weaken the Yi family's strength, buying themselves 3 years of development. But even so, it was still not enough. Now that the Yi family was rising again, the royal family was facing yet another catastrophe. At the Lin Group, when Lafite and Linhua saw Yi Group's stocks soar by 40%, they immediately realized that the Yi family had begun their counterattack. Keep acquiring, raise the price. Lafite continued to instruct the traders, while Linhua, beside him, was becoming increasingly anxious. Mr. Lafite, are you sure we should keep raising the price? The Yi Group's stocks are behaving abnormally right now. If we keep bidding higher like this, I am afraid our 800 billion will not be enough. If we end up suffocating ourselves, that will be a disaster. What else can we do? We have already invested over 100 billion. Are we just going to give up now? Lafite wore a troubled expression. If we abandon our assault on their stocks, once they pull their funds out, it will be our stocks they come for next. Do you think our funds can withstand that? In a stock market battle, the defending side suffers far more. As Linhua was hesitating, someone reported, large quantities of Yi Group stocks are being sold off. This news was undoubtedly good news to Linhua. Then we will do as Mr. Lafite says, keep acquiring. As long as the Yi Group stock prices did not continue to surge, Linhua believed the Lin family's funds could still hold out. But Linhua had no idea that this was just a ploy by Rothschild to lure the enemy. Let them buy. The stock prices are over 30% higher than normal now. If we release the stocks we hold, that is a pure 30% profit. Why would we not take it? Listen to my order. As long as the stocks we hold still give us controlling interest, sell all the rest. On Rothschild's orders, all 43 stocks under the Yi Group were sold off at peak prices, over 40% higher than normal. Meanwhile, Linhua and his team had poured in 300 billion more. Although they could see that the prices were unreasonably high, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and keep buying. Buy. Keep buying. Buy more. In just one afternoon, Lafite had spent the entire 800 billion Linhua controlled. But because the stocks were purchased at such high prices, they still controlled less than 20% of the Yi Group overall. With such a small share, it was difficult to shake the Yi Group's overall stock price. Mr. Lafite, what do we do now? We do not have enough shares, and we cannot gain control of the Yi Group. At this rate, all our funds will be trapped. Linhua was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Linhua knew that countless eyes were watching the Lin and Yi families at this moment. If the Lin family fell, who knew how many people would rush in to tear off a piece of their flesh? This battle for the Lin family could only end in victory. Even a draw would be a loss for them. Fuck. The Yi family's strength is overwhelming. Master Lin, your funds are insufficient. What can we do now? We can only continue targeting the Yi Group stocks. From experience, we need to control over 30% of their stocks before any sell-off could trigger a market collapse. But, we have already mobilized all the money we can. There is no more. Linhua, of course, knew they needed to buy stocks, but that required money. The Lin family had already mobilized all the funds they could and even borrowed 300 billion from his father-in-law. Where could they find more in such a short time? Master Lin, I suddenly thought of a solution. You could mortgage some of the companies under the Lin Group and temporarily raise some funds. After we win this battle, we can redeem them. What do you say? I happen to know a few mortgage companies that offer very fair rates. Lafayette began guiding Lin Hua, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Is this really a good idea? What if we fail to bring down the Yi family and cannot recover the funds? Would that not mean that all of my Lin family's companies would be completely finished? Lin Hua, having been in the business world for so many years, naturally understood the consequences of such collateral arrangements. In the business world, most of these kinds of collateral deals end up with the person losing both their money and their assets. Lafayette shrugged helplessly and said, then there is nothing we can do. If we do not continue to inject funds, we will not be able to short the Yi Group's stocks, and our 800 billion will all be trapped. Furthermore, if the Yi family counters by attacking Lin family's stocks, what will you do then? Everything Lafayette analyzed was perfectly clear to Lin Hua. Today, this was a life-and-death battle between the Lin and Yi families. If they lost, there would be no chance for recovery. The Lin family had already been forced to the edge of the cliff. There was no other choice. If they did not charge forward, the Lin family was doomed. If they did charge forward, perhaps there was still a sliver of hope. Let's do it! A trace of helplessness appeared on Lin Hua's face. Mr. Lafayette, please contact your friends. I have decided to mortgage the companies. Very well. Lafayette glanced at a few of his companions. The people around him immediately took out mortgage contracts from their bags. The terms and the loan amount were already written out. Lin Hua was stunned. These people had actually prepared the contracts in advance? Lin Hua seemed to sense the stench of a conspiracy. Was this a trap set for him? But Lin Hua had also investigated. The one managing the Yi family's operations was Rothschild, and Lafayette and Rothschild were natural-born enemies. There was no way they could be working together, right? Precisely because of this, Lin Hua had boldly invited Lafayette to take on the Yi family. 100 billion? And you want 100% equity in 5 of the Lin family's companies as collateral? This, Mr. Lafayette, this is robbery, is it not? My Lin family's steel conglomerate, hotel business, cultural tourism, these are all golden geese that lay eggs. Combined, they are worth at least 500 billion, and you want to take them for just 100 billion? Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. At their peak, the combined cash flow of these Lin family companies exceeded 100 billion in just 3 months. One of Lafayette's companions said calmly, Mr. Lin, times have changed. You can also choose not to mortgage. But looking across all of Dacia, besides us, who else can raise 100 billion in such a short time? There are less than 2 hours until the market closes. Think it over carefully, Mr. Lin. Lin Hua had never felt so stifled. Think it over? Did he still have the luxury of time to think it over? They had already said it themselves. Only 2 hours remained. After today's closing bell, who knew what would happen tomorrow? Perhaps they would not even need to wait until tomorrow's closing. The Yi family had masters operating behind the scenes. If they sensed that something was amiss on the Lin family's side, they might launch a full-scale assault today. Master Lin, there is no need for you to worry. You are just using your companies as collateral. As soon as we force the Yi family's stock prices down, our funds will immediately come back. At that time, you can just repay us. Is that not right? Lafayette gave Lin Hua a dose of reassurance. Fine. Let us sign the contract quickly. Lin Hua looked at the numbers flashing on the screen, his heart growing increasingly uneasy. The Yi family's stock prices were still soaring. Lin Hua no longer knew whether attempting to short the Yi family had been the right choice or not. 100 billion entered the market again. Lafayette did not hesitate at all, launching another frenzied wave of acquisitions of the Yi family's stocks. On the other side, Rothschild of the Yi family noticed Lafayette's actions and pushed the stock price up even further. Compared to the initial price, it had already risen by 50%. Such an astonishing surge caused the entire stock market to boil over. Yet at this moment, most investors began to calm down. Usually, when stock prices in the market experienced such monstrous fluctuations, it meant that major institutions were battling behind the scenes. Some shrewd retail investors quickly began selling off their shares to lock in their profits. Of course, there were also those with bold hearts who, rather than selling, kept buying more. Watching the stock price climb higher and higher, Lin Hua felt his nerves fray. Such forced acquisitions of the Yi family's stock were like draining the Lin family's blood. If their attempt to short the Yi family failed, then the Lin family. 100 billion was an astronomical figure for most families, but in the stock market, it disappeared in less than half an hour. At last, we now control 30% of the Yi family's stocks, barely enough to proceed to the next step. Lafite extended his hand toward Lin Hua. Congratulations, Master Lin. When Lin Hua shook hands with Lafite, his wrist trembled slightly. In his heart, he cursed, "Congratulations, my ass." A strong sense of foreboding gripped Lin Hua. He felt this would end in disaster. "Mr. Lafite, could we not hold on to the shares we have now? Use them to control the Yi family's assets? After all, these were shares of the Yi family bought at high prices. If they kept them, their 900 billion, though diminished, might at least retain some value. But if they kept fighting the Yi family like this, and the Yi family managed to regain control of the situation, the Lin family would be left with nothing. Master Lin, what are you thinking? Do you believe that with this small amount of shares, you could control the Yi family's assets? Dream on. There is just over an hour until the market closes. Make your decision quickly. If you do not want to proceed, I will go back to my country right now. Lafite deliberately goaded Lin Hua. Lin Hua sighed deeply, helpless. At this stage, he had no choice. He was merely unwilling to accept it. Do it! Lafite immediately ordered his subordinates, start dumping Yi family stocks now. Under normal circumstances, even if they sold off their shares, as long as the Yi family's stock price declined gradually, the Lin family would not be left with nothing. But the key was that this time, Rothschild was on the other side. As soon as Lafite began selling, Rothschild also started dumping stocks frantically, but each time he sold only a little, just enough to match what he had previously bought. The result of Rothschild's interference was that the Yi family's stock price instantly nosedived, dropping 30%, 60%, 10%. In the blink of an eye, all of the Yi family's stocks had fallen to just 1/10 of their original value. And the price continued to fall. Quick, Mr. Lafite, keep selling. Quickly, keep selling, we are about to succeed. Lin Hua stared at the numbers on the screen, his face filled with excitement. The Yi family's stocks were on the verge of bottoming out. Soon, they would be forced into bankruptcy and liquidation. The Yi family would be utterly finished. At this moment, Lafite still held more than half of his shares. Selling now would definitely drive the Yi family's stock price down even further, delivering the final fatal blow. The Yi family's stocks kept falling, down to just 1% of their original value. Shall we keep selling? Lafite asked, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips as he looked at Lin Hua with a hint of malice. Keep selling, sell it all. Very well. This was the moment Lafite had been waiting for. And just as Lafite cleared his position, on the Yi Group side, Rothschild gave his orders as well. Everyone, mobilize all our funds. Start buying back everything on the market. Once we have recovered all the shares, we will stabilize the stock price. Yes, sir. Inside the headquarters of the Lin Group, Lin Hua stared at the numbers on the screen, muttering to himself over and over, drop further, drop faster, best if it hits zero right away. Just as Lin Hua thought everything had been settled, the stock price once again displayed abnormal activity. The stocks that Lafite had just dumped were unexpectedly snapped up in one breath by a major buyer on the market. The stock price, which had just been falling, instantly surged by 10%. What is going on? Lin Hua stared in horror at the changing numbers on the screen, deeply bewildered. Did the Yi family not already expend massive amounts of capital in our earlier clash? At this point, how could they possibly have money left to stabilize the stock price? What do we do now? Lin Hua watched as the stock price kept climbing. That mysterious institution continued to buy up all the available shares on the market, and in a short time, they had acquired every share in circulation. The Yi family's stock price, which had just plummeted to rock bottom, had essentially returned to normal levels by the close of trading. Given that Lin Hua knew full well the life or death struggle between the Lin and Yi families, anyone who stepped in to help the Yi family at this moment could only be their ally. Lin Hua would never believe otherwise. I am sorry, Master Lin, but your Lin family is simply too weak. There is nothing more I can do. If the Lin family had over $1 trillion in capital, perhaps there would still be a chance to contest the Yi family. But now, with a wave of his hand, Lafite signaled all his subordinates to stop their operations. Seeing the situation before him, Lin Hua knew that economically, the Lin family had already been crushed by the Yi family. Since that was the case, there was nothing left but to fight with their lives. Someone, summon the beasts of the Bloodrobe sect Iron Bull, Xianeng, and the other masters. Also gather all the death warriors raised by our Lin family immediately. We are preparing to stake it all against the Yi family. And notify the 6 governors under the Lin family's control, have them send reinforcements at once. Tonight, either the Yi family dies or the Lin family perishes. But as soon as Lin Hua finished speaking, even more devastating news arrived. Master, it is bad. The governor of South China has just been publicly reported by name, accused of murder, and taken away by the supervisory authorities. Our Governor Lin Mo in the Northwest was also just seized at a meeting on the spot, allegedly for involvement in a criminal case. The Northeast as well. A string of reports left Lin Hua utterly stunned. The Yi family had long since prepared on the economic front, but they had acted in the political sphere too? Among the 6 great clans of Daxia, the Lin family, Yi family, Xian family, and the imperial family, they together governed the entire nation. Between these great clans, there had always been a tenuous balance of power. For all the Lin family's governors to be taken down simultaneously, only the Yi family could possibly have such power. But had the Yi family not been crushed in recent years? How had their intelligence network suddenly grown so formidable? Yi Fan. It must be Yi Fan. Damn it, they should have killed Yi Fan all those years ago. Lin Hua's assistant asked with some concern, Master, the situation is critical. Should we ask the imperial family for help? Lin Hua shook his head in despair. There is no need. The imperial family surely already knew everything about the situation between the Lin and Yi families. But before the two families had settled the outcome of their struggle, the imperial family would never casually lend aid to either side. Only the victor would earn the imperial family's favor. Even though the imperial family had once joined in the campaign against the Yi family, at this moment, they would not help the Lin family. Moreover, for the Yi family to move against all 6 Lin governors at once, they must have reached some tacit agreement with the imperial family. The Yi family would take 4 of the governor positions, leaving 2 for the imperial family. Thus, the imperial family would turn a blind eye to the Yi family's actions. In both economics and politics, the Lin family had been completely defeated. The Lin family's last hope now lay in force, whether they could turn the tide with sheer strength. Call upon the patriarch as well. The Lin family has reached the moment of life and death. At the Yi group, Yi Fan was still leisurely sipping tea. At the very moment trading closed, Rothschild respectfully stepped forward and said, Young Master Yi, this financial war is ours. A rough estimate places our profit at around 800 billion, and the Lin family has been utterly destroyed this time. Tomorrow will be our move. At that point, the Lin family will be finished once and for all. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Perhaps we will not need to wait until tomorrow. That Lafite had come to Daxia and had refrained from contacting him, had instead hidden within the Lin family. He was clearly playing a long game. Lafite had always wanted to enter the Northern Falling Star sect, but Yafan had not agreed. This time, Lafite was likely offering a token of loyalty. Come, let us go take a look at the Lin group's situation. With this simple sentence from Yafan, Rothschild and the others were momentarily stunned. Young Master Yi, you mean to go to the Lin family now? At this point, they probably want to tear you apart. But halfway through his sentence, Rothschild fell silent. He knew Yifan's strength too well. Since Yafan had decided to act, he must have prepared thoroughly. With the Northern Falling Star sect's influence spanning the globe, the Lin family would be of no concern. Yifan's entourage was simple: Zhao Linglong, Wang Fugui, Rothschild, Xian Yufei, and a few bodyguards from the Xian family. A dozen people in total set out directly for the Lin group. At Lin group headquarters, Lin Hua's face was deathly pale as he took stock of the Lin family's remaining assets. Because the core 5 companies of the Lin family had already been mortgaged to Lafite, the assets left under Lin group's control were now less than 30% of their peak value. Although they had recovered 1% of their funds during the stock dump, totaling nearly 10 billion, for the Lin group, this was not even enough to cover transaction fees. Damn the Yafan! Lin Hua slammed his fist onto the desk. But Lafite's staff paid him no mind. Master Lin, please sign. From now on, we will take over Lin Real Estate, the hotel group, the cultural tourism group. Lin Hua's chest heaved with rage. In his heart, he no longer knew if inviting Lafite had been the right decision. Had he let the wolf into the fold? If he had not invited Lafite to manage the operation, if he had chosen another way to confront the Yi family, would the outcome have been better? But life holds no ifs. At this point, whether Lin Hua signed or not, the Lin group's core companies were finished. Just as Lin Hua finished signing, the Blood Robe sect's 3 top masters, Beast, Iron Bull, and Xianing, finally arrived. Soon after, the Lin family patriarch Lin Changsheng appeared as well. These 3 Blood Robe sect masters were all at the peak of the Grandmaster level, and Lin Changsheng's strength was even greater. Sensing the martial energy radiating from the patriarch, Lin Hua could not contain his excitement. Patriarch, you have broken through? You have reached the martial lord level? Lin Changsheng nodded. Indeed. Ah. Excellent, excellent. Our Lin family is saved. Lin Hua waved his fist in joy, his face alight with hope. The balance among the 6 great clans had always rested on the fact that their patriarch's strengths were similar. None had broken through to the martial lord level. Martial lords typically existed only in the sacred lands. And now, at this critical moment, the Lin patriarch had broken through to martial lord level. This would be a tremendous deterrent to the other clans. With the patriarch and the blood robe sect's top 3 masters acting together, plus the puppets left behind by the divine envoy, this time they would surely kill Yafan. Once Yafan was dead, the 2 old men left in the Yi family would be like a crumbling wall, easily pushed over by all. At this thought, Manhwa could not help but laugh out loud. Martial lord level? In my eyes, that is nothing but trash. Just as Manhwa was rejoicing, a sudden voice at the doorway sent a tremor through his heart. Yafan? How did that man dare to come charging straight into the Lin Group's headquarters? Had he not stationed so many bodyguards and martial arts masters at the Lin Group's entrance? Were they all just for show? Greetings, Emperor. Greetings, young Master Yi. While Manhwa stood there in shock, Lafite and the others, upon seeing Yafan, hurriedly ran over and knelt respectfully before him, faces filled with reverence. Lafite went even further. Not only did he kneel, but he also respectfully presented Yafan with a stack of contracts and agreements. Emperor, please take a look. Here are the transfer agreements for the 5 core companies under the Lin family. I have fulfilled my mission and finally secured control of them. I beg you to accept them. As for the Lin family's other assets, I have already arranged for my men to take control step by step. At present, we have quietly secured most of the equity. Lafite had actually handed over the 5 Lin family companies he had taken as collateral to Yafan. Lafite, you bunch of bastards, were you not here to help me? You have all been deceiving me? Manhwa was completely stunned at the sight of Lafite's actions. When Lafite had pulled off his series of maneuvers earlier, Manhwa had already sensed something was amiss, though he could not put his finger on it. Now, at last, it was clear. So Lafite had been on Yafan's side all along? Had he not been harboring a wolf in his midst? Lafite smiled faintly. Master Lin, it is not about deception or not. Opposing young Master Yi, no matter how you do it, will only lead to this same ending. As he finished speaking, Lafite glanced at Rothschild at Yafan's side. Old friend, a pleasure working with you. At this moment, Rothschild understood as well. Lafite must have known all along that he was the one orchestrating operations. Every market move had been Lafite deliberately paving the way and feeding him. A pleasure working with you. Sigh, what a letdown. I thought that this time, facing you, I finally had a chance to win, but in the end, although Rothschild had helped the Yi Group earn 800 billion, he felt no joy at all. This battle left Rothschild feeling that victory had come without honor. All right. You two both work for me, so do not dwell on it. If you really want to compete, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Yafan paused, his gaze deepening. Are you not eager for a challenge? Soon, we shall go to the East Island and destroy that tiny nation completely. That will be your chance to display your skills. The Black Robe Society of the East Island, colluding with Lord Seven, had harmed so many children in Daxia. If they were not taught a lesson, how could he face the people of Daxia? Very well. The group carried on their discussion, completely ignoring Manhwa, the Lin family patriarch, and the Lin family's assembled martial masters. Finally, Manhwa could stand it no longer. Enough! Yafan, how dare you come here on your own? So what if you have won economically? So what if you have removed my 6 governors? My Lin family patriarch has broken through. I do not believe that you can overcome a martial lord. Humph. As long as the Lin family has our patriarch, we will not fall. Today, none of you will leave here alive. With Manhwa's command, countless bodyguards and martial masters burst out, surrounding Yafan, Zhao Linglong, Xin Yufei, Wang Fugui, and the others. All around, enhanced steel crossbows and black gun barrels locked onto Yafan and his group. A look of satisfaction appeared on Manhwa's face. So many people, plus the experts of the puppet corps sect hidden among them. These were warriors refined from the corpses of martial masters, selected and forged by those divine envoys. They had no emotion, no sense of pain, and knew only battle. Their strength was formidable. They would fight until their last limb. With such forces assembled, how could Yafan escape? Yafan also noticed the puppet corps sect experts hidden among the martial masters. Puppet corps sect? Yafan's brows furrowed. The blood robe sect had acted, the goose sect had shown itself, and now the puppet corps sect had appeared. All those evil sects that had once been suppressed were becoming active again. The world was clearly starting to shift in strange ways. What exactly were those divine envoys planning? Besides seizing the immortal bone, they must be hiding an even greater conspiracy. Yafan had come to the Lin family today precisely to extract more truth about the attack on the Yi family years ago from Manhwa, and to uncover the true identity of the divine envoy behind the Lin family. Everyone, attack together. Just as Manhwa spoke, Yafan moved. The teleportation ability activated. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared right before the Lin family patriarch. Lin Changsheng, the Lin patriarch, sensed the fluctuations of Yifan's energy and felt a sudden sense of dread. Listening to Lin Hua's arrogant words, Lin Changsheng wanted nothing more than to strangle him. Damn it, stop boasting, old man wants to run for his life. Ah! Yifan's sudden appearance gave Lin Changsheng a terrible fright. Looking into Yifan's eyes, Lin Changsheng instantly knew that he was utterly outmatched. Yifan's strength surpassed his by far. Lin Changsheng had no idea how Yifan had moved so suddenly, and the energy radiating from Yifan now was utterly overwhelming. Yifan's power was definitely beyond martial lord level. Then what was the point of fighting? Run! Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Changsheng kicked off the ground, his body darting away at speed. But he had only just moved when Yifan reached out and seized him by the throat, lifting him like a chick. Do not run! Did not your descendants say you were a great fighter? Come, let me test that. Bang! Yifan held the Lin patriarch aloft and slammed a brutal fist into his chest. It was like striking decayed wood. The protective energy around Lin Changsheng's body shattered instantly under the overwhelming force. Yifan's arm continued to channel destructive energy, blasting Lin Changsheng's ribs to pieces. Not a bone remained intact. His dantian was destroyed, his meridians shattered inch by inch. Splurt! The Lin patriarch coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his pupils dilating in shock as he looked at Yifan. How? Damn it! Was this even possible? He was at least a martial lord level expert. Why, in Yifan's hands, was he less than a chick? One punch and he was destroyed? He had no chance to resist at all? Yifan's strength must be beyond even martial saint level. Could it be that he had reached that legendary, terrifying realm? But whether Lin Changsheng believed it or not, his life force was fading rapidly. His body twitched twice, then lay still forever. Hiss! Everyone present gasped in unison, frozen in shock. The strongest of the Lin family patriarch, had not even made a move before he was killed with a single punch? Dead! Lin Hua's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept that this was reality. Good heavens! That was a martial lord level expert. If the one who had struck was not the Yi family patriarch himself, Lin Hua might have thought that Yifan had hired an actor to put on a show with him. But this was the Lin family patriarch, their final trump card, their ultimate reliance. In a life-and-death battle between the Yi and Lin families, the Lin patriarch would fight with everything he had. There was no possibility of him holding back. Was Yifan even human? Or was he some kind of monster? Those companions from the beautiful country who had come with Lafite had at first not understood Lafite's behavior. They had thought Lafite was, after all, the richest man in their country. Why was he being so deferential to a young man from Daxia? But at this moment, having witnessed Yifan's strength, all of them felt a chill of fear. Thank goodness they had not opposed young Master Yi. It was too terrifying to kill a martial lord level expert with a single punch. Had they gone against Yifan, they probably would not have even known how they died. Wang Fugue, Zhao Linglong, and the others were long accustomed to Yifan's feats. They had witnessed Yifan's terrifying power countless times. Whether it was the patriarch of the Zhou family, Lord Seven's experts, or those formidable warriors from the East Island, none of them had ever survived even a single exchange with Yifan. But for Xian Yufei, this was the first time she had witnessed Yifan in action at such close range. Her beautiful eyes, wide with shock, seemed ready to overflow with emotion. Good heavens! So this was Yifan's true strength? So all that time he had spent at clubs, playing the part of a spoiled wastrel, that had all been an act? Heavens! What had she been thinking? Such an exceptional man had originally been her fiancé, and yet she had been thinking of annulling the engagement? Had she been kicked in the head by a donkey? In today's mundane world, a martial expert who surpassed the grandmaster level was enough for a family to dominate a region. And Yifan had clearly surpassed martial lord level, perhaps he was even stronger. The Yi family's rise was inevitable. No! She had to take the initiative, she had to win Yifan back. For the sake of reclaiming Yifan's heart, she resolved that even if it meant humbling herself, she would do whatever it took to win him back. It was for the Xian family, but more than that, it was because she had truly fallen for Yifan. He had been her fiancé to begin with. What was wrong with trying to win her husband back? Even more shaken were the Lin family's bodyguards and martial masters that Lin Hua had arranged. Some of the bodyguards holding steel crossbows suddenly felt their legs and wrists go weak. Clatter! Several bodyguards could no longer hold their weapons, and the steel crossbows fell to the floor. The sound of the weapons hitting the ground shattered the silence, and on the Lin family's side, many of the martial masters immediately threw down their crossbows and guns. We surrender. Surrendering means saving half our lives. Please, young Master Yi, do not kill us. Yes. We surrender. Please, young Master Yi, spare us. Clatter, clatter. In just a few seconds, more than half of Lin Hua's bodyguards had dropped their weapons and knelt toward Yifan. As they knelt, they even began to kowtow. The tight encirclement that Lin Hua had arranged, layer upon layer, without a gap, instantly fell apart with the surrender of these bodyguards. At the scene, apart from the Blood Robe sect, the Puppet Corpse sect, and the Lin family's death warriors, everyone else had given up resistance. No one is allowed to surrender. Get up and fight right now, damn it! Lin Hua screamed hysterically at the bodyguards, kicking at them in an attempt to make them fight, but it was no use. Given the situation where Yifan had so effortlessly crushed the Lin family patriarch, what was the point of further fighting? Anyone who charged forward now would be throwing their life away. They all knew that behind Yifan stood many more martial masters and bodyguards who had not even acted yet. Zhao Linglong and Xian Yufei were present too, which meant their family's experts had to be nearby. Of course, what they did not know was that hidden in the shadows were the experts of the Northern Falling Star sect, watching the battle closely. When Yifan had started to act against the Lin group, Han Zhuo and the sect's experts had already taken up positions in the building opposite, with safety lines fastened at their waists. If Yifan were in any danger, they would charge in at once. Most of the Lin family's bodyguards had surrendered. Only the Blood Robe sect, the Puppet Corpse sect's experts, and a few Lin family death warriors remained. Among them, even the Blood Robe sect's top fighters Iron Bull, Xianeng, and the others were losing their nerve. Brother, are we really going to keep fighting? Charging in would be suicide, Iron Bull said, shrinking back a few steps as he looked at Yifan. When the Lin family patriarch at martial lord level had been no match for Yifan, how could grandmaster level fighters like them possibly stand against him? Let us wait and see. Sigh, this is the Blood Robe sect's second attempt on Yifan's life. If we fail again, there will be no way to explain ourselves when we return. The outcome will not be good for us. Yifan dropped Lin Changxing's body to the ground, casting a calm glance over the Lin family's ranks, his gaze finally settling on the Puppet Corpse sect's members. These would be the most troublesome opponents remaining. They feared neither death nor pain, and would fight to the bitter end. What a nuisance. But Yifan had also learned the Puppet Corpse sect's methods from the Northern Falling Star sect. Without hesitation, he pulled out a few talismans, activated his teleportation ability, and in an instant was beside the Puppet Corpse sect's warriors, slapping the talismans onto them. In the next moment, those fearsome puppet corpses, brimming with murderous intent just a moment before, suddenly looked bewildered. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Lin Hua's eyes were bloodshot as he ordered the puppets to attack. He knew that at this point, the Lin family was finished. But he was not willing to fall without taking the Yi family down with him. If they were going to die, they would at least take a bite out of Yifan. But to his shock, although he gave the command, the puppets did not move at all. What? Had he used the wrong command gesture? Lin Hua tried again to activate the command, but the puppets remained motionless. And then he realized, in despair, that his connection to the puppets had been severed. Yifan's doing? He had seen Yifan slap talismans onto the puppets just moments ago. Had Yifan really taken control of the puppets? Was there anything Yifan could not do? Go! Kill them! Yifan smiled faintly, made a simple gesture, and issued an order. Instantly, the puppets sprang to life and turned their fury on the Lin family's death warriors. Because the puppets had originally been positioned close to the Lin family's death warriors, and because the puppets suddenly launched their assault, the Lin family's death warriors had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the Lin family's death warriors had been slaughtered. The remaining few were nothing more than prey for the puppets to hunt down. A moment ago, the Grand Hall had been packed with people, but with just a few of Yifan's maneuvers, like moving 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces of force, the entire hall was cleared out in an instant. The Lin family's forces had either surrendered or been cut down. In the blink of an eye, apart from the last few bodyguards near Lin Hua, the only ones left standing were Yifan's people. Ah! Is it over so soon? I have not even had a chance to act. No, with such a good opportunity, I must get involved. Zhao Linglong pouted as she looked at the scene where all of the Lin family's people had been taken down. Clenching her fists, she charged toward Lin Hua. Although Zhao Linglong had the face of a little girl and had never practiced martial arts before, her strength was terrifyingly great. You, what do you want? Seeing Zhao Linglong charging at him, Lin Hua felt a deep sense of dread. Quick, stop them. Lin Hua tried to hide behind his remaining bodyguards, but Zhao Linglong raised her fists, each strike like one would give to a child. The elite bodyguards around Lin Hua, several of whom were martial arts masters of the control level, were utterly insignificant before Zhao Linglong's terrifying punches. They were sent flying in an instant, and once they hit the ground, they no longer had the strength to fight. It was horrifying. Forced into a corner, Lin Hua stared at Zhao Linglong in terror, his eyes blank. He had never heard that the Zhao family girl had such terrifying strength. Bang, bang. Zhao Linglong smashed Lin Hua's limbs, then grabbed him like a chick and dragged him toward Yafan. Zhao Linglong knew that Yafan still had many questions to ask Lin Hua, so she did not kill him outright. "Ah, let me go, you beasts." My god, Lin Hua's face turned pale. Though his martial arts skills were not strong, he was still a martial artist. How could he have been bullied like this by a young woman? On the other side, apart from the Lin family bodyguards who had surrendered and knelt, the only ones left standing were the blood-robed sex fighters Iron Bull, Xianing, and one other master. "Forgive us, young Master Yi. We shall take our leave." The fighter glanced at the scene, gasped, and without a moment's hesitation turned to flee. The Lin family had prepared so meticulously for this ambush, but in the end, they had not even touched the hem of Yifan's garment before being effortlessly dismantled. And this was without the Yi family or the Northern Falling Star sect deploying any forces. Faced with such terrifying strength and background, was the blood-robed sect dreaming to think they could assassinate Yafan? Run! Flee for your lives! But just as the man lifted his foot, a chair flew through the air, pierced his chest, and pinned him to the wall. His life force quickly faded. His lips moved as if to mutter something, but no words came out. Iron Bull and Xianing stared at their fallen comrade. Their raised feet no longer dared to take another step. They were Grandmaster-level experts, yet before Yafan they were like kindergartners, with no chance of resistance. "Speak! Tell me where the blood-robed sect's headquarters is. I might consider sparing your lives." Yafan did not know much about the blood-robed sect, but they kept coming after him. He was not afraid for himself, but he worried they might target his friends and companions. It was time to end this once and for all. He would go to their headquarters and wipe them out completely, so they would cause no further trouble. "This, young Master Yi, would that not be improper?" Xianing began to stammer, but Yafan had already moved. With a light wave of his palm, a tremendous force rippled toward Xianing. The air split with a visible wave. When it reached Xianing, it was as if some mysterious power had kneaded him like dough. Before everyone's eyes, he collapsed in on himself, his life extinguished in an instant. "Your turn. You have 3 seconds, Yafan said calmly to Iron Bull, as if none of what had just happened concerned him in the least. Gulp! Iron Bull could not help swallowing hard. Before Yafan even needed to act, he collapsed to the ground. I will tell. The blood-robed sect's headquarters is on a mountain outside Jiangbei City in the southwest. I have the coordinates." As he spoke, he turned on his phone, showing the location to Yafan, afraid that Yafan would not believe him. But before Yafan could act, Wang Fugue beside him smashed Iron Bull's chest with a single punch, killing him on the spot. Iron Bull stared at Yafan in bitter disbelief. "Young Master Yi, you said, if I told you, you would spare me." Wang Fugue smiled faintly. "Young Master Yi said that. I did not." The Lin family had thought they had a flawless plan. They believed that with their patriarch out of seclusion, they could easily subdue the Yi family. Instead, Yafan had annihilated their martial lord in a single strike. Now, the Lin family's entire defense had utterly collapsed. Lying on the ground, Lin Hua watched in despair as Yafan approached step by step. "Yafan, you." Yafan stared coldly at Lin Hua. "Speak. Besides seeking the immortal bone, what other reason was there for attacking the Yi family back then?" Yafan had come to understand some of the immortal bone's powers. At the very least, he knew now that his body was special, able to absorb the immortal bone's energy and awaken certain abilities, such as teleportation. The immortal bone was indeed a priceless treasure. But for the Lin family, Zhou family, and imperial family to join forces, with no division of spoils afterward, made no sense. "Humph, Yafan, you want to know? Too bad, I will not tell you. Kill me, torture me, do as you please," Lin Hua said with a look of grim resolve. "You want to die? It will not be that easy. I can make you wish you were dead." Yifan's eyes burned with fury. "Lin Yang and Lin Dong both died at my hands, and I can make you watch as every last member of the Lin family dies before your eyes. You are a demon. Yafan, you will not die a good death." Lin Hua struggled, trying to stand, but Zhao Linglong had already shattered his limbs. He could do nothing but howl in vain. "When you attacked the Yi family and wiped them out, you should have thought of this day's consequences." Yifan's face was filled with rage. "Speak. Besides the imperial family, who else was involved? What are your divine envoys really after, going to such lengths against the Yi family and me?" Yifan had long sensed that the divine envoy's simultaneous assault on the northern falling star sect and the Yi family was not as simple as it seemed. It was as if they feared him being alive. They had even stolen his heart and kidneys. What were they so afraid of? You, divine envoys, you even know about the divine envoys? You, Lin Hua looked at Yifan in terror, despair rising in his heart. It seemed Yifan had begun to uncover the truth behind it all. So then, would his master's plan succeed? Seeing Lin Hua's expression, Yifan instantly knew that Lin Hua definitely knew something that Zhou Ming of the Zhou family did not. Speak! Yifan stepped forward and stomped on Lin Hua's broken wrist, a murderous aura emanating from him. Wang Fugui, standing at his side, added coldly, Master Lin, I have heard that you have an illegitimate daughter overseas. If I were to have someone act right now, what do you think would happen? What? Lin Hua was completely panicked, staring at Wang Fugui and Yifan in disbelief. How terrifying were Yifan's and Wang Fugui's means? This matter of Lin Hua's illegitimate daughter overseas was known to no one but Lin Hua himself, and that had been 20 years ago. For all these years, Lin Hua had kept his distance to avoid suspicion and had never contacted the girl. How on earth had Yifan and Wang Fugui discovered it? Lin Hua stared intently at Wang Fugui, hoping to see a hint that this was a bluff. But the next moment, Wang Fugui opened a photo on his phone, and Lin Hua instantly deflated. You are ruthless. All I know is that, on the Imperial side, the one in charge of communication was the Dragon Lord's own sister, Tang Rui. As for the divine envoys, I never had direct contact with them. They have always been shrouded in mystery. The only thing I know is that ordinary weapons cannot kill them. Back then, the divine envoys had a grand plan. They wanted to overthrow all of humanity. As for why they targeted the Yi family, it was said to be because of a certain legend. When celestial music plays, the human emperor shall rise. They believed their greatest obstacle came from the Yi family. Lin Hua revealed part of what he knew, of course. He spoke only of what he thought was not so important. But even this information shook Yifan deeply. At least now Yifan knew that it was Tang Rui, the Dragon Lord's own sister, who was the key contact in the royal family's attack on the Yi family. If the royal family wished to negotiate with him now, Tang Rui would have to pay the price. And the divine envoys, their scheme was so vast, aiming to overthrow humanity. But how did they intend to do that? Knowing that the divine envoys harbored such grand ambitions, and that the royal family still chose to cooperate with them, what were they thinking? Splurt! After Lin Hua finished speaking, without waiting for Yifan to act, he used the last of his strength to trigger the crossbow bolt at his feet, piercing his own heart and ending his life instantly. Yifan, I hope you remember what I said, and spare the Lin family. Against the divine envoys, you will not escape. With these final words, Lin Hua's head fell to the side, and he died on the spot. With Lin Hua's death, the total destruction of the Lin family was complete. From economy, to influence, to martial power, the Lin family had been utterly crushed by the Yi family, and finally fell to ruin. Young Master Yi, what about the rest of the Lin family? Wang Fugui glanced at Yifan, seeking instruction. A cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. Eradicate them, root and branch. Yifan had never shown mercy to his enemies. They had tried to destroy him. Why would he give them any chance at survival? Had they ever spared a thought to giving the Yi family a chance back then? They had even ripped out Yifan's heart. Even if the Lin family had not attacked Yifan directly, they had taken part in the massacre of the Yi family, and so, not one would be spared. The Lin family has been wiped out. In the grand hall of the imperial palace of Daxia, the current princess royal, Tang Rui, looked sorrowfully at Tang Zhang before her. What should we do now? Back then, when the Yi family was attacked, the imperial family had not only given tacit approval, but Tang Rui herself had been the key liaison. And their master, Fu Hongyi, had acted on behalf of the imperial family. Now the Yun family, the Zhou family, and the Lin family had all been dealt with by Yifan. At the pace Yifan was going, the royal family would be next. Tang Zheng lifted his gaze to Tang Rui, his tone tinged with reproach. I told you back then not to get involved in the attack on the Yi family. But you insisted. Now what do you expect me to do? But, imperial brother, you know the situation back then. If we had let Yifan return to the Yi family, who in Daxia could have checked their power? That was the best opportunity to bring down the Yi family. How could we not have taken it? Tang Rui stood up, her voice emotional. Imperial brother, I have had enough of the humiliation of the Daxia royal family being so constrained. Though the imperial family had ruled Daxia for nearly a century, in reality, imperial power was not supreme. Authority had been carved up by the great clans. Sometimes, when the imperial family wanted to make certain decisions, they even needed the clan's approval. So, when someone approached the imperial family back then about bringing down the Yi family, Tang Zhang had hesitated. but Tang Rui had readily agreed to cooperate. It has come to this. Imperial brother, I said it back then, if the plan failed, I would bear all the blame. If Yifan wants revenge, let him come for me. You can put it all on my head, so what if I die? If it wins the Daxia royal family some advantage, my death is worth it. Tang Zhang looked at his sister and shook his head helplessly. Perhaps, we may not need to die, but our royal family will have to make some sacrifices. He paused, then continued, first, Fu Hongyi must die. Next, we may have to sacrifice Mingyue, marry her to the Yi family, perhaps only that will cool their fury. Finally, I will personally plead with the Yi family's elder general to avert bloodshed for the royal family. Mingyue? You plan to marry Mingyue into the Yi family? But Yifan already has a wife. What position would Mingyue have in that household? Tang Rui exploded in anger. Because Princess Mingyue was Tang Rui's own daughter. Tang Rui might sacrifice herself, but to give up her daughter was hard to bear. Tang Rui, at this point, you still care about that? Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. Let us not delude ourselves. Mingyue is clever, yes, but Yifan may not even want her. If we can secure this marriage, it will only benefit our royal family. And with Yifan's talent, I am certain his future lies far beyond Daxia, the sacred lands. In martial arts, he might ascend to the pinnacle. As for the divine envoys, they are likely no match for Yifan. By then, could Daxia still contain him or the Yi family? If the Yi family no longer cares about Daxia, then by following in their shadow, our royal family can still endure. Tang Zheng's analysis was clear. Tang Rui, with her own intelligence sources, knew he was right. The talent and power Yifan now displayed were of an era-transcending genius. And according to legend, Yifan might well be the hope of all humankind's future prosperity. To anchor themselves to Yifan was, in essence, to anchor themselves to the future. We will see about that later. No matter what, we must still ask Mingyue's opinion on this matter. Tang Rui let out a long sigh of helplessness. At this point, the royal family truly had very few choices left. Tang Zheng nodded. You handle it. Let all the major institutions in Yunqing and Tian South Province know they are not to interfere with the Yi family's recent actions. I have heard that the Su family of the capital has already brought people to Yunqing. It seems they have invited Chen Tang from the sacred lands. He is a martial lord ranked on the earth list. We will see whether he can match Yifan. Yes. If even a sacred land expert is no match for Yifan, then his rise is already a certainty. And if Yifan defeats Chen Tang, then Mingyue will not be marrying beneath herself. The destruction of the Lin family, this news seemed not to have spread at all. The reaction from the outside world was strangely calm. So calm, it was unnatural. Most people sensed nothing. Even among the companies under the Lin family's control, they merely received notice that their ownership had changed, but this had no real impact. But in the martial world, and among certain high-level circles, it was like a thunderbolt exploding over a calm lake, sending up towering waves. It must be remembered, just yesterday, Yifan had flattened both the Yun and Zhou families. If one said the Zhou family was not large enough and was merely a provincial-level clan, the Lin family was different. The Lin family was a global powerhouse, one of the 6 great clans of Daxia. They had generals controlling armies, high officials in key government posts, and economic power sufficient to shake half of Daxia's foundation. And Yifan dared act against them? More accurately, Yifan alone dared act against them? This Yifan, is he really so mad? In a villa in Yunqing, Su Hao swirled the red wine in his glass and snorted coldly. Young Master Chen, you have seen footage of Yifan's battles. Do you think you can defeat him? I am counting on you this time. Beside Su Hao, a man in a tunic suit lounged, arms draped over 2 women, and replied indifferently, just a piece of trash. It is beneath me to dirty my hands. And if I cannot beat him, so what? My master is the 2nd elder of Huangji Sacred Land. Would Yifan dare kill me? Chen Tang squeezed the woman in his arms hard and continued, I am not bragging, when Yifan hears my name, he will not even have the courage to face me. In the martial world, apart from the super sects, the most powerful and influential were the 4 sacred lands, Huangji, Yaozi, Tianxian. Huangji Sacred Land was the most active among them in the mundane world, and so its influence over martial artists was the strongest. Every martial artist dreamed of entering Huangji Sacred Land. Of course. With young Master Chen taking the field, there is no problem. As long as you take care of Yifan, all your conditions will be honored doubly. Su Hao winked at Chen Tang as he spoke, his mouth full of flattery but his heart cursing him. This idiot, apart from his martial skills, he was a fucking moron. Young Master Su, spread the word, tomorrow I will duel Yifan, a fight to the death. Let us see if he dares to come. The more grand the spectacle, the better. Did my master not say I was useless? This time I will prove him wrong. Even the monstrous genius of the Northern Falling Star sect will be crushed beneath me. Fine, Su Hao agreed, a cold smile on his lips. Even better this way. If anything happened later, it would have nothing to do with him. He could say that it was all Chintan's idea to challenge Yifan. Soon, a video of Chuntang challenging Yifan appeared online, and it spread like wildfire. Chuntang, will challenge Yifan at 10 a.m. tomorrow on West Mountain in Yuncheng. Yifan, you piece of trash, do you dare come? News of Yifan's recent actions in Yuncheng in the provincial capital had already reached the institutions of Daxia, even the world. The Blood Robe sect had failed twice to assassinate him. The Assassin Alliance had tried during the attack on the Kong family, only for their master to be slain. All of this pointed to one truth: Yifan's strength was at least above martial lord level. He was perhaps the youngest martial lord in the martial world today. Such a monstrous genius made the rise of the Yi family unstoppable. 3 years ago, the Northern Falling Star sect had fallen. The outside world did not know that it had not truly been destroyed, and now Yifan was free. Countless powers and organizations, upon seeing this news, had only one thought: win Yifan over. Hurry, get me a private jet. I am going to Yuncheng to try to recruit Yifan to our sect. Yes, I am going to make the arrangements. Even the 4 sacred lands began to act. Yanran, go to Yuncheng personally. If it comes to it, stop Chentang from harming Yifan. At Yaozi Sacred Land, the palace master instructed the saintess, Ling Yanran, to go recruit Yifan. At Tianxian Sacred Land, the Lord sent his flamboyant son. When you go, make as much noise as you like. I have no other demands. Just make friends with Yifan. Seeing his son off, the Tianxian Lord sighed deeply. The fate of the world has shifted. I hope we are not too late to board this ship. In Yuncheng, after settling matters with the Lin family, Yifan had just returned home when he saw the video online. He had Han Zhuo look into it briefly and soon learned the truth. The Su family, is it? They joined forces with the Sacred Land to pressure me? Yifan smiled faintly. Because of the matter with his junior sister Su Chan, Yifan had intended to trouble Su Hao anyway. Now the Sacred Land was involved. Did they think Yifan would be afraid? I am Yifan. I accept the challenge. Yifan posted a simple 3-second video. The message was clear, and that short video quickly went viral. Martial artists everywhere now knew that tomorrow's duel was inevitable. These past few days, Yifan had been so busy he had hardly seen Su Yixue. Thinking of this, Yifan dialed her number. Wife, are you free tonight? Shall we have dinner together? Now that things at the company were settled, Su Yixue was beginning to rapidly expand the Su family's business. Husband, you suddenly thought of me? Then tonight at Yuncheng Grand Hotel, see you there. Su Yixue had always treated Yifan well, and after his rise, he had done so much for the Su family that she cherished him even more. Good. See you tonight. As Yifan's lawful wife, Su Yixue meant a lot to him. Tonight, perhaps something meaningful should happen between them. After hanging up with Su Yixue, Yifan glanced at the coordinates for the Blood Robe sect's headquarters on Jiangbei's Qinglong Mountain, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. The Lin family had previously hired the Blood Robe sect to act against him. Although the Lin family was now destroyed, if the matter with the Blood Robe sect was not resolved completely, it would remain a lingering threat. Tomorrow, a sacred land expert, Shentang, would challenge him. Since the afternoon was free, this was the perfect time to make a trip to Jiangbei City and wipe out the Blood Robe sect. Fugue, arrange several helicopters immediately. Notify Han Zhuo, we are going to the Blood Robe sect to exterminate them. Understood. Jiangbei, Qinglong Mountain, the headquarters of the Blood Robe sect. Several elders of the Elder Council stormed angrily toward the residence of the sect master, Shu Yue. Shu Yue, what is the meaning of this? Did you knowingly send Xianzhou and the others to their deaths? Why did you dispatch them? Exactly, Shu Yue, today you must give us an explanation where this matter will not rest. The 4 great elders of the Elder Council blocked Chu Yue's doorway tightly, their posture full of accusation. When Xianzhou, Xianning, and Iron Bull had been killed during their assassination attempt on Yifan in Yuncheng, the Blood Robe sect had quickly received the news. Since these 3 were core forces directly under the Elder Council's control, the elders had immediately come to trouble Chu Yue as soon as they learned what had happened. Chu Yue turned calmly from her desk, feigning innocence. What? Xianzhou and the others are dead? How useless. Killing just one man of the mundane world, was it really that difficult? They even managed to lose their lives? She said this deliberately. When the Elder Council had insisted on accepting the Lin family's assassination commission, Shu Yue had been vehemently opposed. It was only because the Elder Council had forced the plan forward that Shu Yue had reluctantly agreed to let He Lung act. But in truth, Xu Yue had served for years as Yifan's maid in the Northern Falling Star sect, and she knew full well how powerful he was. Even if Yifan had not regained his martial arts abilities, relying on his resourcefulness and skill alone, no ordinary master of the control level could best him. So the fate of the assassins sent by the Blood Robe sect was something Xu Yue had foreseen from the start. You, Xu Yue, you deliberately opposed us, did you? Trying to cut the Elder Council out and seize control of the Blood Robe sect yourself? Let me tell you, as long as we exist, give up on that dream. The elders were well aware of Xu Yue's ambitions. With the loss of Xianzhou and Xianing, key Grandmaster-level fighters, the Elder Council had suffered a major blow. But they were convinced Xu Yue's strength still was not enough to overthrow them. Oh, you think that is all the strength I have? Xu Yue smiled faintly and clapped her hands twice in the air. Come, her gesture made the elders tense, glancing warily around. Could Xu Yue truly have arranged an ambush here, intending to kill them all at once? But after waiting for a while, nothing stirred outside. The elders quietly breathed a sigh of relief, but Xu Yue frowned deeply. Something was wrong. She had arranged long ago for her loyal forces and 2 other allied elders to act today to eliminate these elder council members in one stroke. They had agreed that the signal to act would be her clapping, but now, after she had clapped repeatedly, there was no response at all. Had something gone wrong? Xu Yue, stop playing games. You have eaten in the Blood Robe sect for less time than we have eaten salt. Do you think, with your little power, you can topple us? Dream on, that is right. If you behave, we might still let you keep your seat. But if you defy us, the 4 of us together can silence you forever. As they spoke, the 4 elders' auras surged violently, their murderous intent surrounding Xu Yue. Xu Yue frowned and glanced outside, utterly puzzled. By now, her forces should have arrived. Why was there no sign of them? Even if they had been stopped by the Elder Council's men, there should have been some commotion. Boom! The elders were still gloating when, from behind them, a powerful force slammed into them, striking with a dull thud. The mighty 4 elders, like kites with broken strings, crashed to the floor of the room. Splurt! Though they were Grandmaster-level experts, they had no chance. The sudden attacker had severely injured them in a single move. As the figure landed, they coughed up black blood. You, who are you? Fuck. You are Yifan, how are you here? The elders knew all about Yifan. Xianzhou had been killed by him. That alone had been shocking. But for Yifan to have found the Blood Robe sect's headquarters so quickly and appeared during this critical meeting? The 4 elders had no time to act before Yifan had already injured them. What was left to fight with? Xu Yue also saw Yifan. At the sight of him, her instinct was to flee. But as soon as she moved, Yifan reached out and grabbed the back of her neck, lifting her like a kitten. Wait a moment. Are we not old acquaintances? You were my maid at the Northern Falling Star sect, were you not? Yifan brought her closer and studied her carefully, confirming she was indeed his former maid. After the attack on the Northern Falling Star sect, they had all been scattered, no one knowing the fate of the others. Yifan never expected that the Blood Robe sect's leader would be his former maid. Well, I worked hard to feed you, and here you are trying to kill me? You deserve a spanking. Yifan snorted coldly, raised his palm, and smacked her backside twice. I have no idea why Master kept you back then. You wanted to kill me then, and you still do now? Was that called keeping me? That was imprisonment. None of you had any humanity. I will kill you, let me go. The 4 elders lay on the floor, blood in their mouths, but they heard every word of the exchange clearly. Now they understood, Xu Yue and Yifan had known each other all along. She had never truly meant to kill Yifan. They had been played for fools. But what the elders did not know was that Xu Yue had truly wanted to kill Yifan since childhood. Or rather, what she wanted even more was to defeat Yifan just once. Since she was young, Xu Yue had always tried to attack Yifan. But whether in the dead of night or broad daylight, she had never once won. Not only did every assassination attempt fail, but most of the time she ended up being teased by Yifan in return. Back when the Northern Falling Star sect was attacked, most people believed Yifan had died. Xu Yue was happy for 3 seconds, but what followed was an overwhelming sense of loss, as if her heart had been hollowed out. For a long time, Xu Yue was listless and unhappy. Later, after she joined the Blood Robe sect and became its leader, she happened upon information that Yifan was still alive and that the Lin family wanted to kill him. Xu Yue was immediately interested. She knew that if they wanted to kill Yifan, the Blood Robe sect's people would certainly not be enough. Back then, so many experts of the ancient martial world had united to attack the Northern Falling Star sect. They had cut out Yifan's heart, removed his kidneys, destroyed his dantian, yet still failed to kill him. How could a few assassins from the Blood Robe sect be his match? That was why Chu Yue had agreed half-heartedly to let Xianshou and the others act, and as expected, Yifan had come knocking so quickly. Ha! You want to kill me? You could not do it back then, and you still cannot do it now. Yifan snorted, smacking Chu Yue's backside a few more times. Do you yield? I do not. Chu Yue's backside was burning with pain, but she still stared stubbornly at Yifan, her gaze complicated. There was frustration at not being able to kill Yifan, joy at seeing him alive, and humiliation at being spanked. Smack, smack. Yifan struck her again, and even reached to untie her belt. Do you yield? If not, I will pull your pants down and spank you bare. You shameless man, Chu Yue glared at him furiously. But she knew that when Yifan said he would do it, he meant it. When they were younger, Yifan had already pulled her pants down to spank her. That bastard surely dared do it again. But now Chu Yue was a grown woman. If Yifan treated her like that, she would want to crawl into a hole out of shame. 3. Yifan had only just begun to count when Chu Yue immediately caved. I yield, you win. Call me young master. Chu Yue glared at him bitterly. Young master, Yifan nodded in satisfaction. That is better. He paused, then continued. I know you are still not convinced. Fine, then I will give you 1 year and 3 chances. You may challenge me however you wish. And I will help you eliminate all the forces in the Blood Robe sect that oppose you. But within a year, you must unite all of the Blood Robe sect's power. As he spoke, Yifan glanced at the 4 elders lying on the ground. Originally, Yifan had intended to wipe out the entire Blood Robe sect. But seeing that the sect master was Chu Yue, he changed his mind. Though Chu Yue always shouted about killing Yifan, he knew that deep down she was a kind-hearted girl. His master had once said that the reason they kept Chu Yue at the sect was not to imprison her, but to protect her, because her background was no small matter. By using the Blood Robe sect, and letting Chu Yue continue her cultivation, at least she would have a goal to strive for. Fine. Chu Yue now understood that her people had not responded earlier because they had surely been taken down by Yifan's forces. She looked at the 4 elders lying on the ground, and the 4 shuddered involuntarily. The situation was clear. With Yifan present and having reached an understanding with Chu Yue, the elders knew they would not likely leave here alive. Chu Yue, what do you intend? We are elders of the Blood Robe sect, do you really mean to kill us? That is right. You cannot kill us. As long as you let us live, we swear we will obey you from now on, support you as sect master, and never oppose you again. The elders struggled on the ground, begging for mercy. But before Chu Yue could answer, a surge of energy shot from Yifan's wrist, instantly severing the elders' throats. The 4 elders had no time to react. A line of blood opened across their necks, and they clutched at their throats in despair, but it was too late, their life force faded rapidly. Take care of yourself. Yifan gave Chu Yue a final word of advice, then called Zhao Linglong, Wang Fugui, and Hanjue through his earpiece. They swiftly withdrew from the Blood Robe sect. Before they found Chu Yue, Zhao Linglong and the others had already wiped out much of the Blood Robe sect's forces. And as it happened, those they had eliminated were all men of the Elder Council, which made things much easier for Chu Yue going forward. Night fell. At Yunqing Grand Hotel, Sui Shue, dressed in chiffon and looking stunning, gazed at Yifan across the table with burning eyes. Yifan felt puzzled under her gaze. Wife, what is it, do I have something on my face? Sui Shue shook her head, her eyes filled with affection. No, I am just grateful to have met you, husband. I had no idea you were so powerful, yet you willingly married into the Su family. I do not even know how to express what I feel. Sui Shue had always treated Yifan well, and it had been without expectation of return. She had never imagined Yifan's background was so powerful, that he had such incredible abilities. Every problem the Su group faced, Yifan could easily resolve. Now the Yun group had been destroyed by Yifan, and General Songpa's Jadeite agency had been given directly to the Su group. The Su group's future was bright beyond doubt. Ha! You do not know how to express it? That is simple. Hurry up and eat, then let us go home. Yifan gave Sui Shue a wicked look. Though they had been married 3 years, nothing had really happened between them. Before, Yifan had restrained himself because he needed to cultivate the dragon control art. But now his power had reached its peak, there was nothing left to fear. His rightful wife, he would claim her. Sui Shue answered shyly. She had waited for this day a long time too. After dinner, they returned to their villa. But as soon as Yifan opened the living room door, he stepped protectively in front of Sui Shue, alert. Careful. Because Yifan sensed an incredibly powerful aura in the room. Stronger than any martial aura he had encountered before. You are back, are you? Sui Shue, come with me now, or I will bury the entire Su family with you. A middle-aged man rose from the sofa, his hands behind his back, his gaze cold as he stared at Yifan and Sui Shue. His words were no request, they were a command. Judging from the man's martial aura, he was at least above the martial lord level. Yifan thought carefully. As far as he knew, there should not be anyone this powerful with their sights set on the Su family. Could it be someone from his side who had set their sights on Sui Shue? So you have finally come? Before Yifan could speak, Sui Shue spoke first, her face filled with resignation. You know who he is? Yifan asked curiously. When Yin Feiyang had pursued Sui Shue before, he had mentioned that the power behind Sui Shue's mother was extraordinary. Could this person be from Sui Shue's mother's side? Sui Shue nodded. My mother told me that he is probably from my grandmother's side. All these years they have been searching for my mother's whereabouts. Now they must want to take my mother and me back. After speaking, Sui Shue turned toward the middle-aged man and said, Sir, I can go with you. But could you give me 1 year? I still have many matters to settle. Her mother had said that the power behind her grandmother was terrifying, said to surpass even the sacred lands. Back then, her mother had secretly left home, which had already enraged her grandmother. Then she gave birth to Sui Shue, and if her grandmother found out, she would be even more furious. The reason Sui Shue asked for a year was that she wanted to give Yifan a son. Even if she could no longer stay by his side, at least he would have something to remember her by. Humph, Sui Shue, do you think I am here to negotiate with you? Do you know how much your mother's actions back then cost the sect? Your grandmother has decided your mother's sins are for you to atone for. Your grandmother has arranged a marriage for you. You must come with me now. The man cast a cold glance at Yifan, snorting. That useless husband of yours, luckily he has not touched you yet, so you remain intact. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse. A marriage arranged for Sui Shue? Yifan's face darkened instantly. Do you not think you are being too arrogant? Ishue already has a husband. I am not dead yet, and you want to take my wife? I think you had better ask if I agree. Yifan's killing intent surged as he glared coldly at the man. Ever since taking the 4th grade pill and breaking through to a new realm, Yifan had yet to encounter a true match. He wanted to see for himself how far his strength had come. And this man before him was the strongest opponent he had met so far. Just you? With your pathetic skills, you dare make threats in front of me? The man sneered. His aura surged, and he prepared to strike. Ignorant youth, it seems I need to teach you a lesson. Just as he was about to attack, a car screeched to a stop outside the villa. Sui Shue's parents, Su Honghai and Zhang Ru, rushed out and into the house. Elder Hua, please, I beg you to spare him. Zhang Ru hurriedly stepped in front of Yifan. Elder Hua, for my sake, please do not harm Yifan. The entire Su family had always protected Yifan, and recently, Yifan's achievements in Yuncheng and Huadu were well known to them all. A rising genius, no one wanted to see him fall like this. Miss, for your sake. But did you ever consider the old lady's dignity back then? It has come to this, not by my will. Elder Hua's expression softened slightly at the sight of Zhang Ru, as if he still had some feeling for her. He continued, I can spare this young man. I can leave the Su family alone. But Sui Shue must come with me now. If I fail my mission, the old lady will not spare me either. I hope you can understand. The only concession I can make is not to hold you accountable, not to ruin your life. As he spoke, Elder Hua inclined his head slightly to Zhang Ru to show his apology. Zhang Ru looked bitterly at Yifan. Xiao Fan. It was clear she had no power to change the situation. Back then, when she fled the sect, she had been seriously injured. Though her life had been saved, she had lost all her martial skills and become an ordinary person. Yifan's mouth twitched. He nodded to Zhang Ru. Mom, do not worry. I will handle this myself. Yifan turned back to Elder Hua. My wife will go nowhere with anyone but me. Whoever dares lay a finger on her will die. Old bastard, if you have the guts, try it. Yifan stepped forward without the slightest intention of retreating. Zhang Ru had been polite, but Yifan saw no reason to be. Boy, you are asking for death. As the words fell, Elder Hua moved. His body flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Yifan, reaching for his neck. Elder Hua was fast, but Yifan was faster. At the instant Elder Hua's hand reached out, Yifan twisted aside, dodging the lethal strike. In the same motion, he countered, seized Elder Hua's fingers, and before the man could react, his internal energy surged and snapped 4 of Elder Hua's fingers. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed between them. Elder Hua, realizing he had failed, was shocked. He pulled back swiftly, putting distance between them. Humph! Elder Hua grunted, sweat dripping down his face from the pain, his eyes filled with shock. Though he was not the sect's strongest, he was already half a step into the martial saint level. The old lady had sent him to the mortal world to bring Sui Shue back, a mission he thought would be simple. After all, in the mortal world, only the 4 sacred lands had martial saints. Everyone else were mere common masters, few even reaching the martial lord level. In Elder Hua's mind, unless he provoked some hidden monster, he could crush any opponent in this world. But Yifan, Sui Shue's husband, had injured him with a single move. Elder Hua tried to reset his fingers but found Yifan's technique too strange. Despite his many rare martial skills, he could not mend them. He could only endure the pain and stare at Yifan in grim silence. It seems I underestimated you. A mere youth of the mortal world with such strength. A killing intent rose in Elder Hua's heart. A genius like this, if allowed to grow, could soon threaten the sect itself. His murderous aura surged as he prepared to strike, but Yifan suddenly spoke. Hold it! Elder Hua froze, glaring coldly at him. Humph. Want to beg for mercy now? Too late. You dared break my fingers, now you must pay. Yifan smiled faintly. You misunderstand. I meant, if we are going to fight, let us go outside. If I break your old bones, that is one thing, but if my villa is damaged, I would feel sorry for it. The elder Hua, who had just felt a trace of pride, was now so furious that he was at a loss for words. Boy, you are far too arrogant. Do you think that breaking my fingers by surprise just now means you are truly powerful? Let me show you what it means to face a real master. Elder Hua still refused to admit that Yifan was strong. He insisted on thinking that Yifan's success had been a sneak attack, but he failed to consider that it had been he who tried to ambush Yifan first. Yifan had merely countered, and in doing so, broke his fingers, which only proved that Yifan's strength was far superior. As Elder Hua barked these words, he unleashed all his energy, stirring the air and the forces of heaven and earth, and lunged at Yifan. At the side, Zhang Ru saw Elder Hua preparing to strike to kill. Her face filled with worry, she opened her mouth to speak, but Sui Shue stopped her. Mother, trust Yifan. He can handle this. Over these past few days, Sui Shue had witnessed too many of Yifan's miracles. General Songpa, the Yin family of the provincial capital, the Zhou family, the Lin family, these giants had all been brought low by Yifan's hand. Only a few days ago, Yifan had been seen as nothing more than a spoiled scion lingering in clubs. For him to have such means in so short a time, his talent must be beyond imagination. Moreover, as Sui Shue knew Yifan, he was not one to act unless he was sure of success. As Elder Hua lunged toward him, Yifan's figure moved. In the blink of an eye, he had left the villa grounds and raced onto the lawn outside. Just as Yifan stepped out the villa door, he sensed 2 black business vehicles quietly pulling up nearby. From them came 2 strong and 1 weak aura, faintly fluctuating. Enemies? Yifan's heart skipped a beat. But after sensing more closely, he realized one of those auras was familiar. It was Mo Zhong, head of the Martial Enforcement Division in Yuncheng. Since these were martial enforcement people, they should not be enemies. With that, Yifan felt at ease. This fight could now proceed without reservation. If the Martial Enforcement Division had come, it was unlikely they were here to trouble him. As for Elder Hua before him, Yifan felt confident in facing him. What he was unsure of was whether Elder Hua had any backup. Yifan did not know his own strength precisely. He could handle martial lords without problem, but if multiple martial saints appeared, he could not be certain of victory. But with the Martial Enforcement Division present, if Elder Hua had reinforcements, at least they would serve as a deterrent. At that moment, in one of the business vehicles sat Han Mo, head of the Martial Enforcement Division in the southwest, Mo Zhong, and Zhang Yichen, the chief director of the Martial Enforcement Division from the capital. Mo Zhong, seeing Elder Hua pursuing Yifan, said anxiously, "Leaders, should we intervene?" Yifan's monstrous talent was something Mo Zhong had witnessed with his own eyes. And the strength of the man chasing him now was beyond Mo Zhong's own sensing abilities, so naturally he was worried for Yifan's safety. But Han Mo and Zhang Yichen remained calm. No rush. Let us watch Yifan thoroughly crush that old bastard. When the time comes for us to appear, it will not be too late. It was Zhang Yichen who spoke. As he did, he and Han Mo exchanged a glance and promptly concealed their own auras. Elder Hua, who had just chased out of the villa, had clearly sensed 2 powerful auras moments before, but in a blink, they had vanished. Elder Hua felt a flicker of doubt. Had he imagined it? He glanced again toward where Han Mo and the others were, but seeing nothing unusual, continued his charge toward Yifan. Elder Hua had resolved that no matter what, he would capture Yifan today and take Sui Shue away. He had already called in 2 of his companions. Even if he alone could not defeat Yifan, surely the 3 of them together could. 3 half-step martial saints. If they still could not subdue Yifan, it would mean the Grand Elder himself would have to come. Outside, facing Elder Hua's attack, Yifan now fought without the slightest hesitation. Seeing Elder Hua rushing to kill, Yifan stood his ground, calm and unmoving. Come on! Boom! Yifan swung his fist, meeting Elder Hua's incoming blow head-on. 2 streams of violent energy clashed, creating ripples in the air that could be seen with the naked eye, spreading out in rings. The grass and trees in the garden were instantly sliced in half by the force. Even cement flower beds were shattered apart. At the center of the explosion, Yifan and Elder Hua each felt the force of the other's power. The longer Elder Hua fought, the greater his shock. He had used his full strength. Yet Yifan had neither dodged nor retreated, had received his strike directly, and what was more, the force emanating from Yifan's fist was only growing stronger. Crack! Elder Hua could feel his protective energy shield starting to shatter. The energy surging from Yifan's fist continued to build, already forming an overwhelming advantage. Elder Hua felt as if a massive weight bore down upon him from above. No worse still, he sensed from Yifan's fist a wild, primordial energy that seemed to awaken and crash into his meridians. That savage force, like that of a wild beast, seemed intent on seizing and devouring his life force. Elder Hua felt it, and so did Yifan. This force was something Yifan had noticed faintly when he broke through the dragon control art. It was not from his dantian. It was from his heart. Back then, as he advanced in the dragon control art, he had sensed a wild force awakening within his heart. Now Yifan was certain it came from the demon heart that had been transplanted into him. After so many years merging with his body, it had finally become one with him. In moments of grave threat, the power of the demon heart would rise to aid him. Boom! Boom! Elder Hua unleashed all his remaining strength, crashing his energy against Yifan's. At the cost of vomiting blood from the backlash, he finally managed to hurl himself out of the explosion's core. For had he stayed locked in that struggle, he could feel his life force would soon have been wholly consumed by that demonic energy. You brat! Elder Hua landed 20 meters away. The look in his eyes toward Yifan was now full of dread. But before he could finish speaking, Yifan activated his blink ability. In a flash, he was before Elder Hua, sweeping a whip-like kick toward his chest. Crack! With a crisp, muffled sound, Elder Hua's chest bones fractured one after another, collapsing into a massive indentation. His body paused at Yifan's feet for a moment before shooting off like a cannonball into the distance, smashing one of the villa's flower beds to pieces. Boom! Dust billowed up, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. While Elder Hua was still airborne, blood spewed from his mouth in great gulps. When he crashed to the ground, it felt as if every bone in his body had shattered. He struggled, trying several times to stand, but the searing pain in his chest made it impossible. Elder Hua finally saw the truth. Yifan's strength was far beyond the level of a grandmaster or martial lord, as the outside world said. He must have reached the martial saint realm. Otherwise, how could Yifan have humiliated him so thoroughly? But as Elder Hua looked at Yifan, he was filled with disbelief. Yifan was clearly so young, just over 20. Even if he had started training in the womb, how could he have grown so powerful in such a short time? You two, what are you hiding for? Hurry up and help me. If you do not act now, I am really going to be beaten to death. While shocked, Elder Hua urgently barked into the darkness in a certain direction. He had thought he could handle this alone. But now, not only had he failed, he had almost been killed. He had no choice but to call for reinforcements. At the villa's entrance, Suishue saw Yifan subdue Elder Hua with ease and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Beside her, Su Honghai and Zhang Ru were also beaming with joy at Yifan's victory. Especially Zhang Ru. Her gaze at Yifan glowed with admiration. Though she had lost her martial abilities, Zhang Ru had come from that world. The recent phenomena at Yunqing University and other strange signs made her suspect the truth. Could Yifan truly be the one chosen by fate? If so, perhaps Ishua's destiny could really change. That she, by a twist of fate, had married such a man, bearing the destiny of an empress? Then again, considering Ishua's physique and potential, Zhang Ru felt at ease. Within Su Ishua lay the inherited power of the sect's grand legacy, skipping a generation. Once awakened, she could quickly become the strongest of the sect. The sect had believed Zhang Ru was the heir, but in truth, it had fallen to Su Ishua. Just then, as Elder Hua's shout rang out, 2 more gray-robed elders emerged from behind the dark flower beds. Their martial auras revealed that they too were at least half-step martial saints. So there were more hiding in the flower beds? Yifan's expression grew serious. His sensing ability was already at the peak of this world. He had detected the martial enforcement officers in the business vehicle, but not these two. Was their strength too great? Or had they used some special technique to hide their aura? Boy, you are strong, but now, with the three of us combined, let us see how you handle this. Elder Hua stood with his companion's help. With a bit of life force shared by his allies, his internal injuries quickly healed, and he regained combat strength. At the level above Martial Lord, external wounds no longer mattered so much. Before Yifan could act, Imojong, Han Mo, and Zhang Yichen kicked off the vehicle roof and flashed to Yifan's side. Zhang Yichen smiled at Yifan, then turned to Elder Hua's group. Gentlemen, why not give me some face and let this matter rest? Fuck. Who the hell are you? Meddle in this, and you will get burned. One of Elder Hua's companions shouted angrily. They had sensed Zhang Yichen's overwhelming power and that it seemed even greater than Yifan's. Just dealing with Yifan was already hard enough. Now here were three more powerhouses. Since when were there so many masters in the mortal world? I am Zhang Yichen, Chief Director of the Martial Enforcement Division. Young Lord Yi is the descendant of an old friend of mine. My friend made me promise that if Yifan were ever in trouble, I must help him. Now, gentlemen, please leave. Humph, old bastard, do you think you can stop us? Dream on. You have 3 seconds to get lost, or we will kill you too. Before the words were fully spoken, Zhang Yichen moved. His speed was so great he left a blur in place, then appeared before the speaker in a flash. He lightly struck the man's chest with a palm. A visible ripple of force spread toward his target. Crack, crack. The half-step martial saint had no chance to resist. His chest bones shattered, and the energy sent him flying, slamming him into the ground. Shit, the man gasped, spitting up mouthfuls of black blood before convulsing violently and losing consciousness. Elder Hua and the remaining companion were stunned. One slap and he was sent flying. The strength gap was massive. Quick! Retreat now! Without hesitation, Elder Hua grabbed his unconscious ally with the remaining man, and the two fled at top speed. Against Yifan, they had been unsure of victory even as a trio. But now, with these three newcomers, one of whom had crushed their comrade in an instant, staying meant death. With Elder Hua's group gone, calm returned. Yifan looked at Mojong, Han Mo, and Zhang Yichen. Zhang Yichen bowed respectfully. Young master, I am so glad to see you safe. Young master? Yifan was puzzled. It was normal for a semi-official body like the Martial Enforcement Division to call in young Lord Yi. But young master? Could they be subordinate to the Northern Falling Sword sect? But Yifan knew the division only cooperated with the sect, they were not subordinate. Then why address him as young master? Seeing Yifan's confusion, Zhang Yichen quickly explained. Young Lord Yi, there is something you must know. The Martial Enforcement Division of Daxiao was originally founded by your mother herself. Your mother, like you, was a peerless genius. When she left, I never got to see her one last time, and it is my deepest regret. But seeing your talent, I know there will be a day when we meet again. Ha! Upon hearing that his mother had personally founded the Martial Enforcement Division, Yifan was already deeply shocked. This must have been one of his mother's greatest secrets. The origins of the Daxia Martial Enforcement Division had always been shrouded in mystery. It was a semi-official, semi-civilian organization, with its mission being to uphold justice and safeguard peace throughout the land. His master had never mentioned where the division came from. His grandfather had never spoken of his mother's prowess. And what was even more crucial was that, according to all the information Yifan had gathered so far, everyone in the Yi family, aside from his grandfather, his parents and all his uncles, had perished in that attack 3 years ago. But according to what Zhang Yichen had just said, his mother was still alive? Wait, Director Zhang, are you saying, my mother, she is alive? Yifan's pupils dilated. From birth, he had been sent to Northern Falling Sword sect and had barely seen his parents. He had thought them long dead. Now, hearing that they might still be alive, he was thrilled beyond measure. Zhang Yichen smiled slightly, admiration filling his eyes. How could your mother die so easily? Unless she chose it herself, otherwise, I fear there is no one in this world capable of killing her. So his mother was truly that formidable? A figure standing at the peak of this world? But when Yifan asked Zhang Yichen about the truth of the attack on the Yi family back then, Zhang knew little more. What he did know, Yifan mostly already knew as well. Young Lord Yi, I came here today for just one reason, to hand over the Martial Enforcement Division command token to you. This was your mother's arrangement. When you are strong enough, you will fully take charge of the division, and may mobilize all of its forces. As he spoke, Zhang Yichen reached out and handed Yifan a dark, palm-sized round token, with the character 4 martial carved at its center. Yifan's brows twitched as he took the token, feeling its ancient aura as his thoughts raced wildly. From the attack on Northern Falling Sword sect and the Yi family, to discovering the secret of the immortal bone and the existence of the divine messengers, and now learning his mother was still alive. Yifan realized that as he grew stronger, the world he was touching became ever broader. This world held not only the martial realm, not only the sacred grounds. There were the divine messengers, other mysterious forces, and his own demon heart, his Qilin kidney. What did the future truly hold? If his mother lived, did that mean his father and other Yi family members might still be alive? Was the attack back then just a dream? Yet, according to Zhang Yichen, the others truly had perished. His mother's escape had been sheer coincidence. Young Lord Yi, from this moment forward, the Martial Enforcement Division's 1 million members shall follow your commands unconditionally. You are now the supreme commander of the division, with authority over regional military affairs. Before departing, Zhang Yichen reported this to Yifan once more. After seeing them off, Yifan entered the villa with Sui Xue, Zhang Ru, and Su Honghai. Sui Xue was now targeted by a mysterious sect, whose masters were clearly far stronger than those of the mortal world. Her mother's background was clearly extraordinary. Perhaps, through Sui Xue, Yifan could uncover useful information. Husband, are you all right? Once inside, Sui Xue looked him over with worry, her heart aching, her mind troubled. Though Yifan had driven Elder Hua back today, as her mother had said, those from that world were far from so easily dealt with. Having failed to take Sui Xue this time, they would surely not give up. I am fine. Yifan smiled gently at Sui Xue, then turned to Zhang Ru. Mother, you have hidden yourself well, such a huge matter, and you never told me. Yifan, once a peerless genius of the Northern Falling Sword sect, had lost his powers and married into the Su family, spending 3 years in recovery. Yet in that time, he had never noticed Zhang Ru's extraordinary nature. Zhang Ru gave an embarrassed smile. Xiaofan, did you not also hide yourself for 3 years? I thought they would not find us so soon, but in the end, we could not escape. At this point, Zhang Ru had nothing left to hide. She told Yifan everything she could remember. According to Zhang Ru, in the world she came from, the entire populace cultivated. Their cultivation levels were similar to this world's, but above Martial Saint there were even greater powers. Though such individuals were rare, they were far from few. And in the sect your wife's grandmother belongs to, there exists an ancient supreme inheritance that skips generations. It was thought to lie in me, but it manifested in Ixue. So they will stop at nothing to seize her, and for the sect's future, they have arranged a marriage for her. Zhang Ru hesitated. Xiaofan, your skills are indeed impressive, you matched Elder Hua. But if those who come exceed the Martial Saint level, you may not be their match. She had always treated Yifan well. Now she worried for the future of his and Ixue's love. If Ixue were taken, what would become of Yifan? Xiaofan, if Ixue must go, perhaps you should find another wife. Zhang Ru wanted to see his stance. Yifan's gaze turned cold. Mother, as long as I draw breath, I will not let them take Ixue. She protected me for 3 years. From now on, it is my turn to protect her. He pulled Sui Xue into his arms, a devilish glint in his eye. I still want Ixue to give me a few fat sons. Oh, you are awful. Feeling Yifan's strong presence, Sui Xue blushed, thinking of what was to come that night. For 3 years, she had wanted to truly become his woman, but Yifan had always kept his distance. Tonight at last, he had accepted their union. She was shy, but also full of anticipation. Zhang Ru nodded, pleased with Yifan's resolve. Xiaofan, good. We believe you can do it. Here, take this, it may aid you in your cultivation. As she spoke, Zhang Ru handed him a small bottle containing a single drop of bright red blood. Though sealed with a formation, Zhang Ru could clearly sense the ancient aura and immense energy of the blood within. This is a drop of dragon essence blood. It holds immense power. When you need a surge of energy to break through, it will surely help you. Dragon blood? Yifan had heard his master, Gu Feng, mention it before. In the martial world, besides humanity, there existed many other races. Among them, the dragon clan was an exceptionally powerful lineage. In ancient times, dragons often roamed the human world. Later, with the rise of technology and the development of photography, these divine dragons gradually concealed themselves. But in truth, they did not vanish. They simply found new ways to hide among humanity. The dragon clan possessed a special ability: they could transform into ordinary humans, live among them, and unless someone had unique means, no one could detect them. Thank you, mother. Yifan took the small bottle in his hand. He knew very well that this drop of dragon blood was truly priceless. Acquiring it must have been an incredibly arduous process. It is getting late. You two should rest early. Zhang Ru and Su Honghai gave a few parting words to Yifan and Sui Xue, then tactfully left. Once his in-laws had exited the villa courtyard, Yifan glanced at the alluring Sui Xue, then scooped her into his arms and carried her upstairs. Feeling Yifan's restless hands, Suishue exclaimed coquettishly, "Ah, you are so bad. What are you trying to do?" Yifan chuckled. "What do you think? We are husband and wife, married by law. In the middle of the night, going upstairs together, of course, we should do what a husband and wife should do, haha." After 3 years together, Yifan was finally going to fulfill his rights as a husband. In the second-floor bedroom, the lights gradually dimmed. From the window came sounds not suitable for children's ears. Even the moon seemed embarrassed, slipping behind the clouds. It was destined to be a sleepless night, and as Yifan and Suishu emerged in yin and yang, strange fluctuations appeared around the villa, as if something mysterious was awakening. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away in a high-rise building, Elder Hua and his 2 companions, supporting one another, watched the villa closely with specialized binoculars. When they saw the powerful energy fluctuations through the lens, their hearts trembled. "Damn it! That bastard boy made his move, the Saintess, has been defiled, damn it! How are we going to report this when we go back? What about young Master Ling?" They furiously pounded the walls but were helpless. At this point, the 3 of them had come to the mortal world, 2 were seriously injured, and the last one was no match for Yifan. Moreover, near Yifan, the 2 grandmasters from the Martial Enforcement Division remained hidden nearby, protecting him. They dared not approach, to do so would be throwing their lives away. What was worse, they discovered that besides the 2 Martial Enforcement Division experts, another group of powerful figures was lurking, ready to act. These were none other than Han Zhuo and his people. Although Han Zhuo's aura seemed at the martial lord level, his true combat strength was likely not inferior to Yifan's. Near the villa, Zhang Yichen and Han Amo kept careful watch on developments inside. When Yifan and Suishua finally consummated their bond, a vast energy surge formed over the villa, stirring heaven and earth into chaos. Countless birds flew toward the villa. Across Yun City, myriad living beings seemed to bow toward the source of the aura. It was as if all beasts had come to pay homage once more. Han Mo looked at the villa with envy, sighing. "Young Lord Ji is breaking through again so soon?" The last time, when Yifan broke through the 9th layer of Dragon Mastery, the tremendous energy alerted the Martial Enforcement Division. His power had already surpassed Grandmaster, broken through Martial Lord, and reached beyond the Martial Saint level. What realm would he reach this time? Zhang Yichen, beside him, looked grave. "No, this breakthrough is unusual. It is not just young Lord Yi. There is another hidden aura, breaking through, awakening. Could it be Miss Su?" The great figures hidden in Yun City all sensed the energy waves. And at that moment, Yifan and Sui Shue were lost in their joy. Yifan sensed the surrounding energy fluctuations too. As he became one with Sui Shue, his strength seemed to soar again. He could also clearly feel that Sui Shue was awakening some miraculous power within. Yet that power was fleeting, unstable, perhaps because Sui Shue's body was too weak. The power flared briefly, then vanished back within her. After their passionate union, the wind and rain stilled. An hour had passed. Yifan looked at Sui Shue, asleep in his arms, her soft figure marked by that delicate trace of red. A satisfied smile touched his lips. 3 years he had waited, guarding this peerless beauty. Tonight, she was finally truly his. Gently withdrawing his hand, Yifan reflected that while his strength had indeed advanced during their union, Sui Shue's frailty meant he had not quite broken through to the next level. But his mother-in-law had given him the drop of dragon blood. Tonight, he would absorb its power and see what it could do. He closed the bedroom door and entered the study. Activating Dragon Mastery, he poured out the dragon blood. The golden drop tried to escape the moment it left the bottle. But Yifan, using forbidden techniques, bounded into the flow of his Dragon Mastery art. At first rebellious, the blood gradually submitted and merged into him. Outside, the strange phenomena continued. Heaven and earth seemed drained of color. Winds howled and clouds surged. Faintly, thunder rolled across the heavens. Every martial artist knew a great figure was emerging in Yun City. Once the Lin family's stronghold, the city had no rival for the Yi family now. The Lin family was wiped out. The hidden Zhao family had pledged to Yifan. No one could stand against him. Though they sensed the phenomena, none could act. Yifan ran 81 cycles of Dragon Mastery. At last, most of the dragon blood fused with him. His body reached its limit. The remaining power he stored in his meridians. After absorbing it, he felt his demon heart strengthen again and awaken a terrifying new ability. Devour. And from the ancient Dragon Emperor's blood, another heaven-defying power. Burn the heavens. Harnessing the fire within the dragon blood, in the end, he could incinerate all. Yifan flashed out to the villa courtyard, eager to test his new dragon blood devour ability. This drop of dragon blood was the essence left behind after an ancient dragon emperor fell. No one knew how it ended up in Zhang Ru's hands. The Dragon Clan, at any point in history, had always been a terrifying and mighty force. That Zhang Ru could acquire the essence blood of an ancient dragon emperor already showed that the power behind her was anything but ordinary. What kind of world was that world really like? Yifan's mind could not help but be filled with a longing for that world. Could it be that his mother had come from that world too? If they had not died, could it mean that they had gone to that world? Yifan collected his thoughts. Looking at the vibrant plants in the villa courtyard flowerbed, he focused his mind, and a mighty energy surged forth from his demon heart. The energy that flowed from Yifan's body even carried faint strands of golden light. As Yifan's energy enveloped the trees, he could clearly feel a cool, vital force passing from the trees into his body, nourishing him and replenishing his depleted energy. This, even with his background in the Beiluo sect, and having seen countless astonishing wonders of the world, Yifan was still shocked by the terrifying power of his demon heart at this moment. The demon heart could devour the vitality of plants and living things to supply him. What did that mean? It meant that Yifan had at his disposal an inexhaustible supply of martial energy at any time. In battle, whenever his energy was drained, the demon heart's fearsome devouring power could draw on the vitality of nearby plants and life to replenish him. It was essentially a perpetual motion machine, utterly terrifying. Yifan tested it further on a rat scurrying through the weeds, confirming that it could indeed devour the vitality of living creatures. However, the demon heart's devouring power was still limited for now, effective only within about 3 meters, and not particularly fast. But Yifan knew this power could evolve. Withdrawing the demon heart's devouring power, Yifan activated the Burn the Heavens ability contained in the dragon blood. A searing energy surged from Yifan's palm, faintly forming the shape of flames. Its terrifying heat was even more dreadful than real fire. As the golden energy enveloped the plants whose vitality had been drained, in the next instant, the already withered plants were reduced to ash, and as the ashes floated to the ground, they dissolved into nothingness. So this was the power of Burn the Heavens? Could it burn everything under heaven? According to what Yifan had gleaned from the dragon blood, this flame ability included 12 types of fire. The dragon emperor's blood carried the scarlet flame. The remaining types included bone chill, nether, ice frost. If all 12 flames were gathered, they could combine into the supreme flame, Burn the Heavens, capable of incinerating all creation. Yifan withdrew the scarlet flame, a beautiful arc forming at the corner of his lips. Now, apart from having broken through at least beyond the martial saint level in normal martial energy, Yifan had also awakened instantaneous movement through the immortal bone. From the dragon blood, he had gained the scarlet flame burning power. And the demon heart had awakened the devouring power. With these 3 trump cards, even if he encountered the absolute masters from Sui Shua's grandmother's sect, he should still be able to fight them. Those mysterious and unpredictable divine envoys, were they really after nothing more than the immortal bone? Said to be unkillable, could his scarlet flame burn them to death? The next day, by 8 o'clock in the morning, Yun City's West Mountain was already packed with people from all sides. Fortunately, the mountain top was broad enough to hold tens of thousands. Lately, Yifan had once again ascended to the peak of power in Daxia. Once that monstrous genius of Beiluo sect, he had recently crushed grandmaster-level experts, slain martial lords, and seemed to have reached an unprecedented height in strength. He was regarded as a newly risen star. At such a young age, he had already reached a level above martial lord. Some had already ranked Yifan in the top 10 of the Earth ranking, one of the 2 most authoritative rankings in the world of martial arts. The Earth ranking judged warriors under 50, according to strength. The Heaven ranking, on the other hand, accepted all, regardless of age. These 2 rankings, apart from those who requested anonymity, included nearly all great masters. If Yifan defeated Chen Tang today, he would take Chen Tang's 8th position on the Earth ranking, and his fame would soar again. But so many came not just to watch the spectacle, many great sects came hoping to recruit Yifan. The world knew Beiluo sect had fallen, Yifan now stood alone. Such a prodigious genius, any sect that won him over would gain an immense advantage. The 4 great sacred lands, Huangji, Yaoqi, Tianxian, Jiudiu, all sent representatives. Yaoqi even sent their saintess, Ling Yanran. As soon as Yifan appeared at the mountain's foot, Ling Yanran blocked his way. Yifan, join my Yaoqi sacred land. I will take this fight today for you. Ling Yanran stood proud like a swan, not negotiating but issuing a command. In her view, an invitation from Yaoqi was Yifan's supreme honor, he should be grateful beyond words. But Ling Yanran had no idea, in Yifan's eyes, all these sacred lands were trash. He had come today to confront Chen Tang only because of the Su family. Behind Su Hao stood the clan backing his little junior sister, Su Chan. His junior sister's trouble, Yifan would naturally help resolve it. Since Chen Tang was Suao's hired hand, Yifan would flatten Chen Tang, flatten Suao, and end the mess once and for all. Who the hell are you? Our young lord you fighting, what need do we have for you to meddle? Get lost. Zhao Linglong, having been with Yifan just a few days, had grown arrogant herself and cursed at Ling Yanran directly. Ling Yanran was stunned. As Yaoqi's saintess, wherever she went she was revered. Even the heads of other sects spoke to her with the utmost respect. A mere servant from the mortal world dared insult her? Courting death. Ling Yanran's expression turned cold. Her figure blurred as she struck, slapping Zhao Linglong's face. When I speak, is it your place to interrupt? She looked calmly at Yifan. Your servant lacked manners. I disciplined her for you. As for what I said, consider it. You have 3 seconds. This chance will not come again. Ling Yanran's attitude remained lofty, but she failed to notice Yifan's face had darkened. His gaze at her was filled with killing intent. The air chilled as his murderous aura surged. The onlookers, who had come for a show, unconsciously backed several steps away. Consider my ass. Yifan's body moved forward in a flash, and he punched straight at Ling Yanran's chest. His speed was as fast as lightning. Ling Yanran had no time to react. In the next instant, Yifan's fist slammed hard into her chest, and her body was sent flying like a cannonball. Though she had protective inner energy shielding her, the tremendous impact felt as if Mount Tai had crashed onto her body. Blood surged in Ling Yanran's chest, and with a splurt, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ling Yanran looked at Yifan in utter disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. As the saintess of Yaoqi, Ling Yanran's strength had already reached the martial lord level. But before Yifan, she had no ability to resist? Then just how terrifying was Yifan's strength? Had he surpassed the martial lord level and reached a realm capable of contending with her master, the martial saint level? If that was so, then it was all the more necessary to recruit him at any cost. Thinking this, Ling Yanran was about to yield, having decided that no matter how much Yifan humiliated her, she would accept it. After all, a prodigious genius like this, if her master were here, would stop at nothing to win him over. But before Ling Yanran could speak, Yifan moved again. In a flash, he appeared in front of her, grabbed her neck, and dragged her over to Zhao Linglong. Linglong! Slap her back. However she slapped you just now, slap her the same way. Yifan frowned and ordered Zhao Linglong. Ah! Both Zhao Linglong and Ling Yanran gasped in shock at the same time. Zhao Linglong knew Yifan was arrogant, but she had not expected him to be this arrogant. This saintess before her, she was Yaoqi's Sacred Land's saintess, the future successor of Yaoqi's Sacred Land. And Yifan had just grabbed her like this and was telling Zhao Linglong to slap her? If she really did slap her, how could Ling Yanran possibly save face? Young Lord Yi, is this really appropriate? Ling Yanran, being gripped by Yifan, panicked and scolded him weakly. How dare you? She tried to channel her martial energy to struggle free from Yifan's grasp, but after several attempts, she suddenly realized that although Yifan was merely holding her neck, the energy coursing through his arm had sealed her blood vessels and meridians. Ling Yanran was being lifted like a little chick, entirely powerless to resist. Yifan ignored Ling Yanran and looked at Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong, remember this, since you are my personal maid, I alone may bully you. No one else may touch you, so hit her. If anything comes of it, I will bear the consequences. Yifan's voice was not loud, but the domineering protection in his words was revealed in full. Zhao Linglong had initially stayed by Yifan's side because the Zhao family had to make amends and forced her into it. But as time passed, she truly became willing to follow Yifan. And now, seeing Yifan so fiercely protect her, Zhao Linglong felt deeply moved. All right. Without any hesitation, Zhao Linglong stepped forward and slapped Ling Yanran hard across the face. Ling Yanran's fair face instantly swelled up. Stars danced before Ling Yanran's eyes. She was so furious her eyeballs nearly bulged out. You people, you really dared to hit me. I will kill you. Her eyes blazed with fury as she roared in rage. Especially with so many onlookers, Ling Yanran could not bear the humiliation. Ling Yanran was famous for being a beauty on both the martial beauty list and the earth ranking. Ranked 18th on the martial beauty list. Ranked among the top 5 prodigies on the earth ranking. She had always been the pride of her sect, accustomed to a life of being the center of admiration. But now, being held like this by Yifan, completely unable to move, unable to break free no matter how she tried, she was humiliated beyond belief. Accompanying Ling Yanran was an elder of Yaoqi who, seeing this, had wanted to intervene several times. But Han Zhuo and his men had already appeared at Yifan's side. Judging from Han Zhuo's martial aura, his strength was far from weak. This is just a warning. If you dare act so brazenly next time, do not blame me for being ruthless. Yifan snapped coldly, then flung Ling Yanran to the ground. Ling Yanran, caught off guard, fell heavily on her rear, the pain nearly bringing her to tears. You, bastard, do you not know how to cherish beauty? Ling Yanran even began to doubt her own charm. Could it be that her place on the beauty list was a lie? Did she have no allure for Yifan at all? Climbing to her feet, Ling Yanran, unwilling to give up, wanted to strike at Yifan. But at that moment, from the crowd stepped a young man in a pink suit who blocked Ling Yanran. Miss Ling, let it go, let it go. Why not talk this through? Today is young Lord Ye's grand occasion. Let us not spoil his happy day. This young man was none other than the Tianqian Sacred Land's heir, Feng Hanxiao. Dressed in a flamboyant pink suit, holding a folding fan, he even looked a bit like a scholar. The spoiler, however, was that Feng Hanxiao was bald on top, with only a few strands of hair guarding the last stronghold, making for a somewhat comical sight. Out of my way. Feng Hanxiao, what are you doing here? Do you want to stop me too? Ling Yanran glared at Feng Hanxiao, her eyes full of irritation but also wariness. Tianqian Sacred Land was no weaker than Yao Qi, and key was that while Feng Hanxiao's father was a traditional martial master, Feng Hanxiao took an unorthodox path and had a terrifying talent for poison. His whole body was poisonous, a single misstep and one would fall victim. Even martial lords could fall to Feng Hanxiao's concocted poisons. Feng Hanxiao gave a wicked smile. I dare not, Miss Ling. I simply find young Lord Yu so radiant, heroic, and dashing, he seems like a long-lost brother. I merely wish to catch up with him, that is all. Please, Miss Ling, grant me this favor. As he spoke, martial energy stirred at Feng Hanxiao's fingertips, and a visible red toxin appeared, flickering with a terrifying aura. Feng Hanxiao's poison skills had advanced yet again, his toxins had begun to solidify. Ling Yanran's attendants saw the toxin and instinctively retreated 2 steps in fear. Feng Hanxiao's reputation as the poison young master was no joke. You, fine, have it your way. Ling Yanran still wanted to argue with Yifan, but with Feng Hanxiao intervening, she could only give up. She knew that even without Feng Hanxiao, she was not Yifan's match. Moreover, Feng Hanxiao's intervention gave her a way out. Yifan, you had better not die here today, Ling Yanran said bitterly. Her master had repeatedly urged her to recruit Yifan at all costs. If her master knew Yifan's strength had reached the martial saint level, he would likely sacrifice himself to win Yifan over. With that, Ling Yanran turned to leave, dialing her master's number. Master. Ling Yanran reported Yifan's situation to her master in detail. When Yaoqi's sacred lord Shui Longyin heard Ling Yanran's words, she let out an exclamation. What? Only 20 years old and already stepped into the martial saint realm? Is this world insane? How on earth did he achieve that? Are you sure you did not see it wrong? Although Ling Yanran was also a monstrous genius, already a martial lord level expert in her 20s, that was only after pooling together all the resources of Yaoqi's sacred land, employing all kinds of secret methods, pills, array assistants, and even elders forcibly instilling martial energy to nurture such a prodigy. But Yifan, though backed by Beiluo Sherman, had his heart and kidneys gouged out during that attack 3 years ago. How had he recovered in such a short time? No mistake, I am absolutely no match for him. Elder Yang was present too. He saw it with his own eyes. With something this important, I dare not make baseless claims. Ling Yanran sounded helpless and somewhat disheartened, feeling the blow. Master, what do we do now? I tried to recruit him, but he has no interest at all. But I did hear that he has a fondness for women. Thinking of this, Ling Yanran felt a surge of frustration. That Yifan, surrounded by so many beautiful women. Why? Just because he is handsome? Oh, fond of women? That makes things easier. On the other end of the call, Shui Longyin interrupted Ling Yanran, continuing, Yanran, you are of marriageable age. Yifan's character is acceptable, and he is such a monstrous genius. I am entrusting this task to you. At any cost, bring Yifan to our side, do you understand? Even if it means sharing his bed, that is acceptable. If Yifan truly desires it, I could even offer him this newly replaced maiden body of mine. Ling Yanran was speechless, confirming what she had suspected, that her master was indeed willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of their sex future. Ling Yanran could not help but picture the scene. If her master truly sacrificed herself and ended up with Yifan, and she herself also ended up with him, would that not mean both master and disciple had surrendered before Yifan? At the foot of West Mountain, Yun City, after Ling Yanran left, Feng Hanxiao turned to look at Yifan, his eyes burning with admiration. Young Lord Yi, I have admired you for so long. My admiration for you is as endless as the rolling Yangtze. Your might and charisma have completely captivated me. Might I have the honor of befriending you? Yifan was taken aback by this speech. At Yifan's side, Wang Fugue could not help but jump up. What the fuck? Young Master Feng, you stole my lines? You left no flattery for me. What do you expect me to do now? Go look up compliments in the dictionary. What are you playing at? Feng Hanxiao laughed. No need to worry, young Master Wang. Let us take turns. You flatter him on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I will take Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. That way, no need for unnecessary competition. Yifan stood calmly, watching Feng Hanxiao's performance. Meanwhile, his earpiece was receiving intelligence from Hanzhua. Tianqian's sacred land's heir, Feng Hanxiao, known in the martial world as the Poison Young Master, his entire body laced with poison, now cultivated to the level where his toxins had become tangible. A man of flamboyant and unrestrained nature. Interesting. Earlier the Yaoqi Saintess had tried to recruit him, and now Feng Hanxiao had come clearly with the same goal. But Feng Hanxiao was clever. He did not mention recruitment at all. Instead, he spoke only of friendship. Alright, young Master Feng, it is getting late. The duel above will soon begin. As you said, let us talk after my challenge. Yifan had no interest in joining any of the 4 sacred lands, though making friends with Feng Hanxiao did intrigue him. Excellent. To be honest, young Lord Yi, I have always found that Chen Tang of Huangji sacred land insufferable. That bastard struts around relying on his grandfather, the Grand Elder of Huangji, always showing off. If not for the chance to showcase your brilliance, I would have already poisoned him with lime. Young Lord Yi, are your shoulders sore? Why not let me use my ancestral technique to ease them? I guarantee it works wonders. Young Lord Yi, have some fruit to replenish your energy. All the way up the mountain, the flamboyant Feng Hanxiao tried every method to curry favor with Yifan, leaving Wang Fugue green with envy. Damn it! You have done all my work, now I feel like a useless fool. Atop West Mountain, Su Hao and Chen Tang had long since arrived. Su Hao even transported supplies and set up a temporary residence at the summit. Chen Tang lounged on a recliner, several beauties attending him, massaging his shoulders, holding water for him to rinse his mouth, picking his teeth. Chen Tang was thoroughly enjoying himself. Su Hao, like a lapdog, stood respectfully at his side, asking, Young Master Chen, are you truly confident in dealing with Yifan? I have heard that even the martial lord-level ancestor of the Zhou family was slain by Yifan. And they say Yifan wiped out the Blood Garment sect too, slaying several of their elders. From all reports, Yifan's strength clearly had reached martial lord level or higher. Chen Tang was merely a martial lord level expert himself. Could he really handle Yifan? Su Hao was nervous. If Chen Tang failed, he too would suffer. That bitch Su Chan, relying on her grandfather's prestige, had begun seizing the family's holdings in the province, taking advantage of the Zhou family's downfall. If this continued, all his plans would fall apart. What are you worried about? If you do not trust me, go find someone else. See who else dares challenge Yifan? Chen Tang threatened, rolling his eyes at Su Hao. I trust you, I trust you. Of course I trust young Master Chen. Inside, Su Hao cursed him as a fool. Given Yifan's power, no one else would dare. Yifan had wiped out the Zhou, Yun, and Lin families. The Zhao family had submitted. He was cleaning house, only the royal family remained. Who would dare offend such a god? There, now shut up. Close the door, I am going to enjoy myself. Chen Tang grabbed a girl beside him and barked at Su Hao. Su Hao sighed, waving for his men to leave, closing the door as the room filled with indecent sounds. At the mountain's entrance, 2 young women anxiously watched the path. They were none other than Su Yun and Su Chan. Yunjia, do you think Yifan will come? Su Chan asked, full of worry, visibly tense. Su Yun sighed at her expression. That depends, do you want him to come or not? Su Chan clearly liked Yifan but kept her feelings hidden. What was she afraid of? I want him to come, but I also do not want him to come. As for the senior brother of hers, Su Chan could not possibly claim she did not have feelings for him, that would be a lie. But in these 3 years, too many things had happened. Yifan had already become Su Yishua's husband, and on top of that, there were Xian Yufei, Xiuan, and Son Yutong, so many women close to him. Where did that leave her, caught in the middle like this? Su Chan deeply wished Yifan would come to take part in the challenge. As long as Yifan defeated Chen Tang, Su Hao would inevitably suffer a severe blow. Then she would have hope of reclaiming control of the Su family and rescuing her grandfather. But on the other hand, Su Chan was worried. Her senior brother Yifan's strength was indeed formidable, but this time Su Hao had invited as his champion none other than young Master Chen Tang of the Huangji Sacred Land. His power was already beyond the martial lord level. Could her senior brother really stand against him? And even if Yifan managed to defeat Chen Tang, the one he would offend would not just be Chen Tang, but also Huangji's Grand Elder, perhaps even the entire Huangji sacred land. Back then, those who attacked Beluo Sherman and the Yi family, Yifan had yet to fully uncover the truth. If he provoked those forces again, how would he deal with the consequences? Xiao Chan. As Su Chan fretted, Yifan arrived with Wang Fugui, Feng Hanxiao, and the others. Upon seeing her, Yifan quickly took a few steps forward, affectionately taking hold of Su Chan's wrist. Back when Yifan was hidden in Yun City, cultivation was part of his mission, but he had also been searching with all his might for Su Chan's whereabouts. Once he found Su Chan, he had helped her resolve every problem. They had grown up together like childhood sweethearts, braving death side by side. Yifan wanted Su Chan to have no worries at all about being with him. As for matters of the heart about Su Yixue and the others, that could wait until later. Senior brother. Su Chan thought of the things she had said to her senior brother in the provincial capital, of his interactions with Angel, and her gaze toward him grew complicated. How should she face him now? Senior brother. Today's challenge, perhaps you should not go? Su Chan looked at Yifan anxiously. Senior brother. Win or lose, today's fight means confronting Huangji sacred land. The stakes, there was no need for Su Chan to spell them out. Yifan knew them all. Yifan drew Su Chan into his embrace. And what of Huangji sacred land? I just made Yaoqi's saintess cry moments ago. What is one Huangji sacred land to me? Beluo Sherman, the Jinwu department, and the Yi family, these three great forces were all now within Yifan's grasp. His own strength had reached a terrifying new height. Never mind Huangji, even if all four sacred lands opposed him at once, Yifan would have no fear. Su Chan struggled slightly in his arms, but seeing she could not break free, she let him hold her. After all, in the past, between her and Yifan, they had done everything but the final step. But hearing that he had even bested the Yaoqi Saintess, Su Chan felt somewhat reassured. The Yaoqi Saintess was a renowned figure on the Earth list. Such a master had fallen at Yifan's hands. That meant Yifan's power had reached a truly terrifying level. Perhaps, Yifan really did have the strength to challenge Huangji sacred land. When Yifan, Zhao Linglong, Wang Fugui, and the others reached the summit of West Mountain, a commotion broke out at the scene. So that is Yifan? Truly a striking figure. Is he not? After all, he was the monstrous genius of Beluo Sherman. I heard he caused quite the stir among beauties internationally too. Those eyes, they could snatch your soul. Even as a man, I am a little moved. Damn it, if only I had a daughter, I would marry her off to him for sure. Get lost. With your looks, even dogs would vomit. You think young Lord Yi would look at you? As Yifan and Su Chan entered, Su Hao naturally noticed. But seeing Feng Hanxiao actually standing by Yifan's side, Su Hao's brow furrowed. The title Poison Young Master was well known. Feng Hanxiao's presence meant Tianqian's sacred land's stance was clear. With Feng Hanxiao here, would Chen Tang still dare attack Yifan? Damn it! Why was Yifan so hard to deal with? Su Hao thought of how even the Zhou family's ancestor had perished at Yifan's hands and could not help but feel a flicker of dread. Could this really end in failure? If he lost this challenge, Su Hao's prestige within the Su family would be shattered. The family and its elders would surely turn to support Su Chan. Everyone, I am Yifan. Today I am here to answer young Master Chen Tang's challenge. And also to let you all know, Su Chan is my little junior sister. Her business is my business. If anyone dares cross my junior sister, I will make sure they regret it. As Yifan spoke, he glanced deliberately in Su Hao's direction, introducing Su Chan to the crowd. The message was clear, he was here to back her up. And while I am at it, let me tell you all. Beluo Sherman has not fallen. Within a month, it will rise again. The Yi family of Daxia has not fallen either. Lin family? I destroyed them. Those who once raised a hand against the Yi family or Beluo Sherman, prepare your necks and your blood to pay the price. Finally, let me warn you all, I am fiercely protective of those close to me. Do not even think of targeting my women, my brothers, or my friends. Or I will make you wish you were dead. The martial duel at West Mountain's peak, a clash of two powerhouses beyond the martial lord level, was the grandest event in the martial world recently. Thousands watched on site, with hundreds of thousands more viewing the livestream online. In Daxia's imperial capital, within the royal palace, Dragon Lord Tang Zhan watched Yifan's calm proclamation and sighed heavily. The Yi family has truly risen. Even through a screen, Tang Zhang could sense how much stronger Yifan's aura had grown. In just days, Yifan's power had advanced yet again. The rise of the Yi family was unstoppable. The royal family's years-long plans were destined to fail. Tang Zhang was a man of swift action. Since he saw their plan to suppress the Yi family had failed, he immediately thought of switching allegiance. Fortunately, during that old attack, the royal family had merely consented in silence but had not truly acted. At least none of the royal ancestors had personally struck. Only their protector, Fu Hongyi, had done so. Since they must now yield to Yifan, Fu Hongyi would have to die. There was no other way for the sake of the royal family's future. Bring me the documents I prepared earlier. Tang Zhang had long made ready a detailed record of the attack on the Yi family. Now he resolved to hand over Fu Hongyi to Yifan, along with information on other hidden super clans in Daxia, hoping to ease Yifan's wrath. At the headquarters of Yun City Yi Group, in the general manager's office, Xiao Wan was also watching Yifan's speech on the short video platform, her heart stirred with mixed emotions. When Yifan spoke of his women, did that include her? Ever since that day when Yifan helped rescue Cece, his figure had taken root in Xiao Wan's mind. Thinking back to that time when she had taken the initiative, her heart could not help but race. Was Yifan truly not interested in her? But if he really had no interest, why would he place her in such an important position? The position of general manager of Yi Group, that was the very lifeblood of the entire Yi family. If she were not someone he absolutely trusted, how could he have appointed her? At West Mountain Scene, Xian Yufei, Sui Shue, Song Yutong, Hua Shuiyan, and the others also quietly made their way to the site. Though they knew full well that Yifan would surely win, their faces were still filled with worry. When they heard Yifan speak of no one daring to touch his women, all of them immediately thought of themselves. Perhaps they did not even realize that from this moment on, their hearts were already tied to Yifan. On Su Hao's side, seeing the overwhelming support Yifan commanded at the scene, a sense of foreboding filled his heart. He quietly instructed his subordinate, "Is the helicopter I told you to prepare ready?" "It is ready. Right beneath the cliff at the back, as you ordered." Su Hao nodded in satisfaction. "When the fight begins later, keep the helicopter in hovering mode, ready for immediate takeoff." He looked at the cliff on the other side of West Mountain, his brow furrowed tightly. Although Chen Tang had guaranteed he would defeat Yifan, so much had changed, and Yifan's strength had clearly soared again. Su Hao no longer trusted Chen Tang entirely, so he had left himself an escape route. Once all arrangements were set, Chen Tang, having finished his exertions, finally stepped out of the room in satisfaction. Glancing at the lively crowd, he said coolly, "So Yifan is here? Then let us start. The sooner the fight ends, the sooner I can go back to sleep." With that, Chen Tang moved like a great rock, flashing toward the center of the battleground. "Yifan, I did not expect you would actually dare come." Chen Tang looked Yifan over with scorn. "So what if you killed the Zhou family's old patriarch? You think stepping into the martial lord realm means you can strut before me? Let me tell you, not all martial lords are created equal." He paused briefly before continuing. "Now I will give you a chance. Get on your knees and call me grandfather. Hand over that little junior sister Su Chan to my bed, and I might consider sparing your life. How about it?" This was the common arrogance of those so-called geniuses from the sacred lands. They relied on their status as prodigies of the four sacred lands, raised from childhood with the best resources, enjoying the highest respect in the mortal world. They never regarded mortal world people as worthy. Ling Yanran was like this, and so was Chen Tang. If it had been anyone else, they might have lacked the courage to face the challenge of a Huangji sacred land master. But Yifan? He was eager to use this chance to make his declaration to the world. There was no fear in him. "Kneel and call you grandfather? Not a bad suggestion. Then come." Yifan snorted coldly. In an instant, his figure became like lightning, hurtling toward Chen Tang. His vast energy, when truly unleashed, was shockingly calm, stirring not the slightest air current. But the entire West Mountain seemed drawn into a strange transformation by the mysterious force emanating from him. In a blink, the air itself seemed to grow viscous. Everyone felt the suffocating pressure of an overwhelming force cloaking the arena. "Ha! Parlor tricks, and you dare show off before me?" Chen Tang regarded Yifan's charge with complete disdain, standing relaxed, one hand behind his back. "I gave you a chance. You failed to seize it. Soon I will beat you so badly even your parents would not recognize you. What the fuck?" Chen Tang's words halted halfway as a curse burst from his mouth. "What the hell? You are not just a martial lord, fuck." Chen Tang felt the martial energy Yifan brought crashing down on him, his pupils widening in utter shock as he stared at Yifan in disbelief. At that moment, Yifan's seemingly unremarkable energy was less than 3 meters from him. The air around him warped under the weight of Yifan's overpowering aura, sending out visible ripples. Each ripple struck Chen Tang's protective energy barrier like the weight of Mount Tai, packed with terrifying force. After just 3 impacts, Chen Tang's martial lord-level protective barrier shattered. If the barrage continued, Chen Tang's body itself would be torn apart. "Who told you I was just a martial lord?" Yifan smiled serenely, his palm landing lightly on Chen Tang's chest. A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out as Chen Tang's chest caved in, his body collapsing helplessly to the ground. Before Chen Tang could so much as strike a single blow, Yifan had flattened him. He had no chance at all to resist. There had been no blast of energy, no thunder from the heavens. The battle had ended in utter simplicity. If not for the blood spurting from Chen Tang's mouth and the powerful martial aura Yifan radiated, the crowd would have thought the two men had staged the fight. A collective gasp filled the arena. For many, their impression of Yifan had remained that of the prodigy of Beiluo Sherman Young, a martial master, impressive but not exceptional on the grand stage of martial arts. But Chen Tang? One of the three top young geniuses of Huangji Sacred Land, famous across the land. And yet, he had crumpled without even one exchange. It was terrifying. What do you want? As Yifan advanced step by step, Chen Tang's expression changed dramatically, his face filled with terror. Everyone knew the truth: if Chen Tang had won, he would not have spared Yifan. The reverse was also true. Chen Tang had fought on Su Hao's behalf to kill Yifan, and now that he had lost, and so easily, he feared the deadly look in Yifan's eyes. What do I want? I am waiting for you to call me grandfather. Yifan looked at him calmly, eyes filled with mockery. Poor Chen Tang, thinking himself so grand, yet in Yifan's eyes, he was nothing but a clownish piece of trash. As Yifan pressed him, Chen Tang's face darkened. Call him grandfather? How could he? How could he force the words out? If he knelt and called Yifan grandfather in front of so many people, how could he ever show his face at Huangji Sacred Land again? How could he hold his head up in the martial world? Dream on. Do you know who my grandfather is? The Grand Elder of Huangji Sacred Land. So what if your skills surpass the martial saint level? How can a mere mortal world family dare to stand against Huangji Sacred Land? Let me tell you, release me immediately, kneel down, and kowtow 3 times, and I might spare your life. Chen Tang clearly sensed that his body had already suffered severe injuries. It was no longer possible to defeat Yifan through force today, so he tried to use the might of Huangji Sacred Land to threaten Yifan, hoping that the prestige of the Sacred Land would deter Yifan from killing him. While threatening Yifan, Chen Tang was cursing Su Hao to hell and back in his heart. Damn it! Did Su Hao not say that Yifan was at most at the peak of the Grandmaster level, definitely not beyond the Martial Lord stage? And now, his Martial Lord level strength had been crushed instantly by Yifan. It had gotten him killed. Though Chen Tang hated Yifan so much he wanted to eat his flesh raw, he dared not show the slightest disrespect on his face, for fear of provoking Yifan into finishing him off on the spot. All he could hope for now was that the name of Huangji Sacred Land would frighten Yifan into sparing him. The scene of several thousand people fell into sudden silence because Chen Tang was now pinned under Yifan's foot. Most were still in shock. Those from the great clans and powerful sects who had planned to intervene and rescue Yifan from Chen Tang so they could win his gratitude and recruit him were all dumbfounded. Their plan had been to step in heroically at the critical moment, earn Yifan's deep thanks, and smoothly draw him into their sect or family. But now, Yifan had single-handedly flattened the Huangji Sacred Land's prodigy Chen Tang. How could they possibly make a move? The holy maiden of Yaoqi Sacred Land, Ling Yanran, had been gazing at Yifan with a trace of resentment, but now her eyes were filled with shock. So Yifan's strength was actually this terrifying? He had the right to be so arrogant. She thought of what her master had said about recruiting Yifan at any cost. For years, Yaoqi Sacred Land had been dominated by women, and its influence had been declining. Several other sects were eyeing it covetously. Yaoqi desperately needed fresh blood to strengthen itself. But now, after she had acted so high-handedly and offended Yifan, what should she do next? Was she really supposed to do as her master suggested, strip naked and crawl into Yifan's bed? On the other side, Feng Hanqiao of Tianxian Sacred Land watched Yifan's actions. Although he had anticipated this, he was still deeply shocked. He had known Yifan was strong, but not this strong. Good thing I was smart about this. A genius freak like this is meant to found his own sect. How could he ever submit to any existing sect? Feng Hanqiao chuckled at himself. Damn it! I may be handsome, but compared to Yifan, he is just that tiny bit more dashing. By his side, Wang Fugue could not hold back when he heard Feng Hanqiao's words. Are you done yet? Even flattery should follow an order. I knew Yifan before you did. If anyone's going to flatter him, let me finish first. Alright, brother Fugue, do not be angry. Listen, a new club opened in Yun City. The girls there are said to be from Persia. I've booked the whole place. When this is over, come guide their work a bit. I will set aside 2 for you. How about it? Feng Hanqiao draped an arm over Wang Fugue's shoulder, firmly locking him in. Wang Fugue pondered for a moment. 2 is not enough. I want 5. Meanwhile, the other top figures on the scene watched the center of the battlefield with nervous faces. Though Yifan had won, this situation was tricky. Should Chen Tang be killed or not? If Yifan killed him, he would be offending Huangji Sacred Land's Grand Elder, which was the same as offending all of Huangji Sacred Land. Although Yifan had Beluoshermen, the Yi family, and Zenwusi supporting him, could any mortal world force really stand against Huangji's sacred land? But if he did not kill Chen Tang, even though he had one, his reputation in the martial world would surely take a hit. What they did not know was that Yifan had not even considered these things. Looking at Chen Tang pinned beneath his foot, Yifan suddenly thought of the devouring ability that his demonic heart had awakened the night before. Why not test it on Chen Tang? After all, these sacred land bastards were never any good. They relied on their martial heritage to exploit and steal from others, even forcing wives to be offered up, and only returned them when they were bored, leaving the man a wreck. With that thought, Yifan activated the devouring power of his demonic heart. At once, a golden stream of light surged from his wrist, enveloping Chen Tang. Seeing that Yifan had been silent for a while, Chen Tang thought Yifan had been cowed by Huangji sacred land's name. Yifan, so, scared now? Honestly, we do not have any deep grudge. I only challenged you at Su family's invitation, to put you down a bit. If you let me go, I promise I will not cause you trouble, how about it? Even as Chen Tang said this, he did not believe it himself. As one of the sacred land's core prodigies, he had been raised to repay every slight 100-fold. After being so humiliated by Yifan today, how could he possibly let him go? This was just a way to escape immediate danger. He tried to shift all the blame onto the Su family, hoping Yifan would vent his anger on them instead. But before Chen Tang could finish speaking, he sensed something was wrong. Wrapped in that golden light from Yifan's wrist, he felt his vital energy rapidly draining. His hard-earned martial power was being sucked away by Yifan. Aw, fuck. Yifan, what the hell are you doing? As a Sacred Land core member, Chen Tang knew there were martial techniques in the world that could devour others' energy. But as far as he knew, very few could forcibly drain another's strength this way. And cultivating such arts took decades. How had Yifan done it? Yifan ignored him and kept devouring his life force, thinking to himself about how best to handle Chen Tang. Killing Chen Tang was easy now, and Yifan had no fear of Huangji Sacred Land's revenge. But their retaliation would be troublesome, and Yifan had bigger things to deal with. Keeping Chen Tang alive might be more useful than killing him. Yifan planned to spare him, to bait bigger fish, but some people were determined that Chen Tang had to die. Yifan's demonic heart devoured at an extremely rapid pace. In just a few dozen seconds, it had already drained 70 to 80% of Chen Tang's cultivation. In contrast, Yifan felt power surging through his entire body, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Had his body's meridians not already reached their limit, Yifan would have continued using the devouring ability, determined to suck Chen Tang dry. Just as Yifan withdrew the devouring force, his expression shifted suddenly. Beneath the muddy ground where Yifan and Chen Tang stood, the earth abruptly began to churn, rippling like waves, surging rapidly toward Yifan and Chen Tang. This earth-burrowing technique was so strange and stealthy that, hidden underground, Yifan could not yet gauge the intruder's true strength, so he did not act recklessly. Although the surface-level sense of the intruder's strength suggested they were merely at the Grandmaster level, Yifan still sidestepped by about a meter. If this was a trap set by Huangji's sacred land, Yifan wanted to leave himself enough room to react. But what Yifan did not expect was that the entity beneath the soil was not aiming for him at all. The moment Yifan dodged aside, the ground exploded, and a short figure shot out from the dirt. Without hesitation, brandishing a battle blade, he slashed Chen Tang's throat in a single stroke, then tried to burrow back into the ground and escape. Everything happened in a split second. And due to the angle, the short assassin's figure had been completely blocked by Chen Tang's body. Most of the surrounding experts only saw Yifan and Chen Tang in the center of the field. They had not seen the short assassin at all. With Chen Tang suddenly slain, everyone would surely assume Yifan had killed him. That would truly spell endless trouble for Yifan. Although Yifan did not fear trouble with Huangji Sacred Land, he did not like being falsely accused or framed. Where do you think you're going? Yifan had already clearly sensed the assassin's true strength, indeed, just at the Grandmaster level. Now that he was sure, Yifan had no more reservations. Activating his instant movement ability, in the blink of an eye he reached Chen Tang's side. Before the short assassin could burrow back into the earth, Yifan seized him, lifting him high above his head. Everyone, take a good look. This guy just now, it was he who ambushed and killed Chen Tang. People of Huangji Sacred Land, see clearly, it has nothing to do with me. If you want revenge, go after them. Boom! Yifan's words once again caused an uproar in the crowd. Chen Tang was dead? This was serious trouble. Never mind that Chen Tang was the Grand Elder's own grandson. Even if he had just been an ordinary disciple of Huangji Sacred Land, being killed like this in front of so many witnesses meant the Sacred Land could not possibly let it go without losing face. Everyone's first reaction was to think that Yifan had killed Chen Tang and was now trying to come up with an excuse. But as they saw the short assassin in Yifan's grasp, some of the leaders of the major sects immediately snapped out of it. It's one of Joyo's sacred land's burrowing ninjas. Joyo made their move. Exactly. They are trying to incite a clash between Yifan and Huangji sacred land. Out of the 4 sacred lands, Joyo are the most devious. Always scheming. Indeed. The bigger the storm, the greater the profit. Although Yifan did not know these were people of Joyo's sacred land, it was obvious to him that someone had tried to kill Chen Tang in order to frame him and set him against Huangji sacred land. The scheme was plain to see. That was why Yifan had gone all out to seize the short assassin and show him to everyone on the spot. That short assassin was Yifan's only evidence. Though Yifan had already guarded against the assassin committing suicide, his inner force had locked down the man's vital energy, making it impossible for him to act. The cunning of Joyo's assassins had still been underestimated. The moment the assassin was caught by Yifan, he had already swallowed his poison. Ha ha! Yifan, it's useless. I was never here at all. Everything is just you trying to make excuses, the short assassin said in a sinister voice, black blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. More terrifyingly, the assassin's body began to rapidly disintegrate, dissolving into a pool of blood that seeped into the ground. Yifan, shocked, flung the corpse to the ground. At that moment, a mournful flute melody suddenly echoed across the scene. Mist swept over the mountaintop of West Mountain in an instant, and the atmosphere shifted eerily. A strong, sweet fragrance filled the air. Most of the people present grew excited, even frenzied. This is bad. Illusion technique. Yifan was alarmed, dashing over to Su Yixue, Song Yutong, Xian Yufei, Hua Shuiyan and the others. A surge of powerful force swept out, dispersing the fog around them. The girls finally came back to their senses. Elsewhere, Yaoqi's holy maiden Ling Yanran, Tianquan's young lord Feng Hanxiao, and other experts above the grandmaster level also realized something was wrong. This was Joyo's illusion technique. Those damned Joyo, they were trying to bewilder the crowd. The few remaining clear-headed experts simultaneously acted, stabilizing the situation. After rescuing Hua Shuiyan and the others, Yifan pushed his instant movement to the limit, relying on his unique sense to cut down 10 illusionists hidden among the crowd in under 3 seconds. The last few stragglers were dispatched by righteous experts. The flute stopped, the mist cleared in an instant, and the crowd awoke from their feverish daze. Seeing that they had inexplicably drawn their weapons, they were all bewildered. What had just happened? Joyo's illusions, once successful in luring people into their fabricated scenes, could trap them forever, enslaving their minds. Just now, those illusionists had set 2 scenarios. One was to implant the fact that Yifan had killed Chen Tang, framing him. The other was to lure everyone into a mental prison, controlling all the experts present. But the illusionists had not expected Yifan to react so quickly, cutting down nearly all of them before their illusion could fully take hold. Damn it! Yifan's strength has far exceeded our expectations. We must report this to the divine envoy at once. In the crowd, a few dark-faced figures glanced at the dead illusionists and slipped away quietly. Yifan swept his gaze over the crowd. There were too many people. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible to pick out all of Joyo's agents at once. But Yifan had kept an eye on Su Hao's movements all along. This bastard had forced his junior sister to flee the capital, hunted and tormented, and now had brought in Chen Tang to attack him? Had Yifan not been strong enough, he would have been the one lying dead on the ground. At that moment, seeing that Chen Tang was beyond saving, Su Hao did not hesitate. He turned and fled swiftly toward the cliff's edge. Yifan confirmed that Su Yixue and the others were safe. With a surge of energy at his ankles, he shot toward Su Hao at lightning speed. As Su Hao fled, he kept glancing back at Yifan's movements. When he saw Yifan charging toward him, he was so terrified his soul nearly fled his body. Panicking, he barked at the bodyguards beside him. Quick, stop him. Do not let him get close. Damn it. Su Hao's bodyguards were all martial artists, but the strongest among them was only at the control realm. They had witnessed Yifan's methods just moments ago. How could mere ordinary bodyguards hope to stop him? But as loyal retainers of the Su family, they had no choice. Su Hao's order had been given, so even though they knew they were no match, they gritted their teeth and formed a human barrier to buy Su Hao time. Stop right there. 7 or 8 bodyguards roared, brandishing their blades, attempting to block Yifan. But Yifan did not even look at them. With a single palm strike, he sent the group flying. Out of my way. Without pausing, Yifan continued his pursuit of Su Hao. Everyone's gaze followed Yifan, watching as he relentlessly chased Su Hao. Most were puzzled. Was today's challenge not supposed to be about the sacred land's Chen Tang provoking Yifan? With the battle over so effortlessly, why was Yifan now going after a young man from the mundane world? What was this about? But some informed onlookers helpfully explained. You do not know, do you? Chen Tang came to challenge Yifan because he was hired by the Su family's eldest son from the capital. I heard that Su family heir's younger sister has a deep connection with Yifan. They grew up together, childhood sweethearts. And Su Hao actually wants to kill his own sister. Yifan stepped in to protect her, causing Su Hao significant losses. That is why Su Hao wants Yifan dead. As this information spread among the crowd, people finally understood Yifan's actions. So that was the truth? With all the pieces falling into place, everything now made sense. Otherwise, why would Chen Tang, a core member of a sacred land, leave his comfortable life just to challenge Yifan? Although the bodyguards delayed Yifan for less than 3 seconds, it was enough for Su Hao to gain some distance. Just as Yifan was closing in, Su Hao finally reached the edge of the cliff. He cast a furtive glance at the precipice behind him. With no way out, Yifan was in no rush. His eyes locked on Su Hao. Su Hao, was this really necessary? Xiao Chan is your blood sister. You already drove her to a remote place like Cloud City, and now you want her dead, and you want to kill me. Tell me, how should I punish you? Su Hao had already arranged his escape route. He was no longer flustered. He glared coldly at Yifan. Yifan, you meddle too much. 3 years ago, you escaped death at Beiluo Sherman and lived by the skin of your teeth. You should have kept your head down. But now you dare make such a high-profile return. I guarantee you will not live long. What? Yifan's brow furrowed at Su Hao's words. There was something hidden in what Su Hao said. Could it be that during the attack on Beiluo Sherman and the Yi family back then, the Su family was involved too? At that moment, Su Chan, Zhao Linglong, Wang Fugui, Feng Hanxiao, and the others appeared at Yifan's side, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around Su Hao. Brother! Stop this. What you are doing, how can you face grandfather? Just to deal with me, you even colluded with the Japanese. The Su family will be destroyed by your hands sooner or later. Su Chan scolded, her voice sharp. I advise you to sever all ties with the Japanese at once. Those people devour everything and leave nothing behind. How could the Su family possibly benefit from an alliance with them? Yifan's expression darkened as he glanced at Su Hao. Su Hao had colluded with the Japanese? When Yifan rescued Hua Shuiyan in the provincial capital, he had sensed the alliance between Master Qi and the Japanese Black Robe Society. In his fury, Yifan had slaughtered many. What he hated most in life were those Japanese dogs. And now Su Hao dared to collude with them. Yifan's mercy evaporated. He thought of the infants locked in the basement of the Longgong Club, the ones he had rescued, and those who had not been saved. Killing intent surged from Yifan. The powerful energy radiating from him made it hard for those nearby to even breathe. The air seemed to freeze. Wang Fugui, who knew Yifan best, immediately realized what was happening. Yifan was ready to kill. To collude with the Japanese? Su Hao, you are courting death. Yifan's gaze was icy. As a man of Daxia, for anything else you did I could find a reason to spare you. But for collaborating with the Japanese, you deserve death. Ha ha, so what if I colluded with the Japanese? Let me tell you, behind me stands a power you cannot even imagine, someone you cannot afford to provoke. Yifan, Su Chan, you pair of bastards, your deaths are near, huh? Even as he spoke, Su Hao took a step back. Just as Yifan was about to strike, Su Hao leapt off the cliff. What? Everyone froze at Su Hao's move. He jumped? That was unexpected. Su Chan frowned and rushed to the cliff's edge, looking down. From below the cliff, a helicopter rose into the air. Su Hao sat at the door, blowing a kiss toward the crowd. Goodbye, everyone. Ha ha. You want to kill me? No way. As he spoke, he arrogantly flipped them the middle finger. Wang Fugui, Han Zhua, Zhao Linglong, and the others were fuming. Boss, this bastard is too cocky. How about I call in artillery and blast him out of the sky? No need, Yifan said with a faint smile. The helicopter had barely risen a few dozen meters. If Yifan wanted to destroy it, he could do so easily. But Yifan did not want to kill Su Hao just yet. This Su Hao, who could summon sacred land experts, who had ties to the Japanese and knew about the attack on Beiluo Sherman, keeping him alive might reveal more of the truth. Let the line out, catch the big fish. Still, letting Su Hao go unscathed was not Yifan's style. Yifan smirked. Energy surged at his ankles. He kicked a dagger from the ground, energy crackling as it soared through the air, piercing the space toward Su Hao's wrist. Slash! Su Hao's extended middle finger was severed before he could pull it back. Ah! My finger, Su Hao screamed in pain. Before he could catch his breath, the dagger whirled around again, severing his entire arm. Su Hao, consider this a down payment. I will be visiting the capital soon. Best get your affairs in order. Ah, Yifan, fuck you, Su Hao cursed furiously in the helicopter, terror-stricken. From this height, Yifan could precisely sever his finger. Was the helicopter itself safe? Quick, fly faster, faster, damn it. Su Hao fled the scene as if his ass were on fire. Everyone had seen Yifan's methods with their own eyes. From such a height, if Yifan could sever Su Hao's arm, it was clear he could easily take down that helicopter too. By sparing Su Hao, Yifan had likely made Su Hao's future very bleak indeed. In the martial path, the stages progress from Huajin to Control, Grandmaster, Martial Venerable, Martial Saint, and beyond the Martial Saint, even greater realms exist. Now, in the mundane world, Yifan stood at the pinnacle of the Martial Saint level, a truly invincible existence. It is over for him. Su Hao has offended a Martial Saint level powerhouse, poor fool. As Yifan turned and strode back toward the battleground, the overwhelming aura he exuded forced everyone to unconsciously retreat 2 steps. The scene was deathly silent. On the Earth ranking of martial artists, the list had already updated. The name of Chen Tang, who had held the 8th position on the Earth ranking, turned gray and was immediately replaced by Yifan. Behind Yifan's name appeared an upward arrow. This signified that Yifan's strength and talent still held vast potential for further growth. In fact, some at the scene had witnessed Yifan strike the saintess of the Yaoqi Holy Land, Ling Yanran. Ling Yanran ranked 5th on the Earth ranking. Since even she was no match for Yifan, it naturally suggested that Yifan was fully capable of taking the 5th position on the list. However, because he had not formally fought Ling Yanran in an official duel, the ranking had not yet been adjusted. Among the onlookers were at least 100 family and sect leaders, many of whom had originally planned to try recruiting Yifan. But seeing how Yifan had so easily defeated the mighty Chen Tang of the Huangji Holy Land, many sect leaders no longer had the courage to approach him. Still, several dozen sects lingered, waiting for an opportunity. After all, it would be a tremendous pity to let such a prodigious talent slip through their fingers. Whether they succeeded or not, they had to at least make an effort. Moreover, even if they failed to recruit Yifan, showing goodwill might at least earn them some favor. Among the 4 great Holy Lands, Yaoqi Holy Land had issued Ling Yanran a strict order from her master: no matter the cost, they must recruit Yifan. Though Ling Yanran had been humiliated earlier, slapped in the face by one of Yifan's maidservants, and though she loathed the idea of lowering her proud head, she knew she was no match for Yifan. Given the current circumstances, Ling Yanran had no choice but to yield. Young Lord Yi. I am sorry, though unwilling. Ling Yanran still took a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed respectfully to Yifan, offering a sincere apology. Yifan looked at the stunning saintess before him, his lips curling in a faint smile. Heh, now you come to apologize? What is there for you to apologize for? If they wanted to recruit him, they needed to show proper sincerity. To come in with arrogance from the start, Yifan had no reason to humor them. That said, Yifan held no particular hostility toward Yaoqi Holy Land. After all, he had heard of them. Yaoqi Holy Land was mostly comprised of women, and their mission was to save the world. They often sent disciples down from the mountain to aid the poor and the suffering. Ling Yanran had been pampered since childhood, adored by her master, and obeyed by all within her sect. Even after offering an apology, Yifan remained so unyielding that she could barely endure it. But recalling her master's orders, she bit back her frustration. I should not have addressed you so disrespectfully earlier, nor should I have struck your maidservant. I am sorry. Ling Yanran even bowed to Zhao Linglong, an unprecedented act. She had no choice. Yaoqi was facing an unprecedented crisis, and they desperately needed new blood like Yifan to join them. Yifan's brow arched slightly. He did not respond at once. Is there anything else? Yes. Young Lord Yi, I represent Yaoqi Holy Land in sincerely inviting you to join us. My master has said, if you join, Yaoqi Holy Land will meet any condition you name. Even my master herself will obey your will. Ling Yanran gritted her teeth and spoke the words her master had commanded her to deliver. By now, several dozen family and sect representatives had gathered around Yifan. Seeing Ling Yanran make her move, they began voicing their offers too. Young Lord Yi, join our Haotian sect. You may enjoy all the sect's resources. Young Lord Yi, our Mingyue sect invites you to join. You can take the position of sect master directly. Young Lord Yi, the Meng family of Kunlun asks only that you lend us your name. The Meng family will serve you loyally for generations. At first, these sects had made normal recruitment offers. But as things went on, their offers became increasingly desperate, not recruitment at all, but declarations of submission. They were seeking shelter under Yifan's name. This was, in effect, a bid for protection. Yifan had expected this reaction. A martial saint in his 20s, everyone could see how far his path would go. Even just being near such a genius would bring enormous benefits. Quiet, all of you. Yifan was not particularly interested in ordinary families. If he had to choose among the 4 great holy lands, Yaoqi was the most appealing. The holy master of Yaoqi was known as the most beautiful woman in the world. If he joined, and she was willing to obey him, what exactly did that mean? Miss Ling, you say your master is willing to obey me? Heh, I would like to speak to her in person. Let her tell me herself how she plans to obey. Yifan gave Ling Yanran a devilish look, his gaze making her deeply uncomfortable. But seeing Yifan's attitude soften, she quickly replied, "Alright, I will video call my master right now." The call connected. On the screen appeared a stunning woman in a red robe. "Young Lord Yi, it is an honor. I wonder, do I meet with your approval?" The woman was none other than Shui Laonin, the holy master of Yaoqi Holy Land. She smiled at Yifan, eyes brimming with charm. Her figure beneath the red robe was partially visible, curvaceous and perfect, full of allure. Even through a screen, Yifan could feel the heat of this peerless beauty. Those standing near Yifan also caught sight of Shui Laonin's figure. Beautiful, truly beautiful. More than a few men with weaker willpower were nearly drooling at the sight. As they stood dumbfounded, Yifan's voice rang out, calm and steady. "Nice figure. Come on, give me a spin. Let me admire your form." Boom! Yifan's single sentence instantly caused an uproar among everyone present. Had Yifan gone mad? This was outright teasing of Yaoqi Holy Land's holy master Shui Laonin. And damn it, he even asked her to spin around so he could admire her figure? Why not just tell her to strip naked and crawl into his arms while he was at it? Yifan's behavior could hardly be called wise. Offending the Huangji Holy Land and Zhouyou Holy Land was already bad enough. Now he was about to completely offend Yaoqi Holy Land too? Even if Yifan was a heaven-gifted genius, offending 3 of the 4 great holy lands at the same time, if those 3 acted against him together, not even gods could save him. But what shocked the crowd beyond belief was Shui Longyin's response. "Very well. So long as young Lord Yi is willing, I am happy to visit your chambers tonight so you may admire me more thoroughly." Shui Longyin gave a charming, seductive smile, rose gracefully, and spun elegantly before the camera. Her breathtaking figure, her graceful posture, the fleeting glimpse of her pale wrists and slender legs, and the flat plane of her lower abdomen beneath the hem of her robe all radiated boundless allure. Gasp! The crowd was stunned by Shui Longyin's beauty, but even more astounded by her attitude. Visit Yifan's chambers tonight and let him admire her more thoroughly? What the hell was this? Damn! The holy master of Yaoqi Holy Land was offering herself to Yifan? The world had truly gone mad. In the secular world, the 4 great holy lands had long stood at the summit of the martial path. Which holy master was not a figure who gazed down upon the world with disdain? How many in this world could truly catch their eye? Yet here was Shui Longyin of Yaoqi Holy Land, prepared to give herself to Yifan to win him over? This was earth-shattering news. Although Yifan had vaguely anticipated something like this, hearing Shui Longyin say it out loud still caught him off guard. A holy master was willing to go this far just to recruit a young genius. This could only mean that Yaoqi Holy Land was facing grave trouble. Ha! It seems you are indeed sincere. In that case, I shall give it serious thought. Yifan did not give Shui Longyin a direct answer, but said he would consider it carefully. When the Northern Fallen sect rose again and it came time to deal with those villains who had attacked the sect and the Yi family back then, sacrifices would surely be necessary. If he could have the healers of Yaoqi Holy Land aiding him, that might not be a bad choice. By not outright refusing Yaoqi Holy Land, Yifan was leaving himself an option for the future. Young Lord Yi, please also consider my proposal. Young Lord Yi, please consider us too. This is our sincerest offering. Since Yaoqi Holy Land had not yet secured Yifan, the other sects felt they still had a chance. All of them eagerly stepped forward, presenting business cards, medicinal pills, herbs, treasures, and more. Naturally, Yifan had no reason to refuse such friendly gestures. And key point, it let him accept their gifts with no objections. Yifan simply welcomed them all. After this round of gathering, or rather, graciously receiving heartfelt generosity, the treasures that Wang Fugui and Zhao Linglong collected had already filled 2 carloads and still could not fit everything. My friends, I am truly grateful for your generosity. I shall give your offers careful thought. Farewell for now. Those presenting their gifts were no fools. With every gift came their families or sex information, contact details, and so on. Yifan smiled faintly as he gazed at the treasures, already making mental notes. Though he had no intention of joining any sect, from the list of those who had given gifts, he could get a good sense of who in the martial world was unlikely to be his enemy. And if they ran into trouble in the future, Yifan could always lend a hand at his discretion. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. A martial contest that had shocked the entire secular world had ended in less than 3 seconds. Chen Tang had been defeated, utterly and completely. The whole match was live-streamed, with online viewership surpassing 300 million. The Yi family's Yifan, first family of Daxia, had made a domineering return. With one hand he crushed Chen Tang, a favored son of heaven, a star of the future, the new hope of Daxia. All these titles were heaped upon Yifan. A godlike figure was rising brilliantly in the east. Conversely, Chen Tang of Huangji Holy Land, once basking in glory, had been crushed by Yifan. Though he had ultimately died at the blade of a Joyo assassin rather than Yifan's hand, Huangji Holy Land would undoubtedly lay the blame on Yifan. Within Huangji Holy Land, the Grand Elder Chen Feng listened as his men reported the battle's outcome. The moment he heard that his grandson was dead, he erupted. "What did you say? Tanger is dead? Are you fucking kidding me?" Chen Feng's fury made his entire aura explode outward, reducing every piece of furniture within 3 meters to dust. Tanger was a martial venerable level expert. In the secular world, you can count on one hand those capable of killing him, and those old monsters who would dare. You must have gotten this wrong. Chen Feng had blind confidence in his grandson and instantly assumed his men had erred. Grand Elder, it was not those old monsters. It was Yifan, yes, the one from Northern Fallen Sect, who was supposed to be long dead. Young Master Chen had promised the Su family in the capital that he would eliminate Yifan, so he challenged him. "Please look at the Earth ranking, the name has updated, and the battle footage." His subordinate cautiously handed over a tablet showing the updated Earth ranking. In martial circles, the Earth ranking, Heaven ranking, and Beauty ranking were the most authoritative lists. Since the Earth ranking had updated and Chen Tang's name had turned gray, that meant Chen Tang was dead. Along with the battle footage showing Chen Tang's throat being cut by the dwarf assassin, Chen Feng saw it with his own eyes. His grandson was truly gone. Clatter! The tablet slipped from Chen Feng's hands and hit the ground with a loud noise. Chen Feng stood there dumbfounded, face blank and lifeless. His subordinates quietly stepped back several meters. They knew Chen Feng was about to erupt. Ah! 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 Chen Feng roared in rage, his vast martial aura surging like a flood, madly sweeping outward. The entire courtyard seemed the eye of a storm, shattered and crushed to dust by Chen Feng's fury. Though his men had retreated over 10 meters, they could not escape entirely and were blasted away by the force, vomiting blood as they flew. "Yi Fan! I will kill you!" As Chen Feng had expected, even though Chen Tang had not died by Yi Fan's hand directly, Huangji Holy Land would not let Yi Fan off easily. "Jiao Yo! You bastards! You dared to touch my grandson? You are fucking dead. Once I deal with Yi Fan, I will raze your lair to the ground." On a certain island of Panglai in the East Sea, at the secret headquarters of Joyo, the Joyo Holy Master had just received the news that their plan had failed. It is normal that a martial venerable level expert would not be so easily controlled by illusion techniques. But for Yifan to kill so many of our illusion experts within 3 seconds, this defies common sense. Joyo Holy Master Wu Zhenglo stared at the footage on his tablet showing Yifan in action. Typically, a martial saint level expert would indeed have terrifying speed, but to kill 10 experts scattered over that distance within 3 seconds, not even Wu Zhenglo himself could achieve that. Humph. No matter what, since Yifan ruined my plans, I absolutely will not let this go. Pass down my orders, mobilize the assassination squads we have hidden in the secular world. If the chance arises, kill Yifan without mercy. In the imperial palace of Daxia, Tang Zheng had been watching the live broadcast all along. When he saw Yifan knock Chen Tang down, break Joyo's illusion technique, and then sever Suao's arm, Tang Zheng finally made his decision. Pass my orders. Have Princess Mingyue personally deliver the prepared information to Yifan. At West Mountain, among the spectators were Hua Shuiyan, Su Yixue, Su Qingru, Xian Yufei, Su Chan, and Su Yun. There were too many people, Yifan could not accompany them all, so he chose to head home first with Su Yixue. He planned to visit the Yi family to discuss matters with his grandfather Yi Changfeng and great-grandfather Yi Qiankuan. Having recently wiped out the Zhou family, the Lin family, and now defeated a Holy Land genius, Yifan's actions were a declaration that he was ready for all-out war against those who had harmed the Yi family and Northern Fallen Sect. As soon as Yifan and Su Yixue arrived at the Yi family's manor, they saw a neat row of black Autos parked at the gate, and a line of bodyguards in black suits respectfully standing behind a young girl. That girl was none other than Princess Mingyue of the Daxia royal family. Is young Lord Yi home? Congratulations to young Lord Yi on defeating Chen Tang and ascending to 8th on the Earth ranking. Princess Mingyue stepped forward, courteously inclining her head, her gaze appraising Yifan from head to toe for quite some time. Slightly more handsome than in the photos and videos, but those eyes, the princess did not like them. Because Yifan's gaze had thorns, as if it could pierce through one's very soul. "What are you doing here?" Yifan looked her up and down with a mocking smile. In truth, he could roughly guess why Manhwa had come at this hour, waiting at the Yi family gate rather than entering the courtyard. The Daxia royal family had likely chosen to back down. Today, Yifan had defeated a Holy Land genius like Chen Tang in a single move. This feat was enough to change how countless powerful families in the secular world viewed Yifan and the Yi family. Before, among Daxia's 6 great clans, each had only grandmaster-level experts guarding them. Now, with a martial saint guarding the Yi family, the entire balance of power had shifted. "I have come under my father's orders to deliver something to young Lord Yi, to express the royal family's apology. My father also said that if young Lord Yi has any other requests, feel free to ask." Princess Mingyue's manner was polite, gentle, graceful, and sensible. But in truth, she did not know that for the sake of the royal family, her father had already sold her out. "Oh." Yifan took the folder from her, opened it, and after a quick glance, his brow furrowed. The information Tang Zhang provided indeed included the Lin and Zhou families. Astonishingly, Tang Zhang had even clearly marked the whereabouts of the royal guardian Fu Hongyi. This was the royal family severing its own arm to survive, desperately trying to distance itself from the attack on the Yi family years ago. But if they thought a mere apology could resolve things, they were sorely mistaken. What shocked Yifan even more was that among the data were hidden clans he had never heard of, and even families who had been close allies of the Yi family, yet they too had taken part in the attack. Some still cooperated with the Yi family to this day. Yifan closed the folder. There was too much information to digest at once, nor could he verify its authenticity immediately. It would be best to hand it over to his grandfather to assess. Yifan only needed to know the final outcome. Not one of those who had killed members of the Yi family would escape. Among Tang Zhang's information were also references to the mysterious divine envoys. According to the data, those divine envoys indeed wanted the Yi family destroyed, but they seemed to hesitate at the last moment. They never attacked directly, instead remaining hundreds of meters from the battlefield. "Humph, go back and tell your father. I will be coming to the capital soon. The grudge between the royal family and the Yi family will not be so easily settled." Yifan finished speaking and turned to enter the manor. Princess Mingyue frowned and hurried to say, "Wait. My father also prepared a small gift for young Lord Yi, hoping to ease your anger. Everything else can be discussed." As she spoke, she handed Yifan an ancient-looking box. Yifan opened it, his expression stunned. Inside was a piece of the undying bone? This was something countless people would go mad for. Was it not precisely what those who attacked the Yi family had wanted to seize? And now the royal family was offering it to Yifan of their own accord? "I will keep it. But the lives of the Yi family's sons and grandsons, there must be an accounting." Though the undying bone was a treasure, and though Yifan had learned from Zhang Yichen that his parents were most likely still alive, the other members of the Yi family had perished in that calamity. What the royal family owed the Yi family, they would have to repay. As Yifan stepped through the gate, Princess Mingyue could only sigh. Why did the royal family allow them to do what they did back then? Now that the Yi family is rising, nothing can stop it. Her aide asked, "Princess, what now? Should we go inside and pay respects to Elder Yi?" "Yes, of course we must, but let us wait a while first." With the fall of the Lin family and Yifan's high-profile return through his battle with Chen Tang, the Yi family's strategies and plans would all need to be reshaped. Yifan had many matters to discuss with Yi Changfeng. Inside the manor's study, Yifan, Yi Changfeng, and Yi Qiankuan sat together. Yi Changfeng glared, his beard bristling. "You brat! How dare you lie to your grandfather? You told me your strength had not recovered, and yet you quietly wiped out the Lin family and even killed Chen Tang of the Huangji Holy Land. How much longer did you plan to hide it from us?" As he spoke, Yi Changfeng raised his hand, ready to smack Yifan. But before he could, great-grandfather Yi Qiankuan kicked him squarely on the backside. "Stop that, you old bastard. All you ever do is bully my great-grandson. If you have the guts, why didn't you go wipe out the Lin family yourself?" Yi Qiankuan had already faintly sensed that Yifan's strength had returned. Both Yi Changfeng and Yi Qiankuan knew that the Lin family had been involved in the attack on the Yi family. But with the Yi family greatly weakened, and especially after Yi Qiankuan was gravely injured, they had lacked the power to deal with the Lin family and had no choice but to let them continue their arrogance. Now that the Lin family had been destroyed, it was an enormous blessing for the Yi family. It was also a declaration to the world that the Yi family had risen again. "I was just afraid of making Grandpa and Great-Grandpa worry," Yifan said to Yi Qiankuan. Great-grandpa, have your injuries healed? Back then, Yifan could not act openly, so he had passed on the Hua Ximiao needling technique to aid in the treatment. It seemed to have worked. Yi Qiankuan nodded. Divine Dr. Hua recently learned a miraculous needling method. With his treatment, I have recovered about 90%. Yi Qiankuan gave Yifan a penetrating look and said, if I am not mistaken, that technique was taught to him by you, was it not? Yifan smirked. That is right. Old Hua insisted on taking me as his master. I had no choice but to accept him as a disciple. So now Hua Ximiao is your disciple? Fuck. I have been calling him brother. Damn it. Yi Changfeng leapt up as soon as he heard this, ready to give Yifan a piece of his mind. But catching sight of Yi Qiankuan's expression, he immediately backed down. As the saying goes, one thing subdues another. As long as Yi Qiankuan was around, Yi Changfeng dared not act up. So it really was you. Then the one who saved the Yi family from that grandmaster-level assassin, Tian Kuei, was also you? Yi Qiankuan's eyes lit up. With that explanation, everything that had been puzzling now made sense. Yi Fan nodded. Exactly. I was that Yi Jun Tian. At the time, I did not want to expose my strength prematurely and alert the enemy, so I kept it hidden for a while. Hearing Yi Fan's explanation, both Yi family elders were shocked, but also left speechless. Yi Fan has truly grown up. Damn this little brat, he has been right here in Yin City, in the Yi family itself, doing so much behind our backs, and I knew nothing about it. The Yun, Zhou, and Lin families were all wiped out. Now Yifan had tangled with the Su family in the capital, and even set his sights on the Huangji Holy Land. The Yi family's Qilin child was destined for greatness. So, what are your next steps? Yi Qiankuan asked. You are now the only male heir of the Yi family. It is time for you to take command of the Tianlong army. Such a force, I will not entrust it to anyone else. The Tianlong army was the foundation of the Yi family's power. 3 years ago, when Yifan returned, the plan had been to hand it over to him. Now was as good a time as any. The Lin family may be gone, but they were not the only ones against the Yi family. There is still the royal family, and other powerful clans. And according to my sex investigations, there are divine envoys behind them. We will not have peace until they are eliminated. Destroying the Lin family had brought only temporary safety. The royal family was next on Yifan's list. He planned to head to the capital soon to settle that score, before dealing with the divine envoys. Good. There is no need to fear negotiating with the royal family. If they dare to act arrogantly, destroy them outright. With the Yi family here, what does it matter if Daxia has to replace its royal family? Yi Qiankuan fully supported Yifan's plan. Yifan suddenly thought of something. Grandpa, great-grandpa, when I was dealing with the Lin family's people, I heard them say that when the Yi family was attacked back then, they were after the undying bone. Do we really have that thing? Yi Qiankuan and Yi Changfeng exchanged a look. Finally, Yi Qiankuan spoke. So that was it? A man's wealth is his own ruin, indeed. The Yi family's misfortune began the day we obtained that thing. Sigh. Since you know about it, I will entrust it to you. As he spoke, Yi Qiankuan took out a piece of transparent bone and handed it to Yifan. The moment the undying bone was passed into Yifan's hands, he felt a tremor in his heart. His demonic heart seemed to stir violently, as if eager to break free and probe the bone. Ha! Yifan was startled. Could there be a connection between his demonic heart and the undying bone? Holding the bone, Yifan sensed that its ancient aura was purer and more profound than the 2 pieces he had received from the Kong family and Princess Mingyue. In fact, Yifan now had several pieces of the undying bone. He had absorbed one from Zhonghua, and he had been given one each by Kong Fei and Princess Mingyue, including this one from great-grandpa, that made 3. Without thinking, Yifan took out the other 2 pieces and laid them out on the table. Instantly, a mysterious ancient energy filled the room. Fuck! Holy shit! Yi Changfeng and Yi Qiankuan both swore aloud at the sight. They rushed forward, shielding the table with their arms, their eyes wary as they glanced toward the door, terrified of exposure. You little bastard! Where the hell did you get so many undying bones? Yi Changfeng's voice quivered with excitement. They all knew how precious the undying bone was. 1 piece could create a martial saint. And here was Yifan, laying out 3. I actually had a 4th, but I already absorbed it. Otherwise, there would be 4 pieces. Yifan explained calmly, but that only left Yi Changfeng and Yi Qiankuan even more rattled. You little shit. Yi Changfeng was about to say more, but Yi Qiankuan smacked him on the head. You fool! You call him a little shit, what does that make me, a big shit? He paused, then urged Yifan. Quickly! Put these things away. Do not let anyone see them. Just as he spoke, the guards outside called out, Master, Princess Mingyue is here to visit. Princess Mingyue? Yi Qianquan and Yi Changfeng exchanged a puzzled look. What was that girl doing here now? Oh. That last piece of undying bone came from Princess Mingyue. She came to apologize, but there is no way this matter will end just like that, Yifan added. As expected, Princess Mingyue had come to express the royal family's apology. But after the Yi family had suffered such a bloody massacre back then, with everyone apart from the two elder masters having perished, how could such losses be offset by a few mere words? Princess Mingyue stayed at the Yi residence for only 20 minutes before taking her leave. When Yifan and Su Yixue were about to head home, something urgent came up at Su Yixue's company, so she went ahead. Just as Yifan stepped out of the Yi family estate, he encountered another familiar face at the gate. Yifan, I invited you to dinner before, remember? How about it, come with me now. It was none other than Yifan's former fiancée, Xian Yufei. Upon seeing Yifan, she immediately stepped forward and affectionately took hold of his wrist. The fullness of her chest pressed tightly against his arm, and she did not care in the slightest. Xian Yufei regretted it bitterly now. How could she have been so foolish as to break off the engagement with Yifan back then? At the Lin family's banquet, Xian Yufei had danced with Yifan alongside Su Yixue, making her attitude clear. Later, when the Yi family and Lin family went to war, the Xian family did not hesitate to join the fight, firmly declaring their stance. This made Yifan regard the Xian family with more favor. Yifan naturally understood what Xian Yufei's repeated invitations meant. Fine. But let's not go out to eat. Come with me to the capital instead. Xian Yufei had once been his fiancée. Despite the ups and downs between them, Yifan did not harbor ill will toward her. Taking her along to the capital was, in a way, giving her a chance. Ah, all right. Do not worry, Yi Xiao. On this trip to the capital, I will make sure to serve you well. Xian Yufei agreed without hesitation. Yifan was in a hurry to go to the capital, partly to deal with Su Hao's family, and partly to negotiate with the royal family. Old one, arrange a plane for us. We are heading to the capital right away. Just as Yifan dialed Wang Fugui's number, Feng Hanxiao's voice came through. Yi Xiao, if there is anything fun happening, bring me along too. In the capital, at the Su family residence, Su Hao had all but crawled back home in panic. His severed arm still not bandaged, Su Hao went straight to contact the divine envoy backing him. Boss, things are bad. Yifan is too powerful. Chen Tang of the Huangji Holy Land, a martial venerable, was killed by Yifan. We can no longer handle him. I beg you to take action yourself. Otherwise, the item our Su family is guarding will surely fall into Yifan's hands. On the other end of the video call was a man in a black robe, his figure shimmering with light that obscured his features. His voice rasped, "Humph." Back then, Yifan survived even after having his heart ripped out, completely defying science. Do not worry. Yifan will not live much longer. We will send someone to take care of him personally. Somewhere in the northwest, at a secret base. The black-robed man ended the call, his face dark. He barked at his companions. 3 years ago, during that attack, Yifan's heart was cut out and he still did not die. Now it seems the damned prophecy is coming true. Notify everyone at once. Call a meeting. We must eliminate Yifan before he surpasses us completely. But, Captain, Yifan's very constitution is our natural nemesis. And according to our investigation, that old bastard Gufon likely transplanted the demonic heart into him. That bloodline suppresses us even more. How are we supposed to act? Exactly. Yifan's bloodline alone already suppresses our aura. The black-robed man grew furious. This will not work, that will not work, then what do you propose? If we do not deal with Yifan, how will we complete our mission? If we delay our master's awakening, which of you will bear that responsibility? His words silenced the room at once. At the Su family in the capital, Su Hao had reported everything to the divine envoy, but received no tangible help. Wait for them to act personally? Who knew when that would be? Yifan had already killed Chen Tang. His next move would surely be to come looking for Su Hao. Su Hao needed to find another ally immediately. I can only turn to them. After a moment's deliberation, Su Hao dialed a secured number. Master Ji, this is Su Hao. I need your help. Yifan from Yun City is likely to come to the capital seeking trouble. I want to ask the Ji family to engage the forces of the east to ambush and kill him. The Ji family's head, Ji Chanfeng. In the Huadu of Tiannan province, during the baby trafficking case involving 7th Master, it appeared that 7th Master dealt directly with the Japanese underworld. But behind him, in the capital, the true backer was Ji Changfeng. When Yifan took action against 7th Master, he had not yet uncovered Ji Changfeng's involvement. Yifan from Yun City? He plans to come to the capital? Ji Changfeng sneered at the name. that Yifan, his fame in Dasha was growing by the day, especially after Yifan disrupted 7th Master's child trafficking operation, forcing the Black Robe Society's cultivation program to a halt. Their leader Song Shinkong had flown into a rage and cursed Ji Changfeng bloody. Ji Changfeng hated Yifan to the core. He knew that although things had quieted down, Yifan was still investigating. Ji Changfeng had his men destroy the evidence of ties to 7th Master, but with Yifan's means, it was only a matter of time before the trail led to him. Rather than waiting for Yifan to strike first, better to eliminate him now. Yes, Yifan's combat strength was terrifying, but Ji Changfeng had his own tricks. The Black Robe Society had sent Yamada Keiko, a master of mental attacks. Even if they could not match Yifan physically, they could break his mind and kill him that way. Fine. Out of respect for your grandfather, I will personally lead my men there. Let Yifan walk right into our trap. A ruthless glint flashed in Ji Changfeng's eyes. Since Su Hao was inviting him into the Su residence, he would use the Su family as cover. If Yifan died, all the blame could be pinned on the Su family. Then the wrath of Beiluo Sherman and the Yi family would fall on them alone. Thank you, Master Ji. Thank you. Su Hao, unaware of the deeper schemes, kept expressing his gratitude over the phone. Idiot. Ji Changfeng muttered as he hung up. In Jun City, Wang Fuguei had made all the arrangements. As Yifan, Xian Yufei, and Zhao Linglong headed for the airport, their car passed through a demolition zone. The vehicles ahead had already gone through safely. But just as Yifan's car came through, a young girl in a green dress suddenly dashed out from a side alley, blocking their way. Help me, big brother, I beg you, save me. Ha! In such a deserted area, after so many cars had passed, she had not stopped any of them. Why his car? Behind the girl, 7 or 8 burly men were in pursuit, armed with machetes and steel rods. The scene certainly made it look like the girl was in real danger. What a coincidence! Xian Yufei, kind-hearted by nature, immediately wanted to get out of the car upon seeing the girl being chased. As the daughter of the Xian family, Xian Yufei knew some martial arts skills. Although her strength was not particularly great, dealing with these thugs would not be a problem for her. But Yifan raised a hand to stop Xian Yufei. No rush. Xian Yufei was stunned. Yifan, do you have no humanity? Can you not see that girl is being hunted down? How can we just stand by and do nothing? Yifan gave a faint smile. Moments earlier, his powerful perception had already swept over the situation. That girl in the green dress clearly radiated martial energy approaching the Grandmaster level, while the burly men chasing her possessed nothing more than ordinary martial strength at the transformation level. Given their strength, how could they possibly be a match for the girl in the green dress? And in such a remote place, for this kind of scene to play out, it was highly likely this was directed at him. Initially, Yifan only suspected as much, but once he sensed the presence of goo poison on the girl, his suspicions solidified. People from the goo sect? Had the goo sect finally decided to act, after he had killed Zhonghua and the third elder Longzhong who stood behind him? And this time, they sent a mere girl to try and kill him? Yifan said to Xian Yufei, what's the hurry? When something happens, it is best to let the bullets fly for a while. This is all an act. If you don't believe me, just wait and watch. Xian Yufei was stunned by Yifan's words. An act? Although Xian Yufei was the heiress of the Xian family and managed the Xian group's vast assets with impressive business acumen, she truly lacked understanding of the darker sides of human nature. By now, the girl in the green dress had reached Yifan's car window, banging on it forcefully. Big brother, please save me, they are catching up. Yifan rolled the window down a crack and looked at her with a mocking gaze. Oh? Then tell me, what do they plan to do once they catch up? Do they want to sleep with you, or rob you of your money? His words left the girl in the green dress completely dumbfounded. You? Seeing that Yifan had no intention of even getting out of the car, the girl became utterly exasperated. How could I have exposed myself? While the girl was still in shock, Yifan suddenly realized why her appearance seemed familiar. His mind raced for a few seconds, then it came to him. The Gu sect's holy maiden, Xiao Wanqing? Yifan had received information about Xiao Wanqing from Hanzhua earlier. If the Gu sect still had anyone who could be called good-hearted, Xiao Wanqing was probably the only one. Now that he knew who she was, Yifan had a plan for how to handle the situation. Yifan stepped on the gas, preparing to drive away. You are not allowed to leave. Xiao Wanqing tried to extend her arms to block the vehicle, but seeing that Yifan had no intention of slowing down, she had no choice but to dodge aside. Behind her, the burly men pursuing her exchanged confused glances and said, Holy Maiden, what should we do now? Do we continue? Xiao Wanqing snapped at them in frustration. Are you pigs? Can you not see that we have been exposed? Idiots! Quickly block the road. Reminded by her words, one of the burly men hurriedly lifted a massive boulder and smashed it onto the road, blocking Yifan's path. Xian Yufei, who had been preparing to argue further with Yifan, saw the reactions of those men in the rearview mirror and her expression changed at once. Yifan, how did you know they were putting on a show? Xian Yufei was not stupid. Those men had suddenly stopped going after the girl and instead blocked Yifan's car. It was clearly targeted at him. Not that she feared danger. Xian Yufei knew very well that Yifan's strength was such that even a prodigy from a holy land like Chen Tang was no match for him. These petty thugs? Yifan could crush them with ease. That is a secret, Yifan said with a faint smile. Come on, let's get out and take a look. Yifan got out first, opened the door, and calmly waited as Xiao Wanqing stepped toward him. What now, Miss Xiao? You are done pretending? The goose sect sent you to kill me, but your strength is insufficient, you cannot kill me. Yifan spoke directly, exposing Xiao Wanqing's true purpose. Xiao Wanqing stared at Yifan, filled with shock. Was this Yifan really as legendary as they said? She had not done a thing yet, and he had already seen through everything? Had he known her every move from the moment she left the goose sect? How was she supposed to kill him like this? But this mission had been ordered by both the goose sect's leader Zhuangbai and her master. Although Xiao Wanqing hated killing, she had no choice but to act. Yifan, so what if you know I am here to kill you? You disrupted the goose sect's great plans. The goose sect will see you dead. Even if I do not kill you, others will come. Speak, do you have any last words? If you do, perhaps I can grant them. Xiao Wanqing's gaze softened as she looked at Yifan. She knew a bit about Yifan's past. 3 years ago, both the Yi family and Beluo Shi men were attacked. His heart had been cut out, yet he survived, only to now be hunted by the goose sect. It was truly pitiful. And if Yifan died, the Yi family line would be broken. If not for her master's and leader's orders, she would have let Yifan go. Last words? I have not yet married, nor experienced the pleasures of a woman. Why not grant me that wish? Yifan teased, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Xiao Wanqing. It had to be said, Xiao Wanqing's figure was exceptional. The green dress outlined her exquisite curves, and her delicate features were captivating. Xiao Wanqing's heart skipped a beat under his bewitching gaze. How was she supposed to grant such a wish? Accompany him to a hotel? But she was born with the calamity poison body. Her body was poisonous, anyone who touched her would die. How could Yifan touch her? In that instant, Xiao Wanqing's mind raced. But then she recalled that the report said Yifan already had a wife. How could he not have tasted a woman? You already have a wife, you are toying with me? Realizing the truth, Xiao Wanqing stomped her foot in mock annoyance and dashed toward Yifan. Xiao Wanqing knew that with her martial skills, she could not hope to defeat Yifan, so she did not plan to try. Instead, she intended to use her poisonous body. One touch would mean his death. Seeing Xiao Wanqing rush toward him, Yifan smiled faintly and reached out to grab her wrist. Do not touch me, get away. I am poisonous. At the last instant, Xiao Wanqing twisted aside to avoid falling into his arms, shouting, Leave now. Do not let me see you again. If I do, I swear I will kill you. At that critical moment, Xiao Wanqing ultimately changed her mind. Over the years, for every assassination mission arranged by her master and sect leader, if there was any way to avoid killing, Xiao Wanqing would always choose not to kill. She had even spent her own money several times to secretly send assassination targets abroad to safety. This time, seeing that Yifan was about to fall at her hands, she still could not bear it. She decided to let him go. When Yifan saw her lower the dagger in her hand, he smiled. This Xiao Wanqing was indeed as kind as Hanjua's intelligence had described. That made her worth saving. Poison? What is there to fear? I am not afraid. Yifan barked as he stepped forward quickly. Before Xiao Wanqing could react, he wrapped her in his arms, staring at her with a teasing look. Do not. Suddenly held in Yifan's embrace, Xiao Wanqing let out a startled cry. Part of it was from being frightened by his sudden action, but even more so because she feared the poison in her body would kill him. When she felt Yifan grab her wrist, Xiao Wanqing shut her eyes in despair. Since birth, her body had been filled with deadly poison. Her parents, even an entire nearby village, had all died from merely being close to her. The closer someone was to her, the faster they would die. Later, after her master took her in, they used a special method to barely suppress the poison in her body, but the price was that she had to consume various toxic substances, like arsenic, to survive. Now Yifan had touched her, surely he was doomed. But after a long moment, nothing happened. Instead, she heard Yifan's voice. Why are you closing your eyes? So you have a calamity poison body. That does not mean it is uncontrollable. Yifan's words made Xiao Wanqing's eyes fly open in shock. You know everything? Her brows furrowed. Very few people knew of her calamity poison body, certainly no more than 5, and yet Yifan knew it all. Most astonishing of all, Yifan had touched her, their skin made contact, and he was completely fine. Was he truly unaffected by the poison? You are not afraid of the calamity poison body's poison? How did you manage that? Her pupils widened as she quickly lifted his arm to check. She saw only a faint black trace on his skin, and as soon as he let go of her wrist, that trace faded rapidly. In truth, Yifan was not entirely immune. But having been fed poisons by his master since childhood, he had long been resistant. More importantly, after his heart was cut out and replaced with the demon heart, alongside his qi and kidneys, his ability to neutralize toxins had reached another level altogether. That is why I told you, you cannot kill me. In terms of martial skill, she could not defeat him. And with poison, he had no fear of her calamity poison body's toxins. So what was left? Seeing that Yifan was unharmed, Xiao Wanqing first felt relief, then frustration. So Yifan really was invincible? Now she understood why the third elder had died at Yifan's hands. Likely even if their sect leader attacked in person, they would not be able to kill him. Xiao Wanqing turned, intending to flee. She knew she was no match for him. Staying would only mean throwing her life away. But to her surprise, as soon as she moved, Yifan pulled her back into his arms. Miss Xiao, I have investigated you. You are not a bad person. All these years, you have even quietly donated to orphanages, you have a good heart. How about this, stay with me. Do not go back to that den of evil that is the Goose sect. Ha! Hearing Yifan's offer, Xiao Wanqing's eyes brightened. Not go back? She had never thought of it before. Apart from that poisonous sect, she had nowhere to go. With the calamity poison body, anything she touched, even a cup she drank from, would kill if used by another living being. She never dared leave. Moreover, her master had taken her in. Out of gratitude, she felt she could not leave. But now she had met a man unafraid of her poison, a man willing to let her stay by his side. How could she not be moved? No, my master is still in the sect. I cannot leave him. Have you ever thought about it? Maybe your master took you in from the start only to use you as a blade, as a pawn? Yifan's lip curled slightly. He had information on her master, Xiao Taizhen. That old woman was no saint. She had once founded the Hahuan sect, training girls to seduce men to expand her influence. After the sect was destroyed by Daxia's forces, she hid within the Gu sect, joining its leader Zhuang Bai in their schemes to re-establish her power. No, that cannot be, Xiao Wanqing shook her head. But as she had grown older, she had suspected as much. The things her master made her do were proof enough that her master never cared about her life. She simply chose to believe otherwise. Her heart wavered, but she could not decide. Just then, from behind her ear, 2 slender black shadows shot out. Swish, swish. Before Yifan could react, they bit into his neck, then darted back behind her ear. What? Yifan frowned. He had made it clear poisons were useless against him. Why was she releasing Gu insects to bite him? They were 2 small green snakes, no thicker than a pair of chopsticks. What was the point? Ah, Xiao Qing, who told you to bite him? Oh no! Xiao Wanqing cried out, blushing to the tips of her ears. Yifan looked at her in confusion. What is going on? I told you, these poisons do not affect me. Blushing, Xiao Wanqing shifted in his embrace and murmured, These are not poisonous snakes, they are love goo. Once they bite, I can only be, your woman. She hesitated for a long moment before shyly revealing the truth. Love goo? Ah, so that was it. These little snakes really were the best helpers. Now that Xiao Wanqing could only be his woman, surely she would listen to him? Wife, since you can only be my woman now, be good. Stay with me. Do not go back. I can teach you a poison art that will let you completely control your calamity poison body. Your strength could rival a martial saint's. Ah, this time, it was Xiao Wanqing's turn to feel conflicted. On one hand was the kindness of her master who had raised her. On the other hand was this man who, bound by the love goo, was to be her destined husband. Caught between the two, how was she supposed to choose? Can I have some time to think? My master, Xiao Wanqing still could not set her mind at ease regarding her master. Yifan did not force her. Now that the two of them were connected by the love goo, Yifan was not afraid that Xiao Wanqing would change her mind. Alright then. Just make sure to stay safe. If anything happens, contact me at any time. Yifan gave Xiao Wanqing his phone number and let her go. By the car, Xian Yufei had been watching from a distance. Although she did not know exactly what had transpired between Yifan and Xiao Wanqing, seeing Xiao Wanqing leave so obediently, she could pretty much guess. This Yifan truly had boundless charm. Did every woman he encountered end up falling for him? But Xian Yufei had already prepared herself mentally. An outstanding man would surely have more than one woman at his side. Yifan already had Su Yixue, Su Chan, Zhang Yueran, as well as Qiu Wan and Hua Xueyan. No doubt, there would be more in the future. What she needed to do now was to make Yifan fall completely in love with her as soon as possible. Handled it? Having thought this through, Xian Yufei saw Yifan approaching and quickly stepped forward to take his arm, not bringing up what had just happened at all. Yeah. Let's go, or Wang Fugue and the others will be getting impatient. In the capital, Suha waited anxiously at home until Yamada Keiko arrived with the Ji family and a group of Japanese experts. Only then did Suha finally feel a bit more secure. Miss Yamada, you are finally here. I have been so worried. Suha fawned over Yamada Keiko with an eager look. Yamada Keiko's expression was cold and aloof, but her proud, curvaceous figure carried a deadly allure to men. Japanese women really were something special. Suha's gaze lingered on Yamada Keiko's figure, itching to step forward and measure her up. But just after looking for a moment, Yamada Keiko shot Suha a cold glare. Put away those filthy thoughts. This is your only warning. If it happens again, I will make sure you spend the rest of your life as a vegetable. With a flick of her mind, an invisible wave of energy rippled out from Yamada Keiko's body. Hiss! In an instant, Suha felt as if a screech of metal tearing filled his skull, his head on the verge of exploding. A psychic attack? Suha clutched his head, falling to his knees in agony. I am sorry, Miss Yamada, I will never dare again, never again. When Yamada Keiko withdrew her psychic attack, Suha was still trembling with lingering fear. So this was the power of a psychic attack? If he had known how terrifying it was, why would he have bothered hiring that so-called genius from Huangji Sacred Land? He could have just asked Ji's people for help in the first place. He could imagine it if in a fight, Miss Yamada hit Yifan with one of these, even if it only made him collapse in pain or slowed him down for a moment, would it not be easy to kill him? Just then, a subordinate reported, Young Master Su, how should we handle the old master? If Su Chan returns and revives him, then the entire Su group probably will not listen to you anymore. The reason Su Hao had been able to secure the Su family's backing was largely because the old master was in a coma. The family elders did not support handing control to Su Chan, so Su Hao had been made the proxy. Now, with his life and death struggle against Yifan and Su Chan, keeping the old master alive was a risk. That old man has lived long enough. I had planned to wait until I had full control, but now, notify the hospital and send him on his way. A ruthless glint flashed in Su Hao's eyes as he made a throat-slitting gesture. In the capital's first people's hospital. In the intensive care ward, room 808, lay the old master of the Su family, Su Xingtian. It was said Su Xingtian had been there in a coma for 6 months, neither worsening nor waking. But outside his room, 8 bodyguards stood watch day and night. No one could approach without Su Hao's order. The attending doctor was Zhang Hua, personally appointed by Su Hao. Moments ago, Zhang Hua had received Su Hao's call. Now, with a syringe hidden in his pocket, he headed for the old man's room. Su Hao had promised him 10 million if he injected this dose. The old master would be cremated immediately after death, no problems at all. Thinking of the 10 million soon to be his, Zhang Hua could not help but feel excited. Old master, do not blame me. Your own grandson wants you dead. Zheng Hua gave a word to the guards and pushed open the door. At that moment, outside the hospital, Yifan, Su Chan, Xian Yufei, Wang Fugue, Zhao Linglong, and the others arrived. After coming to the capital, they had not gone to the Su family first but to the hospital. Su Chan was worried for her grandfather's health. She had tried to visit many times before but had been stopped by the guards. This time, with Yifan, Wang Fugue, and even Hanzhuo protecting them in secret, how could Su Hao's men hope to stop them? Outside room 808, Zhang Hua had just entered as Yifan and the others arrived. Su Chan? You actually dared come? Young Master Su said no one could see the old master without permission. You had best leave now, or young Master Su will not let you off. The guards tried to stop them in a panic. Bang! Bang! Without hesitation, Zhao Linglong and Wang Fugue threw punches. The guards fell to the ground at once. The strongest among them was only at the mastery level. Against Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong, they stood no chance. And besides, Yifan's group also included the poison prince Feng Hanxiao, a martial sovereign in his own right, with terrifying poison skills. As the door swung open, they saw Zhang Hua just pushing the needle into the old master's skin, not yet having injected the drug. Zhang Hua, you want to kill my grandfather? Was it Su Hao who sent you? Su Chan shouted. Startled by the commotion, Zhang Hua looked back. The sight of Su Chan nearly scared him out of his wits. Su Chan, you, with so many people with her, this could not be good. He tried to press the plunger, but Yifan was faster. In a flash, Yifan was before him. One punch shattered Zhang Hua's arm and yanked the syringe free from the old master's skin. What is Dr. Zhang trying to do? Yifan held the syringe up to his nose and took a sniff. A strange odor rushed to meet him. With just a simple breath, Yifan had already sensed the 7 types of poison contained within the syringe. Zhang Hua intended to take old Master Su's life. Could it be that Su Hao was planning a desperate gamble? Knowing that Yifan would come to the Su family in the capital to cause trouble, Su Hao decided to kill the old master first. That way, even if Yifan killed Su Hao, Su Chan would not be able to fully control the Su family. Zhang Hua had originally intended to flee, but Wang Fugui and Zhao Linglong, who came in with Yifan, blocked his escape route completely. A look of despair appeared in Zhang Hua's eyes. Stammering, he said, I am the old master's attending physician. I came here, of course, to treat the old master. What are all of you trying to do? I need to inform young Master Su. While speaking, Zhang Hua tried to use his phone to contact Su Hao. But just as he pulled out the phone, Yifan grabbed it, channeled his inner force through his hand, and crushed Zhang Hua's phone into powder. Dr. Zhang, there is no need to inform him. The next moment, Yifan raised the green vial of medicine and held it in front of Zhang Hua's face, coldly saying, Did you not say this was for treating the old master? Then I would like to see exactly what this medicine is. Yifan aimed the syringe at the blood vessel on Zhang Hua's wrist and prepared to inject it. Zhang Hua's face instantly turned deathly pale. He panicked and tried to dodge. No! Zhang Hua knew all too well what was inside that vial. It was filled with poison deadly upon entering the bloodstream. If it were injected into his body, he would die instantly. But Zhang Hua, an ordinary doctor, was no match for Yifan. After struggling for only a second, he was firmly restrained by Yifan, who forced the syringe into his vein. Despair filled Zhang Hua's eyes as he watched Yifan begin to push down on the plunger. No, please no. I will talk, I will tell everything. It was not my idea to kill the old master, it was Su Hao. It was all Su Hao. Su Hao ordered me to do this. I beg you, stop. Zhang Hua's entire body was immobilized, unable to move at all, and he could only wail miserably, tears streaming down his face. Yifan sneered coldly and stopped his movement, pulling the syringe out from Zhang Hua's wrist. When he looked down at the ground, he saw that although the needle had indeed pierced Zhang Hua's skin, not a single drop of poison had been injected. Just this fright alone had caused Zhang Hua to wet himself. In truth, there was no need to scare him. Everyone already knew who had plotted this. However, with Zhang Hua as a witness, resolving the matter would naturally be much easier. Bang! Yifan smashed a fist into the right side of Zhang Hua's head, knocking him unconscious and tossing him to the ground, before turning and walking towards Su Shengtian. Yifan examined the old master's eyes, and then suddenly, a row of silver needles appeared in his hand. The needles danced rapidly in his fingers, and in the blink of an eye, he had pierced 72 vital acupoints on the old master's body. As threads of black blood dripped from the old master's fingertips, within minutes, old Master Su regained consciousness, coughed twice, and struggled to sit up. Grandfather, are you all right? Although Su Chan had long known her senior brother was a master physician, seeing him personally cure her grandfather filled her with an indescribable excitement. I am fine. Girl, you have worked hard during this time. Su Xingtian patted Su Chan's back, his gaze turning dark as he glanced at Zhang Hua lying on the ground. That beast Su Hao actually dared to act so despicably. The old master's coma during this period had nothing to do with his own health. It was because Su Hao had Zhang Hua use strange creatures to deliberately control him. They kept Su Xingtian alive, barely breathing, but unable to awaken. Although Su Xingtian had been unable to wake, his mind had remained clear. He remembered every word of the conversations between Su Hao and Zhang Hua. After cursing them, Su Shengtian turned with great respect toward Yifan and said, Young Master Yi, I have long admired your name. Regarding what happened 3 years ago, this old man was powerless. I thank you for taking care of Xiao Chan all this time. As he spoke, Su Shengtian was about to rise to bow to Yifan. Yifan quickly supported him. Grandfather, no need to be so formal. Xiao Chan is my junior sister. We have been through life and death together since childhood, her matters are my matters. Su Xingtian did not stand on ceremony with Yifan and said in a deep voice, Xiao Chan, use my secret command to summon all senior executives of the Su group to the capital immediately for a meeting. I must clean house. Having dominated the business world for so many years, Su Xingtian exuded an invisible aura of authority. With just these words, Yifan knew that great upheaval was about to strike the Su family. With Su Xingtian present, many matters would require no action from Yifan. All Yifan needed to do was sit there and guard against Su Hao bringing experts to resort to violence. Half an hour later, in the conference hall of the Su Group headquarters in the capital, a large crowd of shareholders and executives had already gathered. Everyone was speculating. After all, the secret command of the chairman was known only to the chairman himself. Back then, although Su Chan had been designated as the successor, she had not been entrusted with the secret command. Su Hao, the strongest male heir of the Su family at the time, had not received it either. Could it be that old Master Su had awakened? Uncles, elders, I am Su Chan. I gathered everyone here today to discuss the future development of the Su Group. We can no longer allow Su Hao to continue bringing disaster to the Su Group. Su Chan took the stage, holding a microphone, and introduced herself to everyone, while also announcing the decision left by her grandfather before he fell into a coma. Meanwhile, as Su Chan and Yafan were taking action at the Su Group, Su Hao received the news at the Su family estate. What? Yafan and Su Chan have already arrived in the capital and are holding a shareholders meeting at the company? Fuck. Why am I only hearing about this now? Upon hearing the report, Su Hao was so angry he nearly jumped up. What the hell have you intelligence gatherers been doing? Are you all useless? Without any hesitation, Su Hao called out to Yamada Keiko. Miss Yamada, Yafan, and the others have arrived in the capital and are now at the Su Group headquarters. Please come with me to kill Yafan and eliminate this threat once and for all. Inside the Su Group headquarters, the atmosphere was chaotic. Both Su Chan and Su Hao were the grandchildren of the old master. Indeed, Su Chan had been designated as successor before the old master fell into a coma. But since Su Hao forcibly took control of the Su Group, the company had also done quite well. Now, to overthrow Su Hao and choose Su Chan? Many executives were hesitant. Miss Su, after all, both you and young Master Su are the old master's grandchildren. Does it really matter who manages the Su family? Yes, Miss Su, why not be magnanimous? Listening to the shareholders, Su Chan nearly wanted to slap them. It was easy for them to say. Over the years, the number of assassins Su Hao had sent after her was no fewer than 80 or 100. Why did they never mention that? Magnanimous? President Yang, when Su Hao forced me to leave the capital back then, where was his magnanimity? He sent so many people to hunt me down and kept seizing the assets in my hands. Su Chan's eyes burned as she stared at the shareholders present, her gaze finally settling on an elderly man with white hair. Elder Huang, you have been with my grandfather the longest. Tell us, were Su Hao's actions over these years right? Let us not even talk about his collusion with the sacred land. According to the information I have, Su Hao has even conspired with people from Japan. He may even be involved in the case of child trafficking from our nation to Japan. This is dragging the Su family into an abyss of ruin. This information had naturally been provided to Su Chan by Yafan. Before Yafan arrived in the capital, he had already received intelligence from Han Yue, saying that Su Hao had made contact with Ji Changfeng of the capital and was seeking to hire Japanese experts. If Su Hao had only colluded with people from the sacred land, for Su Chan's sake, Yafan might have spared his life. But now, Su Hao had conspired with the Japanese and was even connected to the child trafficking case with Lord Qi of Cloud City. Yafan would show no mercy. The hatred between their nation and Japan was deep, a blood feud. Once the matter involved the Japanese, there was no room for negotiation. An uproar. The shareholders present erupted into commotion upon hearing Su Chan's words. They began whispering among themselves. I knew it. That is why young Master Su had us engage more with those Japanese companies recently. Yes. And financially, young Master Su had us transfer quite a bit of assets to Japan. How could young Master Su do such a thing? Colluding with the Japanese, is he forgetting his roots? In an instant, emotions were stirred. When it came to Japan, their stance was nearly unanimous. Seeing that the time was right, Su Chan continued, I was personally appointed by my grandfather as the successor to the Su Group before he fell gravely ill. These past few years, I was forced out of the capital by Su Hao. Now I have returned to tell you all that I intend to take back control of the Su Group, and I hope for your support. Today's shareholders meeting is to ask you to vote on the dismissal of Su Hao from his position as acting president. Su Chan, a seasoned figure in the business world with strong martial skills, exuded a natural charisma and authority as soon as she spoke. Now, those who agree to me, Su Chan, becoming the new president of the Su Group, please raise your hands. This was also old Master Su Xingtian's intention. Though he had regained consciousness, he chose not to appear yet. He wanted to see how many people Su Hao had already bought over. A hush fell over the shareholders who had just been in uproar. Before anyone could raise their hand, Su Hao's staunch supporter, Chief Financial Officer Yang Jian, stood up and shouted, Su Chan, what are your intentions? You claim young Master Su colluded with the Japanese, where is your proof? Do you expect us to believe your baseless accusations? Who knows if you are just making up reasons to bring him down? Yes. Su-chan, you almost fooled us. If we can simply slander young Master Su like this, then I could claim I am the president of some country. Do not support her. Has young Master Su not made plenty of money for everyone these years? Who knows what will happen if we follow this woman? Over 3 years, Su-hao had replaced many capable individuals appointed by the old master with his own people in key positions, while suppressing those Su-chan had promoted. Thus, Su-hao had significant support within the group. With these supporters shouting, the shareholders began hesitating again. Even Human Resources Director Chen Quan, a neutral figure, started to doubt Su-chan. Miss Su, if you claim Su-hao colluded with the Japanese, show us the evidence. If there is solid proof, I will certainly support you. All eyes turned to Su-chan. Su-hao's supporters looked smug. From their intelligence, Su-hao had no connection with the Japanese. How could Su-chan possibly produce real evidence? Wait, it seems everyone is missing the point. The decision that Su-chan is the successor of the Su group was made by the old chairman when he was still clear-headed. This has nothing to do with whether Su-hao colluded with the Japanese. The question is, do you support Miss Su-chan as acting president of the group? I am the first to support her. It was Elder Huang who spoke, one of the old master's loyal supporters. Back when Su-hao drove Su-chan out of the capital, Elder Huang had strongly opposed and voiced his dissatisfaction. But at the time, Su-hao's power was too great, and Elder Huang alone could not change anything. Just half an hour ago, Elder Huang received an order from Su Xingtian, and he instantly understood that Su-chan's return with Yafan meant the old chairman had likely awakened. Pity those fools who still stood with Su-hao. Soon, they would not even know how they died. I support her. I also support Miss Su-chan. Led by Elder Huang, several senior shareholders sided with Su-chan. The rest, reminded of the old chairman's decision, realized they had nearly been misled by Su-hao's people. Even Chen Quan of Human Resources raised his hand. He deeply trusted Elder Huang, and if Elder Huang supported Su-chan, then it must be right. With the support of these elders, more than half of the shareholders raised their hands, and if the vote proceeded, Su-hao would indeed be dismissed. Su-hao's supporters, including Yang Jian, panicked. What about all that young Master Su has done for you? Hu Jun, have you forgotten how he spoke with you last time? And you, Rin Ping, what is the meaning of this? Yang Jian, like a rabid dog, barked at those raising their hands for Su-chan. But the outcome was set. Despite their panic, Yang Jian and the others could change nothing. Bang! The meeting room doors were suddenly kicked open. Su-hao stormed in with a group of bodyguards, murderous intent in his eyes. Ha! Su-chan, what is the meaning of this? You hold a shareholders meeting behind my back and want to dismiss me? I would like to see who dares agree to dismiss me. Go ahead, raise your hands and see what happens. Su-hao swept his dark gaze over the room, his eyes sharp as he scanned the crowd. When he did not see Yifan, he secretly sighed in relief. In Cloud City, Su-hao had witnessed Yifan's power firsthand. Even with Yamada Keiko at his side, Su-hao still felt a certain dread. With Yifan absent, Su-hao could be far more reckless. Hiss! As Su-hao suddenly appeared, everyone at the scene could not help but draw a sharp breath of cold air. Especially since Su-hao had brought so many bodyguards with him, each holding a combat blade in hand. This was a naked threat. Quite a few of those who had just raised their hands quietly lowered them again upon seeing Su-hao charge in with his men. Young Master Su, you are finally here. Yang Jian, upon seeing Su-hao arrive, had a gleam of relief in his eyes, and the anxious weight in his heart was finally lifted. Su-hao nodded and said to Yang Jian, well done. It was Yang Jian who had tipped off Su-hao just now, otherwise, Su-hao could not have arrived so quickly. Su-chan, do not think that just because Yifan backs you, you can act recklessly in the Su family. Let me tell you, 3 years ago I could drive you out of the capital, and today I can do it again. After suppressing the shareholders present, Su-hao immediately turned his aggression towards Su-chan. Su-hao no longer bothered to put on an act. He was openly targeting Su-chan, intent on driving her out of the capital and forcing her into a dead end. You? Su-hao, you are not human. It is one thing for you to treat me this way, but you actually poisoned grandfather and tried to kill him. The thought of what Su-hao had done to her over these years filled Su-chan with fury. Su-chan had yielded again and again, but Su-hao was determined to drive her to destruction. The key was that today, at the hospital, Su-chan finally learned that the reason grandfather had fallen into a coma was entirely due to Su-hao's scheming. The poison in grandfather's body had been planted by a doctor arranged by Su-hao, and today Su-hao even intended to have grandfather killed. If not for her and Yifan arriving just in time, grandfather might already have died at Dr. Zhang Hua's poison needle. An uproar. Su-chan's words caused another wave of commotion at the scene. Though the shareholders wavered between supporting Su Chan or Su Hao, when it came to the old chairman of the Su group, Su Xingtian, they all held deep affection. That Su Hao had actually plotted against the old master, that was something they could not tolerate. Do not listen to Su Chan's nonsense. When did I ever harm the old master? Stop slandering me. Su Hao's face darkened, and he cast a questioning glance at his subordinate. When he had set out from home, Su Hao had called the hospital to ask Zhang Hua about grandfather's condition. But what made Su Hao uneasy was that Zhang Hua did not answer the phone. His subordinate beside him shook his head helplessly, indicating that Zhang Hua's phone still could not be reached, and that the bodyguards at the hospital had not reported back either. Su Hao felt a chill in his heart, a sense of foreboding. Something had happened at the hospital. If grandfather was not dead, Su Hao would be in serious trouble if he wanted to keep control of the Su family. However, his panic lasted only a moment. Remembering that he had the support of Ji Chongfeng's Japanese experts, he felt reassured that there should be no problem. Human Resources Director Chen Quan, who had doubted Su Chan's claim about Su Hao colluding with the Japanese, now clearly saw several Japanese fighters at Su Hao's side, including Yamada Keiko. The mustache, the short stature, it could not have been more obvious. Young Master Su, would you care to explain the relationship between you and these Japanese individuals at your side? Just now Miss Su said you were colluding with the Japanese, and we had our doubts, but what do you say now? Chen Quan's words instantly drew everyone's eyes to Su Hao's side. When they clearly saw Yamada Keiko, the room erupted in another commotion. Had Su Hao really colluded with the Japanese? Because of past wars with Japan, relations between their nation and Japan had long been strained. Although some business dealings were necessary, the presence of Japanese nationals, especially martial artists, always had to be reported to the authorities. And now Su Hao had Japanese fighters at his side. This was far from normal. Yamada Keiko's expression hardened. A wave of invisible energy rippled from her as she launched a psychic attack to punish the outspoken Chen Quan. But to her shock, the moment her attack surged out, it was met by a stronger psychic force that not only shattered her attack but lightly injured her in return. A searing pain in the depths of her soul made Yamada Keiko's body tremble, and she looked around in shock. There is another psychic master in this room? But as her sharp gaze swept the room, she sensed nothing unusual. Hearing her words, Su Hao felt another chill in his heart. Was Yafan behind this? Where was that bastard Yafan hiding? Anyone who colludes with the Japanese deserves death. Yes. I support Miss Su Chan. I also agree to remove Su Hao and appoint Miss Su Chan as acting president. Because of the sudden appearance of Japanese fighters at Su Hao's side, the atmosphere flipped in an instant. Except for Su Hao's die-hard loyalists, the majority of shareholders did not hesitate to support Su Chan. Seeing so many hands raised, it was clear that they now formed a majority. Su Hao could no longer keep up appearances. He bared his fangs at last. Humph! You wretches, is that how it is? You refuse the toast and insist on drinking the forfeit? I am telling you, anyone who dares support Su Chan today, I guarantee you will leave here flat on your back. Believe it or not? As he spoke, Su Hao signaled 2 bodyguards with his eyes. The 2 men charged forward, seized one of the shareholders who had raised his hand, and dragged him in front of Su Hao. Su Hao grabbed a chair and was about to smash it down on the man's head. He had completely abandoned all pretenses, attempting to interfere in the vote by force. There was a chorus of gasps at the scene. Though the shareholders loathed Su Hao's behavior, they were ordinary people and, despite their anger, had no way to stop him. Su Chan, you act so high and mighty, do you not? You have Yafan backing you, do you not? Then let him show himself. Let us see what happens if Yafan dares appear. As the bodyguards moved to see Su Chan, a loud voice suddenly rang out at the door. Beast! How could the Su family produce such a scoundrel as you? Stop at once. That familiar voice at the conference room door drew everyone's gaze. The one who appeared was none other than the old chairman of the Su group, Su Xingtian. At his side stood Yifan, Zhao Linglong, Wang Fugui, and others. Though they radiated no murderous aura, the invisible pressure of their martial presence instantly made Su Hao's bodyguards tremble and shrink back a few steps. Yifan, you. Grandfather, Su Hao stared at Yifan in terror, his eyes filled with panic. Yifan had come after all? And most crucially, had he not ordered Zhang Hua to kill grandfather? How could grandfather now stand there unharmed? It was over. Su Hao's face turned deathly pale, and he could barely stay on his feet. Do not call me grandfather. I have no beast of a grandson like you. As Su Xingtian entered the room and saw Su Hao, his face turned green with rage. Because Su Hao's parents had died young, it was Su Xingtian himself who had raised Su Hao with his own hands, pouring all his effort and devotion into him. Yet he never imagined he would raise such an ungrateful wolf. This beast not only seized the family's power but even plotted to kill his own grandfather. As Su Xingtian rebuked him, he swung his cane and lashed it down hard upon Su Hao. Bang! Bang! Several strikes in succession made Su Hao grimace in pain, hopping on the spot from the blows. Old bastard, that is enough. After being struck 3 times, Su Hao could no longer endure it. He lunged forward, grabbed Su Xingtian's wrist, and snarled, "Calling you grandfather is giving you face. Do you really think you are something special, old man? Humph, do you think with Yafan backing you, you can stop me? I am telling you, anyone who dares oppose me today will die." As he spoke, a vicious glint flashed in Su Hao's eyes. He snatched the cane from the old master's hand and swung it directly at Su Xingtian's head. "Old bastard, you have lived long enough. Since Manhwa failed to kill you, I will send you to your grave now." Su Hao had truly lost his mind. In front of so many people, he intended to kill Su Xingtian on the spot. On one hand, he wanted to remove this obstacle. On the other, he wanted to set an example, let all the shareholders present see what would happen if they crossed him. If Su Hao would not spare his own grandfather, what good end could await those who opposed him? Beast! Beast! Su Xingtian was nearly driven mad with fury, his eyes filled with despair at Su Hao. How had Su Hao become such a person? Just as the cane was about to smash down on Su Xingtian's head, Yafan moved. He reached out and caught the cane mid-swing, staring coldly at Su Hao. "Su Hao, you truly have not a shred of humanity. You would not even spare your own grandfather. Tell me, what is the point of a person like you wasting food on this earth?" "Ha?" Su Hao glanced in confusion at Yamada Keiko. Had he not already signaled to her to strike at Yafan and render him powerless in an instant? Why could Yafan still act? As Su Hao looked toward her, Yamada Keiko was also bewildered, her pupils filled with shock and fear. Earlier, when she tried to attack one of the shareholders, her psychic assault had been blocked by an invisible force. And when she attacked Yafan, her powerful psychic strike sank like a stone in the sea. Yifan's body seemed to not even exist. Her teacher had told her there was only one explanation for this. The opponent's spiritual sea was so much stronger that it completely crushed hers, rendering all her attacks useless. Unwilling to give up, Yamada Keiko launched her most powerful psychic strike. But as it reached Yafan, he finally spoke. "Miss Yamada, I have no time to bother with you right now. Stop tickling me and go to sleep for a while." With a single thought, Yafan unleashed a devastating psychic shock. Yamada Keiko felt a tidal wave crash through her mind, her psychic strength like a tiny boat in a vast ocean, torn apart in an instant. Her consciousness was seized, and she collapsed into unconsciousness on the spot. Bang! Before the stunned eyes of all present, Yamada Keiko fell rigidly to the floor. Su Hao's so-called strongest expert from Japan had fallen without even touching Yifan's clothes. Su Hao was dumbstruck. His supporters were dumbstruck. Still clutching the cane, Su Hao stood frozen. Terror appeared on his face as he stared at Yafan in disbelief. Was this guy even human? In martial arts, he could stand against the sacred land of Chentang. In spiritual combat, even Yamada Keiko was no match. Staying here meant certain death. In panic, Su Hao threw down the cane and tried to flee. But at Shishan in Cloud City, Yafan had deliberately let Su Hao escape once. This time, how could he possibly let him go again? Still trying to run? With a push of his ankle, Yafan flashed in front of Su Hao, blocking his way. Yafan gently tapped Su Hao's chest. A ripple of martial force spread out, crashing into Su Hao's chest. Crack! Crack! As the force surged through him, Su Hao's bones gave out a series of crisp snaps. He let out a miserable cry and collapsed, unable to support himself. Yafan grabbed his throat, his gaze sharp as he scanned Su Hao's face. Then he reached behind Su Hao's neck. Rip! In the next moment, Yafan tore the skin mask from Su Hao's face. Beneath it was not Su Hao's true face, but that of a Japanese man with a deep scar across his cheek. What? That is not Su Hao? It is an imposter? Where is the real Su Hao? Damn it, we have all been deceived. No wonder this guy would not even spare his own grandfather. He is not of the Su family at all. Bastard! Yafan had discovered the imposter's secret just in time, surprising the fake. Humph, Yafan, you are sharp indeed to see through my disguise. But so what? None of you will escape. The Su family will not escape. Yafan, you will not escape. Ha! You will not get a word out of me. Knowing he was doomed, the imposter tried to swallow the poison hidden in his mouth. But Yafan had no intention of letting him die so easily. He needed answers about the true mastermind behind this plot. With a subtle push of his force, the imposter involuntarily spat out the poison. Damn you, Yafan! The imposter struggled violently in Yafan's grasp, but with his throat seized, He could hardly move, and his martial force was useless. Yifan glanced at the other Japanese fighters and Su Hao's bodyguards. He said to Zhao Linglong and Wang Fugui, "Clean this place up. I have some questions for this fellow." "Yes." Zhao Linglong, Wang Fugui, and the others, who had long been unable to contain themselves, immediately charged at Su Hao's bodyguards and those so-called Japanese experts. Although Su Hao's bodyguards were martial artists, compared to someone like Wang Fugui or the brute force god Zhao Linglong, they were completely worthless. As for those Japanese fighters, Zhao Linglong and Wang Fugui showed no mercy. Anyone they could kill, they killed on the spot. Except for Yamada Keiko, whom they kept alive. Within barely a minute all of Su Hao's bodyguards and the Japanese experts were taken down. Su Hao's attempt to use force against Su Chan and Yifan was nothing but a delusion. Xian Yufei, who had come along, watched the scene before her with deep emotion. Anyone who opposed Yifan was truly cursed with bad luck. Had her own head been kicked by a donkey back then, to think of breaking off the engagement with the Yi family? If not, she would surely have a status like Su Ishiu's today. Sigh. This time, with Yifan bringing her to the capital, it was probably her best opportunity. If she could not mend her relationship with Yifan now, she might never have another chance. Take this fellow and Yamada Keiko to the room next door. Keep a close watch on them. Do not let them escape or commit suicide. Yifan had originally planned to leave, but seeing Yang Jian and the others, he decided to stay and handed the impostor over to Zhao Linglong. The conference hall erupted into chaos. Elder Huan, Chen Quan, and the others who supported Su Chan were overjoyed, secretly praising their own good judgment. "I always said that Su Hao was no good. See for yourselves now, he was not Su Hao at all, but a damn Japanese dog. Who knows how long the real young master Su has been dead." As for Su Hao's supporters, Yang Jian and the other senior managers, they were all silent. What could they say? They had worked so hard supporting Su Hao, hoping to use him as a stepping stone to higher positions, only to discover that the person they backed was a damn Japanese dog. "You lot, have anything left to say?" Su Chan rose from the stage, glaring coldly at Yang Jian and the others. "Weren't you all acting so arrogant just now?" At that moment, Yang Jian and the others wished they could sink into the ground, unseen by all. With Su Chan having won this power struggle, and the old master appearing out of nowhere, and with Su Hao revealed not to be the true heir of the Su family, how could Yang Jian and the others dare be arrogant now? Yang Jian hesitated, then gritted his teeth. "Miss Su, old master, I admit I was wrong. I hereby announce my resignation, effective immediately. I hope you will grant your approval." Yang Jian was shrewd. With Su Hao finished, he had no future in the Su group. It was better to resign first and make a clean exit. Su Chan was momentarily stunned and was about to agree. After all, if Su Hao's loyalists all resigned, the Su group would be far easier to manage and fully under her control. But just as she was about to answer, Yifan spoke. "President Yang, resigning is not enough, is it? You had better transfer your shares to Miss Su as well. As for the price, 5 yuan will do. That should be enough for you to take the bus home." "What? Are you out of your mind? My shares are worth at least several billion, and you want to buy them for 5 yuan? Dream on. Everyone here knows, even if I backed the wrong person, is that reasonable?" Yang Jian's face darkened, and he leapt up from his chair. Su Chen too was confused. "Brother Fan, is 5 yuan not too little?" Yifan gave a faint smile. "Do not worry. I have everything arranged." After a pause, Yifan looked at Yang Jian and sneered. "President Yang, I am afraid you do not understand. Selling your 30 billion in shares for 5 yuan is an honor. If you do not believe me, take a look at the big screen." As he spoke, Yifan gave Wang Fugui a look. Wang Fugui inserted a USB drive into the computer, and videos began playing on the large screen. "President Yang, could you please give us an extra 3% on the last payment? Here is 5 million as a token of our gratitude." "President Yang, the girl you slept with last time jumped off a building. How do we cover this up?" "President Yang, the family you killed while drunk driving has been dealt with." As the video played, Yang Jian collapsed into his seat, his face deathly pale, trembling as he stared at the screen. You. These were damning pieces of evidence of the bribes and crimes he had committed. "President Yang, you have profited quite a bit over the years by abusing your position, have you not? Tell me, if this material were handed over to the authorities, what would become of the rest of your life?" Yifan's words struck straight at Yang Jian's soul, leaving him utterly speechless. Yifan's intention was clear. Yang Jian could leave, but his shares had to stay. 5 yuan was the price for sparing his life. If he refused, the evidence would go to the authorities, and he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. Money or life? Yang Jian had no choice. "You are ruthless." He gave Yifan and the others a deep, bitter look and said helplessly, "Fine. I agree to transfer the shares." Yifan immediately had Wang Fugui bring over the prepared transfer agreement, pen, and ink pad for the fingerprint, and made Yang Jian sign it on the spot. Only then did he let the exhausted Yang Jian leave. After dealing with Yang Jian, Yifan signaled Wang Fugui, who, businesslike, began reading out the names of others. These were all Su Hao's former die-hard loyalists, most with skeletons in their closets. Having seen Yang Jian's downfall, they dared not resist. They signed the share transfer agreements and resigned without a fuss. Hiss. The shareholders present drew in a sharp breath at how smoothly Yifan had handled it all. What a masterful hand! If only Yifan had come to the capital sooner, there would have been no place for that fake Su Hao. Once Su Hao's key people were cleared out, Su Chan, with her grandfather's support, held another election. The results were unexpectedly smooth. Su Chan was elected acting president of the Su Group with virtually unanimous support. Let us go next door and take a look. Seeing that everything was settled, Yifan called Wang Fugui and the others and left the hall, heading for the room where the impostor and Yamada Keiko were held. Yifan had kept the fake Su Hao alive precisely to learn something from him. How much could he uncover this time? In the room next door, Yamada Keiko had been thrown onto the sofa and remained unconscious. As for that impostor, he had been forced by Zhao Linglong to kneel on the legs of an overturned chair, with 2 cups of water balanced on his head. "Do not move. Do not spill the water, or I will rip out your tendons." The impostor was driven to madness, on the verge of tears. You are too despicable, just kill me. I give up." As soon as the impostor tried to move, Zhao Linglong, somehow having acquired an electric baton, jabbed it hard into his waist. "Want to die? It will not be that easy." The smell of charred flesh filled the air. The impostor's whole body convulsed from the shock, but he dared not move a muscle. This man feared not death, but in front of Zhao Linglong, he was deeply intimidated. Because in Zhao Linglong's hand was also a spiked whip, which had already left several bloody marks on his body. "Young Master Yi." When Zhao Linglong saw Yifan enter, she quickly stepped aside. "I have been interrogating him for a while, but he has refused to speak. He only revealed that his name is Mudo, but whether that is true or not, I cannot say." Yifan nodded. "Let me handle it." This man had impersonated Su Hao, colluded with the Japanese, and was linked to the Sacred Land. Behind him stood those so-called divine envoys. How could he reveal anything so easily? Yifan stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the impostor. "Mudo, let us call you that for now. I will give you one last chance. Tell me, where is the divine envoy? Why have they schemed so relentlessly to destroy me?" From the attacks on the Zhou family and the Lin family, to the involvement of the royal clan, although it seemed the royal clan had coordinated the various families to act, Yifan had pieced together the clues and realized that the true force behind the destruction of the Yi family and the attack on Beiluo Sherman was not the royal clan, but the mysterious divine envoys. Yet the people of the Lin and Zhou families had never seen the true faces of the divine envoys. Ha ha, Yifan, you have only just figured out who is after you. Too late. 3 years ago, we dug out your heart, and you still survived. But this time, the divine envoy will not let you live. Rest assured, even if I die, I will never reveal the location or movements of the divine envoy. A sinister grin appeared on Mudo's face as he laughed madly. Yifan gave a faint smile and suddenly grasped Mudo's crown, channeling a surge of inner force into his body. 7-star soul-destroying hand. This was an ancient, sinister martial art passed down through Beiluo Sherman since antiquity. According to his master, this technique could penetrate a person's meridians with martial force, affecting their nervous system, even to the point of controlling them. His master had repeatedly warned him that this technique was too sinister and should never be used unless absolutely necessary. But now, with clues pointing to the truth behind the Yi family's massacre and the attack on Beiluo Sherman, Yifan could no longer hesitate. "Ah! Yifan, you cursed bastard, what have you done to me?" As Yifan's energy surged into Mudo's head, shocking his meridians and nerves, Mudo's face twisted in agony. He howled miserably, his body convulsing violently in Yifan's grasp. A strange wisp of white smoke even rose from his head. But as Yifan's force continued to surge, Mudo gradually stopped struggling, his expression turning vacant. The soul-destroying effect had taken hold. The ideal outcome of the 7-star soul-destroying hand was to strip the target of independent thought and compel answers from the deepest level of their consciousness. "Now I will ask you again. What is your name?" "Muto." Muto answered clearly in his dazed state, proof that Muto was indeed his real name. "Where is the divine envoy?" Yifan's gaze burned with intensity, desperate for the answer. He needed to know the divine envoy's location, their number, and whether they had motives beyond seeking the immortal bone. Divine Envoy. This time, Muto's mind seemed to hit some forbidden thought. He stammered, his lips moving repeatedly without revealing anything crucial. Where is the Divine Envoy? How many of them are there? Yifan increased his inner force, magnifying the soul-destroying hand's power several-fold. Muto's face contorted in pain, as if fighting against some force within himself. Several minutes passed before he finally gasped out in torment, I do not know. They change their appearances constantly. Each family has their agents. We only receive orders from above. We have only glimpsed the Divine Envoy from afar. The Divine Envoy could change appearances? Was it disguise? Or some other technique? That made things extremely troublesome. Yifan's special vision could see through many things, but it could not guarantee detection of hidden Divine Envoy masters every time. Write down the names of all the agents you know. Yifan gestured to Wang Fugue to bring paper and pen. Muto quickly wrote a long list of names. Ji Changfeng, the head of the Ji family in the capital, he had been replaced too? The leader of the Gu cult? The heir of the Feng family? Even some high-ranking members of the Sacred Land. The reach of the Divine Envoys was terrifying. What exactly were they planning? Not only had they targeted the Yi family and Beiluo Shermen, but they had infiltrated so many families and even some officials within the empire. If they launched an attack, they could plunge the nation into disaster. But as Muto continued writing, trying to name those of even higher rank, his face twisted in agony. When he reached the royal clan, his pen had barely made a mark when he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his head slumped, and he died on the spot. Yifan frowned deeply inside. Muto's mind had clearly been branded with some kind of iron wool, like steel wire stretched to the breaking point, and at last it snapped. Although he had not learned the Divine Envoy's exact location, Muto had revealed many imposters. If Yifan could verify these people's true identities, perhaps he could press further. The Ji family in the capital was not one of the 6 great clans, but only because of its low profile, their true strength rivaled the 6 families. Yifan turned his gaze to Yamada Keiko on the sofa. She had been sent by Ji Changfeng to aid Su Hao. What might he learn from her? Clean this up. I want to speak to Yamada Keiko alone. Though Yamada Keiko came from Japan, according to Yifan's intelligence, she was actually of mixed blood. Her mother was from the empire. What was more, Yifan's investigation showed that Yamada Keiko was not inherently evil, and as a master of psychic attacks, Yifan was inclined to win her over. Everyone left the room, and Wang Fugue thoughtfully closed the door behind him. Xian Yufei furrowed her brows slightly, puzzled as to what Yifan intended to do with Yamada Keiko, but at that moment, it was not her place to ask questions. Inside the room, a surge of energy rippled from Yifan's hand, dispelling the spiritual brand imprinted on Yamada Keiko. She immediately regained consciousness, and upon seeing Yifan seated across from her, terror filled her expression. You, what do you want? What did you do to me? As she shouted, Yamada Keiko hurriedly checked her clothing. Seeing that her clothes were intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yamada Keiko had heard some things about Yifan. She knew this man had a notorious reputation. In Cloud City, it was said he was either at a club or on his way to one. What was most shocking was that his wife would even give him money to pick up women. Yifan gave a faint smile. Relax. You are too small. I have no interest in you. What I am interested in is the person behind you. Tell me, what is Ji Changfeng planning in our nation? Small? How is she small? Feeling insulted, Yamada Keiko instinctively straightened her chest. She was definitely not small. Humph. You want to get information from me? Dream on. Yamada Keiko snorted coldly. A surge of energy rippled from her, and 2 daggers suddenly appeared at her wrists as she lunged at Yifan. Her power was at the peak of mastery, half a step into the Grandmaster realm. In the ordinary world, she would be considered exceptionally formidable. If nothing unexpected happened, she could easily support a powerful family's dominance over a region. But unfortunately for her, she was facing Yifan, a man standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, someone who could crush martial lords. How could someone like Yamada Keiko even catch his attention? Want to fight? How about we make a bet? I will use only one hand. You can use any means you like. If you can so much as touch me, you win. If you win, I will personally escort you home. Yifan effortlessly dodged her attack, speaking in a devilish tone. But if you lose, you will tell me everything you know. Ha! Yamada Keiko was dissatisfied that her full-powered strike had been evaded so easily. Her master had said that anyone who cultivated spiritual power would usually have weaknesses in martial arts. Those who mastered both were true monsters. Could Yifan's strength really be so terrifying? His spiritual power was already immense. Could his martial arts be so strong that she could not even touch him? Fine. I will take that bet. Yamada Keiko snorted coldly and surged forward, martial force flaring. Her twin daggers glinted with cold light as she struck at Yifan's throat and heart, every blow intended to kill. Do not be so hot-tempered. Careful you do not hurt yourself, Yifan said lightly as he waved his hand, a ripple of martial energy spreading through the air like a visible wave, effortlessly blocking her attack. To Yamada Keiko, it was as if an invisible wall stood before her. No matter how she tried, she could not break through. With a slight flick of his wrist, Yifan's martial force transformed into an unseen hand and smacked Yamada Keiko firmly on the rear. Smack! The crisp, dull sound was followed by a burning pain that made Yamada Keiko's body go rigid. Ah, she cried out, a strange sensation welling up inside her. After the pain came an odd feeling of satisfaction that made her freeze in confusion. What was happening to her? Could she be developing a liking for this feeling, for this man who should be her enemy? She glanced up at Yifan, who was handsome, with delicate features, a tall figure, and eyes that seemed able to hook a person's soul. Again! Embarrassed by her own thoughts, Yamada Keiko shouted and once more surged at Yifan with all her might. This time she changed tactics, moving swiftly within the room. To an onlooker, it seemed she left behind multiple afterimages, making it hard for any normal expert to tell which was her true form. But Yifan's eyes, called demon eyes by his master, saw clearly through all illusions. When Yamada Keiko thought she had succeeded, Yifan suddenly appeared behind her and delivered another firm slap to her rear. Smack! The solid strike left her stunned. Ah! You, damn you, can you stop hitting my ass? If this continued, she felt she would go limp and have no strength left to fight. But what shocked her more was how Yifan could see through all her afterimages to find her real body. Die! Yamada Keiko roared in fury, slapping her waist. In an instant, 12 coldly gleaming daggers appeared, hovering in the air and forming a powerful sword array with their tips all aimed at Yifan. Yifan, are you not so powerful? Humph. Let me see how you block my 12 swords with just one hand. Go! This was her most secret and powerful technique, the Killing God Sword Array. Her master said it could unleash power dozens of times greater than her own strength. At that moment, the force she released was at the peak of Grandmaster level, possibly even touching martial lord strength. She could not believe that even this would fail against Yifan. But reality was reality. As the 12 daggers shot toward him, Yifan did not even unleash martial force at the martial lord level to stop them. That would have been too bullying, and Yamada Keiko would not have accepted it. Instead, Yifan used the simplest method, he caught them all with his bare hand. With his ability to move like a shadow, his body became a blur. Yamada Keiko could no longer see him clearly. In the blink of an eye, Yifan stood before her, holding all 12 of her daggers. Clang! He released them, letting the daggers fall to the ground with a crisp clatter. Miss Yamada, you lost. 3 consecutive moves, and Yifan had dealt with them all effortlessly. According to their agreement, Yamada Keiko had not so much as touched Yifan's body. His victory was absolute. Yamada Keiko stood dumbfounded, staring at the daggers on the floor, unable to believe what she saw. How is this possible? Even her master could only dodge those daggers, not catch them all. How had Yifan done it? Yamada Keiko began to question everything she knew. Glancing at Yifan standing calmly in front of her, Yamada Keiko's mind raced. The first thought that came to her was to escape. This monster, if she did not run, who knew how he might torment her? With that thought, Yamada Keiko's martial energy surged to its peak, and she charged toward the door. But what she did not know was that even if she could escape from Yifan, Wang Fugui, Zhao Linglong, and Feng Hanxiao were guarding outside. How could she possibly get away? Miss Yamada, so you do not intend to honor your bet? We clearly made a wager just now. You should accept your loss. Yamada Keiko had no idea how Yifan moved. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of her, blocking her path. When she tried to move again, Yifan seized her wrist, lifted her, and tossed her onto the sofa. With his knee pressing her down, he said, trying to run? Disobedient? Then you will be punished. Smack! 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 Without hesitation, Yifan's hand flashed like lightning, landing several firm slaps on Yamada Keiko's rear. Though there was only a thin layer of gauze between, Yifan could feel the astonishing resilience beneath his palm. Yamada Keiko let out strange cries under Yifan's strikes. Outside the door, Wang Fugui, Zhao Linglong, and Xian Yufei all wore awkward expressions as they heard the sounds. Ahem! Miss Xian, perhaps we should go over there and enjoy the scenery? Wang Fugui looked at Xian Yufei a little embarrassed. Xian Yufei was Yifan's former wife, and now here she was, standing outside listening to such strange sounds. This did seem improper. No need. Xian Yufei glared at the room, a trace of resentment in her eyes. Damn Yifan, if he needed a woman, did he have to go about it like this? If other women were acceptable, why not her? In the room, Yamada Keiko felt pain yet also a strange delight under Yifan's blows. What began as pain transformed into cries of enjoyment. Yifan, too, noticed the change in her expression and gradually stopped. But just as his hand paused, Yamada Keiko spoke again. Do not stop. Master, please hit me. As long as you hit me, I will tell you everything I know. Ha! Yifan thought he must have misheard. Such a perverse request? Was there something wrong with Yamada Keiko's mind? She actually wanted to take him as her master? He had never seen such a bizarre request before, but today he had. Since she requested it, Yifan saw no reason not to oblige. Kneel. Yifan barked. To his surprise, Yamada Keiko really knelt before the sofa and raised her rear. Smack! After a few more slaps, Yifan asked, Is Ji Chunfeng an agent sent from Japan? What is their goal in our nation? He is a minion sent by Japan's black-clad society. He came to capture children with special physiques and secretly smuggle them to Japan for the black-clad society's elders to use in their cultivation and to forge an evil weapon. Ha! So the Ji family in the capital was actually the force behind Lord Qi of Huadu? Back when Hua Shuiyan was investigating Lord Qi's trail, she felt something crucial was missing. Now it all made sense, the Ji family stood behind him. Yamada Keiko's revelation connected all the dots. Everything could now be explained. Smack! Yifan continued questioning. What is your position in the black-clad society? I was coerced. My mother is from our nation. She was raped by the head of a Japanese general's household. They took my mother hostage and forced me to cultivate psychic arts and serve them. But I have never truly harmed anyone from our nation. Hearing this, Yifan nodded. From what he knew, Yamada Keiko was telling the truth. I will help you rescue your mother. From now on, will you follow me? Yifan stopped, pulled Yamada Keiko up, and said, Massage my shoulders. Yes, master. Yamada Keiko seemed to relish being ordered, massaging his shoulders obediently. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke with concern. But, master, the place where my mother is held is extremely secret. All these years, I have only seen her via video. Can you really save her? Yifan nodded. Of course. Do you still not know my strength? I do not even fear the Sacred Lands experts. Saving one person is no difficult task. Besides, I have Beluo Sherman behind me. Good. I am willing. I only hope you will not abandon me in the future. Yamada Keiko stood respectfully before Yifan, bowing. I swear I will never betray you. If you do not trust me, you may use drugs to control me. Ha! Yifan could hardly believe his ears. Was Yamada Keiko trying to give herself to him at every opportunity? If he had not heard it himself, he would not believe that such a powerful psychic master from Japan could be subdued so easily. There is no need for drugs. I believe you. Yifan stood up from the sofa. Come with me and meet my friends so there is no risk of friendly fire in the future. Yifan had probed Yamada Keiko's mind and saw that she submitted without hidden motives. She truly wished to serve him. It was remarkable. When Yifan and Yamada Keiko exited the room, Zhao Linglong, Wang Fugui, Feng Hanxiao, and the others gave him odd looks. Young Master Yi, that is it? Feng Hanxiao grinned, glancing at his phone. Half an hour, your endurance is impressive. Yifan rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? But he did not bother to explain. He really had not done anything improper with Yamada Keiko. A few slaps had yielded all the information he wanted, and he had won her allegiance. That was enough. Let me introduce you. This is my brother Wang Fugui, this is my attendant Zhao Linglong, and this. When Yifan reached Xian Yufei, he paused, then continued. This is my ex-wife, Xian Yufei, also a beauty listed on the beauties ranking. And this is Feng Hanxiao, young master of the heavenly profound sacred land, my friend. As for my other friends, I will introduce them to you later. As soon as Yifan finished speaking, Yamada Keiko respectfully bowed. Understood, master. I will get along with them. Everyone, nice to meet you. I am Yamada Keiko. Please take care of me. Master? When Wang Fugui, Zhao Linglong, and the others heard Yamada Keiko address Yifan as master, they nearly coughed up blood on the spot. What was going on here? Yifan had only spent half an hour friendly chatting with Yamada Keiko in the room, and now she was calling him master? This was way too impressive. Feng Hanxiao could not help but give Yifan a thumbs up. Xian Yufei, however, looked at Yifan with a peculiar expression. So this was the kind of thing Yifan liked? Should she go study up on it? With the Su family's affairs temporarily settled, Su Chan naturally needed to stay at the company to handle follow-up matters. Yifan planned to leave with Wang Fugui and the others. heading to the Ji family first to deal with their situation. This Ji family of the capital had colluded with Lord Qi of Huadu in the child trafficking case. They had to be dealt with as soon as possible. But just as Yifan and Zhao Linglong were about to leave, old master Su Xingtian hurried over. Young Master Yi, no words can express my gratitude. If not for you today, the Su family would have been finished. If Yifan had not exposed the impostor pretending to be Su Hao, the Su group would still be under his control, aligned with Japan, and everyone would have been kept in the dark. Moreover, it was Yifan who had saved Su Xingtian's life. Su Xingtian understood well why Su Hao had gone to such lengths to seize control of the Su group and force Su Chan. His true motive was clear. Young Master Yi, could I have a word in private? Su Xingtian asked seriously. Yifan was taken aback. The old man surely already knew about his bond with Su Chan. What could be so secret? Following Su Xingtian into a nearby office, the old man carefully produced a box from his robes and handed it to Yifan. Young Master Yi, this is a Su family heirloom. That impostor Mudo, who pretended to be Su Hao, was after this. I entrust it to you now. Please, I only ask that you look after Su Chan in the future. Grandfather, you are overthinking. Su Chan and I have been close since childhood. Even if you said nothing, I would never wrong her. As Yifan spoke, he opened the box, and a wave of ancient aura wafted out. The immortal bone? Grandfather, you have this too? Now Yifan finally understood why Mudo had impersonated Su Hao and why he had been so relentless in trying to force Su Chan. It was all for the Su family's immortal bone. Back when they took the old master to the hospital, they had searched his residence for the immortal bone and found nothing. Mudo must have assumed that Su Xingtian had given it to Su Chan, which was why he kept sending assassins after her, driving her from the capital and hunting her as far as Cloud City. Su Xingtian nodded. Since you recognize this, you know its value. Our ancestor obtained it from an ancient tomb. A treasured jade invites trouble. Although we kept it secret, countless people have coveted it in the shadows over the years. Now even Su Hao was replaced. Alas, the Su family's line is nearly broken. With you, it will be safest. But young Master Yi, those behind Su Hao are no ordinary foes. When you rescued Su Chan from Beiluo Sherman, it was only because they intervened that it succeeded. You must be cautious. Su Xingtian sighed deeply. I should have realized this sooner. When Beiluo Sherman was attacked, how could a family like ours have rescued Su Chan from such chaos? It was all a scheme. Perhaps Su Hao was swapped during that battle. As he recalled those days, regret filled Su Xingtian's face. But there was no changing the past. Among the Su family's direct descendants, only Su Chan remained. All hope rested on her now. Do not worry, grandfather. I will avenge the Su family's wrongs. The divine envoys behind Mudo were the ones responsible for Yifan's own family's massacre. There was no way Yifan would let them go. Leaving the Su group, Yifan led his team swiftly toward the Ji family estate. Although Yifan had locked down the Su group's upheaval, the Ji family would surely have their own sources of intelligence. If Ji Changfeng got wind of this and fled, it would complicate matters. Yifan took out a black command token, the commander's token that Zhang Yichen, the head of Jinwu Division, had given him. The Jinwu Division was a legacy from Yifan's mother. There was no reason not to use it. Dealing with the Ji family concerned the fate of the nation. Yifan did not wish to involve Beiluo Shimon's people in this. Using the Jinwu Division was the best course. This is Yifan. By my order, have the Azure Dragon Chief lead a team to encircle the Ji family estate. Until I give the word, no one is to enter or leave. Yifan issued his first command as commander of the Jinwu Division, using the secure codes left by Zhang Yichen. Yes, understood. On the other end of the line, the Jinwu Division member replied without emotion, as if Yifan meant little to him. Indeed, this was the attitude of most in the Jinwu Division. Below the commander were the four chiefs: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Normally, after Zhang Yichen stepped down, one of the four chiefs should have succeeded him. But Zhang Yichen had forcefully appointed Yifan, an outsider, as commander. Naturally, many were displeased. At the Ji family estate, Ji Changfeng played chess with an elder, but his mind was uneasy, and he made several key mistakes. What is the situation? No word from the Su family yet? Reporting, Patriarch, our men checked the Su family estate, nothing unusual. Reports say Miss Yamada and Su Hao went to the Su group, but we could not get inside, so we do not know what happened. We could not reach them by phone either. Ji Changfeng could no longer focus on chess. Elder, let us stop for today. I am too distracted. He tossed his chess piece onto the board, accidentally setting up a death trap formation. The elder's mouth twitched. Very well. I will take a walk. With that, the elder's figure flickered and disappeared toward the rear gate. Strange, why use the back gate? Ji Changfeng muttered. Just then, a subordinate rushed in, flustered. Patriarch, bad news. Our men report that Yifan and Miss Yamada have left the Su group and are heading this way. And according to intelligence, hundreds of Jinwu Division troops are also moving toward us. What? Jinwu Division moving against the Ji family? Why had he not received word? The Ji family had people inside the Jinwu Division too. Why panic? How do you know they are coming for us? I will call to confirm. What is going on? Is Jinwu Division conducting some operation today? I heard a large force from Jinwu Division is heading for my Ji family. Ji Changfeng dialed a secure line, voicing the confusion in his heart. Jinwu Division has an operation today? How come I have not heard about it? They mobilized hundreds? Wait a moment, noises came from the other end of the line, followed by a trace of anger in the voice. Damn it! There really is an operation. The new commander issued the order. Even Azure Dragon is personally leading the action. What the hell did your Ji family do this time? While the man on the phone kept muttering, Ji Changfeng could no longer sit still. Jinwu Division really intends to act against the Ji family? What should we do? Dharma Protector Wei, you have to save me. If the Ji family falls, you will be in serious trouble too. The Ji family had long infiltrated the upper echelons of the empire, and in Jinwu Division's Azure Dragon unit, their highest placed agent was first Dharma Protector Wei Yang. This was Ji Changfeng's confidence in acting within the empire. With Wei Yang's backing, providing intelligence and cover, Ji Changfeng could always destroy evidence and resolve trouble before the authorities arrived. But today, with such a massive deployment by Azure Dragon and Wei Yang, the first Dharma Protector, knowing nothing, this spoke volumes. The Azure Dragon chief had deliberately kept Wei Yang in the dark, which meant the chief already suspected him. Humph. Do not worry, Patriarch Ji. I know without you reminding me. Your Ji family and I are tied together. If your family goes down, I will not escape either. And the fact that Azure Dragon moved so many troops without informing me shows they are already suspicious of me. Today, it must come to an end. In the capital, at Jinwu Division headquarters, Wei Yang hung up and immediately issued orders to his loyal men. Everyone, follow me to the Ji family. Today is do or die. This is a fight to the death, either they fall or we do. Be ready. If we win, we will all prosper. If we lose, it will mean annihilation of our families. As Wei Yang spoke, his loyalists began to move, not only those at headquarters, but across the capital, where servants, taxi drivers, delivery couriers hidden by Wei Yang also sprang into action. Over the years, with the Ji family's wealth backing him, Wei Yang had recruited many in the capital. But what he did not know was that the moment he acted, Zhang Yichen already got word. At a secret location, Zhang Yichen and Han Mo watched surveillance footage. The two exchanged a smile. After all this time lying low, Wei Yang finally took the bait. Old Zhang, given the situation, should we act? I fear Azure Dragon's men alone may not handle this. Zhang Yichen smiled slightly. No need for us to act. Just alert Yifan. Do not underestimate the son of the goddess. You have seen his abilities these past days. 3 years ago, they tore out his heart and root bones, and yet he regained such peak strength. He will achieve no less than his mother did. But Han Mo was still uneasy about whether Yifan could handle the rebellion, but Zhang Yichen cut him off and dialed Yifan. Young Master Yi, I hear you are in the capital. There is something you should know. Wei Yang, Azure Dragon's first Dharma Protector, has betrayed us. He may strike when you move on the Ji family. Handle it as you see fit. Appointing you commander of Jinwu Division, no one dares oppose me openly, but you must take action yourself, set an example. Any problem with that? It sounded like Zhang Yichen was consulting Yifan, but it was really just a notification. Yifan already knew the situation within Jinwu Division. None of the 4 chiefs truly respected him. Though Zhang Yichen called Jinwu Division a gift from his mother, Yifan knew claiming it fully would not be easy. No problem. Yifan's lips curved into a smile. To others, this was a colossal challenge. Zhang Yichen had left him to face it alone, no helpers. But to Yifan, it was a golden opportunity. If he quelled the rebellion, few within Jinwu Division would dare look down on him again. After ending the call, Yifan contacted Han Zhua. Han Zhua, bring some Beiluo Sherman experts here, be ready to assist at any time. Though Yifan doubted Wei Yang's lot could cause serious trouble, he called Han Zhu's as a precaution. Such major turmoil within Jinwu Division, the capital's strongest defense force, was known to the royal clan as well. Tang Ruo rushed to Tang Zhang's chambers and relayed what he knew. Brother, Jinwu Division has rebelled. This is the perfect chance. As Yifan moves on the Ji family, let us join with Wei Yang and take him out. What do you think? Tang Rui had discussed Yifan with Tang Zhang before. Their plan was to sacrifice Princess Mingyue and Fu Hongyi to appease the Yi family's fury. But Mingyue was Tang Rui's own daughter, and he was reluctant to sacrifice her. Brother, if you fear failure, I will lead the action. If it fails, you can put all blame on me so the plan stays intact. Tang Rui thought it simple. Tang Zhang sighed and cut him off. Ah, little Rui, you are too naive. Wherever you go, you are a Tang. Your actions, right or wrong, represent the royal clan. Do you think Yifan will believe you acted alone, without the royal clan's involvement? I have ordered Fu Hongyi to lead the royal guards to aid Yifan, to help him crush Wei Yang's rebellion. What, brother, you cannot be serious? Tang Rui thought he misheard. Yifan had been branded their greatest threat, and now, instead of striking him down, Tang Zhang was sending royal forces to assist him? Do I look like I am joking? Tang Zhang lifted his head, his expression solemn as he stared at Tang Rui. Why? Imperial brother, we both want Yifan dead, so why help him? If Yifan fully takes control of Jinwu Division this time, his power will only grow stronger. Then, with the military, the bureaucracy, and Jinwu Division, all the instruments of state, in his hands, what can our royal clan do? Tang Zhang gave a faint smile. Rui, you misunderstand. Even if Yifan does not control Jinwu Division now, with the Yi family, the Xin family, the Zhao family behind him, and Bilua Shimon's support, we still cannot do anything against him. After a pause, Tang Zhang continued, enough. The rise of the Yi family is inevitable now. You have heard about what happened with Huangji Sacred Land. Yifan dared kill a core disciple of the Sacred Land on the spot, dared slap the face of the Saintess of Jade Lake. What would he not dare to do? Our royal clan can only try to act according to Yifan's will and avoid angering him. Sigh. If Yifan is truly that fated one of legend, in the end, perhaps he will not even care about a little empire like ours. Once Yifan leaves, this land will still belong to our Tang clan. Tang Zhang had considered all possible outcomes. Tang Rui wanted to argue but could find no reason. Sigh. I suppose that is all we can do. At the Ji family, the old ancestor had actually slipped out through the back gate. A few hundred meters from the gate, Ji Dexin glanced back at the family estate and let out a sigh of relief. Damn it! Those fools in the Ji family actually provoked a monster like Yifan. Staying here would be suicide. Good thing I reacted quickly and escaped in time. As the Ji family's old ancestor, Ji Dexin was supposed to be their protector. But he fell far short of that. Most of the time, besides consuming the family's cultivation resources, whenever trouble arose, he was either in seclusion or had already fled at the first hint of danger. In fact, Ji Dexin's attitude had, in a way, driven the Ji family toward dependence on the Japanese. Sensing the Jinwu Division experts drawing near, Ji Dexin muttered to himself, after today, the Ji family will likely be finished. I will need to find another gullible family to cling to. Oh, you sure have a keen nose, trying to flee in advance? But I am afraid it will not be that easy. Just as Ji Dexin tried to hail a cab, a voice rang out nearby. A young man stood there, one hand behind his back, eyes locked on Ji Dexin. The youth was none other than Yifan. Behind Yifan stood Wang Fugui, Zhao Linglong, Xian Yufei, Feng Hanxiao, and the others. Yifan and his team had just reached the Ji family estate when they spotted Ji Dexin trying to escape, so they circled around to intercept him. Yifan, how did you spot me? Ji Dexin felt his skin crawl, the hairs on his body standing on end. He had seen videos of Yifan's terrifying strength online. Even martial lords like Chuntang had been slain in an instant by Yifan. How could Ji Dexin stand against him? After so many years in seclusion, Ji Dexin had barely reached the martial lord level himself. There was only one option: run. Even as he spoke, Ji Dexin's foot slammed the ground, his body turning into a shadow as he sped toward a nearby alley. But despair filled him. His speed was fast, but Yifan's was faster. Before Ji Dexin could react, Yifan was already blocking his path. You think anyone from the Ji family can escape today? As he spoke, Yifan sent out a wave of energy with a casual strike. The invisible force stirred the air into ripples. Ji Dexin tried to unleash his martial lord energy to block it. But the protective force born of his martial lord power crumbled under Yifan's strike like paper, collapsing instantly. Boom! Ji Dexin's chest caved in, his life force rapidly dissipating. Yifan had no hesitation for filth like this who trafficked in human lives. His dragon blood surged, and a small red flame appeared at his fingertip. Though the flame was small, it radiated immense power. It was the supreme ability awakened through his dragon blood, Crimson Flame Heavenburn. Yifan had never used this ability before. This was the perfect opportunity to test it. Crimson Flame Heavenburn. Yifan, Ji Dashin, now limp as a dead dog, stared wide-eyed at the flame, in utter shock. The supreme ability of the dragon blood lineage, Yifan had mastered it too? Was Yifan truly that fated one of legend? Yifan touched the flame lightly to Ji Dashin's chest. Put! A muffled sound, and Ji Dashin's body was reduced to nothingness. At the same time, a stream of energy flowed from Yifan's hand, absorbing all of Ji Dashin's remaining life force. This was the devouring power of the demon heart. Yifan now possessed 3 hidden abilities: the crimson flame from his dragon blood, the devouring power of the demon heart, and the teleportation of the immortal bone. These were his trump cards. According to Su Yixue's mother, beyond the martial world lay a higher realm of beings. With these powers, Yifan hoped he might be able to face them. Yifan's companions were stunned at how easily he had reduced Ji Dashin to nothing with a single flame. Feng Hanxiao in particular looked at Yifan with fiery admiration. He had chosen well. Befriending Yifan was far better than trying to recruit him. Yifan was a treasure trove, always full of surprises. Come, let us go to the Ji estate. The real show was about to begin. Yifan beckoned his companions and strode toward the Ji family's gate. Outside the Ji estate, many Zhenwu division experts had already gathered. Many in the Ji family, following Ji Chongfeng's orders, were trying to flee with their families. They clashed with the Zhenwu division. What do you mean by this? Why are you stopping us? What right do you have? Yes. Even if our Ji family did something wrong, show us the evidence. If you do not move, do not blame us for being rude. Azure Dragon Chief was still on his way from the outskirts of the capital, so his assistant Zhou Yu was overseeing operations. Zhou Yu tried to reason with them. These are the commander's orders. Someone will explain soon. Please cooperate and stay put for now. Explain, my ass. Zhou Yu, are you rebelling? Mobilizing so many without orders, you know what a crime that is? Disband your men at once. It was Wei Yang, first Dharma protector of Azure Dragon, who had just arrived with his forces. His first words were to order Zhou Yu to withdraw. First Dharma protector? Why are you here? Today's deployment was ordered by the Azure Dragon Chief himself. He said this operation was secret and that no one was to be informed. First Dharma protector, how did you know about our mission? Zhou Yu was still too young. Although he was the Azure Dragon Chief's assistant, he rarely handled matters independently. Faced with Wei Yang's rebuke, he was at a loss. In truth, the fact that the Azure Dragon Chief had sent Zhou Yu to lead this mission already spoke volumes. It meant the chief suspected Wei Yang. Zhou Yu simply had not realized it yet. The Azure Dragon Chief's orders, how could I, the first Dharma protector of Azure Dragon, not know about them? You have been deceived. Someone must have impersonated the chief and given false orders. Withdraw immediately, or if anything serious happens, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Wei Yang tried to intimidate Zhou Yu. As he spoke, he shouted at the nearby Azure Dragon troops. What are you all standing around for? Get out of here at once. But the Azure Dragon troops did not move. Instead, they looked to Zhou Yu. Their orders were clear until the chief arrived. They were to follow Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu frowned. First Dharma protector, I do not think this is a trick. The chief personally called me. Please wait a moment, I will call him now and confirm by video whether this order was genuine or not. As he spoke, Zhou Yu took out his phone and prepared to call. Wei Yang had only been bluffing. How could he let Zhou Yu call? If Zhou Yu got through, the truth would be exposed. No need for a call. Have everyone withdraw first. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. Wei Yang casually took the phone from Zhou Yu's hand and signaled his men. They began positioning themselves advantageously, ready to strike at any moment. Zhou Yu might not have seen through everything, but as the chief's assistant, he was no fool. Wei Yang had no orders from the chief, yet showed up with so many men and acted suspiciously. Clearly, something was wrong. All units, take one step back. Zhou Yu's eyes glinted. He barked at the Azure Dragon officers and exchanged looks with them. The officers understood at once things had changed. Be ready to fight. Wei Yang's forces had just taken up attack positions, but when Zhou Yu's men stepped back, the distance between the two sides widened, tension filling the air. Both sides stood poised for battle. At that moment, Ji Chongfeng emerged from the gate with a group of Ji family martial experts. He exchanged a look with Wei Yang. Both gave a subtle nod. They would strike first, eliminate Azure Dragon's loyalists, then together face Yifan. What is this? Should Zhenwu division not be under my command? Dharma Protector Wei, by my orders, you should not even be here, correct? Just as both sides were about to clash, Yifan arrived at the Ji family's gate with Wang Fugui, Feng Hanxiao, Xian Yufei, and the others. Yifan stood with one hand behind his back, calm as ever. His words made Zhou Yu quietly breathe a sigh of relief. The commander had finally arrived. Even if the chief had deceived him, Yifan had been appointed by Zhang Yichen himself. That order could not be wrong. Young Master Yi. Zhou Yu hurried forward and saluted respectfully. Per your command, the Azure Dragon Chief instructed me to lead our forces and secure this area. No one escapes. Yifan nodded, then turned coldly to Wei Yang. Why are you still here? Get lost. Wei Yang's face turned red and then purple with rage, his expression dark as night. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Brothers, this man is an impostor, and Zhou Yu has been bribed. They intend to rebel. With me, kill them all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wei Yang's men had been ready. At his command, they activated their martial energy, preparing to attack Yifan and Zhou Yu's forces. Yifan, die. Ji Changfeng also led his martial experts forward and shouted at Yamada Keiko, why are you still standing beside Yifan? Attack him. Do you not want to see your mother again? But as the intelligence had indicated, Yamada Keiko no longer obeyed him. She stood still, unmoving. Wei Yang glared at Yifan. Yifan, you think you are so powerful? But just with your handful of people, even if we have to wear you down through sheer numbers, we will kill you. Boom, boom. Outside the Ji estate, both sides had pushed their martial energy to the limit. A battle was imminent. Yet Yifan remained calm. To him, these forces were nothing. Though it appeared he only had a few companions at his side, Yifan had already positioned Beiluo Shermen experts around the perimeter. Today, not one of Wei Yang's traitors would escape. Still, though Wei Yang's and Ji Changfeng's men advanced with murderous intent, not one dared make the first move on Yifan. Outrageous! Wei Yang, have you gone mad? Zhou Yu was acting under my orders. How dare you falsely accuse him? A loud voice rang out. A burly man with a broadsword appeared. Greetings, Dragon Chief. Greetings, Dragon Chief. The killing tension eased a little. The newcomer was none other than Long Fei, the Azure Dragon Chief who had rushed back. As Jinwu Division's protector of the capital, Long Fei was a martial lord and a strategist, second only to Zhang Yichen in prestige, above even Vice Commander Han Mo. Humph, have you all lost your minds? Young Master Yi was appointed commander by Commander Zhang himself. Would you even dare defy Zhang's orders? Long Fei's commanding voice halted the Azure Dragon martial experts. Wei Yang's loyalists looked to Wei Yang for further orders. Wei Yang had dared act because Long Fei had been away in the outskirts, leaving Jinwu Division leaderless. But he had not expected Long Fei to return so quickly. With Long Fei's authority, many of the martial experts Wei Yang had swayed hesitated to act. Yet it was too late to back down. Brothers, we have no choice now. Kill! Wei Yang saw the situation before him, gritted his teeth, and without another word, signaled the Ji family martial experts to prepare for an all-out clash with Long Fei's loyalists. Seeing Wei Yang so brazen, Long Fei's eyes flashed coldly. He turned to Yifan and asked, Young Master Yi, in this situation, what do you propose we do? If we truly engage in a full battle, we can certainly take them down, but I fear we will lose many of our own as well. The capital is a strategic location. If Jinwu Division suffers heavy losses, the situation may become unstable. It was clear Long Fei was not fully convinced of Yifan's leadership. In truth, Long Fei could have handled the situation himself. But instead, he deferred to Yifan, testing him. If Yifan failed to manage the crisis, Long Fei and the other Jinwu Division officers would not acknowledge him as their leader. Yifan smiled faintly. If they want to fight, then let them fight. As the words fell, Yifan's energy surged at his feet, and in an instant, he darted into the midst of Wei Yang's and the Ji family's martial experts. To capture bandits, seize the king first. Yifan held nothing back. He targeted Wei Yang's top martial experts, those at or above the Grandmaster level. Bang! Bang! With a single punch each, Wei Yang's loyalists and the Ji family's top fighters were sent flying like chickens, unable even to see Yifan's shadow. Watching Yifan's display, Long Fei nodded silently. Indeed, some skill. But this alone was not enough to make Long Fei submit. What he wanted to see was how Yifan would deal with Wei Yang and Ji Changfeng, both nearly at the martial lord level. Together, even Long Fei might not be their match. Yifan's decisive action stabilized the scene at once. Though Wei Yang's and Ji Changfeng's forces were many, none dared act rashly. Damn it! Wei Yang flashed to Ji Changfeng's side and hissed, Master Ji, together. We must take Yifan down or we are finished today. I refuse to believe the two of us combined cannot defeat him. Ji Changfeng knew this without being told. Things had gone too far, there was no retreat. Only a fight to the death remained. Fine. The two surged with martial energy, preparing to strike. But before they could act, Yifan, who had been dozens of meters away, appeared before them like a ghost. Before they could react, Yifan grabbed both by the throat, unleashing the devouring power of the demon heart. Buzz. A subtle hum filled the air. Streams of light shaped like dragon shadows emerged from Yifan, wrapping around Wei Yang and Ji Chanfeng. In an instant, the two felt their martial energy and life force sucked from them by an irresistible force. Ah, what is this? Wei Yang cried out in terror. Ji Chanfeng was equally horrified. Wei Yang, what kind of technique is this? Why can't I move? Two martial lords, yet powerless in Yifan's grasp. They tried to resist, to summon their energy and break free. But to their despair, their energy was beyond their control, their bodies could not move at all. They could feel their life and strength being stripped away, yet they could do nothing. Hiss! The once chaotic battlefield fell silent. All eyes locked on Yifan, Ji Chanfeng, and Wei Yang. Two martial lords, captured like chickens. How terrifying was Yifan's power? The Jinwu division members were stunned. The Ji family guards were stunned. Zhou Yu stood dumbfounded. Even Long Fei's pupils dilated. Star-devouring art? Could young Master Ye's power truly be so terrifying? Long Fei had heard of techniques that could devour life force, but he did not know their true names. He could only liken it to the legendary star-devouring art. To crush two martial lords so easily, Yifan had to be at least at the martial saint level, perhaps at its peak. It is time for us to act, Long Fei thought, his gaze sharp. Only now did he truly accept Yifan as commander. Zhang Yichen's judgment had not been wrong. With Yifan at the helm, Jinwu division could rise even higher. The dogs of Japan would no longer dare set foot in Daxia. But before Long Fei could give the order, a powerful voice echoed overhead. All Jinwu division members, hear me. I am Fu Hongyi. We have clear evidence. Wei Yang and the Ji family have colluded in treason with Japan. On behalf of the royal family, I will assist young Master Yi in quelling this rebellion. Attack! What? The royal family had intervened? And it was Fu Hongyi himself? At Fu Hongyi's command, more royal guards stormed from the Ji estate's perimeter, attacking Wei Yang's remaining forces. With their leaders destroyed by Yifan, Wei Yang's men were in chaos. Under Long Fei and Fu Hongyi's joint assault, the battle ended within minutes. Young Master Yi, Fu Hongyi bowed respectfully. When you have finished here, I have words for you in private. Everything had happened so fast that Yifan was momentarily stunned. Fu Hongyi? The royal family's guardian? One of the very ones who attacked the Yi family? And now, the royal dragon Lord Tang Zhang had sent him to aid Yifan against Wei Yang and Ji Chanfeng? What was their game? Yifan frowned, dropping the nearly drained Wei Yang and Ji Chanfeng. He turned to Long Fei. Pass my order. Search the Ji estate thoroughly. Root out all of Wei Yang's traitors in Jinwu division. All rebels, kill on sight. Jinwu division, so secure, yet still infiltrated by traitors? Yifan knew Zhang Yichen and Han Mo had likely left this to him as a trial. He had to strike hard to prevent future betrayals. As Wang Fugui and Zhao Linglong oversaw the cleanup, Yifan turned to Fu Hongyi. You know appearing before me today can only mean death? Yes. I know. You know you will die, yet you came? Do you think my blade is not sharp enough? Yifan's gaze deepened, trying to read the old man's intent. When the Dragon Lord sent me here this time, I already knew what fate awaited me, Fu Hongyi said, his gaze deep as he looked out at the distant mountains. In fact, back when I took part in the attack on the Yi family, I already knew my end. Fu Hongyi let out a long sigh. As a guardian of the royal family, even knowing it was a path to death, I had no choice. He turned to glance at Yifan and continued, Young Master Yi, you are a dragon among men, the hope of humanity's future, the savior. The royal family indeed wronged the Yi family in the past, but it had its own difficulties. I ask only that my death may earn the royal family your mercy. After a pause, Fu Hongyi pointed to the 6 burly men who had come with him. Young Master Yi, these 6 were the martial experts who followed me in that attack on the Yi family. There was one more who participated that day, but he died on another mission. We are the last. As his words fell, the 6 men bowed to Yifan. In the next instant, they drew daggers and slit their own throats. Thud, thud. They collapsed, dead on the spot. Young Master Yi, the treasures I have amassed over the years are in a safe deposit box at my bank. Here is the key. Please, spare the royal family. Fu Hongyi bowed one last time. When he raised his head again, black blood was already spilling from his mouth. He had taken poison and died on the spot. Staring at the scene before him, Yifan's brows furrowed tightly. By all accounts, the royal family's guardian who had led the attack on the Yi family was indeed Fu Hongyi. Now the culprits lay dead before him, but Yifan felt no satisfaction. The royal family meant to wash its hands clean this easily? Hand over the killers, and that was that? A cold glint flashed through Yifan's eyes. This is far from over. The royal family must pay for what it did. Young Master Yi, the royal family played this hand ruthlessly, Xin Yufei said, stepping beside Yifan at some point and linking arms with him. Do not worry. No matter what happens, I and the Xin family will always stand with you. Even if the Tang clan ceases to rule Daxia, our Xin family will support you. Her meaning was clear: if the Yi family sought to replace the Tang clan, the Xin family would stand firmly behind Yifan. Xin Yufei bitterly regretted her foolishness in annulling her engagement to Yifan and seized this chance to show her loyalty. Yifan nodded. Let's go. Let's see how things stand with the Ji family now. With Wei Yang and Ji Changfeng captured alive, Yifan wanted to learn what they knew that Yamada Keiko did not. Japan had sent agents into Daxia on such a massive scale and was connected to the mysterious divine envoy. Yifan had to get to the bottom of it. In the Ji family courtyard, Wei Yang and Ji Changfeng knelt on the ground under Zhou Yu's guard. Yifan stared coldly at them. Speak. What are you trying to accomplish? If your answer satisfies me, I might grant you a swift death. Dream on. Yifan, you will get nothing from me. And by acting without sanction to use the Jinwu division against a simple clan, do you not fear chilling the hearts of Daxia's other families? Ji Changfeng clearly did not grasp the gravity of his situation. He was already exposed. Chill the hearts of other families? Yifan smiled faintly. To him now, all of Daxia's clans were garbage. He held neither the royal family nor the sacred lands in his eyes. Why would a Ji family matter? Still so stubborn? Yifan sneered. Old Wang, do it. Wang Fugui stepped forward, seized Ji Changfeng's neck, and with a yank tore the skin from the back of his neck. Rip! The human skin mask fell away, revealing an ugly face beneath, much like the imposter who posed as Su Hao. Ji Changfeng tried to cover his face, but the Jinwu guards pinned his arms. He was utterly defeated. Now, even suicide was beyond him. Wei Yang, seeing Ji Changfeng's true face, was stunned. You are a Japanese dog? You tricked me? Wei Yang, though in league with Ji Changfeng, had not truly intended to betray Daxia for Japan. He was merely a pawn nurtured by Prince Tang Rui, meant to help the royal family tighten its grip on the Jinwu division. A Japanese dog, deserving of death. Speak, tell me what you know. Japan has embedded so many agents in Daxia. Beyond capturing children for your elder to cultivate, what else do you plot? From the imposter Su Hao, Yifan had gotten an incomplete list, but so many clans and officials were compromised. Could Japan's sole goal be trafficking children? Impossible. There had to be more. The question was, did Ji Changfeng's rank let him know the deeper plan? Yifan. I will die before I tell you. Come on, Baka. Yifan smiled coldly. Want to die? Not so easy. I will make you wish you were dead. He darted forward, grasped Ji Changfeng's crown, and unleashed the 7-star soul-destroying hand. A torrent of spiritual force surged into Ji Changfeng's head, corroding his soul. Ji Changfeng felt as if a blade stirred his soul, the pain distorting his face, his eyes bulging, his bones scraping as if flayed by knives. But after mere seconds, his defenses crumbled under Yifan's overwhelming power, and his gaze grew vacant. Tell me, beyond the names Wutung knew, who else? Ji Changfeng shook his head faintly. I told everything to Wutung. We had the same clearance. I know no more. Then what is your mission in Daxia? How do your divine envoys contact you? Where do they usually appear? The divine envoy. The moment Ji Changfeng spoke the words divine envoy, his expression contorted in pain, as if struggling internally. Because of what had happened with Wutung, Yifan understood that this was the clash between two forces within Ji Changfeng's soul. This time, before Ji Changfeng could react further, Yifan once again channeled his immense spiritual power into Ji Changfeng, reinforcing his original soul strength so that the mental seal in Ji Changfeng's mind would not immediately kill him. Sure enough, with Yifan's assistance, the pain on Ji Changfeng's face eased slightly, and his mouth began to stammer out words. Divine envoy, they grant powers. Kunlun Mountain, Cloud Palace at the summit, Plan, Global. Shangjing. Feng family, representative. Splurt. Even with Yifan's support, the seal within Ji Changfeng was simply too powerful. In the end, he could not endure it and died on the spot. But even with Ji Changfeng's fragmented statements, Yifan pieced together some crucial information. They worshipped the divine envoy, who granted them powers. The Feng family in Shangjing acted as the liaison to the divine envoy, and the divine envoy usually appeared at the Cloud Palace atop Kunlun Mountain. The Feng family's role as representative was easy to understand. Yifan would find an opportunity to approach them for more details. But what exactly was this Cloud Palace on Kunlun Mountain? Although Yifan was eager for answers, given the mysterious nature of the divine envoy's movements, it was unlikely he could find them quickly. Regardless, Yifan knew one thing: he would have to pay a visit to the Feng family of Shangjing. Ji Changfeng was now dead. Yifan turned his gaze to Wei Yang. Your turn, what do you have to say? He paused. Given that you hate those Japanese dogs, I will grant you a chance to explain yourself. Wei Yan let out a cold snort. Yifan, I do not need your pity. If you want to kill me, skin me, do as you please. I simply could not stand seeing Long Fei placed above me, could not stand seeing Jinwu division in your hands. I wanted to take your place, nothing more. Oh, had Wei Yang not spoken those words, Yifan might not have thought further. But since he did, it revealed much. Wei Yang was lying, trying to shield whoever stood behind him. Ji Changfeng had the divine envoy, so who was backing Wei Yang? Without wasting words, Yifan activated the 7-star soul-destroying hand again and easily extracted the truth from Wei Yang. Princess Tang Rui of Daxia? Humph. The royal family really does have long-reaching claws. Yifan snorted coldly as he let go of Wei Yang. According to Zhang Yichen, when Yifan's mother founded the Jinwu division, it was always meant to be semi-official, semi-independent. It had an official background and could command the army, but the royal family was never meant to interfere. Because Jinwu's duty included overseeing the royal family. If the royal family acted wrongly, Jinwu was empowered to eliminate them. To the royal family, Jinwu was like a sword hanging over their heads, ready to fall the moment they stepped out of line. Young Master Yi, Dragon Seat, someone outside wishes to see you. She claims to be the princess of Daxia, but I did not see her directly. Oh? Just as Tang Rui was mentioned, she appeared? Yifan figured that since Fu Hongyi and his men were dead, the royal family must have heard. Tang Rui's arrival was no surprise. He was simply curious, was she here on behalf of the Dragon Lord or acting on her own? Let her in, Yifan ordered the guard at the door. The guard left to relay the message. Outside the Ji residence, a long Lincoln limousine was parked by the gate. Inside sat Princess Tang Rui, the Dragon Lord's own sister. What? I am a princess, yet Yifan will not come out to greet me and dares have me enter to see him? Outrageous. Upon hearing the guard's words, Tang Rui was about to explode. Her assistant quickly tried to calm her. Your Highness, the situation is not as it used to be. We are here to make peace. Let it go. The Dragon Lord does not even know we came. Let us finish and return. Under her aide's persuasion, Tang Rui suppressed her anger. Now that the Yi family commanded the million-strong Tianlong army, and Yifan, thought dead 3 years ago, had returned stronger than ever, even capable of defeating martial lords. With the sacred lands vying for his favor, if Yifan turned against the royal family, the sacred lands would support him without hesitation. Let's go. Inside the Ji residence hall, Yifan, Tang Rui, Xian Yufei, Wang Fugui, Zhao Linglong, Feng Hanxiao, Long Fei, and others were present. Before so many people, Tang Rui's visit felt humiliating, but for the sake of the royal family's survival, she endured. Young Master Yi, I would like to speak with you privately, Tang Rui said, hoping an apology could be done quietly. But Yifan had no intention of letting the royal family off lightly. Why privately? What can't be said here, before everyone? 3 years ago, the royal family dared move against the Yi family, now you must face our wrath. Do you think the death of Fu Hongyi settles this? A few lives for the hundreds my Yi family lost? Yifan's words made Tang Rui's face pale. She sighed inwardly. In the end, her brothers sacrificed Fu Hongyi to placate Yifan. There was no choice. The royal family's ancestor remained in seclusion and might not be Yifan's match even if he emerged. Better to hand Fu Hongyi over than let Yifan uncover the truth himself. So if you wish to talk, say it here. If not, leave. Yifan stared at Tang Rui coldly, offering no courtesy. You, Tang Rui, as Princess of Daxia, controller of royal finances, master of powerful conglomerates, was rarely insulted like this, but she swallowed her anger. If the royal family fell out with the Yi family now, destruction was certain. Young Master Yi, I came today to apologize on behalf of the royal family. Fu Hongyi is dead. The royal family is also willing to offer a marriage alliance. The Yi family and the royal family, united in matrimony, could prosper together. Marriage alliance? Ha, how generous. The royal family offering a princess to me? But tell me, which princess? You? Insolence. Yifan's words were blatant mockery. As the princess of Daxia, after losing her husband years ago, Tang Rui had remained single all these years. Yet here, in such a setting, she was mocked by Yifan. Tang Rui was nearly bursting with rage. Yifan, do you even know who you are talking to? Do you know what you are doing? Tang Rui's expression darkened. Do not think that just because you have the Yi family behind you, our royal family will not dare to act against you. If you provoke the royal family, at worst we will perish together. Insulted repeatedly, Tang Rui began to lose all reason and resorted to threats. Who am I talking to? Humph. I am talking to the enemy of the Yi family. You want my respect? Do you deserve it? And you dare threaten me? Yifan's face turned cold in an instant. Smack! Yifan's figure flashed like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Tang Rui, and with a raised hand, he slapped her hard across the face. As a woman, how could Tang Rui withstand such a blow from Yifan? She staggered, nearly falling to the ground. One side of her face swelled immediately, with 5 clear finger marks. Gasp! Yifan's ferocity made everyone present draw in a sharp breath, especially Xian Yufei. The way she looked at Yifan changed, so domineering. That was the princess of Daxia, one of the most powerful figures in the nation. She came to apologize, yet Yifan not only refused to accept it but also slapped her without giving her the slightest face. How could the royal family swallow such humiliation? Ah, Yifan! I will have you killed, someone, come. Tang Rui was so furious she was almost jumping on the spot. She roared at her aides, I will mobilize the army and raze the Yi family to the ground. Ah! At this point, Tang Rui was practically out of control. Had her aides not held her back, she would have lunged at Yifan already. Yifan stared at her coldly, waiting for her to make a move. If she dared, he would cripple her on the spot. Princess? Power? In Yifan's eyes, all rubbish. Worse than shit. Just as the scene reached its peak, a loud voice sounded at the door. A young man in camouflage rushed in. By order of the Dragon Lord, stop this nonsense. Take Princess Tang Rui back immediately. The young man strode up to Tang Rui, gave a slight apologetic bow, and said, Princess, forgive me. Smack! The next moment, he slapped Tang Rui on the other cheek, creating a perfect symmetry with Yifan's earlier slap. Yanbei, you seek death. Do not think that just because you are the Royal Guard commander you can lay hands on me. The man was Yanbei, commander of the Royal Guards of Daxia, reputed to be at the martial lord level. Before Yifan appeared, he was regarded as Daxia's most talented fighter. Princess, that slap was at the Dragon Lord's command to wake you up. After addressing Tang Rui, Yanbei turned to Yifan, bowed slightly, and said, Young Master Yi, the Dragon Lord is tied up with affairs of state. He asked me to convey that he will give you a proper explanation. I will take the princess away now. Yanbei waited for Yifan's response. Yifan remained silent, and Yanbei dared not act rashly. He knew well, this door might have been easy to enter, but leaving was another matter. Humph! Yifan snorted. The Dragon Lord's words sounded righteous, but the situation only fueled Yifan's anger. She can leave, but she must crawl out of here. The royal family had orchestrated the massacre of the Yi family, leaving their younger generations slaughtered. That fire still burned in Yifan's heart. What? Crawl out? Yifan, you are too arrogant. You think you, a mere Yi family remnant, can make me crawl? Dream on. But Yanbei acted immediately. He slapped Tang Rui's mouth. The Dragon Lord said if she continues this nonsense, bind her. Without hesitation, his men tied up Tang Rui and gagged her. Tang Rui tried to speak, but could only emit muffled sounds. Yanbei bowed again to Yifan. Thank you, young Master Yi, for sparing her life. Since she cannot crawl, I will take her out crawling. Then Yanbei really dropped to the ground and, crawling, dragged Tang Rui out by her bindings. Tang Rui's eyes blazed with fury, and she could only let out muffled protests. Yifan and his companions watched, coldly thinking, you brought this on yourself. Young Master Yi, truly domineering. Feng Hanshao gave a thumbs up, though he was also a bit worried. But Yifan, no matter how strong your family is, offending the royal family like this, will it not cause problems? Normally, no family could challenge a royal house or a nation. Yifan waved it off. It does not matter. A royal family? If they do not obey, replace them. After destroying the Lin and Zhou families, the Yi family held key positions in government, with the support of the Xian and Zhao families. Taking over Daxia was no longer an issue. With the Ji family and internal traitors of Jinwu dealt with, the Jinwu members, including Dragon Seed Long Fei and his aide Zhou Yu, knelt on one knee and respectfully called out, Subordinate Long Fei greets the chief commander. We invite the chief commander to take his rightful place at headquarters. The chief commander is requested at headquarters. Furthermore, Xuanwu, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger divisions have sent word they too invite the chief commander to headquarters. Looking at the kneeling members, Yifan knew Zhang Yichen's plan to make an example had succeeded. The traitors were gone, and the 4 great commanders had witnessed Yifan's power and tactics. This was recognition, true submission. Although Jinwu was his mother's gift to him, only true strength could secure it. Good. Then let us go to headquarters. Yifan smiled faintly. His formal appointment would be marked by a ceremony at Jinwu's headquarters, where a vault awaited him, one that only the chief commander could open. What treasures had his mother left for him? Su Hao and Ji Changfeng were exposed one after the other, and both turned out to be top agents from the Eastern Kingdom who had been lurking in Daxia. Such large-scale exposure naturally alarmed both the Eastern Kingdom and the Feng family of Shanjing. In Shanjing, the Feng family was the designated proxy of the divine envoys in Daxia. Their power and authority far exceeded that of other families and could not afford any mishap. Inside the Feng family estate, Feng, head of the Feng family, listened to his subordinates' report, his brows tightly furrowed. Su Hao and Ji Changfeng were exposed so quickly? This Yafan is no ordinary man. Beside him, his son Feng Kai said anxiously, "Father, should we relocate now? If Su Hao and Ji Changfeng defect and reveal our secrets, the Feng family will be in grave danger." Although the divine envoys had granted the Feng family many abilities and greatly enhanced their power, that enhancement was only significant when compared to ordinary families. The Feng family's people mostly had average talent, even their strongest were no more than martial lords, no match for Yafan. Feng shook his head. Relocation is unnecessary for now. Both Su Hao and Ji Changfeng have the thought seal in their minds. According to the divine envoys, it has never failed. They should not have exposed us. But what puzzles me is this: they operated independently. How did Yafan discover their connection? With Ji's household destroyed, the Eastern Kingdom's plans in Daxia would have to be temporarily halted. Yet the divine envoy's grand plan in the Eastern Kingdom must not be interrupted. Activate Plan 2. What Ji Changfeng failed to complete, we must help complete as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the divine envoy holds us accountable, we will not be able to bear the consequences. After issuing the order, Feng asked his bodyguard, "What is Yifan's current status?" After finishing with the Ji family, where did he go? If Yafan was heading for the Feng family, then their exposure was certain. If not, they were still safe for now. Reporting, Master. Our informants say Yafan went to Jinwu headquarters after leaving the Ji estate. Good. Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had to report this situation to the divine envoy at once. If the Kunlun Cloud Palace plan was exposed prematurely, it would jeopardize the ultimate goal. Just as he finished speaking, a guard came to report, "Master, there's a group outside claiming to be from the Royal Extreme Holy Land. They say they wish to speak with you." The Royal Extreme Holy Land? How did they find the Feng family? Feng's eyes flashed sharply, but then he recalled Yifan's battle with Chen Tang of the Royal Extreme Holy Land on the Western Mountain in Cloud City. Feng chuckled. On Western Mountain, Yafan had defeated Chen Feng's grandson. Though the boy ultimately died at the hands of 9 nether assassins, not Yafan, the Holy Land would surely blame Yafan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The worldly martial masters could no longer handle Yafan. Surely among the ancient monsters of the 4 great Holy Lands, someone could overpower him. Invite them in at once. We of the Royal Extreme Holy Land have come to Shanjing to kill Yafan. We seek your assistance in providing intelligence on him and arranging accommodations for us. Chen Feng, upon entering the Feng estate, spoke without pretense. Frankly, it is your honor that we have chosen the Feng family. Chen Feng had done his homework. In recent years, a mysterious force had been disrupting the martial world, mass-producing martial masters, infiltrating and subverting major powers to upend the established order. In Daxia, the Royal Extreme Holy Land suspected the Feng family's connection to this force. This mission against Yafan was a chance to move in, observe, and figure out what power stood behind the Feng family. Their goal was clear: if they could dominate, they would; if not, they would ally. Yes. Elder Chen, it is indeed our honor to host you. The Feng family will do all we can to accommodate you, Feng said with a sycophantic smile. Killing Yafan would eliminate the greatest threat to the divine envoy worth groveling for. May I ask, Elder Chen, when do you plan to act? We've received word that Yafan is now at Jinwu headquarters. Attacking him there may be difficult, no? Feng cunningly goaded Chen Feng, knowing full well the Holy Land blamed Yafan for Chen Feng's grandson's death. Jinwu? Just a trash organization of the mundane world. It may wield some power in Daxia, but do they think they can defy the 4 Holy Lands? Chen Feng's face darkened. Have your people prepare food. I shall slaughter Jinwu and return for the meal. With that, Chen Feng and 10 martial masters set off toward Jinwu. Feng watched them leave, muttering, "Let us hope you succeed." His aide hesitated. "Master, should we prepare the meal?" Feng sneered. "Prepare my ass. Those idiots will not live to see dinner." At Jinwu headquarters, Yafan and Long Fei arrived to the highest level of welcome. All divisions sent representatives: assassination, poison, intelligence, oversight. Your subordinates salute you, Chief Commander. After the ceremony, Yafan visited the ancestral hall, learned his duties, and completed the formalities. Finally, Long Fei said, "Yafan, while Jinwu appears to be thriving, we face two problems. First, the royal family has restricted our funding, resources are tight." Short of money? Yafan was surprised. Jinwu, with so many top martial masters, short on funds? They could raid a few tycoons and be rich overnight. And the second? The European Martial Alliance invited us to their tournament. Zhang and Han are too old, and none of our eligible younger fighters have the strength. With you as chief commander, the task falls to you. In particular, we seek revenge on Sora Kamikami of the Eastern Black Robe Society. That bastard slaughtered several of our deputy commanders, and we have yet to avenge them. We hope you will kill him at this tournament. Good. From this day forward, the matters of Jinwu Division are my matters. Earlier, as Yafan toured Jinwu Division, he saw many notes left by his mother, as well as words engraved on stone tablets. His mother had depicted a grand and beautiful vision of the world. Now that she was gone and had entrusted Jinwu Division to him, it was clear that she hoped he would fulfill that vision. Jinwu Division was also the bond between Yafan and his mother. Naturally, Yafan would protect it well and make full use of it. Send people to take over all the assets of the Ji family and bring them under Jinwu Division's name. Double all benefits and wages for our brothers. Yafan immediately issued his first order. This method left Long Fei stunned. Yafan, should we not hand over the seized assets of these families to the authorities? Is it proper for us to privately hold on to them like this? Yafan was speechless. Looking at this blockhead head of the Azure Dragon Division, he finally understood why Jinwu Division was so poor. Are you stupid? Hand it over to the authorities? Are we not the authorities? If we do not keep it for ourselves, who else should we give it to? Yifan's words made Long Fei's mind spin before he awkwardly replied, "Oh right, why did I not think of that?" After handing over the seized assets to the National Treasury before, it was harder than climbing to the heavens to get anything back. Yafan raised a brow. No kidding, once you hand over the goods, trying to get them back would never be easy. As for the second matter, I will definitely participate. Although Dacia's martial lineage boasted 4 great sacred grounds and countless sects on the surface, its global influence had been declining for years. Otherwise, those trash from the Eastern Kingdom Orasan would not dare to act so recklessly on the borders. Yafan had intended to check out the treasure vault for the gifts left to him by his mother. But the key to the vault was not at headquarters, it was with Zhang Yichen, who was not in Shanjing, so he had to abandon the idea for now. It was already noon. Yafan planned to take Shi and Yufei out for a meal and have a good talk. But Su Chan suddenly called. "Senior brother, the Su family matters are mostly settled now. Have you eaten? If not, shall we eat together? I will cook for you myself." All right. Yafan and Su Chan had not really seen each other for 3 years. Although they had crossed paths briefly in Cloud City and the provincial capital, back then Su Chan still harbored worries and other thoughts. Now, after so many brushes with life and death, her mindset had changed. The two of them needed to sit down and talk properly. As Yafan drove alone from Jinwu Division, Chen Feng and his group arrived at the gates just in time to see him leave alone. Chen Feng sneered. "Idiot. To dare leave Jinwu alone like this, he is handing us the perfect opportunity. Let's go, follow him, and strike when the chance comes." Half an hour later, Yafan arrived at the Su family estate. Su Chan had already prepared the meal. When she saw Yafan enter, she gazed at him tenderly, opened her arms, and hugged him tightly. "Senior brother." All the past misunderstandings and worries vanished in that moment. Between Yafan and Su Chan now was only deep affection. "Little Chan." They embraced tightly. As emotions swelled, their lips met in a kiss. The temperature in the hall seemed to rise several degrees. Old Master Su Xingtian had intended to speak with Yafan upon hearing of his arrival, but upon seeing the scene through the doorway, he quickly turned and withdrew, quietly ordering all servants and bodyguards away. After a long while, the two young people finally separated. Su Chan gazed at Yafan with gentle affection. "Senior brother, let's eat first, then tonight, you can have me." Yafan and Su Chan had been childhood sweethearts, comrades in missions, entrusting their backs to each other in gunfire and rain. Their bond had long since grown deeper than most could comprehend. "Little Chan, you no longer worry about Ishiwei and Yufei?" Yafan held her, hesitated, then decided to lay things bare. Su Chan knew, or did not know, of the women beside Yafan, and there was more than one, angel abroad, a princess from the Eastern royal family, Jiang Yuan, Xiuwan. Better to speak frankly than let things fester. Su Chan slipped from his embrace with a playful scold, then sighed softly. Humph. Senior brother, you really are bad. But I have already fallen completely for you. I do not care about the others. I will cling to you for life. Just treat me well. In a few simple words, Su Chan made her stance clear. Yifan finally felt at ease. What he did not know was that after he left Cloud City, Sui Shue was preparing something astonishing. Sui Shue had actually organized a grand party, but all the guests were stunningly beautiful women. Hua Shuiyan, Jiang Yuan, Li Yao, Su Yun, Zhou Wan. All of them shared two traits, exceptional beauty and deep ties to Yifan. Jiang Yuan had even become his woman. Except for Xian Yufei and Su Chan who were absent, nearly every woman connected to Yifan had been invited to the villa. All the women felt a bit nervous after all. Sui Shue was the legitimate one, while they could be seen as interlopers by worldly moral standards. Was Sui Shue about to pass judgment on them? Sisters, today I invited you for one request, please, this must stay secret from Yifan. Sui Shue's eyes grew moist. I know what you mean to him. I have no other intention. I just ask that after I am gone, you take good care of him. Make sure he does not go hungry, does not suffer, does not feel wronged. What? Her words left all the women stunned. Sui Shue had gathered them just to say this? To ask them to care for Yifan? Miss Su, why do you want to leave? Why did you not tell Yifan about something like this? After the initial shock, it was Chiu Wan who spoke first, voicing the doubt that weighed on everyone's heart. That's right. Sister Ishue, Yifan is your man. You did not tell him but chose to tell us first. This. The second to speak was Jiang Yuan. That night, although she had drawn closer to Yifan out of spite, ever since Yifan had appointed her as CFO of Yi Group, she knew she had a place in his heart. Sui Shue shook her head. Yifan is my man, but he is yours too. I cannot tell him about my leaving. You all know Yifan's temper. If he knew someone was trying to take me away, he would surely raise hell. And while Yifan is indeed formidable now, in this world there will always be those stronger. If Yifan went up against them head-on, it would cost him his life. You do not want anything to happen to him either, right? If Yifan is to save me, then let it be when he is strong enough. So, until then, I am asking you, my sisters, please take good care of Yifan for me. Having said what she needed to say, Sui Shue could no longer hold back her emotions. She ran alone to the bathroom on the second floor and, facing the mirror, began to weep. The last time, when Elder Hua came representing the people behind her mother, trying to take Sui Shue away, they had been easily repelled by Yifan. Both Sui Shue and her mother knew very well this matter was far from over. This morning, her mother had already received word that from her maternal grandmother's side, they had now dispatched experts above the level of Marshal Saint, intending to forcibly take Sui Shue once again. Yifan was indeed powerful, capable of going head-to-head with Marshal Sovereign-level opponents, able to contend even with Marshal Saints. But could he handle those above the level of Marshal Saint? Maybe he could take one. But 2? 3? What about 8 or 10? Fearing that Yifan's strength was not enough, Sui Shue decided she had no choice but to go with them for now, and wait for Yifan to become strong enough to rescue her. Ugh! As her tears fell, Sui Shue was suddenly overtaken by nausea. She rushed to the trash bin and vomited violently for a while. Ever since she had been intimate with Yifan that last time, she had felt something different in her body. Her period was late, and now she was vomiting. She had already asked a doctor to check, these were signs of pregnancy. One time was enough, Yifan's vitality was terrifying. Child, I am afraid you will have a hard time too. You will have to endure hardships with me. But let us believe in your father. Sui Shue caressed her belly and spoke softly to it. This was also part of why Sui Shue dared to go with those people. Her grandmother wanted her back to use her as a holy maiden for a political marriage with another sect. But if Sui Shue was already carrying Yifan's child, how could they force her into marriage so easily? In Shanjing, Yifan and Su Chan had reconciled. Their feelings deepened rapidly, and they shared a harmonious meal. After food and drink, just as Yifan was preparing to enjoy further intimacy with Su Chan, a clamor arose outside the Su family estate. Miss Su, bad news. A group barged in, killing as they came. They say they are from the Imperial Extreme Holy Land and have come seeking revenge on Yifan. A bodyguard reported in terror to Su Chan. Imperial Extreme Holy Land? Su Chan had been at West Mountain in Cloud City and naturally knew of the grudge between the Holy Land and Yifan. Brother Fan, Imperial Extreme Holy Land has come so soon. Can you handle it? After so many encounters, Su Chan was well aware of Yifan's strength. He could easily overpower Marshal Sovereign level fighters, surely his power was at least at the peak of Marshal Saint. As long as their holy master did not come, Yifan should have no trouble dealing with them. How could a man say he cannot? Yifan smiled wickedly at Su Chan, then shot out toward the gate. Imperial Extreme Holy Land has come to throw away their lives, let us harvest them. His battle with Chen Tang had earned Yifan renown, but not enough. Only by slaughtering Imperial Extreme Holy Land might those so-called divine envoys and ancient martial families behind the scenes finally take him seriously, take Northfall sect seriously. The Lin and Zhou families had only been the surface actors. The real forces behind the attacks on the Yi family and Northfall sect, apart from the royal family, had yet to reveal themselves. If they would not show themselves, how could Yifan avenge his family fully? Yifan stepped out of the hall. In the Su estate, Chen Feng and 10 of his men had cut down guards left and right. Ordinary guards were no match for them. Chen Feng had easily forced his way into the courtyard, and the moment he saw Yifan, his eyes went bloodshot. Yifan, you bastard! How dare you kill my grandson? You must have eaten bear heart and leopard gall to offend Imperial Extreme Holy Land. Speak, how do you want to die? Chen Feng signaled his men, who fanned out to encircle Yifan. Yifan sized them up. Chen Feng was at the peak of martial sovereign. Among his men was one half-step martial sovereign, the rest were all masters at the grandmaster level. A sacred land indeed, they could dispatch so many masters at once. In the mundane world, a single grandmaster would be enough for a family to dominate a region. Die? Why should I die? Yifan chuckled. Besides, you saw the battle video yourself. Your grandson Chen Tang was not killed by me but by the dwarven bastards from Nine Nether. What does that have to do with me? You want revenge but go barking up the wrong tree, what the fuck? Chen Feng was left speechless by Yifan's retort. Of course Chen Feng had seen the battle video. Although Chen Tang was defeated by Yifan, Yifan had not killed him. It was the 9 Nether assassins hidden underground who had ambushed and killed Chen Tang. And their timing, striking only then, clearly aimed to provoke a fight to the death between Yifan and Imperial Extreme Holy Land. But if Yifan had not grievously wounded Chen Tang, leaving him unable to defend himself, how could 9 Nether have finished him off? Besides, do you not know why your grandson challenged me? He took money from Su Hao and was serving him, came at me intending to kill. I have no right to defend myself? And here is another secret for you, that Su Hao was not even the real eldest son of the Su family. He was an eastern dog named Wuting in disguise. I was fooled too. I strongly suspect this was all a trap set up by Wutum, the Eastern Kingdom, and 9 Nether, using your grandson as a pawn. I am a victim too. Ha! Listening to Yifan's words, Chen Feng felt his brain about to overheat. Though something seemed off, he could not deny what Yifan said made a lot of sense. Could this really have been a 9 Nether plot against his grandson? Yifan was also a victim. If he were to be blamed for this, would that not just be adding to his troubles? Could it be that he was the one lacking in morality? Chen Feng was, of course, aware that Chen Tang had accepted money to work for Su Hao. At the time, Chen Feng had not objected. He had thought it was merely a matter of the secular world, or even the most powerful martial artists were just a few individuals. Those martial venerable level figures, how could they dare to lay a hand on his own grandson so easily? What Chen Feng had not expected was that Yifan not only acted but ended up killing his grandson. However, Chen Feng's thoughts only wavered for a moment before he immediately snapped back to reality and retorted, Yifan, stop speaking such nonsense. No matter what you say, back then, in front of so many people, it was you who seriously injured my grandson, which ultimately led to his death. You shall accompany him in the afterlife. As Chen Feng spoke, he gave a subtle signal to the experts beside him. The martial experts he brought with him immediately activated their internal energy and charged at Yifan with ferocity. Yifan merely smiled faintly and said, why are you doing this? You cannot win, and yet you insist on throwing your lives away? With one hand behind his back, Yifan calmly took a step forward. An overwhelming aura that surpassed even the peak of the martial saint level formed a visible ripple in the air before him, like an invisible wall. The powerful energy completely stopped the 10 attacking experts mid-air. What? These were 10 masters of the Grandmaster level. One of them was even a half-step martial venerable. With so many attacking at once, even if they were not Yifan's match, they should have had a chance to escape. But to their despair, they found themselves unable to advance or retreat. A violent surge of energy erupted from Yifan's hand, tearing through space and blasting toward the 10 experts from the Imperial Extreme Holy Land. Splurt! The 10 masters, beyond Grandmaster level, had no chance to resist. Their chests were shattered and collapsed under the strike, their bodies thrown violently through the air. They hit the ground, spitting blood, convulsed a few times, and then fell completely still. Hiss! Yifan's terrifying power left all the bodyguards in the Su family compound, Su Chan, and the elder Su Xingtian completely stunned. So Yifan was actually this powerful? Su Xingtian felt a surge of comfort in his heart. Su Chan had chosen the right person. With Yifan's protection, the Su family should have no major issues for the next 100 years. On the other side, Chen Feng was so frightened that he took a step back. He had seen the video of the battle on the western mountain of Yuncheng. He knew Yifan could defeat martial venerable level experts with ease, but he had thought Yifan could only handle one at a time, which was why he brought so many experts from the Imperial Extreme Holy Land this time to overwhelm him. But the result was the same. Was Yifan really human? 3 years ago, at the attack on the North Falling sect, Yifan had his heart and kidneys removed. How had he managed to cultivate to this level in such a short time? Elder Chen, I have already said, your grandson's death has nothing to do with me. He was killed by a joint attack from the Eastern Sakura and 9 Nether forces. You did not believe me before, do you believe me now? Yifan looked at Chen Feng with a half-smile, his words clearly carrying a veiled threat. At this point, if Chen Feng said even a word of protest, Yifan might immediately kill him, and this place would become Chen Feng's burial site. Avenging his grandson was important, but his own life was even more so. If his grandson was gone, he could still find women and father more sons to make new grandsons. But if he lost his own life, it would all be over. Yes. 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 Young Master Yi is right. My grandson was killed by people from 9 Nether. It has nothing to do with young Master Yi. It was my mistake. Though unwilling in his heart, Chen Feng had no choice but to yield. This world is simply one where strength rules. Without a doubt, Yifan's strength far surpassed Chen Feng's. If he did not go along with Yifan's words, he would die. That's more like it. Now do you know who to seek revenge on? Yifan looked at Chen Feng with a sinister expression and, at the same time, opened the video recording function on his phone. People from 9 Nether killed my grandson. I should take revenge on them. I will storm their headquarters and slaughter them all. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and said, Damn 9 Nether. They even tried to frame young Master Yi. Unforgivable. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Yifan nodded in satisfaction, saved the video on his phone, and waved it in front of Chen Feng. Elder Chen, I have recorded this video as evidence. I will spare your life today, but within 1 week, I want to see Imperial Extreme Holy Land declare war on 9 Nether. Yifan had actually recorded the entire thing? Chen Feng was instantly dumbfounded. He had only said those words under Yifan's coercion, but if that video were released online, everyone would believe it represented his true stance. Having declared war on 9 Nether might strike first. Damn Yifan. Chen Feng now hated Yifan with a passion. He finally understood why his grandson had been no match for him. Yifan was simply terrifying, both in martial power and in cunning. He completely outclassed his grandson. Even Chen Feng himself was no match. How could his grandson have stood a chance? Furthermore, Chen Feng was now convinced that even the leaders of the 4 great Holy Lands might not be able to defeat Yifan. Alas! In the secular world, a new star was rising. Very well. Chen Feng responded quickly and hurriedly left, hoping to issue a public statement before Yifan took further action, clarifying that he had no intention of opposing 9 Nether. However, less than a minute after leaving the Su family compound, Chen Feng turned on his phone and found that across all major short video platforms, news portals, and headlines everywhere, the video of him declaring war on 9 Nether had already gone viral. What the hell? What kind of methods did Yifan have? In just a few minutes, he had made the entire internet explode with this? Now, even if Chen Feng issued a statement, it would be meaningless. Sigh. Life in Imperial Extreme Holy Land is going to get harder and harder. Chen Feng could only sigh helplessly and urged his last driver, drive back to Imperial Extreme Holy Land. I need to report to the Holy Lord in detail about Yifan. Chen Feng had brought so many experts to the secular world to avenge his grandson, but instead, he had been forced by Yifan to declare war on 9 Nether. Whether the declaration was genuine or not, a clash between 9 Nether and Imperial Extreme Holy Land was now inevitable. Originally, 9 Nether had planned to use the assassination of Chen Tang on Yuncheng's western mountain to provoke a deadly feud between Yifan and Imperial Extreme Holy Land, but that plan had clearly failed. Imperial Extreme Holy Land's Chen Feng could not defeat Yifan, and now needed a scapegoat, and 9 Nether was the perfect target. Chen Feng returned in defeat. The Su family's bodyguards cleaned the scene thoroughly, and after a round of washing, the courtyard looked as if nothing had ever occurred. Su Chan gazed at her senior brother before her, feeling some amazement in her heart. It had only been 3 years, and yet Yifan's power had advanced to such a terrifying level. If she did not make progress herself, or if the relationship between her and her senior brother continued to remain so indifferent, then she would have no advantage whatsoever in the future. With that thought, Su-chan resolved in her heart that no matter what tonight brought, she must have something happen with her senior brother. She must make up for what had not happened before. But just as Su-chan and Yafan planned to retreat to her bedroom to share their life stories, another royal escort squad arrived outside the main gate of the Su residence. They specifically requested to meet Yafan. "Youth Master Yi, the Dragon Lord summons you. Please make your way to the Grand Hotel in the capital for a discussion." The Dragon Lord also said that if you are inconvenienced, he is willing to come in person to the Su estate to meet you. The leading escort spoke to Yafan with sincere courtesy. Obviously, the incident that had occurred in the Ji family an hour ago was already known to them. The illustrious Grand Princess of Great Xia had been rebuked by Yafan and forced out of the Ji family estate. Crucially, the Dragon Lord had not dared complain about Yifan's outrageous behavior, instead ordering his lead escort Yanbei to bind Tang Rue and take him back. "Oh." Yafan lifted the corner of his mouth in a faint smile. The Dragon Lord finally could not endure this? Yafan came to the capital not only to resolve matters involving the Su family and to investigate the divine envoy behind Su Hao, but most importantly to give the royal family trouble. If in the past the royal family had not tacitly permitted it, how could the families of Great Xia have dared to act against the Yi family, the foremost family of Great Xia? Although Tang Zhang had forced Fu Hongyi to commit suicide in atonement, and those involved in the attack on the Yi family had been ordered to commit suicide face-to-face, that was still not enough. "I will go see for myself." Yafan wanted to see what attitude the Dragon Lord of Great Xia now had when facing him. He had studied under his master for so many years and had reached a new height in his understanding of human nature. After merely a few words with Tang Zhang, Yafan could more or less judge what Tang Zhang's true attitude toward the Yi family was. Even if Yafan did not owe anything to himself personally, he still had to consider the million brothers of the Dragon Army. They all bore the mark of the Yi family. Once the Yi family collapsed, they would have no good fate either. Su-chan beside him looked somewhat worried and asked, "Senior brother, are you really going?" Now that the royal family and the Yi family were openly at odds, even the Grand Princess of Great Xia had been so thoroughly suppressed. If the royal family could not restrain themselves and acted against Yafan, he might face danger. Although Yifan's strength was now almost invincible, the royal heritage of Great Xia had accumulated deep roots and secret cards over many years. "Of course I have to go. Don't worry, I will be fine. I only intend to seek justice for the Yi family." Yafan bid farewell to Su-chan and followed the royal escort swiftly toward the royal side. Upon leaving the Su estate, Yafan called Xian Yufei. "Yufei, accompany me to meet the Dragon Lord." Yafan had discerned Xian Yufei's intentions. Bringing her to the capital also gave her an opportunity. Bringing other people would be improper, but bringing Xian Yufei gave a subtly suggestive meaning. Xian Yufei represented the Xian family. If the Xian family stood with the Yi family, then even if the Dragon Lord harbored thoughts, he would have to hold back somewhat. Among the 6 great families, the Lin family had already been destroyed. Only the Xian and Yi families remained allied. At that point, almost none could contend with them. At the Feng residence in the capital, Feng Kai looked anxiously at the spread of dishes before him and said to his father, "Feng, father, Elder Chen has been gone for almost an hour now. Has nothing happened yet?" In principle, given Elder Chen's ability and methods, Yafan should already have been dealt with. In Feng Kai's view, although the Feng family had the backing of those mysterious divine envoys, beyond granting ordinary people certain abilities, their strength was still likely inferior to that of the Holy Land. Feng Kai believed that Yafan was certainly no match for Elder Chen. Feng shook his head helplessly. "Sigh. I told you not to waste food, but you would not listen. Most likely Elder Chen will not return." As Feng was speaking, an aide beside him suddenly produced his phone and pointed at the hottest trending video. "Family head, look, Elder Chen is caved." He issued a statement saying that Nine Nether was the enemy who killed his grandson, and he will no longer trouble Yafan. Both Feng Kai and Feng were stunned, hurriedly grabbing the phone and staring. They were instantly shocked. The video was extremely clear. The person on it was none other than Elder Chen himself. That Elder Chen had proactively posted a video declaring that his grandson's death had nothing to do with Yafan, that the true culprit was Nine Nether, and that he would take revenge by heading to Nine Nether. Had Elder Chen lost his mind? Had he revealed himself? He essentially thrust himself into the whirlwind. It could not have been voluntary. If not voluntary, then one possibility remained: Yafan had already beaten Elder Chen into submission, and Elder Chen was forced to make such a declaration. Is that Chen Feng mad? Does he not know how serious the consequences will be? Feng Kai sighed and sat helplessly on the sofa. Father, what should we do now? With this monster Yifan around, I feel uneasy even at night. The Feng family served as the agents of the divine envoys in Great Xia. Sooner or later, Yifan's investigation into Su Hao, Wutam, and others would surely reach them. When that time came, total disaster awaited the Feng family. What else can we do? The best we can do now is keep as low a profile as possible and stay out of Yifan's view. Otherwise, without divine envoys to support us, Yifan can easily obliterate our Feng family. Feng Kai nodded, but inwardly felt some indignation. Was Yifan truly that formidable? Was there no one in the world who could rein him in? After parting with his father, Feng Kai instructed his subordinate, go and thoroughly investigate where Yifan has gone now. Damn it, I must meet him myself and see whether he really does possess superhuman abilities. The Grand Hotel in the capital was a venue reserved for foreign dignitaries. Ordinary people seldom gained entry. When Yifan and Xian Yufei arrived, a red carpet was laid before the entrance. Dragon Lord Tang Jing personally greeted them at the door, flanked by a high-level ceremonial guard detachment. Youth Master Yi, welcome to the capital. On behalf of the royal family, I express our gratitude to the Yi family. Dragon Lord Tang Jing jogged forward, grasping Yifan's hand earnestly, face full of piety. A show? Trying to gloss things over like this was clearly impossible. Yifan said nothing more and simply looked at Tang Zheng calmly. He wanted to see what Tang Zheng really had on his mind. Thank the Yi family? Thank us for what? Was it not you, Dragon Lord, who once wanted to destroy the Yi family? Yifan's face showed little expression as he responded coolly to Tang Zheng. Now you come expressing gratitude to the Yi family. Where was that gratitude back then? Tang Zheng's face was filled with awkwardness. Young Master Yi. What happened to the Yi family back then? Indeed, it was the Tang family who wronged the Yi family. But please, allow me to explain. The royal family was caught in the middle. It was not easy for us either. Sigh. Tang Zheng paused briefly before continuing. What I can do now is hand Fu Honi over to you, young Master Yi, for you to deal with as you wish. Tang Rui acted out of line in provoking you, and he has already been punished accordingly. As for compensation, whatever the royal family could offer, I have already instructed Manhwa to deliver it to you. As for the rest, I truly am powerless. Young Master Yi, please come with me. Once inside, you will understand everything. Hearing Tang Zheng's words, Yifan could not help but furrow his brow. What was Tang Zheng implying? His emotional response was not unusual, but from his words, Yifan discerned that Tang Zheng was not the only person planning to meet him today. There were others? Yifan slightly extended his perception. Inside the Grand Hotel of the capital, there was a massive concentration of powerful auras. Among them were quite a few who had already reached the level of martial venerable. So many martial venerables gathered in one place, were they planning to execute him once again? However, Yifan now possessed 3 trump cards. 1. The instantaneous movement ability triggered by his undying bone. 2. The devouring power activated by the demon heart. And 3. The terrifying dragon blood flame heaven ability. In addition to Yifan's own martial aura, which already surpassed the peak of the martial saint realm, even if he could not defeat all of them, escaping with Xian Yufei would not be a problem. With that in mind, Yifan did not hesitate. He took Xian Yufei and followed Tang Zheng into the Grand Hotel. Inside the hotel's enormous reception hall, more than a dozen individuals were seated in the central positions, some young, some elderly. Among them, a white-haired old man seated in the very center immediately rebuked Tang Zheng upon witnessing his humility toward Yifan. Tang Zheng, do you still look like a dragon lord? Yifan is nothing more than a young master of a family. Why the fuck are you so damn submissive? You disgrace the Tang family. Ha! Yifan cast a glance at the old man, and recognition flashed in his mind. Based on the information he had gathered, this old man was likely the royal family's ancestral elder, Tang Yun, one of the old monsters who had survived from generations past. Young Master Yi, this is the royal ancestral elder, Ancestor Tang Yun, Tang Zheng said with a long sigh, continuing with some helplessness. You may find it laughable, but although I hold the title of Dragon Lord of Great Xiao's royal family, in truth, there are many matters I cannot decide on my own. As you can see, besides the ancestral elder, there are also the 10 great ancient martial families present. You are a figure more hidden than the 6 major families, and many decisions must go through them. Earlier today, the ancestral elder even demanded that Manhwa be given to him for the night. When they heard I was inviting young Master Yi to a banquet, they all insisted on attending as well, so, Tang Zheng did not finish his sentence, but Yifan had already figured out what he was implying. Perhaps, in the past, the attack on the Yi family had indeed not been under Tang Zheng's command. It might have been orchestrated by the ancestral elder or the 10 ancient martial families. And now, Tang Zhang had arranged this meeting with Yifan and them, not simply a coincidence. Tang Zhang was probing Yifan's true strength, while simultaneously testing the 10 ancient families and the ancestral elder. Regardless of who won, it would not impact Tang Zhang too negatively. Yifan understood Tang Zhang's intentions, but he did not care. Among the 10 ancient martial families present, Yifan had already recognized a familiar face, the Zhang family. According to the intelligence Yifan had gathered, the Zhang family had been one of the accomplices in the attack on the North Falling sect. Now that he had encountered them today, there was no way Yifan would let them go. Ha! Then why do you not tell me, what should a dragon lord look like? Yifan replied directly to Tang Yun, staring at him intently. I heard you want to share a bed with Mingyue. As he spoke, Yifan turned to look at Princess Mingyue, who was sitting beside Tang Yun. At that moment, Princess Mingyue's face showed clear reluctance. She was barely around 20 years old. What normal person would be willing to sleep with an old man? Princess Mingyue, I ask you one question only, would you rather lie in bed with this old bastard, or leave with me? Yifan's intention was crystal clear, he meant to snatch Mingyue from Tang Yun right in front of everyone. It was not that Yifan had any particular affection for Mingyue. He simply wanted to irritate Tang Yun. Things had come this far, and Yifan had basically pieced together the truth behind the attack on the Yi family. Although Tang Zhang was the royal dragon lord, he might not have been the mastermind behind it all. The one truly pulling strings behind the scenes was likely the ancestral elder, Tang Yun. To avenge his family, Yifan had to identify the real culprit. Young Master Yi, ever since Mingyue had learned she had been chosen by the ancestral elder, she had been full of sorrow. Now, upon hearing Yifan's voice, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Yifan? Mingyue was, of course, well aware of Yifan's recent exploits. Perhaps now, only Yifan could save her? Compared to that old monster Tang Yun, Mingyue would naturally prefer Yifan. But could Yifan truly save her? She looked anxiously at Tang Zhang. Tang Zhang's expression was filled with hesitation. Although Tang Zhang had orchestrated this encounter, he did not know who the ultimate victor would be. Yifan was powerful, but the ancestral elder and the 10 ancient martial families possessed immense strength. If Tang Zhang allowed Mingyue to choose Yifan, and Yifan lost, his own days ahead would be bitter indeed. If you do not refuse, that means you agree to come with me, Yifan said with a faint smile. Instantly activating his teleportation ability, before anyone could react, he had already appeared beside Tang Yun and forcefully pulled Mingyue away from his side. By the time Tang Yun reacted, Yifan had already retreated more than 10 meters away with Mingyue. To snatch someone in public like that? The physical damage might be limited, but the insult was colossal. While shocked by Yifan's abilities, Tang Yun was even more enraged. Yifan, are you fucking looking for death? A woman I have set my eyes on, how dare you even think about touching her? Tang Zhang, what the hell are you standing there for? Order your men to attack and kill him. Are you planning to save him for the new year? He is trampling all over your authority, are you just going to take it? Tang Yun did not want to act personally. He wanted Tang Zhang to send his men instead. But Tang Zhang could only force a bitter smile. Ancestor, you know that the royal guardian Fu Hongyi has already been killed by Yifan. I have no one left who can take him on. Ancestor, Yifan has just publicly slapped you in the face. Why do you not personally step forward and teach him a lesson? Tang Zhang was not done stirring the pot, he continued fanning the flames from the side. Tang Yan's face turned a mottled mix of green and purple, his beard trembling with rage. Originally, after emerging from seclusion, Tang Yun's cultivation had broken through the martial saint level. He was filled with confidence. Moreover, with this breakthrough, his lifespan had been extended by another 300 years. That meant he could enjoy 3 more centuries in the mortal world, continuing to plunder all sorts of rare pills and mystical treasures from the great Xiao royal family. But after witnessing Yifan's techniques just now, Tang Yun had become a bit wary. He himself had already reached the martial saint level, and yet when Yifan snatched a living person from right under his nose, Tang Yun had not even had time to react. That was terrifying. Tang Yun was absolutely not ready to die. He still hoped to ascend beyond the martial saint realm, to enjoy even greater power and luxury. But things had already escalated to this point. Yifan had snatched away the woman Tang Yun had laid claim to. As the ancestral elder of the royal family, to be humiliated like this if he did not take action, his authority among the 10 great ancient martial families would be utterly destroyed. Jiang Chen, dear nephew, I hear you were enlightened by a great master and stepped into the martial saint realm long ago. Why do you not help me deal with this dog? Tang Yun smiled toward a young man from the Zhang family, one of the ancient martial clans. Otherwise, if I strike him myself, People might say I am bullying the weak. Tang Yun's words were cloaked in nobility, but anyone with a brain could see he simply did not dare to confront Yifan directly. After all, Yifan had recently crushed the Yin family, exterminated the Zhou and Lin families, and fought head-to-head with Holy Land masters. He had even broken into the top 10 of the Earth ranking. Not even the elite from the Eastern Sakura could match him. And everyone knew this was not yet Yifan's full power. The 10 ancient martial families present were used to being above the great Xiao royal family, bleeding it dry for resources. But now, when it was time to fight, they all hesitated. Ancestor, perhaps it is best to let it go. After all, it was your woman that Yifan took. Should you not handle it yourself? Zhang Chen had no intention of getting involved. Before coming to the capital, his father had explicitly warned him, unless absolutely necessary, do not engage Yifan directly. Because recently, the Northern Falling sect had been repeatedly harassing Zhang family lands and businesses. Zhang Chen's father suspected the truth behind the attack on the Northern Falling sect had already been exposed. If Yifan truly knew what had happened back then, he would never let the Zhang family off. Tang Yun snorted coldly through his nose, glaring at Zhang Chen and cursing inwardly. It was you Zhang clan bastards who stirred the pot back then, and now you want to wash your hands of it? Dream on. If I cannot eat, no one eats. Tang Yun was exactly the kind of man who would flip the whole table. Young Master Jiang, do not be so modest. Back then, your Jiang family was right at the front of the assault on the Yi family and the Northern Falling sect. If you do not kill Yifan, do you think your Jiang clan will have any peace? Fuck. You old bastard, are you insane? Goddammit, Zhang Chen shot up from his seat in rage at Tang Yun's words. The alliance of the Zhang family, royal family, and other ancient martial clans in the attack on the Yi family and the Northern Falling sect had been their most tightly guarded secret. They had agreed, no matter who got exposed, they would not drag down the others. And now, this old fucker Tang Yun, just to force Zhang Chen to fight Yifan, was spilling all the secrets. Now, even if Zhang Chen did not want to attack, he had no choice. Even if he left Yifan alone, Yifan would never leave him in peace. But if that was how it was going to be, since you have broken faith, do not blame me for being ruthless. Tang Yun, stop hiding behind others. During the attack on the Yi family, were you not also among those who struck, along with Fu Honi? 2 of the Yi family's 3 brothers, were they not killed by your hands? I still have photos and videos from that day. And you boasted about killing 34 members of the Yi family. Am I wrong? This so-called banquet had not even seen Yifan lift a finger, and yet the royal family's ancestral elder Tang Yun and Zhang Chen, the young master of the Zhang family, had already begun tearing into each other. Both were too busy arguing to notice that Yifan's face had grown as dark as thunderclouds. So that was the truth? Tang Yun, royal ancestral elder, had directly slaughtered 34 members of the Yi family? Sensing the killing intent surging from Yifan's body, even Mingyue took a step back in fear. Young Master Yi, thank you. Please be careful. No matter what, she would much rather be with Yifan than with that royal old monster. Yifan glanced at Mingyue. Take someone and protect Yufei. The next moment, with a stomp of his foot, Yifan's body turned into a blur, charging straight at Tang Yun. While still midair, his strongest martial aura began to surge violently. This was the first time Yifan had ever fully unleashed the entirety of his martial power. This was the moment of vengeance for the massacre of his clan, and he had finally found a true enemy behind it. Yifan was going all out. Even the demon heart and Qilin kidney within his body seemed to sense his fury. From these organs, unprecedented power erupted. To the others present, it looked as though Yifan's body was not only exuding martial energy, but a wave of ancient, primordial aura, as if a mythical beast had awakened. The oppressive force filled the hall, terrifying and overwhelming. Though it was still daylight outside, the atmosphere suddenly darkened, and everyone felt as if the air itself had thickened, making it hard to breathe. Zhang Chen, you dumb motherfucker. What are you waiting for? Fight with me. Kill Yifan. If not, we are both fucking dead. Tang Yun, sensing Yifan's overwhelming aura, began to tremble in fear, shouting frantically to Zhang Chen. Clearly, Yifan's power now far surpassed even the martial saint realm. He was on a whole different level than Tang Yun. If Tang Yun acted alone, he would never stand a chance. He called not just Zhang Chen, but also turned toward the other 9 ancient martial family representatives. You all must strike too. Otherwise, you will meet the same end. But Yifan was no fool. Seeing the others preparing to join in, he roared, Tang Yun and Zhang Chen are the ones who massacred my sect and family. I will not rest until they are dead. The rest of you, stay out of it, otherwise, the Northern Falling sect will issue a death warrant. 1 million disciples will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Back then, the Northern Falling sect was the top sect in the ancient martial world. Though ambushed and nearly destroyed, its legend had never vanished from the martial world. Everyone knew the sect had been gravely wounded but never truly wiped out. Yifan's return in full force was proof of that. And he was right, the rest of them had no life or death feud with Yifan or his sect. Every year, they merely took tribute from the royal family. Was it really worth risking their lives? With that thought, the 9 remaining family representatives not only abandoned the idea of fighting, they even stood up and retreated several steps back. Instantly, only Tang Yun and Jiang Chen remained at the front. Boom! Just as Tang Yun finished shouting, Yifan's fist smashed toward his chest. In a panic, Tang Yun raised his fist to block, and the two collided head-on. The clash of their immense martial energies sent visible shockwaves through the air. Everything in the hall, tables, chairs, was instantly shattered. Tang Yun had felt some concern earlier, but upon sensing the force behind Yifan's punch, he suddenly relaxed. Ha! Yifan, I thought you were stronger, but you are only this much? Yifan's strength was only about 80 to 90% of Tang Yun's. As Tang Yun increased his own power, Yifan began to show signs of struggle. If Jiang Chen joined in now, they would have Yifan thoroughly beaten. Ha ha! Young Master Jiang, do not be afraid, Yifan is not stronger than we are. Come, let us strike together and kill him completely. Then we can finally sleep peacefully tonight. As soon as Tang Yun realized Yifan's strength was not as terrifying as he had imagined, he burst into joyous laughter. This Yifan is all bark and no bite. That fierce aura just now, I thought he was something extraordinary. 3 years ago you slipped through the cracks, but today your Yi family shall be utterly exterminated. Tang Yun was in high spirits. As long as Yifan died, what waves could the 2 old geezers left in the Yi family possibly stir? On the other side, Jiang Chen also quietly let out a sigh of relief. That terrifying aura when Yifan attacked just now made Jiang Chen feel like the sky was about to collapse. Recently, the Northern Falling sect had begun to rise again, and as the prime aggressor in the past assault, how could the sect ever forgive the Jiang family? Alright, Jiang Chen responded. At this moment, there was no time to settle the grudge over Tang Yun's earlier betrayal. He swung his fist from the other side, aiming to smash it directly onto Yifan's head. It was already impressive that Yifan could block Tang Yun's punch. Could he possibly withstand Jiang Chen's attack as well? Boom! Facing Jiang Chen's incoming strike, Yifan made no attempt to dodge. Instead, he stretched out his arms, each hand intercepting a punch from Tang Yun and Jiang Chen. The powerful martial auras of 3 martial saints collided in the hall, almost tearing the roof off the entire Grand Hotel. Inside, the weaker staff and servants were instantly overwhelmed by the force, coughing blood and collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Ha ha, ignorant trash. Yifan, you actually dare to face 2 martial saints at once? Are you fucking insane? Tang Yun could not help but erupt into wild laughter at what he saw as Yifan's idiotic move. But on the other side, Jiang Chen quickly sensed something was wrong. Ancestor, something is off. Do you not notice that our martial energy has had no impact on Yifan? In fact, I feel that bastard has a strange pull on him. It is like he is sucking in my energy. With that one sentence, Tang Yun's face also shifted as he realized something. The 2 of them nearly simultaneously thought of a terrifying possibility. Back when Yifan fought the Holy Land expert Chen Tang, he had similarly seemed to absorb Chen Tang's power. In the end, Chen Tang's cultivation was nearly drained dry and he collapsed, only to be killed by a 9 nether expert. Was Yifan using the same method now against them? Shocked, the 2 tried to withdraw their power and retreat immediately. But to their horror, they discovered their hands were stuck to Yifan's palms, locked by an immense suction force they could not escape. At the same time, it felt as if a black hole inside Yifan was violently devouring their martial aura. The star-devouring art. That was the first thought that sprang to both Tang Yun and Jiang Chen's minds. Fuck! They were both on the verge of madness. After so many years of painstaking cultivation, after consuming countless resources to reach the martial saint level, they were now losing over half of their power in mere seconds. What kind of sick joke was this? What Yifan was using now was precisely the devouring ability of his demon heart. This time, Yifan clearly felt the power of that ability had increased significantly. In just a few seconds, he had already absorbed more than half of Tang Yun and Jiang Chen's martial energy. What shocked him even more was that most of the energy absorbed was being pulled directly into the demon heart itself. The sensation was like a person dying of thirst suddenly gulping down a stream of water. Could it be that his demon heart had a consciousness of its own? What Yifan did not notice was that the demon heart, after absorbing such a vast amount of energy, had begun using that energy to repair itself at an accelerated rate. Let go of me. Tang Yun, sensing his strength plummeting from martial saint to martial venerable, then to grandmaster level, was almost in tears from despair. No matter how hard they struggled, their bodies remained firmly locked to Yifan's, unable to escape. All they could do was beg. Yifan paid them no mind. He continued activating the devouring ability, draining all their martial aura, and then absorbing most of the life force from their bodies before finally releasing them. By that time, both Tang Yun and Jiang Chen were unrecognizable. All their martial energy was gone. They were now ordinary people at best. Worse still, with most of their life force consumed, their bodies had shriveled and aged like men in their 80s. Jiang Chen, who had only been around 30, now had white hair and could barely stand. Though lengthy in description, all of this had occurred within just a few seconds. The other 9 ancient families and the Zhang family guards had no time to react. By the time they realized what had happened, Tang Yun and Jiang Chen had already been completely defeated. You are all fucking idiots, just standing there watching us die. Do you think you will be spared next? None of you will escape. Tang Yun glared in fury at the other 9 ancient clans, cursing with grief and anger. Were these people complete morons? Had they never heard the phrase, when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold? But in truth, the 9 families had long considered the cost of betrayal too high. They were never planning to step in. And even if they had wanted to, there was no time now. 2 martial saints had just fallen to Yifan. There was no fight left to be had. Seeing all this, Dragon Lord Tangjing finally let out a silent sigh of relief. At last, perhaps the royal family could finally free itself from the control of the ancient martial clans. Though he wondered if the Yi family rose again, had he simply replaced one wolf with another? Young Master Yi, something this exciting, how could it go on without me? Exactly. Boss, you finally came to the Grand Hotel in the capital and left me out? Young Master Yi, as your servant girl, should I not be by your side 24 hours a day? As everyone stood stunned, the hall's doors burst open. Feng Hanxiao, Wang Fugui, Zhao Linglong, and others stormed in with a team of elites. It turned out Su Chan, uneasy about Yifan meeting the Dragon Lord alone, had alerted Wang Fugui. Once the others learned, they rushed to reinforce Yifan, just in case the Dragon Lord turned hostile. With this team alone, they could turn the entire capital upside down if needed. The Poison Prince? Others might not recognize the rest, but all the ancient martial families were very familiar with Feng Hanxiao. The heir of Tianxian Holy Land, one of the 4 great Holy Lands, he was a master of poison. At full strength, he could wipe out an entire city. Now this Poison Prince stood at Yifan's side? If even the heir of a Holy Land was this obedient to Yifan, any remaining thoughts of rebellion from the other 9 ancient families instantly vanished. They had completely lost the will to fight. Even the Dragon Lord Tang Zhang quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thank goodness he had chosen the right side. If he had listened to the ancestral elder and joined in planning a trap to deal with Yifan, then today would have ended in yet another disastrous failure. 3 years ago, the royal family had taken part in the assault on the Yi family, but Tang Zhang, through various efforts to curry favor with Yifan, at least still had a chance to repair relations. If he had made a move today, then the only fate awaiting the royal family would have been total destruction. I can handle it alone. Yifan looked at his approaching companions, his heart filled with warmth. At least in times of danger, these people had not thought of abandoning him and running away. After greeting his allies, Yifan stepped toward the staggering Tang Yun. You old bastard. You killed 34 members of the Yi family back then. Now speak, how do you want to die? Why did you attack my family? As he spoke, Yifan's gaze burned into Jiang Chen. At this moment, neither of them had the strength to resist. All they could do was look at Yifan in despair. Ha ha, Yifan, kill me then. Even if you kill me now, I have already gotten what I wanted. Ha, what is death? I have lived long enough anyway. Tang Yun, who had been terrified moments before, now that he knew he had no chance of survival, was no longer afraid. But on the other side, Jiang Chen was full of dread. He was still young, and he did not want to die. Young Master Yi, spare me, please. It was not the Zhang family who wanted to kill you. It was the divine envoys. They were the ones behind all the planning, organizing simultaneous assaults on both the Yi family and the Northern Falling Sect. On the Yi family's side, it was the royal family, the Lin family, the Zhou family, and the Feng family. And as for the attack on the Northern Falling Sect, it involved our Jiang family, the Jin family, experts from the Gu sect, and masters from the Haopian sect. Desperate to save his life, Jiang Chen spilled everything he knew before Yifan even had to use the 7-star soul-destroying technique. The divine envoys, they can change their appearance and disguise themselves among ordinary people. It is nearly impossible to recognize them. And normal weapons are useless against them. In the capital, the Feng family serves as their proxy. Their headquarters is located at the Cloud Palace on the summit of Kunlun. Most of what Jiang Chen said aligned with what Yifan had learned earlier from the Ji family's ancestral elder. In addition to that information, Yifan now learned that the Goose sect and Haotian sect were also involved. And I also know that the divine envoys recently arrived in the capital, saying they plan to deal with you. They carry a very distinct feature, their bodies emit a faint white glow. They have a strong preference for antiques, and they are especially obsessed with collecting undying bones. Almost every time an undying bone is discovered, they will appear nearby. Antiques? Undying bones? These clues helped Yifan make sense of many things. If the divine envoys were drawn to places with undying bones, then had they already appeared in Yun City? According to my information, the Feng family has acquired a piece of undying bone, and the divine envoys should be coming to retrieve it. Tang Yun, listening from the side, was speechless. This idiot had just revealed nearly every secret of the divine envoys. Even if Yifan let him go, would the divine envoys? Yifan, you cannot escape. No one ever escapes the divine envoys once they have been targeted. Ha, you are going to die sooner or later. Come on, kill me already, Tang Yun shouted hysterically. You have no idea what your second and third uncles looked like when I crushed them, the hopelessness in their eyes, ha? Still trying to provoke him, Tang Yun did not get a second more. Yifan stepped forward and kicked him square in the chest, collapsing his rib cage with a thunderous blow. I told you, those who harmed the Yi family and the Northern Falling sect. I will not spare a single one. Boom! Boom! Yifan grabbed Tang Yun by the arm, lifted him high, and smashed him repeatedly into the ground. Even though the floor was made of stone slabs, it shattered under the force, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Yifan unleashed all his fury. After several minutes of brutal pounding, Tang Yun's body was mangled beyond recognition, utterly dead. Tossing the corpse aside, Yifan turned his gaze to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen began trembling instantly. Young Master Yi, I told you everything, please do not kill me. Besides, it was not even me who attacked the Northern Falling sect, it was my uncles. Yifan smiled faintly. I will spare your life, on one condition, within 1 month, I want to see the heads of those uncles of yours. If not, then they will not be the ones to die, it will be you. Jiang Chen had already lost all his power, and most of his life force was gone too. Death was just a matter of time. By keeping Jiang Chen alive, Yifan had planted a seed inside the Jiang family. If it grew, it might eventually plunge the family into chaos, with unexpected results. Ah, yes. Thank you, young Master Yi, thank you. Jiang Chen looked at Yifan with deep gratitude. He had just witnessed with his own eyes the horrific death of Tang Yun. Even when facing two martial saints, Yifan had shown no fear. Jiang Chen now had no courage to resist whatsoever. Perhaps only the immortal divine envoys could now pose a threat to Yifan. Jiang Chen nearly crawled out of the hall in panic. In an instant, only the other 9 ancient families remained. The hall was silent. Yifan swept his sharp gaze across the room, making the representatives of the 9 families visibly uncomfortable. Finally, it was Qin Weiyang of the Qin family who spoke up. Young Master Yi, although we of the 9 families have indeed been manipulating the royal court from the shadows and have extracted many resources, we were not involved in the plot to attack the Yi family. Jiang Chen just confirmed that. Yes. Young Master Yi, we really have no ill intentions toward the Yi family. And now that the Jiang family and the ancestral elder are finished, you could join us. With our alliance, you could control the royal court of Great Xia and gain access to immense resources. Even now, the 9 families were unwilling to relinquish their grip on the royal family. After all, the Great Xia royal court controlled a vast empire. With the resources of the entire nation, they could gather immense treasures. Pills, herbs, cultivation techniques. For the ancient martial families, it was a golden goose that laid endless eggs. Beside Yifan, Tang Zhang looked at him pleadingly. Young Master Yi, I beg you. The royal resources have already been sucked dry by them. It is the common people who suffer. I would rather offer those resources to you, young Master Yi, than let them continue to bleed us. Tang Zhang now clearly understood his role. The true culprit behind the Yi family massacre was the ancestral elder, and now that he had been slain by Yifan, Tang Zhang was determined to cling to Yifan's side. Yifan frowned slightly. He knew what Tang Zhang said was true. The ancient martial families draining the royal court was essentially draining the people of Great Xia. After a moment of thought, Yifan swept his cold eyes over the 9 family representatives and said, I now declare, your alliance is officially dissolved as of this moment. From now on, the royal court will not hand over any resources or so-called protection fees to you. What I, Yifan, have said, if any of you disagree, you may fight me. Yifan's words left the representatives stunned. He had just stripped away their most prized privilege? Controlling a royal court meant having access to a nation's treasures. They were not willing to let that go. But they knew Yifan's strength and the power of the northern falling sect behind him. Would they really dare to challenge him? Even though they burned with rage inside, none dared utter a word. One by one, they sat in silence, nearly suffocating from the pressure. Does anyone have any objections? Yifan looked calmly at the crowd, clearly intending to use his overwhelming power to subdue them. The 9 great ancient martial families glanced at the people standing behind Yifan. The Poison Prince, Feng Hanxiao, had clearly shown his loyalty with a humble attitude. It was rumored that even the Holy Master of Yaoqi Holy Land, Shui Longyin, was willing to submit to Yifan. With such immense power, Yifan was gradually forming a new dominant force. Who among the 9 families would dare to confront him directly? No objections. We all have no objections. When the representatives of the 9 families said this, it was somewhat insincere, but entirely helpless. Seeing the timing was right, Yifan continued, additionally, I intend to establish a business alliance. We will conduct business globally within the martial world, producing and selling elixirs, trading weapons and martial techniques. The profits from this will be far greater than anything you have gained from the royal court. Now tell me, who among you is interested in joining me? One slap, one sweet date. This was Yifan's method. The leaders of the 9 great families were no fools. It was obvious even to a child that Yifan's venture promised infinite profits. I will join. I will as well. Only a fool would refuse. It is our honor that young Master Yi would invite us. Yifan's powerful return marked the beginning of a major upheaval in the martial world. He would undoubtedly have a place among the top figures of this era. Following Yifan meant guaranteed access to meat on the table in the future. Very good. Rainfai will be your main point of contact for all matters. She may fully represent me in making any decisions. Later, she will provide you with the formulas for elixirs and inform you of which martial techniques or resources you need to contribute. Lastly, a woman named Xiu Wan will assist Rainfai in managing alliance affairs. To put it simply, you will be shareholders in the alliance. You will provide channels, connections, and resources. You will enjoy profit dividends, but all decision-making authority remains solely with me. After Yifan finished speaking, the 9 families had no objections. However, Xian Yufei, standing beside him, was taken aback. Brother Fan, I will be in charge of something so significant? Xian Yufei was astonished. Although the Xian family was one of the 6 major aristocratic clans, their influence in Great Xia still paled in comparison to the ancient martial families. Yifan had just placed her in charge of such a massive commercial alliance. She was excited, but also somewhat nervous. She was thrilled because she understood Yifan's intentions. Although they had previously broken off an engagement, this meant Yifan had now acknowledged her. But she was anxious, fearing she might not do well. What is it? Are you afraid, or unwilling? Yifan looked at her with a teasing glint. Miss this village, and there will be no next in. Should I call someone else to take over? If Yifan wanted to choose someone else, there were plenty of candidates. Xu Yue, Su Chan, Sui Shuet, any of them, with Yifan's support, could easily take charge. I am willing, very willing, Xian Yufei quickly nodded. As long as I can stay by your side, I am willing to do anything. During her time with Yifan, Xian Yufei had personally witnessed his meteoric rise. From misunderstanding to recognition, to admiration, regret, and ultimately, surrender. Now that Yifan had given her a chance, she would not let it slip by. Yifan nodded. Let us go. Accompany me to the Feng family. Time to visit their head, Feng Feng. Both Jiang Chen and Ji Changfeng had pointed to the Feng family. They were the representatives of the divine envoys in the capital, and had acquired a piece of undying bone. The divine envoys were expected to come retrieve it. Yifan might even get the chance to meet one in person. But Yifan was unaware that while he was planning to trouble the Feng family, their young master Feng Kai was already on his way to trouble him. Just as Yifan was preparing to leave the Grand Hotel with Xian Yufei, Princess Mingyue suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Young Master Yi, thank you. If not for Yifan's intervention today, Mingyue would have become Tang Yun's plaything. A beautiful young girl, being forced into bed by an old monster, just thinking about it was revolting. Yifan curled his lips. Saving you was just a passing favor. No need to thank me. Mingyue glanced at Tang Zhang nearby, then suddenly dropped to her knees before Yifan. Young Master Yi, to repay your life-saving grace, I am willing to stay by your side as a servant. The moment she said that, Zhao Linglong's hair stood on end. Princess, that is not appropriate. If you become young Master Yi's servant, what does that make me? Stealing my job? Let me warn you, do not try to compete with me, or I will smash you into the air with one punch. While Zhao Linglong was speaking, Wang Fugue glared resentfully at Feng Hanxiao. This guy, clearly a young master of one of the 4 great holy lands, was still sucking up to Yifan like a lackey, leaving no flattery left for others. Damn it! Even worse, Wang Fugui could not beat Feng Hanshao in a fight. What a pain. Seeing Yifan had yet to speak, Tang Zhang stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Young Master Yi, the royal family truly acted wrongly in the past. Let Mingyue remain at your side as a way to make amends. Please give us a chance. Let the royal family and the Yi family coexist. This is our sincerity. Tang Zhang had made himself very clear this was a gesture of goodwill. The royal family was willing to offer Princess Mingyue as a hostage. While hostages held little real leverage at this level of power, it at least showed the royal family's stance. Fine. From now on, she will report directly to her. Yifan pointed at Zhao Linglong. Mingyue's face turned bitter, but as long as she could stay close to Yifan, there was still hope. Good. With matters at the Grand Hotel resolved, Yifan took Xian Yufei and left to confront the Feng family. But just as they exited the hotel doors, several business vehicles pulled up and encircled them. A group of bodyguards blocked their path. Yifan, our young master requests your presence. Please join him at the restaurant across the street. Wang Fugui frowned and prepared to act. In broad daylight, right in front of the Grand Hotel in the capital, someone dared to detain their leader? What a joke! Feng Hanshao also looked at the bodyguards with pity. These pathetic weaklings, no matter how many of them there were, even 10 times more, they could never touch Yifan. Who is your young master? Yifan raised a hand to stop Wang Fugui and the others, smiling faintly as he looked at the guards. Our young master is the eldest son of the Feng family, Feng Kai. Yifan, you had better behave yourself. The Feng family? Upon hearing the name, Feng Hanshao and Wang Fugui burst into laughter. This was like someone delivering a pillow just as you wanted to nap. Yifan also had a bold idea in his mind. He scolded the crowd, all of you go find somewhere to eat. I will go meet this young master Feng. Do not worry, nothing will happen. Yifan really wanted to charge into the Feng family estate to investigate the mysterious divine envoy, but doing so would surely alert the enemy. However, what if he disguised himself as Feng Kai and infiltrated the Feng family as the young master himself? Would that not be an undetectable move? Since members of the Divine Envoy organization could disguise themselves as others to infiltrate families, why could Yifan not do the same by impersonating Feng Kai? But the premise for this plan was simple: Feng Kai had to disappear. Yifan winked at Wang Fugui and the others, then followed the group of bodyguards accompanying Feng Kai into the restaurant across the street. Xian Yufei and Mingyue were both a little worried about Yifan's safety. Is this not dangerous for young Master Yi? But Wang Fugui, who knew Yifan well, flashed a devilish grin. Relax. Nothing will happen. If I am right, the Feng family is about to be thrown into chaos. Disperse. Inside the restaurant across the street, once Yifan followed the bodyguards into the main hall, all the doors behind him were suddenly shut. Bang, bang, bang. One loud slamming sound after another. Every entrance Yifan had used was now closed and barred from the outside. Yifan stood with one hand behind his back, the muscles on his face twitching faintly. What was this Feng Kai thinking? Using such childish tricks, did he really believe he could trap Yifan? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Yifan could think further, from the railings of the second and third floors above, a large group of black-clad archers appeared, each aiming enhanced steel crossbows at Yifan. At least 100 bolts were locked onto him. Young Master Yi, you have been acting quite arrogant here in the capital lately. Feng Kai appeared on the second floor, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Let me be frank. I have taken a liking to a few of the women around you. Why not give them to me, and we can be friends? This was pure provocation. Yifan shook his head coldly. This Feng Kai was clearly pathetic. That is it? If there is nothing else, I will be leaving. Leave? Yifan, now that you are here, do you really think you can just walk out? Feng Kai snatched a steel crossbow from one of his men and fired it at Yifan. Swish! A bolt shot through the air, shrieking as it cut through space. Yifan did not even attempt to dodge. His aura simply circulated lightly, and the powerful bolt came to a complete stop 3 feet in front of him. That is all? Yifan looked at Feng Kai with a half-smile. With another pulse of energy, the bolt spun around and shot straight back toward Feng Kai. Feeling the grip of death, Feng Kai panicked and pulled a bodyguard in front of him, using the man as a shield. The bodyguard died instantly. The bolt pierced through his body and armor, and nearly hit Feng Kai as well. Feng Kai's face turned pale with shock. He stared at Yifan in disbelief. Was Yifan really this terrifying? Not even enhanced crossbow bolts could injure him? Quick! All of you, shoot him dead. I do not believe it. With this many bolts, we still cannot kill Yifan. Feng Kai barked at the hundreds of archers as he quickly fled behind his guards, trying to escape the scene. Now he understood why Ji Changfeng and Su Hao had died at Yi Fan's hands, and why even the top mentalists from the Eastern Sakura were no match for him. Yi Fan's strength was simply inhuman. His body was surrounded by a defensive aura, and he could casually neutralize enhanced bolts. This meant Yi Fan was at least at the martial venerable level, possibly at the peak of the martial saint realm. Swish, swish, swish. All the archers fired in unison, hoping to use sheer numbers to suppress and kill Yi Fan. But they did not realize they were not dealing with an ordinary martial artist. Yi Fan had 3 superpowers. One of them was Dragon Blood Burning Heaven. The awakened red flame ability of Dragon Blood could incinerate all things to ash. This time, instead of using martial aura to block the bolts, Yi Fan activated the burning power of the Dragon Blood flame with a mere thought. A red flame instantly enveloped his entire body, and all the bolts heading his way were reduced to ashes the moment they touched the fire. Puff, puff, one after another. Over 100 bolts shot toward Yi Fan, only to be incinerated instantly by the flames surrounding him. What the hell? What kind of ability is this? The room is getting hot. The archers were stunned by Yi Fan's unbelievable move, frozen and unable to continue attacking. Even more terrifying, the red flame surrounding Yi Fan grew stronger after burning the bolts and began spreading outward rapidly. Some archers who were close to Yi Fan were instantly burned, reduced to ashes without even a scream. So horrifying was the scene that all the archers immediately dropped their crossbows and jumped out the second-floor windows in a mad scramble to escape. Meanwhile, Feng Kai, fleeing in chaos, was not faring much better. Although Feng Kai's strength was not low, at the martial venerable level, he was powerless before a true master. In his panic, Feng Kai even got separated from his bodyguards due to the chaos. "Dad, help me, save me." Feng Kai desperately dialed his father, begging for reinforcements. Yi Fan's power was overwhelming. Feng Kai now understood clearly that the people he sent to test Yi Fan were no match at all. Once they were dealt with, he would be next. "Dad," in a panic, Feng Kai ran into a dark alleyway and had just reached his father by phone when a hand suddenly reached out and crushed the phone in his hand. As Feng Kai looked up and saw Yi Fan's face, he nearly jumped in fright. "Yi Fan, how are you here?" Just now, over 100 steelbolt archers could not even hold Yi Fan off for 30 seconds? Yi Fan was completely unscathed and had already made it here to confront him? Was this world really so insane? Were all his assassins secretly cooperating with Yi Fan in a stage play? However, with the fluctuations of martial energy surging from Yi Fan's body, he effortlessly blocked all the incoming crossbow attacks. It was evident that his strength was at least above the level of a martial saint, there was no doubt about it. Having lost the deterrent of his bodyguards and crossbowmen, Feng Kai stood no chance against Yi Fan. In fact, Feng Kai did not even have the courage to run. At this moment, Feng Kai regretted everything to death. If he had known how terrifying Yi Fan's strength truly was, why would he have stubbornly gone looking for trouble? "Ha ha! Young Master Feng, did you not have your eye on my woman?" "Now, I have my eye on something of yours." Yi Fan stared at Feng Kai with a wicked glint in his eyes, making Feng Kai panic internally. What is it? Was there anything on him worth Yi Fan coveting? Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "I want your life." Ah. Although Feng Kai had already suspected that Yi Fan would not spare him, hearing those words still made his heart tremble involuntarily. Yi Fan, you cannot kill me. I am from the Feng family." Feng Kai still tried to threaten him, but Yi Fan gave him no chance. In a flash, Yi Fan appeared beside him and struck him in the chest with his palm. Feng Kai, now completely panicked, unleashed all his inner strength in a desperate attempt to flee, but it was utterly futile. The martial energy fluctuating from Yi Fan's wrist sealed the entire area. Every escape route for Feng Kai was blocked. The next moment, Yi Fan had grabbed Feng Kai firmly by the neck. Thump, thump. The martial energy from Yi Fan's hand surged violently, sealing Feng Kai's blood flow. Then, Yi Fan began kneading Feng Kai's face with swift and deliberate motions. What are you doing?" Feng Kai was confused by Yi Fan's actions. Was he not here to kill him? Why not use a blade? Could this be one of Yi Fan's bizarre techniques? Feng Kai could feel the skin on his face being tugged and stretched. Then Yi Fan opened his phone camera and held it in front of Feng Kai, saying wickedly, "So, young Master Feng, what do you think of my craftsmanship?" Feng Kai looked at the reflection on the phone and was instantly horrified. What the fuck? The image on the phone screen no longer looked like Feng Kai, it was the exact likeness of Yi Fan. Disguise technique? As a martial arts practitioner, Feng Kai certainly knew of such a mysterious skill. He had just never imagined he would get to experience it firsthand. But obviously, this experience was not going to end well. Since Yifan had altered Feng Kai's appearance to resemble his own, it was clear Yifan would assume Feng Kai's identity. A flawless switch. Yifan was truly ruthless. Understanding what was happening, Feng Kai nearly lost his mind and tried to shout. But to his despair, Yifan had anticipated everything and had already sealed his blood channels. Feng Kai could only struggle violently, unable to utter a single sound. Feng Kai stood in place, dazed, helplessly watching Yifan morph his own appearance into that of Feng Kai. Yifan's skill was not just similar, it was as if they were carved from the same mold. Boom! By the time Feng Kai's bodyguards realized something was wrong and came rushing over, Yifan began showcasing his brilliant acting. "You bastards! Where the hell were you? I almost got killed. Move it, kill Yifan for me now." Using Feng Kai's voice and tone, Yifan berated the guards, then kicked the real Feng Kai hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Feng Kai gritted his teeth in pain. Seeing his bloodthirsty bodyguards rushing toward him, he struggled on the ground, frantically trying to stop them with muffled cries. What the fuck? After all those years of arrogance, Feng Kai was not going to die at the hands of an enemy, but by his own guards? What a fucking humiliating way to go. Yes, young master. The guards had long since been scared out of their wits. They had lost their young master during the retreat. Knowing his temper, they were sure he would have them killed. Now that he had not lashed out and even gave them a chance, they had to perform. Without hesitation, all the guards drew their weapons and hacked at Feng Kai with full force. Thud, thud. After a round of dull thuds, the real Feng Kai was hacked to death by the very men sworn to protect him. Yifan calmly watched from the side. Only after confirming that Feng Kai was dead did he speak, "Clean this up and take me back." "Yes, sir." The bodyguards were dazed. Was their young master really this powerful? He had taken down Yifan in such a short time? And now Yifan was dead? It all felt like a dream, hard to believe. But the face of Yifan lying on the ground was unmistakable. And he was most certainly dead. At the Feng family compound, when Yifan, now disguised as Feng Kai, returned, Feng Kai's father, Feng Feng, was gathering nearly all the family's guards to rescue his son. When he suddenly saw Feng Kai return, his pupils contracted in shock. "Kair, how did you escape? Did you not call me for reinforcements?" Feng Feng was deeply puzzled. Feng Kai's voice had sounded utterly desperate during the earlier phone call. Clearly, he had encountered an immensely dangerous threat from Yifan. Yet now, not even an hour later, he had returned unscathed. Feng Feng began to feel suspicious. Yifan said nothing. He simply glanced at a bodyguard and gestured. The guard immediately stepped forward and reported, "Master, young master displayed unmatched prowess and has already killed Yifan." "Yifan is dead." "What? Yifan is dead? What nonsense is this?" Upon hearing this, Feng Feng instantly dismissed the claim. Yifan is such a formidable figure. How could he be killed so easily? "Are you mistaken?" Feng Feng still could not believe it. But all the bodyguards who had gone with Feng Kai that day responded in unison, "Master, we were all there and saw him with our own eyes, his face, his voice, it was definitely Yifan. We could not be mistaken. One person might be wrong, but all of them? If that was true, then had Feng Kai just made a huge contribution? Is that so? If Yifan is dead, then excellent. With Yifan gone, our master's plan can finally move forward." "Kair, did you really kill Yifan? This time you have achieved a great merit, huh?" Feng Feng, after confirming once more with Yifan, was overjoyed and reached out, attempting to embrace him. Naturally, Yifan did not allow Feng Feng to hug him. Without a trace of expression, he sidestepped, then asked Feng Feng, "When are the divine envoys coming? Otherwise, keeping the undying bone in our household is always unsafe." Feng Feng was a bit surprised by his son's sudden concern. The divine envoys have already arrived in Shangjing. They were originally continuing the investigation into Yifan's whereabouts. Now that Yifan is dead, I will inform them to return. Them? Yifan keenly caught the implication in Feng Feng's words. There is more than one divine envoy this time? He felt both confused and uneasy. Clearly, the divine envoys were far stronger than martial saints, and Yifan was not entirely confident that he could defeat them. If only one came, he might still handle it. But if several appeared, he would definitely be under tremendous pressure. Yes. Yifan's rapid rise alarmed the divine envoys. They once said that Yifan's fate was unusual, and if he continued to live, it would interfere with their plans. That is why they dispatched so many people this time, to eliminate him. Feng Feng did not hide much from his son, sharing all the information he had. After getting a general sense of the situation, Yifan, concerned about exposing himself by lingering too long, greeted Feng Feng briefly. "I'll return to my courtyard first. Let me know when the divine envoys arrive." Earlier, despite several attempts by Yifan to lead the conversation, Feng never revealed the location of the undying bone in the Feng residence. Yifan could not directly ask either if Feng Kai truly knew its location. Such a question would give him away completely. Very well. Feng was still immersed in the joy of his son allegedly killing Yifan. As soon as Yifan left, he dialed a secured number. My Lord Divine Envoy, I bring good news. Yifan has been killed by my son. Truly, it is absolutely true. All our family's bodyguards witnessed it with their own eyes. My son has already returned. If you do not believe it, you may ask him in person. Killing Yifan would be an immense achievement. The Divine Envoy organization had already issued a bounty. Anyone who could kill Yifan would be promoted to the highest levels of the organization. The resources, power, and privileges granted would be unimaginable to ordinary people. So Feng was determined to fight for this great merit on behalf of his son. Yifan was killed by your son? A shocked male voice came from the other end. Impossible. I remember your son is only at the martial lord level, while Yifan is at least a martial saint. How could your son possibly kill him? Feng himself had similar doubts, but so many bodyguards had seen it with their own eyes. Could it really be false? I have not had time to ask about the details yet, but with dozens of eyes witnessing it in person, it should not be wrong, Feng explained, though deep down, he was uneasy too. Yifan had done too many unimaginable things recently in Yun City, the provincial capital, and now in Shangjing. As for his son, Feng knew his foolish nature all too well. Could he really have killed Yifan? Master Feng, there are times when even what you see with your own eyes may not be the truth, the man on the phone said after a pause. I am coming to the Feng residence immediately. Let us discuss this after I have seen Feng Kai in person. At the Feng residence, Yifan had just returned to Feng Kai's private courtyard when a seductive young woman suddenly threw herself into his arms. Cousin, it has been 2 years, I missed you so much. Did you miss me? The girl twisted herself tenderly against Yifan's chest, her fingers exploring his body shamelessly. Smelling the sweet fragrance under his nose, Yifan was momentarily stunned. So Feng Kai had such a beautiful female cousin? And judging from her coy demeanor, her relationship with Feng Kai seemed far from innocent. Of course I missed you, Yifan replied vaguely, already thinking about how to get rid of this cousin. Then tell me, cousin, where exactly did you miss me? As she spoke, her hand moved lower, reaching toward Yifan's abdomen. Just as Yifan furrowed his brow, preparing to dodge, the cousin's eyes sparkled with arousal. She suddenly pulled off her chiffon blouse, revealing a sexy lace bra underneath. Oh my! If you missed me, then do not waste time, show me how much you missed me, come on. With a sultry voice, she wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck and pulled him toward the bed. Yifan tried to speak, but her red lips quickly sealed his mouth, and her hands began undressing him. Soon, the room was filled with sounds unsuitable for children. The cousin was extremely wild, both in voice and movement. Under Yifan's repeated onslaught, she eventually surrendered completely. When the storm passed and peace returned, the cousin lay languidly in Yifan's arms, her dreamy eyes gazing at his chin. She said with satisfaction, Cousin, you have become so strong after 2 years. I could barely handle you. Yifan gave a faint smile. Strong? Because the man beside her now was no longer Feng Kai, it was Yifan. And today, he had held back. If she had met the real Yifan in full force, she would have been crushed. Is that so? Yifan responded casually. Though it felt good to be a man in bed, his true reason for coming to the Feng residence was the divine envoys. He could not let this delay the real mission. Until he met them, he must not be exposed. Of course. But cousin, why does your scent seem different now, nicer than before? And your technique is amazing. I love you. Sleeping with Feng Kai's cousin had been an unexpected bonus, but Yifan did not want to waste any more energy here. Just as she prepared to continue speaking, Yifan released a surge of internal energy that made her fall into a deep sleep. Right at that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Young master, the master says a guest has arrived. Please come over. Yifan knew exactly who that guest was, the so-called divine envoy, the true mastermind behind the attacks on the Yi family and the Beiluo sect. After so many years of bloody vengeance, was this finally the moment to meet the real culprit? Very well. I will be right there, Yifan replied. He quietly reviewed his techniques again, martial skills beyond the martial saint level, the flame of dragon blood, the demonic heart's devouring ability, and the teleportation trait awakened by the undying bone. With so many abilities, even if he could not defeat the divine envoys, he should at least have a chance to survive. In the grand hall of the Feng family, Feng, the core disciples of the Feng family, and 2 men dressed in black robes were all present. The 2 divine envoys had arrived. Patriarch Feng, according to our intelligence, your son must have made a mistake. Yifan could not possibly have died so easily, one of the men in black robes spoke. As he did, a white radiance shimmered across his face in a strange way. Clearly, the man was standing right before them, yet no one could make out his features. To others, his face remained an indistinct blur. But Feng did not know how to respond. After all, the divine envoys had never been wrong in all these years. Could his own son have really made a mistake? Before he could finish speaking, Yifan entered through the main door. Feng Kai is here, honored envoys. You can speak with him directly, ask him yourselves. Feng sighed with relief. If the information he had reported earlier turned out to be false and he had misled the divine envoys, the consequences would be dire. Swish! Everyone in the hall turned their gaze toward Yifan. The moment the two divine envoys saw Yifan, they jumped up as if they had seen something terrifying, swiftly retreating while roaring, No, he is not Feng Kai. Feng, what kind of trick are you pulling? You are trying to frame us. Do you have a death wish? The two divine envoys tried to activate their internal energy to flee, but found that the once formidable aura of martial power within them was somehow being suppressed by a mysterious force. They could only watch helplessly as Yifan approached them, step by step. Not Feng Kai? The words of the divine envoys left everyone in the hall stunned. The man before them clearly looked exactly like Feng Kai. Everyone saw Feng Kai daily. If this was not him, then who was it? Honored envoys, are you mistaken? Feng asked anxiously. This was his son, how could anyone else possibly misidentify him? Could something have gone wrong with the divine envoys themselves? But what Feng did not know was that the divine envoys identified people by their aura, not by appearance. Although Yifan looked exactly like Feng Kai, his aura could not be altered. What are you trying to do? Why are you impersonating Feng Kai? The two divine envoys, overwhelmed by a sense of hopelessness, had retreated into a corner, staring at Yifan in terror. Yifan, you are Yifan, the other envoy, after thinking for a few seconds, suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. If this was not Feng Kai, yet he was inside the Feng residence, and his very presence was causing overwhelming suppression, then there could be only one explanation. This man was Yifan. Their superior had once warned them never to come within 10 meters of Yifan. Otherwise, Yifan's unique aura would suppress their powers and render them unable to use their martial techniques. Moreover, as Yifan's strength continued to grow, the range of his influence would increase. Within this zone, all divine envoys would be powerless, even their escape techniques would fail. Yifan's existence was an existential threat to their entire race. This was one of the main reasons why the divine envoys sought to exterminate Yifan. As long as Yifan lived, the divine envoys would have a natural enemy. Yifan stopped exactly 1 meter in front of the two divine envoys, staring at them with a devilish grin. You truly have some skills. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong path. Humph. With a sneer, Yifan reached up and quickly rubbed his face. The appearance of Feng Kai vanished, and in the blink of an eye, Yifan's true features were revealed. What? Seeing Yifan's real face, Feng and the others were all stunned, staring at him in horror. If this was Yifan standing here, then his son Feng Kai must be. Thinking of what the bodyguards had said earlier, Feng almost fainted on the spot. Those dozens of bodyguards had all sworn they saw Feng Kai kill Yifan. But now that Yifan was clearly alive, did that mean his son was dead? Yifan, I will fight you to the death. Feng roared, unleashing a violent martial aura and lunging at Yifan. Because the divine envoys had granted him certain powers, Feng's strength had reached the peak of the martial grandmaster level, just a step away from martial lord. Aside from his son Feng Kai, Feng was the strongest in the Feng family. But that level of strength meant nothing before Yifan. Yifan did not even glance at him. He simply waved his hand, releasing a surging wave of martial energy that flung Feng into the wall, embedding him into it with a loud crash and leaving a massive dent. Hiss! The other core disciples of the Feng family gasped in unison at the scene before them. As they tried to flee, they realized their ankles were no longer under their control. Speak! Why did you target the Yi family and the Beluo sect? I had no enmity with you. Why did you try to wipe us out? Yifan stared coldly at the divine envoys. Despite all his investigations, he still did not understand why the divine envoys had attempted to destroy both the Yi family and Beluo sect. If it were just about the undying bone, then after obtaining it, they should have backed off. But the undying bone from the Yi family was still there, untouched. And yet the attacks had stopped. During the attack on Beluo sect, if the goal had been total annihilation, they would not have stopped halfway. But after Yifan's heart and kidneys were removed, the assailants suddenly halted. Everything pointed to one conclusion: the divine envoys had mobilized this massive operation solely to kill Yifan. The so-called undying bone was merely a cover. The two divine envoys trembled under the invisible pressure emanating from Yifan but dared not utter a single word. Yifan's very existence was an immense secret. If this secret were exposed, opposing forces would certainly exploit it, using Yifan to threaten the divine envoys. The leader's grand plan would be ruined. Yifan, save your breath. We will not tell you anything. If you have the guts, try killing us. Ha, even if you suppress our strength and capture us, so what? You cannot kill us. One of the envoys, looking a bit dim-witted, spoke defiantly. But his careless words unintentionally revealed several critical facts. Something within Yifan could suppress their powers? And divine envoys could not be killed by ordinary means? If they could not be killed by normal means, could they also not be killed by abnormal methods? Without any hesitation, Yifan drew the battle blade from his back and thrust it into the chest of one of the divine envoys. Squelch! A crisp sound echoed from the envoy's chest, but after a few seconds of bleeding, the wound was wrapped in a layer of white light. Immediately after, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving not even a trace. Ha! This divine envoy had self-healing abilities just like himself? After Yifan had the demon heart transplanted, he had inherited a partial regenerative ability. As long as the injury was not fatal, his body could slowly recover on its own. But even so, it was never this fast. His body could heal itself. So could the divine envoy's body. Yifan suddenly considered a possibility. Could it be that the divine envoys were of the same kind as he was? Unwilling to believe it, Yifan pulled the blade out and stabbed the envoy's heart again, only to witness the exact same result. Yifan followed up with a punch to the envoy's body. The immense force shattered several ribs in the chest. Yet in just moments, the envoy had recovered again. Ha ha! Yifan, you cannot do anything to us. Once our leader breaks through, even you will be no threat. That will be the day you die. Realizing Yifan could not kill them, the two envoys relaxed and burst into laughter. Yifan stared at them, sensing the strange aura they emitted. Although his eyes possessed demonic X-ray vision, that white glow prevented him from seeing through. It was impossible to perceive what lay beneath it. But Yifan was now certain of one thing: they feared him. The aura within him suppressed them. And that alone gave Yifan peace of mind, because if they had this particular weakness, then it would be difficult for them to strike directly. If the divine envoys wanted him dead, they would have to continue using other families and powers to act. Cannot do anything to you? Yifan sneered coldly. The devouring ability of the demon heart erupted, unleashing a terrifying suction force that penetrated the two divine envoys, voraciously devouring their martial aura and vitality. Physical weapons and attacks truly had no effect. But the demon heart's devouring ability instantly caused the envoys to panic. How is this possible? How can you devour our power? Brother, my vitality is being drained too. The two divine envoys tried to escape Yifan's grasp, but his natural suppression, combined with two blasts of aura, effortlessly pinned them down and continued devouring their life force. Yifan's mind was racing. If they were immune to physical attacks, would a spiritual assault yield unexpected results? Thinking this, Yifan swiftly activated the 7-star soul-destroying palm and launched a spiritual strike at the heads of the two divine envoys. Buzz! A faint sonic ripple echoed through the air. The expressions of the two envoys turned even more frantic. No, stop. The 7-star soul-destroying palm was terrifying in power. Even someone like Yamada Keiko had fallen to it. These two were merely the weakest members of the organization. Naturally, they could not withstand Yifan. In just 2 seconds, the envoy stopped struggling and fell into a state of mental paralysis. Why do you want to kill me? Yifan seized the moment and questioned them again. Because your existence poses a tremendous threat to our race. Your mother has always opposed us. The bloodline within your body possesses an innate ability to suppress our kind. As long as you are near us, our martial techniques cannot function. That is why you must die. Listening to their reply, Yifan finally understood most of it. It aligned closely with his earlier suspicions. So, merely being alive was his original sin. As long as these divine envoys and their organization existed, they would never let him live. The most thorough solution was to kill all of them. Then what is your true purpose, infiltrating all the major forces and organizations on such a large scale? Based on what Yifan had uncovered so far, the divine envoys were clearly preparing for a grand conspiracy. Previously, Yifan had no direct access to the envoys. Now that he did, he naturally wanted to get clear answers. For what? I do not know. Both envoys looked bewildered. As black-robed envoys, they held very low positions in the organization. Above them were yellow-robed envoys, red-robed envoys. Black-robed envoys were responsible only for executing specific orders. Higher-level missions were handled by the yellow-robed envoys. For what? Conquest, slaughter, enslavement. As one of the black-robed envoys muttered these key words, his head suddenly tilted, and his life force was instantly severed. Squelch! A muffled noise came from their bodies. Initially, there should have been corpses left behind. But a moment later, a white light radiated from their bodies, seemingly trying to escape into the distance. But from Yifan's body, a golden light emerged. It lashed out and shattered the escaping white light into nothingness. At that moment, not only the core disciples of the Feng family, but even Yifan himself was shocked. What was this golden light within him? It had acted on its own, attacking and destroying the black-robed envoys without his conscious command? Today, after entering the Feng family, killing Feng, and capturing the black-robed envoys, he had finally uncovered most of the truth. He had found the real culprits behind the attacks on the Yi family and Beluo sect, the Divine Envoy organization. Even though he had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, with a lead in hand, Yifan would one day find their lair and wipe them out entirely. Cloud Summit Palace. It was time to act. 2 supposedly unkillable divine envoys had died by Yifan's hand. Everyone in the Feng family was dumbstruck, staring at Yifan in fear. Yifan cast a cold glance at them and dialed Long Fei. Send people to take over the Feng family. Seal off everything that needs sealing. As the divine envoy's representative in the capital, the Feng family had committed countless crimes with the powers granted by the envoys. With the Jinwu division taking over the investigation, uncovering the truth would not be difficult. Yes. With that, Yifan prepared to leave the Feng residence. From the side courtyard, a girl ran out, casting a plaintive look at him. You are not Feng Kai, you slept with me. I mean, why did you become so aggressive, you? The girl was none other than Feng Kai's cousin. After being thoroughly pleasured by Yifan, her aura had become more delicate. She now gazed at him with a complicated expression. Yifan looked at her and felt a twinge of guilt. What is your name? According to Yifan's plan, no one in the Feng residence would come to a good end today. But this girl, since she had slept with him, he intended to spare her. My name is Ling Fei. Yifan nodded. I will take you out of here. A single day as husband and wife means 100 days of grace. I will spare your life. Yifan beckoned to Ling Fei and took her away from the Feng family compound, notifying Long Fei at the same time. Ling Fei's name could be removed from the arrest list, but as for the others, Yifan would no longer concern himself with them. What Yifan did not know was that this unintentional act would later end up saving his own life, but that is a story for another time. Leaving the Feng residence, Yifan prepared to reunite with Wang Fugue, Zhao Linglong, and the others. The objectives of his trip to the capital were now mostly accomplished. He had helped his junior sister deal with Su Hao of the Su family, eliminated the Ji and Feng families, killed the royal ancestor, and established cooperation with the 9 great ancient martial families. Even the royal family, through Tang Zhang, had made their stance clear. Without the support of the royal ancestor, the royal family would not be able to stir up any real trouble in the short term. Before Yifan could inform Wang Fugue, a sudden call came from Hua Ximiao in Yun City. Master, a very important guest from Britannia is requesting your help for treatment, specifically naming you. The consultation fee is 1 billion yuan. Master, will you accept it? A 1 billion consultation fee? What kind of illness could demand such a price? Who is it? Yifan asked curiously. Princess Anna. She specifically named you. They are already on their way to Yun City. I could not stop them, Hua Ximiao said apologetically over the phone. Of course, Master, if you do not wish to take the case, I can simply reject them. You do not need to appear. Yifan smiled faintly. 1 billion is no small sum. Why would I not accept? I must accept. Contact them and tell them I agree. While speaking, Yifan was driving away from the Feng compound. Wang Fugue and the others were staying at the Crown Plaza Hotel in the capital. As Yifan drove and parked outside the hotel, a young girl, dragging a suitcase, suddenly rushed up to his car, looking at him with desperation. Sir, please, help me. Drive away quickly. What I am carrying must not fall into their hands. As she spoke, the girl pointed in another direction, her face filled with terror. There, several burly men in sunglasses were rapidly approaching. However, these men were not from Daxia. They were foreigners, including several damn Japanese dogs. Covered in body hair, they exuded a primitive, barbaric aura. So arrogant, even in broad daylight? Chasing a defenseless girl in Daxia in broad daylight? That alone, seeing the Japanese bastards, was enough for Yifan to decide to act. Get out! Guo Xiaolin, where do you think you can run? Hand over the case right now, or both you and your father will die, one of the thugs shouted while trying to pull the girl out of the car. At the same time, others pointed black pistols directly at Yifan. Kid, stay out of this, or we will shoot you dead. running wild in Daxia, and daring to wield guns? Yifan's expression turned cold. This is Daxia. You people are too arrogant. Not only were they in Daxia, but they were in the capital itself. Did these foreigners really think Daxia had no one left? To be fair, it was not entirely the fault of Daxia's authorities. As a massive empire, the presence of foreigners was inevitable. The Jinwu division was meant to oversee these foreigners, but internal conflicts had drained much of their resources and attention. So what if we are arrogant? Thinking Yifan was just an ordinary man, the foreigners jeered and prepared to smash him with their gun butts. Yifan moved like lightning. Before they could react, he had snatched their guns and, with a surge of energy, reduced the weapons to heaps of parts. The men were stunned. Some among them were martial artists themselves and understood that true martial strength was not to be underestimated, but facing Yifan's terrifying power left them speechless. Before they could finish exclaiming, Yifan struck again. A storm of internal force sent them flying. Others attempted to take the girl hostage to threaten Yifan. Unfortunately, though fast, they were no match for Yifan's speed. Before they could act, he had knocked them all down and summoned the Jinwu division to arrest them. "Miss, it is all right now. You are safe," Yifan reassured the girl after dealing with the attackers. Guo Xiaolan looked around in disbelief, then at Yifan, hesitating slightly before asking, "Sir, are you from Daxia?" Yifan looked puzzled but nodded. "Of course. I despise those Japanese dogs. Otherwise, I would not have acted so decisively." "Good. My father said that I could not protect this item. Rather than let it fall into the hands of foreign scum, better to give it to someone from Daxia. But this item must fall into righteous hands." While speaking, Guo Xiaolan handed the case to Yifan. "Sir, please take this. This item can change the fate of a nation. I hope you can use it for Daxia's benefit." Yifan frowned at her words. She spoke as if delivering a last will. What intrigued him more was what exactly was inside the case. "What is inside?" Yifan asked. "A map. A general global distribution map of the undying bones. It is the result of my father's life work. Whoever obtains this map will be able to gather enough undying bones to reach the peak of power and influence." A map of the undying bones? Yifan was shocked. So far, he had acquired several pieces of the undying bones from the Yi family, royal family, Zhonghua, and the Kong family. He already knew their power was extraordinary. Moreover, the divine envoys were also hunting for them. Clearly, the bones were about more than just strength enhancement. "And where is your father now?" Yifan did not open the case. Judging by how hard the girl had fought to protect it, it was clearly the real thing. What fascinated Yifan was what kind of expert could map out the global distribution of the undying bones. Such a person should be protected and contribute to the nation. "My father was captured by them. Before he was taken, he secretly handed this safe to me," she replied. "Oh?" Yifan responded, observing Guo Xiaolan. From her expression, it seemed she did not know exactly where her father had been taken. However, Yifan could use reverse reasoning to track Professor Guo's whereabouts. Since these thugs were still chasing after Guo Xiaolan for the safe box, it at least meant that Professor Guo was temporarily safe. As long as Yifan could find out from them where those foreigners were based, he could naturally trace Professor Guo's location. On the other side, those thugs who had been smashed down by Yifan were lying limp on the ground. When they saw Yifan approaching again, their bodies trembled violently. What more do you want?" At first, they had assumed this Daxia youth was just some flashy fighter, but Yifan had instantly disabled their guns. Even with 7 or 8 strong men, including martial artists among them, none were a match for him. Yifan was simply too powerful. Today's mission was doomed to fail, and they had no idea how they were going to explain themselves to their boss. "Where are you holding Professor Guo? Tell me the location, and I will spare your lives." Yifan glared coldly at the thugs, his sharp gaze making their hearts tremble. The thugs exchanged glances, none daring to speak lightly. This operation in Daxia had been a confidential mission, taking advantage of the internal turmoil within the Jinwu division to sneak into the capital. Once their location was exposed and Jinwu division responded, there would be no good end for them. Moreover, the item in Professor Guo's possession concerned the fate of an entire nation. These thugs were well aware that if the distribution map of the undying bones was obtained, their own country would rapidly advance and dominate the globe. Yifan noticed that all the men had shifted their gaze toward one particular bearded thug and immediately understood this one was the leader. Bang! 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 Yifan struck like lightning, his inner energy surging, and in the blink of an eye, he broke the arms of the other thugs, knocking them unconscious. He did all this deliberately in front of the team leader, forcing him to witness the entire process. "Now, it is your turn." Yafan said to the leader coldly, wasting no words. He activated the 7-star soul extinguishing palm, a spiritual attack that directly impacted the leader's mind. Where is Professor Gua? Professor Gua is at Tianha Hotel in the western suburbs of the capital. Our boss, Jason, is interrogating him there. After obtaining the exact location, Yifan released Jason. Just then, Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong came down from the hotel. Seeing so many people lying in front of the entrance and a crowd gathering, Wang Fugue quickly stepped forward. Boss, what happened? Yifan's expression was grave. Quick, gather Linglong and Yufei, we are heading to Tianha Hotel in the western suburbs to rescue someone. After instructing Wang Fugue, Feng Hanxiao, and the others, Yifan rushed toward the Tianha Hotel. While en route, he received a call from Zhang Yichen. Young Master Yi, we have just received intelligence that operatives from Pretty Country in Japan have infiltrated Daxia to trace the research results of our Professor Gua. It concerns the distribution map of the Undying Bones. Please be alert. Though Zhang Yichen had handed over the Zhenwu division to Yifan, he still helped with many matters. When important information came in, he would usually notify Yifan immediately to prevent anything from being overlooked. Old Zhang, I have just discovered the location where Professor Gui is being held. The distribution map of the Undying Bones is already in my hands. Yifan paused for a moment before continuing. However, I have a question. Apart from enhancing martial prowess and unlocking certain traits, do the Undying Bones serve any other purpose? Zhang Yichen replied over the phone, I only vaguely heard Professor Gua mention that there are a total of 206 Undying Bones scattered across the globe, though no one knows why. He said that once they are fully assembled, they can form a very powerful weapon, one that is key to confronting a highly ambitious race. Hearing Zhang Yichen's words, a rough outline began to form in Yifan's mind. Could the Undying Bones be the key to dealing with the Divine Envoys? His own bloodline and aura could suppress them, and the Undying Bones might be the other crucial weapon. His mother, who had lived among ordinary people for years, had likely been involved in this very task, to protect all of humanity. Zhang Yichen had said that his parents were not dead, but had gone to another place to handle urgent matters. Now, the task of gathering the Undying Bones could only fall to Yifan. He needed to seize as many of them as possible. Now it made sense why the Divine Envoys were also desperately searching for the Undying Bones. They did not want the weapons capable of destroying them to fall into enemy hands. Understood. I am heading to rescue Professor Gua now. After studying ancient cultures and the Undying Bones for so many years, Professor Gua must have unique insights. Tianha Hotel, western suburbs of the capital. Recently, the entire hotel had been rented out by a few big bosses for a hefty fee. They had even instructed that no staff should be present. The hotel owner, naturally delighted, gave the staff a month-long vacation. On the 8th floor, in a gym, Professor Gua was tightly bound to a pillar, his body bloodied from whippings. Someone was even branding him with hot iron rods, filling the air with the smell of scorched flesh. Gua da. Fuck. Are you going to talk or not? What is the layout of the map? What are the key elements in charting the distribution of the Undying Bones? Speak. A bald brute furiously lashed Professor Gua across the face. This belongs to Daxia. You bastards will not get a single hair of it, huh? Though beaten to the point of being unrecognizable, Gua De showed no intention of giving in. Let me tell you, before you caught me, I already set up an auto-send email. If I do not operate the device within an hour, the email will automatically be sent to the Zhenwu division. You can all prepare to die. Damn it! Hearing the words Zhenwu division, Jason, the bald man, flinched with fear. Gua De, stop being so stubborn. My men have already located your daughter. Soon they will capture her and get the safe. Once we have it, both of you will die. Humph. Professor Gua had been calm precisely because he had entrusted the draft of the Undying Bones distribution map to his daughter, Guo Xiaolan, before being captured. But now, if Jason's men really found his daughter, everything he had planned would be in vain. Just as Professor Gua began to worry, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Are you fucking out of your mind? Did I not make it clear that when I am working, no one is to disturb me? Jason, having failed to extract the information he wanted, was clearly agitated and furious. Boom! Just as Jason was barking in rage, the door was blown off its hinges by a single punch. A group of people appeared at the entrance, standing before Jason and his 7 or 8 elite subordinates. They were none other than Yifan, Wang Fugue, Xian Yufei, and the others. Jason froze upon seeing them suddenly appear. Who are you? What do you want? Get the hell out, now! Jason was feeling guilty. He shifted his body slightly, trying to position himself in front of Professor Gua to shield him. But within the crowd, Guo Xiaolan had already spotted Guo Didad. "Are you alright?" As Guo Xiaolan called out, she tried to rush over. By now, Jason and his men had reacted. Swish! 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 Jason's subordinates fired steel crossbows toward Guo Xiaolan, Yifan, and the others, aiming to kill them. But these bolts were utterly worthless against Yifan. With a surge of inner strength, an invisible wall of energy formed in front of Yifan and Guo Xiaolan, halting the incoming bolts in midair. Jason quickly realized that his subordinates' crossbows were useless. He knew Yifan's strength must be terrifying. Without hesitation, he lunged toward Professor Guo, intending to take him hostage to threaten Yifan and Guo Xiaolan. However, while Jason moved quickly, Yifan moved faster. Swish! Swish! With a wave of inner energy, Yifan directed all the suspended crossbow bolts toward Jason. Before Jason could react, 2 bolts pinned his ankles to the ground, and his arms were nailed to the wall. In an instant, Jason was immobilized. What was even more critical was that Yifan had aimed precisely for Jason's key acupoints. There was no way he could break free on his own. Without needing instructions, Wang Fugue led his men to untie Professor Guo from the pillar and introduced him. "Professor Guo, this is the new chief commissioner of the Jinwu division, Yifan. He was the one who saved your daughter." Yifan nodded and stepped forward, showing his official badge to Professor Guo. "I have received a call from Elder Zhang Yichen. He explained your situation to me." Professor Guo scrutinized the badge in Yifan's hand. Once he confirmed its authenticity, he finally relaxed. "Good, so you really are from the Jinwu division. Then I can safely entrust the Undying Bones distribution map to you." Professor Guo sat weakly in a chair and continued, "Young Master Yi, Elder Zhang has probably already given you a general idea. This is an extremely important document. If you can memorize the map, even better. This must never fall into foreign hands." As he spoke, Professor Guo opened the safe and took out a map. After glancing at the others, he spread the map open in front of Yifan. "Young Master Yi, this map was deduced using this particular logic." Professor Guo made no attempt to hide anything. He clearly marked the locations of the Undying Bones for Yifan. Though many locations were approximate estimates, one precise location was marked in Yunqing, a piece of land soon to be auctioned. According to Professor Guo's theory, the Undying Bones had all emerged from ancient tombs. And beneath that plot of land in Yunqing lay such a tomb. It appeared they needed to return to Yunqing as soon as possible to secure that land. "Young Master Yi, besides the distribution map, I have also deduced the locations of several ancient deific ruins. Regardless of their authenticity, I will hand over all the detailed maps. If you are fortunate enough to enter one of those ruins and retrieve a priceless artifact, I hope you will use it for the good of Daxia." Ancient deific ruins? Yifan stared at Professor Guo with burning eyes. This man knew a lot. From Sui Xua's mother, Yifan had already learned that there were levels of mastery above conventional martial arts. Could so-called gods truly exist? And what lay within these ancient ruins? After a thorough discussion with Professor Gui in the hotel, many of Yifan's doubts were resolved, and he gained further insight into secrets about humanity itself. Collecting all the Undying Bones was something Yifan had to do. If they fell into the hands of the divine envoys, their power would only grow stronger. The only way to counter them was for Yifan to collect more bones first and activate his own unique traits. "Very well. Professor Guo, many are likely watching you now. If you do not mind, I can arrange accommodation for you at Jinwu Division headquarters and provide all necessary equipment and resources." A talent like Professor Gui was an absolute asset to Daxia. If he could deduce the distribution of the Undying Bones and pinpoint ancient deific ruins on his own, then with proper support, who knew what else he might uncover? That would be ideal. Yifan had Qinglong personally arrange everything for Professor Guo. Yifan then left with Wang Fugue, Xian Yufei, and others, preparing to fly home. This trip to the capital had fulfilled most of Yifan's goals. But not so for Xian Yufei. She had hoped to rekindle her relationship with Yifan, perhaps even become his woman. Yet, after all this time, she had found no opportunity. It was quite frustrating. "Brother Fan," on the plane, Xian Yufei sat beside Yifan, clinging to his arm, her eyes full of longing. Yifan, fully aware of her intentions, replied, "All right, my ex-wife, I brought you to the capital and even handed you the Global Business Alliance. That means I have already forgiven you. As for anything more, there will be many chances in the future. Who knows? Maybe one day I will get drunk and then your opportunity will come." Yifan gave her a devilish grin, his meaning could not be more obvious. Though Xian Yufei had long yearned for this, hearing it stated so bluntly made her blush from head to toe. "You are awful." Yifan returned from the capital with Wang Fugue, Zhao Linglong, and Xian Yufei. Foam Hanxiao, the poison master, insisted on tagging along, swearing to serve Yifan loyally. 2 hours later, the plane landed. Xian Yufei went home, and Yifan gave Wang Fugui and Zhao Linglong time off to visit their families. Yifan left the airport alone, heading home. After several days apart from his wife, Su Yixue, he missed her. But just as Yifan was about to get into his car, several burly bodyguards emerged from nearby vehicles and surrounded him, coldly declaring, "Kid, we heard you want to treat Princess Anna? I advise you to stay out of her affairs." A threat? If there is one thing I fear least, it is being threatened. Hua Ximiao had only just mentioned over the phone that Yifan might treat Princess Anna's illness, and yet these people had already found him. Clearly, their methods were not lacking. Oh, is that so? But as a doctor, when a patient comes seeking help, is it not improper for me to refuse treatment? Moreover, Princess Anna is offering a generous consultation fee 1 billion. That is no small sum. After all, no one truly rejects money. Yifan looked at the burly man before him with a faint smile. It was evident these men were not the masterminds behind the scenes. Yifan, be careful you do not earn the money, only to die before you can spend it, one of the bodyguards warned, martial energy surging as he prepared to make a move on Yifan. But the man who appeared to be the leader quickly stopped his companion, smiling politely at Yifan. "Please do not be offended, young Master Yi. My companion can be impulsive. What we mean to say is, if Princess Anna can offer such a price, our boss is willing to match it as long as you do not treat her." Oh, Yifan's smile deepened. These men truly did not want him to treat Princess Anna. Just a princess, was she really worth all this effort? Is that so? Then why not start by transferring 500 million to show your sincerity? Yifan spoke calmly, looking at the men. Their martial energy was weak, nearly at the elementary stage. Dealing with them would be no trouble for Yifan. And if they truly wished to stop him, 500 million was probably nothing to them. Sure enough, after Yifan spoke, the bearded leader hesitated briefly, then said, "Young Master Yi, this is a major matter. I will need to report it." "Go ahead," Yifan replied with indifference. The bearded man stepped aside, dialing an encrypted number and speaking rapidly in a foreign language. A few minutes later, he returned and nodded. "Young Master Yi, our boss has agreed to transfer 500 million as a show of sincerity. Once Princess Anna leaves Daxia, the remaining 500 million will also be paid." They really transferred the money? "My bank account is 622XX. Send it," Yifan said. Moments later, he received a message on his phone confirming the deposit. "Mr. Yi, the money has been sent. We hope you will honor your promise. If not, our boss will be very displeased, and the consequences." Before the man could finish, Yifan struck, with a fierce punch aimed at the man's face. Boom! A dull thud rang out as the man's nose and mouth collapsed inward, and the sheer force of the blow sent him flying 6 or 7 meters, crashing into a car and leaving a massive dent. Ugh! The man hit the ground, twitching violently. He tried to speak but could only produce muffled groans, glaring at Yifan as if he wanted to devour him. "No one threatens me," Yifan said coldly to the other guards. "Piss me off, and I will tear you all apart." Truthfully, Yifan never intended to keep that promise. The remaining bodyguards looked ready to strike, but the bearded leader quickly intervened, bowing respectfully. "I apologize, young Master Yi. My man was out of line. Please, do not be angry." Yifan snorted and got into his car, driving away. After he left, the guards looked sullen. "Boss, why? Why should we put up with Yifan's arrogance? There are so many of us, how can we be afraid of one man?" Especially the injured guard, who was furious. "Ugh, fuck, I will never forgive him." The bearded leader sighed as he watched Yifan drive away. "You all underestimate him. Frankly, even if we had 10 times our current numbers, we would still be nothing before Yifan. Even our boss might not be his match. I have a bad feeling we just flushed 500 million down the drain. Would Princess Anna truly come to Daxia just for medical treatment? If it were that simple, their boss would not be so worried." When Yifan returned to his villa, Su Yixue was not home, but her younger sister Su Qingru was. Upon seeing Yifan, Su Qingru leapt into his arms, hugging his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Brother-in-law, you are finally back. I missed you so much." Feeling her gentle embrace, Yifan smiled softly. "It has only been a few days. Where is your sister?" "Humph, you only care about her. She went to the company." "Come on, you are taking me shopping," Su Qingru said, tugging on Yifan's arm. But Yifan only wanted to talk to Su Yixue about the auctioned land. The land, which was supposed to be acquired by the group, had become difficult to secure. The Yi family's power now attracted too much scrutiny. Later, Yifan said, gently pulling away. "Humph, you heartless man. After taking advantage of me, you want to walk away?" Su Qingru pouted, recalling what had happened in the bathroom. Yi Fan rubbed his temple. "That was a misunderstanding. Sigh. How about this, once I finish my business, I will take you shopping, alright?" He had, after all, gotten a little too close to her that day. He had even declared publicly at her school's anniversary that he was her boyfriend. That is more like it. When Yifan arrived at the Su Group headquarters, Su Yixue was in her office, speaking to her secretary. "This director Yang is insufferable, always obstructing our projects." Seeing Yifan suddenly appear, she was overjoyed. "Husband? You are back?" Su Yixue had been preparing to leave, arranging everything at the company. She had thought she might not see Yifan again. Her mother's side had given her an ultimatum. Today was the final deadline. Now, seeing Yifan before she had to leave made her feel content. She rushed forward and hugged him tightly. "Husband, come with me to visit the bridge where we first met, alright?" It was under that bridge that Su Yixue first saw Yifan, unconscious and wounded. To her, the beauty of their relationship had begun beneath that very bridge. Alright. Yifan still cared deeply for his wife. During the 3 years he spent with the Su family, when he had lost all his power and was seen as nothing more than a worthless failure, not a single person from the Su family had looked down on him. Moreover, while Yifan spent all his time at clubs in search of his junior sister, Su Yixue never once complained. She even gave him money so he could chase girls. Lately, Yifan had been busy dealing with the Lin family, confronting the royal family in the capital, and investigating the mysterious divine envoys. He had had little time for Su Yixue, and in his heart, he felt guilty. Driving away from the company, Yifan arrived at the old bridge underpass where they had first met. In the 3 years since, the area had been developed into a park, bustling with elderly people dancing and exercising. However, the old bridge under which Yifan had once hidden when injured was still there. Returning to this place, Yifan thought back to how, back then, Su Yixue's grandfather had taken him in, and Su Yixue herself had not shown the slightest disdain. She had even gotten out of the car and helped him in personally. Remembering this made Yifan even more tender toward her. "Wife, it has been days since we last saw each other. Tonight, when we get back, shall we?" He did not finish his sentence, but the wicked gleam in his eyes made his intention very clear. "Alright," Su Yixue answered bashfully. Thinking about how she would have to leave after tonight, and uncertain when they might meet again, she instinctively hugged Yifan even tighter. The two of them strolled twice around the park, enjoying their quiet, intimate world together. As they turned a corner, they suddenly saw a young couple kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging the passers-by. "Please, we beg you, show some mercy. My boyfriend is hurt and we have no money for treatment. Please help us, anything will do." The girl cried as she pleaded, pointing to the young man beside her. He was covered in blood, and his arms and ankles looked broken. He appeared pitiful beyond words. Yifan had seen such scenes many times, both at home and abroad. Usually, this was a scam, meant to exploit people's sympathy to trick them out of their money. Yifan was just about to walk away when Su Yixue stopped. "Husband, they look so pitiful. Let us give them something." As a company president managing such a large enterprise, Su Yixue naturally recognized this kind of petty scam. But the reason she still wanted to give them money was because the couple reminded her of herself and Yifan from years past. Yifan understood what she was feeling. Although he knew it was a con, he still agreed. "Alright." Su Yixue opened her wallet and pulled out a red 100 yuan bill, handing it to the girl. "Here, take this as a token of goodwill." The girl's bowl was full of small coins and change. That red 100 yuan note stood out as a small fortune. "Thank you, sister. You are the kindest and most beautiful," the girl said, smiling broadly as she took the money. But just as Su Yixue was about to close her wallet, the girl suddenly grabbed her arm. "Sister, you are so kind and generous. How about giving just a little more? We really are in dire need." "What?" Yifan and Su Yixue were stunned. "Greedy and ungrateful?" Su Yixue hesitated slightly, then frowned and took out another 100 yuan note. "Here." But the girl did not take it. Instead, she stared into the wallet and said, "Sister, you have so much in there. You are only giving this little? Do you not feel ashamed? How about adding more?" "What?" Now even Yifan's expression darkened. What was this supposed to mean? They had been kind enough to give money to these professional beggars, and now they were being treated with disdain? 100 is not enough? Young lady, that is enough. Yifan activated his demon eyes and glanced at the crippled young man nearby, and instantly understood. Fake. His limbs appeared broken, but they were perfectly intact. The illusion was created with synthetic prosthetic skin, and he had folded his limbs inside, making them appear misshapen to the outside observer. What do you mean by enough? Just because you are rich, does that mean you get to treat others this way? Giving just 200 is like throwing scraps to a dog. You had better add 500 more. Everyone here, is this fair or not? Look at how much money they have, and they are only giving us 500. Moral coercion? Because you are poor, you are automatically in the right? There were more and more people like this these days. Many people would rather pay them just to avoid trouble. Suishua noticed the growing crowd and, embarrassed, reached for another 500 yuan bill. But Yifan stopped her. Wife, people like this are not worth it. As he spoke, he used internal force to flick the girl's hand away. Then he bent down, picked the 2 red bills from the girl's bowl, and put them back into Suishua's wallet. You do not deserve this money. The surrounding spectators all nodded subtly. From their faces, it was clear they had encountered situations like this before. The girl, shocked that her grip on Suishua's hand had suddenly loosened, was confused. She had held on tightly, just to prevent her from leaving. Why did she let go? But she had no time to ponder. Seeing Yifan retrieve the money, she instantly flew into a rage. After hesitating for a few seconds, she started shouting loudly, "Help! Someone's stealing money! Look at him, dressed so well, and still robbing beggars! Someone call the police!" As her cries echoed, the crowd grew. Most crucially, 4 or 5 more poorly dressed men and women rushed out of the crowd, surrounding Yifan and Suishua with hostility. Hey, brother, taking money from beggars? That is a bit low, do you not think? Yeah. Look at all these people watching, you should be ashamed, no? Here's the deal, give us 10,000, and we will let it go. Otherwise, we are calling the police. You do not want trouble, do you? Handsome guy, will that be by QR code, bank card, or cash? One of the beggars even pulled out a QR code and a POS machine more well-equipped than a supermarket. Even a fool could see this was an organized scam ring. And what if I decide not to pay? Yifan tilted his head at the surrounding beggars, a cold smile forming on his lips. No one had cleaned up this trash before. But today, they had met him, he would teach them a lesson. Not paying? Oomph, then we shall see whether you can walk out of here alive. One of the leading young beggars snarled viciously, his gaze filled with murderous intent. It was clear this man had taken lives before. As he spoke, his sleeve slipped down, revealing a sharp file in his palm. Handsome man, look, we are but lowly lives. Death or ruin means nothing to us. But if your beautiful wife ends up with a scar across her face, or if she is dragged into an alley late at night, is it worth the price? The leader stared at Suishua with lecherous eyes, making her extremely uncomfortable. The threat in their words could not have been clearer. This was a setup. Even if the average person realized it was a trap, there was little they could do, nor would they dare to act. Even if they called the police, it would take time for them to arrive. And in that time, these beggars would have ample opportunity to do something terrible. Most people would never take that risk. But today, they had run into Yifan. It was one thing to threaten Yifan, but they should never have involved Suishua. Suishua had stood by Yifan for 3 years. She was the apple of his eye, how could he ever allow her to suffer even the slightest harm? Oh, then go ahead and try. Let us see whether your file is sharper than my fist. Yifan's gaze turned ice cold as he stared down the group of beggars. Today, not one of you will escape. With lightning speed, Yifan reached out and grabbed one of the beggars by the shoulder, slamming him hard to the ground. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the beggar's bones shattered. With a scream of agony, he passed out on the spot. Fucking hell! The lead beggar saw Yifan's move and a trace of panic flickered in his eyes. Clearly, they had picked the wrong target today. But at this point, he had no choice but to fight. Whoosh! Without hesitation, the lead beggar thrust his file directly at Yifan's heart, a lethal move meant to kill on the spot. If it struck, Yifan would undoubtedly die. These were ruthless killers. Yifan had already assessed the situation. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. A surge of internal energy burst from his body, forming a visible wave of true chi on the surface of his skin, stopping the beggar's file from piercing any further. What? The beggar was stunned. His sharp file had stopped cold the moment it touched Yifan's skin. Confusion turned to horror. This man was a martial arts expert? And he had even cultivated true chi. This meant Yifan was at least at the martial lord level? Fucking hell, this was a disaster. These beggars roamed the country running scams, usually targeting ordinary people. When faced with true experts, especially martial cultivators, they knew better than to provoke them. Master, I was wrong. I failed to recognize a true powerhouse. Please spare me. Thud. Realizing he was no match for Yifan, the lead beggar dropped to his knees without hesitation and begged for mercy. They had all witnessed the terrifying power of martial masters. With just a finger, they could easily crush these beggars. Even though the beggars were gradually organizing themselves into a beggars' gang, it was not yet a formal entity, and they had no strong leader who commanded full loyalty. When faced with real power, all they could do was submit. Humph. Now you admit fault? Too late. Yifan snorted coldly, channeling internal force to shatter the tip of the file. Then he lifted it and waved it before the crowd. Look at this is the weapon these so-called beggars use to attack people. Gasp. The surrounding crowd sucked in cold air, their faces filled with disgust as they stared at the beggars. Put. With another cold snort, Yifan surged his energy and drove the broken file into the beggar leader's chest, twisting it deliberately. If you commit wrongdoing, you must bear the consequences. Pinned to the ground, the beggar leader broke into a cold sweat from the pain, but he gritted his teeth and said nothing. Master, I was wrong. The other beggars, seeing this, pulled out their own weapons, knives, machetes, steel rods. These were clearly not the tools of ordinary beggars. The onlookers stepped back in shock. Stop! Just as the remaining 4 beggars were about to strike, the leader shouted. All of them froze instantly. But Yifan had no intention of letting them go so easily. Humph! Seeking death. As he coldly spoke, Yifan's figure blurred like a phantom. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed. The 4 beggars collapsed like dead dogs, completely motionless. Well done. Young man, I support you. That is right, they pull this scam all the time. They have tricked so many people. Hearing the crowd's approval, Yifan looked down at the leader and said coldly, seems you do not have the best reputation. He had no intention of sparing such scum, but since Sui Shue was beside him, and many people were watching, Yifan held back slightly. He used internal force to destroy most of their meridians and bones. Though they would survive, they were now destined to live the rest of their lives in true disability as real beggars. Of the entire group, only the injured boyfriend lying on the ground had not acted. Seeing the situation turn, he tried to quietly slip away, but the spectators had long since had enough. A few men grabbed him and tore off the lifelike prosthetic skin. Bastard! He is a con artist. Fucker! I really thought he was crippled. Fuck him, let us beat his ass. With that, a group rushed forward and beat the scammer mercilessly. Cries of pain filled the air. Meanwhile, Yifan quietly led Sui Shue away. Husband, sigh, they brought it upon themselves. Yifan had no intention of letting them off lightly. He had already informed the Zhenwu division they would investigate and take appropriate action. Honey, I want to eat barbecue. You promised to take me for barbecue and beer, but you never did. Sui Shue clung to Yifan's arm, her tone a mix of coquettish complaint and affection. Since she would be leaving the next day, Sui Shue was in no hurry. Instead, she wanted to spend these last moments enjoying time with Yifan, making up for everything they had missed. Yifan gave her a puzzled look but agreed without hesitation. He took Sui Shue to a roadside food stall, where they enjoyed barbecue and beer. Seeing that Sui Shue had no intention of returning to the company, Yifan finally spoke up. Wife, I heard the Su Group's project has been stuck because of that director Yang from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Shall we go deal with him now? Earlier, when Yifan had gone to Sui Shue's office, she had been complaining about this issue to her secretary, Tang Xian. Sui Shue was his wife of Yi family's eldest son, daughter-in-law of the most powerful family in the nation. Yet her company's project was being obstructed by a mere director? That was unacceptable. Sui Shue looked at Yifan and nodded. All right. Yifan then excused himself, saying he needed to use the restroom, and called Pingyu, the governor of Tiannan province. On the other end, Pingyu was both pleasantly surprised and slightly nervous to receive Yifan's call. Young Master Yi, what an honor. Whatever you need, please say the word. Pingyu was part of the Yi family's faction, an open secret. During the operation in Huadu involving the arrest of Lord Seven, Pingyu had been uneasy, fearing Yifan would blame him for not doing enough. Now that Yifan was calling directly, Pingyu was beyond anxious, worried something serious had gone wrong. There is a director named Yang Ku in the Industry and Commerce Bureau in Yuncheng. My wife, Sui Shue, has a fully compliant project with the Su Group that has repeatedly been obstructed by him. He keeps finding excuses not to approve it. This sort of thing happening on Yi family's territory feels a bit out of place. Yifan's tone was calm, but the authority behind his words made Pongyu's heart skip a beat. Understood, young Master Yi. I will have it handled immediately. Though I am currently in Huadu and cannot personally intervene, I will ensure this is resolved. Pengyu, still uneasy, ended the call and immediately phoned the chief of Yuncheng. What the hell are you doing? Do you not know the status of the Su Group? Blocking their project, are you trying to get yourselves killed? Get to the Industry and Commerce Bureau now and resolve this. If you cannot handle it, do not bother coming to work tomorrow. That was not enough. Peng Yu made another call. Director Liu, I do not care where you are, drop everything and fix this now. Your department has made a serious mistake. There is a Director Yang Ku obstructing a Su Group project. Get back immediately and deal with it. He also alerted the Supervision Bureau, Tax Office. In a matter of minutes, every key department in Yunqing received a direct call from the provincial governor. The entire Yunqing bureaucracy was thrown into chaos, and a small-time official named Yang Ku suddenly became infamous. Everyone now knew Yang Ku was in deep trouble. At the Industry and Commerce Bureau of Yunqing, in Yang Ku's office, Yang Ku had set his phone to silent and tossed it aside. Over 100 missed calls went unnoticed as he watched adult films during work hours, studying art from Japanese actresses. Just as he was enjoying himself, a knock came at the door. Sui Shui entered, dressed in a fitted blazer, black stockings, and glasses, looking every bit the part of the seductive secretary from a film. Yang Ku's eyes lit up with lust the moment he saw her. Miss Su, what brings you here? He said, squinting, his eyes glued to her chest as if he could see through her clothes. Of course, he knew all about the Su Group's project. Their PR team had visited several times. All the documents were complete and fully compliant. But Yang Ku thought the Su Group's bribes were too small. What he really desired was not money, but Sui Shui herself. He had been deliberately stalling the project just to get close to her. I am here for the Su Group small development project, Sui Shui said, placing a file on his desk, maintaining her poise. Director Yang, all the documents are in order. We just need your signature. I hope you can be generous. Yang Ku stared at her, eyes narrowed. Miss Su, I can be generous, but I was very clear with Miss Tang last time. I just want one dinner with you. 1 hour. If you agree, this project will be approved immediately. As he spoke, he reached out to grab her wrist. Dinner? The implication was crystal clear. Yang Ku wanted to sleep with her. A man in his 50s, fantasizing about Sui Shui, shameless. Sui Shui's expression turned cold as she drew back, avoiding his grasp. Director Yang, please show some respect. I am here to discuss project approval. If you have other intentions, then forget it. Yafan was just outside taking a call. Sui Shui had confidence. She knew exactly how powerful her husband's background was. She had refrained from using his influence, but Yang Ku was going too far. Not only did he block the project, now he was trying to take advantage of her? Seeing her firm response, Yang Ku was momentarily stunned, then smirked. Oof. It seems Miss Su has not thought this through. Take your documents and leave. This review will not pass. You did not even look at the documents. What is the meaning of this? Sui Shui was furious. It was always like this. Initially, he gave token excuses. Later, he stopped pretending and just outright rejected everything. What do I mean? I mean exactly what I said. Whether I read them or not makes no difference. They will not be approved. Unless Miss Su agrees to dinner, maybe then the project will move forward. Staring at her figure in beauty, Yang Ku suddenly lunged toward her. Miss Su, just say yes. Just once. One time and I will approve every future project the Su Group has. His piggish expression was revolting. Sui Shui dodged to the side in disgust, and just then, Yafan stepped into the office. Yang Ku, you had best not regret your actions. As he spoke, Yafan kicked Yang Ku straight to the floor. Ha! A man had suddenly entered and dared to attack him? Yang Ku was completely stunned. Ha! A man had barged into his office and inexplicably beat him up? What the fuck? Who the hell are you? How dare you hit me? Are you looking to die? Yang Ku climbed up from the ground, his face furious, glaring at Yafan, wanting to strike back. But feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Yafan, he raised his hand several times in hesitation, ultimately not daring to make a move. I am her husband. You dare lay your filthy thoughts on my wife? Tell me, how do you want to die? Yafan stared coldly at Yang Ku. From the looks of this man, he clearly had no decency. It was a mystery how someone like him had become the director of the Industrial Approvals Office. From the information Yafan's side had gathered, this man had used his position for no shortage of despicable deeds. He had used his authority to solicit bribes and coerce women like Sui Shui more than once. Previously, many companies and conglomerates, desperate to get their projects approved, had no choice but to swallow the humiliation. But this time, Yang Ku had provoked Sui Shui, Yifan's wife. There would be no mercy. Her husband? Humph. So what if you are? Honestly, I just wanna fuck her. Relax, I only need one night. Nothing's going to fall off. She can wash up and still be usable when she gets back. This was a blatant threat, a vile insult. Even Su Ishue's expression changed dramatically. There was no way Yifan would tolerate this kind of offense. Slap. Without hesitation, Yifan swung his hand and slapped Yang Ko hard across the face. You are fucking dead. Boom. The slap was not enough. Yifan stepped forward and delivered a devastating punch that sent Yang Ko crashing to the ground. Still not satisfied, he kicked Yang Ko squarely in the groin. Crunch. Crunch. With two sharp cracks, Yang Ko's testicles were shattered, his manhood utterly destroyed. Hiss. Yang Ko gasped in agony, curling up on the ground in unbearable pain, beads of sweat rolling off his face, his breathing ragged. It took him quite a while to recover enough to scream, "Fuck my balls. You bastard. Do you know who my brother-in-law is? You are fucking dead. Wait and see." His face was twisted with pain. He had never been humiliated or hurt like this in his life. Staggering to his desk, Yang Ko reached for his phone, determined to call his brother-in-law to come back him up. But when he unlocked his phone, he was stunned to see over 700 missed calls. What the hell was going on? Though confused, Yang Ko was too enraged to care. All he wanted was to kill Yifan. Without a second thought, he called his brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, I was attacked in my office. Bring people right now." "You are in the office? All right, stay put. Do not move, I will bring people immediately." His brother-in-law's voice was gentle, but oddly unsettling. Yang Ko's brother-in-law was the deputy director of the Supervision Bureau and had bailed him out of many problems before. Reassured by the response, Yang Ko grew more confident. "Boy, just wait. If you can leave this office standing, I will kneel and call you father." He had also called the security chief, and a team of guards was already on the way to detain Yifan. So Yifan could fight? So what? Could he handle dozens of trained security guards? Yifan showed no reaction to Yang Ko's words but frowned. Had he not already informed Peng Yu ahead of time? Logically, Yang Ko should have received a call from above and settled the issue before Yifan and Su Ishua arrived. If he had done that, Yifan might have let him off. But now Yang Ko had not only failed to resolve the matter, he had even dared lay hands on Yifan's wife. There would be no forgiveness. "So you really have no intention of approving Su Group's project today?" Yifan's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared at Yang Ko. If Yang Ko had approved it at that moment, he might have had a slim chance of survival. But with his brother-in-law and the security chief both supposedly on their way, Yang Ko remained defiant. "Approval? In your fucking dreams." He tore up the documents Su Ishue had brought and threw them to the floor, stomping on them several times. Crash. As his words fell, a mess of footsteps echoed in the corridor. A group of security guards, led by a bald man, appeared at the office door. "Director Yang, who attacked you?" "Is it this man?" the burly security chief asked in a gruff voice. This security chief often colluded with Yang Ko, helping cover up many of his dirty deeds and receiving plenty of benefits in return. "Yes, it is him. Captain Zhao, do not hold back. Beat him to death. Be careful not to hurt the woman. She is mine later." A twisted smile formed on Yang Ko's face. "Hold him down. I want to personally crush his balls, so he will never be a man again. Even if you give him his wife back, he will be left watching, never touching." Captain Zhao waved to his men, who grabbed Yifan by both shoulders, ready for Yang Ko to strike. Yang Ko's face contorted in a wicked grin as he stared at Yifan. "Arrogant, are you? Go ahead, let me see that arrogance now. Fuck it, even if I stripped your wife right here, what could you do?" As he spoke, Yang Ko reached toward Su Ishue with his hands. Su Ishue dodged, worriedly calling out, "Husband." Yifan frowned. What the hell was taking Peng Yu so long? Why had no one arrived yet? Yang Ko missed his grab, but was not fazed. He lifted a nearby chair and aimed it at Yifan's groin. "Die." Just as he was about to strike, a large crowd burst into the room. "Stop. You bastard. If you want to die, do not drag us down with you. You scum." As they shouted, they rushed forward, seized the chair from Yang Ko's hands, and pinned him to the floor. Leading the charge was none other than Sun Hong, the Director General of Yunqing's Supervision Bureau. Standing beside Sun Hong was Wu Bo, the Deputy Director of Yunqing's Bureau of Supervision. Yang Ko was already deeply shocked when others started laying hands on him, but what stunned him even more was that his own brother-in-law, Wu Bo, was also holding him down with unrelenting force. "Brother-in-law, are you insane? Why are you holding me down?" Yang Ko glared angrily at Wu Bo. "Did you not say you were coming to help me? Why are you attacking me along with them?" As he struggled to defend himself, someone suddenly twisted Yang Ko's arm and broke it on the spot. "Ah, fuck, my hand. Are you people even human? Do you have any conscience?" Yang Ke was about to curse further, but then he realized that the person who had just broken his arm was none other than his superior, Minister Li Yang of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. The bald-headed old man was now sitting on Yang Ke's chest, beating him with furious energy. At that moment, it was not just Sun Hong and Li Yang, leaders of all the major departments in Yunqing had arrived and were pinning Yang Ke to the ground without a shred of decorum. These were people Yang Ke usually had no chance of meeting. Always serious and proper in appearance, they now completely disregarded their image to suppress him violently. Why? A pitiful Yang Ke glanced over at Yifan, who was watching coldly, and a dreadful realization formed in his mind. Was all this because of Yifan? These people had all come for Yifan, brother-in-law. Yang Ke tried to speak again, but Wu Bo was already enraged. He slapped Yang Ke hard across the mouth. Shut your mouth. If you want to live, do not say another word. Otherwise, not even the gods can save you. After speaking, Wu Bo immediately turned and respectfully nodded to Yifan. Young Master Yi, this Yang Ke is guilty beyond redemption. We will punish him accordingly. We will handle everything you requested thoroughly. Is that right, Minister Li? Wu Bo looked at Yifan anxiously, also signaling Li Yang. From the governor of Tannan province, Wu Bo had already learned what Yifan was doing at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce today. It was over something as minor as a project from Su Group being deliberately obstructed. Wu Bo knew all too well what kind of person his brother-in-law Yang Ke was. He often exploited his small amount of power to take bribes and extort benefits. But even if you are going to take bribes, you should know who not to mess with. Why would you provoke Su Group? Did he not know who they were? Su Yixue, president of Su Group, was the legitimate wife of Yifan, the eldest young master of the Yi family. Even the Yun family, which tried to challenge Su Group, was crushed. The mighty Zhou family from the provincial capital was annihilated. Even the Lin family, one of the 6 great noble families in Daxia, was destroyed by the Yi family. Now Yang Ke dared to provoke Su Group and offend the Yi family? Was he trying to die? When Governor Pan Yu personally called every official in Yunqing, everyone was terrified and rushed to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Li Yang, as Yang Ke's direct superior, was more anxious than anyone. Now that Wu Bo had led the conversation in this direction, Li Yang understood immediately and quickly responded, yes, yes, yes. I have just heard about Su Group's project. The documentation is in perfect order. I will approve and sign it immediately. Yang Ke has been neglecting his duties and has committed criminal misconduct. We will deal with him strictly. Both Li Yang and Wu Bo now only wanted to distance themselves from the disaster. Yang Ke's fate was of no concern to them. The officials already present at the scene shared the same thinking. The priority was to appease Yifan's wrath. Indeed, Yang Ke is despicable. I heard he has blocked many other companies' projects. He does not deserve to serve the people. Young Master Yi, I will have him escorted back immediately and interrogated thoroughly. I will ensure he spends the rest of his life behind bars. Sun Hong, who knew a bit about Hua Shuiyan's background, also began to understand why she had suddenly achieved such merit and risen to prominence. Yifan was behind her. As long as they had Yifan's backing, who would fear the future? While speaking, Sun Hong ordered his men to detain Yang Ke on the spot. Once Yang Ke was removed and the Su Group's project approved and stamped, most of Yifan's concerns for the day would be resolved. Governor Pan Yu would also be satisfied. No, please, do not. You cannot do this. Brother-in-law, save me. Seeing the gravity of the situation, Yang Ke finally understood. He had kicked a steel plate. Yifan was unimaginably powerful. Having been away for some time on a training assignment, Yang Ke had no idea what had transpired in Yunqing lately. He thought Yifan was just some pretty boy. He never imagined that nearly every official in Yunqing would appear here. The city's governor, the head of the Supervision Bureau, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, and many others all gathered, and even more were arriving outside. Yang Ke was finally terrified. Taking advantage of a moment of distraction, he crawled to Yifan, knelt down with a thud, and repeatedly kowtowed. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please spare me. I know I was wrong. Yang Ke knew that if he was taken away today, his life would be finished. But he had behaved far too maliciously earlier. Yifan had no intention of letting him off, and now there was no chance of mercy. Humph, Director Yang, were you not quite arrogant just now? Did you not tear up my documents? Did you not attempt to strip my wife right in front of me? Yifan glared at Yang Ke coldly. His words sent chills through the surrounding officials and onlookers. Yang Ke's actions were utterly lawless. Such monstrous words, he had dared to provoke young Master Yi's wife? Was he insane? At that moment, Yang Ke regretted it so much he wished he could kill himself. If he had known Yifan had such power, he would never have obstructed Su Group, nor dared to cause Yifan trouble. It was all my fault. All my fault. I will reorganize the documents right now. Yang Ke lay on the ground, trying to gather the shredded pieces of the documents he had just torn apart. But they had been ripped to shreds, there was no way they could be pieced back together. Watching Yang Ke groveling on the ground in disgrace, Yifan snorted coldly. If you had known this would happen, why did you act that way in the first place? After a pause, Yifan looked at Sun Hong and said, you handle the rest. With that one sentence, Yang Ke's fate was sealed. There was no need to say what awaited him next, it would not end well. Yes. As soon as Yifan spoke, Sun Hong and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as Yifan said the word, they knew the issue was already more than halfway resolved. Sun Hong's subordinates immediately rushed in, dragged the collapsed Yang Ke off the floor, and started to escort him out. No, do not. Young Master Yi, I was truly wrong, please give me another chance. Yifan paid absolutely no attention to Yang Ke's wailing. A despicable person like Yang Ke was nothing more than garbage. This time, he had encountered Suishue, Yifan's wife, and Yifan. That was why Yifan had won, supported by so many people. Yang Ke had no chance of escaping arrest. But if it had been someone else in place of Yifan? It was entirely possible that another company president, for the sake of the company's survival, might have had no choice but to sacrifice his wife, even sending her to sleep with someone like Yang Ke. Since Yang Ke was capable of being that ruthless, why should Yifan show him any mercy? To be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. This was a truth Yifan deeply understood. With Yang Ke taken away, the room suddenly fell silent. Although only Yifan and the group of Yun City officials remained, every single one of them stared at Yifan, not daring to utter a word. They were all waiting for Yifan to speak. Enough! You may all leave. If you react this slowly, how can you be expected to serve the common people in the future? Yifan scolded sharply. The Yun City governor and the other leaders quietly wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Then, in unison, they responded, Young Master Yi, rest assured, we will certainly move faster in the future. Everyone left the room, but Li Yang, head of the Commerce Bureau, and Su Jiao, the Yun City governor, along with several core officials, did not dare to leave. They feared the Su Group's project might still require their assistance and wanted to resolve it immediately on site. Li Yang glanced at Yifan's expression and cautiously spoke, Young Master Yi, later I will personally bring people to the Su Group to handle the project review. What do you think? The documents Suishue had brought were already torn to pieces by Yang Ke. With no paperwork, the review could not proceed. Yifan looked at Suishue and said, very well. Leaving the Commerce Department, Suishue gazed affectionately at Yifan. Husband, I love you. Let us go home. Seeing Suishue's flushed cheeks, Yifan naturally understood her intentions. However, there was still that seductive younger sister-in-law at home. Yifan did not want her ruining the moment, so without hesitation, he booked a hotel room. After an intense moment of passion, Suishue lay gently in Yifan's arms, her eyes practically overflowing with affection. Husband, if one day I am truly taken away, what will you do? Yifan was taken aback, recalling the time when Elder Hua from the pavilion had tried to forcibly take Suishue away. But by then, Yifan's strength had already surpassed the peak of martial saint level. He could easily have fought them both off. Would they dare try again? If anyone dares take you, I will raise their entire clan. My wife, no one can take her. A devilish smile curled Yifan's lips. As his wrist brushed Suishue's arm, he suddenly noticed something odd in her pulse, and his brows furrowed. Puzzled, Yifan gently took her wrist again. The pulse truly was different. Wife, are you pregnant? I am going to be a father? Yifan looked at Suishue in astonishment and delight. With his unparalleled medical skills, Yifan could naturally detect the unique characteristics of her pulse. Suishue froze for a moment. Realizing Yifan had sensed it, she shyly nodded, wrapping her arms around his neck. Yes. Her bashful expression made Yifan hug her tightly again. I am really going to be a father? This is wonderful, haha, haha, wife, thank you. Although Yifan had been involved with many women during his global exploits, he had always been cautious, never leaving behind any children. Now that he was truly going to be a father, the feeling was indescribable. Why thank me? This is the fruit of our love. I will raise our child well. Suishue, overjoyed, also sighed inwardly. Originally, she had been extremely happy to be carrying Yifan's child. But tonight, she would have to leave with the people from her grandmother's side. Her heart was filled with reluctance to part with Yifan. It had been 3 years. Though their true intimacy had only begun recently, Suishue had already grown used to Yifan's presence. Good, good, good. Yifan held her close, utterly elated. Wife, do not worry, I will give you and our child the best environment imaginable. Yifan and Sui Shue spent more time together at the hotel. As they prepared to return home, Yifan received a call from Hua Ximiao. Master, Princess Anna has arrived in Yun City. She is asking when you might be free to meet her? Yifan was in a great mood. Besides, he had previously scammed Anna's nemesis out of 5 billion. If he cured Anna now, that would mean another 10 billion. Send me the address. I will drop my wife off at home and then head over. After bringing Sui Shue home and reminding her to rest well, Yifan said his goodbyes. Just as Yifan was about to exit the villa gate, Sui Shue suddenly called out to him again. She embraced him with deep affection. Husband, I love you. I will always stay by your side. As she finished speaking, she smiled sweetly, then ran back into the house, striking a graceful pose as she did. Husband, remember me at my most beautiful. All right. Although Yifan sensed something strange in her behavior today, he was too exhilarated by the news of the child to dwell on it. In the largest suite of Yun City's Grand Hotel, Princess Anna and her entourage of bodyguards had already checked in. Your Highness, as per your instructions, we have secured the entire 8th floor. All irrelevant personnel have been cleared, Anna's female bodyguard respectfully reported. Princess Anna, dressed in an elegant long gown with a low neckline, showcased her alluring figure to perfection. Leaning slightly back on the bed, Anna gently nodded. Good. Now it depends on whether young Master Yi is willing to help. I hope my charm still works. Her female bodyguard's face revealed a hint of concern. Princess, do not worry. Your special physique makes you a cauldron body, a trait martial arts cultivators desperately seek. I believe young Master Yi will not refuse. Coupled with your seduction techniques, Yifan will surely fall beneath your skirts. However, Anna shook her head and said, Catherine, Yifan is not as simple as you think. I believe it is better for me to be sincere and not use any of those tricks. If I honestly offer myself to Yifan, perhaps then he will sincerely be willing to help. Anna narrowed her eyes and sighed deeply. If not for the significant upheaval within the British royal family, she would not have pinned her hopes on the eastern land of Daxia. Anna had done extensive research on Yifan. Once a peerless prodigy from Beiluo Sherman, Yifan had lain dormant in Yun City for 3 years. But when he re-emerged, he returned as a king. His strength had clearly ascended to an even more terrifying realm. In the parking lot of the Yun City Grand Hotel, Yifan had just parked his car when a group of black-clad bodyguards surrounded him. Leading them was the bearded captain Yifan had met previously at the airport. Young Master Yi, you should not have come here. Last time at the airport, this bearded captain, after seeking approval from above, had paid Yifan a 5 billion advance specifically to stop him from meeting with Anna. Yet Yifan had taken the money and still showed up. Utterly shameless. Why should I not come here? Just because I accepted 5 billion from you, does that mean my freedom should be restricted? Yifan sneered. As far as I know, this is Daxia, you do not have authority here. Yifan's powerful aura caused the bodyguards to involuntarily take a step back. The rest of them looked bitterly toward the captain. Even when they handed over the money, they had felt they were walking into a trap, and now it was confirmed. Young Master Yi, that was not our intention. The bearded captain tried to argue but found he had no grounds to refute Yifan's words. Because Yifan was absolutely right, this was Daxia. Under Daxia's law, all foreign martial experts above a certain threshold of power were required to register with the national authorities. Failure to do so would result in forcible expulsion by the Jinwu division. Though this law was rarely enforced in practice, so long as these martial experts did not cause major disturbances, the Jinwu division typically ignored them. Still, the law was in place. If Yifan really contacted the Jinwu division, several of these bodyguards would indeed be expelled. If that was not your intention, then why are you still blocking my way? Move aside, Yifan said coldly as he began to stride forward. The bearded captain was helpless. He had long known that this young Master Yi from Daxia was not to be trifled with, but he never imagined Yifan would be this unyielding. As tensions rose between the two sides, the door of a nearby sedan opened, and a man in a suit swiftly appeared before Yifan, extending his hand. Young Master Yi, hello. My name is Anthony, Chief of the Royal Guard of the British royal family. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yifan did not extend his hand in return. Instead, he gave a devilish smile and said, Oh, you are pleased to meet me? How pleased, exactly? Why not entertain me a little? Everyone present was stunned. Was it even possible to respond like that? A standard polite phrase, and Yifan had taken it literally. Entertain me? He made it crystal clear that he was not pleased to see Anthony at all. Ahem. Young Master Yi, what I meant was that it is an honor to meet you. I merely hoped to speak with you. As Chief of the Royal Guard in Britain, Anthony was second only to royalty and highly respected wherever he went. Anthony himself was at the martial sovereign level. Had the prince not personally instructed him to remain humble before Yifan, Anthony would have exploded long ago. No. I am not the least bit honored to see you. Leave now, before I lose my temper. Otherwise, I will notify the Jinwu division. According to Daxia law, you will be deported within 24 hours. Yifan's words cast a heavy chill over the scene. What kind of man was this Yifan, to shut down the conversation so completely? The Jinwu division? Humph. Yifan, do you really think you alone can command such a powerful agency? Dream on. Anthony had only recently taken over as head of the guard and had spent the previous night indulging in pleasure. He was unaware of many recent developments concerning Yifan. No sooner had he finished speaking than the bearded captain quietly tugged on Anthony's sleeve and whispered in his heart, "He really can summon the Jinwu division." The bearded captain had only just learned today that Yifan had quelled the internal rebellion within the Jinwu division and now served as its chief director. With the backing of Zhang Yichen and the Dragon Throne, Yifan's position was unshakable. Yifan, I will give you one last chance. Do not go upstairs to meet Princess Anna. Leave now, and I will immediately transfer the remaining 5 billion in cash. Anthony stared at Yifan, his expression growing darker. If you insist on proceeding, do not blame me for what happens next. As Anthony barked his threat, he gestured to the nearby guards and released a violent burst of energy, clearly preparing for combat. Yifan smiled faintly and waved to the side. You may proceed, handle them as you see fit. What did he mean? Anthony and the bearded captain both looked around in confusion. Suddenly, from over 100 parked cars in the lot, hundreds of martial experts emerged, all dressed in the distinctive blue-on-white porcelain uniforms of the Jinwu division. This is official Jinwu division business. Any who resist will be executed on the spot. Leading them was none other than Minister Mo Zhong of the Yun City Jinwu division, accompanied by Deputy Chief Han Mo. These were all masters, many above the martial sovereign level. Facing such overwhelming force, Anthony's contingent was utterly outmatched. Most critically, this was Daxia territory. If Anthony dared to lay a hand on the Jinwu division, the consequences would be severe. He could very well become a wanted criminal in Daxia. Han Mo and Mo Zhong led the Jinwu operatives to completely surround Anthony's team. Yifan smiled and said, "Now, sir, would you still like to show me how you plan to be unmerciful?" Anthony, though shaken, quickly understood stopping Yifan by force was impossible. His attitude shifted immediately. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Truly. I sincerely apologize. Whatever Anna can offer you, our superiors can give you 10 times, 100 times more. What do you say? Oh, then if I want Princess Anna to be my woman, how would you make that happen? Yifan's words were like dropping a bombshell, completely catching Anthony off guard. He struggled to respond, stammering, this. Yifan wanting to sleep with Princess Anna, aside from Anna herself, not even Anthony's boss could guarantee that outcome. After all, while the boss could control many aspects of Anna's life, this was one matter even he had no right to decide. If sleeping with Anna could resolve everything, the boss himself would never have let go of such a stunning woman. This Yifan was indeed extremely difficult to deal with. Young Master Yi, anything else besides Princess Anna is negotiable. Whether you want money or something else, my boss can satisfy your demands. Yifan sneered and cut him off. Do I look like someone who lacks money? The only heir of the Yi family, the foremost clan in Daxia, the sole successor of Beiluo Sherman, the youngest chief director of the Jinwu division. Do you think there is anything I still need? Yifan's statement rendered Anthony speechless. Clearly, Yifan lacked nothing. He had women. He had power. He had status. Even the royal family of Daxia had bowed to him. What could possibly tempt him? Seeing Yifan walking toward the hotel entrance, Anthony was still unwilling to give up and made a final attempt. Yifan, you had better think this through. If you meet with Anna, you will be going against my boss. You must be prepared for retaliation. You. Smack. Before Anthony could finish, Han Mo from the Jinwu division showed no mercy. He raised his hand and slapped Anthony hard across the mouth, slapping the rest of his words back down his throat. How dare you question our chief director's decisions? Arrest him. With Han Mo's command, all Jinwu division members surged forward, pinned Anthony and his men to the ground, dragging their faces roughly along the floor, and hauled them out of the parking lot. Yifan had just reached the hotel entrance when he saw Anna waiting with 2 guards. Young Master Yi, at last we meet in person. Dr. Hua said you were very hard to get a meeting with. Anna appeared visibly excited upon seeing Yifan and attempted to wrap her arms around his neck. blonde, blue-eyed, with a curvaceous figure and elegant grace and exquisite Western beauty with features aligned to Eastern aesthetics. Throwing herself into his arms, she would be difficult for any man to resist. Although Yifan had seen many beautiful women, Anna still gave him a different impression. He did not refuse her embrace, not out of lust, but because Yifan suddenly sensed a mysterious force covertly observing their encounter. Those fluctuations of energy were very similar to the aura of the divine envoys he had encountered at the Feng residence. From his prior investigations, Yifan had learned that recent turmoil had shaken the British royal family. The king was critically ill, and the princes and dukes were eyeing the throne. Behind it all, divine envoys were said to be involved. Now that one of them had appeared again to spy on him, Yifan's decision to reject Anthony and work with Anna was, in part, a strategic move in response to the divine envoy threat. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yifan was more than happy to gain an ally against the divine envoys. Now that they had emerged to observe him, Yifan seized the chance to put on a show. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Anna's slim waist, boldly caressing her back. Then, with a firm grip, he kneaded her buttocks. Who said I was hard to meet? I am only difficult for most people, but not for beautiful women. As he spoke, Yifan leaned close to Anna's neck and exhaled a stream of warm air. The hot breath made Anna shudder slightly. Was this Yifan really like the rumors claimed, a man always found either in a brothel or on his way to one? As she felt Yifan's hand encroaching on intimate areas, Anna began to hesitate. Had she made the right decision? Was Yifan just a lecherous bastard? Yet the achievements he had racked up were undeniably real. Which was the true Yifan? Although Anna had prepared herself to sacrifice for the British royal family, when truly facing such a moment, she still wavered, hoping she had chosen a worthy man. Anna twisted slightly in Yifan's arms, trying to pull away. But Yifan suddenly tightened his grip on her waist. Do not move. Someone is monitoring us. We will talk once we are inside. Anna paused, then quietly sighed with relief. So that was it? All right. Princess Anna ceased her resistance and let Yifan lead her into the hotel. Only after reaching the presidential suite on the 8th floor did Yifan finally release her waist. Your Highness, the dark death energy in your body has been completely neutralized. There should be no trace remaining. The threat it posed has been eliminated. Yifan sat grandly on the sofa, his eyes filled with a faint smile as he looked at Anna. Though she had journeyed far to see Yifan ostensibly for treatment, it was clear she also sought emotional healing. Before Anna could even speak, Yifan had already removed the dark death energy she feared most. Now Yifan was curious, how would Anna proceed? What? Anna was deeply shocked. The dark magic of the Black Witch of Europa once implanted, the death energy would not stop until it consumed all of a person's life force. With such energy inside her, her life was always under another's control. The witch could end her life at any moment. That sense of helplessness terrified Anna. In Europa, she had hired countless experts to rid herself of the death energy. None had succeeded. Yet Yifan had removed it in just a few minutes while escorting her into the hotel? Anna lifted her dress from her shoulder to check her collarbone. To her astonishment, the skull-shaped mark of death energy had completely vanished. She then circulated her inner martial energy and scanned her body, discovering the death vortex in her dantian had disappeared. Catherine, go transfer the funds. Bring the items I prepared. This time, besides the offer of 1 billion in cash, Princess Anna had prepared other significant gifts, enough to compel Yifan to accept her request. She had not presented them earlier, wanting first to verify whether Yifan truly had the ability to earn them. Yes, Your Highness. Princess Anna's assistant, Catherine, was equally stunned. Yifan had actually cleared the death energy from the princess's body in such a short time. This was enough to prove that the princess had chosen the right person. It was well known that the reason Princess Anna feared the prince of the British royal family was precisely because of the death energy's control. It was a control over her very life, her fate could be ended at any moment. But now that this shackle had been broken, the princess no longer had so much to fear. Ding dong! In less than a minute, Yifan's phone received a notification. 10 billion in cash had been transferred to his account. At the same time, Catherine opened a traditional-looking box from her case and respectfully handed it to Yifan. Young Master Yi, this is the second gift the princess has prepared for you. Even through the box, Yifan could already sense the intense and ancient energy fluctuations coming from within. The undying bone? Yifan was more than familiar with that aura. However, it was clear that this undying bone given by Princess Anna was completely different from the ones he had previously acquired from the Kong family in Zhonghua. Yifan took the box, opened it, and his gaze was instantly drawn inside. Although this undying bone was also semi-transparent, it bore a faint golden hue beyond the transparency. Inside, a thin golden current moved through the bone as if a primordial beast's essence were sealed within. As soon as Yifan's palm touched the undying bone, he could clearly feel the excitement of the creature within, as if it were trying to break through the bone's restraint and enter his body. Young Master Yi, I am sure you are familiar with this object. Indeed, it is an undying bone. But perhaps you did not know, these bones are also divided into different levels. This one is one of the core 7 bones, and according to legend, it contains the soul of an ancient beast. Whether you can subdue it is up to you, Princess Anna softly explained beside him, barely addressing the doubts Yifan had held in his heart. A core undying bone? The bones Yifan had obtained before were not even core fragments, yet they had already granted him the power of teleportation. If he were to absorb this core bone, what new ability might he gain? More importantly, holding the bone gave Yifan an intense feeling of familiarity. If not for the circumstances, Yifan would have devoured the bone right then to see its effects. Oh! Yifan did not say much, but his expression made it clear he was very satisfied with this gift. Princess Anna, seeing his reaction, secretly let out a sigh of relief. Everything was proceeding as planned. She glanced at Catherine, who, along with another bodyguard, tactfully exited the room and closed the door behind them, locking it from the outside. Now, only Yifan and Anna remained. Earlier, when Yifan had acted so boldly outside the hotel, Anna had felt disappointed, thinking he was nothing more than a lecherous brute. But now that he had so swiftly cleared the death energy from her body, she could not help but re-evaluate him. Thinking of her plan, she hesitated no longer. Walking up to Yifan, she gently said, "Young Master Yi, the third gift is a little special. I have nothing else of value to offer, only this body of mine remains." As she spoke, Anna overcame her shyness and began to undo her long gown, letting it slip from her shoulders. Fair collarbones, curvaceous form, aside from the minimal fabric covering her most intimate parts, the rest of her flawless figure was completely exposed before Yifan. "Young Master Yi, do not doubt. Though I am of royal blood, I am still a virgin." As she spoke, she reached back to unhook her bra and began removing her last undergarments. The stunning view before Yifan stunned him. Her figure and presence were unlike anything he had seen. Truly a foreign beauty, exotic and alluring in a way completely distinct from women in Dacia. But then, Princess Anna said something that gave Yifan pause. Everyone in the world knew that she had a 10-year-old son with a foreign prince. If so, how could she still be a virgin? Something does not add up. The princess already has a child. How can she not have had a man? Do not tell me Prince William was adopted? Yifan had previously had Wang Fugue investigate Anna's background. Although the report was not exhaustive, he had a general idea. As he spoke, Yifan reached out and stopped her hand from removing the final piece of clothing, preserving her last bit of modesty. Indeed, Princess Anna's figure was exceptional, her smooth stomach showed not the slightest excess, her curves perfect, exuding immense allure. "Since we have been so honest with one another, let me share a secret with you. Prince William is indeed my biological child, but I did not give birth to him. My sister bore him in my stead. The genes are mine. We used a technique known as flower transfer." Flower transfer? Having her sister give birth in her place, was that not a form of surrogate pregnancy? Judging from what Anna implied, it seemed her sister had also been the one attending the king when he was still healthy. For Princess Anna to execute such a maneuver under so many eyes, she was certainly not a simple woman. Why? Yifan stared at her, puzzled. Though he knew the current crisis within the British royal family, an ailing king, a young prince, and a power-hungry royal uncle, he still found it strange that Anna would refuse to sleep with the king. Princess Anna lifted her chest with pride, making no effort to conceal her beauty. "Because, young Master Yi, I did not want to waste my body. If you do not believe me, touch and see." As she spoke, Anna, blushing, grabbed Yifan's hand and pressed it to her chest. Yifan was briefly confused by the soft sensation in his palm. Was Anna trying to seduce him? While he did appreciate women and acknowledged her beauty, he was not so easily swayed. Did she really think he would take her and then leave without a word? But his confusion lasted only 3 seconds. The next moment, Yifan felt the flow of blood and energy within her, resonating with his own. He was instantly shocked. A cultivation furnace physique? Martial cauldron physique? Legend had it that possessing a woman with this physique could boost a martial artist's cultivation speed tremendously, advancing as if by leaps and bounds. Moreover, if the match was ideal, after dual cultivation, both individuals could even share martial power. Yifan found it somewhat unbelievable. He quickly reached out and explored a few places on Princess Anna's body again, once more sensing the fluctuations in her bloodline and energy. Confirmed. It was the heavenly phoenix spirit furnace, one of the 3 supreme spiritual constitutions, a top-tier furnace physique for cultivation. Such a constitution was not something seen once in 1,000 years, but rather once in 10,000. Although Yafan himself came from Beluo Sherman and possessed a demon heart and a Chilan kidney, encountering a body like Anna's still made him extremely excited. "So, you wish to offer such a physique to me?" Yifan looked intently at Anna, awaiting her response. The 3 top-tier furnace constitutions could indeed enhance a cultivator's progress dramatically. However, there were 2 key conditions. First, the woman had to be untouched. Second, she had to willingly and consciously offer herself to the man. Otherwise, the spiritual body would be automatically destroyed. Anna's face showed a hint of shyness, but she firmly nodded. "Yes. I willingly offer my physique to young Master Yi. Because in this world, only you are worthy of it, only you can bring out the full potential of my body." Having confirmed her intention, Yifan released her hand, picked up the clothes from the floor, and gently draped them over her. "Let us sit and talk first. What do you want in return for this?" Princess Anna had already given 10 billion, and then gifted a core undying bone, one that supposedly sealed the soul of an ancient beast. Now, she was even offering her rare heavenly phoenix spirit furnace physique. What exactly was her goal? Yifan had a general idea, but he wanted to hear it from Anna herself. Anna looked at Yifan with gratitude, her curvaceous body barely covered as she sat on the sofa and spoke. "Young Master Yi, I believe you already know what I want. I wish for you to support my son's ascension when the time comes, to prevent the concentration of power falling into the wrong hands. I know you possess this capability. Moreover, according to my investigation, the forces behind the prince are closely linked to the enemies you are facing. We share a common enemy. For you, helping me is no more than a small effort, and I am willing to serve you once and remain loyal to you for life. Please consider it, young Master Yi." The fact that Anna had executed a deception as complex as the surrogacy switch already proved she was not to be underestimated. That she knew so much about Yifan did not surprise him at all. Beluo Sherman had a branch in Britain as well. Although not as powerful as its presence in Dacia, it was still formidable when mobilized. Combined with Angel's Dark Alliance in Europa and the latent Beluo Sherman forces on that continent, such a coalition could potentially rival the British royal family. Princess Anna had likely come fully prepared with this knowledge in mind. Supporting her against one royal prince would cost Yifan little, yet he stood to gain significantly not just the 10 billion and the core undying bone he had already received, but also this top-tier spirit furnace physique. Yifan was curious to see how powerful the heavenly phoenix spirit furnace truly was, and what kind of abilities the core undying bone could grant. "Very well, I shall consider it." Yifan looked at Anna with a wicked smile. "But, are you ready?" After all, merging a physique was not a matter of merely embracing each other, it required full, intimate union. "Yes." Princess Anna responded softly, lifting her garments and completely removing all that covered her. She then wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck and leaned back onto the nearby bed. The temperature in the room rose rapidly. Yifan no longer suppressed his desire and was ready to give in fully. But just as they reached the final step, Yifan's phone rang sharply. It was his mother-in-law, Zhang Ru. "Xiaofan, something bad has happened. Yixue is in trouble." "What?" Yifan's heart sank. He had only just parted ways with Su Yixue after dropping her off. What could have happened? What happened? "Mom, what happened to Yixue?" Yifan paused all movement, his face grave as he asked into the phone. Earlier that day, he and Su Yixue had gone to the underpass, then to the hotel for private matters. Her behavior had already made him feel a sense of unease. "She has been taken. She told me to wait half an hour before informing you." Zhang Ru's voice was heavy. "She said you must not try to find her. I must also tell you not to look for her. Her grandmother's power far exceeds what you can imagine. It is not something that can be dealt with merely by martial saint-level strength." Listening to her words, Yifan felt a fire erupting in his chest. Su Yixue had really been taken? The last time, the elder from the flower pavilion had tried and failed to take her. Now, it seemed they had sent even stronger experts. Though Su Yixue had not told Yifan directly, he could tell from Zhang Ru's tone Su Yixue had likely negotiated her own departure in exchange for Yifan's safety. "I understand, Mom." After responding, Yifan hung up and his face darkened. Without delay, he called Hanjua. "Hanjua, immediately activate Beluo Shimon's highest-level intelligence network. Investigate Su Yixue's disappearance. I want full clarity, no matter how deep you have to dig. I want to know who took her." As one of the most powerful organizations in the mundane world, Beluo Sherman might not be able to uncover everything, but they could certainly identify traces of the power involved. "Yes, understood." After ending the call with Hanjua, Yifan dialed Dragon Lord Tangzhang. Investigate Su Yixue's disappearance. Next came the Jinwu division, the Xin family, the Yi family, the Zhao family. Yifan activated every resource and force he could think of, initiating a full-scale investigation into Su Yixue's disappearance. In an instant, the entire city of Yunqing was thrown into upheaval. Countless elite operatives and major figures began tracking every movement within Yunqing, as if ready to flip the entire city upside down. At that moment, Su Yixue had already left Yunqing's airspace in a plane, sitting beside an elderly man with white hair. The old man glanced at a tablet showing the frenzied mobilization happening in Yunqing. He smiled faintly and said to Su Yixue, "Little Yixue, your husband is indeed good to you. Now, it depends on whether he can improve fast enough to come and rescue you in time." Su Yixue calmly looked at the clouds beneath her feet and asked the old man beside her, "Third granduncle, how much time does Yifan have left?" Last time, when Elder Hua Pavilion failed to take Su Yixue away, her grandmother's side immediately dispatched one of the strongest experts from their sect, her third granduncle, whose strength had long surpassed the martial saint level. Not much longer. At most, no more than a year, the old man said, glancing at Su Yixue's belly. At the latest, once the child in your womb is born, they absolutely will not wait any longer. After a pause, he spoke again with a heavy expression. Also, as per our agreement, if you want to ensure that the child in your womb and Yifan remains safe, then once we return to the sect, you must obey without resistance. Otherwise, you will lose everything. All right. At Yunqing Grand Hotel, how could Yifan possibly have any desire to continue with Anna? He had been a live-in son-in-law in the Su family for 3 years. Su Yixue had shown him near unconditional love and tolerance. Now that Yifan had re-emerged in power, the two had finally become intimate, and Su Yixue was even carrying his child. Suddenly, she was taken away. Yifan was nearly losing his mind. Anna, sharp and perceptive, had already grasped the situation from Yifan's words. While adjusting her clothes, she said, "Young Master Yi, it will be all right. I will have my people investigate immediately. Where are you going now?" "I will drive you home." Anna quickly dressed. Before heading downstairs, she briefly instructed Catherine, then personally drove Yifan towards Su Yixue's villa. As Yifan and Anna left Yunqing Grand Hotel, not far away in a van, several men with hooked noses stared coldly at them. One of them picked up an encrypted phone call. "Boss, we saw Yifan and Anna leaving the hotel together. They got into the same car. Also, just minutes ago, Yunqing experienced a massive personnel mobilization. Countless martial arts experts have been deployed. Do you think Yifan is about to take action already?" The voice on the other end paused, then spoke coldly. "I understand the situation. I will prepare on my end. Go to the Jinwu division now and coordinate. Tell that idiot Anthony to come back immediately." At the entrance of Su Yixue's home, Anna did not go inside. Inside were Zhang Ru and Su Honghai. Seeing Yifan's grim expression, the couple was startled. "Xiaofan, Yixue is not in life-threatening danger." Yifan nodded, his powerful energy sweeping through the house. He picked up a faintly familiar aura from the air. It closely resembled that of Elder Hua Pavilion. Without concealing his powerful martial aura, Yifan searched every corner of the villa, hoping to uncover more clues. But aside from that faint trace of aura, there was nothing else. Why exactly did they take Yixue? Yifan returned to the living room, his emotions now calmer. The opposing side had the ability to take Su Yixue. It was clearly no simple feat. Finding them so quickly was impossible. Zhang Ru looked helpless but eventually spoke. "If I am not mistaken, it must be another marriage alliance. Though I left that place long ago and have forgotten many things, I suspect that Yixue's grandmother's side has run into serious trouble. If it were not for some massive crisis, even after Zhang Ru had left for so many years, Yixue's grandmother would not have gone as far as to forcibly take Su Yixue. This is a letter Yixue left for you. She asked me to pass it on." After some discussion, Zhang Ru handed Yifan a letter, written by Su Yixue herself. The content was simple. She told Yifan not to worry and to focus on rescuing her and their child. But the prerequisite was that Yifan had to become strong enough. However, the final lines of the letter made Yifan feel both amused and helpless. "Dear husband, I've already spoken with Sister Wan, Xueyan, and Yufei. During my absence, I entrust them to take care of you. Do not worry, my love, I am very open-minded." Although she had not said it directly, the implication was clear. Su Yixue had no objection to Yifan dating other women. In fact, she had already arranged everything before her departure. Sigh. Looking at the familiar handwriting, Yifan felt deeply moved. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? But where exactly was the location of Yixue's grandmother's domain? Zhang Ru had left too long ago and could no longer remember. It seemed Yifan would have to slowly uncover it on his own. Despite the chaos erupting in Yuncheng, the trail left by those who had taken Suishua was far too faint. Even after mobilizing immense resources, Yifan had no leads. But just as his frustration peaked, Mo Zhong, director of the Yuncheng Jinwu division, reported to Yifan, "Young Master Yi, agents from the Eastern Realm have arrived. We just received word that members of the Black Robe Society from Japan have secretly entered the southern outskirts of Yuncheng, seemingly searching for something." "What? Those damned Japanese dogs dared to enter Daxia and stir up trouble in Yuncheng?" Yifan's murderous aura erupted, filling the room. "Understood. Mobilize the forces immediately, surround and exterminate them in the southern outskirts." Yifan was already brimming with anger and had nowhere to vent it. The Japanese Black Robe Society dared step foot in Daxia? They must have a death wish. Yes. In the southern outskirts of Yuncheng, over 100 dark figures swiftly moved through the forest. "Michiko, are you certain the information is correct? There is an undying bone here? We took a huge risk entering Daxia in such large numbers." The muscular leader asked the woman beside him. "President, this is indeed the location. The information came from Jason of the beautiful country. I know he wants to use me to test the authenticity of the map, but the information should not be too far off." The leader was none other than Sora Aozora, president of Japan's most powerful black market society. After the collapse of the plans involving 7th Lord, Murano, and the Ji family in Daxia, the Elder's cultivation project had been suspended, and he was furious. He had pressured Sora multiple times to return to Daxia, find new partners, and continue supplying Daxia's children. Sora could no longer refuse. This time, he entered Daxia both to seek new allies and to follow leads suggesting an undying bone was present. "Let us act quickly. This is Yuncheng, home base of that monster. We must be cautious. Once we find what we are looking for, we leave immediately." Sora had investigated Yifan. The man had stood up to all 4 sacred grounds. Sora wanted no direct confrontation. But just as he finished speaking, a scream echoed from nearby. "Ah! What is going on?" Sora Azora's heart skipped a beat. With a wary expression, he looked in the direction of the scream, releasing his powerful perception to sense the fluctuations of energy from that area. A tremendous killing intent surged forth without the slightest attempt at concealment, rapidly approaching their position. "What?" Sora Azora was shocked. This operation in Daxia was planned with extreme secrecy. Every team entered separately from different directions. It was not supposed to be exposed at all. How could such a powerful expert suddenly be onto their operation? "Ah! Ah!" The screams continued, and with every shriek, more members of the Black Robe Society fell one after another. Before Sora could react, reports from his subordinates flooded in. "President, bad news. We are under attack. The enemy is extremely powerful. We have already lost 8 brothers." Sora Azora's expression darkened. Though it was only a brief perception, he clearly felt the enemy hidden in the shadows possessed strength far beyond his own. As president of the Black Robe Society of Japan, Sora's publicly known strength was at the martial master level. But in truth, he had already reached the martial saint realm. Yet the enemy's strength surpassed even that. And appearing here in the southern outskirts of Yuncheng at such speed, there could be only one person, Yifan, the monstrous genius of the Beiluo sect, who had recently risen to power in Daxia. "I understand. Pass my order, retreat." That was the wisest decision Sora Azora could make. "Retreat immediately. Do not hesitate," he said with a hint of desperation. If it truly was Yifan, then all of them present would likely be targeted for elimination. The Black Robe Society's martial experts had a fearsome global reputation, not by boasting, but by being well-trained and truly capable. Under Sora's command, the experts began scattering in all directions, attempting escape. In their minds, with so many people fleeing in multiple directions, surely some would make it out? But reality proved otherwise. "Ah! Ah!" The screams continued. Desperate reports followed. "President, the escape route to the east is blocked. The south is blocked too. The west as well. There are experts everywhere. We cannot even see the enemy." Those who had initially fled now returned in panic, gathering back around Sora. None of them could comprehend just how many experts Daxia had deployed. The Jinmu division of Daxia was feared even abroad. Foreign mercenaries once said Daxia was the graveyard of mercenaries. Their fear was deeply ingrained. Yet only Sora knew the truth. Until now, only one man had appeared. But that one man was so fast that no one could determine a clear direction of escape, creating the illusion that they were surrounded by an army. "Do not panic. Keep running." Sora tried to order his men to continue escaping, but it was already too late. Yifan's movements were accelerating, and the screens drew ever closer. When more than half of the Black Robe Society's members had been slaughtered, and the rest could no longer flee, Yafan finally appeared before Sora and the survivors, coldly staring at them. Since you came to Daxia, why think of leaving? Seeing Yafan in the flesh, many were shaken to the core. Most of the Black Robe Society's experts present were above the commanding realm, a force not to be underestimated in the mortal world. But for some reason, they felt powerless before Yafan. Looking around and seeing no one else attacking, they finally realized. From beginning to end, it had only been Yafan acting alone. Yafan had single-handedly slaughtered all those martial experts? Everyone gathered even closer to Sora. So it is you, Sora said, staring at Yafan bitterly. If not for repeated orders from the elder, Sora would never have come to Daxia. Lately, Daxia had been anything but peaceful. Ever since Yafan's forceful return, all of Japan's arrangements in Daxia had been destroyed. Even the Divine Envoy's arrangements had been ruined. Humph, I heard you killed many of the Jinwu Division's experts, and they could do nothing to you. This time, let us settle the score, Yafan said coldly, his sharp gaze making Sora feel extremely uneasy. Yafan was clearly someone who killed without hesitation. Yafan, you had better not act recklessly. I am the president of the Black Robe Society, an important figure in Japan. If I die in Daxia, your country will be condemned. Sora said, not even daring to fight. The aura Yafan exuded was like a sword, seemingly ready to pierce through his very soul. So Sora resorted to using his identity to try to intimidate Yafan into sparing his life. This tactic might work on others, but with Yafan it was utterly useless. Ha! You think your title will scare me? Yafan sneered. Do not forget, I do not even put the Dragon Lord of Daxia in my eyes, let alone a Japanese dog. He paused, then continued, besides, if every single one of you disappears, who will prove you died in Daxia? Would the Japanese royal family dare admit it? If Sora died without evidence, and no one could prove he died in Daxia, the Japanese royal family would never dare admit he had even entered the country. After all, without official invitation or permission, someone like Sora, an elite martial expert entering Daxia, was tantamount to invasion. The Japanese royals would never risk taking the blame. You plan to kill us all? Sora gasped, pupils dilating. He tried again to urge his men to flee. But Yafan moved. Crimson Flame, activated. An overwhelming, scorching wave of energy erupted from Yafan, instantly engulfing most of the Black Robe Society's experts. At first, the heat wave seemed harmless, but as Yafan activated the power of dragon blood, the wave ignited, unleashing a crimson blaze that consumed all within. The screams lasted only seconds. In the next moment, over 100 of the Black Robe Society's experts vanished into nothingness, obliterated into dust. Along with them, the surrounding trees, shrubs, everything was gone. The ground was bare and empty, as if nothing had ever happened. Sora stared in stunned silence at the scene before him. Was this even human? Yafan possessed such terrifying power? How could there be any trace of him left? Even his ashes would be gone, what proof could remain? Yafan extended his powerful spiritual perception once more, sweeping the surroundings. Confirming that not a single Japanese expert remained, he finally turned around coldly and locked his gaze on Sora Aozora. At that moment, Sora Aozora stood dumbfounded, staring at Yafan as if he were a monster. You? Speak. Why did you come to Daxia? Yafan frowned slightly and glanced at the terrain. A sudden thought flashed in his mind. Professor Gua had given him a map indicating that there were traces of the undying bone in the southern suburbs of Yuncheng. Could it be that Sora Aozora had also received this information? Sora looked at Yafan in despair. Given Yafan's current display of power, Sora had no means to resist and could only surrender. We came to search for traces of the undying bone, but so far, we have not found anything. This aligned with Yafan's guess. Although Professor Gua had provided a general location, the map was only a rough projection. The precise location of the undying bone was not easily determined. Another question: why does the Black Robe Society's patriarch want so many children from Daxia? Yafan's eyes burned into Sora. Last time in Huadu, had Yafan not intervened to stop Master Chi's operation, over 100 children would have been quietly transported to Japan to be refined by that demonic patriarch. Sora Aozora hesitated. This touched on the core secrets of Japan. Both the Japanese royal family and the Black Robe Society were paving the way for the patriarch's cultivation plan. The goal was simple: to push his strength beyond the martial saint realm and bring about Japan's total rise. Having one martial saint as a nation's guardian was not enough, but if they had someone beyond that level, then they would be qualified to negotiate with the four sacred lands and claim a place on the global stage. Sora was still hesitating, but Yafan had no patience left. A surge of energy erupted from his hand, soul-extinguishing palm activated, instantly crushing Sora's spiritual defenses and seizing control of his consciousness. Yes, the patriarch is cultivating a dark and evil technique. He aims to reincarnate through a corpse and achieve an immortal body. Additionally, he is forging a soul-devouring weapon intended to intimidate Daxia. The forging process requires large quantities of children's blood as a sacrificial offering. After hearing Sora's words, Yifan's expression turned completely grim. Those Japanese bastards had coveted Daxia since ancient times. Short in stature, dog-like in demeanor, with endless ambition, but when their strength failed to match it, they always turned to sinister, vile methods. Now that Yifan had nearly wiped out the Black Robe Society's upper echelon, the conflict between him and them was irreconcilable. That patriarch in Japan would also need to be dealt with. Yifan would not rest until the patriarch was utterly annihilated, body and soul. And while he was at it, Yifan had to visit the Japanese general's residence as well. Since Yamada Keiko had followed him, Yifan naturally had to rescue her mother too. Exhaling deeply, having gotten the information he needed, Yifan summoned a flame that instantly burned Sora Aozora into nothingness. Having just used teleportation, dragon blood, and crimson flame in rapid succession, Yifan's body was already weakened. He staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Wang Fugue, Emo Zhong, Han Mo, and Anna rushed over. "Young Master Yi, are you all right? What about the Japanese?" Emo Zhong asked, scanning the area in confusion. Emo Zhong's men had been guarding the perimeter. According to their reports, they had seen no Japanese martial artists escape. Yet after Emo Zhong led the Jinwu Division forces to completely surround the area, they still found no trace of any Japanese at all. Had they just vanished? Even if Yifan had killed them, there should have been bodies left behind. "They are all dead," Yifan replied flatly to Emo Zhong. "Also, spread the word, say that the Japanese Black Robe Society has stirred up chaos in Daxia. The Jinwu Division is conducting a full-scale manhunt. We must publicly denounce the Black Robe Society and pressure the Japanese royal family." With that, Yifan's head tilted, and he fainted directly into Anna's arms. This maneuver from Yifan was classic, a thief crying "stop thief." Even after killing Sora Aozora and the Black Robe Society's elites, he still intended to trouble them further by pressuring the Japanese royal family. Although the Japanese royal family and the Black Robe Society knew that Sora had entered Daxia with his men, they would never admit it publicly. And because Yifan had burned everything clean with dragon blood flame, there was no way for them to confirm anything. Even if they suspected Sora had been captured or killed by Daxia's people, they could only swallow the loss and keep silent. They would never admit Sora had ever set foot in Daxia. Killed? So many people all killed? Emo Zhong stood in shock, replaying Yifan's words. At least 100 Japanese operatives had entered Daxia this time. How had Yifan managed to kill them all without leaving a trace? Still, Emo Zhong did not doubt Yifan's words. If Yifan said they were dead, then they were dead. "Young Master Yi." Seeing Yifan faint, Wang Fugue called out in panic. Han Mo stepped forward and checked Yifan's pulse. Calmly, he spoke, "He is fine. Young Master Yi just overexerted himself. He also grieved too much. Let him rest. He will recover soon." Sui Shua's sudden abduction had already mobilized every available force in Yuncheng, but still yielded no leads. This indicated that the force behind her abduction was extremely powerful, likely beyond Yifan's current ability to confront. Yifan probably already knew some of this, which is why he now felt so powerless and heartbroken. Watching his wife taken and being unable to act, this fury was understandable. In his rage, Yifan single-handedly slaughtered every last Japanese dog. Who could blame him? "I will take young Master Yi back to rest," Wang Fugue offered, stepping forward. But Han Mo stopped him. "Master Wang, I understand your concern. But tonight, I suggest letting Princess Anna take care of him." Han Mo looked at Anna meaningfully and said slowly, "Princess Anna, can you take good care of young Master Yi tonight?" "Ah," Anna gasped softly, a touch of shyness on her face. Then she replied bashfully, "No problem. I will take excellent care of him." As deputy commander of the Jinwu Division, Han Mo's strength was second only to Zhang Yichen. Though he was not entirely sure of Anna's constitution, the special energy fluctuations in her body told him enough. If Anna truly possessed a furnace body constitution, then combining with Yifan would only benefit him. It was an opportunity too rare to pass up. That night, Yifan slept more soundly than ever. His entire body felt as though it were floating gently on a soft, boundless ocean. His feverish body seemed to have encountered a cool spring, and Yifan absorbed the sweet nectar of that spring without restraint. His entire being entered a strange and wondrous state. The circulation of his martial energy accelerated to countless times its normal speed. The demonic heart and Qilin kidneys within his body seemed to fully awaken in an instant, reaching an unprecedented peak. At Yunqing Grand Hotel, in the private suite that Anna had reserved. Previously, Anna had cleared the 8th floor, but because she and Yifan planned to engage in activity that night, Wang Fugui and the Jinwu division had gone further, vacating the entire hotel. Wang Fugui, along with the elite bodyguard Han Zhuo from Beiluo Sherman, remained stationed outside the hotel room, monitoring all movements within. Young Master Ye's stamina is truly beyond comprehension, Wang Fugui muttered helplessly as he listened to the inappropriate sounds coming from the room. He had previously witnessed Yifan's prowess with women, but now Yifan had been going all night, and the movement within had yet to stop. Yifan's personal maid, Zhao Linglong, stood nearby. Though she had no boyfriend, she was an adult, she naturally understood what was happening behind those doors. She began to consider her own role. As a personal maid, would she someday be with Yifan as well? Could her delicate body even endure it? On the other side, Han Zhuo stood silently, clutching a sword. A few muscles twitched on his face, but he said nothing more. As the action inside the room continued, a powerful martial aura began to erupt outward, forming a massive vortex above the hotel building, drawing in the surrounding natural energies and creating a wild surge of spiritual waves. Nearby birds and beasts seemed to be drawn by some divine force, swarming toward the hotel as if to pay homage to a god. Inside the room, Yifan and Anna were tangled together, completely unclothed. Their bodies intertwined like the dual fish of a yin-yang taiji symbol, emanating a deep and ancient aura. Each wave of energy surpassed the last, becoming the source of the fluctuations shaking the heavens and the earth. The martial aura radiating from Yifan and Anna continued to soar. Anna's strength in particular rose rapidly, from Grandmaster level all the way to the peak of Martial Venerable, showing signs of breaking through to the Martial Saint realm. Indeed, the Heavenly Phoenix Furnace physique was extraordinary in its cultivation speed. Moreover, even after being used as a furnace body, residual cultivation benefits remained within her. Though only residual, these benefits were enough to grant her boundless gains. As Yifan and Anna combined, the entire city of Yunqing seemed to stir and boil. Standing atop a tall building across from the hotel, Han Imo watched the strange phenomenon unfold. He muttered, as expected, the old man's calculations were correct. Princess Anna truly possesses a furnace body constitution. The benefits young Master Yi gained this time must be unimaginable. Such immense fluctuations naturally reached the ears of the imperial family in the capital. Dragon Lord Tang Zhang looked toward Yunqing and sighed, alas. This is fate. The rise of the Yi family is unstoppable. He paused, then asked his aide, what is the current status of Princess Mingyue? Did she not say she would follow Yifan after escaping from the patriarch's control? She said she broke out in acne and would go to Yunqing to find Yifan after it cleared up. Tang Zhang nodded and said, good. Create opportunities for Princess Mingyue to draw closer to Yifan. If none exist, then manufacture them. At this point, our imperial family can only rely on the Yi family. Previously, the imperial family had tried to use the 6 great families and other ancient martial powers to suppress the rise of the Yi family. They had tacitly allowed the ambush that nearly destroyed the Yi family years ago. But now that Yifan had risen to such heights, with even the 4 great sacred lands bowing to him and the imperial patriarch having died at his hands, there was no longer any contest. The imperial family could not hope to challenge him. Given Yifan's trajectory, he would soon stand above even the sacred lands. Simply following in his wake would guarantee the imperial family's continued prosperity. Thus, Tang Zhang's attitude had changed. He had no other motive now, just complete submission to Yifan. Yes, Your Excellency. In the southern wastes, in Japan's Mount Panglai, in the hidden realm of Kunlun, countless hidden powers took note of the celestial disturbance over Yunqing. All eyes turned toward the city, filled with envy and awe. Meanwhile, in Japan, within the royal palace and the Black Robe Society, shock turned into outrage. With such tremendous martial fluctuations in Yunqing and the sudden disappearance of Sora Aozora and the Black Robe Society's leadership in Daxia, what the hell is going on? Bastards! Has Sora Aozora lost his mind? How could so many experts vanish completely? Crown Prince Kamikawa Aikiru smashed his teacup to the ground in fury. Over 100 elite warriors. Even if they were captured by the Jinwu division, they would have had time to send back at least some message. Can anyone tell me what the hell they were doing? The Black Robe Society had been his primary political weapon. Their destruction was a critical blow to his ambitions. Worse still, he now feared that Sora Aozora had not been captured, but had defected to support his younger brothers instead. Your Highness, according to our intelligence, the last known location of President Sora Azora was where Yifan was. After that, he disappeared. Based on our analysis, it is highly likely he is dead. Furthermore, given the intense martial fluctuations over Yunqing, someone must have made a significant breakthrough. Given all current signs, it could only be Yifan. Everything seemed to fit together. Kamikawa Aikiru slammed his fist into the table. Damn it! Find out exactly what happened before daybreak. All he cared about was power within the Japanese royal family. Everything else was secondary. If the Black Robe Society had truly been wiped out by Yifan, and if he could still seize control of the throne, then collaborating with Yifan might not be out of the question. But would Yifan be willing to work with him? The next day, inside the largest presidential suite of the Yunqing Grand Hotel, Yifan awoke, stirred by a shaft of glaring sunlight. His body felt completely refreshed, lighter than before. He turned over and immediately felt an astonishing softness on his arm. Glancing beside him, he saw Anna nestled sleepily in the crook of his arm, a hint of exhaustion and a rosy glow on her face. Scattered on the floor were undergarments and small articles of clothing. So, in the end, he had slept with Princess Anna. With the heavenly phoenix furnace body now his, how much benefit had he gained? Yifan briefly examined the flow of martial energy within his body and found that he had broken through 2 entire levels. According to Zhang Ru, beyond the martial saint realm was the Yuanwu realm, a cultivation akin to that of immortals. It ranged from 1st grade to 9th grade, with 9th grade Yuanwu experts possessing near-divine strength. Now, Yifan had already reached beyond the 3rd grade of Yuanwu. To shake mountains and part seas was no exaggeration. His sensitivity to power and to the energy of heaven and earth had entered an entirely new realm. As Yifan slightly moved his arm to get up, Princess Anna also woke up. She let out a soft moan, opened her eyes, and upon seeing herself lying so intimately in Yifan's embrace, her face immediately flushed red. Husband. Despite her shyness, Anna forced herself to speak. According to the customs of Daxia, from today onward, I am your woman. A woman with the heavenly phoenix furnace physique follows a strict rule. Once she is with a man, that man is hers for life. Anna bashfully shifted her position, wrapping her arms around Yifan more tightly and even squirmed a bit within his embrace. On such a beautiful morning, with such a view before him, how could Yifan possibly resist? Another round of passion erupted in the room, and only after being thoroughly satisfied did the two of them dress and get out of bed. As Yifan felt the powerful Yuanwu energy flowing through his body, he extended his senses to detect the fluctuation of martial aura in Anna's body. He was somewhat surprised and asked, "You also broke through to the martial saint realm?" The heavenly phoenix furnace physique truly benefited both parties during cultivation. Anna nodded. "You brute, you were too intense last night. I could barely handle it, but my strength did improve a bit. With this level of power, as long as those behind them do not act, I should be able to handle a prince alone. At the martial saint level, as long as no Yuanwu expert intervened, one could dominate an entire region within the mundane world. If the Prince of Britannia wanted to seize power, Anna's current strength was at least enough to protect herself." "Good," Yifan replied, channeling his powerful inner energy to help smooth out the flow of Anna's internal aura. "Come, let me take you to eat." This time, Yifan did not hesitate at all. He wrapped his arm around Anna's slender waist and strode confidently out of the room. At the door, seeing Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong with dark circles under their eyes, Yifan could not help but feel a bit touched. "All right, Wang Xiao. I am fine. Have everyone withdraw." Yifan was the young master of Beiluo Sherman, the chief commander of the Jinwu division, and the eldest son of the Yi family. Such a figure could not afford any mistakes now. Understood. Wang Fugue saw the powerful aura fluctuating around Yifan and could tell that his strength had advanced again. He felt genuinely happy for him. Yifan took Anna to dine near the plot of land at the center of Yuncheng. While still in the capital, Professor Gua had told him that another undying bone was buried beneath an ancient tomb on that very piece of land. Originally, Yifan had planned to let the Su group under Su Yixue acquire the land. But now that Su Yixue had suddenly departed, Tang Xian was temporarily managing the Su group, making it inappropriate to burden them with more responsibilities. Yifan decided to inspect the land himself first, and then perhaps send Xiao Wan or Xian Yufei to handle it. After breakfast, Anna reluctantly looked at Yifan. "Dear, although I want to spend more time with you, there are too many matters in Britannia that require my attention. I might need to leave first. If you miss me, just call, and I will come to you immediately." At the entrance of the restaurant, Anna and Yifan embraced affectionately. Her expression showed no trace of pretense. Though people of Daxia often think foreigners are open, in truth, Britannian women are very conservative when it comes to principle, especially someone like Anna, who possessed the heavenly phoenix furnace physique. "All right. As Anna departed in her car, Yifan hesitated, wondering whether to enter the plot of land fenced off with metal sheets. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed two suspicious-looking men sneaking through a gap in the fencing, carrying tools and instruments, seemingly searching for something. Someone else had discovered the secret? Even Sara Azora had brought people to that desolate spot in southern Yuncheng, which meant at least part of Professor Guo's map had been leaked. Yifan's eyes narrowed. He activated his inner energy to conceal his presence and swiftly darted toward the fenced area. Inside the fenced lot, the scene was rather chaotic. Having been enclosed for years, the land was overgrown with shrubs and scattered with half-demolished buildings. The two men, now inside, were speaking in hushed voices. "Brother, are you sure it is here?" asked the thinner man holding a compass, its needle spinning wildly, pointing directly toward the center of the plot. "Yes, I am sure. If we pinpoint the location this time, the Wu family will reward us handsomely," replied the fatter one, holding a rough map that indicated the approximate area. "It is just a pity this map is so crude. You had better hurry and survey the area." Listening from the shadows, Yifan pieced together the situation. The two had been hired by the Wu family of Yuncheng and had learned of the map's existence. Professor Guo had said the undying bones were tied to a colossal secret. Only by gathering them all would Yifan be able to truly challenge the so-called divine envoys. It seemed he had to act fast. He had to claim all the undying bones before anyone else could. "What are you searching for?" Yifan suddenly emerged from the bushes, startling the two men. "Shit. Who?" Though it was broad daylight, the desolate area was usually deserted. Yifan's sudden appearance without a sound nearly scared the men witless. But seeing it was only one person, they relaxed slightly. "What the fuck do you care?" the two men barked. They were martial artists with some skill, and seeing only one man, they assumed they could easily handle him. Yifan smiled faintly. "It certainly does concern me." He calmly reached out, took the compass from the thinner man, and crushed it effortlessly with a surge of inner energy before tossing it to the ground. "Go back. Tell the Wu family patriarch that what they seek is not here. This plot belongs to me now." Yifan had no intention of harming them, just scaring them off. But these two fools, infuriated by the destruction of their compass, immediately flared up. "Bastard! You have a death wish? Do you even know who we are? We have killed before. Now, kneel down, apologize, and pay for our compass or you will not leave here alive." The men's faces twisted with rage. One moved to Yifan's left, the other to his right. Both drew gleaming daggers from their waists, ready to strike at any moment. Yifan did not regard the two petty thieves as worth his attention. Without even casting a proper glance at them, he said calmly, "Gentlemen, I advise you to be kind. Do you really not recognize me?" Yifan felt somewhat exasperated. By all accounts, he should now be a well-known figure in all of Daxia. He had destroyed the Zhou, Yun, and Lin families, challenged the powerful figures of the four great sacred grounds, and even opposed the royal ancestor, such immense influence, yet there were still people who did not recognize him? But the truth was, not everyone followed the news, and not everyone paid attention to Yifan. These two small-time crooks truly did not recognize him. "Humph, why the hell should I know you? Even if you were the fucking king of heaven, so what? My blade goes in white, comes out red. One strike and you think you will live to see another day," the fat one barked coldly at Yifan. "God damn it, enough bullshit. Are you kneeling or not? Number 2, search him. See if he has anything valuable on him." "Understood." The thin man swung his dagger in the air and actually started to move toward Yifan, intending to lay hands on him. Yifan shook his head. These people were truly ignorant and reckless. As soon as the thin man approached Yifan, Yifan struck. A surge of internal energy pulsed from his hand. With 2 fingers, he caught the dagger, and a gentle rotation of his energy. Crack! The dagger, made of refined steel, shattered instantly into fragments and scattered to the ground. Crack! Crack! The shockwave from the dagger's destruction continued down the man's arm. Like a hot knife through butter, the man's arm exploded inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, one of his arms had completely shattered and now hung uselessly at his side. His body convulsed in pain and slumped sideways. Then, with a stagger, he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. "Brother," it took the thin man several seconds to realize he had been attacked. As the energy surged through his arm earlier, he had felt a pressure that weighed upon his very soul, causing his whole body to tremble. His eyes now looked at Yifan filled with dread. Originally, he did not intend to fall, but after being hit by that energy, his body was no longer under his control and was forced to the ground. "What the hell? I told you to do one thing, and you are this fucking useless." The fat man had just spat on the ground and was turning back when he heard his brother calling out for help. When he turned again and saw the scene before him, he was completely stunned. In the blink of an eye, his brother had been knocked to the ground and his dagger was in pieces. Earlier, when Yafan broke the compass, they thought it was just an accident. But now that he had disabled his brother too, it was clear that Yafan truly had skill. Fuck her. You are asking for death. Seeing his brother injured, the fat man did not hesitate. He raised his dagger and lunged straight at Yifan's chest. Humph! Yifan snorted coldly. A surge of Yuan Wu energy burst forth, forming an invisible shield in front of him like a wall of pure force. It blocked the fat man completely. Put! A violent burst of energy shattered the dagger in the fat man's hand. His arm also snapped like his brother's, and he too collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Why bring this on yourselves? Yifan looked down at them with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. These two were clearly no good people. Yifan began to consider whether he should hand them over to the Jinwu division. Clap! 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 Before Yifan could say anything else, a round of clapping echoed in the air. Clatter! A ruckus followed, and a young man wearing a plaid shirt appeared, flanked by over a dozen muscular bodyguards. They surrounded Yifan. Ha! I only suspected there might be something valuable here, but I did not expect young Master Yi to be interested in this land too. That must mean there really is something good here, the young man said with a smile, staring at Yifan. Young Master Yi, how about this? Let us not fight over this land. If there is anything valuable, I will split it with you 50-50. Ah! Young Master Wu, you are here. Thank heavens. Please, help us, cried the two geomancers on the ground, wailing like they had found a savior. This young man was Wu Yun, the eldest son of the Wu family, an influential hidden family in Yunqing with roots in an ancient martial clan. Yifan's mouth twitched slightly as he gave Wu Yun a calm glance. Since you know who I am, I advise you not to fight me for it. You know well the price of crossing me. Since the Wu family knew his name, they should not have been so presumptuous. Wu Yun sneered coldly. Who in all of Daxia has not heard of young Master Yi? A man who dares challenge the four great sacred grounds, so powerful indeed. He paused, then stared meaningfully at Yifan. But do not forget, young Master Yi, though you are strong, there are always those stronger than you in this world. You may have reached the martial saint pinnacle, but perhaps you do not yet know, beyond the martial peak, there exist other realms. If those powers were to act, what would you do? A threat. Yifan immediately picked up on the implication. It seemed that the Wu family's ancient martial roots had perhaps touched upon the realm of Yuan Wu cultivation, but Yifan was not one to be threatened. Smack! Without hesitation, Yifan raised his hand and slapped Wu Yun across the face. Young Master Wu, that slap was just a warning. Do not threaten me. If you oppose me, we fight, that is how I respond. If you are not afraid, go ahead and try. Gasp! Yifan suddenly attacked Wu Yun directly. The sight shocked the two geomancers who were struggling to get up. Was this Yifan really this arrogant? He dared lay a hand on Wu Yun? Wu Yun was stunned. Clutching his swollen face, he exploded with rage. Get him! Kill him! Wu Yun knew Yifan was arrogant, but he never expected Yifan to attack him so directly. Did Yifan truly not fear the Wu family's martial heritage? Yifan calmly looked at Wu Yun. You had better think carefully. I will not hesitate to kill you all here. If you want to die, by all means, try me. Yifan's voice was not loud, but the killing intent in his words burst forth, spreading rapidly and engulfing the area in an oppressive aura. Everyone present felt a suffocating pressure. Wu Yun opened his mouth several times, his lips trembling, but thinking of what had happened to the Yun and Zhou families, he ultimately did not dare give the attack order. Withdraw! It was humiliating, but Wu Yun chose to back down in the end. His strength was insufficient, he was no match for Yifan. He would simply find another chance later. Now that Yifan had taken notice of this plot of land, he had to begin work on it as soon as possible and dig out what lay beneath. After all, the sect had made it clear, if there was an ancient tomb beneath this area, then whatever was inside would be of immeasurable value to the Wu family. Young Master Wu, wait for us. The two geomancers still had not grasped what had happened before they realized Wu Yun had completely backed down and left the scene. They scrambled up from the ground, almost crawling, and quickly followed Wu Yun. Once everyone had left, Yifan's figure flickered a few times through the sight until he reached a high point. There, he released his powerful perception, probing the land's condition. Having already absorbed one undying bone, Yifan now carried its aura within his body, making him far more sensitive to the presence of such energy. Using the Chenkuan Duili directional principles, he calculated and searched simultaneously, and finally, at the very center of the plot, he detected a faint trace of the undying bone's aura. Let Xian Yufei handle the bidding to acquire this land before proceeding. But now that the Wu family had set their sights on it, there was no time to wait. Without any hesitation, Yifan dialed Wang Fugui's number. Old Wang, mobilize a construction crew immediately and start excavation on this plot, the sooner the better. Since this operation was a personal action, Yifan did not mobilize the Jinwu division but instead called Li Hu. I have a construction site starting up. Things might get complicated. Send a few men to keep an eye on it discreetly. Yifan did not expect them to fend off powerful martial artists, but at the very least, they could report any developments immediately. Wang Fugui's efficiency was indeed impressive. In less than half an hour, the construction team had arrived on site. Yifan instructed Wang Fugui to personally oversee the site while he left to find Xian Yufei. Although Yifan had jumped the gun and begun work, the necessary paperwork still needed to be handled. This plot was meant to go up for public auction. Until that happened, it was officially state-owned. Though Yifan's family wielded considerable influence, certain regulations still had to be followed. But just as Yifan had finished briefing Wang Fugui and was about to leave, several government vehicles pulled up outside the site. Uniformed officials exited rapidly and began shouting at the excavator operators, who authorized this construction. This land has not yet been auctioned. Starting work without approval is destruction of state property. Stop everything. If anyone moves again, I will have you arrested. Some of the officials even drew their firearms. Personnel from the public security system were now involved? Yifan's lips curled into a faint smile. They had arrived this quickly. If this was not the handiwork of the Wu family, Yifan would never believe it. We are not doing anything illegal. We are just clearing the weeds, Wang Fugui said, trying to play it down. All the necessary paperwork will be submitted soon. As a subordinate family of the Yi clan, the Wang family was not as prominent, but still held considerable clout in Yuncheng. Wang Fugui himself was somewhat known, thanks to his grandfather and second uncle's influence in local government. Most officials, even if unfamiliar, would at least show some respect. However, the city management and enforcement officers here were all loyalists of the Wu family. Wu Yun had declared that whatever lay beneath this land was vital to the Wu family's survival, so they would not be swayed. Young Master Wang, apologies. We are carrying out official duties. Please cooperate and evacuate your people. If this escalates, it will be difficult for either side to step down, said the leader, a greasy-looking man named Wang Ruogu, whose shifty eyes were scanning the area. The moment he saw Yifan, Wang Ruogu stiffened. But remembering Wu Yun's promises, he steeled himself and kept directing his men to disperse the construction crew. There was likely an ancient tomb beneath this land. With an undying bone involved, Yifan had to retrieve all of them to deal with the divine envoys. There was no way he would give up. God damn it, you, Wang Fugui was furious. Having rampaged across Daxia alongside Yifan, even defying the royal family, he was used to getting his way. Now, to be blocked by some city enforcers in his own stronghold, Yuncheng, was infuriating. Wang Fugui wanted to argue further, but Yifan stepped forward, standing in front of him. With a piercing gaze fixed on the enforcement leader, he said, I do not care who you are working for, but I am telling you now, this site is mine. I decide what happens here. Construction will proceed. If anyone dares to interfere, I will kill them on the spot. As he spoke, Yifan radiated an overwhelming murderous aura. The sheer intensity of his presence forced everyone to instinctively step back. Wang Ruogu trembled under the pressure. He had heard of Yifan's might, how he destroyed the Lin family, despite their foreign reinforcements. Could the Wu family really handle him? But it was too late to retreat now. Wang Ruogu had no choice but to continue resisting. Young Master Yi, I know the Yi family is powerful enough to influence all of Daxia. But there are rules, are there not? On what grounds can you kill us? Wang Ruogu was grasping at straws. As a mere team leader in Yuncheng, he was unaware of Yifan's role as chief commander of the Jinwu division. Humph, you want authority? Then I hope you recognize this. Yifan said coldly, pulling out the Jinwu division commander's token and tossing it to Wang Ruogu. Wang Ruogu only glanced at it, and his body immediately went rigid. This, young Master Yi, you are, from that institution. Wang Ruogu's rank did not grant him access to this level of authority, but just a few days earlier, the provincial governor had convened a special meeting. There, this very token was introduced, with strict orders that it must be obeyed without question if ever seen. Wang Ruogu never imagined Yifan was the one carrying it. Now he understood why the provincial governor had been so cautious. This towering figure had been hiding in plain sight in Yuncheng all along. No one wanted to provoke him. But now he had offended Yifan. Wang Ruogu wiped the sweat from his forehead and respectfully handed the token back to Yifan. Young Master Yi, I apologize. I was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. We will leave immediately. If Yifan had only relied on the influence of the Yi family, Wang Ruogu might have used the Wu family's name to counter him. But Yifan was now the chief commander of the Jinwu division of Daxia. How could Wang Ruogu dare to oppose such authority? Yifan calmly put away the token. If you had known this earlier, why go through all this? I am beginning construction on this plot now. Do you have any objections? Yifan cast a wicked, teasing look at Wang Ruogu. Even if Wang Ruogu had 100 objections, he dared not say a word. No objections, no objections. He shook his head like a rattle drum. But we do not even have the proper documentation. Is it still permissible to proceed with construction? Yifan continued asking. Wang Ruogu's face was full of bitterness. His eyes rolled slightly as he replied, "No. Young Master Yi is not starting construction. You are merely helping to clear the weeds here." Wang Fugue, listening on the side, stumbled slightly. Just moments ago, he had used the same excuse with Wang Ruogu, but Wang Ruogu had refused to listen and insisted on making a scene. Was it really necessary? But Wang Fugue now saw clearly this was the power of authority. With Beiluo Sherman, the Jinwu division, and the Yi family behind him, Yifan could walk sideways down the street with impunity. Get lost. Yifan could not even be bothered to lift a hand against Wang Ruogu and the others. They were merely the cannon fodder at the front lines. There was no way the Wu family would give up so easily. They would undoubtedly send more people later. Just moments ago, Wang Ruogu and his men had been full of arrogance, yet now they fled in utter disgrace, crawling away with their tails between their legs. Their current embarrassment was as intense as their earlier arrogance. With only Li Hu and Wang Fugue guarding this place, it clearly was not enough. Thinking this, Yifan dialed Zhao Linglong's number, intending to summon her and Hanjua's people to provide security. After all, an undying bone held immense temptation for martial experts. Without absolute strength guarding the site, if the bone were unearthed and martial artists attempted to seize it by force, others would simply reap the rewards of Yifan's work. The call connected, but before Yifan could speak, Zhao Linglong's voice came through. "Young Master Yi, I was just about to ask you for help." "Oh, what is the matter?" Yifan asked in confusion. The Zhao family had recently aligned with the Yi family and was thriving under Yifan's protection, reaping considerable benefits. With things going so well, what could they need his help with? There is an upcoming martial arts tournament organized by the ancient martial world. The competition in the southwest has reached a fever pitch. The Zhao family wants to secure the position of martial alliance leader for the region. But yesterday, my grandfather was injured in a match, and our opponent even threatened that after today's competition, they would take me away. Hearing this, Yifan frowned. There is something so outrageous? This is simply unacceptable. The Zhao family had aligned with the Yi family. This was known across Daxia. Whether in the secular world or the ancient martial arts world, they ought to show some respect. Not only had they injured the Zhao family's patriarch, but they now threatened to seize Zhao Linglong. She was Yifan's personal attendant. If she were taken, would that not be a direct slap in Yifan's face? "Where are you now? I will come find you immediately." Yifan responded. Clearly, he now had to attend today's tournament. On one hand, it was to support the Zhao family. On the other, if they secured the martial alliance leader position in the southwest, it would be a valuable asset for Yifan in the future. "I am at home. The tournament will begin in 1 hour at Yunqing Stadium. Shall we meet directly at the stadium?" "Very well." 20 minutes later, when Yifan arrived at Yunqing Stadium, Zhao Linglong was already waiting at the entrance. As Yifan got out of the car, she was about to greet him when a young man in a black t-shirt suddenly stepped in front of her with a wicked grin. "Sister Linglong, you arrived so early. Were you waiting for me?" I only joked yesterday about taking you away today, and now you are already offering yourself? Then I shall not refuse." As he spoke, the youth reached out to grab her slender waist. Zhao Linglong furrowed her brows, dodged the hand with a sharp rebuke, and said coldly, "Jin Wudao, can you stop being so shameless? Could you be any more disgusting? Who was waiting for you? Get lost." While scolding him, Zhao Linglong swiftly moved toward Yifan. "Young Master Yi, this way." She had thought Jin Wudao would retreat, but unexpectedly, he ignored her scolding and blocked her path again. "Linglong, I was captivated the moment I first laid eyes on you. In front of you, I am willing to abandon all pride, just for a taste of your fragrance. Come on now, since you will be mine sooner or later, why not let me enjoy you first?" This time, Jin Wudao unleashed a surge of powerful martial aura, sealing off all of Zhao Linglong's escape routes. Judging from the intensity of that aura, Jin Wudao's strength was at least at the martial lord level. Very likely he had broken through to martial saint. This was already the pinnacle of secular combat power. No wonder he was so arrogant. Moreover, Jin Wudao hailed from the Jin family, an ancient martial family of great strength, once able to rival Beluo Sherman. Damn it! Brother Fan, Zhao Linglong, seeing no way to escape, could only call out to Yifan for help. Yifan had already noticed the situation. Hearing her cry, he spoke calmly, "Let go of that girl. She is mine, you may not touch her." His voice was not loud, but it carried a commanding presence that seemed to strike Jin Wudao's soul, causing him to shudder slightly. Jin Wudao's martial aura slightly weakened. He glanced at Yifan with disdain. "So you are that remnant bastard of the Yi family, Yifan? You do not seem quite the fool the rumors suggest. But in my eyes, you are still trash." He paused, then continued, "Your woman, is she? Ha! Then I will touch her anyway. I will have my way with her tonight and return her to you afterward. If you do not mind, you may continue using her." Ha ha ha. Jin Wudao was exceedingly arrogant. As he laughed wildly, he even reached to grope inside Zhao Linglong's blouse. This was blatant provocation. Even a dog recognizes its master, but Jin Wudao was deliberately humiliating Yifan by assaulting his personal attendant right in front of him. This was a direct challenge. Courting death. Without any hesitation, Yifan moved. His teleportation ability activated, and in the blink of an eye, he had dashed to Zhao Linglong's side, pulling her into his arms and shifting her behind him. At the same time, he punched directly at Jin Wudao's arm. Boom! To Yifan's surprise, Jin Wudao actually reacted in time and managed to block the attack. The power Yifan had just unleashed was that of a martial saint, a level that was already considered invincible in the secular world. That Jin Wudao could block it meant that his strength was at least above the martial saint level. So this was the foundation of an ancient martial clan? No wonder Jin Wudao was so arrogant and unrestrained. He did, in fact, have the qualifications to be that way. Ha! So this is the infamous leftover scum of Beluo Sherman, that bastard from the Yi family? Seems like that is all there is to him. After withstanding a blow from Yifan, Jin Wudao began to feel smug. When he had left home, the clan patriarch had warned him repeatedly not to engage Yifan directly if they met. Jin Wudao had thought Yifan must be terribly powerful. But after exchanging just one move, though he had responded in a panic, he had still managed to hold his ground, and so his arrogance returned. Boom! Yifan ignored Jin Wudao and struck again. Teleportation activated. His speed reached an extreme, and in the blink of an eye, he was again in front of Jin Wudao. This time, Yifan summoned the power of the Yuanwu level. The aura of Yuanwu third rank burst forth. It was on a completely different level from ordinary martial energy. At this level, perception of spiritual energy and understanding of spatial forces reached an entirely new realm. As Yifan's overwhelming aura erupted, the very fabric of space seemed to twist and shift unnaturally. Jin Wudao instantly felt as if his power had been suppressed. His martial saint-level strength was being forcibly pushed down a level. When Yifan slapped Jin Wudao across the face, Jin Wudao could clearly sense the movement, but his own response felt as slow as a sloth, utterly ineffective. He could only watch as Yifan's palm landed across his cheek. Smack! Thud! A crisp, deep sound echoed across the open plaza. Jin Wudao felt as though his skull had been smashed by a locomotive. A terrifying force surged from his cheek, rattling his brain and body. The strange force within Yifan's palm seemed to have eyes, drilling into Jin Wudao's meridians and rampaging through his body. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped from Jin Wudao's face in pain. Jin Wudao looked at Yifan in sheer terror. Was this Yifan's true power? That slap alone had nearly crippled him. His entire network of meridians was convulsing violently. Yifan remained silent and expressionless. Stepping forward, he slammed a kick directly into Jin Wudao's crotch. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattered testicles. You fucking psycho, Yifan, what the fuck are you doing? I only teased Zhao Linglong a little. Was this really necessary? Jin Wudao clutched his groin, hopping in place in agony. Humph. Was it really just about Zhao Linglong? Have you forgotten what your Jin family has done? Was the attack on Beluo Sherman unrelated to the Jin family? Do you think Beluo Sherman just sits there eating grass? Yifan stared coldly at Jin Wudao, his leg continuing its relentless assault. Bam! 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 Yifan activated the devouring aura of the demon heart in his ankle and silently injected it into Jin Wudao's body. That devouring aura had grown stronger with Yifan's breakthroughs, nearly materializing when activated. As it surged through Jin Wudao's body, his life force and martial aura began to drain rapidly, flowing directly into Yifan. Fuck, my back, my ass, do not hit my face again. Jin Wudao had once been a key figure in the Jin family's third generation. He had reached martial saint before the age of 30. With Yuanwu activation and an undying bone, he could have advanced to the Yuanwu level rapidly. He had once taken pride in both his identity and his strength, but here before Yifan, he was like garbage, savagely beaten, unable to fight back. His balls exploded, his meridians ruptured. These were painful, yes, but what shook Jin Wudao to the core was feeling his own martial aura being violently drained by Yifan. You, what do you want? Jin Wudao stared at Yifan in horror. You have no honor, how could you? Yifan sneered coldly. Nonsense, your clan massacred mine, nearly wiped out Beiluo men, and you expect mercy from me? I want your life. Yifan's gaze was sharp as a blade. He had not yet settled matters in the secular world and had no time to take down the Jin family yet. But killing Jin Wudao now to collect a bit of interest and avenge his clan and sect brothers? That, he would gladly do. You would not dare. Jin Wudao still did not understand the gravity of his situation and continued to threaten Yifan. Yifan, you only survived that massacre by sheer luck. You should have lived quietly like a dog, and instead you dare provoke the Jin family. Do you even know how powerful the backers behind us are? You are dead, and those two old farts from your clan, the women by your side, they will not escape either. Fuck. Jin Wudao had not finished when Yifan struck again. Energy exploded at Yifan's ankle, he stomped down and crushed Jin Wudao's arm. Humph, think I would not dare? I have not even gone after your Jin family yet, and here you are delivering yourself to me. Fine, then I will oblige. Crack. Yifan twisted his ankle and shattered Jin Wudao's other arm, then moved on to his thigh. Mercy for your enemies is cruelty to yourself. These were the very people who had slaughtered Yifan's clan without a shred of mercy. Why should Yifan show them any? Zhao Linglong watched Yifan's methods with excitement in her eyes. Well done. Young Master Yi, do not kill him yet, let me have some fun too. She had suffered at Jin Wudao's hands the previous day, and today he had tried to molest her again. Though Zhao Linglong had great strength, her martial arts were only at the controlling realm, she had not yet reached Grandmaster level. Against someone like Jin Wudao, she had no way to resist. Now that he had been crippled, she would not let this chance slip away. Stop right there. How dare you harm the young master of the Jin family, you are courting death. Just as Yifan was about to let Zhao Linglong have her turn, an old man in a gray robe burst out from the stadium. Even before he arrived, a powerful aura surged toward Yifan. Another Yuanwu level expert? Yifan's expression turned cold. He summoned a surge of powerful Yuanwu energy and launched a punch at the incoming opponent. Boom! Two powerful Yuanwu energy forces collided and exploded in the air. With a thunderous roar, the air itself was torn open, creating ripples and a visible rift, waves of energy expanding outward. Some who had no time to dodge were sent stumbling in all directions by the shockwave, some were even flung bodily through the air. Fortunately, everyone present was a participant in the martial arts competition, each with at least some martial foundation. So although some were injured, no one was killed outright. A massive crater was blasted into the ground. This was not a normal martial energy clash, it was on a completely different level of destructive force. Yifan, young Master Jin is the Jin family's sole heir. You cannot kill him. The old man in gray robes was pushed back several steps by the shockwave. Standing still, he quietly shook out his hand. Too strong. This gray-robed elder was Zhong Yang, a consecrated guardian hired by the Jin family. His strength had already surpassed Yuanwu first rank and touched upon the second rank, making him one of the top 5 experts in the Jin family. Jin Wudao was to represent the Jin family in the martial arts competition, and the clan was not confident in his safety, hence they sent Zhong Yang to protect him. Is that so? The only heir? Then if he dies, the Jin family will only grieve more, Yifan sneered with a devilish smirk. According to Beiluo Shimon's investigation, the Jin family, despite being a superpower in the ancient martial world, had acted heinously in recent years, destroying small clans, kidnapping others' wives, seizing treasures, even massacring entire villages without remorse, abusing their strength to rob and expand. Backed by powerful patrons, even the martial alliance could not punish the Jin family. Whether or not there was a vendetta with the Yi family, Jin Wudao already deserved to die many times over. While speaking, Yifan's leg moved, crushing Jin Wudao's last remaining leg. Jin Wudao had passed out from the pain several times. Now he lay on the ground, howling in agony, "Elder Zhong, save me, kill him." Seeing Yifan's open provocation, Zhong Yang's face darkened, his heart filled with bitterness. He wanted to kill Yifan too. But the real problem was that after exchanging just one move, Zhong Yang already knew Yifan's strength clearly surpassed his own. That punch Yifan threw casually in response to Zhong Yang's full-force sneak attack had stirred his blood and left him struggling to hold on. Young Master Yi, the grudge between you and the Jin family is none of my concern. But let Jin Wudao live. I can trade you something valuable for his life, Zhong Yang quickly spoke, trying to distract Yifan and buy time to rescue Jin Wudao. He dared not face Yifan directly. All he wanted now was to snatch Jin Wudao and complete his mission. If Jin Wudao were to die later, that would no longer be his problem. But Zhong Yang completely underestimated Yifan's hatred for the Jin family. Something valuable? Ha! You think you are walking out of here alive? I will kill you and take that something anyway. Yifan smiled faintly. Dragonblood crimson flame ignited in his palm, unleashing a searing wave of heat that instantly engulfed Jin Wudao. Ah! Jin Wudao watched in stunned horror as the scorching wave turned into fire, enveloping him completely. What the hell was this? A human controlling fire? He instinctively summoned a protective aura, trying to block the flames, but it was utterly useless. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yifan's crimson flames reduced Jin Wudao and everything around him to ash and nothingness. Hiss! Everyone watching Yifan's battle was utterly stunned. Who is that? That powerful? He can even control fire? What's the point of even fighting? You do not know him? That is Yifan, the monstrous genius who recently rose in Yunsheng. The Yi family has already surpassed the Tang imperial family as the most powerful clan. Beiluo Shimen is clearly set to rise. A veiled young woman stood hidden among the crowd. Seeing Yifan's power, her eyes lit up. She turned to the girl beside her. Xiao Chang, if we can persuade him to act, our family might yet be saved. But, miss, how can we convince him to act? Yifan lacks for nothing. Getting his help might be difficult. The veiled girl hesitated and sighed. Sigh, let us wait and see. As long as he is willing to help, no price is too high. Yifan incinerated Jin Wudao completely, nothing remained. The sight left Zhong Yang dumbfounded. He stood frozen, completely shocked. How could he possibly fight that? Even from 10 meters away, Zhong Yang could feel the intense heat of that flame. It had to be thousands of degrees. What human could survive that? Jin Wudao was dead. Without hesitation, Zhong Yang activated his energy and tried to flee. Not so fast. Yifan sneered coldly. He activated his teleportation and in the blink of an eye, appeared directly in Zhong Yang's escape path. Zhong Yang, rushing forward, ran straight into Yifan's grasp. Yifan activated his demonic heart talent. His powerful devouring ability flared, and a torrent of energy wrapped around Zhong Yang, voraciously absorbing his life force and Yuanwu energy. The demonic heart's devouring aura had a special property. Once wrapped in it, the target, whether human or beast, was rendered motionless, like they had been anesthetized. Zhong Yang, now trapped, felt a strange force pin him in place. He could only watch in horror as his life force and Yuanwu aura were stripped away. Yifan, you are not the loser they said you were hiding your strength. Zhong Yang looked at Yifan in terror, struggling in vain. All that talk of Yifan being some good-for-nothing who only chased women? Utter bullshit. For 3 years, Yifan had been hiding his power. Now, he had already stepped into the Yuanwu realm, at least Yuanwu's second rank. At this level, even the clan patriarch might not be able to defeat him. So young, and so strong, if Yifan kept growing, what place would the Jin family have left? Now Zhong Yang understood why the Jin family had once made that reckless move to eliminate Beiluo Shimen and crush the Yi family while it was still in its cradle. Yifan's talent was too terrifying. But it was too late for regrets. Yifan's overwhelming devouring power reduced Zhong Yang to a dried husk. Then, with a wave of fire, Yifan burned him to ashes, leaving no evidence behind. Let's go. Yifan clapped his hands, called to Zhao Linglong, and strode toward the stadium. Zhao Linglong gazed at Yifan with absolute admiration. Her young master was indeed unbeatable. Before the official martial competition even began, he had already eliminated 2 opponents. Tonight, the Zhao family would surely dominate the arena. The crowd of onlookers began murmuring among themselves. Most of them had already figured out Yifan's identity. When they heard that the person before them was the same Yifan who had dared to challenge the 4 great holy lands, everyone looked upon him with admiration. At the same time, it was clear to all that since Yifan stood together with Zhao Linglong, he would certainly be representing the Zhao family in tonight's martial arts competition. If nothing unexpected occurred, the alliance leader's position was already guaranteed to belong to the Zhao family. Since the alliance leader position is essentially decided, let us compete for the vice leader or council member spots instead. Exactly, anyone challenging the Zhao family for the alliance leadership is just asking to die. Yes, I would rather not be burned to death in one strike. Inside the stadium, when Yifan and Zhao Linglong arrived, the venue was already packed with people. The massive arena was nearly full. The martial arts tournament, which determined appointments in the Martial Arts Alliance's regional divisions, had always been a tradition in the martial community, as well as a major gathering for cultivators. Even if one did not participate, observing such high-level duels on site was highly beneficial for one's own cultivation. As one of the major families in the southwestern region, the Zhao family had their own reserved seats at the very front in the central area. Young Master Yi, thank you so much for coming. With you here, our Zhao family has nothing to worry about, said Zhao Changfeng, the Zhao family's patriarch, and Zhao Tianlong, the head of the family. Both stood up eagerly to welcome Yifan as he took his seat. This time, that bastard Jin Wudao will not be able to act arrogant before us again, Zhao Tianlong added, glancing worriedly at the elder. Yesterday, the elder had been completely overwhelmed in his fight with Jin Wudao. If it had not been for the competition's rules and the presence of high-level figures from the Martial Alliance, the elder might have been killed. Father, perhaps you do not know yet, Jin Wudao and his guardian Zhongyang have already been killed by young Master Yi, Zhao Linglong explained while sitting beside Yifan. What? Killed? Zhao Tianlong and Zhao Changfeng were utterly dumbfounded, mouths agape in disbelief. After all, Jin Wudao and Zhongyang were both martial saint-level experts. In their minds, even if Yifan was powerful, they assumed he was only at the martial saint pinnacle. Beating one of them might be possible, but defeating both? And killing them with ease? The two men stared at Yifan in shock, sensing the immense Yuanwu energy pulsing from his body. Even Zhao Changfeng, who was at the martial lord level, could no longer gauge Yifan's depth of strength. That could only mean one thing: Yifan had advanced again. Exchanging glances, Zhao Changfeng and Zhao Tianlong finally looked at Zhao Linglong. She was truly fortunate. Still serving by Yifan's side as a personal maid, she had clearly secured a golden opportunity. A cultivator who had surpassed the martial saint level must now be what legend referred to as a Yuanwu expert. Yifan had reached the Yuanwu level at such a young age. Just how terrifying would his future power become? There is nothing surprising about it. Even if they had not provoked the Zhao family, I would have come for them eventually. They merely threw themselves in my way, Yifan said calmly, settling into his seat. Zhao Linglong promptly poured him a cup of tea and began gently massaging his shoulders with utmost respect. There was still some time before the competition began. Yifan suddenly thought of Zhao Linglong's situation. Although her physical strength had reached the Grandmaster pinnacle and even touched upon the martial lord level, her actual martial arts skill remained at the control stage. After spending some time with her, Yifan concluded she had passed his tests. Zhao Linglong was clearly loyal to him. Linglong, your strength is still a bit lacking. Take this grade 3 pill, and here is a high-level martial technique manual. Train harder and strive to break through quickly, Yifan said as he handed her a pill and tossed her a martial arts manual. Ah, thank you, young Master Yi, thank you. Zhao Linglong looked at the manual and, with just one glance, knew it was a top-tier technique that could never be found on the open market. Such skills were tightly held by elite ancient martial families and never shown to outsiders. And now Yifan had given her such a gift casually. The grade 3 pill, though of little use to martial lord level cultivators, was of immense benefit to those below that level, especially for breaking through from Grandmaster to higher stages. Yifan said no more. The martial arts competition officially began. Although the Jin family still had other representatives present, Jin Wudao and Zhongyang had both been slain by Yifan. The remaining underlings no longer had the courage to act. In the match between the Jin family and the Zhao family, the Jin family forfeits. When it came time for the Jin-Zhao match, the Jin family publicly conceded and left the venue with their remaining members in disgrace. Seeing the Jin family retreat, the Zhao elders grew tense. Young Master Yi, should we have someone detain them? If word gets out, it might harm you. Yifan smiled and replied calmly, no need. I want them to spread the news. I am trying to stir the hornet's nest and see what other monsters and demons dare crawl out. The Jin and Zhang families were the main forces that attacked Beiluo Sherman from the martial world. But clearly, those present were not the only culprits. After the Jin family left, the Lu family was next to face the Zhao family. But upon seeing Yifan seated among the Zhao elders, they did not even step onto the stage. I, of the Lu family, forfeit to the Zhao family. So does the Zhang family. And the Li family too. In just a few dozen seconds, all the martial families who were supposed to face the Zhao family openly surrendered without a fight. Yifan's power had spread across the venue. To defeat two martial saints and kill them both alone, Yifan had become an overwhelming force. To stand against the Zhao family now was to challenge Yifan himself. And once Yifan acted, who among them could survive? One round passed, and Yifan merely sat quietly in his seat. Yet over a dozen core families had already conceded. The Zhao family had instantly won more than 10 matches. They were now the undisputed champions. Tonight's alliance leader position was already secured. Our Sun family would like to spar with the Zhao family. Seeing that there were only a few families left on the screen, when it was the Sun family's turn, a young man stood up from the honored seats of the participating families and addressed the referee calmly. The young man wore a long robe. Though the aura emanating from his body did not seem intense, when Yafan tried to probe him with his formidable perception, he was blocked by a powerful and mysterious force. Hiss! The sudden sound caused the entire venue to fall silent. All eyes turned toward the Sun family's seating area. The Sun family? Have you heard of them before? Not really. I think they are a family known for crafting weapons for martial arts experts. They have always been very low profile. And now they want to contend for the Martial Arts Alliance leadership in the Southwest? What are they thinking? Sun Dishing, the third-generation heir, is not particularly strong either. Sigh. They must be too headstrong. Yifan has already slain 2 martial saints. His strength is probably beyond the Yuanwu level. Who here could possibly match him? The senior figures from the Martial Arts Alliance acting as referees were also surprised. Young Master Sun, are you certain about this? You truly want to challenge the Zhao family? Today, young Master Yi is acting as the Zhao family's external support. You should think this through. Sun Dishing smiled faintly. Of course I have thought it through. If the Zhao family can bring in external aid, why can my Sun family not do the same? At that remark, everyone was momentarily stunned. They quickly realized what was happening. So Sun Dishing was not planning to fight personally, he had brought someone. As he spoke, a figure stepped out from a side door of the stadium and respectfully stood before Sun Dishing. This is my Sun family's servant. He will fight in my stead. Is that acceptable? Sun Dishing asked with a hint of pride as he glanced at the referees. The referees nodded. Of course it is. The rules for this Martial Alliance Southwest leadership selection were very relaxed. As long as one could bring someone to fight on their behalf, it was allowed. After receiving the official's permission, Sun Dishing turned his gaze toward Yifan seated with the Zhao family and spoke calmly. Young Master Yi, please. While others fear to act, I still wish to spar with you. Additionally, I would like to make a wager with you. I wonder if young Master Yi dares to accept it. From the moment Sun Dishing had announced his challenge to the Zhao family, Yifan had been carefully observing him, his gaze eventually settling on the Sun family servant. That was a fluctuation of Yuanwu energy. Yifan quickly sensed that the aura fluctuating around this servant was extremely strong, and it pulsed like tides, rising and falling ceaselessly. It felt as though an engine was operating inside that man's body. Could Yuanwu-level experts be constructed this way? Yifan was deeply curious about what, exactly, this servant's body contained to enable such unusual power. Oh, what is the wager? Yifan asked, eyes burning into Sun Dishing, his mind working rapidly. That Sun Dishing initiated a bet out of nowhere was suspicious. It clearly seemed he was targeting Yifan directly. Very simple. If young Master Yi loses, I want a certain map from you. Ha! As soon as Sun Dishing spoke, a murderous aura surged violently from Yifan. A map? From Sun Dishing's expression, Yifan instantly understood he was after Professor Gua's distribution map of the Undying Bone. Professor Gua had been researching the locations of Undying Bone deposits. Jason from the United States knew about it, so certainly many within the country did as well. Jason was already dead, and Professor Gua had been rescued by Yifan, so naturally, the map was with Yifan. It was a logical deduction. But the Undying Bone was critical, it was the key to defeating the Divine Envoys. There was no way Yifan would hand it over to anyone. While processing this, Yifan began walking toward the center of the arena. As he passed by the Sun family servant, the servant quietly said, Young Master Yi, take the wager. Use me as the stake. If you win, my life is yours. Yifan paused slightly and looked at the servant with suspicion. He wanted to betray his family before the match had even started? Yifan's first impression of this servant was not favorable. They killed my entire family. I watched my sister be raped and murdered before my eyes. I am one of their many experimental subjects. I want my freedom. Yifan frowned. So that was the truth? Perhaps worried Yifan would not believe him, the servant continued, Young Master Yi, my body is my greatest treasure. If you obtain me, you will not be disappointed. Yifan found the way he said that very odd. But based on his earlier perception, this servant's body was indeed unique. There seemed to be a mechanism inside him that generated powerful Yuanwu energy. Yifan had never seen anything like it before. However, he could also clearly sense that while this servant was strong, his peak was at most Yuanwu grade 2. Even if a wager was involved, Yifan could still dominate him completely. Then let us bet. With that thought, Yifan turned to Sun Dishing and said, Very well. I will accept your bet. But if your man loses, I want him to follow me. Do you, young Master Sun, dare agree? Yifan's sudden counterproposal caught Sun Dishing off guard. Just as the servant had said, he was the Sun family's most powerful hidden asset. It was precisely because of him that the Sun family dared to vie for the martial alliance leadership in the southwest and aimed to seize the undying bone. But Yifan wanted to use that very servant as a wager. Sun Dishing hesitated. Sun Dishing wavered. But then he remembered the temptation of the undying bone. Acquiring it could unlock extraordinary abilities. According to their in-house researchers, the undying bone was essentially a biological Yuanwu energy crystal. By absorbing enough of it, one could cultivate to the Yuanwu level even without that mechanical device. Besides, this servant's performance in combat had so far gone unmatched. No matter how strong Yifan was, could he truly defeat this servant? This servant also had one final trump card, Death Tide. At a critical moment, he could unleash layered waves of force like the sea itself, culminating in a devastating attack. Very well. I accept the wager. Let the Martial Arts Alliance bear witness. The agreement between young Master Yi and myself takes effect immediately. I hope you will not go back on your word. As for the map I want, I believe young Master Yi knows exactly which one. Sun Dishing had even added extra stakes beyond the combat itself. This development further intensified the atmosphere at the venue. Everyone could feel it. The Sun family's servant was no weakling. He was at least at the Martial Saint pinnacle. A duel between two Martial Saint level experts, what an extremely rare spectacle. The crowd burst into thunderous applause. Everyone fixed their eyes on the center stage, not daring to miss a single moment of what was to come. The match begins. With the Martial Arts Alliance referee's official announcement, Yifan and the Sun family's servant stood at the center of the stage. Both began to mobilize their powerful Yuanwu energy. Young Master Yi, if at any point you feel overwhelmed, you can say so. I want to know just how strong I truly am, the Sun family's servant said deliberately before taking action. Since this was an official contest and the Martial Arts Alliance elders were present, the match had to proceed. However, he no longer wished to serve the Sun family. Although he knew Yifan had already defeated two Martial Saint level experts, he still feared Yifan might not be stronger than himself. Very well. Yifan looked calmly at the servant and made no move to attack first. Boom! After fully circulating his energy, the servant suddenly drew his battle blade, imbued with a fierce and violent aura, and slashed straight toward Yifan's chest. In an instant, the powerful Yuanwu aura tore through the air, producing a sorrowful wail, shaking the entire stadium. If not for the Martial Arts Alliance elders having placed special protective wards around the arena, the whole venue might have been blown apart. Hiss! The strength of this servant was astounding, clearly far beyond the Martial Saint peak. He is a Yuanwu expert as well? From the Zhao family's seats, Zhao Changfeng, Zhao Tianlong, and Zhao Linglong watched the servants' movements, their hearts leaping into their throats. They knew Yifan had reached the Yuanwu realm and assumed tonight's position was already secured. They had not expected that the Sun family's servant had also reached the Yuanwu level. In the Sun family's section, Sun Dishing looked on with smug satisfaction. This successful experimental servant had, in just 3 months, swept through numerous sects and families within the ancient martial realm. With his formidable combat strength, the Sun family had already conquered many clans and sects without meeting any true resistance. Yifan? The so-called invincible genius of the martial realm? Today, Sun Dishing would see for himself how Yifan measured up against the Sun family's ultimate weapon. Humph. As the servant attacked, Yifan did not even glance directly at him. He merely smiled faintly. His Yuanwu energy surged wildly, forming a visible barrier of true qi in front of him. At the martial sovereign level and above, one could form protective true qi capable of resisting attacks. If strong enough, it became akin to a defensive art like a golden bell shield, extremely difficult to break. But such defense required a vast disparity in strength to be truly effective. Courting death. Seeing Yifan's response, Sun Dishing sneered coldly. At the referee's table, a few alliance elders looked on with concern. Old Zhang, is young Master Yi being too arrogant? He is facing a Yuanwu level opponent and still relying on true qi for defense? This could end badly. Indeed. Old Yu, be ready, if anything happens, intervene at once. Headquarters has instructed us to contact Yifan and invite him back into the alliance. Now that he is here, we must convey that personally. Some of the other elders turned curiously to the head judge. Young Master Yi returning to the Martial Arts Alliance? Since when was he part of it? The white-haired elder smiled mysteriously. Saying return may be imprecise. A more accurate term would be take over, because, in truth, the Martial Arts Alliance rightfully belongs to him. Enough, observe carefully. In time, you will all understand. Take over? While some elders pondered the meaning of those words, their attention was soon drawn back to the match. Boom! Boom! Yifan's protective true chi was clearly unlike the typical kind. Around his shield was a layer of golden light, and faint dragon patterns shimmered atop that light. Bang! Bang! When the servant's blade struck the barrier, it let out a dragon's roar. A visible surge of energy formed an enormous, illusory dragon shape, not only stopping the attack but counterattacking with explosive force toward the servant's chest. Boom! The blade was effortlessly deflected, and the backlash force shattered the servant's protective barrier. The servant stared at Yafan in disbelief, his body flung 5 or 6 meters back before finally dissipating the shock. "So you are this strong?" A flash of fervor appeared in the servant's eyes. He had originally assumed Yafan might be slightly weaker than himself, but now, it seemed they were at least equals. In that case, there was no need to hold back. What he did not know was that Yafan had not even begun to reveal his true trump cards: Dragon Blood, Crimson Flame, Blink, and the Demonic Heart's Devouring Skill. If all three were activated, the servant would be annihilated instantly. Again! The servant shouted with excitement. As he did, he stomped off the ground and launched himself at Yafan once more. This time, Yafan did not wait. He activated Blink, leaving behind an afterimage and appearing directly behind the servant. The instant Yafan vanished, every hair on the servant's body stood on end. Instinctively, he turned to defend, but it was already too late. Boom! Yafan delivered a whip kick to the servant's waist, sending him flying sideways another 5 or 6 meters before he crashed to the ground. The servant's vision blurred, stars dancing before his eyes. His pupils dilated in shock. He knew perfectly well Yafan had held back. In a real battle, that sudden appearance behind him could have easily ended his life. A bitter smile formed on the servant's face. He had thought he would be the one to go easy on Yafan, but in the end, it was Yafan who spared him. Sigh. The rumors claimed Yafan was the one destined to defy fate, the savior of humanity. It seemed they were true. At this point, every elder present had realized that Yifan's strength utterly overwhelmed the servant. There was no suspense left in this match. Yafan, representing the Zhao family, had secured a flawless victory. The Sun family had lost, completely. From the Sun family seats, Sun Dishing's face turned from smug to grim, almost black with rage. The strongest servant, defeated? Did that mean the servant truly had to be handed over to Yafan? But, how could that be? This servant was the Sun family's most prized asset. If he was given to Yafan, what future did the Sun family have left? The elders at the Martial Arts Alliance referees' stand finally exhaled in relief after witnessing how easily Yafan had crushed his opponent. It seems we were overthinking it. Young Master Yi has never disappointed us. Indeed, as the descendant of the Divine Maiden, there is no way he could be mediocre. May the Martial Arts Alliance unleash its full potential under his leadership. There was an implicit meaning behind the elders' words. The Martial Arts Alliance had deep ties with Yifan's mother. Seeing Yafan easily overpower the servant, the Zhao family members, Zhao Changfeng, Zhao Tianlong, Zhao Linglong, and others, also relaxed. "I told you, young Master Yi is invincible." Zhao Linglong's eyes shimmered with admiration as she looked at Yafan. Zhao Changfeng and Zhao Tianlong exchanged glances, then quickly averted their eyes. If Zhao Linglong could form any kind of connection with Yafan, they would be more than happy. In the center of the arena, the servant understood that he had been completely defeated. Yet, he remained unwilling to accept the result. He and over 1,000 others had been captured by the Sun family, trained and experimented on. In the end, he alone survived, his strength unmatched. In the 3 months since his debut, he had not met a single true rival. Was he really incapable of even touching the hem of Yifan's garment? "Young Master Yi, be careful. I am going to use Death Tide, my strength will double." Although the servant had chosen to follow Yafan, he still wanted to demonstrate the full extent of his power. He did not want Yafan to look down on him. He shouted as he struck his own chest with a powerful punch. Spurt! A mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips, and his energy surged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it leapt to a whole new level. Judging by the current energy fluctuations, he had reached at least the 3rd tier of the Yuanwu realm, very close to Yifan's level. So he was forcibly boosting his strength by overdrawing his life force? Yafan had studied similar techniques under his master, ways of overclocking one's vitality to temporarily increase power. A 3rd-tier Yuanwu opponent could not be taken lightly. Yafan instantly unleashed the full extent of his Yuanwu energy. Buzzing sounds filled the air. As the two immense Yuanwu energies collided inside the gymnasium, the structure trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. The Martial Arts Alliance had designed the venue's protective measures to withstand only peak martial saint energy levels. Now, with Yuanwu Tier 3 energy clashing, the pressure had already far surpassed the building's limits. But at this stage of the battle, changing the venue was no longer possible. Old Zhang, stop watching and prepare to activate Yuanwu energy to protect the gym. Several elders of the Martial Arts Alliance began broadcasting safety warnings to the audience, urging them to prepare to defend themselves with their martial energy in case of a collapse. Though the alliance was wealthy enough to afford a new gym, the real concern was the presence of so many people. If chaos erupted, it would be a massive headache. The elders activated their Yuanwu energies to reinforce the formation defenses around the gymnasium. Spectators also sensed the sudden escalation of power on the battlefield. A duel between cultivators beyond the martial saint level was a rare spectacle. No one wanted to miss a single moment. Apart from a few who left after the warning, most chose to remain. Buzzing continued as the two Yuanwu energies raged against each other, the very air groaning under the strain. Just before launching his attack, the servant turned and reminded Yafan again, "Young Master Yi, if it becomes unbearable, say the word. I just want to fight, but you must be the one to win." In the Sun family section, Sun Disheng, who had already braced himself for defeat, suddenly lit up as he witnessed the servant's explosive strength. Death Tide, this is Death Tide. So this Yuanwu device has already been perfected? And grandfather never told me? Ha! With Death Tide in hand, the servant's power jumps by an entire major tier. Yifan is doomed. Sun Disheng laughed maniacally. With such a fighter guarding their family, why waste time crafting weapons? Those families that had leached off the Sun family, now it was time for payback. Boom! Boom! In the arena, the servant gathered energy for his most powerful move and unleashed a ferocious assault at Yifan. Yifan stood still, calmly feeling the overwhelming force of the servant's strike. It was indeed powerful. As the name suggested, the energy on the servant's blade surged like ocean waves, rolling, rising, and crashing down in relentless succession. The weakest of these Yuanwu energies were already above the second tier. Most crucially, these energies were synchronized, forming a resonant effect, not just 1 + 1 = 2, but increasing exponentially. Interesting. Yifan looked at the servant with great interest. The servant had spoken the truth, his body was indeed a treasure. If he could uncover the principles behind this, it would mean endless wealth and knowledge. But to go head-to-head with such power? Even at the third tier of Yuanwu, Yifan would have to pay a hefty price to withstand it. Of course, Yifan was not that foolish. He had perfectly suitable techniques, why not use them? The devouring skill of the demonic heart activated. A surge of pale golden energy radiated from Yifan, clashing with the servant's sharp Yuanwu aura. Two titanic forces collided midair. Everyone on site braced for an earth-shattering explosion. The Martial Arts Alliance elders gritted their teeth and doubled the defensive formations around the gymnasium to withstand the impact. But to everyone's astonishment, no violent explosion occurred. What they had anticipated, a destructive shockwave, never materialized. Spurt. Instead, there was only a muffled sound, like a watermelon being smashed. The servant's most powerful move struck Yifan's energy and, as if sinking into a swamp, was silently absorbed. Its energy dropped from Yuanwu Tier 3 to Tier 1, then to Martial Sovereign, then Grandmaster, and finally to Practitioner. The once rising power collapsed in a moment, almost disappearing altogether. What? Such an uncanny scene left the thousands in attendance completely stunned. Everyone stared at the center of the stage in disbelief. What just happened? I could have sworn I felt Yuanwu level energy surging. How did it end like this? Yes. It looks fake. Were they putting on a show? No, look at the servant's face. It's flushed red, clearly straining. Holy shit, is Yifan using some kind of star-absorbing technique to forcibly drain all of the servant's martial energy? Everyone present at the scene was at least a martial arts practitioner, so their insight was naturally sharp. Very quickly, someone noticed that something was off in the arena. It is true. Young Master Yi is really absorbing the martial energy of that servant. What kind of technique is this? How defiant of the natural order. Wow! As more people began to understand what was happening, all the martial experts present erupted in cheers. Using the star-absorbing technique to counter the servant's forced power amplification, this was practically unbeatable. No matter how much strength you increase, I just absorb all of it, problem solved. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! But it had to be said, Yifan's strength was truly overwhelming. To absorb someone else's martial energy, you only need to know the technique. But the key issue is, once you absorb so much energy, you need a vessel to contain it. If your physique is too weak and you absorb too much power, once you exceed capacity, your body will explode and you will die. Yet judging from Yifan's current condition, even if he absorbed another servant, it would not pose a problem. So what level of power does Yifan actually possess? Only 4 words could describe it: unfathomably deep. In the Sun family's viewing box, Sun Dishing had already asked his subordinates to bring over champagne in preparation for a celebration. After all, if they could defeat the Zhao family and Yifan tonight, the rest of the martial competitions would be meaningless, and the Sun family would unquestionably become the leader of the martial arts alliance in the southwest region. But the sudden turn of events on the scene left Sun Dishing completely dumbfounded. What the fuck? Are you messing with me? You were so powerful just now, and now you are failing to even make a splash? The servant looks like he is about to lose? Master Sun, should we open the champagne now? One of Sun Dishing's subordinates, lacking any awareness, foolishly came forward to ask if they should open the champagne despite the clear change in atmosphere. Sun Dishing was so enraged he was about to catch fire. Open your fucking head. Open it? Are you blind? In a fury, he kicked his subordinate square in the chest, sending him flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the situation in the arena continued to evolve. The Sun family's servant grew increasingly shocked as the fight went on. His own strength had already reached Yuan Wu Tier 2. That he could not defeat Yifan was understandable, it simply meant Yifan's power was at least Yuan Wu Tier 3, but he had just used his most powerful trump card, Death Tide. With that stacked force, even if it did not reach Yuan Wu Tier 5 or 6, it should have at least been enough to contend with a Tier 3 opponent. Yet the reality was, every burst of Yuan Wu energy he released felt like throwing a meat bun at a dog gone, with no return. Whatever amount he unleashed, Yifan absorbed it all, devouring his Yuan Wu energy entirely. The servant could clearly feel the strength draining from his entire body. He tried several more times to build up and release more Yuan Wu energy, but it was completely ineffective. When most of his Yuan Wu energy had been absorbed, he was horrified to find that Yifan's golden aura, now wrapped around him, had begun to devour his very life force. What the hell is this? This was terrifying. After all the years of training in combat, this was the first time the Sun family's servant had ever truly felt fear. Stop! Stop! Young Master Yi, I surrender. No more fighting, you win. Seeing Yifan still continuing the devouring, the servant realized that if his life force was drained, it would damage his very foundation, so he immediately shouted to yield. He was clever, deliberately shouting loudly enough for everyone in the venue to hear clearly. This way, the wager between Sun Dishing and Yifan would have to be honored, and the servant would finally be free from the Sun family's control. According to the rules of the martial competition, if one side publicly concedes, the match is over. Since the Sun family's servant had admitted defeat, the elders of the Martial Arts Alliance were happy to step forward and announce, "Very well. I hereby declare that in the martial competition between the Zhao and Sun families, the Zhao family is victorious." Hiss. The audience all gasped. This match had been a roller coaster. Just as everyone's emotions had steadied, it suddenly ended. This had been a duel between two Yuan Wu level cultivators, yet the result was nothing like they had expected. Hearing the verdict, Sun Dishing leapt to his feet. Unacceptable. I refuse to accept this. My family's servant clearly had not yet shown his full power. How can it be ruled that the Sun family lost? Number 2, what are you doing? Keep fighting. Did I give you permission to surrender? Sun Dishing was furious. As he spoke, he pulled out a device from his hand. Do not forget, your life is in my hands. If you dare disobey my orders, I can kill you at any moment. Sun Dishing showed the remote openly, without the slightest concern for the many people watching. The crowd murmured in disgust. The outcome of the match was already clear. Yifan had thoroughly crushed the Sun family's servant, and yet Sun Dishing still insisted the servant continue fighting? All eyes turned toward the number 2 servant. The Sun family, known for crafting weapons for the martial world, from ancient blades to high-tech Yuan Wu gear, clearly had the means to control a servant's life. Everyone wanted to see how the servant would respond, and how Yifan would respond. After all, Yifan and Sun Dishing had made a bet earlier. If Sun Dishing had won, he would have claimed a map from Yifan. But if Yifan won, the servant would become his property. Based on the battle's result, this servant now belonged to Yifan. Master Sun, this will be the last time I call you that. Do not forget, the bet you made with young Master Yi was witnessed by the elders of the Martial Arts Alliance. Yifan won. I now belong to him. You no longer have the right to command me. The number 2 servant spoke calmly, but his sharp words left Sun Dishing speechless. You are rebelling. Sun Dishing could not believe that these words came from his own servant and not from Yifan. This damned number 2, was he not afraid to die? Back when the experiments were performed on number 2, grandfather had warned, although number 2 had the best talent, there had been complications during memory erasure. Some deeply ingrained memories might not have been completely wiped. The Sun family's research team could not confirm if those memories had truly been erased. Judging by number two's behavior now, there was clearly a problem. Then I will kill you right now. Sun Dishing's face darkened as he prepared to press the switch on the remote. Grandfather had said if number two could not be controlled, he had to be terminated as soon as possible, otherwise, he would become a major threat. Stop. Just as Sun Dishing was about to act, Chief Judge Old Zhang from the judges' panel suddenly flashed forward, quickly appeared in front of Sun Dishing, and pressed down his hand. Young Master Sun, do you think the impartiality of the Martial Arts Alliance is a joke? We, the Martial Arts Alliance, just certified your wager with young Master Yi. Now you must fulfill your commitment. Otherwise, where would the Alliance's authority stand? Are you suggesting that the Sun family intends to oppose the entire Martial Arts Alliance? Old Zhang, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in the Southwest region, spoke with overwhelming presence. His words instantly subdued Sun Dishing. More importantly, Sun Dishing had no choice but to be subdued at this moment. As Chief Judge Zhang approached, another 8 or 9 Martial Arts Alliance experts also surrounded them. Everyone had drawn their blades, shimmering with cold light. The weapons were already placed against Sun Dishing's neck. The martial energy and Yuanwu aura radiating from them were not weak by any measure. Should Sun Dishing make any reckless move, he might be executed on the spot. Moreover, not far away, Yafan still looked over calmly. Even if he gave a death order to the servant to fight to the end, that servant still would not be Yafan's match. Fine, you win this time. Though Sun Dishing was extremely unwilling, he could only reluctantly lower the remote control in his hand, allowing Old Zhang to take it away. Young Master Yi, here is the remote control. Please keep it safe, said Old Zhang as he turned and handed the device to Yafan. Sun Dishing watched from the side, fuming with rage, but he could do nothing about it. The number 2 servant looked at the remote control in Yifan's hand with a complicated expression. That device was specially crafted by the Sun family and linked directly to the servant's heart. The moment the button was pressed, the pain would be unbearable, rendering him completely powerless to resist. This subordinate is willing to follow young Master Yi. The servant respectfully bowed to Yafan. Although following Yafan might also mean becoming a mere tool of violence, compared to the life and death hatred he held toward the Sun family, the servant naturally chose to follow Yafan. Yafan nodded. A burst of inner force surged through his palm as he attempted to crush the remote control. However, despite unleashing the power of a Yuanwu Tier 3 expert, Yafan was surprised to find the device only slightly deformed instead of being destroyed, apparently forged from some unknown material. Casting a glance at Sun Dishing, Yafan thought to himself, this Sun family does have some skills after all. Since brute force would not do, Yafan resorted to another trump card. He activated the Dragon Blood Crimson Flame. A pure crimson fire emerged in his hand, instantly enveloping the remote. PSHHH. PSHHH. The intense heat took 3 seconds to fully melt the remote until it turned red-hot and finally disintegrated into ashes. As the remote was destroyed, the servant involuntarily shuddered, as though some shackle in his body had been lifted. But beyond the physical reaction, what shocked him more was the emotional impact. Young Master Yi, this. The servant was completely stunned. That was the object that controlled his very life. Whoever held that device could command a Yuanwu Tier 3 expert at will, and Yafan had just destroyed it? Was he not afraid that the servant might go back on his word and refuse to follow him? From today on, you are a free man. You may choose to follow me or go your own way. I will not restrict you. In short, you are free to act. Yifan's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. In the western stands, the veiled girl gazed at Yafan with an entranced expression. She could not help but softly exclaim, "Well said." Beside her, the maid Xiaoqing said leisurely, "Miss, if we could get Yifan's support, there would be no suspense about tonight's outcome." Indeed. I anticipated he would be powerful, but I did not expect him to be this strong. Even a Yuanwu Tier 2 expert was no match for him. If I could convince Yafan to return home with me, he would serve as the most formidable deterrent against those coveting our family. Sigh. But how could she get Yafan to help her? The veiled girl looked wistfully at Yafan in the distance. In that fleeting moment, any man witnessing her expression would have been captivated. Fucking idiot. Worthless piece of shit. What the fuck? Is he mentally retarded or what? Sun Dishing was seething in the stands, cursing wildly as he saw Yafan destroy the remote. Did Yafan not understand what kind of hellish training had been used to create number 2? Such a ravenous wolf, if left uncontrolled, could be terrifying if he turned against you. At that moment, Sun Dishing suddenly recalled that he had participated in every step of number 2's training and development. The research team had said that number 2's memory erasure might not have been fully successful. If he still remembered that Sun Dishing had murdered his family, would he not seek revenge? Sun Dishing shivered involuntarily, fear creeping into his eyes as he glanced at number 2. He then quietly signaled his subordinate and began slipping out of the arena. Now that the remote was gone and he could no longer control number 2, it was best to flee. Freedom! Number 2 murmured. For a moment, he was dazed. It had been 15 years since he had been captured by the Sun family at the age of 10 and subjected to hellish training. Number 2 had almost forgotten what freedom felt like. In the Sun family, he had been nothing more than a killing machine. His only tasks were murder, training, and enduring endless experimentation while lying on cold machinery. Still dazed, his gaze suddenly caught Sun Dishing trying to sneak away. Memories of his sister, elder sister, and parents being tortured and killed surged into his mind. His expression instantly turned sharp. "Young Master Yi, please allow me a moment. Give me half an hour, I have something important to take care of. After that, I will devote myself to following you, even to the death." Noting number 2's icy gaze fixed on Sun Dishing's fleeing form, Yafan could more or less guess what he intended to do. Go! As number 2 dashed out of the arena in a flash, Yafan also stepped off the fighting stage and returned to the Zhao family's section. Zhao Linglong, watching the direction in which the servant had left, asked with some confusion, "Young Master Yi, why did you let him go? Are you not worried he will never come back?" Yafan smiled confidently. No, he understood human nature very well. A person like number 2, who had spent so long in darkness, once someone pulled him out of it, would pledge undying loyalty to that person. That was far better than controlling him with a remote. While Yafan and Zhao Linglong were chatting casually, a stunning young woman in jeans began walking toward Yafan, swaying her hips. She was none other than the veiled girl, Xiaoqing. "Congratulations on your victory in the battle, young Master Yi." Xiaoqing first gave Yafan a respectful bow, then continued, "Young Master Yi, my lady requests your assistance. She hopes you will make an appearance to help secure a position as deputy leader. The conditions are up to you to name." "Oh?" Yafan responded lightly, his gaze turning with a devilish charm in the direction Xiaoqing had come from. On the other side of the stands, although the veiled young woman wore a face covering, Yifan's powerful demonic pupils allowed him to clearly see the breathtakingly beautiful features beneath. Her features were exquisitely defined, her figure shapely and alluring. She was indeed a rare beauty. Moreover, the martial aura emanating from her was not weak, at least above the martial lord level, possibly even having stepped into the martial saint realm. Just as Yafan was about to withdraw his perception, he suddenly detected a unique aura from her body. Another special physique? Anna possessed the celestial phoenix spirit furnace constitution. But the aura emanating from this young woman was that of the extremely rare nurturing spirit physique, ideal for healing others. To put it simply, it was the healer-type physique similar to Kaiwenji in games, able to rapidly restore health during battles, offer medical support, treat injuries, and provide Yuan-Wu energy. She was essentially a mobile recovery station. What a coincidence! Yafan quietly marveled. Now, beside him were Wang Fugui, Feng Hanxiao, Zhao Linglong, and the number 2 servant. If this young woman joined them as well, Yifan's battle team would be nearly complete. "Young Master Yi, please give it some consideration," Xiaoqing said again, seeing the various expressions flashing across Yifan's face. Yafan smiled faintly. "I can act if she comes personally to make the request." He still wanted a closer look at her and to figure out how to persuade her into joining his team. That. Xiaoqing hesitated briefly before saying, "Please wait a moment, young Master Yi." As she spoke, she quickly left the Zhao family stands and walked toward the veiled girl. After whispering a few words, they saw the girl start to move. On Yifan's side, Zhao Linglong pouted slightly upon seeing another stunning woman approach Yifan, but she could say nothing. A man as outstanding as Yifan was bound to attract multiple women. Zhao Linglong could not control that. Sigh, she had been by Yifan's side for so long, yet he seemed only to notice her fists, not that she, too, was a rare beauty. Despite being the one closest to him, she had yet to win his heart. It was clear she needed to make a change. Yanlingji pays respects to young Master Yi. The veiled girl approached Yifan and gave a slight curtsy. "I, Yanlingji, humbly request that young Master Yi act on behalf of the Yin family to help us secure a deputy leader position. The conditions are for you to set." It was not that Yanlingji was unwilling to name terms, it was simply that Yifan's current power and status made it hard to even guess what he might want. Money? The Yi family's industries alone could support Yifan for several lifetimes. Power? With the backing of the Beiluo sect, Yifan was its sole junior master. The entire sect had been entrusted to his command, not to mention the Zhenwu department and the many vassal families supporting the Yi family. Women? He already had his junior martial sister Su Chan, the gentle and mature Chiu Wan, and the domineeringly elegant Hua Shuiyan. Yifan lacked for nothing. Yifan smiled faintly. Any condition I want? Then I want you to be my woman. As he spoke, he reached out and wrapped his arm around Yan Lingji's slender waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Ah! Yan Lingji gasped, instinctively trying to cry out and struggle. But Yifan's hand moved subtly across her skin, and as a soft, mesmerizing energy flowed into her body, her mind went blank with comfort, leaving no room for resistance. Besides, she had indeed said he could name any condition. Since Yifan had spoken, she had no grounds to refuse. Yan Lingji's entire body softened in Yifan's arms, her eyes gazing at him with a dazed infatuation. What did you do to me? Yifan gave a devilish smile and shamelessly squeezed her shapely rear. What can a man do to a woman? Ah! Yan Lingji nearly moaned out loud. She bit her lip hard to suppress the sound. This Yifan was shameless to the extreme. He was definitely doing this on purpose. As long as you agree to act, I will be your woman, but can we not do this here? Yan Lingji had come prepared, knowing Yifan had a reputation for being flirtatious. She was ready to be taken advantage of. But now that he actually touched her, even in this single exchange, she found herself unable to resist. In truth, Yifan was not merely taking liberties, he was using a special technique taught by his master to examine her body. Confirmed. It was indeed the nurturing spirit physique, a natural healer. It seemed Yan Lingji was not fully aware of her own potential. Her unique abilities had not yet been fully awakened or utilized to their greatest value. You agreed? But I must clarify, what I mean is not just for 1 or 2 times. I want you as my woman for life, as my wife. As Yifan spoke, he turned to Zhao Linglong and said, bring me paper and ink. I want to draft a contract and have it notarized by the Martial Arts Alliance. Ah? Yan Lingji was stunned by his words. As his wife? But, young Master Yi, do you not already have a wife? Yan Lingji knew a little about Yifan. He had married into the Su family and had been their live-in son-in-law for 3 years. His wife was Su Yixue. Yifan gave a calm smile. In the martial world, worldly moral norms can be overlooked. Many martial experts have more than one confidant. Besides, my wife Su Yixue has already left. Just mentioning it made Yifan's chest tighten with frustration. Su Yixue's grandmother and her people were despicable. They had taken Su Yixue away by force while Yifan was not around. If they had waited even a day longer, once Yifan had reached Yuanwu Tier 3, it would not have been so easy for them to take her away. I see. A conflicted expression passed across Yan Lingji's face. Initially, when Yifan said she should be his woman, she thought it meant being with him once or twice. She had already decided, if they had a child, she would raise it quietly alone. If not, she would guard her family and prevent its decline. But now Yifan wanted her not only as a lover, but as a wife. Yan Lingji's mind momentarily stalled. After a few seconds of silent thought, she let out a resigned sigh. I can be your wife, but you must be certain, once I become your wife, the fate of the Yin family will be tied to yours. Whatever blessings or misfortunes we face, you cannot ignore them. Yan Lingji's intentions were very clear. Since Yifan wished to marry her, then he would have to take full responsibility for whatever the Yin family faced. In truth, even if she had not said it, Yifan would have done so anyway. Once she became his woman, Yifan had no reason to remain uninvolved. Of course. When it comes to my own woman, I am very dependable. As he spoke, Yifan glanced at Zhao Linglong beside him, instantly causing her heart to tremble. Why would young Master Yi look at me at a moment like this? Did he not say I was merely his maid? Why, then, would he look at me while saying he was dependable with his women? Could it be that young Master Yi has feelings for me too, but does not know how to express them? If that is the case, then I must take the initiative. She had once been too shy to help him bathe and dress, but from now on, she would not let such opportunities slip by. While Zhao Linglong indulged in her own imagination, Yifan, of course, had no idea. Very well. Then it is settled. I agree to become your wife. From now on, the Yin family and young Master Yi are one. I hope you will not let us down. Having made up her mind, Yan Lingji no longer resisted Yifan's embrace. She even pressed herself slightly closer against him. Ha! We are already engaged, and you are still calling me young Master Yi? Yifan smiled wickedly and reached out to lift Yan Lingji's chin. Legend had it that young Master Yi was either at a club or on his way to one. Clearly, the rumors were true. This Yifan truly knew how to play. Husband, Yan Lingji blushed furiously but still shyly uttered the word. Yifan nodded and quickly drafted an agreement using the pen and paper brought by Zhao Linglong. Several senior officials from the Martial Arts Alliance notarized it, and with their signatures, the agreement became official. The battle for the leadership of the Southwest Martial Arts Alliance had been settled after the Sun family's defeat. No other family stepped forward to challenge the Zhao family. The new leader of the Southwest Martial Arts Alliance was the Zhao family. The martial arts competition continued, but now it was just other families vying for lesser positions such as counselors or committee members. Yan Lingji remained seated on Yifan's lap, his arms still around her. She had no reason to rise or pull away. While we still have time, tell me about the Yan family. Since you are my wife now, I need to understand my wife's background. All right. Yan Lingji responded and began detailing the history of the Yan family. The Yan family is actually a medical clan within the martial world, specializing in treating martial experts. But ever since my grandfather passed away, our influence has rapidly declined. Outside the Yun City sports arena, Sun Dishing exited the main gates without stopping, got into his car, and quickly departed under the escort of his convoy, heading toward the Sun family estate. Not only had their most prized creation, servant number 2, failed to secure the alliance leadership, but he had also been lost to Yifan due to a wager. Worse still, the senior members of the Martial Arts Alliance had publicly sided with Yifan, forcing Sun Dishing to hand over the remote control for servant number 2. Losing servant number 2 was an unforgivable mistake. Though he expected a severe scolding from his father and grandfather upon returning home, Sun Dishing was the only male of his generation. The family would ultimately be passed down to him, so they would not go too far. But staying here would be more dangerous. If servant number 2 truly regained his memories, he would undoubtedly kill Sun Dishing. Father, something happened. I lost the bid for alliance leadership, and I also lost servant number 2. The remote fell into Yifan's hands. Sun Dishing hesitated but still called to report everything to his father. What? You bastard! How could you lose servant number 2? Do you not understand how important he is to the Sun family? And to lose him to Yifan of all people, when you get home, I will skin you alive, his father roared furiously on the other end. Though the Beiluo sect had been silent for 3 years, it had not weakened. Its power, hidden in the shadows, surpassed all expectations. The Sun family and the Beiluo sect had both been researching similar technology, but the sect lacked key components for a breakthrough. If Yifan studied servant number 2 and uncovered those secrets, they might begin mass production of Yuanwu weaponry. I just wanted that map Yifan had. That is why I agreed to the bet. I never imagined that even with death tied, servant number 2 still could not defeat him. Humph, get back here immediately. Servant number 2 still has flaws. If we cannot control him, he might destroy our entire family, his father warned anxiously. Sun Dishing was just about to reply when his eyes suddenly widened, stunned by the scene in front of him. Boom! Less than 5 meters ahead, the lead SUV in the convoy was smashed into pieces by a single punch from a shadowy figure, flying 6 or 7 meters through the air before crashing to the ground. As the vehicle soared, the dark figure appeared in front of Sun Dishing's car. The moment he saw it, Sun Dishing froze. Servant number 2, his worst fear had come true. Even after fleeing in city's downtown, servant number 2 had chased him down. Boom! Servant number 2 flashed forward, struck Sun Dishing's car with a punch to stop it, then violently tore off the door. Come out and die. Without a shred of mercy, he grabbed Sun Dishing by the collar and slammed him to the ground. Sun Dishing, though a martial lord-level expert, was nothing against servant number 2. What do you think you are doing? Do not forget, I am your master. You cannot lay a hand on me. Sun Dishing instinctively reached for his pocket, searching for the remote. In the past, disobedient servants were subdued with a simple press of that button. Master? Humph. That was the past. Now, young Master Yi is my master. A murderous gleam flashed in servant number 2's eyes. Your Sun family slaughtered my entire family, and you raped my sister. That debt must be paid today. As he spoke, he activated his strongest Yuanwu force and slashed his battle blade at Sun Dishing's chest. So it was true, he remembered everything the Sun family had done. No! Sun Dishing screamed in desperation. But it was futile. Squelch! His heart was instantly pierced. With the Yuanwu force flooding through him, all signs of life vanished within seconds. Inside the Yun City sports arena, the competition continued. Just as Yan Lingji was finishing her explanation about the Yan family to Yifan, an announcement echoed from the main stage. The final event of today is the contest for the position of deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance for the Southwest region. All interested registered participants may now step onto the stage to begin the challenge. It had arrived. This was the position Yan Lingji sought. Sitting beside Yifan, she immediately straightened up, her posture alert. Everyone, I believe there is no need to compete, Yifan said calmly, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. His voice was not loud, yet carried an unquestionable authority that brooked no dissent. The position of deputy leader has already been designated. It will be held by Yan Lingji of the Yan family. If any of you have objections, keep them to yourselves. Hiss. Those from families who had registered for the position had looked excited and ready to step forward. Now, after hearing Yifan's declaration, they instantly lost their momentum. Damn it! Yifan was going to back the Yan family? What was the point of competing, then? Still, some families voiced objections. Respected judges, Yifan already fought on behalf of the Zhao family. Now he represents the Yan family too. Is this even allowed? Chief Judge Elder Zhang of the Martial Arts Alliance hesitated briefly before replying. According to the rules, there is no restriction stating that one person cannot represent more than one family in the competition. This single sentence immediately silenced everyone. But another dissatisfied family stood up and addressed Yifan. Young Master Yi, everyone knows you fought for the Zhao family, and that Zhao Linglong is your maid. This is understandable. But on what grounds are you fighting for the Yan family? Swish. All eyes turned to Yifan. Though the question was unreasonable, the crowd was clearly curious. Holding Yan Lingji in his arms, Yifan calmly responded, "Why I am fighting for the Yan family, what need is there for me to explain that to you? What right do you have to question me? If you have a problem, challenge me directly." He paused, then glanced at Yan Lingji beside him and added, "Very well, since you asked, I shall give you an answer. I am helping the Yan family because, from this moment on, Yan Lingji is my woman. Open your eyes and see clearly." As he spoke, Yifan lifted Yan Lingji's chin. In her stunned and shy gaze, he lowered his lips and kissed her. The sudden surge of masculine scent made Yan Lingji momentarily flustered. But thinking of Yifan's handsome and domineering demeanor, and his protection of her just now, she felt at ease. Such a handsome and powerful man, was he not exactly the type of idol and partner she had long desired? Having realized this, Yan Lingji wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck and passionately returned the kiss, her soft body twisting in his embrace. Her gentle moans stirred Yifan's emotions deeply. This rare beauty, outwardly delicate and gentle, clearly had a wild streak inside. He would be most fortunate in the days to come. Still, this was not the time or place for further intimacy. Hiss. Thousands of spectators stared, dumbfounded, at Yifan and Yan Lingji kissing on the platform. Really? Displaying affection in public? Enough already. They were overwhelmed. When Yifan and Yan Lingji finally separated, their hair tousled, a few senior officials at the judges' table spoke. Very well. The situation is now clear. If anyone still wishes to challenge the Yan family, step forward immediately. Otherwise, the position of deputy leader shall be finalized as announced. Sigh. Though many families felt indignant, they could only swallow their frustration and accept the outcome. The Zhao family had claimed the alliance leader position, and the Yan family had taken the deputy leader role. The martial competition ended with both the Zhao and Yan families emerging as the biggest winners. The powerful institution of the Southwest Martial Arts Alliance would now be jointly governed by these two families. While it may have been a regional position, the Southwest Martial Arts Alliance had hundreds of thousands of registered martial artists. More importantly, the alliance served as a platform connecting families and commercial enterprises. Its power was immense. With the Zhao and Yan families at the helm, the alliance had effectively come under Yifan's control. This would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the wider martial world. The happiest individuals that day were naturally Zhao Tianlong, Zhao Changfeng, and Yan Lingji. As the competition ended and the families began to leave, Zhao Tianlong invited Yifan, "Young Master Yi, it is already lunchtime. Shall we dine together? Miss Yan as well, of course." Yan Lingji, leaning gently against Yifan, hesitated. Yifan going to dine with the Zhao family made sense. But what was her role in that gathering? No need to decline, Miss Yan. From now on, I am the alliance leader, and you are the deputy leader. We will have many matters to discuss. Zhao Tianlong spoke smoothly and tactfully, leaving Yan Lingji no room for refusal. She looked to Yifan. Seeing him nod, she finally replied, "Very well." Just as they reached the arena exit, several senior officials of the Martial Arts Alliance hurried over and bowed respectfully to Yifan and the others. "Congratulations, Master Zhao and Miss Yan. The Southwest Division of the Martial Arts Alliance will be in your hands from this day forward." These elders, including Elder Zhang and Elder Yu, were representatives of the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, overseeing today's event. After a brief pause, Elder Zhang turned to Yifan, "Young Master Yi, we have a private matter we wish to discuss with you. Might you step aside for a moment?" During the matter with servant number 2, Yifan had already sensed these senior officials favored him. Now, requesting a private meeting again, it was certainly important. Very well. Yifan agreed and followed them. Chief Judge Elder Zhang led Yifan into a restroom within the stadium. Inside were several other senior figures from the Martial Arts Alliance. The moment Yifan entered, they all dropped to one knee in unison and respectfully addressed him. "We, the Martial Arts Alliance, greet young Master Yi. Welcome back." What? Their sudden gesture left Yifan frozen in place. Welcome back? When had he ever joined the Martial Arts Alliance? What is the meaning of this? The Martial Arts Alliance was different from the Jinwu Division. The Jinwu Division was a semi-official organization focused on fighting darkness and evil. The Martial Arts Alliance, by contrast, was the most powerful semi-official body representing the entire martial world. Anyone who set foot on the path of martial arts would inevitably become connected to the alliance. Registering as a member, one would receive martial techniques, pills, and other support in the early stages of cultivation. Benefiting from the alliance's aid, most would grow to be loyal in return. Especially those from poor families who became particularly devoted. The energy behind the Martial Arts Alliance was even greater than that of the Jinwu Division. But how could such a powerful organization be connected to him? Young Master Yi, originally our Martial Arts Alliance Supreme Leader, was meant to personally come and invite you. However, due to other obligations, he could not attend. Since you happened to appear at the martial competition, he instructed me to convey the message on his behalf. Elder Zhang, the chief judge, spoke calmly. The Martial Arts Alliance, like the Jinwu Division, was also founded by young Master Yi's mother in the past. The current leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, as well as the existence of the Elder Council, are merely interim stewards preparing for young Master Yi to assume leadership. Now that young Master Yi has stepped into the Yuanwu level, the time has come. Yifan furrowed his brows upon hearing Elder Shang's explanation. After what had already happened with the Jinwu Division, Yifan was no longer surprised. Moreover, according to Zhang Yichen, his parents were not truly dead, but had gone somewhere else. His mother had left behind all these powerful organizations to pave the way for him, to prepare him to confront the so-called divine envoys? Oh, I understand. However, I do not yet have time to oversee the Martial Arts Alliance. Tell your leader to continue managing it well. When I need the alliance, I will seek you out, Yifan replied. He still had many things to deal with in Yun City, rebuilding the Jinwu Division and Beiluo sect, and more urgently, collecting the immortal bones. According to Professor Gua, there were 206 pieces that needed to be assembled to form an immensely powerful weapon, one capable of contending with the divine envoys. At present, the enemy was also desperately searching for the immortal bones, which meant Yifan had no time to lose. Only after these matters were settled could Yifan consider taking over the Martial Arts Alliance. Very well. Young Master Yi, this is a token our leader asked me to deliver to you. With this token, you may command nearly all resources within the Martial Arts Alliance. From D rank to SSS rank support, all are accessible to you. The strength contained within the alliance far exceeds what you imagine. We can even mobilize UNW level reinforcements, Elder Zhang said as he handed Yifan a pitch-black token. The token was engraved with a figure practicing martial arts. It emanated an ancient aura with faint golden ripples similar to the command token of the Jinwu Division's chief commander. Yifan accepted it without refusal. As he continued to delve into the ancient martial and UNW realms, he realized that above the four sacred lands, even more powerful forces existed. Although Yifan's progress was rapid, bolstered by Anna's heavenly phoenix spirit furnace constitution, enabling exponential leaps in strength, he knew that to challenge the divine envoys, he would eventually face forces beyond his current ability. The power of Beiluo sect alone might not be enough. Having the Martial Arts Alliance as a hidden trump card was wise. After parting from Elder Zhang, Yifan rejoined Zhao Linglong and Yan Lingji at the main entrance. Young Master Yi, is everything alright? Zhao Linglong asked with concern. Yifan shook his head. It is fine. Just some matters regarding the Martial Arts Alliance. Let us go eat. The meal was effectively a victory celebration, and it passed in high spirits. Afterward, Yifan remained preoccupied with the excavation project managed by Wang Fugue. According to Professor Gua's map, beneath that land lay an ancient tomb and immortal bones. Yifan needed to retrieve all of them as quickly as possible. As he exited the restaurant, Yan Lingji tugged on Yifan's sleeve and shyly pulled him aside. Husband? I have already booked the hotel room. Shall we go now? To the hotel? Yifan was momentarily puzzled, but seeing Yan Lingji's flushed face, he quickly understood what she meant. You are this eager? Should we not take our time and develop our feelings first? I am not one to impose. Let us take it slowly. He patted her gently on the back. Do not worry. I declared before everyone that you are my woman. I will take responsibility for the Yin family. Yan Lingji wished she could find a hole to crawl into from embarrassment. She had boldly approached a man, only to be teased like this. Yifan looked at her shy expression and suddenly felt a surge of affection. She was indeed a remarkable woman. He then remembered something important he had nearly forgotten to tell her. By the way, has anyone ever told you that your body is very special? I think you are not fully aware of your own constitution. Yan Lingji froze, initially thinking he was teasing her again. But seeing the seriousness in his expression, she realized he truly meant it. Yes, someone once told me I possess the best supportive constitution. But the Taoist who said it gave me no detailed guidance. All I know is that my body seems to naturally heal others. Her face turned solemn. As a child, even birds on the brink of death would recover simply from resting in my hands. But I never knew how to control this power. A naturally gifted support type, yet unaware of her own potential. What a waste. Yifan nodded. I have a martial technique that will help you harness that power. Once you train in it, within a month, your strength will improve significantly, and you will understand how to channel that energy. He handed her a manual titled 7 Treasures Glazed Scripture, a treasured auxiliary technique from Beiluo sect, specially kept by his master. Gratefully receiving it, Yan Lingji bowed slightly. Thank you, husband. As she bent forward, the snow-white curves beneath her collar almost spilled out. So fair. So large. It was not that Yifan wanted to look, they leapt into view on their own. When Yan Lingji raised her head, she noticed where his gaze had landed. She was fully aware of her own assets. Husband, do you want to see them? I will show you and only you, she whispered, blushing, before doing something shocking. Right there beside the hotel wall, she pulled her collar halfway down before Yifan's eyes. The pristine sight within was nearly fully exposed. Beyond 36D, larger than even Yifan had imagined. His blood surged at the sight, but he was also stunned by her boldness. He knew Yan Lingji to be reserved and gentle. For her to do such a thing had required immense courage. My dear, hurry and cover yourself. Even if you want to show me, not here. Yifan quickly helped her adjust her clothing, his eyes scanning the surroundings to ensure there were no cameras or bystanders before sighing in relief. Something so precious, how could it be shared? If he were to enjoy it, it would be privately, just for him alone. Lingji swears, from now on, only husband may touch me. I will be only husband's woman. Yan Lingji looked at Yifan with deep gratitude, her eyes misty, her entire body nearly collapsing into Yifan's arms. Yan Lingji was truly moved. Yifan had helped her in so many ways, securing the position of deputy leader of the Southwest Martial Alliance, promising to resolve the Yin family's crisis, thoroughly explaining the secret of her constitution, and even gifting her martial techniques. And now, at such a moment, he gently helped her dress again. Although that final gesture was but a small one, in Yan Lingji's eyes, it represented gentleness and respect, proof that Yifan genuinely cared for her. With such a man, what more could a woman wish for? Alright, Yifan had just replied when a call came through from Wang Fugue. Boss, a group of people came to cause trouble. Tiger Lord's men have already taken care of them, but I am worried more might come. If martial experts show up, we might not be able to hold them off. This was indeed one of Yifan's concerns. If it was just ordinary thugs stirring trouble, they were surely sent by the Wu family, not a serious threat. But if a martial expert came, especially someone powerful, Wang Fugue's strength might not suffice. I already called Feng Hanxiao and asked him to come immediately. Yifan nodded. This poising young master was following him now and needed to prove useful. All right, I will head there shortly. How is the excavation progressing? Yifan asked. Wang Fugue quickly reported, not ideal. The initial soil layer was easy to handle, but after digging 3 meters, we hit a solid rock layer. We are blasting it open now. It should be penetrated soon. Yifan frowned slightly after hearing this. He hung up the phone, said a quick word to Yan Lingji, and hurried off with Zhao Linglong toward the excavation site. Watching Yifan's departing figure, Yan Lingji's maid Xiao Qing murmured, Miss, are you really sure about giving yourself to young Master Yi just like that? Yan Lingji nodded firmly. Yes. In this lifetime, I am Yifan's woman. Yifan, he will be a good husband. To meet him, to become his woman, is my greatest honor. As she spoke, her eyes grew misty again. At first, she had agreed to Yifan's demands due to circumstance. But later, with everything Yifan had done, she began to feel gratitude, and in the end, genuine affection grew in her heart. A seasoned hunter capturing a naive rabbit and effortless conquest. Miss, you have fallen for him. Xiao Qing teased, laughing beside her. Yan Lingji rolled her eyes. Do not laugh just yet. You are my maid. If I marry Yifan, you will surely be my dowry maid and marry with me. Do you really think you can escape? The two girls giggled playfully, their laughter echoing several hundred meters. Not far away, a few black-clad men were watching Yan Lingji with sinister expressions. Damn, this is a problem. That woman Yan Lingji has gotten involved with Yifan. This makes things tricky. Should we act now, or wait for another opportunity? One of them looked to a fat man leading the group. Act now? Are you looking to die? This is Yifan's turf. With his insane power, go ahead if you want to die. I am getting the hell out of here. Leave something this dangerous to those above us. We just report it truthfully. At the central excavation site in Yun City, Wang Fugue was commanding the excavator teams to dig relentlessly. Around them, Tiger Lord's subordinates stood guard with steel rods and battle blades. Stay sharp. If anyone dares cause trouble again, beat them to death, the squad leaders barked at their men. Yes. A group had shown up earlier, underlings of Wu Old Wolf, but they were driven off by Tiger Lord's men. Clearly, the Wu family was not going to give up easily. In a tall building nearby, on the 10th floor, Wu Yun and several bodyguards were watching the excavation site through binoculars, closely monitoring the progress. Young Master Wu, Tiger Lord's people have already driven our men out. Should we send more? Their defenses seem tighter now. Wu Yun's subordinates spoke with concern. If they continue digging and the thing falls into Yifan's hands, will that not be a massive loss for us? Wu Yun sneered at the sight of the excavators working. Why so hasty? If Yifan wants to dig up a grave, let him. Once he uncovers the item completely, then we strike. It will not be too late. He continued coldly, I have already arranged for a master to be sent. With that man stepping in, Yifan will not stand a chance. After a pause, he added, if that does not work, I will just leak the information, let the entire martial world know the item is in Yifan's possession. Then it will not be just the Wu family hunting him down. If I cannot have it, then no one will. But we cannot let them be idle. Have Lord Ba's men keep attacking. Keep them exhausted. A wicked glint appeared in Wu Yun's eyes. He was cunning, but unfortunately for him, facing Yifan meant certain death. When Yifan arrived, Feng Hanshao had not yet come, but Tiger Lord and his men were already confronting another group. Lord Ba, we have always stayed out of each other's way. Must we clash like this today? The leader of the opposing group was none other than another of Yun City's big shots, Lord Ba, real name Hu Ba, a known ruthless figure. Following Wu Yun's orders, he had come to stir up trouble at the excavation site, though he did so reluctantly. Yifan's reputation echoed throughout Daxia. With the size of the operation Wang Fugue was conducting, Lord Ba had no doubt this was Yifan's doing. To go against Yifan, was that not suicide? Examples had already occurred in Yun City, the provincial capital, and even the capital itself. But he could not refuse Wu Yun either. Wu Yun was likely watching from some hidden vantage point right now. If Lord Ba refused to act, Wu Yun would not be pleased. But if he did act and provoked Yifan, the consequences would be just as dire. While Lord Ba hesitated, Yifan's vehicle pulled up. He and Zhao Linglong stepped out. Seeing the situation, Yifan's expression turned cold. Do you not know who I am? Yes, you are young Master Yi, Lord Ba responded bitterly, his expression pained. He knew Wu Yun was using them as cannon fodder, but as a mere pawn, he had no choice. Since you know, why are you still charging into the barrel of the gun? Did you get your brain caught in a door? Yifan's gaze burned through them. Lord Ba opened his mouth several times, then finally said in a low voice, Young Master Yi, please hit me, preferably hard enough to send me flying. Yifan was momentarily stunned. What kind of absurd request was this? Since the other party made such a request, Yifan had no reason not to oblige. Yifan glanced at Zhao Linglong beside him. She immediately understood, stepped forward, and, without holding back, swung her massive fist and struck Lord Ba squarely in the chest. Boom! Although Lord Ba knew a bit of martial arts and had a layer of protective chi around his body, it was instantly shattered by the punch. His body flew more than 10 meters through the air and crashed heavily into the group of men behind him, knocking down a large number of them. Lord Ba, are you all right? Lord Ba. Everyone rushed over in a panic to help him up. Put. Lord Ba spat out a mouthful of blood, then staggered unsteadily toward Yifan. Young Master Yi, please proceed to strike the rest of them as well. After saying this, Lord Ba turned to his own men. Listen carefully. This is a death order. When young Master Yi attacks, not a single one of you is allowed to fight back. Ha! Lord Ba's subordinates were all dumbfounded. Even Li Hu and the others standing nearby were utterly confused. This Hu Ba, who had clearly come with a large group to cause trouble, was now asking Yifan to beat up his men and was even forbidding them from fighting back. What was the meaning of this? Seeing the puzzled expressions on his men's faces, Lord Ba continued explaining, I am saving your lives. Although his men did not understand what he meant, they obeyed the order faithfully. Several of them stepped forward and stood before Yifan. "Young Master Yi, please proceed." At this point, Yifan had already understood Lord Ba's intention. Lord Ba was putting on an act. That punch he just took made his stance very clear. He did not wish to become Yifan's enemy. But for some reason, he was compelled to show up and perform this charade, likely to account to those behind him. Since that was the case, Yifan was happy to play along. Boom! Yifan activated about 80% of his inner chi, making a grand show of force, and sent a surge of overwhelming energy at Lord Ba's men. In reality, however, the force that struck them was minimal. From a distance, it appeared as though a dozen thugs were all slapped away by Yifan, flying several meters and landing in miserable heaps. Those thugs who were sent flying began to wonder. Yifan's blow was all thunder and no rain. "Dare to act wildly here again, and you will be executed without mercy." Yifan shouted furiously at Lord Ba and his men after stopping his attacks. Lord Ba coughed twice. We are leaving. Brothers, fall back." Meanwhile, watching from the 10th floor above, Wu Yun's expression darkened. What the? Wu Yun was extremely frustrated. He had ordered Lord Ba to make a move, yet the fight between Lord Ba and Yifan looked like a rehearsed movie scene. Was this what they called a life or death battle? He looked down at the excavation site, where Wang Fugui's construction team had already dug 4 to 5 meters deep. Most infuriatingly, Wang Fugui had even erected a canopy to cover the site. Previously, Wu Yun could monitor the excavation from above. Now, with it covered, he could see nothing. He had no idea when Yifan might uncover the object buried underground. No. I need to go down there myself. This underground artifact was far too important. Wu Yun could not afford to miss out. His subordinates looked uneasy. Young Master Wu, but Yifan has so many powerful experts by his side. Going down there could be dangerous. This morning, they remembered how earlier that day, the illustrious young master of the Wu family had been publicly slapped by Yifan and could not even retaliate. It was a humiliating ordeal. Wu Yun sneered coldly. That was this morning. Do you think Yifan can still act so arrogantly now? It will not be that easy. I have already invited Qin Weiyang, the steward of the Qin family, one of the 9 great ancient martial clans, to assist. Master Qin should already be here. He is a UN-level expert. Taking care of trash like Yifan is child's play for him. I finally see it clearly. To obtain that underground artifact, Yifan must be killed. That is the only way to be done with him. Wu Yun still looked down on Yifan with contempt. Though the martial world was full of tales of Yifan's legend, how he forced the royal family to kneel, Wu Yun believed it was all just rumors. A single man strong enough to subdue a dynasty? What nonsense! Outside the excavation site, after putting on a show and beating up Lord Ba's men, Yifan drove them all away. He was about to turn back to check on the excavation progress when a voice called from behind. Young Master Yi, you still owe me a slap. Time to pay your debt. Ha! Yifan turned around and saw Wu Yun approaching with several bodyguards. So he had finally lost patience. 2 waves of thugs had failed to halt the excavation, and now Wu Yun was taking action himself? But what was the point? Wu Yun's martial skill was no match for Yifan. And though the Wu family was technically an ancient martial clan, it was nowhere near the level of the 9 great clans, which Yifan did not even take seriously, let alone the Wu family. Oh, seems like one slap was not enough. Do you want it multiplied? Yifan stared coldly at Wu Yun. I already said, I am taking this land. If you dare seek death again, do not blame me for killing you. Wu Yun ignored the threat and said, Yifan, I admit you are strong. But in this world, there is always someone stronger. Do not think you are invincible. Bring him out. Master Qin, please. He walked to a business vehicle and respectfully opened the door. An old man stepped out, none other than Qin Weiyang, the Qin family representative at the last ancient martial summit in Shangjing. Qin Weiyang replied faintly, lifting his gaze. But the moment he saw Yifan's face, his legs gave out and he nearly collapsed. It is him? Qin Weiyang's face turned ashen. He whirled around and screamed at Wu Yun, you fucking idiot. The one you want me to fight is him? Young Master Yi? Qin Weiyang's heart surged with fury. He wanted to tear Wu Yun apart on the spot. When Yifan had caused chaos in Shangjing, even the royal clan's peak martial saint ancestor had failed to defeat him. And now Wu Yun expected him to challenge Yifan? God damn it. If I die, do not drag me down with you. Although Qin Weiyang had advanced further in strength after returning and had entered the Yuan Wu realm, under no circumstances did he dare to raise a hand against Yifan. Before Wu Yun could even respond, Qin Weiyang ran over quickly, bowing respectfully before Yifan and said, Qin greets young Master Yi. I truly did not know Wu Yun intended to act against you. I beg your forgiveness. Yifan, while having forced the 9 great families to relinquish control over the royal family, had also established a new martial arts commercial alliance, aiming to dominate the martial arts market globally. He possessed numerous medicinal formulas and alchemical recipes. Once he mass-produced these pills and sold them worldwide, the wealth and resources generated would be immeasurable. Yifan glanced at Qin Weiyang. Your strength has improved again? Seems your potential is not bad. As he spoke, a vast surge of qi emanated from Yifan's hand. He revealed the power of a third-rank Yuanwu cultivator without much restraint, then lifted Qin Weiyang by the arm. It was a deliberate display of strength. Though Qin Weiyang had also reached the Yuanwu level, Yifan's overwhelming presence was unmistakable to him. Such power, utterly crushing his own, left Qin Weiyang stunned. My god! Is this Yifan's true strength? At the very least, he is above Yuanwu third rank. No! It is very likely this is not even the full extent of young Master Yi's power. Thank heavens! Thank heavens he had not acted recklessly earlier to show off in front of Yifan, or he would have dragged the entire Qin family into an abyss. On the other side, Wu Yun stood dumbfounded at Qin Weiyang's actions. Master Qin, there must be a mistake. You are a Yuanwu level expert. Why are you apologizing to this trash? You are from one of the 9 ancient martial families, and yet you fear Yifan? Please strike now. Kill Yifan, and we split what lies underground. Wu Yun was frantically shouting, though in his heart a dreadful feeling was rising. This Yifan really is far more terrifying than I imagined. God damn it, stop talking already. Qin Weiyang wanted nothing more than to tear Wu Yun apart. Shut the hell up, he growled through clenched teeth. Any more of this and not even 10 rivers could wash him clean. Yifan looked at Qin Weiyang with a mocking smile. So you want half of the underground treasure too? You have quite the appetite. Shall I let you pick first after I dig it out? No. Absolutely not. That was a joke, young Master Yi. Qin Weiyang shook his head like a rattledrum, visibly terrified. Since you have set your eyes on it, I would never dare to touch even a hair of it. When Wu Yun again looked like he wanted to speak, Qin Weiyang hurriedly said to Yifan, Young Master Yi, please give me a moment, I need to handle something. Yifan gave a slight nod. Qin Weiyang instantly darted to Wu Yun. Well, Master Qin, did you get the wrong person? Strike now. Boom! Enraged, Qin Weiyang punched Wu Yun in the chest, sending him sprawling. Then, still unsatisfied, he grabbed Wu Yun by the ankle and began smashing him to the ground like a club. Boom! Boom! The stone pavement shattered, fragments flying everywhere. Several large craters appeared. Were it not for Wu Yun's martial arts background, he would already be dead. Master Qin, spare me, please. At first, Wu Yun could beg, but soon he was a limp noodle, twitching on the ground, barely breathing, his eyes vacant and lifeless. Wu Yun had brought an entire team of bodyguards, but not one dared to interfere. Of course not. This was a Yuanwu level expert, someone who could flatten a building with a single punch. Who would dare? After beating Wu Yun until he was unable to speak, Qin Weiyang finally stopped, turned back toward Yifan, and said with a fawning smile, Young Master Yi, is this level of punishment acceptable? Yifan smirked slightly but did not answer directly. That will do. This is my construction site, and I happen to be short on guards. Since you are here, help me watch the place. In case someone else tries to steal from me. Put. Qin Weiyang stumbled slightly at Yifan's words. In the entire country, anyone with eyes knows stealing from Yifan is a death wish. But since Yifan had spoken, he could not refuse. Very well. As soon as Qin Weiyang answered, another familiar figure arrived. Young Master Yi, I heard someone caused trouble here? Who was it? I have 2 new poisons I would love to test on them. The newcomer was none other than Feng Hanxiao, the so-called Poison Prince, heir of Tianxian's sacred land, one of the 4 sacred lands. Hiss. Seeing Feng Hanxiao, Qin Weiyang gasped. Dear heavens, if I had attacked earlier, I might already be dead and not even know how I died. Yifan was already terrifying enough. But with the mysterious and deadly Feng Hanxiao at his side, backed by Tianxian's sacred land, who would dare challenge him? Feng Hanxiao had publicly declared his loyalty to Yifan, calling himself his lapdog. In other words, Tianxian's sacred land had boarded Yifan's ship. The immediate threat is handled, but more blind fools may still come, Yifan said, standing over Wu Yun and kicking his face lightly. Young Master Wu, is this the man you brought to kill me? Still feeling bold? Wu Yun lay limp, every bone in his body shattered. He could not move. A single tear rolled down his cheek. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I give up. I will never dare again. I just want to go home to my mother. At this moment, Wu Yun was a mix of fury, shock, and regret. What the hell was I thinking? I should have just stayed up there watching. Why did I come down to interfere? And the expert I painstakingly hired, Qin Weiyan, was just another one of Yifan's dogs. But what shocked Wu Yun even more was that the heir of one of the 4 sacred lands also followed Yifan. That is one of the 4 sacred lands, places martial artists dream of joining. How the hell did Yifan achieve this? Where did I get the courage to go up against him? Humph. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Yifan sneered. For Master Qin's sake, I will spare your life, but if there is a next time, I will send you straight to hell. Wu Yun lay on the ground, unable to move, but tears of relief streamed from his eyes. Finally, he had managed to hold on to his life. It was terrifying. If he ever went against Yifan again, he would no longer consider himself human. Who knew what other hidden aces Yifan had? No matter who he hired to attack Yifan, the man always seemed able to respond with ease. Wu Yun was about to order his bodyguards to take him away, but Yifan raised a hand to stop him. I can spare your life, but you sent so many people to attack my construction site. You have severely disrupted my progress. Should you not show some sincerity? Ha! Yifan's words froze Wu Yun in place. Damn it! Was this not just robbery? Blackmail. But at this point, Wu Yun dared not utter a single word of protest. Before he could even speak, Qin Weiyang reached out, flipped Wu Yun over, and began patting him down. You bastard, what valuable items are you hiding? Do you really need young Master Yi to ask? You should have offered them up yourself. After a bit of searching, Qin Weiyang indeed pulled a tiny bottle, the size of a fingertip, from Wu Yun's inner clothing. The bottle contained a strange substance. No, not that. Wu Yun was almost in tears. That bottle, his grandfather had told him, contained ancestral dragon's blood. It had been passed down for generations, meant to nourish and strengthen his body. The value of dragon's blood was beyond comparison. It contained the essence of a divine dragon's entire life, and some samples even carried innate abilities of the dragon. Wu Yun's current body could not yet withstand the power of the dragon blood, otherwise, he would have consumed it already. Young Master Yi, look at this. Qin Weiyang ignored Wu Yun's protest and directly handed the bottle to Yifan. From the moment the bottle was taken out, Yifan had been watching closely. There was clearly a powerful ancient seal around the glass bottle, with complex runes suppressing the energy within. Whatever was inside was something truly rare. Dragon's blood? Yifan brought the bottle close, sensing it. Even through the glass, he could clearly feel the energy fluctuations and a vibrant life force radiating from within. It was quite similar to the dragon blood Sui Shue had given him before. Dragon blood was so rare, it could be compared to the undying bone. When Yifan immediately recognized the contents of the bottle, Wu Yun's face darkened completely. Now that Yifan knew what it was, he certainly would not return it. There was no hope of reclaiming it. Sigh. What a cursed day. He had finally tracked down the land site, only to have it taken by Yifan. He had gathered all those people to fight Yifan, and it had been utterly useless. Worse, he had been beaten half to death by Qin Weiyang. And worst of all, the Wu family's most prized treasure, the dragon blood, was now lost. I will keep this. Now get lost, Yifan said, tucking the small bottle away with a faint smile on his lips. Last time, after consuming a drop of dragon blood from Zhang Ru, Yifan had inherited the dragon flame ability, burning enemies with fire. Who knew what new power he would gain from this one? Wu Yun wanted to protest, but when he looked at Yifan, Feng Hanxiao, and Qin Weiyang, the words stuck in his throat. Silently, he turned and left with his bodyguards. Boss, we made progress with the excavation. Just as Wu Yun left, Wang Fugui called. We have uncovered an ancient tomb. No one dares proceed. Everyone is afraid to move anything. An ancient tomb? A sharp gleam flickered in Yifan's eyes. So Professor Guo's research had been correct. This land really did contain undying bones? Good. I will be right there. Yifan entered the site with Feng Hanxiao and Qin Weiyang, and instructed Li Hu and the others, if any martial experts attack, do not fight. Let them pass. Ordinary guards like Li Hu's team stood no chance against martial experts. Fighting would only mean meaningless death. Inside the excavation site, Wang Fugui had erected a canopy to block the view from outside. Without his permission, not even workers were allowed to move freely. As soon as Yifan stepped in, he saw a massive pit. At the far end, a triangular tomb had emerged, each side over 10 meters long. Boss, we are unsure where the main entrance is, so we dared not proceed further, Wang Fugui explained, staying close to Yifan. Yifan turned to Feng Hanxiao and Qin Weiyang. You two remain above and maintain security. Stop any martial experts you see. As soon as he entered the site, Yifan had sensed no fewer than 7 or 8 hidden energies nearby, clearly watching the excavation. It was obvious, Many people had learned about Professor Guo's map. Jason had probably leaked part of the information. Yifan sighed inwardly. It was time to move even faster. He had to locate all the undying bones as soon as possible. After giving his orders, Yifan leapt into the pit. In front of the tomb, he activated his demon eye to scan the interior. Soon, he found the tomb's entrance. Activating his Yuanwu force, Yifan struck the entrance with a palm, shattering it open, and stepped inside. Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong followed without delay. After walking through a dim corridor, they arrived in a spacious chamber. The ceiling was domed, embedded with luminous pearls forming constellations, a beautiful sight. At the center of the room stood a crystal coffin. But there was no corpse inside. Instead, in the middle of the coffin was an object that resembled the undying bone Yifan had obtained earlier. So the undying bone was a burial offering? Without hesitation, Yifan approached and opened the coffin, intending to claim the undying bone. To Yifan, the bone was the only thing of true value in this tomb. But unexpectedly, the moment the coffin opened, a white light shot out. Whoosh! The white light was incredibly fast, and the aura was familiar. A divine emissary? That pale shadow, it was the same undying divine emissary Yifan had encountered at the Foam residence? Yifan was shaken to the core. Looking back at previous events, everything suddenly made sense. So this crystal coffin was the origin of the divine emissary? And the undying bone was born alongside it?
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.